Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Great heroes, embodiments of perfection, masters of an entire era, a crowd of people, led by a warrior standing on a cliff, draws swords to the sky. Masters, whose names alone signify their own huge weight. The hand holding the golden sword reaches out to the light. Events take us to the medieval world, right to the castle of the founding emperor, who was one of the legendary heroes and was the leader of the massive people. He went out on the balcony and agitated the crowd. We are presented with a variety of characters, starting with a deservedly praised person and ending with a healer who saved many patients. These characters are completely different and unlike each other. A dark-haired guy in a white shirt stands indignantly, wondering why all this flattery, because the words about heroes are just ridiculous. He clenches his fist angrily, remembering how Savage B just waved his fists. The main character bares his teeth in anger because a jock in a lion mask with all the dope beat up a child who was not even 10, not hiding a smile. The child was sent flying by the impact into a pile of sand that covered his head. A guy barely alive comes in rags to a girl with a blue square. She is only touched by the appearance of the hero. A girl throws a poor guy tied up with a rope into a fire pit. His face reflects fear and horror, tears come to his eyes, while the face of the cute girl is now distorted in a malicious smile. Remembering all his trials, which were justified by the fact that they were for good, the guy sends great heroes to hell. To him, all these elites are just a bunch of obnoxious blockheads. The guy finishes his speech, happily saying goodbye to everyone gathered in the gallery of heroes. However, Davy is approached by two girls. One of them says that the guy is still weak, and the cutie with the square reflects that the little sister should have thrown him into the pool filled with magma more often. Davy wonders why millennials call themselves his little sisters. The reference to age makes the girl with the blue braid so angry that she smashes the stone with her fist with all her might. She tries to shut Davy up while several people try to hold her down. At this time, the main character covers his ears and breaks into a smile, incurring the annoyance of more and more people. In the end, the enraged heroes manage to calm down the girl in a medical gown. Davy looks around questioningly. All the elite are watching him from the balcony. The guy's red eyes widen in surprise, and he is pleasantly pleased with the reaction of the audience to his departure. The characters ask you not to forget them even after Davy wakes up. The guy listens intently. He stands completely barefoot, about to leave. Davy turned and walked briskly toward the door. Great heroes accompany the young man, not hiding their tears. At the moment it stops. I can tell by the smile on his face that he's overjoyed. As he hurries toward the cluster of lights, he hopes that it won't be long before he sees all these people. The hero disappears from view along with the glow. Total darkness sets in. One last blinding flash fills the space. The green stone is surrounded by small air bubbles. The magic emerald lies in the container, turning the liquid around it green. A catheter is inserted into the arm, through which green liquid enters. We are transported to a room with a bedridden person who is kept alive by an IV. The wind sways the thin curtains. The hand holding the catheter is shaking slightly. The action takes place in another reality, where the main character, bedridden, finally comes out of a coma, unable to even open his eyes. Davy manages to crack them open for a second and sees an expensive chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Exhausted, he eventually gives up. He opens his eyes slightly again to look around, his face looking exhausted and sore. His eyes fall on the family portrait. As you approach, you can see the little prince with tousled hair and huge red eyes. The guy looks into the face of the happy boy from the portrait and realizes that he has returned to the world where he is the powerless and abandoned Prince Davy all wrong. The map shows the location of the small and infinitely ordinary kingdom of Ron on the continent of Thionis. The family portrait directly opposite Davy's bed makes him reminisce. He still lies motionless on the bed, but now he thinks with nostalgia about the carefree beginning of life in this world, when he could fully enjoy luxury. Imperceptibly dusk falls, the light in the room becomes less and less. The guy is overcome by a slight sadness in trying to realize his naive behavior. From the very beginning, as a young boy, the main character, who had previously lived on modern Earth, truly believed that his happiness was infinite and did not understand what the title of prince could cost him. His mother was poisoned with a bowl of poison, her body falling lifelessly to the floor in a scattering of pearl ornaments. Davy's own life was constantly under threat, and sometimes a suspicious carriage passed close to him on his walks. Even his own father, the titled king, had refused to let Davy go. Among other things, the guy was almost killed with a bow shot by a well-aimed rider. You can't see the shooter's face. Davy interrupts himself at this thought, so as not to get too sentimental. He's still in bed, but he's already making it his first priority to recover his body. Davy had been thinking for so long that it was already morning. A bloodthirsty grin appears on his face. He promises to provide a warm welcome to the rider who tried to kill him in the past, because his body has become very strong after 1,000 years of training with heroes. The figure of a long-haired boy stands out from the whole mass of people. He looks suspiciously like the mysterious rider who tried to kill Davy. His green eyes sparkle with pleasure, and his mouth twists into a predatory smile. We are once again transported to the world of heroes, where little Davy, curled up in a ball, sits in a clearing and whimpers. A barefoot appears right behind him. The guy turns around and asks with displeasure why they are looking at him so askance. A muscular guy with a huge ham in his hand sits down next to him and, with a sincere smile, replies that he knows about the situation, praises Davy for teaching the offenders a lesson. The main character looks away and rudely snaps off that he said everything to the point, so let them laugh at him as much as they want. In the boys' memories, a picture pops up of how everyone initially rejoiced and praised him, carried him in their arms like a hero. But once they found out that Davy was just a normal kid, they treated him like an insect. A guy with a jock confides, watching the sunset. Davy admits that he could not immediately reveal his identity because he was scared. The man replies that he didn't know that. The main character gets bored with the conversation. He frowns in displeasure. Looking directly at the man in the lion mask, Davy aggressively asks why the man came to see him. The man begins to talk about setting himself and other proud heroes against an ordinary boy, whose appearance has become quite unusual, while the guy listens to him with dissatisfaction, turning away. But his attention immediately turns to the lion-masked hero when he mentions some joint decision that Davy doesn't even know about. The muscular guy grabs the main character by the scruff of the neck like a kitten, calling him lucky. Davy is completely confused. The man in the lion mask explains to the confused guy that the heroes decided to listen to his words and make him a member of their family. Davy wonders how they can be a family if he doesn't even know anyone. Then the hero in the lion mask suddenly blurts out that his name is Hercules, while continuing to hold Davy in the air. He is completely baffled, being literally in limbo as Jock adds that his middle name is Master of Survival. Then the guy remembers that he's heard it somewhere before. Hercules declares that he will become Davy's coach and carries him away, holding him by the shirt. We abruptly return to the room with the expensive chandelier. Davy looks around his room carefully, taking a surprised breath. The liquid with the magic green crystal is already running out. The guy is still bedridden. He closes his eyes and realizes that he's really back. We are presented with a magnificent castle with red and green tiles, long passages, and high towers. Focus is directed to the highest point of the building. Light seeps into the room through the half-open door. Davy is lying on a large bed, newly woken up. While the maid changes the healing emerald solution for the guy, he notices that only she comes to him. The girl is wearing a black dress with a white apron, and her thick red hair is braided in 2 pigtails. While the girl sets up a container filled with medicinal liquid, the guy explains only her visits by saying that he was in a coma for a long time. However, the guy is surprised by the fact that he is visited by only one maid and no one else. The room is completely dark. As the maid heads out with the wooden cart, Davy is glad that someone has been assigned to him in this state. Opening one eye slightly, the guy makes sure that the girl has left his room. Now that there's not a single soul around, he can lift up a little. That's all his exhausted body can do so far, but even in this position, his hand is shaking slightly. The guy is not yet able to fully move. The first step is to check what year it is. The report in the alternate world is based on Baldy's calendar, which just happens to be on Davy's nightstand. Looking into it, the hero learns that the year is 276, which means that 6 whole years have passed since the day of the injury. He clutches the wretched calendar in one slightly working hand. One by one, the details of that fateful day come to light. The grass is sprinkled with blood as soon as an arrow is stuck in Davy's back. Just behind him is the barely discernible figure of a rider. After this memory, Davy glares angrily at the calendar and repeats that it's been 6 whole years. His lips are completely closed in indignation. The guy assures himself that he will not allow such a thing to happen again, taking a break. To do this, he needs to recover from a prolonged coma as quickly as possible. He looks questioningly at the slightly raised hand, wondering if he should start right now. The guy clenches his fist, hoping that he can magically heal, as is usually the case in computer games, but this method does not work. We are transported to the world of great heroes. Magic sparks fly from Davy's hands. A lady with a long braid in a Greek temple explains to the guy that the amount of his sacred power is quite average, but he may well become the best, as he has the potential to use it. The guy, sitting on the marble floor, asks not to rub this nonsense on him to force him to remove the gallery. It is further explained that the sacred power, or the power of God, is responsible for healing and purification. A priest and a floating female figure join their hands in prayer, and the space around them is filled with sacred power. This power is often bestowed on a pet as a blessing. Saint Daphne, who went down in history as having accepted God, taught Davy the sacred power. Despite the small amount of power, the guy had enough of it. As a result, the main character after 100 years of training mastered the sacred power. However, now Davy can't use his power to heal, so after 6 years of coma, his body is simply ossified. He keeps his arm outstretched, hoping the force will work, but to no avail. Initially, the guy was afraid that all the powers that he mastered in the Gallery of Heroes and does not transfer with the transition to another world. However, most of the powers were transferred to the old body as soon as the soul returned to it. Now Davy is trying to move his body by moving his arm. He grits his teeth as he tries again to activate the sacred power. When nothing comes of it, Davy threatens to beat up his arm if he doesn't move. The threat is triggered, and the guy manages to activate the sacred power. Near his hand, ephemeral wings appear, flooding the space around with bright light. Overjoyed, Davy uses the force to recover and, leaning on the nightstand, confidently gets to his feet. He walks along the wall, elated that he has conquered the sacred power. As he passes the windows, he decides to slowly restore what's left. A strong wind blows open the window, lifting up a completely weightless curtain. Davy stops at the open window, his eyes transfixed. It offers an incredible view of the city. The sun is shining high in a clear sky. The wind ruffles the young man's hair, the sun shines on his face, the boy closes his eyes with pleasure. With a funny smile, he spreads his arms one at a time. Not holding back his happiness, the guy shouts out a greeting to the sun. He is happy as a child, still standing in a ridiculous position with a funny grimace. His idol is interrupted by the clink of a broken plate, which the already familiar maid accidentally lets go of her hands in surprise. Noticing the girl, Davy tries to say hello to her in absolute confusion. She is horrified to recognize the strange young man as a prince, not understanding how he can stand on the balcony with the window open if even today his body, exhausted after a prolonged coma, lay on the bed, showing no signs of activity. A confused Davy falls to his knees, screaming to just let him die as he runs as fast as he can towards the prince. The guy has a stethoscope on his chest. The court doctor Ramses listens attentively to Davy's heart rate and breathing, not hiding his surprise. The doctor is amazed at how quickly the boy's body condition has improved. The main character does not hide his smile. Ramses questions the patient for pain, but Davy reassures the doctor that he feels only a little tired. The old man just scratches his gray beard with a kind smile. Davy thinks that in the past he wouldn't have been so dismissive of an elderly doctor, but now he realizes that he is part of the royal family of the Ron family, the firstborn of Queen Rini Alisad and the current king. A woman with a fan appears in Davy's room, unhappy that the guy survived. The woman folds her fan and runs her eyes over the patchy comatose man. The guy's Dizo expresses complete indifference at the sight of this person, the poisoner of his mother. Now Linz Barrietta, standing right in front of his bed in a yellow robe, is the acting queen. Her children Callus and Benedict, standing side by side, bear the titles of second and third prince. We see the sparkling green eyes and grin of the eldest son. He is as surprised as his mother at the first prince of the kingdom's vitality. Queen Linz asks with a wicked grin if Davy saw who shot him. The guy plays the fool, replying that it was impossible to see the shooter's face. He asks if the would-be killer was caught by accident. Glaring at Callus, Davy adds that the culprit will face serious punishment for attempting to kill a member of the royal family. Callus stands in a cold sweat, trying to hide the fear in his eyes that were still burning. The queen saves her son from the protagonist's piercing gaze, giving a negative answer and adding that the incident is already too old. Davy gives Callus one last disdainful look. The court doctor completes the examination, prescribing regular examinations and medication to the boy, and then leaves the prince's chambers with the maid. The queen says out loud that it would be better if Davy just died. The guy is being sarcastic, wondering if Queen Linz is sorry that the eyesore hasn't gone away. Callus then tries to embarrass the first prince by reminding him that Davy fell into a coma due to some kind of attack. He calls out to his younger brother, and the three of them leave. Davy looks at the closed doors and thinks that the queen and her sons enjoy embarrassing the country and getting caught up in an assassination attempt. The boy holds up his hand, proclaiming that he will now use the sacred power to heal, because no one in this world will be able to recognize it. Davy flops down on the bed, thinking about the situation with Linz Barrietta and her eldest son, Callus. Initially, the guy planned to just kill them as revenge, but due to the time spent in the Gallery of Heroes, the attempt seems like a mere trifle, making the hero smile slightly. Lightly squeezing the bedspread, Davy declares that he is not giving up on revenge completely. Thinking about what kind of food will be served, Davy takes the pose of an ancient philosopher. The street is clear and bright. Long dark strands of hair are lying carelessly on the floor, and Davy, with his new haircut, is working out using the backs of his chairs as exercise equipment. It's been a month and a half since the holy power awakened. Davy's legs are shaking from the exertion. He finishes the exercise and wipes the beads of sweat from his brow, noticing that the time has passed rather monotonously. Through the circulation of the mana of necromancers with sacred power at their core, the recovery of the body goes smoothly, although initially, recovery magic alone was enough for an incredible effect. Thanks to mastering the necromancer knowledge and learning the healing arts of Sister Haya from the world of heroes, restoring Davy's body wasn't too difficult. The guy snaps his finger using purification magic. At this point, water flows appear around it. The feet lift slightly off the floor. Davy is beaming with cleanliness and praises the magic for its convenience in everyday use. He is distracted by an appeal from Amy's maid, who has brought food. The girl lifts the lid of the dish. The guy looks with displeasure at the food that he has been waiting for so much. The dish for the patient is more like an orange slush prepared for a toothless old man. Amy squints shyly and apologizes because there's nothing she can do. Quickly swallowing spoonful after spoonful, Davy declares that one serving isn't enough, he needs 5 more. The plate of food quickly empties. After specifying the number of plates, he enthusiastically asks for 10 servings. The maid is terribly confused after hearing this. Even when the main character thought that his stomach was already full and he could no longer eat, the stomach began to hold 3 times as much. Perhaps this is due to the magic of recovery. After a full meal, Davy feels like his body is full of energy again. With a feeling of fullness, he holds his stomach contentedly, but the pacification of the hero is interrupted by the realization that he urgently needs to go to the toilet, but he slowly walks, leaning on a crutch, so as not to destroy the image of the patient. Good digestion is wonderful, but too good is already a problem. Davy puts on his glasses. He's busy trying to sort out a piece of paper. Sitting in a chair, the guy carefully reads the royal document, while Amy apologizes to him for the poor food. The guy says that the maid, who has already begun to bow to him with all her might, is not to blame for anything. He continues to deal with the scroll, asking her how many maids and servants there are currently in the palace. The girl doesn't say anything, blushing and again calling herself guilty for the situation. Davy can tell by her reaction that she's the only one handling the huge palace, looking around the well-kept room. Sprouts grow out of the tiles. The guy comes to the realization of the deplorable situation. Sitting in a chair and looking at the girl, he also specifies the budget that stands out for the palace. Amy guiltily replies that there are 6,000 gold pieces a year, but at the moment there are only 10 left. Davy asks how much money has been sent this month. Amy bows her head shyly and says that 500 gold pieces were supposed to come in on request, but in fact they didn't send more than 100. Now Davy is interested in how much the only maid who has worked hard at the palace for 6 years gets. The girl's hands shake violently when she replies that she takes only a third of the salary. Davy's eyes widened in shock. He thinks she is very kind and very naive. He understands that if a girl works as a maid in the palace from the very beginning, then she is from a noble family, although her hands are already marked by hard work. In addition to taking care of the sick, Amy took on the dirtiest job of taking care of the prince and his palace. This girl, who is now deflated and doesn't know what to do with herself, worked alone for 6 years, cutting off her already small salary. Davy looks admiringly at the maid, picks up a quill, and makes a note on the royal document, telling Amy to take the full amount of her salary. Davy tells him not to make him say it twice, but the shocked maid asks him again, not believing that everything he said is true. The guy asks not to call him prince while the ink is dripping from the pen. The guy reaches for the crutch to get up from the chair. He looks at the girl with a warm smile, explaining that when she calls him prince, it seems as if they are strangers to each other. After that, Amy looks terribly confused. Palace treasury. Davy watches the tall wooden doors with delight, leaning confidently on an unnecessary crutch. The guy sadly remembers his father, saying that he has never looked in on him since coming out of the coma. Amy looks at him warily. He'd be in trouble if anyone in the royal family heard that, but he didn't have to worry about it right now since he and Amy were the only ones standing outside the treasury. Davy apologizes to the confused girl, adding that he absolutely did not want to set her up. He asks Amy to stop turning her head and just follow him. Davy decides that some man who didn't lift a finger when the queen was poisoned isn't his family. Amy volunteers to walk the guy straight to the treasury. Her cheeks are flushed with embarrassment. The guy looks at the maid with ecstasy and asks her to take care of him. The girl, slightly taken aback, responds to the request. A person twists a thin mustache with the fingers of one hand, simultaneously addressing the main character with respect. The bursar, dressed in a bright green tailcoat, a full wig with curls and guiltily raised eyebrows, informs Davy about the difficulty of getting more than the prescribed funds and continues to stifle a slight alarm by twisting an already curly mustache on his finger. These rat-like whiskers attracted all the attention of the enraged prince standing in the middle of the royal treasury with a disgruntled grimace, and his maid, frozen in complete incomprehension with a slight blush on her cheeks and wide green eyes. Davy turns away and stares at the pile of books, thinking disdainfully of the treasurer's character, which makes the local wealth keeper and the lost red-haired girl look like wax figures in their former positions. It turns out that it wasn't the books that attracted the guy at all, but the people behind him, walking with their arms wrapped around papers or cowardly peeking out from under the banister of a wooden staircase in the shadow of high shelves, without hesitation despising the prince in his presence. The bursar in the big wig leans forward and sighs in mild annoyance, glancing sideways. His eyes, full of bewilderment, are completely fixed on the blue robe. Davy slumps down on the soft cushioned sofa, arms outstretched, indignantly addressing the mustachioed fashionista as he breaks out in a cold sweat of nerves. His red eyes are filled with disdain at this moment. The guy is no longer interested in the crowd of people, all of them pale against the green tailcoat of the treasurer and his stupid smile. Bright sunlight shines through the wide windows, playing bunnies on the exquisite interior items. The treasurer begins to explain the distribution of the royal budget, spreading his arms wide, while Davy continues to sit on the sofa and stare at the man with a displeased look. Two onlookers stop next to him, and Amy watches the situation a little further away, looking confused. The prince sighs and asks me not to piss him off, closing his eyes and leaning down a little. Meanwhile, the faceless crowd at the back of the room continues to whisper, now discussing the state of affairs in the palace. Talk of the state of the palace and the dishonorable management of the treasury is exasperating to the mustachioed fashionista, who now furrows his brows in anger and raises the corner of his mouth, squinting at the sarcastic customers on the far side of the room. The man in the green tailcoat is clenching his hands into fists and twisting his mouth in frustration. Davy is sitting on the couch with his hands folded in his lap, and Amy is trying to blend in with the furniture and not pay too much attention to herself. Davy looks dispassionate, crossing his legs and straightening his back as he waits for the treasurer to explain. The latter, sweating nervously, mumbles that the repair issues do not lie with the treasury, but with the Department of Housing Management. The man, stammering, adds that here they are engaged only in the distribution of the budget. Davy slaps his knee with all his might, which makes the bursar, hunched over and looking at the prince, start to tremble slightly and reflexively start twisting his exhausted mustache. While the main character expresses the idea that both on Earth and in this world, everyone blames others, the financial manager is covered with drops of sweat looking from under his brows. Reassured, Davy grabs a crutch to help himself up from the couch, and with a small smile calls Amy out as he's finished all the chores at the treasury. The guy gives the bursar a look with a hint of disdain when the bursar decides that the hero is heading straight for the housekeepers. As they reach the exit, Davy and Amy turn to face the keeper of the royal treasury, and the guy breaks down all the guesses of the green tailcoat, explaining the futility of such actions and gracefully leaning on a completely unnecessary cane. The treasurer's eyes widen in shock, and his hands involuntarily grab at his mustache like a lifeline when the prince advises you to buy something useful with the money stolen from the royal budget. Something useful. After leaving the treasury, Davy does not hold back emotions from admiring the beautiful state of the palace. The pair walk slowly down the long, sunlit corridor as Davy ponders the behavior of the local aristocracy and the fate of the escaped servants. Just as he was thinking about Amy's heavy burden, the maid turned to him with a puppy dog look, waiting for him to pay attention. Davy turns to her and his expression changes abruptly when he asks her to bring him the sword, preferring a stupid grimace with a big smile to a serious expression. Amy asks the guy again, staring at him with her green eyes now wide with horror. This reaction makes Davy laugh from the bottom of his heart, translating the situation into a joke and clarify whether the girl was afraid of his request. The girl replies that she will look, rushing forward, and the guy goes behind and with a malicious smile begins to swing his cane. Amy speeds up her pace a lot as Davy spins his crutch and casually grazes the portrait of the acting Queen lens, leaving a semicircular cut across it. Having done the trick, the guy puts the stick with a characteristic thud right at his feet, shod in slippers, proudly examines and evaluates his work, throwing one hand on his belt. He thinks about whether he's not going to cut people up, but he's going to cut up people he doesn't think he is. Sparkling stripes of a sharp blade on a red background. Davy's impassive face, with its unwavering gaze, is splattered with blood. He imagines what will happen if, in his precarious position, he starts indiscriminately taking the lives of palace servants and comes to the conclusion that others will think that the prince has gone mad. The guy stands alone in a pool of liquid at the murder scene, holding a massive sword in his hand, while dark hands point at him from all sides in a sign of condemnation. Head cocked to one side, Davy's bloodstained cheek is pierced with a hard stare of bright red eyes, full of cruelty. The main character gets impatient, thinking about possible murders. His head is now pointing upwards, his hair swaying in the wind. The guy freezes with his hair tousled from the whirlwind, staring at the maroon petals floating in the air. Blood drips down the blade. A few drops shatter on the surface, turning into oddly shaped blots, until Davy decides that he will not become a feeder for rotten aristocrats. The carcass of a wild boar lies on the lawn. The prince wipes sweat from his forehead in the background, catching his breath in the snow-white palace, while Amy is in shock from what she saw, frozen with wide eyes and open mouth. Davy calmly explains to the maid that he found the animal nearby and brought it to the palace grounds. He kneels down to the carcass of the dead animal, leaving the stunned girl behind, and without turning his head in her direction, asks her to bring water, herbs, and some food from the warehouse. Mentally, he admits the lie in his words, because if he says that he killed a wild boar on his own, then it is unlikely that anyone will believe it. Amy breaks down and rushes to Davy, shouting that it's better to kill her, while the guy turns half a turn in disbelief without taking his hand off the carcass. After the guy asks what's wrong with her, tears start pouring out of the girl's huge puppy eyes as she tries to convey that the prince's hands should not be stained with animal blood. Davy thinks that it's not just his hands that are dirty, but they've spilled the red liquid. Davy smiles sheepishly, preoccupied with his own thoughts, and Amy continues to push, noting that the royal should not also carve up the carcass because he might get hurt. Davy twirls the knife around in his hands with a carefree face, arguing that no one can see him, while Amy in the background puts her hands to her face and screams in horror. A stab. The guy starts to carve up the dead boar with the tip of his tongue sticking out. A pool of blood begins to form under the animal's carcass, and Davy thinks about his father, who couldn't make it to the reception, about Queen Linz, who is preparing to assassinate the first prince, and also about his indestructible body. Davy, leaving the knife in the animal's body, turns to Amy in a seasoned hunter's suit, winks playfully, and gives her a thumbs up as if posing for a photo with her prey. He understands that there is nothing fatal in his crisis situation if you have the strength to resist it. The night sky is full of stars. A dark female silhouette can be seen in the window of the palace. A blindfolded maidservant sits on the floor, leaning down hard, while a female figure waves her fan in displeasure, wondering what the prince is up to. Queen Linz's mouth twists in displeasure at the thought of the hated boy, who is completely different from his former self after a coma, clutching her favorite fan in her hand. The maid tries to calm the woman's anger, saying that Davy is still ill. Linz, on the other hand, worried about what her tutors have said about the prince's rapid recovery rate, thoughtfully wins her way around the large room in a full dress. She asks the maid how likely it is that the boy will not recognize the spy sent to him, while the latter, without saying a word, clutches the apron of her dress in her hand. Linz lifts the girl's chin with her fan, addressing her as Shari. The queen is standing directly in front of the maid sitting on the floor, voicing her concerns about the Black Moon girl's subordinate, who is an agent several ranks below her boss. Black Moon is a mercenary guild located in the capital of the Ron Kingdom. It's not that the queen doesn't trust this girl in a maid's costume with a blindfold over her eyes, it's just that her anxiety doesn't want to subside. Davy, fresh out of his coma with his hair growing out, is sitting with his back turned. Shari believes that the first prince, who even the king turned his back on, has not changed at all, having spent 6 years between life and death. A hand reaches out eagerly to the shaggy-haired guy. The guy turns and gives me a cheeky look, narrowing his red eyes. Linz admits that Davy's leash is still on her, which means that anything can happen. The queen's face visibly darkens from these heavy thoughts. Enraged, Shari stands up for her subordinates, helping the queen if she stops insulting them. The queen looks apprehensively at the girl, and in order to defuse the situation, with a fake smile hidden by a fan, she says that she only expressed concern. Noticing a cup of tea left on the table, she says that Davy can be eliminated at any time. She raises the drink to her lips and says grimly that if the agents fail in their task, they will pay for it. Linz then grins ominously, still holding the porcelain cup in her hands, and Shari just says that she will take the queen's words into account. With a flick of her hand, the woman gets rid of the tasteless tea, pouring it directly on the floor. The drink spreads out, falling on the scattered burgundy petals. The queen, who has already turned around to leave, throws out a last biting phrase that it is better to get rid of the dog that does not listen to commands. In the dimly lit corridor, 2 female figures can be seen retreating. Shari declares that the queen's word will be enough for the right moment. At the royal dinner table, the carefree Davy is about to try the resulting dish from his prey, pricking a small piece of meat on a fork, and thereby once again shocks his maid, whose hair stands on end from the antics of the guy. We are transported to the world of great heroes. By breaking through the blocked channel, you can create a long channel for the flow of mana, shimmering blue and red, resembling the root system of a plant. Little Davy is asked if he understood the explanation while the boy is looking at his palms. Davy doesn't seem interested in talking about mana channel bloodletting, but only seems to be interested in his own hands, which he keeps his gaze fixed on. The girl in the green dress is grinning. She walks around the classical hall, laughing at the idea of a boy on the verge of death trying to remember her advice, and asks him not to die in the process. A reserved girl with loose purple hair is outraged by such statements. It is explained that the cheeky girl in the green dress is a necromancer named Iroayas. In addition to her, there is an archmage in a worn witch's hat, who has nothing more useful than a staff, and a girl in a medical gown. Davy B looks dumbfounded at Sister Haya, who has decided to take full responsibility for the mana experiment on her own, trying to contradict her. The healer confidently holds out his hand to the guy, asking him to trust him. Davy, standing in a dream in the middle of a familiar gallery of heroes, realizes that the time has come to repeat a crazy experiment that he would not want to do again, even under the threat of death. The guy decides to put his hand in Sister Haya's palm. Clouds float across the blue sky, partially obscuring the sun, and the trees have green foliage. A neat pile of twigs lies on the grass. Amy stands at the edge of the thick undergrowth, holding her hands to the apron of her dress as she calls out to the prince, who is at the back of the royal garden. Davy goes out in high spirits, dusting off his dress shirt and enjoying the opportunity to take a walk in the local jungle in such pleasant weather. The boy asks the maid not to reveal his location to anyone, while Amy listens carefully to the prince's instructions with a soft smile on her face. Davy, standing in the middle of the lush foliage with slightly disheveled hair, smiles back, urging the girl not to overdo it. He notices that Amy isn't nervous around him anymore. He remembers their recent lunch together and begins to believe that attempts to get closer are beginning to pay off. He smiles playfully and puts a finger to his lips as he retreats back into the dense undergrowth, the same movement echoed by Amy, who is standing behind him. The sun is shining through the foliage. Davy sits down on the grass in a lotus position, closes his eyes for full concentration, and begins his workout surrounded only by trees. Translucent honeycombs of sky blue color appear around the guy, which he calls the operating field. Within this field, golden clumps of energy begin to float in the air. Streams of light stream down toward Davy. Mana spirals around the guy's body in a long way. Just as the lungs absorb oxygen, Davy is able to absorb the mana floating in the environment, absorbing only pure mana. With the help of a method of absorbing mana invented by the god of magicians Odin, the guy is able to strengthen the vital activity of his body. He is imbued with this energy, sitting in its golden glow. Due to the fact that the amount of mana has a limit, it requires careful control and deliberate application to save it. Davy's hand rests lightly on his leg. Thanks to the mana absorption method, it only takes a few days for a guy to collect it, when it usually takes months to accumulate it. The main character continues to sit motionless, feeling how the body is filled with magical energy. In the library, among the mountains of books, you can see several magicians in robes, as well as many shadows in witchcraft hats, indicating the magical abilities of their owners. If the continent used the power that Davy has, it could do a lot of damage, but the guy is not going to share his knowledge with the public. From a strong current of wind, the prince's tie rises into the air, a strong whirlwind rises, flattening the grass in the clearing and taking the leaves with it. Right behind Davy, a strange shadow can be seen on the branches of a tree. The guy notices the surveillance and turns around at the rustle, sarcastically asking who is hiding in the thicket. Silhouettes of trees swaying in the wind, shedding their leaves. Davy gets up and walks briskly out of the clearing, wondering who the spy the queen must have assigned to him. Making his way through the bushes, the hero with a grin on his face decides that he even benefits from this surveillance, because he will be mistakenly considered a weakling and an idiot. A light glow emanates from the bushes. Davy, satisfied that he has collected enough mana, decides to dream for the magic circle. It was this artifact with various inscriptions and a bright glow that was hidden in the bushes. Davy retreats to an ivy-covered gazebo, holding onto one of its pillars. Although magic, sacred power, and necromancy are mutually exclusive, the main character wields all three. Three female silhouettes appear. The tallest of them has a long braid, another is distinguished by a large witch's hat and a magician's staff, and the third is wearing a full dress with sleeves hiding her hands. These silhouettes are easily recognizable as mentors from the hero's gallery. Among them is a sharp-tongued necromancer in a green dress, an archmage in a black outfit and with an eye patch, as well as two other weirdos, one of whom has long purple hair and a calm disposition, and the other in a medical gown is a healer who has great confidence. Remembering all the mentors, Davy puts his hand to his mouth, feeling nauseous. Holding his hand to his mouth, he starts to turn his head, remembering that ordinary magicians create a circle in the heart to use their mana. The hero exhales. Fiery ribbons of energy grow from under his feet. Davy closes his eyes, and the mana ribbons begin to tower over him. He explains that if he had used the usual method of using force, his heart would have simply burst. He uses a circle of channels to pass mana through his entire body, which can be seen by the red streaks spreading across his face. Magical energy literally flows through the guy's veins, which helps to avoid the collision of sacred power and spirit mana, giving a stunning effect. Davy's bare feet are also streaked with veins from the golden energy streams. The guy is surrounded by symbols of the magic circle. Holding a translucent glowing circle with elegant needles in his hands, the hero thinks that he did not want to use this method because of its deadly danger. He is facing a stream of rainbow rays, the source of which is not visible over his shoulder. At the moment when Davy is afraid that he will not be able to cope, translucent ephemeral hands touch his hands. He looks up in surprise at the ghostly silhouette. Right in front of him are three of his mentors, all smiles, who have come to cheer him up. The guy smiles softly as he looks them over. A confident grin appears on his face. Davy gathers his courage and begins the bloodletting ritual, revealing the power of the magic circle, which, like the sun in the hero's hand, illuminates the space around. The magic circle expands beyond the garden. Dusk falls, and the stars appear above the palace. Amy walks into the garden against the sunset sky. She looks off into the distance, confused, wondering where the prince is. On the lawn is a cart with cooked dinner and plates for the meal. The maid hesitates over whether to go find Davy. She is quite desperate, saying aloud that something could happen to the prince. Hearing a voice from the bushes demanding not to call him prince, the girl does not hide her surprise, opening her green eyes and rounding her mouth. Davy walks calmly out of the garden, raising his hand in greeting. He approaches the maid, indignant that she was waiting for him to return again, even though he asked her not to. While the girl tries to justify herself, Davy sighs wearily and notices her amazing resourcefulness. He admits with a kind smile that he still has to learn and learn. He abruptly puts his arm around Amy as she tries to stand still, not knowing what to do in this situation. Her cheeks are turning a terrible purple, and her eyes are widening. Closing his eyes, Davy apologizes to the girl. Still standing in the embrace, the guy says that he can't do it anymore and falls exhausted on the girl's shoulder. Davy now lies on the hem of Amy's dress as she speaks to him anxiously, but he doesn't respond. The guy is sleeping peacefully after a grueling workout. Chandelier from the main character's bedroom. Davy is lying on the pillow, his eyes barely open. His eyes widen a lot. There's a hand on Davy's arm. Amy is sleeping soundly by the bed, her hand on Davy's arm. The guy turns to the maid and realizes that she is most likely here, as she was overexcited because of the hero's fainting yesterday. The circle of channels that runs like red streaks of lightning through the guy's palms and all over his body is created just perfectly. There are now 3 forces flowing through his body in bands of blue, gold, and red. A light breeze sways the curtain and wakes up a girl exhausted with worries about the prince, while sparkling particles of magic and barely visible yellow feathers float in the air. The first thing Amy sees after she sleeps is Davy sitting up in his blue lab coat, staring out the window and enjoying the fresh air. The maid sitting on the floor, holding on to the edge of the bed, is unable to take her green eyes off the picture that has been created. The floating feathers are created by Davy's Biscast magic. In the same position, the main character wishes Amy a good morning, and a magical transparent feather sweeps past the window. 5 months later, the sun's rays break through the lush foliage of the trees, reaching the blue tiles of the snow-white palace. Amy holds a massive bag in the sun, unable to help but smile when she finds medicinal herbs in it. Davy, standing a little way off, makes a visor with her hand to hide her surprised face in the shadows and see in the blinding daylight, carefully tying up a 3-month supply of groceries. Davy doesn't look strangled anymore, but his face is contented with himself now, and he looks away and smiles a little, holding his hand to his forehead. 3 months ago, Davy stands in front of Amy, who is sitting with a bag, and remembers how after completing the canal circle, life became more regular and someone began to leave meat and vegetables in the courtyard of the palace. At first, suspicion fell on Queen Linz, who appears in a yellow dress with a fan covering her face, but since the products are normal, the guy had to stop listening to his inner paranoid. Now the main character takes a thoughtful pose, happily thinking about the anonymous person who helps him. Next to Davy's closed eye is a golden band of energy. Mana looks out of the window right into the night, through which the guy recently caught a stranger carrying food supplies to the palace. Spying on her through magic streams is, in Davy's opinion, an invasion of Amy's privacy. He carefully studies with his open eye the golden stream that passes right in front of his face. Several pairs of brown-booted feet follow the paved road. Davy holds a walking stick in his hand. A beaming Amy stands surrounded by trees, holding a bag in her hands while the guy asks her to prepare the delivered food properly. Turning abruptly and not leaning on his cane, but simply carrying it in his hands, Davy leaves the garden, informing Amy that soon there will be guests at the palace, which greatly surprises the girl. The maid asks the departing guy what he's talking about, but he just smiles. 3 figures appear at the king's gate. 3 men in the garb of monks are now standing in a clearing near the palace. The 2 behind them are dressed in blue robes and look identical, and the one in front stands out for his triangular beard and red and black outfit. Davy realizes that they are the queen's puppets. A decorative dummy with a shield and crossed swords hangs on the wall. The hand with the sleeve rolled up lies on the palm covered with a white glove. Davy smiles nonchalantly as he watches the process unfold. A monk in a black robe holds the boy's wrist at arm's length. After finishing the examination, Davy, who is sitting on his bed, asks how soon he can recover with the help of the man's sacred magic, to which the man replies that due to a long coma, the power can harm rather than help. When the monk adds that the guy should be content with the current rate of recovery, the hero smiles in surprise, in his head completely disagreeing with what he heard. The priest is slightly confused, and Davy concludes that the clergyman has betrayed his path by bending under the authority. Davy leans on his arm and strikes a pose, thinking that the monk should just admit that he's not going to work with him. The guy, continuing to smile with a certain malice, saying that ailments of this kind can be cured by the power of the blessing of the goddess Priya, this is how he recovers on his own. These words are questioned by the priest, pointing out that Devi does not understand this issue at all. A gloved hand is brought out to the side while the monk explains the prince's incompetence. The man raises a finger to his chin and smiles maliciously. When the priest Bort notes the stark difference between the clever and extraordinary Prince Callus and the stupid Devi, Amy becomes indignant, starting to loudly reprimand the man. The monk looks down at her, expressing both disgust and deep shock at some maid's outbursts. The man slaps the girl in the face with a flourish, asking how dare she teach him. The openwork clock falls to the floor from the impact. Turning away from the bed, on which the indignant guy is sitting, the maid holds her cheek with her hand. The monk, who is content with his actions, keeps his gloved hands close to his face and closes his eyes, explains to the first prince how to deal with a maid who brazenly intervenes in the conversation. Amy continues to hold her cheek, which is reddened from the hard slap, and the priest, seeing her, gives away that she probably won't dare show any more impudence. A white-gloved hand grabs the girl's chin, causing her to feel fear and disgust. The priest, noticing Amy's beauty, greedily licks his lips. Devi takes off the blanket, intending to get up. Noticing that the guy can already walk, the impudent priest advises him to take walks around the neighborhood. Behind the man is a completely drooping Amy. The fallen gold watch remains on the floor. The monk says that the inspection is over and makes an appointment for the next meeting in half a month. Devi asks the maid to escort the guest who is already heading for the exit, which Amy agrees to do. Priest Bort turns to the boy, clearly pleased with this outcome. Devi turns away. The sun barely shines on the dummy wall. The fallen clock shows 12:08. The room doors are closed. The action takes place in a white corridor with a gold chandelier. A man's booted feet stand directly in front of the girl's feet. The maid, grimacing with dislike for the priest, shrinks back against the wall because of a hand placed right next to her face. Bort orders the girl to come alone at night, threatening that Devi's life is in his hands. Noticing Amy's frightened eyes, the priest gloats, casting a predator's gaze at the prey. He calls the girl a fool, adding that she is standing up for some pathetic prince, and he terrifies the poor girl. The hilt of a sword, a shield with only one sword, now hangs on the wall, and the clock and table are still upside down on the floor. There's a crack in the floor from Devi's bedroom door. This crack stretches out, cutting through the stone. Devi feels angry. He hurries down the hall, holding his shirt up with one hand. His legs are glowing with energy. Carrying the sword he took from the wall in his left hand, the boy confidently walks towards the two monks. Noticing the hero, men in identical robes start shouting furiously at him. The prince continues to move towards them. He thinks that annoyance is the basis of development, while anger is the engine, and a smile appears on the guy's face. The lifeless bodies of the monks are scattered in the huge corridor. We see the golden chandelier again. Priest Bort threatens Amy by pinning the poor, frightened girl against a wall, preventing her from leaving. The man looks longingly at the maid, putting his hand to his chest and saying that the queen will even praise him for killing the prince. Amy gets angry, her brow furrowed and her mouth twisting when the priest adds that Devi doesn't have any allies in the kingdom. The vain priest spreads his hands and smiles, bragging about how much Queen Linz values him. As he praises himself, the pastor hears a deranged Devi chuckle from behind him as he sits on the windowsill. The board turns in surprise, hearing from the prince that he was still waiting for the right moment. He swings his sword with a look of rage. Devi closes Amy behind him, pointing the outstretched blade at the vile pastor, who is now sitting on the floor and backing away. Amy is pleasantly surprised by the presence of the prince, who asks her what the penalty is for insulting the royal family. A priest with a split cheek, pinned in a corner by a sharp blade, grins in frustration, not understanding why Devi has so much energy. He shouts angrily, pulling out a bladed weapon in an attempt to attack the prince as he looks away in exasperation. Devi points a sharp sword at the pastor, saying that he doesn't need the filthy magic of this vile worm. Amy, watching from the sidelines with the prince's jacket draped over her shoulders. Devi gives her a relaxed look, asking her not to force her to ask the question again. The girl in a panic tries to remember what kind of punishment is provided for insulting members of the royal family. She clenches her hand into a fist, saying that this is the death penalty. As she speaks, Devi resolutely stabs the priest with his sword, not flinching a muscle in his face. Maroon drops of blood fall to the floor. Pastor Bort holds onto his cut throat, coughing up blood in an attempt to say that the queen will not let him die like this. Devi looks at him in a heroic pose, and Amy, standing behind him, looks at her rescuer with admiration. The boy is amused by the priest's last words. The sun is shining brightly outside the window. After taking the queen's head off in one fell swoop, Devi declares that it will soon be the queen's turn to pay for what she has done. An angry shout rushes down the hall, calling Devi crazy. The guy gets slapped in the face. The queen, who has learned of the murder of the Holy Father, loses her temper with overwhelming anger. She points the fan at Devi, who is standing in front of her, declaring him a madman, to which the guy only gives out that the priest threatened his life, and he in turn followed the laws. Linz yells at Devi to stop clowning around and swing for another punch. The hand with the fan is raised as the guy says that no one has ever cared more about public order than he does. Davy notices thoughtfully that for some reason he gets the queen's anger instead of praise, and the confused maid is standing right behind him. Davy smiles smugly, calling it absurd. He asks since when does the royal family allow lowly clerics to tarnish the name of their lineage, which puts the queen in an awkward position. Lowering her fan to strike, she accuses Davy of questioning the authority of his majesty and the royal family. Waving her arms, she continues to scold the guy for killing the priest. The queen says that Davy is just as stupid as his mother, to which Davy coldly replies that it's only natural to be like his mother. Linz covers her displeased face with a bright fan, calling the prince and the late queen plebeians. Davy is filled with anger that fills his insides. He gives Queen Linz a threatening look, saying that it is very wrong to insult parents in front of their child. The queen was taken aback. She tries not to move in fear as Davy swings his sword at her several times. The blade trembles in the boy's hand. Massive chains appear in someone's hand. Before the queen appear 3 maids with edged weapons, ready to protect her. A 4th courtier appears right behind Davy, restraining him with chains. A shackled Davy squints out of the corner of his eye, letting out a sardonic chuckle. He sees the maid Shani with a blindfold over her eyes, exclaiming that it is eye-pleasing to see such devotion. A confused queen hides behind armed maids, and Davy says that it would be much more interesting if Lin's guards went further. The guy lets out a frustrated sigh. He takes a seat and declares that the rush only brings us closer to the inevitable. Davy is sitting in a white armchair with his legs crossed and his hands on his knees, his face completely unfriendly as he indirectly threatens execution for the attempt on his life. The queen's rage turns to confusion and fear. She looks at Davy in a cold sweat of horror, wondering if the prince knows that it was Callus who nearly killed him 6 years ago. Davy smiles mischievously. He calmly tells Linz, who is still on the floor, that he really knows everything, adding that he is not so stupid as to keep up his sleeve the trump card that the queen herself has thrown up. Davy holds his cheek sarcastically, calling the woman tactless because she allowed herself to raise her hand to the patient. He asks the exasperated queen, surrounded by maids, to continue to observe silence in the palace. He notices with a satisfied grin that even the servants who worked here got away one by one. Davy also wonders what kind of rumor can go around about the queen, which infuriates the woman even more. Davy calmly advises the lady not to make any rash decisions. The queen, surrounded by her maids, listens to the boy's words, her lips curling in anger. The hand violently throws a vase of flowers. The vessel falls, a puddle of water forms on the floor, and tulips are scattered around. The queen is angry with Davy, who is now surrounded only by maids who dutifully obey her. In a fit of rage, Lynn starts screaming, clutching her head. She falls to her knees, surrounded by maids and overturned furniture, droops and starts laughing abruptly. Leaning her hand on the coffee table, the queen begins to rise, declaring that if Davy wants to die quickly, then she can't help but meet him halfway. Completely mad with rage, she holds onto the surface with both hands and tells the guy to continue to cross the boundaries of reason and make a fuss with his actions. All this tightens the noose around Davy's neck. Before the eye appears a striking beauty of the castle of impressive size. Feet in cute little shoes walk around the palace. Crowds of courtiers are discussing Davy's maddened state in the corridor, where Amy is running down, carrying a large brown bundle with her. The maid freezes and waits curiously to listen to the whispers of the people around her, and at that moment the voices of the onlookers fall silent. Amy quickly moves out of the crowded hallway. The hand holds the page. Davy is sitting in a bespectacled chair, one arm propped up on a small white table, reading a book intently, while thinking that rumors of his madness have begun to spread around the castle. The throngs of courtiers whispering in the corridors were almost entirely on Queen Lynn's side, and the first prince's reputation instantly declined. Big green eyes look up at Davy, sparkling with happiness. Amy exclaims happily, pointing to the huge bags behind her. Davy smiles sweetly, seeing the girl so excited. As he watches Amy wipe the sweat from her forehead from extreme fatigue, he calls her strong and says that he doesn't need any medicinal herbs anymore. The maid continues to cheer, exclaiming that someone thinks Davy is good, while the guy looks at her, standing with glasses and a book in his hands. He closes the book with a soft smile, turning his attention to Amy to see if the girl thinks he's a good guy. The maid does not hesitate to give a positive answer, beaming with happiness. As Davy tries to figure out how a girl who saw a murder committed by him can be so nice to him, Amy gets dog ears and a wagging tail. The girl smiles ecstatically, closing her eyes. A couple's gathering in the gazebo is interrupted by someone. Davy is greeted by a white-haired man with a mustache and thick eyebrows, one hand on his belt in front, and behind him in the garden are several knights and a crowd of people. The chief chamberlain looks out from under the thick vegetation that covers his eyes, declaring that he has gathered all the culprits on the orders of Queen Lynn's herself. The servants who once ran away from the castle with money stolen from the treasury fall to their knees, bowing their heads guiltily. Davy sees familiar faces among them. Davy, with a smart look that his glasses give him, points to the former servant, asks Vespos what the penalty is for embezzlement and escape. The old man replies that everything depends on the prince's will, but mostly even blood relatives are beheaded for such crimes. The pleas for mercy bring a hint of contempt to Davy's face. He adjusts his glasses with one finger. Turning to the crowd of former servants, Davy tells them that there is a rumor going around the castle that he is obsessed with bloodshed. This information introduces all the guilty into complete horror. Davy holds up a finger and says with a satisfied smile that he'll live up to the rumor. As he stands with a serious face and hands clasped in front of him, the terrified crowd tries to change his mind. The servants cry out, begging for mercy. Without taking his eyes off them, Davy calmly addresses Vespos, who is standing off to the side. Turning his back and walking towards the gazebo, the prince gives orders to lock the criminals in dungeons and not give them a drop of water, saying that they were ready for execution once they decided to covet the royal treasury. Davy doesn't really like that this is all on the queen's orders, but decides to play along. He smiles mischievously, adding that all the perpetrators will be executed in 4 days. The crowd is crying out for His Highness mercy. In an expensively furnished room, the hiring of new employees is discussed, during which Davy asks Vespos to promote Amy to head maid because she has suffered so much. The glasses are neatly placed next to the book. The main character decides to clarify whether an audience with the king is possible. Vespos, frowning, can't answer the question because he's just passing on orders. These words are depressing for Davy, who is sitting in the chair. Before leaving, Vespos asks the prince to be patient, to which he replies that he will take the words into account. The old man lets out a sigh of relief. He starts bowing, preparing to leave the room. Davy delays his departure, noting that he eats well. Vespos is a little confused. The guy says that he has enough medications that he takes and other help will also be superfluous since his situation has changed a little. Vespos lowers a thick gray brow. He looks at the boy thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin, and declares that he doesn't understand at all, thinking that someone must have decided to reward the prince's kindness. Further words that Vespos says, saying that he is in a hurry to leave because Davy has a guest waiting, make the guy a little worried, interrupting him from reading. The prince's finger circles a spiral of blue magical energy. He looks down at his hand in boredom, thinking about Vespos. The old man is the head of the servants of the royal palace, serving the king. Davy had often seen Vespos as a child. The main character could not even think that someone in this palace, besides Amy, could be on his side. Davy puts a hand to his face thoughtfully, twirling a stream of mana between his fingers. The guy remembers what the old man said about the guests, and at that moment the door opens a crack. A red head with pigtails pokes out of the aisle, addressing Davy, who is staring dumbfounded in front of him. He responds, and James introduces the 4th prince and 2nd princess as guests. The doors swing open with great force, hitting the maid. Hands reach out to Davy, who is huddled in a chair with a book in his hands. The book, along with the glasses, flies to the side. The green-haired Princess Winry appears in front of the guy full of enthusiasm, knocking him to the floor. Davy's trembling hand reaches up as the princess looks at her brother in disbelief. Lying on his stomach, the guy stops moving, which makes Winry and Amy nervous. The girls run to the main character, but at this moment the 2nd princess is picked up by the scruff of the neck, like a kitten, telling her that there is no need to rush so fast. Winry was caught by the tall, green-haired Prince Varys, who was Winry's twin brother, who had just entered. He looks at Davy with a smile, saying that he missed him. The current King Cryan's Alron has 2 other wives besides Lynn's Barietta. The first concubine's name is Anisha, and the second is Ellis. While the second concubine is a follower of the current queen, the first remains neutral, remaining aloof, which is why she has become an outcast for both women. His twin children Winry and Varys are the half-sister and half-brother of the first Prince Davy. Varys stands awkwardly in the middle of the room and apologizes to the main character, holding the obnoxious sister by the collar in the air. Princess Winry's face expresses dissatisfaction with the current limbo. Varys turns to Davy, looking at him in awe through his glasses. Winry at this point aggressively tries to get out of the grip of the twin brother. When he shouts what the girl is doing, she just casts a displeased glance to the side, tusking. Sinking to the ground, the Winrys struggle to keep their balance. She helps herself to keep from falling with her arms spread wide, cursing Varys for his outburst as she does so. The twins start bickering so violently that the room is filled with bright electric flashes, and Davy, arm in arm with a startled Amy, watches the verbal altercation with delight. The main character states that the brother and sister have not changed at all. Winry and Varys are shouting at each other, their fists clenched in anger, trying to figure out who's older. Unlike Lynn's kids, these guys don't even try to act like royalty. The twins turn to Davy with hope in their eyes, waiting for him to judge them. Observing their behavior, the main character concludes that they are still good guys, strongly attached to him and completely trusting. As the green-haired, oddball couple smiles as they wait for Davy's conclusion, He strikes a thoughtful pose. 3 cups are placed on the table. The first prince is sprawled out in a chair, and the twins are sitting on the couch at a small table with cups of tea, discussing the state of affairs during Davy's prolonged coma. The twins sit on the couch with the same drooping expression on their faces, while the protagonist remembers that when he fell into a coma, Winry and Varys were only 8 years old, and those powerless young children could not do anything about the current situation in the castle. And also the concubine Anisha, because of Lynn's trick, sent her first daughter Tanya to another country. She should at least protect her remaining children. Davy cheers on the twins, which changes their mood a little. Davy takes a cup of tea in his hand. Holding it, the guy with the most innocent face tries to find out if the brother and sister see their father, to which they answer that they saw the king just before coming to the first prince. When Davy asked about his father, Varys thoughtfully remembered that he looked a little tired, but Winry interrupted him, asking in shock if the main character still hadn't seen his father. Davy replies that he will see him one day, to which the princess reacts with strong puzzlement, mixed with sadness for her brother. As Winry falls silent in utter confusion, Varys starts talking about the rundown state of the palace. Deep cracks are creeping up the stucco walls. Lifting a mug of tea with one hand and holding the saucer in the other, Davy replies with a small, direct smile that people have recently been found stealing money from the royal treasury, but everything will soon be back to normal. Varys, in a fit of aggression towards the criminals, slaps the table. He can't contain his strong emotions when he thinks about the embezzlement, and his hand on the table is shaking with tension. The twins are overcome with a thirst for injustice. They immediately want to take matters into their own hands, but Davy, raising a cup to his mouth, only calmly asks the guys not to interfere unnecessarily. Varys, on the other hand, is unable to accept it and tries to violently resist Davy's will, but his rage immediately evaporates, leaving an expression of indignation on his face. With a soft smile on his face and a cup of tea in his hand, Davy is completely at peace and reassures himself that he is capable of coping with problems on his own. He is clearly content with the fact that today it is especially noticeable how many people are on his side. After calming the twins' fervor, Davy turns the subject to a discussion of Winry's talent for magic. Green-haired brother and sister once again arrange a verbal skirmish, discussing the elimination of a gangster group. Davy remains in the chair as a bystander, somewhat perplexed. The main character is attracted to the phrase about fencing competitions, and this is what makes the twins stop arguing again, almost starting to fight. Winry and Vanny start throwing mugs at the question, while Davy continues to wait for the story with a straight face, only touched. The exchange stops abruptly, and Varys clears his throat, raising a fist to his mouth. He gathers his thoughts and hands Davy a sealed envelope. Davy becomes familiar with the content of the letter, learning about fencing competitions that are held every 6 years to maintain harmony on the continent. Also on the letter in the hands of the main character, it says that this year the competition will be held in the Principality of Felsti. After reviewing the information, Yes comes to the conclusion that the participants of the competition are diverse. He looks up from the letter to Varys, who is calling out to him. The fourth prince gravely asks the protagonist not to miss this opportunity, especially since he has already sent a request to the king. Winry, her eyes wide with happiness and her mouth open, encouraged by the idea of a twin brother, pushes him back, suggesting that Davy go with him. The main character remembers that the Principality of Felis is very beautiful because it is a city of water. While the siblings are trying their best to persuade Davy to participate, Davy holds out his hand with the letter. The twins are completely oblivious to this, once again angry at each other. Then Davy coughs, which makes them both look at him in surprise. He agrees to the proposal of Winry and Varys, showing his simplicity, which greatly pleases his relatives. The twins throw up their hands in delight, tossing their mugs and saucers, and Davy curses them for it. He watches with delight as Winry and Vanys are genuinely happy, realizing how little the two need to be happy. Davy continues to stand in one place, thinking about Varys' words, because it's true that the main character has never left the palace. He admires the reflection of the clouds moving smoothly across the sky. The guy pulls out an envelope. He holds the envelope up to his face, which is spread out in a dreamy smile, anticipating the upcoming competition, which can be very interesting. Outside the window, the sky beckons with its blue. Actions are transferred to the king's chambers. A teapot pours a drink into a teacup decorated with patterns and precious stones. The black room with gold elements looks very luxurious. On a round table are 2 cups, one of which is already filled with tea. A hand puts the teapot down on the table. Vespos discusses with the king how much his son Davy has matured. The old man recalls the last meeting with the first prince, calling him shrewd and cold-blooded, who has become quite an adult. While Vespos dutifully waits for the king to give him a new order, the man reaches for his cup, asking the old man if he recognizes the matured Davy. Through the windows, we can see the king with a cup of tea in his hand, sitting at a table in a blue robe with a red mantle thrown over his shoulder. The once formidable king is rather haggard, his face bears the imprint of soreness. On the shelf under the books is a golden globe, a box, and a portrait in a carved frame. The portrait shows a beautiful young girl in a blue dress and decorated with lilies and pearls and luxurious dark curls. Davy, hands at his sides, happily examines the portrait, concluding that everything is now perfect. He looks around the room ecstatically, thinking that just a little more and his palace could become a haunted house. Thanks to the vigorous work of the chief chamberlain Vespos, the servants were replaced with new ones, and the palace was restored to its proper appearance. Davy's chambers are shining now, Amy exclaims happily, hands to her face. She stares straight ahead, holding her hands together as if in prayer, and is glad that this day has finally arrived, and Davy is standing next to her in disbelief. With a sad smile, he tries to understand why the maid is so excited about the upcoming trip of the prince, wondering if he treated her so badly, while Amy begins to wipe away tears of happiness. From thinking about his possible cruelty to the maid, Davy is interrupted by a question about whether he is ready, to which the main character answers in the affirmative. It was almost exactly 9 on the clock. Asking if Amy has collected everything, the guy asks to bring the maid a bottle of alcohol, which the girl looks at with bewilderment. The doors to Davy's room swing open. The prince, accompanied by Amy and the twins Winry and Varys, sets out on a journey to the Principality of Felsti. On the flagpole, a canvas with the royal coat of arms is developing under the sky. Confetti is flying everywhere. Fencing competitions. The eyes and ears of the whole world are focused on this event. Varys simply had to participate, and under the pretext of needing to improve his health, Davy himself went there. Participants and spectators are drowning at the castle, and blue confetti is flying in the air. Even if the first prince failed to enter the competition, if Varys won, the idiot Callus' position would be greatly shaken. The wily Queen Lens agreed to Varys' participation, as she was fully confident of his defeat. Looking at her from the other side, Davy crosses his arms and warns her if she's up to something. The sound of footsteps is heard. The king goes to greet the people, accompanied by his faithful servant Vespos. All gathered praise the king, who is dressed in his usual red robe, decorated with gold ornaments and a belt. Davy freezes when he sees his father. As Vespos helps King Cryans fix his clothes, the protagonist concludes that his father has been avoiding him for the entire 6 months since his awakening. The king raises a hand to the sky, ordering Varys to raise his head. Looking rather exhausted and sickly, the king asks if the fourth prince is confident in his abilities. The boy, standing on one knee, bows to his majesty with a venerable smile, promising to win and glorify his kingdom. The king places a hand on Varys' shoulder, blessing his son to return safely. Cryans glances into the crowd, where he spots Davy, and his face shows a puzzled expression. The main character is standing next to the maid Amy, looking completely emotionless. He holds his father's gaze, not trying to look away, finally looking at the man walking away with a hint of sadness. As the king leaves, he notices that Davy looks healthy, leaving the boy standing in the crowd, looking discouraged. At this time, Winry looks questioningly at the main character. He thought that after all this time, he wouldn't be able to get emotional, but everything went wrong. A courtier dressed in a red suit praises Varys in front of the entire crowd from the podium, and the king sits directly behind him on the throne. Cryans has changed a lot. He is no longer a delightful and majestic monarch. The king looks like a tired lion looking down on the people. A strip of trees stretches along the road. Davy holds his hand to his cheek thoughtfully as he looks out the carriage window at the scenery. Varys and Winry, riding together with the main character in the same carriage, notice the bored brother and try to distract him, to which he only smiles gratefully and asks not to worry. The motorcade is accompanied by the best warriors of the kingdom on horseback. Davy claims that Naborat is afraid that the twins are bored, because they are forced to go in the carriage because of him. However, both deny this assumption. Holding a half-filled glass, Winry happily informs her that it's impossible to get bored, because they have wine, and Varys aggressively asks her to know the measure. A glass of wine reflects the sun's rays. When asked about the origin of the wine, Davy, thoughtfully twirling the glass in his hand, says that he does not know, since the drink was left behind by his mother. Hearing this, Varys asks his brother if he is sure that something so valuable is worth drinking, and Winry closes his mouth in realization. Davy, still swirling a glass of wine that reflects the sun, says that such a day is perfect for drinking this drink. Varys, looking at the main character with a sad smile, says that he has changed a lot, and Winry, who does not take her eyes off Davy, confirms the words of her twin brother. The fact that the guy used to protect any memory of his mother with all his might makes his face look confused, and his cheeks are covered with a slight blush. All three raise their wine glasses to the top, saying a toast that good wine should be drunk and not saved, so to the bottom. The carriage, surrounded by a convoy, continues through the night forest. There is a regular moon in the sky and a smaller red one. A bonfire is burning. The heroes set up camp in the middle of the forest as the kingdom is still a day away. Varys sighs wearily and says that he has barely calmed Winry down. He stands behind Davy with a serious expression, pointing out that he needs to drink less, and Davy, who is sitting on the ground, apologizes with a guilty smile. Standing by the campfire, Varys remembers Davy's childhood dream of going on a trip and setting up a camp in the woods. The main character holds a cup in his hands, looking rather at the bonfire lights, and Varys admits that he has reduced the escort as much as possible so as not to disrupt the atmosphere of the trip. Against the background of two moons, a carriage is visible on which the characters are forced to go because of concern for Davy's health, although they usually go on such a journey on horseback. The king sits on a throne surrounded by sharp spikes. Gemini smiles carefree, sparkling with happiness. After making sure that Davy likes everything, Varys leaves, waving goodbye to the guy. The main character puts his hands behind his head and looks up at the sky when Amy comes up to him, asking if it's time for him to go to bed. Davy says with a sweet smile that today is a very beautiful moon, when two whole celestial bodies are shining against its background. Among the dark foliage, a stick breaks off from a dry tree, glowing at the end. Davy swings it in the air, kicking up the wind around him. The end of the stick is pierced by a blue stream of energy. A small red moon and a huge blue one continue to shine in the night sky. The finger points to the night sky, naming the scarlet satellite Ciros and the blue one Kryas. One of the warriors accompanying the heroes looks up, saying that Ciros lights up the beginning, and Kryas reflects the end, and the silhouette to the side calls the soldier smart. Then the man laughs, because everyone knows about it. Between the satellites and the sky is a galaxy. A voice from the bushes asks the satisfied soldier who he is talking to. The men in red uniforms are standing in bewilderment behind a contented Davy, smiling maliciously in the bushes. The soldiers start thinking about the ghost while the happy hero hides in the bushes after using illusion magic. Davy walks through the trees, swinging his stick and thinking about the strength of the guards. The end of the stick is destroyed by Kryas, and the main character concludes that the strength of 5 soldiers will be enough until a serious disaster occurs. Davy looks through his ringed fingers, noticing dark figures in the woods. He is sitting in a tree, having noticed an organized attack by 20 mercenaries. Like ninjas, they move through the forest in dark clothes with hidden faces. It is immediately clear that this is the work of the vengeful Queen Lens, who is preparing the perfect moment to get rid of the hated Davy, Winry, and Varys at once. A blade breaks through the foliage. Davy, using only a stick, attacks the life-threatening members of the royal family of mercenaries. With a smile, he pulls his weapon behind his head, preparing to attack. The stick lights up with blue energy. In one fell swoop, Davy neutralizes all enemies by chopping their bodies along with the branches nearby. Against the background of dark silhouettes of trees, fragments of branches can be seen. Davy gets off the ground a little, stick in hand, as the second batch of mercenaries surround him. As he holds the stick tightly, he remembers the words of his teacher, the Devil Dakajun, who claimed that any object can become a weapon. Davy swings his stick, leaving patterns of magic in the air. The guy directs the flow of magic power, directing it in the right direction. He glares maliciously at the defeated mercenaries, thinking, that's all. They're no match for Hermish, who taught the kid how to kill. While one of the warriors falls to his knees after being hit, Davy, surrounded from behind, stands calmly, calling the fight melancholy. Throwing an arm over his shoulder, Davy turns smugly to face the remaining mercenaries. The fawn asks the warriors preparing to attack if Queen Lens has sent them. After the question, Davy notices that the mercenaries didn't even move. The guy swings his wand, leaving a magical streak in the air. He rushes into the crowd of warriors. Finding himself behind one of the ninjas, Davy concludes that the answer to his question will not change anything anyway. Looking at the mercenary, the main character only wonders what the queen wants to achieve with this. Davy doesn't understand why Lens has so much confidence in getting away with it. A servant girl from the palace stands in a room filled with burning scarlet candles. Strong splashes of blood fly against the background of the night mist. After scattering almost everyone, Davy spots a couple of live and scared mercenaries. He asks them to tell his client about what is happening. One of the ninjas looks resolutely at the guy. The warriors are rushing to attack as Davy approaches them, walking calmly with a stick slung over his shoulder. But for a moment, the guy stops. A predatory smile appears on his face. Flying up in the air, Davy prepares to strike. The frightened mercenary sees a bright stream of light. When attacking, the entire space is filled with bright streaks of magic and lightning bolts, leaving no chance for enemies. One of the bodies is lying next to Davy's leg. Satisfied, Davy towers over the ninja, exclaiming that patience is the key to secret killing, and the question of what secret killing means is heard from the ground. Davy delivers the final blow, saying that this is the kind of murder that no one will know about. After killing the ninja, Davy looks away with excitement. 2 mercenaries fly at him, blades drawn. During the attack, a third mercenary tries to escape. Davy spots a ninja rushing into the woods. He strikes hard with a stream of magic, hitting 2 enemies at once. Without looking back at the lifeless bodies, Davy concludes that they don't even need a stick. Next, the guy stretches out his index finger, so the guy takes aim, preparing to neutralize the deserter. The figure of the escaped soldier is exactly in the center. The guy snaps his fingers. A bunch of electrical currents pass through the mercenary's body, giving off discharges. The fog in the forest hides a dead body, over which a stream of magical energy hovers. Davy is cold-blooded and doesn't feel any pity for those who tried to kill him. He puts his boot on a branch. Putting his hands behind his head, Davy walks away thinking that the murder went perfectly, and in the background you can see corpses and scattered weapons. Queen Lin sat with her back to the green chair, asking how it had gone. After a pause, Shari, blindfolded, began to report to the woman about what had happened. The candles that filled the floor of the room were connected to the hearts of the maidservants' subordinates, and each of them went out, leaving a faint haze in the air. When Linz, sitting at a small round table, asked if they had all been eliminated, the girl said yes. Picking up her cup of tea, Linz also asked about the fate of Davy and the twins. Shari said that the motorcade should have already arrived in Felsti Principality. Furious, the queen stood up and slapped the girl's face with all her might, glaring at her. Unable to contain her anger, the woman started yelling at the maidservant, asking her what she was going to do with the 3 unfortunate teenagers and the 5 knights. After smashing all the furniture in the room in a fit of rage, Lin stopped, shouting that all 24 assassins had been destroyed, and angrily concluded that the Black Moon Guild was worthless. With a slap mark on her cheek, Shari concluded that the mercenaries were trying to find out the exact circumstances of what had happened, but it was clear that Prince Davy had strong support. Hearing that the guy was much stronger than expected, the queen was unpleasantly shocked and slammed her fist on the table. The woman's face broke into an angry snarl. She nervously ordered the mercenary to find out all about the first prince's support, as she wanted to demonstrate the consequences that awaited anyone who dared to interfere with Queen Linz. The woman sitting on the chair reminded the maid in a commanding tone that she had contacted the guild and was not covering for it to watch the agent's failures. The exasperated queen ordered Shari that this should not happen again. In case of failure, Linz threatened the blindfolded girl with breaking their contract, as well as destroying the Black Moon Guild by any means, even using the power of the country and the Barrietta Duchy. Above the castle towers, a red and blue satellite rose in the night sky, faintly illuminating the sleeping city. Night had turned to day, and now the sun was shining in a clear sky. Encouraged, Winry tried to get Davy's attention by calling out to him and pointing out of the carriage window at Felsti Principality. While the twins were having another verbal altercation, Davy, who was quietly watching the scenery of the principality, concluded that they had finally arrived. Felsti Principality, or City of Water, is a small city-state, something like Singapore on Earth. Due to the fact that there are ancient ruins on its territory, the principality is one of the most beautiful, interesting places of the entire continent. Davy looked up, unable to tear his gaze away from the view of the City of Water with its canals, fountains, and bright buildings. Glancing at his brother, Varys noticed that he looked very pleased, which the protagonist confirmed. As Davy strolled toward the snow-white plant the Twins Coliseum, he realized that this was where the Continental Fencing Tournament was opening. The guy clarified that this stadium is usually used as an arena. It is famous for competitions where the lives of fighters are at stake in battles with monsters and gladiators, which is senseless savagery. As they walked along the paved path together, Winry asked Varys if she already knew the number of participants in the competition, to which she received the answer that only 8 countries would participate in this tournament, each with a talented representative. As the green-haired prince spoke enthusiastically, Davy frowned in displeasure and concluded that the 2 countries were just trying to measure their respective strengths. Don't slow down, the trio continued to discuss the upcoming Young Generation tournament. Winry stopped and pointed at her twin brother, noting sarcastically that their Ron was being represented by this fool, which annoyed Varys. The girl said that she went to the City of Water not to support her brother, but to meet Davy. The first prince at this time looked very pleased. Varys' abilities are exactly at the mid-level of an expert and at the lower level of a swordmaster, which is an incredible level for his age. Winry looked thoughtful as she recalled that the Palin Empire would be represented by the famous sword princess, which puzzled Davy greatly. The girl was very surprised that her brothers did not know about this outstanding person, because she was sure that there was no one in the whole kingdom who would not have heard about her, which made a disgruntled Davy doubt his memory. Apparently, during the 6 years of the hero's coma, new celebrities have appeared. Elena de Palin is the only princess among the Emperor's 9 offspring and his greatest pride. Varys pointed out that the reason Ilan was so popular wasn't just because Palin was a great empire and the girl was its only princess. The guy went on to say that the most famous thing about the princess was that she was the owner of the divine sword, which caused Davy to fall into a stupor. The princess kindly explained to the bewildered Mu brother that this was the favorite blade of the ancient hero, the sword god Hare's the divine sword Caldera's. Davy thought about how long it had been since he'd heard the name of this gold-handled blade with its pale stone. The main character remembered that the sword god Hare's was his first swordsmanship teacher, noting that he was quite lazy, but his skills were at a high level. Since the coach had used the ball all his life, he talked about it so much that it was very annoying. It was said that this sword defeated the Demon King. 3 cloaked figures were walking up the stone staircase. Unlike Devil Master Dakajun, Hare's was originally from here, so naturally there was a memory of him left here. As Davy walked along on his sister's arm, he noticed that he was beginning to feel uneasy, and a girl in a hood and a long raincoat flew past. The stranger turned to the smiling guy. When the blonde girl was asked what was the matter, she was in no hurry to answer. She touched the golden sword necklace and only then replied that it was fine. It is said that even after 1,000 years, the blade of the divine sword is completely intact. According to rumors, the sword was able to generate ego, so it developed magic on its own. Ego is the spirit of the sword, trapped in the weapon because of the attachment of the swordsman and his soul. The 3 of them were now sitting at a set table, having dinner and discussing the divine sword's connection to the Princess of Yiling. Folding his hands into a lock, Varys gravely noted that there was another reason why the imperial princess was famous, which surprised the protagonist. The green-haired guy lowered his glasses and stared at Davy. Varys completely changed his face and with special pleasure began to describe the incredible beauty of the girl, who is considered one of the first beauties of the continent, forcing the main character to listen carefully and clap his hands. As Davy adjusted his lavish tie in disgust, he asked Amy if there were any simpler clothes. He did not like the striped ribbon around his neck at all, while the maid, with tears in her eyes, assured him that the outfit was quite simple, especially since the prince was going to a reception for the first time. She reminded the indignant Davy that he was the face of the kingdom, to which he replied in his mind that he was only an observer. The fencing tournament is a gathering place for rising stars of all countries, but in addition to the sword battle, too many rules have been created for future rulers. Colorful lights shone in the night sky next to Kriya's and Ciro's. In the run-up to the feast, Winry and Varys were exquisitely dressed to greet their brother. Davy compared the girl to a fairy, in response to which he also received a compliment, and the disgruntled green-haired guy asked not to overpraise his sister. The princess stepped on her twin brother's foot with all her might, interrupting his speech. Leaving the defeated Varys behind, Winry offered Davy to become her escort, to which Davy clarified whether she had mixed up the roles. A man's gloved hand gently held a woman's palm as the figure of an enraged boy ran around in the background, shouting to wait for him. A servant at the entrance greeted a red-haired lady in a white evening dress with a handshake. The girl noted that it was quite hot outside. While the servant was discussing the tournament with her, the girl's gaze was fixed on a rose bush of incredible beauty. When asked about the stadium, Her Highness briefly replied that it was not bad, holding a rose in her hand. Sniffing the flower, the red-haired girl added that it wasn't bad for mindless wildness. We were transported to a sumptuous hall with glittering chandeliers, gold moldings and other exquisite decorations, where a ball was being held on the eve of the tournament. Persons of noble families from different countries could make good friends here. Holding a glass of sparkling wine in his hand, Davy looked around the room where all the contestants were gathered. He stood looking curiously around at the group, who were quite young. Although there are adults among the escorts, like the guy himself and Winry, most of the people present are still young boys and girls. Red roses shone in the corner of the great hall. Varys looked baffled as he got to know the other members. Several princesses surrounded him, introducing themselves, and he was too excited to say hello. Davy watched his brother contentedly from the other side of the room, not surprised by the hype surrounding him. He noted that Winry also found some company. When Davy realized that his brother needed help, he began to consider whether to save him. Varys started waving his arms wildly from the crowd, trying to get Davy's attention, but was ignored. The main character, leaving the helpless Varys behind, went to dance with the happy sister. The green-haired prince pleaded with his brother, but he didn't even turn around, and with a grin, wished the younger one to enjoy his youth. Winry couldn't help but be overjoyed that the day had finally arrived when she danced with her brother. While circling the couples, Davy remarked that his sister was a good dancer, to which she said that it had been a long time since her debut and now she was a real lady. The crestfallen girl asked if Davy was upset that he'd missed out on so much because of the coma. Winry looked downcast, noting that he might even be able to participate in the tournament since he also had a talent for swordsmanship. Smiling awkwardly, the guy asked if the girl thought too highly of him, adding that there was no way he could have become an expert by the age of 14. I glance at my younger brother in the crowd of new acquaintances, and Davy begins to think about the essence of talent behind which lies hard work. The guy noted that, for example, it took him a whole 1,000 years. Looking around the room gently, Davy concluded that he was no longer interested in such events. Laughing, the hero replied that he wanted to live in prosperity, which for his sister seemed to be the old man's answer. After talking to Davy, Winry broke into a happy smile, covering her eyes. A voice that was unexpectedly surprised by the meeting was heard nearby. Someone, walking in boots towards the pair of siblings, called out to Princess Winry. A red-haired youth in a blue and white tailcoat bowed politely, expressing his joy at being able to see the girl. Davy stared curiously at the mawkish young man, trying to figure out who was standing in front of them. Winry had looked very unhappy since the stranger's arrival. The red-haired guy, without losing the opportunity, left the main character behind. He ran straight to the princess and, taking her hands, enthusiastically offered to talk to her, which caused the girl to be annoyed. Withdrawing her hand from Prince Balatheon, Winry denied him, claiming that she was currently in conversation with her brother. The red-haired youth clicked his tongue in displeasure, lifting the corner of his lip. Raising his eyebrows pitifully and spreading his hands, he asked where the princess manners were. The guy decided to introduce himself, saying that he is the 7th prince of the Boltes kingdom, Balshan de Boltes. It was the main character's turn, and he only said that he was Davy all wrong. Balshan was absolutely baffled, asking if that was all, and Davy was wondering what else was needed. The red-haired prince then asked why Davy was here, to which Davy calmly replied that he had come to watch his younger brother's competition. Balshan slyly looked at the main character, saying that he understood everything. He disappointed Davy with his lack of reaction, only wishing him a good rest. The impudent prince got down on one knee, calling out to a startled Winry. Look at the princess with admiration. The young man said that he would dedicate his victory in the tournament to her. Holding her hand to her head, the confused princess asked the prince if he understood how rude it was to say such a thing in front of the audience. The smug red-haired boy had convinced her that there was nothing to be offended about if it was true. Enraged, the girl claimed that her twin brother Varys is participating in this tournament, and the prince's words sound extremely disdainful to her. She took her brother's arm and urged him to hurry away, leaving the drooping Balshan sitting on one knee alone. Looking at the girl who was full of displeasure, Davy noticed that Winry was already so grown up. However, the main character was very confused by Prince Balshan. Glancing at him, the guy concluded that nothing would stop this impudent guy. He was right, because in the next second, the red-haired prince got up and followed the princess, chiding her for looking down on him. Davy had endured for a long time, but now he was tired of the situation. The impudent man reached out with a white-gloved hand toward Winry. Davy tripped Balshan. He fiercely grabbed the falling prince's arm, saying that his hand slipped as the boy screamed in pain. Davy watched Balshan's trembling hand with pleasure and wondered what right he had to touch other people's precious sisters. He let go of the impudent prince, and as he sat on the floor holding his injured arm, he noted that he was lucky that he hadn't broken it. Davy also asked the wounded prince where his honor was now. Enraged, Balatheon reached out a hand toward his assailant. Davy felt a slap on the back of his neck and turned to look at him questioningly. He noticed a white glove on the floor. Enraged, Prince Balatheon shouted that he was challenging the protagonist to a duel, drawing the attention of everyone gathered. Winry intervened in the situation, asking the impudent prince what he allowed himself, to which she received a request not to interfere. Holding onto his crippled arm, the red-haired youth viciously said through gritted teeth that it was a matter of his knightly honor. One of the ladies went to settle the dispute, claiming that Balatheon was behaving inappropriately. The red-haired girl in a luxurious white dress was now looking at the prince with her amber eyes. The lady took the prince by surprise, asking him if his behavior really meant that he had the right to speak about honor. Davy stood still, stunned, recognizing the girl as Hare's mentor. The sword god Hares is an ancient hero born in the Palan Empire, one of the continent's 3 powerful states. The first owner of the divine sword Calderas and the creator of the two-handed sword style of awesome destructiveness. The hero's sword god was called for a reason, because the strike of his style can be a sea wave at one moment and an indestructible rock at another, which was quite impressive for an old sloth. The hero returned to reality, continuing to recognize the red-haired beauty opposite his mentor. The girl was Princess Elena of the Palan Empire. Davy was whispering now, asking if this was the Emperor's favorite. The guy scolded himself for his long tongue. He was still surprised by the striking similarity between the current owner of the divine sword Yelin and Hares. Davy remembered that for a man, Hares was also a handsome man. Shifting his gaze to the red-haired beauty, the protagonist panicked. She queried what Davy had said. In an attempt to justify himself, the guy began to stutter while the girl glared at him. Giggling nervously, Davy said he'd made a mistake. She looked at him in disbelief, narrowing her amber eyes. The main character, looking very confused, with a stupid smile, apologized to the girl. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had gotten out of it when Varys approached him. The green-haired boy asked his winking brother what was going on. The red-haired girl continued to scold Prince Balachian. He stood there now, looking terribly displeased. Suppressing Balachian with her charisma, she asked the prince to apologize to the bewildered Winry and Davy. The red-haired youth was getting angry when he looked at Ilan. Davy folded his arms and watched, assuming that Balachian wasn't going to meekly apologize. The leg twitched slightly. Davy was grinning maliciously at the impudent man. He replied that he accepted the challenge, discouraging the mawkish prince and his sister with his statement. Balachian looked back at Daredevil in panic. Davy gave the prince a sly look, not letting him just run away. Looking at the guy with displeasure, Elena began to dissuade him, to which he replied that he would decide for himself. Picking up a white glove from the floor, Davy asked if Balachian had actually challenged him, to which he received a timid but affirmative answer. Davy looked at the prince with a satisfied smile, adding that in this case, he must accept the challenge. Holding a wooden sword in his hands, the hero thought that he hadn't used one for a long time. Varys was worried about his brother getting involved in a duel with a contestant. While Winry looked at Davy piteously, he patted her on the head, telling her not to worry. The red-haired prince suggested that Davy's level was hardly higher than that of a novice, maliciously suggesting that the guy give up. The smug Balachian declared that if the protagonist fell to his knees and conceded defeat, the prince would mercifully turn a blind eye to what had happened. Then Varys turned to the impudent man with displeasure, trying to calm him down, but Davy calmly asked him to stop. Slinging a wooden sword over his shoulder, the protagonist said that he would judge the duel. Alina watched meekly, no longer interfering. With a malicious smile, Balachian promised to go down on his knees and apologize in public if he lost. Davy then said enough so that the prince wouldn't go back on his words later. The smug guys with wooden swords in their hands looked at each other, waiting for the duel to start. Davy looked back at his siblings, wondering where to start. He didn't want to show off his true strength in public, wanting to be seen as a weak prince who had recently woken up from a coma. I'm trying to figure out what to do, but Davy was standing on one leg with his sword wrapped around him, which made Balachian laugh. The opponent asked the main character if he really got cold feet. Spreading out his hands, the red-haired guy explained that he had given the newcomer a chance to attack first, but he didn't even take it. He shouted out of impatience, telling Davy not to stall for time and attack sooner. Finally, the main character remembered one good trick. Davy jumped up, begging his opponent not to concede. Dropping to the floor, he ran furiously at the impudent man. Balachian hadn't expected this speed, and Davy was already very close, his eyes blazing. The main character raised his sword and made a strong blow right in front of the bewildered Red Prince. The wooden weapon fell out of the boy's hands. Looking at Davy with contempt, Balachian called him a fool. At that moment, the prince was slapped hard across the face, his sword flying away. As Balachian screamed in pain, Davy said that his arm had slipped again. The sword was in the air. In the next instant, Balachian was lying on the red carpet, and his weapon landed next to him. Davy, holding his head, noticed with a sneer that the prince didn't even dodge. The boy's words angered Balachian, who was still lying on the floor. The crowd began to whisper, discussing the startled prince and the strong difference in skills. Balachian bared his teeth in anger. Not wanting to be a disgrace in the eyes of the crowd, he picked up the gun, shouting to Davy, who was standing quietly, that he would kill him. A slight smirk appeared on the protagonist's face as he said that a prince with such a predictable style would never beat his improvisation. The wooden swords clashed fiercely against each other, moving so fast that they left white streaks in the air. Blow mercilessly followed blow. Balachian bared his teeth in a snarl, fending off another attack from his opponent, Davy, with incredible effort. Watching the prince, Balachian noticed how shaky his stance was and how chaotic the distribution of power and the interval between strikes was. The swords crossed again. Balachian, pushing Davy's sword away forcefully, thought that he couldn't lose to such a person. However, the red-haired boy's expression was one of fear mixed with tension. In his amber eyes, Davy's figure could be seen swinging his sword to attack. A sweeping blow. Blood splattered in the air as Balachian realized that for some reason he was still missing his opponent's punches. The guests of the ball, who came to the fencing competition, watched the duel of two young men from above. Balachian was knocked off his feet and remained sitting on the floor, holding a hand to his face while Davy was firmly on his feet. The black-haired prince asked if he had hit the target again, to which he received only a rude insult. Balachian stared up at his opponent, his eyes wide with shock. Among the crowd of people watching the fight, whispers began to be heard, because none of the spectators recognized the former Balachian, who should have an entry-level expert. The red-haired prince, hearing someone call him not so good, clenched his jaw angrily. Then, in a fit of rage, he slammed his fist down hard on the ground, telling the audience to be quiet and not talk about what they didn't know. Balachian was still sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. Davy, who was looking down at his opponent with pride, thought to himself that he knew Balachian in turn because he was so nervous that he lost his head. As Davy stroked the hilt of his sword, he realized that this was exactly what he had learned his fighting style for. The official name of the style that emerged from alcohol was Intoxicated Sword. According to the title, this style moves the fighter as if he were drunk. This style came from the collaboration of the greatest drunkard in the hero gallery named Dokujun, as well as Hares, picking on a drunkard out of pure interest, and in the end, it was a sword art similar to the worst of heresy. Davy recalled when he was a little boy, training with a sword under the supervision of a man. The man said with a laugh that even though he had created this style, it was really the worst. Davy watched with a cold expression as Dokujun, a grown man in green robes and long hair, shook in a fit of laughter. Suddenly, Hares shouted at Davy that Dokujun was right, but that this style should never be used unless you are a person who is worth public censure to the grave. Placing a hand on the little prince's forehead, Hares added that if the boy had a conscience, he would do so, making Davy think about conscience. Davy thought about the fact that even the two creators of this technique were spitting at each other, saying that it was a forbidden sword art, and he didn't understand why. Because it's tough and rough, or because it's invincible? Davy immediately rejected this suggestion, and at the same time returned to reality, fighting Balashian. Davy blocked the red-haired youth's punch, leaving him dumbfounded. Then Davy abruptly changed direction. He slapped Balathian across the face, thinking that the intoxicated sword style was forbidden because every move of the style involved deception and tricks worthy of a curse. Balathian rubbed his chin as Davy continued his thoughts, coming to the conclusion that this was not a style for great deeds or for saving or killing, but for humiliating a person in front of other people. This style is quite worthy of being called demonic. Davy slung the sword over his shoulders with a smile as he thought about how it was a style of making the enemy let down their guard, avoiding or parrying their attacks, and accompanying them with powerful blows, and the prince concluded that this sword art was as excellent as it was effective. The course of the battle is extremely simple. First you morally suppress the enemy, and then you throw him down. Balathian gathered his strength and attacked Davy again. However, it was unsuccessful again, as the black-haired prince once again easily knocked the opponent down. The more eyes that watch such a fight, the stronger the effect. Just like now, when Davy, with his head held high, struck Balathian again and again in front of a huge crowd of spectators. Davy sighed and said ironically that he couldn't tell if he was so lucky or if his opponent was so clueless, and looking at Balathian, who had settled down again, asked if he was alright, because this time it was a very loud blow. With a light and casual smile, Davy thought that this style of fighting was more suitable for him because it was just more fun. Elena de Palin watched the fight with her arms crossed, her expression serious and sullen. Suddenly, the Balashian sword shone with a blue aura. His eyes widened. He jumped up from the ground, brandishing a blue weapon, and shouted to Davy, who was completely surprised by this turn of events, that he would finish him off. Winry and Varys both opened their mouths, startled that Balathian had channeled mana into the sword and doubted that it was sane. Balathian, oblivious to someone shouting that there should be no deaths in this duel, stretched his lips in a mad smile and with renewed strength rushed into the attack. Varys screamed for his brother, but Davy remained calm, thinking that if he accidentally hit the target again, the audience would become suspicious. Besides, Ilan de Palin's cold gaze had been burning into the back of the prince's head for some time. Davy took a step back. Balathian approached him with a chuckle. His eyes glittered as if he had truly lost his mind. The flashing blue mana sword stopped a few centimeters away from Davy's face, but Davy didn't move. In the next instant, something very fast happened, indistinguishable to the naked eye. The red-haired youth's weapon emitted a wisp of white steam. Balathian froze in utter shock. Just as he was wondering where Davy had gone, Davy appeared right beside him. Prince Alron broke into a cocky grin and said something without making a sound. Balathian froze, completely stunned. Looking at the shamelessly smiling opponent, he knew that the other party had insulted him. The red-haired prince cursed out loud, and then Davy tripped him. The crowd of spectators froze in anticipation of further developments. There was a heavy sigh. Varys called out again to his brother, who was sitting over the sprawled Balathian. Once again, the startled young man was looking at Davy above him with an expression of horror when a sword slammed into the luxurious carpet a couple of centimeters from his face. Balathian, sweating, turned his gaze to the weapon very close to him. Suddenly, Davy sighed and complained of discomfort in the small of his back. Blushing crimson, he began to giggle as he almost fell over. There were many more people watching the battle, and they wondered why Balathian was lying on the ground. Davy glanced down at his opponent's sword, and then, looking back at the audience with pride, he concluded that he had won. The hall was filled with cheers. The royals conversed, sharing their frustration with Balathian. They were pleasantly surprised by Prince Ron's abilities, since only a few years ago he was in a coma. Winry threw herself into her brother's arms, and Varys stood beside her. Someone shared their concern that Prince Davy might now be running out of all the good fortune he's had in his entire life. Balathian was still sitting on the floor, far away from the people in the hall. Elena, with her arms crossed, ironically praised the young men's performance. Her sharp gaze didn't bode well. Princess de Palin turned abruptly and prepared to leave. Then someone called out to her. They were two girls, dressed in the same nondescript white dresses and with such white bows in their gathered hair. Davy, looking over his shoulder at the girl, noticed her coldness. In the horse-drawn carriage, Barry scolded his brother's recklessness. Davy's face turned blue as he listened to him and his sister in the audience, trying not to let it show that the prince was taking a big risk. Davy tried to reassure the younger boys by reminding them that he had won and everything was fine now. Barry sighed and said that his older brother was just lucky because despite his temper, Balatheon brags for a reason. When Davy asked where this information came from, Barry's replied that he had seen it at one event. Since then, Balatheon has been relentlessly stuffing Winry with suitors, which always spoils her mood. Davy decided out loud that he should have broken some things, but he dismissed the questions immediately. Varys asked his brother not to do it again and intertwined his hand with Davy's for help. In the next instant, the green-haired guy screamed shrilly, and the carriage was filled with a golden glow. When Varys, dumbfounded, asked his brother why he had so much power, he only told him not to go too far because he was not a child. Davy advised his baffled younger brother to take note of this. Forcing an innocent smile, Davy concluded that what was done was done. Winry covered her mouth and giggled as she expressed her satisfaction with the incredible prince. Davy propped his cheek on his hand and listened to the words that his inability to handle the weight of the sword allowed him to hit the opponent's weak spots. The prince glanced out of the carriage window, guessing that Balatheon probably didn't even think he was going to lose. Above the kingdom, colorful fireworks flickered in the night sky like blooming flower buds. Broken dishes, a heart-rending scream. Balatheon swung the chair in his hands as they tried unsuccessfully to calm him down and bring him to his senses. Several men in black and white butterfly suits tried to hold the enraged prince by force, but he struggled out of their grasp. Balatheon was furious that these people were neglecting him, the next crown prince of Boltis. After all, he has almost everything in this world, including a brilliant appearance and excellent skills. Balatheon thought of the beautiful Princess Ron Winry. Of course, the future crown prince Boltis liked her for her good looks, but he also chose her because he would have gotten Varys, a swordsman who had already reached the intermediate expert level, with her. Thanks to the queen, Balatheon was able to spread rumors of a future marriage without hindrance, but it infuriated him that he should have to endure such an insult. The subordinates tried to calm Balatheon down again, but he ordered them all to disappear before he killed them all. A luxurious red upholstered chair flew through the air. Balatheon was catching his breath after the throw. There were other objects on the floor besides the chair. The red-haired youth clenched his fist and blurted out that he would kill Davy. His teeth were clenched in an overwhelming rage. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking Balatheon about his intentions regarding Prince Alron. Balatheon, who hadn't expected this at all, asked who was in the room. In response, the prince heard the same voice asking the young man if he wanted to kill Davy. Balatheon only asked who was there again when he saw a grinning man in blue and white clothes. The unknown creature held out its purple haze-shaped hands to the surprised prince, saying that it could give him the opportunity to kill Davy. Balatheon didn't move, just stared at him in shock. The creature said that it would help the red-haired youth tear apart the flesh and remove the bones of Prince Alron. Balatheon, looking at the creature in the form of a girl, asked what its name was. With a wave of her wavy purple hair, the girl introduced herself as Shari. Her hair fell just below the small of her back, and she wore a tight red and black dress with long sleeves. Balatheon's eyes dimmed and froze. Shari took the boy's face in her hands. Hugging him, the girl called him a good boy. Shari smiled, showing her fanged teeth, and told Balatheon to leave everything to her. Hugging the young prince to her, the mysterious girl promised him that everything would be as his heart desires. A huge amphitheater-like structure stood against the bright blue sky. Someone was talking to the prince. He sat with a slight smile as he was informed of the imminent start of His Highness Varys' competition. Davy opened his hand, watching the golden, glowing thread wrap around it. Davy exhaled. Davy said something about something else being a long way off, which made Amy wonder. He told her that it was just thinking out loud, and told her to move out, because Winry was probably already waiting. Varys was dressed in beige clothing and carried a long sword at his waist. Winry sat in the bleachers and watched her older brother standing below. The amphitheater was very large in size and contained a huge statue of an armed knight in armor. Balatheon was sitting on a bench with his head down, his mouth twisted into a cruel, strange smile. The crowd cheered from the stands. The contestants enjoyed their attention. Davy noted the energy of the people around him. Then the prince decided that when Varys' sparring was over, he would not look at the cute attempts of the clumsy girls to do something, but instead lie that he was sick and leave. Suddenly the prince was called by someone. It was Winry, who had taken her brother's place. She asked if her brother had been ill from overwork yesterday, and he decided that he would rather die than admit his indigestion to her. Davy was thinking that because of his mana power, he had a special power to deal with someone like assassins or worthless aristocrats, but the guy was still not in the best condition. He's not the same as he was in the gallery. When Davy thought that at this rate, he would have to use the holy power for indigestion, Winry called out to him again. She drew her brother's attention to Varys, who was smiling and waving at the audience. Winry was happy to see the competition start, and Davy wondered how popular his little brother was. He decided to find out who Varys' opponent would be. This man was just beginning to slowly show himself to the audience. Davy, seeing Varys' opponent's name, froze and thought that the competition program was very stupid. Baratheon came out to fight Varys. The judge explained to the young men that fatal wounds and filling weapons with energy are strictly prohibited. The audience shouted disapproval at Baratheon. Davy noticed their displeasure. Winry was beginning to worry about her younger brother getting seriously injured. Davy calmed her down and told her that Varys was an experienced fighter, so he would be fine. Davy added that Varys was insured, and Winry was surprised by this statement. Meanwhile, the battle was about to begin. It was a very solemn scene. Baratheon gave his opponent a curt nod. Varys' brow furrowed as he gripped his sword tightly. The judge held up his hand. Then he abruptly lowered it, announcing the start of the competition. The two youths prepared to attack each other. Davy assumed that Baratheon was now using freestyle wrestling after yesterday's events. As for Varys, Davy thought that Varys was putting the power of the destructive sword art into his punches, and he had every chance of winning if his temper didn't play tricks. A swing of the sword. Davy had made up his mind that Baratheon wasn't at the level to withstand Varys' powerful attacks. Davy just had time to think that Prince Boltys would avoid a direct face-to-face encounter when he was unexpectedly able to deflect the green-haired prince's attack. Varys' tense face was a stark contrast to Baratheon's snide one. The audience became more interesting because the young men were not inferior to each other. Davy thought at first that if Baratheon could do that, he could grow up in 24 hours, but then he immediately rejected the idea. Varys looked very focused, his build matching his heavy sword. The madly smiling Baratheon had so far successfully fended off Varys' attacks, but Davy concluded that the red-haired boy wouldn't last long. The boys held their weapons tightly. Then Davy seemed to realize something, rubbing his chin as he thought. As he carefully watched the fight, he thought that something was clearly not adding up. Winry marveled at Varys' speed, saying it was the first time she'd ever seen him do such a thing. Davy couldn't help but admire his talented brother, too, and decided to follow his example in the future. The dark-haired prince smiled, full of pride for Varys. He thought back to their childhood. Little Varys, wand in hand, promised to be a knight when he grew up. That was why he wanted to show it to his sister and brother right now. Little Varys and Winry used to argue over who would protect Davy. 6 years had passed since then, and Davy had seen how incredible his little brother's skills were. But there was something wrong with Baratheon. Davy was thinking that it was impossible to improve so much in such a short time. Davy has also noticed a strange sense of deja vu recently. Winry looked worriedly at her stepbrother, who jumped up from his chair. Now Davy was standing up and watching the fight. Varys was firmly on his feet, holding the weapon in his hands. With a smile, he thought about how unexpected it was that Baratheon was able to withstand his heavy sword. Varys had come to the conclusion that he was a good opponent and couldn't let his guard down, even though Baratheon's movements were a little strange. The green-haired guy concluded that it was time to end the fight. As he prepared for the final blow, he wondered if Baratheon would be able to parry it this time. Varys charged swiftly. Prince Boltys remained motionless. Varys leaped, ready to win. He raised his sword over his opponent, but he just smiled crazily as he looked at the attacking opponent, still not taking any action. Varys was completely confused. In the end, the green-haired fighter withdrew his sword at the last moment without touching the opponent, who was clearly about to die and had gone mad. Baratheon's face was contorted into an unnaturally wide grin, more like that of a wild animal. Varys frantically tried to think of his next move. Suddenly, he saw something that made him freeze in fright with his eyes wide open. It was the sword energy that blinded everything in the form of a bright red huge star. Baratheon's crimson, glittering sword slammed into Varys' ribcage, leaving a cut. Varys realized with horror that he was about to die. The plot introduces us to the events that took place last night. In the stillness of the night, the sound of a sword swinging could be heard. In the city area, Varys practiced with a sword. Concentrating, Elrond tried his best. Surprised, Davy noticed Varys' zeal. The city's night sky was shrouded in many stars. The main character noted that because of him, he cannot sleep. Taken aback, Elrond apologized. When Davy reached the top of the stone fence, he announced that Winry was already asleep. He was interested in tomorrow's hero's occupation. Embarrassed, Varys reported that he couldn't sleep. After which, Elrond spoke about Prince Baratheon. Thinking about it, the main character froze in one position. Raising his hand, Varys noted that his brother had already taught him a lesson, but even so, it wasn't enough. Taken aback, Davy asked what all Ron wanted. Encouraged, Varys declared his desire to crush the prince with his own hands. Laughing, the main character noted that this sounds convincing. Tilting the book, Davy told Varys not to worry, as he would succeed. After that, he began to watch all Ron's training. Paying attention to the swordsmanship technique while in his thoughts, Davy noticed that Varys had a very clear and gentle flow, and also his mana was completely in line with the youth. The main character smiled and asked if all Ron needed help. When Davy raised his hand, he was sure that it would cause a stir and put the whole world on its ears. After that, the main character noted that Varys is his brother, so there is no point in being greedy. Behind him, all Ron felt a flood of mana. Davy walked over to his brother and put his hands on his shoulders. Starting to massage his shoulders, the main character said that he would give him a massage. Delighted, Varys thanked him for that. Still massaging his shoulders, Davy asked him to close his eyes and relax. Then, in his hands, the main character concentrated mana streams. Grinning, Davy noted that it would be a little prickly. Suddenly, Varys' body was in great pain. His screams of pain could be heard all over the area. The main character was amazed that his brother's muscles were very tense. Davy grinned and told him that Varys shouldn't be working too hard at night instead of having his 10th dream. Davy thought it was because all Ron didn't get enough rest. Leaning a finger on Varys' neck, the protagonist thought that by stimulating his mana, the mana of another person, causing it to fluctuate, you can forcibly endow this person with energy. Continuing with the energy transfer, Davy thought it sounded easy, but this procedure was from another dimension, which violated the prescribed truths of this world. Imagining the image of an elephant walking on a person in his head, the main character noted that he had heard about rumors that talked about places of amazing massage. Inspired, Davy continued to pour in mana streams assiduously. Startled, Varys couldn't understand what that meant. The main character's hand was enveloped in a bright stream of mana. All Ron's eyes filled with surprise, after which the screams of pain could be heard again. After finishing the energy transfer process, Davy put his hand to his head, trying to catch his breath. Varys lay exhausted on the ground. While in his thoughts, the protagonist was glad that his brother was now filled with power. Davy didn't think Varys would need it tomorrow, but that wasn't the case for further development. The thoughtful protagonist was struck by a thought. Davy slapped all Ron on the back and told him that if he slept here, he would catch a cold. Watching the exhausted Varys, the main character was sure that one safety net would not do any harm. Davy folded his arms and froze in one position. Indignant, Varys wondered if he could have done something a little more gentle. All Ron believed that if Winry had been in his place, the main character would have carried her on his back. Davy interrupted him and remarked that he looked fine. Starting to clap his hands, the protagonist ordered Varys to go to bed. Davy said that if all Ron didn't fall asleep, they would repeat the procedure again. Startled, Varys headed for his bed. A magic seal appeared on his back that shimmered in green. Smiling, the main character was happy with this result. Deep in his thoughts, Davy looked forward to tomorrow. Confused, Varys watched as his magic barrier failed to penetrate the sword. Upon contact with the magic seal, the prince's sword flew out of the way. Dumbfounded, Baratheon froze in place. The crowd in the stands began to cheer. Watching the startled Baratheon, Winry couldn't understand what had just happened. Turning her attention to her brother, she noticed that the prince's sword turned scarlet, and then Varys fell. In her shock, Winry couldn't figure out what was next to her brother, after which she assumed that it was an energy barrier. The cheers of the crowd could be heard in the vast expanses of the stands. Watching the boys fight, Winry was shocked by the energy barrier. While in her thoughts, she couldn't believe that such a thing wasn't possible at the highest level of an expert. Turning to Davy, she asked him to see what Varys was able to do. Turning her head, Winry saw that the chair was empty. Blood spurted from the wounded Alron's mouth. The judges who ran up to him declared that their sparring was over. The man said that he considers him a defeat. Enraged, the stranger claimed that Baratheon had flouted the rules of the sacred contest by using the energy of the sword to try to kill his opponent. He believed that the prince's act was tantamount to declaring war on another state. Raising his hand, the stranger announced that Baratheon was disqualified, and by right of the host country's representative country, he formally protested to the Bolt's kingdom. An agitated subordinate tried to calm him down, suggesting that there was a misunderstanding. The startled butler asked the prince to say something, after which Baratheon clung to his subordinate's throat. The dangling butler tried to address the prince. Using a powerful magic technique, Baratheon beheaded his subordinate, after which his body collapsed on the floor. A huge pool of blood had formed in place of the butler's corpse. The audience was shocked that Prince Baratheon had killed a man. The emotionless prince looked down at his bloodied hand, after which a malicious grin appeared on his face. His shadow was like that of a huge monster. Shouts could be heard in the stands. They couldn't understand what had happened. Dumbfounded residents of the city tried to leave the place of the duel. The bewildered people couldn't understand what had happened. Balatheon's face was wreathed in a mad smile. The audience thought that the prince had gone mad. The distraught Balatheon let out a powerful roar. The people said that the prince had become a monster. Blood began to trickle down the stone walls of the stands. The terrified judges ordered the prince to be suppressed. The shocked stranger thought it was all a dream. The judge noted that they would not be able to bring him down on their own. He ordered the others to call for reinforcements as quickly as possible. Grinning, the main character watched what was happening. At that moment, Varys tried to open his eyes a crack. Davy smiled and asked if his brother had had a good night's sleep. Only when Elrond came to his senses did he want to ask about the competition. Sitting down on the floor, the main character reported that everything was in order. Davy noted that his brother fought very well. Varys raised his hand and asked if they had seen it. Exhausted, Elrond claimed to have created an energy barrier. Hearing this, the main character was lost in his thoughts, after which, a smile appeared on his face. Imagining the energy barrier in his mind, Davy noted that it was formed with the skill of a top-level expert. The main character reflected that the barrier is able to protect the owner by distributing mana independently and protecting them from danger. Recalling his brother's fight, Davy noted that despite the fact that he insured him, he was able to escape solely because of his own height. Watching Varys sleep, the protagonist realized that he was only 14 years old, which anyone in his place would be proud of. He was surprised that Elrond had decided to enjoy it as soon as he got out of the world. Davy thought his brother was a very decent young man. Putting his hands on Varys' hair, the protagonist noted that he would be nicer if he cried 3 streams in pain. A faint stream of mana emanated from Davy's finger. After that, Davy wanted to stop the old man's speech and asked Elrond to rest. Suddenly, Varys' pulse immediately began to drop. Only the subordinates who came up at the same time carried Elrond to the infirmary. A fierce battle broke out at the scene of the prince's duel. Being beside himself with anger, the main character talked about Balatheon. Next, Davy headed towards the battlefield. Many attacking techniques were formed on the battlefield. Concentrating, the warriors tried to defeat the distraught prince. Frozen in place, the man was startled that Balatheon had absorbed his attack. The veins on the prince's face bulged violently. Balatheon was shrouded in dust as he continued onward. A grin appeared on the mad prince's face. The dumbfounded warrior was sure that their strength might not be enough. The man ordered to evacuate the audience. The guy said that their barrier may not stand. At that moment, Davy was walking slowly towards them. Gradually, the main character overcame the limits of the barrier set by the warriors. Seeing him, the warriors were shocked. Looking in Davy's direction, they reported that it was too dangerous to approach here. The terrified warriors begged the protagonist to leave. Winry watched her brother's actions with excitement. In her stupor, she couldn't figure out how he got there. Davy, who was walking towards his opponent, watched as he held the fallen warrior in his hand. Seeing the prince's condition, the protagonist assumed that it was an infection. Davy grinned, noting that the Balatheon had gotten hotter overnight. Frozen in place, the protagonist wondered exactly how he should deal with it. Letting out a roar, the crazed prince's body was enveloped in powerful red mana, after which, Balatheon rushed towards Davy. The man ordered not to let the prince approach the main character. The faces of the warriors were filled with wild horror. Davy's grin returned. The mad Balatheon's hand was only a centimeter away from the protagonist's face. Startled, Winry ran to Davy's side. Turning his head, Davy was shocked by her presence, after which, the prince's technique almost touched his body. Frozen in horror, the main character was sure that his sister would suffer at this rate. Grabbing Davy by his clothes, the woman ordered him to get out of the way. Flying to the side, the main character watched as she rushed towards the distraught prince. Davy's face was filled with confusion. He was startled to see Princess Alina appear before him. The entire battlefield was shrouded in blood-soaked corpses. When Alina landed, she froze, waiting for her next move. Balatheon's face was filled with rage. Drawing her sword, the princess prepared to attack. In her hand was a two-handed sword, after which she pointed her weapon towards the prince. Jumping up, Alina used to erect a huge mountain. Enraged, Balatheon let out a roar. The ground on the battlefield was ground to smithereens. Dumbfounded, Davy watched the princess fight fiercely. Taken aback, the protagonist tried to address her. A cloud of smoke filled the air. Alerting herself, Alina gripped her weapon again with both hands. Frozen in place, the princess began to prepare for the next attack. There was a lot of dust in the air around her. Suddenly, an indescribable shock appeared on her face. Before her eyes, the distraught prince was unharmed. The enraged Balatheon once again let out a terrifying roar, after which, the battlefield was immediately covered in powerful red magic. The prince's eyes were completely covered in bright red. Next, an enraged Alina launched a powerful series of attacks to crush Balatheon. With a crushing blow, the princess sent him flying into the air. The prince's body was frozen in one position. Preparing for the next attack, Alina raised her foot. Pushing off from the ground, she made a powerful leap. With incredible strength, she hit the prince. The shocked warriors couldn't believe what they saw. Next, the princess landed on the ground. The princess' crushing blow caused cracks to form on the wall. The unconscious prince lay in the wreckage. After which, as they watched Alina, the warriors began to praise her name. They were surprised that the moment she came to the rescue, she immediately defeated him. Grabbing Davy's hand, Winry excitedly asked him to leave the matter to the princess. She wanted them to get out of there as soon as possible. Watching the princess, the main character noticed that her clothes are epic fluttering in the wind. Seeing Alina raise her sword, Davy thought that she was actually much better than the local rabble. The tip of the princess's weapon was flowing with a powerful flow of mana. The enraged princess called Balatheon a vampire. Upon hearing this, the main character was thrown into shock. Powerful explosions resumed at the scene of the duel. In his thoughts, Davy couldn't figure out what it was. His gaze was directed at Alina, who was attacking the chained prince. A distraught Balatheon struggled to free himself from the restraints. Next, he pointed his claws towards the heart. The main character's face was shrouded in fear. Taken aback, Winry tried to find out what was going on. A mysterious object was released from the prince's body. Seeing this, Alina fell into a stupor. A grin spread across Balatheon's face. The sphere in his hand shrouded the entire battlefield in red mana. While in his thoughts, Davy realized that it was Blood Follies. The defeated warriors lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The battlefield was covered in a strange red smoke. Its thick clouds completely deprived the children of visibility. The silhouette of the main character could be seen in the clouds of smoke. The nurse, who had fallen into Davy's arms, was coughing violently. Gradually losing consciousness, she tried to address her brother. Hugging her to him, the main character said that everything will be fine. Excited, Davy said there was nothing wrong with that. Looking up, Winry saw a smile on the protagonist's face. Davy patted his sister's head and asked her to take a good rest. Using a special technique, the main character asked her to watch good dreams. He said that when she opened her eyes, everything would be fine. Watching his sister sleep, Davy froze in one spot. After which, he sensed an impending danger. Paying attention to Winry, the main character thought that it was time for him to get to work. Deep in his thoughts, Davy knew that if he didn't accept anything, it would all mix with his spirit magic. At that moment, his hand was covered in a strong flow of mana. Due to the frantic screams, the main character put his hand to his ears. It annoyed him that the mad prince was yelling so loudly. Raising his hand above Winry's face, Davy thought that when a person reached a certain level, they could connect with a certain amount of mana and their abilities would become individual. Imagining the image of mana flows in his head, the main character reflected on the fact that he has 3 powers. Davy noted that every force has annoying qualities. Further, the main character said that the magic of spirits is almost psychopathic. An image of that magic appeared in his mind, after which Davy stated that it was the most effective. After presenting an image of ordinary mana, the main character reported that it was like a piece of ice in the meantime. Davy thought it was very sharp, but with enough effort, it works perfectly, pretending that there's just nothing she can do about it. Forming an image of a hand in his head, the main character told about the sacred power, which was the most stubborn among all. He was sure that this force was not subject to any orders. Davy thought that by making her work, he was doing a great job, because she was too lazy. An image of him struggling to summon this type of power appeared in his mind. Hand on Winry's head, the main character knew that even in such circumstances, this magic would not work if it was not pressed. Suddenly, Davy's face was shrouded in bright light. Delighted, the chief thought about what he had done. With the help of incredible efforts, the main character was able to apply the sacred magic of the 4th level, which was called Shining Patron. Powerful beams of light hit the scene of the duel. As Davy watched his sister sleep, he was glad that he didn't have to worry about her for a while. Looking around, the main character noticed the horrifying picture in front of him. His gaze fell on the many warriors who were unconscious. At that moment, Davy was thinking of Blood Follies, which was a city of blood. The plot told us that it was the art of strengthening one's powers by drawing vital energy from all living things. After completing the examination, the main character realized that for the time being he could not use the sacred power of only the 4th level because with it he would be able to save everyone. As Davy headed forward, he was extremely glad that Varys had been carried away by the storm. His gaze fell on the transformed prince, who had a tail forming behind him. After stretching his arms, the main character noted that they would not have an audience. He considered that everything that had developed was as successful as possible. Exhausted, Alina tried to catch her breath. Leaning on her sword, the princess froze in one position. Alina watched Davy's progress with excitement. Turning his head, the main character fell into a stupor. He considered what he saw a problem. As Davy watched the princess barely stand, He didn't think that anyone inside the blood follies would be able to avoid losing consciousness. There were beads of sweat on the exhausted Alina's face. While in his thoughts, the main character stated that it was not for nothing that she was the owner of the divine sword. Grinning, Davy noticed that her face, so haggard that it looked like she was about to die, was insanely beautiful. The princess' face was filled with despair. Next, the main character put his hand on her shoulder. Outraged, Alina flung his hand away. Taken aback, Davy asked if she was awake. Hearing this, the princess fell into a stupor. In his thoughts, Davy noted that they were still in danger. Raising his hand, the main character said that if she felt better, then she should move away. Agitated, Alina asked him to stop. She couldn't understand what he was doing. When she grabbed Davy's arm, the princess asked him to stop again. Dumbfounded, Alina asked why he was fine. After hearing this, the main character was confused. Davy froze, thinking that Alina had noticed. The guys standing next to each other froze in one position. Thinking about this situation, Davy realized that the unfortunate prince, who had just come out of a coma, was moving calmly under such circumstances, looking very strange. Smiling, the main character said that he had no idea. He was thinking about how he needed to carefully evade the question. Alina, who was standing nearby, was furious. Davy noted that despite everything, he helps her. He asked me not to hate him so much. After which, the princess stretched out her hand to the side. Standing across Davy, she ordered him to step back. Watching the distraught prince, Alina realized that he couldn't do it alone. A little embarrassed, Davy was startled by her words. With a serious expression on her face, the princess declared that she couldn't get away with just luck, just like yesterday's sparring match. Enraged, Alina reported that they were nobles of the night who were with the appropriate strength. An image of an ancient book and a glass filled with blood appeared in her mind. The princess told the protagonist about the blood demons that were described in the ancient scriptures. Alina asked if Davy had ever heard of vampires. Taken aback, the main character understood that now he should not hope for a happy accident. Gripping the sword in her hands, the princess stated that because Dave didn't have a drop of mana in him, the crazed prince would tear him to shreds in no time. After which, Alina ordered him to immediately run away from there. Directing her gaze at the mad Balashian, the princess assumed that the main character would just let her go. Davy said he would try to stop the prince. Hearing this, Alina fell into a stupor. Watching her, the main character noted that she inspires confidence. As she prepared to attack, the princess froze in one position. In his thoughts, Davy thought that compared to yesterday, Alina was somehow extremely emotional right now, as if she had met a mortal enemy. The princess's face was filled with rage. Concentrating, Alina raised her sword above her face. Slowly, a drop of water fell into the puddle that had formed on the castle floor. A bright red color could be seen outside the palace window. The girl in the white dress froze in one position. As she watched, the woman sank her teeth into the girl's neck. Surprised, she couldn't believe it was her mother. Blood dripped from the girl's mouth. The frightened girl, clutching her toy in her hands, fell into a stupor, after which, her toy fell out of her hands. Blood continued to drip into the pool of blood that was formed. Enraged, Alina thought about how that day never left her mind for a moment. Raising her sword, she faced the distraught prince. Watching the roaring vampire, the princess declared that she would rip out all the flesh to the root. As Alina prepared to attack, she was sure that she would not stop until the day she died. The maddened Balashian once again let out a terrifying roar. The princess's gaze was shrouded in an incredible malice. Suddenly, a mysterious magic projectile flew into Alina's neck. While in his thoughts, the protagonist apologized to her. A strong shout was heard on the battlefield. Falling to the floor, the princess couldn't figure out what it was. Grinning, Davy noted that he didn't know why she was so obsessed with vampires. After that, he asked her not to interfere with his work. Directing her gaze to the main character, Alina wondered what it was. Encouraged, Davy said he didn't know. Next, he asked the princess to just watch him. Thrusting his fist forward, the protagonist prepared for the impending attack. The distraught prince rushed in his direction. Grinning, Dave noted that it was a long time ago. While in his thoughts, the main character thought that his practice in Herlia when he was fighting thousands should be enough. The enraged vampire raised his fist above his head. Davy had complete confidence in himself. He thought he knew vampires better than anyone else in the world. As Davy watched the distraught prince, he thought that he was somehow infected, enhanced by the blood follies. Putting his hand forward, the main character said that he had sent so many of them to the next world that they were already noticeably fed up with him. The vampire's fist almost caught Davy's arm. After which, with lightning speed, the protagonist delivered a crushing blow to the enraged prince. Davy noted that despite everything he had learned yesterday, Balatheon had never learned anything. The vampire's face was shrouded in genuine fear. Grinning, the main character announced that it was his turn. With crushing power, it struck at the heart of the distraught prince. After piercing through his body, Davy ordered him to die quickly. The demonic blood tear technique was embedded in the main character's punch. After receiving Davy, the vampire let out an unimaginable roar. The crazed prince's body smashed through the stone sculptures standing on the battlefield. Seeing this, Alina fell into a stupor. Being behind the main character's back, she thought it was impossible. The body of the fallen prince was visible in the wreckage of the sculpture. The princess' face was filled with shock. Watching Devi's colossal strength, Alina couldn't understand what was going on. Grinning, the main character stated that he now feels refreshed. Powerful gusts of wind blew the hair of the princess sitting on the ground. Noticing the many warriors who were unconscious, Alina didn't understand how this was possible. Raising her head in the direction of the ruined sculpture, the princess was amazed at the monster, which not only the local magicians and knights, but even her two-handed sword could not stop, is defeated by an ordinary person who does not feel a drop of mana. Alerting herself, the princess noted that the man was an unfortunate prince who had been in a coma just a few months ago. At that moment, her gaze fell on Devi, whose face was wrapped in a smile. After the main character extended his hand to her, she cried out. Taken aback, Devi couldn't understand what that meant. Dumbfounded, Alina continued to stare at the protagonist's hand. Her face was shrouded in intense embarrassment, after which she still gave him her hand. Suddenly, the princess's hand froze in one position. Turning to her, Devi asked if he could borrow the sword from her. Hearing this, Alina fell into a stupor. In great embarrassment, the princess reported that her sword was broken in a recent duel and her hand was the same broken sword. Putting his hand on her neck, Devi realized that it wasn't him he was looking for. Smiling, the main character said that he needed it. Clenching the weapon in his fist, Devi asked the princess how she was feeling. The main character noted that when fighting a boss, you need to be fully armed. Glancing at the tiny sword, Devi stated that he would therefore borrow some of the power of the divine weapon. While in the smithy, the master continued his grueling work. The main character told that in addition to the sword that saved the world, the hero blacksmith created a lot of weapons in his entire life. The action took place in the Arabian Nights and Sirte. Many precious stones surrounded the sword. While in his thoughts, Devi noted that even simple materials in the hands of a blacksmith could become a glorified weapon. The main character told that any junk will become a treasure of the highest quality. As Devi continued to think, he reported that being blessed with spirits, the blacksmith was able to melt a sword with mana. The main character noted that this ability is so famous that the blacksmith's swords are still passed down all over the continent from generation to generation. A great many incredibly powerful weapons rose up in the air. Devi focused on the 12 famous swords that were stored in different parts of the continent as national-level treasures. Devi said that Sirte called one of his masterpieces Calderas. History has shown us a sword that was completely covered in unimaginable power. The main character told that from the ancient language of spirits this name means Snow White Defender. Grinning, the man carried a huge sword on his shoulder. Devi noted that Sirte's swords, each one hand-picked, are amazing magic swords, but Calderas is considered special even among them. The main character reported that this sword, created by Sirte at the cost of his own life for his close friend, the sword god, Hares, had an ego embedded in it. Looking at Alina's weapon, the protagonist thought of a sword that had its own self and released power on its own. In his thoughts, Devi noted that it just sounded unbelievable, but he knew the truth. Grinning, the protagonist was sure that he knew his identity very well. Alert, Devi began to think about the same person. Enraged, Sword asked who he was to grab him so brazenly. Removing his hand to the side, the main character reported that the sword is very fond of shouting loudly and regularly being silent. He was thinking that this wasn't the first time he had heard the sword wail. Taken aback, Devi said he wasn't deaf. The angry sword was trying to say something. While looking at the sacred tool, the protagonist was struck by the vibration function. He thought such things were for real perverts. Devi held out his hand and offered to cooperate. Startled, Alina held out her hand. Outraged, she tried to take Devi's sword away from her. Holding hands with the princess, the main character said that otherwise, at this rate, the mistress of the sword will die first. Holding the exhausted princess down, Devi knew that even though she was still only conscious due to the power of the divine sword, she was still moving. The main character couldn't help but acknowledge her fortitude. As Devi carefully lowered himself down, he noticed that the princess was insanely talented, but this wasn't her opponent. The main character believed that it was also important to be able to evaluate your own capabilities. The enraged sword stated that Devi might not dream of carrying out his obscene thoughts. Grinning, the protagonist stated that he hadn't even thought about it. After which, Alina's sword shrouded the battlefield in a sacred light. Ready for battle, Devi gripped the sword in his hand. A strong explosion was heard in the vicinity of the stadium. The tip of the sword was shrouded in powerful mana. After finishing the transformation of the sword, the main character raised it above his head. Leaning his hand on the sword, Devi noticed that it was definitely good. The sacred weapon was furious. Enraged Sword stated that until now, the main character couldn't even wake up a contract employee. He couldn't figure out how Devi had awakened his power. Tilting the sword to the floor, the protagonist asked him not to make any noise. Rushing forward, Devi simply asked if he could borrow it. Raising his weapon, he noted that he would take care of the rest. Hearing this, the sword fell into a stupor. On the field, there were bright sparks coming from Davy's power. With lightning-fast speed, the main character used combined with the divine sword. A huge bolt of lightning appeared over the battlefield. Davy activated the lightning of the initial two-handed sword. Pointing the sword to the side, the main character froze in anticipation of further actions. Putting the sacred weapon on his shoulder, Davy asked how long he would be hiding. Looking through a small magic gap, the protagonist asked if he wanted to come out. Powerful roars could be heard from the depths of the rift. Grinning, Davy assumed it was a vampire. Raising his head up, the main character did not expect that the vampire would be of a high rank. A silhouette began to form out of the mysterious darkness. After completing the transformation, a woman appeared before the main character. Looking at the floating vampire, Davy assumed they already knew each other, calling her the maid. The floating vampire had assumed someone was patronizing Davy when he destroyed her charges. The maid did not expect that all this was the work of the main character. Davy grinned, noting that he was doing a great job, after which he asked her to come down quickly. Drawing attention to the vampire, the main character said that because of this, his neck was already stiff. The enraged maid thought it was an impertinence. Putting his fingers to his eye, Davy said that because of her outfit, he could see everything under it. Enraged, the vampire called him a pathetic worm. Grinning, the main character froze in one position. Davy charged and ordered her down, after which the maid landed on the wreckage of the sculpture. Being in his thoughts, the main character believed that with a tragedy of this magnitude, even if you get rid of them, it will be impossible to blame Queen Lines for anything. As Davy watched the maid, he was sure that relations with the Boltes country would be shaken. The main character believed that Boltes already had a bad reputation, and therefore they would never go to war on Ron. Putting the sword down on the floor, Davy assumed that the vampire's audacity in coming to him was because she was absolutely certain that he wouldn't get out alive. Putting his hand to his face, the main character said that she understands this quite well, after which he asked a rhetorical question about what he should do. Further, Davy stated that they were closing the shop. The angry maid couldn't understand what nonsense he was talking about. A technique began to form in the vampire's hand. After preparing to attack, the maid pointed the weapon formed by her towards the main character. The vampire's weapon was wrapped in a powerful red aura. With a lightning strike, the maid took down a part of the sculpture standing behind Davy. Parrying her attack, the main character mocked her in every possible way. When Davy saw part of the fallen sculpture, he noticed that she was already pretty angry. Suddenly, the battlefield was shrouded in a mysterious glow. Countless magic projectiles were falling down. Seeing this, the main character froze in one position. Davy jumped down from the stone hill and started to fall rapidly. But suddenly, his attention fell on the fact that the projectiles were flying directly at his face. Grabbing onto a stone hill, the main character tried to dodge them. In a masterful way, Davy carefully climbed down. In the main character's hand was a powerful holy sword. After the vampire's multiple attacks, dust rose in the air. Davy stopped and turned his gaze into the distance. Furious, the maid stated that she had expected something a little different. After which, she noted that the main character is still a pathetic little man. Grinning, Davy asked her if she served the man herself. The angry maid said that if he said one more word. Then, immediately, the vampire pointed her weapon at Davy again. Imagining a tree surrounded by many pillars in his head, the main character noted that the vampire race is so strong that it's not even fair. Davy told me that vampires are descended from the strongest creatures of their kind, which was already crazy in his opinion. The main character noted that the most outstanding ones go through the inheritance ceremony and then become a kin. Holding up a finger, Davy said that without the help of the elves, their natural enemies, it would not be so easy to kill vampires. Turning his head forward, the main character asked if we were interested in how he defeated them. Davy said he hung them up until they just went off the rails. The image of a man putting his finger to his cheek and thought came to mind. The main character noted that whatever his enemy is, it is necessary to throw him off balance with the help of anger, and their actions become predictable. Lying on the ground, the man noted that this was especially true for vampires. He believed that their pride was in their blood, so the more noble a vampire was, the more likely he was to overheat in a relationship with some green youth. The guy sitting next to me said it was low. The man didn't care how the victory was won, because a royal flush is a royal flush. These words were spoken to Davy by the sword god. He believed that the sword god was a gentleman who could be called a complete scumbag just a little bit more. Pay attention to Alina sitting next to him. The main character was thinking that Palan Hares is very revered in the Empire. Davy wondered how they would react to his true identity. A powerful magic projectile was once again directed towards the main character. After that, Davy continued to parry the vampire's attacks in every possible way. Next, he pushed off from the ground. Hanging in the air, the main character formed two magic projectiles with the help of a sacred sword. These projectiles were aimed towards the maid. a mysterious glow appeared in front of the vampire. Seeing this, Davy fell into a stupor. Putting the sword on his shoulder, the protagonist assumed that it was a blood barrier. Holy Sword claimed that she was a Count-level vampire. As he watched her, he noticed that she was an heiress who was definitely young. Sword believed that if she was a pureblood and related to someone very noble, then she might well qualify for the lineage. Lifting his head, Davy said that in that case, he'd better end it now. Holy Sword asked if he could do it. Grinning, the main character asked if the sword said that it wasn't. After which, Davy jumped away from the incoming projectile with lightning speed. Wary, the maid declared that if he relaxed even a little, he would be finished. Having paid attention to the princess, the main character understood that the same fate might overtake her. "If you want to die so badly," the enraged vampire said. After preparing to attack, she ordered him to just accept his fate. Due to the maid's powerful attack, heavy dust rose up on the battlefield. With lightning speed, the protagonist dodged her attack. Grinning, Davy immediately made his way to the stone platform where the maid was located. Wary, the vampire noted that it was reckless. At that moment, the main character climbed on top of her magic weapon. After which, the vampire started swinging her weapon. Towering over the maid, Davy was struck by the swordsmanship. "You've only seen this lady once and you can immediately judge a book by its cover. What is it?" she asked. With a grin, Davy stated that this was the real art of the sword god himself. The glare of sacred mana shrouded the protagonist's face. Thinking back to his old training days, Davy reported that he had performed light sword swings dozens of times. Gripping the sacred sword in his hand, the protagonist prepared to form a magic technique. After cutting the mysterious crystal, Davy noticed that it was already really strange. At that moment, the main character used the super heavy sword technique, and then he used splitting a huge mountain. The vampire's face was filled with horror. As a result of an unimaginably powerful blow, she swiftly flew down. After the fall, the place of the duel was reduced to ruins. There was a huge explosion in the hall, which greatly impressed the main character. Davy looked at the effects of his powerful attack as debris flew around him, concluding that he was fully armed, to which Divine Sword laughed and replied that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. The ego-wielding blade added that this was his glory hour, to which Davy grinned, calling the sword restless. Taking the weapon in his hand, the boy assumed as he ran that the sword hadn't materialized in over 1,000 years since he was so excited, but the sword was at a loss as to how the stranger could even control its power. Blade added that he had a feeling that the guy had known him for a very long time, and the main character interrupted his thoughts, asking him to do what they agreed to do. Grinning, Davy asked if the sword would believe, or even be angry, if it said that it was actually the apprentice of its first master. The sword concluded that the vampire was gone, to which the main characters replied, slinging the blade over their shoulders, that they were not in a position to pursue her. The red crystal surrounded by blood energy shone. As Davy cocked his head and stared contentedly at the stone in the air, Sword noted that just looking at blood follies made him feel sick. The blade explained that due to the core being destroyed by the recent explosion, it didn't spread any further, but the bloodstone wouldn't stop until everyone gathered died. The sword also noted that the crystal was weakened, suggesting that you use purification magic over level 6 with a wide range. But most people with extended life force will die, or worse, become infected. The sword asked the guy to look outside the stadium, where some unrest was beginning. He called the main character a real lucky guy and a swordsman, which made Davy break into a grateful smile. When Sword pointed out that the guy's level was too high to be affected by blood follies, the guy smugly said that the guy was absolutely right. As Davy made his way through the ruins with the divine ball in his hands and muttered about Oro's blade, he realized that he wasn't so strong because he accumulated and completed levels like normal people. The main character has the knowledge and skills of a master due to his abnormal doping of the 3 forces flowing in his body. The sword was very surprised to learn of this. He called the guy a real monster, noting his unrealistic mana, which made the guy look at the blade with displeasure. Continuing to wonder, Divine Sword also told the pleased Davy that this was the first time he had seen how 3 kinds of power were able to get along in one body. Looking up with a smile, the main character declared that before the blade is a malicious destroyer of common sense. When the sword called the mixing of forces insane, Davy corrected that it was only the result of several hundred years of research, and asked not to be judged. There was a loud rumble that shook the air. Dropping his sword into the stone, Davy decided to move from words to actions, asking for an end to all this chaos. Putting his hand on the hilt, the guy said that he wasn't strong enough right now, which surprised the blade again. Davy contentedly offered to end it all once and for all. He stood among the ruins with his sword, still looking at the bloodstone floating above the ground in a scarlet haze. Remembering the vampire's victims, Davy noted that he wasn't going to sacrifice himself to save strangers, but if it would help him recover, he was ready to build a foundation, and at the same time use his stiffened strength. The boy cupped his hands together as if in prayer. As he raised his hands to his face, he noticed with displeasure that this was not his style at all. Sitting in the lotus position in front of the divine sword, Devi exhaled and began to recite a prayer to Lady Priya. Raising his head up, he asked the goddess for partial or full assistance in solving the problem. Dripping with sweat, the sword was at a loss. He asked the guy what kind of prayer he was reading. Devi remembered his mentor, Saint Daphne, who made his sacred power special because it was rooted in winning the interest, not the love of God. Devi's prayer echoed through the air filled with bloody energy. Tired of praying, the boy grudgingly asked the goddess to just give him permission. The sword protested that no god would listen to such a prayer. Winking slyly at Blade, Devi asked Sword if he didn't know much about God either. Devi explained that the love of God is not received by the believer who is pious only in words, but by the one who shows everything by actions. Right now, he intended to solve the problem with the bloodstone by filling up the life force gap with even more power. Saint Daphne, the owner of the most powerful sacred force ever, created the most outstanding sacred magic, but it requires God's permission. As the protagonist concentrated on folding his hands in prayer, he noted that God likes madmen. Devi smiled mischievously, noting that God was mad himself. Divine Sword was shocked by such words. The final holy magic of the 9th rank was activated. The entire space was now filled with bright light with rainbow iridescences. Hearing the rank, the sword shook in fear, asking the carefree Devi if he wanted to kill him with desiccation. The main character explained with a smile that the blade would not kill in any way, but the weapon continued to shake. The sword started calling the guy crazy as he continued to pray. Translucent angel wings appeared above the ruined arena and began to destroy the blood follies. Blood splattered in the bright light. Crimson streams surrounded the praying Devi. A strong energy vortex rose up around him, which the guy tried to withstand. The bloodstone surrounded by the wings shone with the light of a star. The divine glow reached the passers-by on the street. Rainbow rays of radiance spread throughout the entire city. A strong flash of light could be seen from afar. Everything was bathed in a bright glow, beyond which nothing could be seen. A semi-transparent feather was gently falling from the stream of light on Devi's hand. Now the wings were on his back, radiating light. The wings abruptly disappeared, leaving behind only an ephemeral feather and a light glow. Devi's hooded red eyes continued to stare at the remnants of the sacred power. The boy's face was turned toward the lightsaber, and the ruins behind him were now covered in bloodstone, blackened from damage. Dark ash from the broken crystal and the shining remnants of power rose into the sky. Devi was now hopping from one foot to the other, complaining that the shockwave was burning his back very badly. He turned to the divine sword, asking if it was still alive, but there was no response. The guy started to get nervous, telling the sword that he wasn't special since he died so easily. Looking at the silent sword with a malicious smile, Devi let out a light chuckle. The guy collapsed face first into the ground, saying that he would also go. There was a dark burn mark on his clothes. Devi's startled eye reflected a blue glow. A characterization of the main character appeared in the air on the blue canvas. The blue figure of Lady Priya was shining in the sky when he noticed that the goddess was going too far. A woman surrounded by blue butterflies asked the hero with a grin. The main character asked himself how long it had been since he had slept without any worries, remembering that he hadn't had a normal sleep for about half a year, and now his head was empty. Winry towered over him, her face streaked with tears. It was night outside, and the heroes were now in the Felsty Principality's inn. As Devi stood up in bed, holding his head, he wondered how long he'd been asleep. The nurse, hugging the guy tightly, reported in a panic that he had been out for 2 days, adding that she was very worried about him. With a soft smile, Devi looked at the girl crying on his chest, thinking that he shouldn't have made her worry, it was just the aftermath of the battle. Wiping away her tears, Winry began to recount the day of her dream. She described how Devi had saved her from the scarlet fog that had enveloped space. Smiling, the boy patted his sister's head. While the protagonist's gaze was focused on the dish rack, Winry asked if the scarlet mist really disappeared because of him. She also mentioned one find on the guy's body, leading him into amazement. Winry assumed that the mark she found on Devi's back was stigmata. He noticed the bandages and thought that the burning sensation after the holy power was the sensation of burning out a stigmata. Devi began to panic about this, remembering that this had never happened in the gallery, and also wondering at the magnitude of the stigma. Winry also told the boy that he was cured by a high-level cleric, which is why the principality is now in an anxious state. She noted that not only was the scarlet mist cleared, but the guy was also found surrounded by sacred energy and with a stigmata. Devi smiled nervously, concluding that it was a mess. A stigmata is a mark that indicates that God was the first to show his love. Winry wondered if Devi himself might have the clue. The guy didn't know what to do, as he still hadn't decided whether to hide his strength or not. As the lights glittered in the dark outside, Devi pondered the situation and what to do next. The guy decided to finish the survey of his sister, assuring that he did not know anything, because then he also lost consciousness, to which the girl replied that she thought so. Winry asked if there was anything else bothering Davy, and he grinned broadly. With a sly smile, he noted that everything was going too well. After dealing with blood follies with the help of the Holy God Zone, which is a rank 9 magic, Davy stimulated the sacred power and developed it. He noticed that the amount of mana in his body had increased significantly. He was pleased that it also improved his mana and spiritual mana, because with this level, he could easily take the Aura Sword, which is a master level item. Still sitting up in bed, Davy noted with satisfaction that the sacred power had increased the most, marveling at the power of the stigmata. Beyond the flower-shaped stained glass window, stars glittered. Winry told her brother about the mess that had taken place while he was unconscious. When the girl mentioned the maid, a vague memory of Amy panicking popped up in Davy's mind. Winry also mentioned with obvious annoyance the visit of Alina, who wanted to heal the boy with a magic circle. Happy Davy praised his sister for taking care of him, telling her to go get some rest. As she left, Winry turned around and smilingly asked the boy not to worry about berries, as he was safely hospitalized and the competition was suspended. Davy waved amiably at his sister as she wished him a good night's rest. Davy was looking around curiously. Winry was already leaving her brother's room. The guy opened a blue screen with information about his sister. He wondered where this thing had come from, noting that it didn't look like a game anymore. Holding his chin, Davy wondered if it was because of his prayer or because of the immortal body magic that was now being applied to mortals. When Davy realized that everything was complicated, a voice called out and suggested that they should consider it an introduction. Also, someone noted that the guy liked the ability to see through other people when the blanket on the bed rose in the air. Davy looked around the room questioningly, but found no one there. He was completely at a loss as to where the voice came from. The guy was now sitting on the bed without a blanket, asking who had spoken to him, and the room was filled with purple energy. Davy started to look around, and then the voice came again. Below, on his bed, a small figure of a demoness with horns and elf ears sat in the blue light, surrounded by butterflies. The ensemble of Doric columns was shrouded in brilliance. The brush left green paint on the canvas. Davy was standing behind his mentor, looking at the portrait of a stranger. He began to wonder who she might be, settling on a demon, judging by her horns and scarlet eyes. Hares chuckled at the guy's funny comparison of horns with handles. Surrounded by antique columns, Davy concluded that the demoness, judging by the detail of the portrait, was firmly embedded in the mentor's memory. The sword god noted with a smile that for all her beauty, the girl was famous for her madness. Davy was now looking questioningly at his mentor. He explained that the demoness's name was Perserk, recalling how he had adopted her and taught her the art of the sword when the girl was still in human form. He added that to prevent a terrible war, he personally defeated and sealed the demon queen of the abyss, Perserk von Palin, in a sword. Looking at the Sonic girl now, Davy immediately recognized her as the demoness in the portrait. The guy was amazed at the meeting, and the girl was pleasantly surprised by his knowledge of real masters. The demoness noted with satisfaction that she was never wrong as his purple hair fluttered in the air. Her tiny figure was standing right on Davy's knee as he sat on the bed. The guy was surprised by its small size. The little girl, immobilized by the energy thread, humorously remarked that Davy was one of those men who tied more than just his hands, adding with displeasure that she didn't like being tied. The guy with his arms folded glumly remarked that they weren't in the mood to exchange jokes. The demoness noted with a smile that this was not their first meeting and they had not yet had time to quarrel. Davy asked the Sonic shorty for an explanation, to which she replied that she only wanted to dissuade the guy from his idea. Perserk said that the stigmata on the hero's back is now a vessel for her soul. This is how she explained the anomaly and the large size of the red mark. Davy felt like the demon queen was trying to trick him. The girl with a blush on her face started to speak. Using her good looks, she asked Davy to untie her, reminding her that she didn't like being in this position. The girl also noted her shameful pose with embarrassment, looking at the guy with eyes the color of the reddest roses. The boy shielded his eyes from the demoness's words. He untied the handkerchief, displeased that the girl had upset the whole mood. While Davy was asking the demoness to tell him how she ended up being sealed in the divine sword, she didn't hesitate to flirt with him. The girl decided to officially introduce herself, giving her full name. Holding the hem of her dress with one hand, she bowed slightly. Noticing the demon queen's shrewd gaze, Davy concluded that if you look into the abyss also looks into you. This was the instigator of the long-ago great war between the demons and Everlost. The war that ended with Hares defeating the demon queen with the sword calderas, according to folk tales, but the real details are withheld. For example, the information that the demon queen's soul was sealed in the same sword. Looking at the horned beast, Davy couldn't believe that this was the demoness of legend. It felt very different from other demon kings. When Perserk realized that the boy knew about the seal, but thought that her mind was asleep, the girl noted that it was not in the nature of calderas to bind the soul of a close friend. Candles were burning in the room, and the demoness explained that if they had known this was going to happen, they would have at least said goodbye to the sword. Perkirk decided to explain everything concretely to Davy, who was confused. According to the will of God, it was passed down from Calderas to him. Davy grudgingly asked the little man if there was a more appropriate reason, to which the girl replied that she herself did not like the current situation. Noting that it was all because of the guy's sacred magic, Perkirk said that he was now responsible for her, to which he sulked indignantly. The demoness noted with a playful smile that she was personally interested in Davy as the second guardian of the sword god's legacy, to which the guy asked if it was about the art of hairs. Perkirk noticed that the main character spoke as if he knew a man, to which he replied in the affirmative. Davy remembered what Hares had said about the Demon Queen of the Abyss whenever he could. The girl was pleased to learn about this. Perkirk really liked Davy's story about the Gallery of Heroes, and the guy said that there is no point in hiding something if you are seen through. Raising her index finger, the demoness decided to clarify something. She noted that she does not really see through opponents, but can only borrow high-ranking will. In the human world, this would be called a status scale, in which squashed and crumpled information goes wrong from the demoness. When Davy clarified what a high-ranking will is, the tiny silhouette with an intelligent look clarified that people call it God. The guy noticed with a slight grin that it was a high-ranked will that used rather ridiculous state descriptions. Looking up at the brightest star in the night sky, Davy wondered what else to expect from a god who gave power to someone like him. Without a drop of regret, Perkirk suggested that the situation should be considered a move and a change of scenery. The girl said that she would be happy to see the world, to which Davy began to ask what good he would get. Pointing at the boy, Perkirk said that he had already received her abilities as a vessel. The girl began to explain the situation to the guy using the example of games from his past life, comparing his new capabilities with the skill. Keeping a wary eye on the demoness, Davy decided not to let his guard down after noticing that she had even found out about his past life. As she spread her wings, Perkirk asked if this didn't seem like a mutually beneficial symbiosis to the guy. As she held out her hand to him, she was already looking forward to their future together. She looked at the Demon Queen's tiny palm, thinking that its power was quite alluring. Looking at her, he realized that he had no choice. Davy agreed to make peace with Shorty when she held his finger with a smile. An expression of absolute happiness appeared on her face. A few days later, the Felsty Principality stopped heated up due to an unexpected attack in Davy's stigmata, which was now the center of attention. Night fell on the city. People continued to crowd around the inn where the main character lived. Looking out the window, Perkirk concluded that Davy's popularity was very tiring, and the guy wasn't going to explain anything to people. He added that most of the people below are religious fanatics who just want to see the stigmata, and the demoness, turning around, noticed that the mark is a symbol of God's love. Davy asked not to say anything more about the situation, remembering that in the last 400 years there were only 3 candidates for the title of saint, so rare were the stigmata. Having decided everything, he went to Winry and Varys, who were warming themselves peacefully by the fireplace, and asked them to pack their things. While the twins were puzzled, Davy reminded them that he didn't like too much attention. A green-haired girl, who was displeased, asked why people bother them so much. The main character concluded with a big smile that his presence with the stigmata on his body makes the earth sacred. Darkness covered the city, adding bright stars to the darkness. Davy was holding a suitcase ready to board the carriage with a satisfied grin. The little clerk asked if the boy really wanted to return to his home kingdom, since the fanatics would definitely follow him. The satisfied guy placed a bet on the ogres. When Alina heard the news, she was perplexed that Davy had run away. She put down her cup of tea and thumped the table in displeasure. She was very angry because of the main character's escape, saying that he would not deceive her. She recalled the events of the battle as she watched Davy's abilities in surprise. The girl walked quickly away, the heels of her matching blue shoes clicking together. Alina put her foot on the table, waving her fist angrily and wanting to smash everything, while the maid tried to stop her. She looked at the distraught princess, concluding that she had served her for many years. Alina, who is known for her aloofness and nobility, is in fact always noisy and frivolous rude. She yelled angrily for the knights to be sent after Davy's carriage. 2 pink and blue neon crescents lit up the dark night sky. Inside the carriage, Winry and Varys were asleep, leaning against each other, covered in a burgundy plaid blanket. Davy, who was watching them from the seat opposite, leaned his head on his hand and smiled warmly, remarked that sometimes, looking at the two of them, they even seemed to have a great relationship. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking Davy if he felt sorry for Calderas. It was Perkirk, who was perched on the prince's shoulder, thinking aloud that Davy was the only one who could bring Calderas' body back to its true form at the moment. The demoness added that Davy was generally the only one fit to master this sword, and the young man could not deny that such a weapon really wants to own. However, he thought that he wouldn't be able to use such a powerful sacred magic until he regained his powers. Perkirk jumped up on Davy's knee and said that he could have the calderas, and the boy said that he would like it very much, but he couldn't imagine taking it away from a child. Davy concluded that they were also incompatible with this sword, and the girl did not understand what was meant by this. Davy explained that he simply wasn't the type to wield a greatsword. The boy and girl both looked out of the carriage window. Looking at the two celestial bodies, Davy told her that although not all the swords had fallen into his hands yet, there were already some that belonged to him. The demoness put her hands on her hips and noticed that her new friend was up to something, but he only ironically asked her if she already knew all about it. In response, the girl stretched out her index finger with a smile, refuting this assumption of the prince. She told him that even if she looked deep into Davy, there was a corner of his soul that she couldn't reach, and this information surprised him. Perkirk quickly changed the subject, asking the guy what he planned to do when he got back. The demoness said that Davy's recent stigmata should be a reason for his enemy's cautious behavior, but if she were the prince, she would simply wipe them out. Davy replied that he wasn't ready for that yet, and even if you don't take Queen Lyncis into account, the influence of the noble faction with the Duchy of Barietta at its head is too strong and is spreading throughout the kingdom. It takes too long to eliminate them all in turn, and this is the reason for the Queen's arrogance, because the royal family simply cannot cut off the heads of the aristocracy without reason and indiscriminately. However, Davy still had an idea. In the palace with its white and gold walls and sumptuous lambrequins, someone was having a conversation. Varys bowed his head apologetically to the other man. The king on the throne, however, assured his son that the fault lay solely with the Bolta's kingdom for committing such a meanness against the alliance of countries. The king then turned to Davy, who was bowing down, and mentioned the prince's stigmata, which he attributed to the interest of God. The man asked the queen, who was trying to hide her angry face behind a fan, if such an event was significant, and she agreed, gritting her teeth. The woman's emerald eyes widened as Davy decided to confirm the truth of her words. He watched with a smile as she stammered out what she'd said earlier. Queen Lines muttered something about the equivalence of a son's success to a mother's success, while mentally insulting her stepson. The king instructed the Duke of Barietta to petition the alliance and oppose the Bolta's stake. Then the man, addressing his daughter and two sons, advised them to rest after a long journey. However, Davy King asked all round to stay late. Now, of the 3 children in the royal waiting room, only the oldest remained. Father and son were talking, drinking tea in white mugs with green patterns. Davy pointed out to the king that it had been a long time since His Majesty had invited the young man to talk, and this was the first time they had met like this since Davy had woken up from his coma. When the man asked if it was a reproach, the guy decided not to lie. The king and prince sat at a table on 2 elegant chairs facing each other. Davy said that he knew that the head of state was looking after him through the opera chamberlain, explaining this by his good sense. Looking at his reflection in the drink, the king said that his assumptions were correct. Davy thought that any normal parent would be able to notice the changes in their child, so of course his father saw how much his son had changed after waking up. The man's question about whether the prince wanted to meet him all this time was answered in the affirmative, but Davy immediately explained that he had only wanted to see his father so that he could ask him one question. The young man was lost in a memory in which he was on his knees, begging the king to save his sick mother. Tears streamed down little Davy's cheeks as he said that his mother's condition was more like poison, but his father only ordered his subordinates to take the boy away. Davy dug his fingernails into the floor and tried to resist. There was purple blood on his fingers. Even when the boy was carried out in his arms, he did not give up trying to reach his father. 4 years have passed since then, and the king referred to his mother's chronic illnesses in order to avoid conversation, even when the prince learned the truth about the former queen's death at the age of 9. The prince's fingernails left deep marks on the floor. Davy asked what it was like for the king to throw away his ex-wife, whom he had once loved so dearly. The man clutched the fabric of his robes as the prince ranted about how his father had let go of his mother's hand for the sake of the nation, and then even remarried to an enemy. The king told Davy not to blame this woman for all the deadly sins, and that all this was payback for the burden that was placed on His Majesty's shoulders, to which Davy replied that he was not interested in their affairs in his youth. Even though the prince had lived for thousands of years, one thing still nagged at him, and that was whether the head of the kingdom really didn't feel anything when his consort only called for him on his deathbed, dying from poison. No matter how much the young man's senses were dulled, the memory remained a scar on his heart. So Davy's mother passed away with tears in her eyes and a smile, asking for forgiveness. While the young man was thinking how much he wanted to know his father's true feelings, he stood up with an offer for his son to become king. The man explained that he could not become either an excellent ruler or a caring father because he lacked knowledge and strength, because the royal title does not open all the doors, but, on the contrary, forces you to make completely incomprehensible choices. The man suggested that his son hold his breath, gain strength, and then no one else will be able to stand in his way. Davy had expected this response from his father. Apparently, he hadn't completely forgotten his late wife yet. Thinking about how unreliable His Majesty was, Davy angrily said that children usually follow in their parents' footsteps, but the young man wouldn't do that because he didn't want to be a king who was ready to turn his back on his family and his own children for the sake of the country. Davy concluded that he would be very happy to choose a different path. The youth's anger grew by the second, and he slammed his hand down on the table, causing the cup to jump off the table. Davy turned around and told the king to give the title a good clean and polish and give it to someone else before he left. The man was sitting with his head down when Davy shouted that there was no way he would accept the place, even if it was given to him. So the young man left his father and went out into the long corridor. When the clerk on Davy's shoulder called him impulsive, he said it was necessary. The prince saw in his father what the demoness saw, but it didn't change anything for him. Besides, neither of them had seen everything, but the young man didn't need anything from the king anyway. When Davy returned to the castle, he told Amy not to let anyone in, as he was about to go to bed. When Amy retreated, the young man was actually about to leave. The prince, his robes fluttering in the wind, was standing on the balcony, ready to find out how deep the rabbit hole was. There was a commotion in the Black Moon Guild manor due to Shari's disappearance. The two men were discussing that she and the mercenary group under her had disappeared without a trace. The guild leader, a brown-haired man with a thin scar over one eye, rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he listened to Shari and her subordinates fail the assassination attempt on Winry, Varys, and Davy. A man in a blue hat and matching raincoat was sitting in a chair at a distance, snidely saying that even a class secret agent from the main headquarters was no good. In response, he received a rude request for silence, but he only expressed his doubt about whether the mysterious woman about whom it was impossible to find out anything was from the general staff at all. She was unable to kill the boys and the girl and caused a commotion, so the Black Moon Guild members decided to take the chance and show everyone their true strength. Before leaving, the man in the hat said that he would definitely bring the head of the youngsters, and at the same time capture Shari's head, having succeeded as befits the best mercenaries in the kingdom. The man threw away the nuts that he had been holding in his palm, and they split on the floor. When a subordinate asked the guild master if he should let go of this arrogant mercenary, the guild master didn't stop him. Shari was technically in a class, but in reality she was one of the highest masters, far superior to the A-class, and most secret agents feel this instinctively. This woman is dangerous. The guild leader panicked and started talking about how things weren't going according to plan, stunned by the failure and loss of a mercenary of Shari's level. The head decided to deal with the main thing and get out as quickly as possible. The man was horrified when he realized that no one was responding. His jaw clenched and his brow furrowed as he uttered an expletive. He was filled with anxiety because something was wrong. Standing up from his chair, the guild leader suddenly froze as he heard someone calling his name and ordering him to stay put. The cornered man turned his attention to the figure of a man lying in the distance. In the next second, a strong black-gloved hand pinned him by the neck to the table, knocking a cough out of Ojo. The intruder asked if the head of Black Moon was a vampire. Oho wailed, angrily chastising the guards outside who had let the invader pass. The head called for help, but in response, except for silence, he did not hear anything. Ojo could see Lord Orpheus lying on his back, his hat now resting on his chest. The man resigned himself to the fact that he would not wait for help and asked the mysterious man who sent him. Oho guessed that it might be the Ruxo Guild or the Karsh Guild, but dismissed the thought immediately since they wouldn't dare attack Black Moon in the early morning. However, apart from these options, only the main headquarters came to mind. The invader, hidden by the shadow, asked if the head wanted to live. Without waiting for a response from the terrified Oho, the man advised him to pass on the necessary information if he was still interested in life. The stuttering man started to say that if the intruder was a guild client, then the matter would be resolved through all the necessary procedures, but the intruder said that such information would not be sold to him. Then Ojo babbled that he would give the man whatever he wanted, which made him smile. The unknown person's palm released the man's hands. He began to stretch his aching hands. The invader demanded from Oho a list of the names and surnames of the aristocrats serving the Duchy of Barrieta and the entire book of their dirty deeds. Oho was shocked by the request. Then two of the stranger's fingers were pressed to his temple. The man was already at the peak of his tension and stood motionless. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and his fearful eyes were wide open. The person behind Oho with the threat specified whether the head understands from the first time. The intruder added that he also has a talent for detecting lies, so that the guild leader doesn't even think about bluffing. Meanwhile, Oho realized that he was in the same room as the master assassin. The guild leader remained silent, and the mysterious invader asked him what he had decided. A pile of scrolls lay in a pile. Davy sat on the roof and read one of them, noticing the false information and deliberate gaps. Perkirk asked if that was why it was called a rabbit hole, since Davy might have information from other guilds comparing aristocrats to rabbits that hide in different holes. Perkirk smiled as she listened to the prince's plans to kill the aristocracy. Davy explained that there was no reason for him to kill everyone, because there must be some nobility in him. No matter how strong the aristocracy is, it must have opponents. Davy remembered a knight who had dedicated his life to serving the prince's mother. His name is the Marquess of Failtrees, and right now, he found himself invading his office, screaming for the butler. Davy thought that now the Barrietta Duchy would destroy the nobles it ruled with its own hands. Persic joked about having a concept for a night guest with the prince today. The demoness suddenly wanted to ask Davy a question. She looked down at him with a smile. When she asked him what he wanted, he asked her if she liked to ask what she already knew. But the demoness wanted to hear the answer directly from Davy. He replied that he wanted to start a family, live a long, warm and full life without worries, and also be healthy. To Perkirk, it seemed that the prince was already living like this. But when Davy asked if his life really felt like this, the demoness, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, said no. The young man planned to leave the palace. Perkirk suggested that he build the most developed city on the continent, but Davy didn't appreciate it. When the girl suggested revenge, the prince replied that he did not want to end his life with the end of revenge. Then Perkirk suggested the option of accepting the royal throne. But then Davy was not satisfied with the fact that kings are not supposed to have comfort and entertainment. While enjoying the Night Kingdom, the prince came to the conclusion that entertainment is quite due to the landowner, and he has loopholes. Leon broke into a grin. He promised to create a place to return to. In the royal castle, Davy was being praised for his stigmata. The woman was holding a red and green fan with a gold branch ornament in her slender fingers. It was Queen Lines offering to reward her stepson for such services. The king, reflecting, replied that his son had already been granted land. People began to whisper about the queen's suspiciously unusual kindness to the first prince. Lines covered her face with her fan and turned away. She didn't really like it. She thought that if Davy came back, she could declare him insane and lock him up, but because of his stigma, she couldn't do that. Folding her fan in exasperation, the queen dismissed these thoughts. The woman looked desperate as she recalled the 7 secret guilds attacked last night. Someone was speaking to the queen in raised tones. It was Oho, telling her that a high-level assassin had descended on him. The man claimed that no secret agent of this country would be able to deal with this man. Lyons was angry, silently insulting the head of Black Moon. Her hand was tightly gripping the closed fan. She was thinking that if this assassin got the information, she might expect a mutiny when she suddenly thought of Failtress. The queen suggested that it could be his handiwork, despite the fact that there is no irrefutable evidence, because the woman's instinct has saved her more than once. Lyons was sure that the prince's protector and the person who had set this up were the same person. Then the queen decided that it was necessary to get rid of the extra eyes. With an angry expression on her face, the woman decided that if the murder and imprisonment were not organized, she would get rid of Davy legally. The king was still mulling over the woman's suggestion, and she silently wished with annoyance that he would think it through properly. With a nasty smile, Lyons was thinking that she had asked the king such a question anyway, when suddenly he answered with an agreement. The woman was taken aback by the surprise. The king concluded that the prince, who is not the heir to the throne and has become an adult, should not stay too long in the palace, which further surprised his wife. The king called the opera chamberlain, and the queen looked completely lost. When the man demanded to call the prince, Lyons flew into a silent rage. Davy was dressed in a sophisticated black suit with gold patterns on the collar, shoulder lines, and sleeve cuffs. The prince, standing in front of the king and queen sitting on the throne, fell into thoughts that his father recognized the fact that his son was now a kind of walking bomb, and decided that it was impossible to keep him in the palace. The man, looking down on his son, ordered him to develop the granted land to make himself and the king and queen proud. Davy, with a slight bow of his head, promised to carry out the will of the head of state. When Perkirk whispered in the boy's ear that the man was afraid and therefore sent his son away, Davy thought that there was no need to remind him again. In any case, the king didn't notice, and the prince planned to leave without his orders. Looking at the coat of arms of the kingdom, Davy decided that both he and the king and queen thought that the guy was no longer held here, and there was no point in him staying. But they were already on the hook. As the prince informed his father that he would leave as soon as he was ready, Perkirk said that perhaps a huge number of lives would be extinguished because of what the young man had arranged. Davy thought that he was ready to leave for the sake of preserving the kingdom. But before the next succession to the throne, it was necessary to organize reforms. He didn't want Varys to inherit all this filth, and it would have been nice if Davy had been able to crush the enemy. Davy came out of the royal reception area. Suddenly a familiar voice called out to him. Winry and Varys, clinging to their brother literally and figuratively, were trying to find out more details about his departure. Varys was about to go to his majesty with a petition, but Davy had already told him that he wanted to leave the palace himself, and besides, he has a stigmata. The older brother tried to calm the younger one down, but Varys looked very confused. Winry took Davy's hand in hers, calling softly to him. The girl asked him to let her and Varys know right away if Davy had any problems, and they would do everything they could to help. Davy smiled and explained to the younger boys that although Haynes Land was considered desolate, it was also inhabited by humans. Patting his sister on the head, the guy promised that he would arrange everything in the best possible way and invite these two. Inside the palace, Davy called Amy over. He ordered her to go to the treasury to see the land stewards and bring the Haynes Land documents, and Amy, holding the prince's jacket, specified which documents to request first. Davy said with a wink that he wanted all the reports, and that the people there would be glad when they found out that he had sent the maid. Davy was lost in the thought that he needed to know himself. Perkirk, reading his mind, replied that you need to know the enemy, and victory will be inevitable, using Davy's words from his past life. When the prince asked if there was such an expression here, the demoness said that she also had something like that when she was alive. Giggling, the girl said that she liked it. Moreover, it excites her. It was the fact that Davy hadn't crossed the line of arrogance, despite his skills, that made her feel that way. The prince asked with a smirk if this was some kind of vicarious satisfaction. The demoness responded positively, referring to her life, which was more passive than the young man's. Standing on top of the prince's head with her wings spread, the demon queen rejoiced in becoming an example of vicarious satisfaction, ready to become Davy's fan. A warm smile spread across her lips. The young man was embarrassed by the last sentence, taking it as an honor. Amy brought the documents to the prince pretty quickly. When Davy was surprised by the small amount of information, the maid explained that this was all that was left about Haynes Land. The prince took this as a field for his activities. Davy picked up the papers. He stared at them in silence. While the young man was thinking about where to start, the clerk went down to the document. The demoness looked at it with interest, reading the words about the cursed land. Glancing back at Davy, she saw with a touch of irony how lucky he was. Davy laughed, appreciating her taunt. There were plenty of supplies under the horse's hooves. Amy held up a finger and asked if Perkirk was the main character's only companion. With his hands on his side, the main character watched the vast expanses of the city. Davy said there was nothing he could do about it. The main character stated that there were no knights or aristocrats that he liked. Von Palin leaned on Davy's shoulder and watched the man standing in front of them. He got down on one knee and spoke to Davy. The man said his name was Phaeltris. Phaeltris explained that he welcomed the kingdom's lesser son. Turning to him, the main character asked him to get up. After observing the meticulous preparations, the Marquis reported that word had reached him that Davy was leaving. The main character thought that since he wasn't the crown prince, he should leave the palace instead. Phaeltris noted that Davy could still become the crown prince. Who knows? The main character replied with a grin. Watching Davy, the Marquis' face was frozen in one position. Phaeltris smiled and said that the main character had grown a lot. Strong gusts of wind fluttered the leaves of a nearby tree. The Marquess was sure that the previous queen would have been proud of Davy. Standing next to Phaeltris, the main character thought that he was just an irreverent son to his mother. Based on Davy's words, the Marquis pointed out that an old man who couldn't protect Her Majesty should be the best person in Zella. Hearing this, the main character was confused. Watching Phaeltris while in his own thoughts, Davy found out about it after sneaking into his house. Continuing to think, the main character noted that all this time the Marquis was quietly collecting evidence of the guilt of the one who was behind the murder of his mother, unlike someone who simply gave up after her death. Standing across from Davy, Phaeltris asked him to contact him if he had any problems. Grinning, the protagonist noted that there would be real chaos if the Marquis, who remains neutral, suddenly starts helping him. Taken aback, Phaeltris said that if he didn't do it, then his oath could be called a simple sound. As he set off, Davy announced that he would make the land habitable. He didn't think it was difficult. After which, the main character asked the Marquis to do what he had to do here. Being wary, the Marquis asked Davy to thoroughly rouse the aristocrats who were eating away at the country. The Marquis declared that after that, he would drive the last nail into the coffin lid. Davy smiled and said that they still had a lot of things to do. Powerful streams of mana emanated from the mysterious structure. After finishing their preparations, the main character's crew set off. Outside the mana gate, Davy was waiting for a day's journey from the neighboring lands. While in his thoughts, Davy noted that the Hayne lands weren't that far from the capital. He was sure that this was the reason why they would not have time to get bored, they would be close to their destination. During the ride, Perkirk fell asleep. Watching her, the main character believed that this beauty can certainly be called sleeping. Davy reflected that Von Palin had been with him for quite some time. Continuing to think, the main character noted that one of her traits that he learned about during this time was drowsiness. Indignant, Von Palin told Davy not to move. After which, the main character suggested that the point was that apart from having to maintain a tiny size, the strength of the immortal body's clerk was still too weak. Grinning, Davy asked what he would get in return. Von Palin stated that he would be honored if his thighs were firm and comfortable enough to sleep comfortably. Perkirk loved being around Davy, after which, he covered her with a small piece of blanket. A nearby coachman informed the protagonist that they would be arriving soon. Davy's caravan found itself in the vast expanse of the desert. The plot takes us to the land of Hines. The land was shrouded in a huge amount of sand. While in his thoughts, the protagonist realized that in fact, this was just a wasteland with no mines or rivers nearby. As Davy continued to think, he noticed that there were monster habitats nearby. History showed us a map that showed the state's terrain plan. The main character believed that the only advantage was the wide area, which is located on the fork leading to the sacred land. Davy thought that if the road continued successfully, they might have a chance of making it an important trade route. The main character believed that this would be possible if Hines were ordinary lands. Looking out of the carriage window, the protagonist called this place a cursed land, which was a barren wasteland with an eternal drought. Davy noted that Hines' land is not currently valued very highly. Leaning on the seat, the protagonist reflected on the fact that the land that was completely normal 10 years ago was completely dried up in the last 5 years. Leaning his hand against the window, Davy thought that the root cause was still unknown. The ground was covered with cracks, dried up by the lack of water. A screen appeared in front of the main character, which notified him about the new lands. Grinning, Davy asked a question that concerned the local god who likes question marks. Leaning out from under the covers, Perserk asked if it was a curse. Leaning on her arm, Von Palin explained that the angry regional curses are a pervasive type. She reported that such bad curses start with a single intermediary and then spread to the limit. Looking out the window, Davy noted that he hadn't expected to find any remnants of black magic here. Perserk suggested that one of the inhabitants of these lands once touched a middleman. Raising his hand to create a magic technique, the protagonist thought that the Haines lands had suffered a lot because of such ignorant nonsense. After which, Davy applied a third-level purification. A powerful stream of mana emanated from the protagonist's hand. Davy noted that this will not be easy. Standing on his shoulder, Perserk was lost in thought. She thought it would be difficult to dispel a curse that had lasted so long. As Von Palin watched Davy lying there, she asked if most of this land was like this. Reflecting on this situation, the protagonist believed that there was currently little understanding of both black magic and other forms on the continent. Looking up at the ceiling, Davy was sure that because it had been so long since the black magicians had disappeared, most of the curse's scope had been lost in the past. The main character noted that during all this time, the world has not changed much. Deep in thought, Davy continued to lie in the cart. One of the coachmen asked them to stop, as this was the beginning of the Hines land. The main character's caravan appeared in front of the city entrance gate. The knight asked for the coachman's identification card. The outer walls of Hines were in a terrible state due to multiple fractures. The knights on guard looked around. Watching all this, the main character noticed the mess that is present in the city. Only the subordinate who came up provided the knight with the documents. Deep in his thoughts, Davy felt that he should be glad that there were guards here at all. The outer walls of the city were shrouded in many wooden traps. The main character thought that this is a very good place for monsters to live. Davy reckoned that if it hadn't been for a single squad of guards, the land would have been lost. Getting out of the carriage, the main character heard someone talking. The knight asked one of Davy's escorts to wait a bit, as he wanted to report the news to the captain. Interrupting him in mid-sentence, the escort asked if he was going to keep the main character waiting. After which, Davy asked him to stop it. He stated that he had not yet officially received the authority of the owner of these lands. Heading to the city, the main character asked him not to be so rude, because now they are one family. Davy smiled and turned his head to the side. An excited man greeted the main character. He got down on his knees and informed them that they were late for their meeting with him. The man's hands were covered in multiple layers of bandages due to severe injuries. Seeing this, Davy fell into a stupor. Looking around, the main character was in complete disbelief. Turning to the man, Davy asked when the news of their arrival had arrived. The frightened man said that this news came 2 days ago. His fingers were shaking violently. Raising his head, the man asked if he should be executed. The main character assumed that he was then attacked by a monster. Hearing this, the man fell into a stupor, after which he reported that this is so. Davy stated that they needed to put the curse problem aside for a while and deal with the goblins first. On his knees, Monmito said that in the absence of the landowner, he was assigned the duties of captain of the vigilantes. Apologizing, he said that he was also responsible for managing the land. Watching the frightened captain of the vigilantes, being in his thoughts, the main character noted his fears and worries. Davy said that land management requires reading. Excitedly, Monmito revealed that he had learned a little about it during the observation. Continuing to think, the main character noted the abilities of the captain of the vigilantes. Pointing his head downwards, Monmito was saying that Davy had finally arrived. The main character asked him to continue to do the same. Looking around, Davy noticed that they had done a good job during that time. The main character said that from today the squad of vigilantes was officially promoted to the Royal Guard. Davy then informed them that Sir Berman, who was the guard commander here, would help them with their training. The main character counted on their organization. In a state of shock, Monmito tried to explain his background. Putting a hand on the vigilante captain's shoulder, Davy stated that Nami's abilities were enough for him. The main character noted that if they improve their skills, then he will give them a position, since he has the authority to do so. The vigilantes' faces were filled with surprise. Davy smiled and said that was his principle. Holding up a piece of paper, the protagonist stated that he had seen footprints along the way. Sitting at his desk, Davy asked if the goblins had invaded the fortress. Standing next to him, the captain of the vigilantes was amazed that despite being prone to erosion, this was the citadel's defense line. He couldn't figure out how the monsters broke through there. After that, Monmito said that the members of the squad were tired and badly injured due to the prolonged attacks. Looking out the window, the protagonist asked him about the damage assessment. Captain Drezhnikov reported that about a dozen residential buildings were set on fire and most of the residents were abducted. The walls of the palace were covered with multiple chips and cracks. Davy thought that was very critical. In front of the entrance to the house, there was a broken cart. The main character was interested in the situation inside. Captain Drezhnikov believed that their food supply would last until winter. Taken aback, Monmito noted that this year was very bad. Hand on the table, Davy couldn't figure out what he needed to do with the possessions he'd brought back from the palace. After reading the document, Perserk said that even if you exclude the amount of repairs to the castle and the fortress wall, it is unlikely that it will last for 2 years. While in his own thoughts, the main character was greatly fascinated by Von Pollen. He wanted her to be his secretary. Perserk watched Davy's reaction with a smirk. Leaning against the protagonist's leg, Von Pollen declined his offer. She thought that if she agreed, she would have to sleep less. Dropping a small bag of cash, Davy said there was nothing he could do about the situation. The coins in the bag shimmered in the glare of the sun. Looking at the bag, Monmito was surprised to see that it contained 100 gold coins. Davy asked him to buy all the necessary goods and food on his behalf. The main character stated that Sir Follies and C. Holton will protect Captain Montes. He thought that should be enough for them for a while. Stunned, Amy couldn't believe the amount of money Davy had given them. Smiling, the protagonist asked her not to worry about it, as it was well-deserved money. While in his thoughts, Davy noted that he, like a true Robin Hood, had justly withdrawn this money from the secret guilds. While half asleep, Perserk said that theft is not fair. Approaching Davy's surprised subordinate, the man informed her that his loyal servant would go with them. The plot introduced us to the chief chamberlain of the palace of the first Prince Bernal. With a serious expression, he wanted to prepare everything he needed in 3 days, after which the main character expressed his gratitude to him. Slamming his hand on the table, the main character immediately got down to business. Watching the stunned subordinates, Davy asked for the minimum number of people needed to protect the land to gather all the vigilantes and free knights. The protagonist believed that the faster they save people, the better. The crowd of onlookers turned their attention to Davy, who was standing behind the counter. Smiling, the main character expressed his gratitude for the fact that they were all gathered. After that, he announced that he was appointed lord of these lands. The surprised townspeople continued to listen intently to Davy. The main character assumed that they already knew that last night, during the goblin attack, the inhabitants were abducted. Davy noted that despite the presence of daredevils who want to go after them, there are also those who are afraid and want to hide. Carefully looking at the townspeople, being in his thoughts, the main character realized that he did not see among them the specialists who were worth Monmito. Davy said that no matter what the circumstances were, they couldn't afford to let these green runts keep coming here. The main character said that he would not leave alive any invaders who sent weapons to his land. Raising his hand, the indignant man noted that fighting the goblins with the remaining number of people was equal to suicide. Someone in the crowd echoed his opinion. Turning around, Davy wondered if he was suggesting that they let them invade any further. The main character noted that he understands the townspeople, since this was the last squad of vigilantes on their land. Turning to the villagers again, Davy stated that if the attack failed, the monsters would attack them again out of revenge. After which, he added that they had a chance. Asking residents not to worry, Davy said that he would also participate. Excitement filled the faces of the residents. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that the expression on their faces clearly showed that they were thinking about something. There were faint whispers in the crowd. Davy thought they were thinking that the inexperienced prince, who kept his temper at the expense of his ardor, was being unnecessarily arrogant. The main character said that he knows what the residents are thinking. Leaning on the counter, Davy noticed that he wasn't a prince, but a lord of Hain's land. The main character said that regardless of whether they like him or not, the inhabitants of his lands are his family. Encouraged, Davy declared that he would never let them die. Among the formed groups of citizens, active disputes began. The main character believed that if the inhabitants could not believe him, then they should believe God's mark, which was a stigmata. Davy pointed out that even if they couldn't do it that way, they might consider him a bloodthirsty master and follow him. Excitement filled the faces of the townspeople. The main character stated that his life is most important to him, and that they, the residents who will protect him, are also important. Grinning, Davy said that was why he wasn't alone. He ordered the townspeople not to even think without his permission. There was a strong tension in the air. Torrents of evening wind enveloped the vast expanses of forest. The story takes us to a demonic forest. Perkirk thought Davy's speech was pretty good. The group of warriors swiftly continued on their way. Glancing at the group of soldiers, Von Pollen asked what the main character planned to do with all this rabble. Davy knew from his own quarters that the soldiers of the defeated army were tired to death and untrained. He thought that considering the danger and the increasing number of goblins, it was really quite suicide. Grinning, the main character reported 150 goals. He believed that this was the difference in combat capability. Davy was certain that a direct attack was impossible. Pointing her finger up, Perkirk said that he was too frivolous. Von Pollen said the number could change at any time. Davy, on his way to the forest, pointed out that this was not the case. He was confident that 150 heads would be enough. Carrying Von Pollen on his shoulder, the main character declared that he could handle the rest on his own. Overjoyed, Perkirk said she liked it. Pointing a finger to the side, the captain of the vigilantes informed everyone that they had arrived. A large goblin settlement was engaged in one type of activity or another. Manhwa reported that most of the monsters could be seen over the ridge in front of them. Surprised, Davy assumed that this was an abandoned village. After which, Von Pollen wondered if the orcs and goblins were at war with each other. Approaching the main character, Captain Druzhnikov said that there was a village in which the manager was absent. Manhwa noted that based on the Guardian's reports, goblins have been gathering here lately. The excited soldiers fell into a stupor. One of the warriors was remembering how the monsters had killed his comrade. Davy put a hand on his shoulder and said it was a shame. Then, turning to the soldier, the main character asked if he wanted to kill the monsters. Standing on an earthen hill, Davy asked if they wanted to avenge their departed comrades. Encouraged, the soldiers reported that this was so. Watching his army, the main character was surprised that they are so angry for people who are not even their blood relatives. After loading the bowstring, Davy declared that he had chosen the perfect land for himself. After the main character fired a shot, with lightning speed, the projectile flew towards one of the goblins. At that moment, Davy used the sharp arrow technique. Taken aback, the monster froze in one position. Fear covered the goblins' faces. Next, the stunned goblins tried to extinguish the main character's fire arrow. Watching Davy's crushing attack, the captain of the vigilantes noted that they should not attack head-on. Grinning, the protagonist asked the soldiers to remember that he does not allow anyone to die. Hearing this, his army fell into a stupor. The goblins, frightened to death, continued to try to put out the fire that had formed. Raising his hand to his head, the protagonist rejoiced at the direct hit of his arrow. While in his thoughts, Davy noticed that one womanizing courtier here had completely licked off the Apollo technique. After that, the main character added that in other words, his shot, which at first glance seemed spontaneous, is actually not so. As Davy continued to think, it was usually considered the right tactic to fight with a guerrilla approach and prepared traps. Being completely desperate, the protagonist's army was confused. At that moment, Davy was thinking that he wasn't going to put too much effort into it. Remembering the saying to be afraid of wolves, do not go to the forest, the main character directed his gaze into the distance. A powerful flow of mana formed under Davy's feet. The dumbfounded soldiers watched on. The main character stated that from today on, he is their lord and kin, giving his first order. Davy raised his hand and announced that they were all there, after which, the soldiers' bodies began to be covered with various magic enhancements. Turning her gaze to Davy, Perkirk asked if he wanted to use everything. The main character noted that once he started, he will take up the cosplay of a genius saint. In his thoughts, Davy was sure that his army didn't know what kind of magic it was anyway. Seeing the aura streams, the soldiers fell into a stupor. A powerful light shrouded their faces. As he continued to think, the protagonist thought that it was just like that, he would borrow his power. The shocked Davy army raised their heads as they saw a mysterious magical creature in the sky. At that moment, the main character activated the magic of applying buffs of the 6th level of the circle. This technique was called Saint Gloria. Davy grinned and noted that buffs of this level weren't lying around. An image of a clergyman raising his hand above his head appeared in his mind. While in his thoughts, the protagonist believed that even the saints of the night of the sacred land of Balshas could not do so, because the saint is only able to control the 7th level of the circle after reaching the level of the head of saints. Turning his gaze on the troops, Davy said he was letting them vent their accumulated rage. Grinning, the main character noted that he had long wanted to do this once. Perplexed, Perkirk asked what he was talking about. At that moment, a malicious grin appeared on Davy's face. Raising his hand up, the main character reported that his army had become stronger, after which he ordered them to attack. Von Pollen was shocked into a stupor. While in his thoughts, Davy thought about how the members of the vigilante squad were waiting for a chance to take revenge on the goblins. Many weapons were thrown at the dumbfounded monsters. The defeated goblins fell to the ground. Grinning, the protagonist noted that otherwise they would not have looked like this. Davy's enraged army charged. Seeing the terrified monsters, one of the soldiers was sure that they should kill them all. With a single swing of his sword, the young man beheaded the green monster. The goblin's head immediately fell to the ground. While spinning an arrow in his hand, the main character noted that his army was delighted. The young man declared that they could win, after which he asked the others not to be afraid. While in his thoughts, Davy was surprised that in just a second, the battle had turned into a one-sided beating. Running up to the wounded soldier, the guy asked if he was okay, after which, on his arm, he applied healing. The dumbfounded warrior couldn't believe that the wound on his arm had disappeared. Davy reported that the sacred power doesn't make them invincible. Further, the main character reminded them that no one was allowed to die. Hearing this, the guys were confused. Putting his hand to his side, Davy said that he would personally deal with the wounded when they returned. The main character asked not to disappoint him. Hearing the cheers, Davy turned his head in their direction. The captain of the vigilantes ordered not to miss the chance and crush the goblins' heads. While in the game, the main character suggested that this is what berserk madness looks like. As he continued to think, he thought that the goblins looked like pathetic victims. A soldier's furious face could be seen on the tip of the blade. Raising their hands in joy, Davy's army announced victory. Sitting on the roof, the protagonist was surprised that they had already finished. After which, the joyful soldiers began to praise Davy's name. Berserk, standing on the main character's shoulder, said that he couldn't control his facial expression at all. Holding up his hands, Davy reported that his hands were in perfect order. Dumbfounded, Von Pollen thought it was impossible. Starting to clap his hands, the main character asked his army not to rejoice ahead of time. With a serious expression on his face, Davy asked to find the captive villagers. After which, Davy went in search of the prisoners. While in his thoughts, the main character was thinking about the carrot and stick method. As he continued to think, he hoped to cultivate the proper feelings of contradiction and awe in them at the same time. Taken aback, the protagonist noted that he hears only my lord from the soldiers. As he led the army into the city, Davy assumed that something from somewhere had gone wrong. At that moment, the main character was thinking about attacking the next day. In the thick of the forest, the angry shouts of the soldiers could be heard. A bird soared high above the morning city. A sharpened iron spear was leaning on wooden traps. Sitting on the ground, the boy noted what he knew about the current lord, who was an extraordinary person. After which, he wondered if it was really normal for him to go with just 10 people in the next attack. The excited guy noted that Davy was barely 16, and that he had just passed the coming-of-age ceremony. Closing his eyes, the man said that the first victory instilled in the main character excessive self-confidence. He thought they could expect to die unnecessarily. Thinking, the guy froze in one position. The captain of the vigilantes asked what Jimmy was doing at that moment. Then, after looking at his weapon, Monito ordered it to be removed. Standing behind Davy, he announced his return. The captain of the vigilantes ordered them to move. The dumbfounded soldiers couldn't believe what they saw. While in his thoughts, Jimmy was amazed that the main character destroyed the remaining goblins with 3 knights and 10 vigilantes. As soon as Davy arrived, his army began to praise him. Embarrassed, the main character fell into a stupor. Deep in his thoughts, Davy thought that if anyone had looked at it from the outside, they would have thought that he had somehow hypnotized them. Surprised citizens watched the group of returning soldiers led by the main character. Turning to the troops, Davy said that he really tried to act extremely sensibly. Raising a finger, Berserk noted that in her opinion, it was the same as if the main character had drugged them. Hearing this, Davy asked her to be quiet. Watching his army, the main character believed that at this rate they could form a cult. Davy said there were still a lot of goblin settlements left. With a serious expression on his face, he said that it was for this reason that he would periodically be engaged in cleaning them up. After that, the main character noted that as today, most will remain in the city to protect the land. Davy raised his hand and ordered everyone to disperse. Lost in thought, the protagonist believed that everything should return to normal in a few days. Looking at the enthusiastic army, Davy noticed that they were just a little peculiar. Exhaling, the main character told about what he thought for 2 more days. The evening sky of the city gradually began to cover with clouds. But as they say, a word has no legs, but thousands of lie pass by, Davy added. Turning his head, the main character found a man walking in his direction. The guy reported that a saint had come to them. Standing next to Davy, he ordered everyone to make way immediately. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that he began to cherish vigilantes and priests. Davy put a hand to his head in embarrassment. Continuing to think, the main character said that for the first time after waking up, he regretted the decision. Overjoyed, the townspeople watched Davy. At that moment, the protagonist was thinking that as a lord, he had managed to gain the trust of the townspeople. Looking out the window, Davy thought that many people might wonder what that meant, given his highest rank. The main character revealed that Astray, the server king of the Phalladia Empire of the continent, who taught him the art of the spear, always told him the following. An image of Astrius holding a trident appeared in his mind. Even if you rule a small territory, don't forget that you rule over the people, not the cattle, the northern king of the Phalladia Empire used to say. Astray believed that the dictatorship would not be able to hold out for long, so Davy needed to make sure that people followed him. Raising the mug to his mouth, the main character noted that he had not really learned politics from him, as from the king, but sometimes he agreed with his sayings. Jumping down on the table, Von Pollen asked if they were materials on his land. She was curious about what was going on here. Alert, Davy asked what Perkirk thought of that. Von Pollen put her hand to her face, lost in thought. She said that the land is covered with complete sadness. Watching the sun that shrouded the morning city, Von Pollen believed that if the main character quickly got rid of the curse and carefully took care of the land, then it would be 5 years before the city could be restored to a tolerable state. Perkirk added that it would take another 20 years or so to get them into the shape Davy wanted them to be. After hearing it, the main character noted that this is a fairly specific forecast. Deep in his thoughts, Davy was sure that even if the curse was instantly removed, the dying land would not be so easily revived. Turning to Von Pollen, the main character asked if she thought so, based on her own strength. Putting her hand on her side, Perkirk informed her that this was not the case. Grinning, she asked if Davy wanted to hear what she personally thought about the whole situation. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he was looking forward to it. Von Pollen raised the book above her head and said that there was no navigable riverbed in these lands, and that was why there was no need to rely on supplies. Perkirk believed that the crop failure had almost dried up food supplies, and that industrial livestock production was in a clear decline. Imagining the money in her head, Von Pollen noted that the gold received from the secret guilds was only a temporary means. She was sure that the most serious problem right now was with capital. Putting a hand to his chin, Davy noted that there wasn't really any profit from these lands. Turning to Perkirk, he asked her how long she had this power. Putting her hands behind her back, Von Pollen said that this is all she can do, since her maximum is to lift light objects into the air. The main character believed that if the problem was money, then he has a couple of ways. The delighted Von Pollen asked him to tell her about them. When Davy saw the upturned handkerchief in front of him, he fell into a stupor. Memories of a crowd of soldiers, the main character noted that contrary to his expectations, they have a lot of young people. Davy said that the first method was to focus on this and the difficult survival of hunting monsters. After hearing this, Von Pollen said that in fact this is the worst decision. Imagining the image of unusual fruits in his head, the main character said that the second method was to remove special products. After that, he noted that with the current state of the land, it will not be easy to do this. Perkirk agreed with him completely. An image of people selling things to each other popped up in Davy's mind. The main character believed that the last way was foreign trade. Davy thought they might trade the diamond for corn. Putting her hand to her head, Von Pollen wondered if anyone had any use in trading with them. She noted that they did not have any goods. Davy said they didn't have to bargain with people. Standing near the window, the main character said that you can never know for sure, after which, he suggested that Perkirk first personally explore the land. Turning his head in the direction of Von Pollen, Davy said that was where they should start. The main character's dried land was shrouded in tons of sand. Since ancient times, the main character dreamed of becoming a landowner. Grinning, Davy noted that he had ended up owning the voids. Being in his thoughts, the main character thought that they used to be engaged in agriculture here. After that, he noted that they did not do this because the original owners gave up their property rights and left these lands. Flying alongside Davy, Perkirk thought they were looking for a needle in the desert. The main character was surprised that all this became the property of a landowner. Watching the huge mountains, Davy was sure that the intermediary who had cast the curse was hidden here. At that moment, the main character was thinking that if he could use the sacred power one more time, he wouldn't have to sweat so much. After that, he noted that this is impossible at his current level. Looking out over the expanse of the wasteland, Davy thought about wanting to make up for his missing sacred power. The main character believed that there was no way there could be a repository of sacred power at the level of Calderas. An image of the sacred sword taunting him appeared in his mind. After which, Davy had the idea that he could just ask Princess Alina. Imagining the image of Alina in his mind, the protagonist assumed that she was extremely confident when it came to Hare's sword art. Davy thought that if I borrowed Calderas from the princess, I would pretend to take care of her hands. The clerk sitting on his back said that she advised him to do so. Taken aback, the main character noted that he would not have done it anyway. When Davy stopped, he was sure that there was nothing else he could do. Considering the limits of the wasteland, the main character noted that recently, someone was naughty, begging to be used. When Von Pollen heard this, she couldn't understand who he was talking about. Davy then informed her that she was about to see it. Imagining the image of Mana Perkirk in his head, the protagonist reported that he had someone annoying, like a small child begging to be pulled out. Putting his hand to the ground, Davy declared that her time had finally come. a powerful magic seal appeared on the confines of the wasteland. At that moment, the main character applied the Repose Curse of Curse Correction. A surprised clerk reported that this was the first time she had ever seen such magic. Davy noted that this is not surprising, since the creator of this magic Loias was originally from another continent. Putting his hands on his side, the main character told that, in general, it was see the language of curses circles. Davy was talking about cursing magic, which is created using a lot of formulas and mana arrangements that are programmed into code. Imagining a mysterious magic item in his head, the main character noted that the dark magician either borrows the power of various sources or spends a lot of time installing curses. Davy reported that this magic can decipher the formula of the mana invested in it. Putting her hand to her chin, Von Pollen noted that it could be used to learn the terms of the curse. Perserk thought they would be very lucky if they found a middleman. Davy smiled and said it was true, after which, a magic panel was formed in front of the main character. Surprised, Von Pollen asked what it was. Davy continued to study it, and said that he would now begin to decipher it. Thinking about it, the main character froze in one position. Distraught, Perserk folded her hands and waited for him. Leaning his hand against the magic panel, Davy wondered if it was definitely a curse. Von Pollen turned her attention to him and asked if he knew anything. Surprised, the main character assumed that this was so. Watching the panel, Davy talked about an automatic greenhouse rather than a curse. Opposite the sandy hills, many cacti grew. The plot takes us to the Haines land, to the east. Perserk was surprised that the outer land's boundaries were clearly marked. Raising his head, the main character told that the intermediaries are located so that only the Haines lands are inside. Davy told her that there were 7 places in total where the intermediaries found by the search were hidden. The main character noted that all of them were located close to the borderline of all lands. Outraged, Von Pollen said that Davy has a talent for intrigue. After that, the main character reported that natural phenomena related to climate and drought are observed throughout the territory. Davy noted that all of them were deliberately assigned to a specific territory. Folding her hands, Perserk assumed that the curse contributed to the absence of rain and the dying of the earth. The main character reported that this is so. Continuing on his way, Davy revealed that he had only managed to decipher one effect of the curse. The sun rose bright and blinding over the wasteland. The main character talked about maintaining a certain situation. Davy believed that despite the strangeness of this, if this effect persists for a long time in a certain area, then the curse becomes really dangerous. Observing the sparse vegetation of the wasteland, the main character said that he did not know who and for what purpose imposed this curse. After which, Davy noted that he had succeeded in ravaging the Haines lands. Being in his own thoughts, the main character wanted to make it so that the whole thing could be controlled and edited. Davy stopped at a stone hill and announced that they had arrived. Imagining the image of the raging sea in his head, the main character said that it would be possible to turn this place into a real tourist paradise. Disgusted, Perk noticed that Davy's thoughts were written all over his face. At that moment, sparks of mysterious mana shrouded the expanse of the place they had arrived at. Raising his head, the protagonist was surprised that it was a ruin. As he continued to survey the area, Davy noticed something he hadn't thought possible in this rocky area. The main character believed that judging by the architecture, all this was built before the Great War. In his mind, Davy was sure that the alchemists and historians would be thrilled. Hearing this, Von Pollen assumed that it wasn't dark magicians who did it. Davy didn't think they even knew about this place. After that, the main character noted that an ancient, previously untouched curse was activated nearby. He considered this rather suspicious. At that moment, Perserk was struck by the quietness of the place. Continuing the inspection, the main character agreed with her, since usually in such places there is at least some kind of guardian. When Davy saw the stone monster, he remembered the proverb that said that my tongue is my enemy. Upon seeing the main character, the stone monster let out a roar. Peeking out from under Davy's collar, Von Pollen was sure that this was a metal golem. Perserk noticed that the monster had a demonic stone as a projectile, which surprised her. An agitated Von Pollen asked Davy to be careful, as golems might have unusual skills. Watching the crowd of angry monsters, the main character asked her not to worry. Concentrating, Davy reported that he could smell something. After hearing his words, Perserk couldn't understand what he was talking about. After which, the metal golem attacked the protagonist with a lightning-fast fist strike. After dodging the attack, Davy reported that this was the case. Grabbing onto the metal golem's head, the protagonist focused the mana streams in his hand to strike. Davy grabbed the crystal and tried to pull it out. Falling to the ground, the main character screamed that he was talking about the smell of money, which is a harbinger of success. Someone was sighing in Davy's domain. Putting his hand to his mouth, Freeman declared that peacetime was truly beautiful. Beside him, Gordon wondered if it was really normal that the Lord had gone to inspect the grounds behind the castle. As Freeman carried the bucket, he noted that the Lord would be able to figure it out for himself. Then he asked if Freeman had forgotten about the miracle he had shown a few days ago. While in his thoughts, he believed that no one expected the main character to do so well. And this is completely natural. Linz grinned as she watched the crowds of people go up in flames. The Ron kingdom is now ruled by an aristocracy. Their reputation increased as much as it could. Of course, no idle aristocrat wandered into this remote area to torment the locals, but it was not uncommon for the unfortunate to come here in search of some sort of livelihood. The walls of Haines were in a terrible state, and the only thing the kingdom has done for these dying lands is reduce taxes. Since this land was abandoned to its fate, a lot of water has already flowed away. The plot showed Davy standing with his back turned, and then they sent a green boy called Lord. Local residents of the city were actively engaged in some kind of conversation. Knowledgeable adults assumed that the new lord had been banished here after failing in his power struggle. They thought that in such conditions, he would probably take out his anger on the residents. We'd be lying if we said we weren't worried at all. The desperate man tilted his head down. In fact, there was nothing we could do about it. Darkness hung over Haines. We were much more concerned with the continuous goblin attacks. The rest didn't seem so important. A mob of angry goblins left the city, abducting many of the townspeople. Haines' soldiers were not in the best of health when they recovered, and the vigilantes could not possibly go after them to save them. And when our situation began to look hopeless, he arrived. With his hands in his pockets, Davy headed for the entrance to the city. A faint smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The first prince of the kingdom and the new lord of the Haines lands. A youth with a soft smile on his lips, from whom no one knew what to expect. The captain of the vigilantes came to bow to the newly arrived main character. Has he heard enough about the situation? Will he be angry? Beat up D, the captain of the vigilantes. If so, then there are those among us who are willing to risk their lives but oppose him. The frightened soldiers fell into a stupor. The plot reminds us of the events that occurred earlier, where Davy studied the documents of the city and then defeated the goblin settlement. However, Prince Davy calmly scouted the situation. After learning about the goblin attack, he gave us the opportunity to take revenge. A group of wounded soldiers stood watching the scene. He has shown us the miracle of salvation. The abducted residents are named family. Leaning on the counter, the main character was broadcasting important news to the people. We were all saved by his words and his power. Startled, Davy raised his hand, even though he kept grumbling that he wasn't a saint. If he knew about it, many people gathered at the church and turned their prayers to God. That in just a few days he has become higher than God for the residents. For such a thing, it is quite possible to be convicted as blasphemy, but this did not stop anyone. Streams of mana appeared above the roof of the building. He performed a miracle right before our eyes. Naturally, there was more faith in him than in their patron god. Hanging onto a special structure, the young man turned to Uncle Freeman. He thought it was great that they had dealt with the goblins thanks to the Lord. Taken aback, the young man wondered if he could hope for a bright future for these lands. Freeman closed his eyes in thought. As he continued to renovate the palace, he couldn't give the youth a clear answer. Most of the territory has long been withered due to the drought that has persisted for many years. The soil of Haines was covered with many cracks due to the lack of moisture. This is reflected even on the outskirts of the citadel, where it occasionally rained. Holding a huge drop of water in her hand, the woman held up her finger. Priests, magicians, and alchemists constantly visited here, turning everything upside down under the pretext of research, but then leaving without achieving anything. People are powerless here. The only plant visible in the middle of the wasteland was writhing in the powerful gusts of wind. That was their verdict. Therefore, even though he is a lord, he looks like the very incarnation of God. As Freeman watched the repairs, he said that they were powerless in this situation, since the sky was angry and it wasn't raining. Clouds drifted slowly in the evening sky of Haines. Freeman believed that if everything dried up all the way to here, then it could be considered the real end. The mysterious gemstone shimmered due to the many rays of sunlight. A magic crystal is a clod of naturally refined strong mana concentrate. The crystal on the scale greatly outweighed the magic stone, hundreds of times stronger and more valuable than a mana stone, even if they are the same size. The main character's hand was directed into the bowels of the earth. Very tired, Davy put his hand to his head. Shaking his hand, the main character noted that it was hard. The clerk hovering nearby thought that Davy clearly needed to reconsider the meaning of the word hard in his dictionary. Grinning, the main character asked how long it all takes. While in his thoughts, the main character understood that these were the same magic crystals. Still thinking, Davy noted that this was only a small part, since there were clearly more of them in the ruins. Observing the many mind stones, the main character believed that such a size would pull hundreds of platinum coins. After which, he added that there were at least 20 stones there. Grinning, Von Pollen advised him to think carefully first. Putting his hand to his face, Davy asked her not to speak on his arm. Seeing the huge crystal, the main character fell into a stupor. Glints of light shrouded the purple stone. Watching it, the main character was sure that it was the core of the curse. Taken aback, Davy noted that if this thing got out, there would be no problem. He was sure that hundreds of countries would stage a war to master it. After carefully examining the crystal, the main character stated that it was the highest quality. Putting his hand on it, Davy noted that if it was possible to use the mana concentrated in it, then the magic of the ninth circle would not be difficult at all. Pointing his hand forward, the protagonist activated a special magic technique. Watching the huge number of digits, Davy noticed that the encryption was much more serious than the one on the outside. Standing on the head of the main character, Perserk found it amazing how much work you need to do just to drain the land. Putting a hand to his chin, Davy guessed that there was something special about this land. Watching the endless stream of numbers, the main character said that it was created in a similar system. Taken aback, Von Pollen asked if Davy could fix it. Thinking about it, the main character said that it would not be easy. He noted that when he finds the pattern, editing will be possible. During one of the attempts, Davy assumed that he had found it. A strange red glow appeared above the boys' heads. Powerful streams of aura radiated from the mysterious red sphere. Suddenly, the color changed to green. The kids were surrounded by a lot of numbers falling down. After seeing the result, Perserk was extremely happy with what they did. She looked at Davy and asked him what he'd changed. The main character reported that the drought lasted for several years, which is why he just poured some water. Davy's cloak covered the jewels under his feet. Taking a bag of crystals, the main character said that the water accumulated so much that it was enough for a downpour. A powerful bolt of lightning began to sparkle over Haynes. A tiny drop of rain landed on the boy's face. The expanses of the wasteland were enveloped in a powerful downpour. Dumbfounded citizens, seeing the rain, fell into a stupor. A small sprout emerged from the parched earth, its stems wrapped in raindrops. The lamp opposite the cabinet filled the room with warm light. The man said that the situation in the country is alarming. Holding out his hand, he noted that they were doing extremely poorly. The man was saying that it was the Marquis of Failtrees, as luck would have it. Putting a hand to his chin, the stranger suggested that it was only a matter of time before the aristocracy split into factions. Raising the fan to her face, the elder asked if there was no way they could stop him from using this evidence. The man said that they do not have such an opportunity. He believed that all they had to do was face it head on. Turning his head, the guy said that it was all very serious. He was sure that all the lesser nobles who had been repressed were waiting for this moment. Folding his hands on the table, the stranger asked how the queen was doing. Standing up from his chair, the guy said that the political opponents who had been hiding until now began to get out of their holes. After which, the stranger asked what was wrong with her. Putting his hand to his cheek, the guy said something that he couldn't understand. He wondered if it was said that Prince Davy was stigmatized. The guy thought that the main character was a green boy who could not even control the sacred power. After imagining the image of the seal in his head, he noted that Davy's stigmat was located in a dangerous place and not on his wrist as usual. The guy asked if the main character was defective from all sides. Raising his hand, the noble noted that the holy state was already on their side, after which he asked if they thought Davy would be recognized. He didn't think so. Folding his hands, the man believed that the queen was spending too much effort on a pathetic worm prince without power and influence. He was certain that their forces should be directed at His Majesty and Marquis Failtress. Grinning, the guy noticed that this is not his words, but just so they say. Raising his hand, he said that in their position, they shouldn't start stirring up trouble in the ranks in the morning. The man sitting next to him was lost in thought. Folding his hands, Duke Barrietta informed them that even if they somehow managed to reduce the damage, they were bound to face the main character and start fighting. Alert, the Duke wondered if this was the case. The shocked nobles agreed with his words. Picking up the mug, Barrietta noted that they needed to figure out how to get the secret information back. The Duke believed that if things turned out the worst, they should be ready for a civil war by then. Finishing the thought, he put the mug of tea to his mouth. Alert, the Duke turned to the Marquis of Ralties. Watching Barrietta, he said that as soon as Barrietta spoke, they would immediately start preparing. With a serious expression on his face, the Duke ordered them to prepare quietly so that not a single word about it would leak out until everything was perfect. As the man left the room, he thought that they were taking the prince too lightly. Frozen in one position, the Duke found it hard to say at the moment, but his intuition, which had helped him work as chancellor for decades, screamed. As he set the mug down on its saucer, Barrietta thought that he had something. After which, the Duke walked towards his carriage. A soldier standing across from her asked if Barrietta was heading to the palace. In his thoughts, the Duke was sure that once Davy had a solid foothold and influence, he would definitely show his teeth. Leaning on his cane, Barrietta sauntered into the carriage. As he sat in the carriage, the Duke thought that there was nothing the protagonist could do with the Haynes land. Responding to the coachman's question, Barrietta informed him that he was on his way to the manor. Haynes' drained land was shrouded in sand. As he continued to think, the Duke was sure that it was because of the lost land. The situation in those lands is worse than there never was and never will be. He was thinking that the diviners of the entire continent were unable to find out anything. Barrietta believed that even if Davy had something unknown, he was powerless there. It was gradually getting dark on the city street. After which, the Duke wondered what the main character could do on a wasteland where it didn't even rain. Across the Haynes expanse, a steady downpour was falling. Gradually, the rains gave way to heavy hail. Dumbfounded residents of the city watched such a rare phenomenon in those places. Davy, standing in the rain, greeted the captain. The puzzled captain couldn't understand what had happened here. Being in his thoughts, the main character was glad that everything was decided. Having raised the magic crystal above himself, Davy reckoned that it took a very long time to reach the last ruins. As Davy watched the mysterious gem, he wondered how many more days he needed to be able to start farming. A clerk hovering above him asked if the main character could find out that too. Davy said this was because the crystal held information about the current situation. Imagining the surroundings in his head, the main character said that by connecting with the demonic stones that are placed in each area, you can check the state of its territory at any time. The main character stated that it was still possible to remotely control the distribution of mana and change the weather, which in his opinion was a bit dangerous. Grinning, Davy was sure that laziness was the engine of progress. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Persic agreed that the power of the stone was incredible. She thought that the main character who created all this was just crazy. A precious magic crystal could be seen shining brightly in Davy's bag. Von Pollen said that the main character put the remaining demonic stones in a bag with an expanded space inside. Lying on the couch, Davy figured they should just wait for the land to slowly recover. The plot takes us a week later. A bird hovered over a leafless tree. Many people were frozen in the same position. Turning his gaze to them, the main character said that they look like fanatics. Putting a finger to his cheek, Davy noted the large number of them. Showing his muscles, the elder said that they couldn't just watch the main character work. Davy said that the work would be physically very difficult, which is why he didn't think they should do it. Grinning, the main character ordered to stop laughing and get used to it. Directing his gaze to the townspeople, Davy said that their task for today is simple. Pointing his hand to the side, the main character told that yesterday the knights plowed this land. He said that everything that residents see should be cultivated. Davy said they would do it in 3 days. The main character noted that if someone gets tired, then he should give it up. Hearing Davy's words, the vigilante commander fell into a stupor. Addressing the crowd, the main character said that they could not work at night, but the payments would depend only on the number of hours they worked. Davy promised that there would be no delays in payments, after which, an excited Monmito turned to him. Captain Druzhnikov asked not to consider it rude. He said that even if the climate has softened, as well as the land, it is impossible to cultivate all this huge land in 3 days. Davy folded his hands and said that the land had once been farmed. The main character believed that it was for this reason that the ground for their mission is there. Taken aback, Monmito froze in one position. Grinning, the guy was surprised that the captain of the Druzhnikov was once again acting like he didn't know what. The man asked him to just keep quiet and enjoy it. In desperation, Monmito said that he understood perfectly well how Davy saved the citizens and defeated the goblins. After which, he stated that this is an impossible task. After listening to him, the main character asked if this was true. The vigilante commander's face was shrouded in light from the powerful mana streams. Davy applied vital amplification and asked if Monmito really thought so. Seeing the technique of the main character, the captain of the Druzhnikov fell into a stupor, his face filled with surprise. With the help of Davy's incredible power, the residents gained multiple power-ups to make their work easier. Smiling, the main character said that he would show them a new era of swinging a hoe. Overjoyed, Davy thought that if he had calderas, he would have been able to put up a territorial boost to the effectiveness of buffs like before. Outraged, Persic couldn't understand why the main character was taking the sacred sword so seriously. Taken aback, the vigilante captain tried to address Davy again. Monmito asked what the main character planned to sow the field with, given what he had come to. Turning to the captain of the vigilantes, Davy asked what should be done to make the poor land rich quickly. Monmouth said he didn't know that. The main character told us that there are only 2 ways to make quick money. An image of the gemstone appeared in his mind. Still thinking, Davy noted that you need to produce a lot or sell something rare. The main character believed that there is only one thing that is suitable for combining all this. Perched on her shoulder, Von Pollen was talking about the combination Davy wanted to embody. An image of blue magic flowers appeared in her mind. She asked if the main character was talking about moongrass. Davy said so. The vigilante captain's face was filled with confusion. Encouraged, Davy announced that they would grow moongrass in all areas of the field. Moongrass is impossible to grow on the eastern continent due to difficult weather conditions, insufficient soil warming, and temperature spikes. However, this plant is also highly valued in the western continent. The magic tower and the alchemy school are bought by it at high prices for making potions. Davy was reveling in the prospect of success in growing moongrass because of the crazy price for a small amount of goods, when Monmito informed the young man that such a plant does not grow in this climate. The fair-haired man's face contorted in disbelief when the newly minted lord only said that it would be a tropical climate for a while, because the heavens would be kind. Davy, smiling up at the sky, thought that he needed to change the atmospheric formula and find a place where forest vegetarians live. Someone's light blue hair fluttered in the soft waves of the air. They belonged to a girl with elf ears, and she was dressed in delicate clothes of soft pink shades, holding a mortar in her hand and looking out of the window. The wooden house was illuminated from the outside by a bright green lantern suspended from a protruding part of the roof. The house was surrounded by a forest landscape. Yuria Halashana, head of the forest elves of Haines Land, greeted her guests with a huge smile. Her companion was a man named Metis with long emerald hair, whom she addressed as a teacher. Metis apologized for the sudden visit, but Yuria only kindly and hospitably invited him in. Outside, under a tree with thick branches, there was a small table for two of the tea set. Metis took a sip of golden tea from a flower-shaped mug and turned to Yuri. The man shared that he had one dream. Taking the teapot in hand, the head of the forest elves jokingly asked the teacher how important a dream it was that Metis had set out on such a long journey in such a hurry. The elf set down his cup of tea. He was silent. After a while, Metis finally spoke and informed the head of the elves that in his dream, a spirit curse had fallen on the forest the two were in. Yuria remained silent for a while. Then, looking at the teacher, she stretched a smile on her lips. The girl remembered how Metis had once told her that spirits obey the natural rules of nature, and the man was a little taken aback by such words. With a sigh, the elf closed his eyes and concluded that the forest was drying up. Metis called this forest wrong. She asked Yuri to return home, to their homeland, to the great tree. The girl put the teapot on the table, saying the guest's name out loud. Yuria said that her homeland was now here, but it was a stranger to the tree, and her answer upset Metis. He asked the head of the elves to lead the others away from this place, mentioning that they were not cursed by the spirits. Quite unexpectedly, Metis jumped up from his chair, slamming the table first, and shouted that Yuria would die if she stayed here. The elf, however, replied with complete calmness and a smile that these were the laws of nature. Her gaze suddenly became very thoughtful. However, she was still smiling as she sat peacefully at the tea table. Looking back at the tree growing very close by, Yuria said that maybe someone could save this place. Metis frantically said the girl's name over and over, but she didn't seem to care, didn't respond, and enjoyed the crisp wind. She added that such a wind is a harbinger of a good meeting. When the man finally gave up trying to get the girl to talk and started drinking tea, Yuria asked if he liked the drink. When the conversation turned to tea, the girl's mood brightened noticeably, and she began to talk about how she decided to add some cricket wings to the brew, which made Metis spit the tea out of her mouth. He felt unwell, frowning and touching his forehead with his hand, silently marveling at Yuri. Metis said that he had forgotten why even among his own people Yuria was considered a hermit. When the man added that they thought the girl was also crazy, she again began to praise the invigorating wind. It seemed to her that someone very important was coming today. Davy walked across the dry ground. They walked with Perkirk through the bare, long-dead trees. The demoness was surprised that even the elves, a race that could hardly be found on the entire continent, had settled in this forest. According to the chronicles, due to a terrible catastrophe that occurred more than 300 years ago, they began to hide, which is why many now question their existence. A joyous Davy was bragging about his luck in spotting several spirit watchers during the goblin attack. And spirits and elves coexist very closely. Perkirk wasn't sure about meeting the elven race, but the young man was determined. When the demoness shared her dislike of these creatures, Davy only agreed with a laugh. The god of bows, Apalin, has done a lot of things in his time, and only by his image has discouraged others from approaching him. They came across a busy thicket, where they were met by several deer with tree flower antlers. They approached Davy with interest. Perkirk marveled at the way spirits followed a human, and the young man stroked the deer's muzzle and explained the connection between the local fauna and spiritual closeness. Davy decided that he liked this perfume better than ordinary elves. He didn't expect that he, who lived in the fire pit for the sake of getting closer to the corresponding element, was close to creatures like forest spirits. But in reality, the spirit queen named Juliana, who had made contracts with 13 people, was a human as well as Davy's spirit control teacher. Perkirk pointed out enviously that the fairy deer were already so friendly with the guy, even though his contract wasn't even signed yet. The girl got angry when she remembered that the guy had spirit mana, and he said to himself that there were many similarities between demonic Kai and this mana. Perkirk then changed the subject to talk about moongrass. Suddenly, something caught Davy's attention. He raised his hand and saw on his palm a small creature that looked like a peculiar dragon insect with a small bouquet of flowers. Perkirk was annoyed by the love of all living things in this forest for the boy. Davy and Perkirk found themselves in a huge garden, redolent of moonlit grass. The young man thanked the cute little creature for guiding them to this place. The demoness was in awe of the number of moonflowers, already planning how many of them could be planted. Suddenly, Perkirk was distracted by something. She stared at Davy, feeling strange. The summoner's power is based on the presence of mana, sacred power, and spirit mana, so it is not difficult to summon spirits. The difference in summoner levels depends only on the degree of proximity with spirits. That's why Davy can now summon any spirit, although summoning the Spirit King will be difficult. When Perkirk asked if the young man was going to make a pact with the spirit asked her if she knew what kind of place it was. Davy said it was called the Garden of the Moon Goddess, and the name implies that it is directly related to spirits. Therefore, if a young man takes flowers that contain the powers of spirits without permission, he will have to face trouble. Davy asked Perkirk not to say anything more, just to watch. Then he looked up, his mouth hanging open in surprise. A voice spoke in a different language. The garden was lit up with a bright glow. Particles of water and fire appeared in the air. Green leaves and dirt swirled past them in front of the youth. Davy smiled happily as he spoke the language of the spirits to their representatives. After some time, the young man happily informed the demoness that the spirits had allowed her to take the flowers, but she needed to do it before the elves arrived. When Perkirk asked where Davy had lost all his courage, he put it down to the fact that he preferred to avoid unnecessary hassle. Davy was sitting in the moonlit grass, one hand on the ground, a look of pure happiness on his face. Metis looked completely taken aback over tea. Yuri, not noticing the man in front of her, plunged into deep thoughts as a person achieved the trust of the spirits so much that he was even allowed into the garden, and even gave permission for what he wanted. Not only is he human, but he's also young. The Garden of the Moon Goddess is an elven sacred territory, but now there is a man and his companion spirit who came for the moon flowers. Yuria stretched her lips into an unnaturally wide smile, very panicked inside. She didn't know how to tell her teacher about the incredible sight she was seeing. The elf continued to smile like a porcelain doll. Then she finally spoke, and Metis knew at once that something was troubling her soul. Unexpectedly for him, Yuria asked irritably why he didn't drink tea. She put her whole soul into it for the sake of her teacher, and also lovingly dried the wings of the expired grasshopper, which she herself tore off. Yuria was disappointed with the teacher's indifference to her efforts, but the latter in his defense began to babble uncertainly about stomach pain after hearing such an answer. The girl exclaimed that she had just recently developed a special diet menu, but Metis assured her that everything was not so bad. Yuria tried to insist, but the man, remembering the girl's strong stomach, convinced her that her care was enough for him. Yuria asked Metis if it was more likely that a human would deceive the elven eye and enter the Garden of the Moon, or if a great being would awaken from its slumber. When the girl remained silent, he realized that she wasn't joking. Then he replied that of those two events, the second one is more likely, because dragons definitely exist, although a lot of water has flowed since their disappearance and now they are considered legends of the past. Metis snapped a finger at his cup of tea. The man concluded that there are special cases in the human race, but not enough to see nature spirits. They, whose nature is closer to the primordial chaos, are much more difficult to get close to nature than the elves. Yuria put on her fake smile again, not responding to the teacher's suggestion. Then the girl announced that she would leave the village for a short time, which caused Metis to worry. Yuria said that she thought she had found what she was looking for, namely, a way to save the village. The Haynesland residents who had previously worked in the fields looked full of energy. When Davy asked why the amount of work that was supposed to take 3 days was over in a quarter of a day, the resident explained that their resolve was inflamed after receiving the Lord's favor. Davy himself concluded that humans had worked to their detriment, and the young man's original goal was to grow moongrass. But when the workers started planting moonflowers, a strange rumor spread throughout the area. The locals doubted that the plant brought by their king would be able to grow. It seemed to Davy that everyone was asking the same questions. Davy lay reading the book as he reflected that moonflowers take about 4-5 months to grow, and that he only needs leaves from this plant. Monmito expressed his doubts, telling the youth that they didn't have anything for moongrass cultivation. When the man said the leaves were starting to dry, Davy told him to wait. The young man said with confidence that soon the sky will please these lands with rain, and drops began to beat against the window. A few days later, it was unexpectedly hot in Haynesland, which alarmed the residents. However, later it started raining again. Everyone was left in the dark about how things would turn out in the end. And 4 months flew by unnoticed. A gleaming round chandelier hung from the high ceiling. A crowd of nobles were discussing how moongrass was grown in a small country to the east in the wilderness called Haynesland. Someone was denouncing the lord of these lands, not knowing that this experiment was organized by him. In the midst of this congregation was a man with a walking stick. He remembered how 5 years ago, scientists had come to Hainsland in droves because of the curse. A man with a long beard and a walking stick was told that it had been raining on this cursed land lately. A girl in a red and yellow dress with pale red hair protested that the wasteland was still a wasteland, and it would take at least 10 years for the land to become suitable for farming. She deduced that the lord of those lands, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, had gone mad after being exiled. Next to a bearded man with a walking stick was a red-haired youth who addressed him as a teacher. The young man wanted to ask something about Prince Alron, but the teacher, whose name was Helsen, quickly put his index finger to his lips, hinting at maintaining silence. Helsen concluded that there were interesting things going on in the east, and a trip there would be good for his student. Ilyes Janro, hearing these words, froze in shock. The moonlit grass bloomed with beautiful white petals. In just an instant, the wasteland that had nothing on it turned into a huge flower field surrounded by a palisade. There were few healthy plants that could be put into the next seedling, so they almost ended up going to zero, but there were many more leaves suitable for the market. Amy, looking nervously at the documents, said that now there are about 20,000 sheets in warehouses, and about 10,000 of them will be selected. Davy thought that based on the current quote, the value of 4 pieces of paper was equivalent to 100 gold pieces. 10,000 leaves at cost price will go for 250,000 gold, and this is about 5,000 platinum coins. For 1 gold piece, a peasant family can live modestly for half a month. For 4-5 gold pieces, it is already possible to live on a grand scale. The moon grass grew in beautiful, small bushes. Perkirk said that life would be more interesting when everything was sold, and Davy immediately agreed with her. The young man's moon grass cultivation business was very open, which was not the case with the demonic stones that he hid. Just as Davy had planned, word spread across the continent of a yellow-mouthed youngster who had accomplished the impossible, and thanks to Davy being a rare idiot who wasn't worth paying attention to, there was no outside interference. Persek and Davy came to the conclusion that people won't fall for this trick twice, so you need to prepare the initial capital. Davy stared proudly at his own garden with Amy. The guy was ready to put the continent on its ears. He could already smell the pleasant smell of money. Davy had decided that the moon grass would only be shipped to the continent twice a year, because despite the large amount of goods, it would not be enough to divide equally between east and west. But moongrass is the main raw material for magical and alchemical catalysts, as well as an ingredient for potions and priests. But that's not all. Along with the news of the supply of moongrass, another rumor will also spread. People will say that Lord Davy Alron has come down with overwork. Davy and Perkirk were lying in bed, and the sleeping demoness told the boy that the ghost of wealth had stuck to him. Davy reflected that often the price of a product for which demand is higher than supply falls due to increasing supplies. Therefore, if you just mindlessly distribute moongrass in unlimited quantities, even it will instantly become cheap. For himself, the young man decided that he was not going to bother his only business for the sake of such charity. A large number of people gathered at the gate, calling for their my lord. Amy came running to tell Davy, but he was already noticing the arrival of the fastest customers. After the news spread, the Haines lands became so bustling in just a few days, and the merchant guilds of neighboring countries and representatives of magic towers, ranging from alchemists to priests, came here. When Davy asked Amy what to do, she didn't understand what he meant. Then Davy, falling into bed, asked the maid to tell the people on the street that he was still unwell and could not go out, but Amy said that the customers still wanted to at least inspect the goods. Davy noted their stubbornness. Lord Alron was sitting in a chair at the table, with Amy standing next to him, and Montmidau and the chief chamberlain were sitting in chairs at a distance, and other people were silhouetted in the distance. Davy asked Monmido how things were going with public order, and Monmido said that everyone was very busy and they didn't have enough help. When the worker said that too many people came, the chief chamberlain said that the situation with paperwork is the same, because clear instructions are still not spelled out. Many are lost, not understanding what to do in such chaos. Davy had ordered anyone who seemed even a little suspicious to be turned away, because it was better than letting something serious happen. After all, Davy is still in charge here, and he doesn't have to put himself in the position of everyone he meets. But he still needs to do everything in a soft way so as not to fall for their hostile provocations. Davy was told that the abandoned buildings had been renovated and guests were being moved in, but there was still no room. The Lord gave orders to take the previously purchased tents, restore them to passable condition, and sell them for a higher price. All the subordinates left Davy's office. Then he called out to Monmido. Davy picked up an oddly shaped jar. Forcing a smile, the young man said that he and the man had something to discuss. The sun sank below the horizon, and the sky turned a deep azure. Monmidot entered the tavern, where he was greeted with joy by his acquaintances and friends. The commander was immediately offered a drink, but he refused and even advised others not to overdo it. Monmito collapsed face down on the bed, complaining aloud about the weight of his body. The man listed all his work for the day, which was quite a lot. Monmito was lying exhausted when someone looked into his room. The man had a visitor. A man in a black robe and cloak was standing by the door. A man with short hair and a monocle introduced himself with a smile as a level 4 expert of the Green Magic Tower of Halas. He apologized for the inconvenience, but Monmito assured him that he was the first such visitor. Halas talked about how surprisingly calm the Haines lands were and how the Lord and Odishev had defended the territory. Halas began to praise the guard commander, saying that even then Prince Davy definitely knew what to do, but Monmito muttered that he was just a worthless knight from the peasants, noting the flattery of the guest to himself. When Monmito asked what had brought Halas here, he said that he needed to see the Lord immediately. The guest asked if there was any way to meet Lord Alron, since the entrance to his residence was so closed that it was impossible to get through. Monmito replied that this would be difficult, as the Lord was ill from overwork. The commander apologized, but said that my lord's health was more important than trade, and Halas agreed with a broad smile. Clutching a small sack under his cloak, Halas shared that the Green Tower was also in a bad situation. The man threw the bag on the table, revealing gold and precious stones. Monmito's eyes lit up at the sight of such treasures. Although he recovered immediately and flatly refused to accept bribes, Halas insisted that it was only a small gift. The man from the Green Tower said that he only wanted to get along with the guard commander, asking Monmito to accept this offering. The commander still gave in under such persuasions, and took the bag in his hands, saying that in general he was not one of those who accept such things, and another wave of flattery fell from Halas again. The foreigner said that the amount in the bag is small, like an ordinary gift. Looking at the glittering minerals and coins scattered on the table, Monmito thought that everything was indeed going as the Lord had said. That's exactly why Davy asked the commander to stay for the conversation. The guard commander stopped by Lord Davy's residence to report that their opponents were a variety of organizations. The main character, sitting at his desk, assumed that they were very annoyed by the impossibility of meeting him, and warned the knight that he would become their next target as the closest subordinate. Davy smiled and told Monmito that he would probably be offered a bribe or intimidated, and that he would need to be carefully selected. The guy asked the guild commander to report on anyone who would try to use violence, and take all bribes, because you can expect good money from alchemists. The mustachioed man was shocked when Davy, pointing to a bottle of magic-treated moongrass, asked him to show it to his opponents, saying that he couldn't help himself. Folding his hands into a lock, the main character explained with a smile that he was not giving a copy for trading, but only for an unobtrusive demonstration that would cause rumors. While Monmito looked blankly at the guy, Davy added that their immediate goal is to maximize the price of the product, as well as prolong the opponent's stay on their land. Seeing the magic bottle, the Halas Magic Tower expert couldn't take his eyes off it through his monocle as he extended his long fingers towards it. Sitting across the table with a glass of wine, the guard commander calmly explained to the green-robed man that this was a completely finished product, and since it was about to go on sale, he could take a look at it. Halas continued to stare at the test tube, unable to believe that it was a first-class item that he had never seen before. Touching the glass of the bottle, the man noted with a shiver that this product is many times superior to the goods of the Western continent. Halas decided to bribe a subordinate lord in order to get a priority, noting with a satisfied smile the excellent quality of the goods. Then Monmito began to praise the goods of their land, telling about Davy's efforts with cultivation. Halas thought about the man's words. I understand that the goods are really valuable. The wizard estimated that if there were about 20,000 leaves grown on the ground and only 10,000 were collected, then about half of them were thrown away, marveling at the determination of a 17-year-old lord. He thought in mild confusion that it was impossible to underestimate the guy. Spreading his hands, the guard commander told the guest that the lord was going to put the goods up for auction, intending to continue selling in this way in the future. Hearing about the bidding, the maid's face changed dramatically, hoping that there was a so-called priority right. As Halas left, the robed man remarked that the Green Tower would thank the mustachioed knight handsomely for his help later. The two men shook hands in parting. The shining carriage was moving away, moving through the twilight streets. After the guest's departure, Monmito raised a hand to his face, adjusting his full mustache. He let out a sigh of relief, holding his chest with one hand, and concluded that Davy's plan had worked. From the guy's residence, the surprised voice of the guard commander could be heard, wondering how the guy knew. Holding the papers in his hands, Davy, who was looking at his subordinate with a satisfied look, said that people are built in such a way that they love gold. Crossing one leg over the other, the boy happily reflected on how easily he had been able to adjust the circumstances to his advantage without using any clever tricks, which greatly delighted Monmito. The guild commander laid out bags of bribes on the table in front of Davy, telling him about the visitor from the Green Tower. When the lord suggested that the man take everything as a bonus to the guard, offering to divide the money honestly between colleagues, he was very shocked. When Monmito agreed, the guy was happy because most of the profits for the moongrass still belonged to him, and this way you can earn respect. The demoness who appeared on the guy's shoulder noted that the beginning was quite good, specifying whether the guy would be able to cope with large organizations, to which the guy replied with a grin that first of all they would interfere with each other. Davy concluded that if the rumors spread, there would be branches of magical organizations and trade associations in the Badlands, which would not only make money, but also increase the population. Davy was almost grateful for the ancient curse, as the development of the land was made possible by the moongrass. It was night outside, and the sky was dark with clouds. The long-tailed mage peered into the glowing orb in the dim light, thinking of the Lord's adventures in the Haines lands. The confused elder of the Red Tower couldn't decide whether to open a branch as well. Yillies decided to ask the teacher a question, wondering why the Lord was insisting on the auction. The walls and ceiling reflected iridescent reflections from the magic ball that the hesitant tower elder was discussing with. Even if it is possible to sell the goods expensively at first, after the merger, the price will be lower than in the western continent, which is why direct trade is carried out there. The wise old man of Shar replied that the first prince of the kingdom of Ron was very clever. Illies and Sage Helson started discussing the population of the Haines lands, to which the guy suggested that there were about 100 people there. The red-haired guy's eyes widened as it finally dawned on him that the auction was a chance to save as much investment as possible and develop the territory as quickly as possible. It is difficult to find another such city, besides the cities of the Kingdom of Ron, where you have gathered large organizations, which is also affected by convenient transport accessibility. This makes Hines Land an ideal location for a shopping area. When Yillies wondered what was wrong with the plan, the sage from Shar explained that the quantity of goods was not growing. Helson noted that the main goal of the land now is to stock up on the future as much money as possible in a short time. Also, the voice from the ball added that Prince Davy, even if something does not work out for him, continues to act no matter what. Helson said with a grin that the Lord still had a lot to show, and most people with a hunch would see it, too. The sage asked Jillies if he now understood what kind of relationship to maintain with the young man, and the latter was already thinking about meeting Davy. The old man advised the elder to try setting at least a date, expressing a desire to meet this self-confident and wise guy. We're transported to a bridge where a red-haired, long-haired girl is standing, looking out over the water and thinking about Davy's powers. Her hair sparkled in the sun. Holding the golden sword pendant in her hand, Elena was at a loss as to how the guy managed to use calderas without even signing a contract. After going up to the observatory with a good view of the night sky, the old man wondered if Davy was the sword god or his ward. Putting a white-gloved hand on the railing, Helson grinned. Watching the stars in the night sky, the sage concluded that the circumstances were being clarified one by one in a truly bizarre way. The dark canvas of the sky was strewn with bright lights. Night had turned to day, and birds were flying across the blue sky. As expected, there was an influx of applications for long-term residence and the purchase of land owned by Lord Davy. Fierce conflicts between representatives of various organizations began to arise right in the queues. A panicked Amy ran into Davy's chambers, asking what to do if two branches wanted to buy the same land, but the guy with the genius look and the book on his face replied that they should arrange an auction and sell the land at the highest price. Vespos, who was standing next to the maid, specified what price to put the maximum, receiving in response the maximum possible. Lord Davy continued to lie with the book on his face, grinning happily at his wealth. When the guy began to chuckle insidiously, Perserk noted that she could not get used to it. Davy was distracted from his jubilation by the news that a letter had arrived. It was from the royal palace, and the Ron coat of arms was emblazoned on the envelope. A crowd gathered in the city as Amy stood behind the podium and announced the opening of the auction. The red-haired girl named 90 gold coins as the initial bet, asking who would bet the most. The red-robed man raised his hand and offered 95 with a smile. Mage Hellas happily offered 100 gold coins from the Green Tower. His initiative was interrupted by the representative of the Academy of Alchemy, calling the amount that 10. He sarcastically advised Hellas to take it easy, to which the man frowned and asked if the man had overstated the amount allowed by the faction. Folding his fingers with a pistol, the representative said that the academician was finished, putting 130 gold pieces. Then the enraged man pulled Hellas by the robe, shouting that he was a fraud. Glancing at the conflicting men, Amy noticed the tense atmosphere of the auction. The girl noticed Vespos behind the satisfied old man, informing him that the current bid was 130 gold pieces, and if no one interrupted her, the goods would be sold. While the maid was counting, a fight broke out in the crowd. Satisfied, Hellas waited for a successful purchase, pulling a pen out of his robes with magic. Amy was about to bang the gavel, completing the sale. Abruptly, a hand was raised in the crowd, drawing discontented stares from the crowd. While sipping his tea, Davy was pleased with the sale of the briefcase for 150 gold pieces. Vespos respectfully reported to the young master that the Aliu trading group had bought 5,000 as a priority, and the lucrative bidding and the sold-out houses were extremely pleasing to the young master. Listening to Vespos' report, Davy concluded with a smile victory on all fronts and overwhelming success. Looking at Amy's well-researched work, the protagonist estimated that at this rate, the region's annual revenue would be over 1,000,000 gold, making Haines the most affluent land in the kingdom. Davy ordered to continue to sell moongrass without increasing the volume of goods, adding to clear the land for other crops to sell farmland to local residents. The guy decided that it was necessary to maintain a balance of supply and demand. Davy asked Monmito and the chief chamberlain to discuss everything carefully and take care of the buildings, and when the guy returns, he plans to do major repairs together. The men politely accepted the order. A few days before the auction, the main character received a royal invitation, which praised the achievements of the guy. Reading that the main character was asked to return to the palace for a short time, he wandered down the corridor. As Davy tossed the paper into the flames, he realized that he was alternately being called out and dismissed at will. Looking down at the burning letter with relish, the boy assumed that they were tired of the constant struggle with the Marquis of Phaeltris and decided to make a concession. The situation with the message, which anyone could have put the royal seal on, amused Davy, who smiled at Vespos as he adjusted the wood in the fireplace. Leaning on his arm, the protagonist happily concluded that he was just about to move on to the next step. Looking out the window, the guy decided to go to the kingdom, planning to stop by one place on the way. Ayres created a secret dungeon with a huge tree and an ensemble of antique columns under his last place of residence. There was also a child that the sword god hadn't finished before he died, asking Davy to finish it. The great hero left the rest to his discretion, whether to attribute the creation to himself or sell it for a lot of money. Davy wondered how Ayres could calmly ask for such a thing without ruining it, which made the dark man with the sword laugh. He called the confused student with the hammer a perfectionist. Ayres pointed the main character's way with his blade. The green-haired, dark-skinned man asked me to finish the creation, and then decide for myself. A white stone tower rose in the clear sky. As Davy adjusted his saddle, he told Vespos that he was going to the kingdom without an escort, asking her to take care of herself. The boy, sitting on his horse, asked the servant to take care of Amy for him, making sure that the girl rested. The red-haired girl was really a unique child, although she came from a noble house, but she was very smart for a baron's daughter. Amy burst into tears as she couldn't say goodbye to Davy herself. Looking at the old man, the boy assumed that Vespos was more pleased with the affection of the named granddaughter than her training itself. As Davy left the residence, he looked back at the bowing servants, including the chief chamberlain. The image switches. The horse's hooves clicked slowly. A guy on horseback was passing through the forest, and behind him was a pink haze. A clerk suddenly appeared and asked if it would be faster on the other road, looking at Davy questioningly. He explained with a slight smile that he still needed to stop by a popular tourist area. The horse wagged its tail as the main character talked about one of the few great sights of Vronsky. Perkirk decided to find out what a happy Davy wanted in such a place. The first prince was approaching the land of Balshes, the blacksmith's hometown of Surt. Hearing this name, the demoness floating in the air was very surprised. The blacksmith's legacy, created from the same materials as the divine sword, is located in these lands. Davy noted that the location of the ruins of the 1001 Nights was not the best for him. Clouds drifted across the sky, and the guy reflected that everything changes with time, and this place was the birthplace of Surt 1,000 years ago. Now this place, where people crowded in front of the stone archway, was Queenland's home. As he rode closer, Davy admired the Barieta territories that were his enemies. There were a lot of people in line, looking at him sideways as the guy led the horse behind the team. Perkirk concluded that the atmosphere in this place was rather tense, and Davy added that the nobility was uneasy. The guards at the gate were calling out to the next person in line. Davy, wearing a fingerless glove, handed the guard a small rectangular object. Looking at the stranger in disbelief, the tall bald man saw the information that this was a rogue mercenary. Davy, standing with a smile right in front of the archway, had to work hard to get a new identity for a place where they didn't know what he looked like. Calmly closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that everything went well. Suddenly, spears were crossed in front of him, ordering him to return. Davy, who couldn't get through the archway with the guards, started to panic. The bald guard advised the guy not to go to the recently discovered maze, ordering him to get lost. Two guards sitting on wooden boxes at a distance burst out laughing when Davy wasn't allowed to pass. He gave them a puzzled look, not understanding what was going on. Davy decided to sit on a nearby rock. He let out a frustrated sigh as he was surrounded by the crowd. No matter how much influence the clan that owns this territory has, even for the Barieta clan's lands, this is all worse than the hero could imagine. The old man called out to Davy, distracting him from his thoughts. The man assumed that the young man had come from far away and didn't know what was going on here, adding with a smile that it was nothing special. The old man offered to take a look at the guards at the entrance, pointing at them with his finger. In broad daylight, a bag of money was handed over to the guards at the entrance. Davy had pointed out that it was a tax, and an indignant clerk had seen it as bribery, to which the old man had assured her that this was always the case here. Despite the fact that the law on entry duty was revised several centuries ago, it is still charged at the entrance to the Barrieta lands. The elderly stranger, scratching his gray beard, noticed that young Mr. Creepy's gaze had turned cold. Davy held out his hand with the coins to help the old man through. The guy noted that the money is not enough, should be enough to enter, asking just to take them and not get involved in unnecessary fights. The elderly stranger said Davy reminded him of his grandson back home. The young man continued to hold out his hand with the gold coins to the old man, losing hope. Davy smiled a little. Putting the money on the stone, Davy asked me to save it and give it to my grandson. The boy began to walk away with a satisfied grimace, leaving the bewildered old man behind, and adding that the coins were no longer useful to him. The shocked man tried to call out to Davy. Noticing the youth, the bald guard asked rhetorically with a displeased look if he had left yet. The guy held out his hand to the guard, asking for something to give. When the bald man protested, Davy calmly said that the entry fee was not levied on anyone other than large caravans, both ordinary citizens and merchants, adding that in other cases it was illegal to charge money. Dark figures surrounded him, teasing him and tugging at his head. The young man gravely stated that this was the last warning before he would do justice in accordance with the laws. He said that if the guards returned all the money they had taken, he would accept it as a sign of remorse. All the guards burst out laughing, not taking the guy's words seriously. A longsword was placed on Davy's shoulder. The bald guard threatened the guy with death to the laughter of his colleagues. When the man put the blade to the young man's face, the young man asked if they would continue to deliberately break the law, to which he received a dismissive answer that only they and the Duke of Barrieta were the law here. Glancing at the guards and scowling, Davy quipped that it was obvious. While the bald guard was in a rage, an old man he already knew came up to him, asking him to stop. An elderly man watched with wide eyes and beads of sweat on his face, calling Davy a child. His gaze was filled with horror. The huge guard started swinging his sword at the short old man in a rage. The man held the hilt tightly. Before it could reach the old man, the blade soared into the air as Davy kicked it, denouncing the guard's action. The bald guard stared in disbelief as the sword flew away. The old man opened his blue eye. Davy grimly concluded that extorting citizens' livelihoods was embezzlement of public funds. The boy reached for the flying blade. The next moment, the guard's weapon was already in his hand. Swinging at the bald man, Davy executed on the spot, shocking the old man behind his back. When blood splattered over the crowd, the guy continued, calling all the accomplices of such a crime equally guilty. Stepping on the severed head, the young man demanded to call the chief, while the elderly man sat at the table in complete disbelief. Davy was surrounded by guards who pointed sharp spears at him. Slinging his sword over his shoulders, Davy slyly asked if the crowd wanted to commit an even more serious crime. Swinging at one of the guards, the guy explained that now men are committing high treason, condemning 3 generations of their families to persecution. The man was giving Davy a mischievous look as the blood flowed nearby. With one light swing, the young man chopped off the guard's gloved hand, which was now lying in the distance. The man looked at the missing limb and screamed, and Davy warned him that he would cut off the head next. The boy leaned on his sword, demanding to call the leader, while the crippled guard lay on the ground, writhing in pain. A voice was heard asking what was going on while Davy looked sideways. A plump, disgruntled man in a green suit named Viscount Hertha was approaching the guards, asking who had done all this. A glowing object hit his vest, bouncing off to the side. Davy had advised against jumping to conclusions, and there was a mithril ID card on the ground. The Viscount respectfully fell to his knees as he acknowledged the first prince of the kingdom. A plump man in expensive clothes and with rings on his hands begged for mercy, convincing him that the land was on the verge of ruin. This information made Davy laugh. He stood frowning over the Viscount as the latter tried to convince him that he was wrong. When the man mentioned the warrant, Davy asked him again with a smile. The plump Viscount yelled that the Duke wouldn't just let it go. The young man looked at the man, grinning. If most of the land is in the same situation, then even the inspectors ignore what is happening here for fear of reprisals. The Viscount, with a sly grin, offered to discuss the matter in his mansion. Turning away from the man, Davy decided to clarify something. He asked if the fat man had ever heard that the first prince was bloodthirsty. The Viscount stared at the young master in bewilderment. Perkirk, sitting on Davy's shoulder, found the man's last words rather terse. The horse stopped and raised its hoof. The old man who was driving the cart said that everything had been peaceful for 10 years under Count Alisat of the previous queen's line. Davy, riding in the back, was listening intently. Recalling his past, the elder said that expropriation has increased since the pressure on the refugees of the Haines lands. He also said that people who supported the unfortunate people were repressed for this. Closing his eyes, the elder said that he had lost his son in this way. Turning in his direction, Davy assumed that the elder was acting like this because he reminded him of his son, not his grandson. Taken aback, the old man apologized for such meanness. Confused, the main character said that there was nothing wrong with this. As Davy continued to steer the horse, he guessed that the elder's son was also very correct. The elder said that his son was only curious. The main character admired this fact. Taken aback, he thanked Davy for that. A small stone monument appeared on the way, shrouded in mana streams. Raising a finger, the elder announced that they had arrived. As he descended from the cart, he told them about the still popular ruins of the Arabian Nights and Balshas. Walking up to the protagonist, the elder asked if he was sure that the incident with the Viscount wouldn't hurt him. Davy was pretty sure the Duke didn't care about this place. Smiling, he thanked the protagonist for saving his life and avenging his son. The elder declared that he would never forget this favor. Encouraged, Davy hoped that he wouldn't compromise his principles in the future. Bowing slightly in respect, the elder watched Davy leave. After waving at him, Perserk noted that it was a bit of a sad story. The main character believed that everything would get better in the future. Sitting on Davy's shoulder, Von Pollen felt as if they had done something good. The main character completely agreed with her. Ancient structures, shrouded in the sun's rays, are located along Davy's path. After which, the main character rapidly began to climb up. Stopping, his horse began to nibble at the grass. Climbing up to the top of the structure, Davy began to explore the area. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment crossed Perk's face. Being surprised, the main character fell into a stupor. An unusually beautiful view of ancient buildings opened up to his eyes. After that, Davy started writing in his notebook. Turning to him, Von Pollen noted that the place had been dug up long ago. As she watched the main character, she wondered about finding something in a given place. Cautiously, Davy said that at first glance, this was not the case. Looking around the buildings, the main character talked about the 1st to the 7th form, and then about the 23rd to the 11th. Perkirk flew up to him and asked him what he was talking about. When he finished recording, Davy said it was the password. Von Pollen was taken aback when she heard this, after which, the main character noted that he had finally found it. Davy smiled and explained that it was a ruined device that was part of it. Turning around, the main character noted that from a height you can notice a certain pattern. As Davy watched the ancient structure, he thought about the code that Cert had personally created in ancient times. While in his thoughts, the main character stated that in the past there were a couple of people who knew him, but now only he knows about him. Imagining the treasure in his mind, Davy noted that because of its disguise, no one else would be able to find it. Approaching the magic panel, the main character said that the password only indicates that the entrance is located in the central anvil. Pointing his hand at the panel, Davy thought they needed an even more special password to log in. After that, the main character started creating it. Davy went on to say that during his lifetime Cert had bequeathed that whoever found his legacy would become its rightful owner. In the head of the main character, an image of him appeared, who was extremely outraged that Cert thought of himself as the king of pirates. Davy thought he was an incredibly nasty old man. Delighted, Perserk announced that the entrance had opened, after which, the main character suggested that she head inside. The dungeon was shrouded in a mysterious green light. Davy noted that it was very deep, which is why he assumed that there should not be much air there. Standing on his shoulder, Perserk was surprised to see that he had a magic circle in his hands that neutralized the underground pressure. Von Pollen noted that it is designed so that it allows air to enter here. She believed that the magicians who created the circle were not friends with the head. Stopping, the main character told that if he hadn't met Cert, he probably would have been sleeping forever right now. Hearing this, Perserk froze in one position. She smiled and said she understood. The room that the boys entered was littered with many lanterns, in which there was no light. Looking around the room, Von Pollen noticed that it looked more like a living room than a dungeon. Remembering Cert, Davy said that he was considered a madman who devoted his whole life to blacksmithing. Continuing to explore the room, the main character said that after the death of Hares, Cert returned here and died, investing the rest of his life in one craft. There were many different materials in the blacksmith's room. In his thoughts, Davy noted that even if Cert himself was buried on the surface, all his possessions were kept here untouched. The protagonist's gaze fell on a small sledgehammer lying on the table. In the middle of this room was a chest completely wrapped in chains. Taken aback, Perkirk assumed it looked like an altar, after which, the main character wondered if Cert served some non-existent god of blacksmithing. Suddenly, the guys felt a strong earthquake. The chest at the back of the room was overflowing with powerful mana flows. As Davy watched, he said it was because of the trunk. Dumbfounded, Von Pollen noted that it was the first time she had ever seen someone's will be implemented in such a dirty way. A powerful vortex formed around the chest. The caution technique was activated on it. Gradually, Davy began to approach the mysterious chest. The Forge of the 1001 Nights, a nickname given after the creation of the divine sword when Surt hammered without stopping for 1,000 days. However, among the dwarves and hereditary masters, it was called differently. Wings could be seen from the blacksmith's back as he worked incessantly. The plot introduces us to the Devil's Forge. Bright sparks of flame could be seen on the newly chained sword. Unlike an ordinary craftsman, who was limited to working hard with a metal hammer, Surt invested mana to go beyond that limit. Carrying out multiple blows, the blacksmith forged weapons. The great blacksmith who had passed the milestone and surpassed even himself was Surt. Touching the chest, Davy noted that it was his legacy that he was talking about. With the help of the main character's technique, the blacksmith's legacy was covered in a powerful mana flow. After opening the chest, a smile appeared on Davy's face. His eyes fell on the hilt of the sword Surt had created. In front of us was a scarlet nameless sword, slashing at the living. After which, the main character saw a blade that he called a blue nameless sword that cut down the dead. The weapons created by the blacksmith were located in the depths of the chest. Davy thought about the twin swords that Surt had never completed. The magic panel notified the guys about the weapon's characteristics. Looking at the panel, Perserk saw an inscription that said that the eye does not exist or it is not yet awakened. Floating in the air, Von Pollen claimed that all the noise was coming from them. The main character reported that this is so. Davy suggested this earlier, after which he noted that this creation is very much in the style of Surt. The main character was talking about swords with egos like calderas. Standing at the edge of the cliff, the man raised his sword over his head. While in his thoughts, Davy revealed that for Surt, the divine sword calderas was the most outstanding creation. He further revealed that calderas was a sword created for the swordsmanship technique and physique of its owner, who was Hares. As he continued to think, he noticed that these same swords had a different story that didn't take the holder into account. Leaning against each other, the two girls were frozen in the same position. The main character declared the only creation that the genius craftsman Surt created only for himself. Davy thought of the boys who had been created to find their own master. Raising the sword, the main character reported receiving a special item. Looking at them, Perserk noticed that they looked quite complete. Holding Surt's gun, Davy stated that this was not the case. With a grin, he announced that the final touches were still being put on. Looking around the room, the main character noted that they need to find a fire. As Davy tightened the rope around the cloth that wrapped the swords, he told them that what they needed was not ordinary fire, but one that was hotter than hot. Grinning, the main character gave an example of dwarven fire. An image of the dwarves, who were continuously engaged in their work, appeared in his mind. The night sky of the city gradually became covered with many stars. Davy announced that they had arrived. The man standing next to him said that they need to go straight down the avenue, so they will go to the square. After which, he wished Davy a safe trip to the capital. The protagonist smiled and thanked him for guiding him. Watching the vast expanse of the kingdom, Davy was very interested in its challenge. Turning to Von Pollen, he asked her what she thought they were up to. Perkirk noted that Davy had a habit of asking questions that he knew very well. Grinning, Von Pollen said that it looked as if they wanted to reward the main character for his services, as the letter said. Perserk asked if the truth was obvious. She reported that the moon grass itself is a goose that lays golden eggs. Conjuring up an image of untold wealth, Perkirk reported that in just 1 quarter Davy had earned more than the kingdom's annual expenses. Von Pollen noted that this time the taxes sent amounted to a large amount. She suggested that this is the reason why they plan to persuade the main character to nationalize the company. An image of many hands reaching for Davy appeared in her mind. Von Pollen believed that in this scenario, the kingdom would become much richer. While sitting on her horse, Perserk clarified that the kingdom's aristocrats would become richer. Von Pollen asked if Davy had intended it. Continuing on his way, the main character noted that he was a little annoyed that he had attracted such close attention from the entire continent. After which, he assumed that this meant that he had accomplished something truly impressive. Leading the horse, Davy wondered if he was tired from the whole situation. After entering the palace, the main character began to look at the local beauty. As he turned around, he heard someone greeting him. Approaching the chief chamberlain Bisphos, the main character noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Bisphos was surprised that Davy had gained a bit of height. Turning to the main character, the chief chamberlain reported on the rumors that reached him, which said that on his lands he made a huge enterprise succeed. Davy smiled and assumed that the heavens favored him. He thought that they had sent him a real gift. Looking at the palace, the main character reported that the atmosphere in the kingdom was tense. Bisphos said that a secret accounting book was made public. Davy was taken aback when he heard this. The chief chamberlain reported that this infuriated his majesty, and for this reason many of the nobles involved and their employees were stripped of their titles and prepared for execution. The main character was extremely surprised by the king's action. This foes declared that His Majesty was already resting in his chambers. He thought Davy would do better to greet him tomorrow. As he made his way to the exit, the protagonist noted that he was going to do it anyway. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that everything went so badly, as if he endured and finally exploded. As he pictured the marquee in his mind, he thought that he had personally placed a lot of information in his hands. Davy didn't think it would have happened so quickly without the king's help. Frozen in one position, the main character was sure that he was only worrying his head in vain. Putting his hand to his clothes, Callus was surprised by the arrival of the main character. Hearing this, Davy fell into a stupor. At that moment, a smirk appeared on the prince's face. Seeing Callus, the main character became wary. Davy raised his hand and said that he had something to discuss with Bart. The surprised chief chamberlain tried to contradict him. After that, the main character noted that everything is in order. He said it was nothing. With a wicked grin on his face, Callus froze in one position. A dim light surrounded the expanse of the palace room. With his hands folded, the prince thought that 1 in 1,000 things Davy had done had succeeded, and that Davy had already made a fool of himself. Grinning, he said that anyone could have done it, since even such a bad guy managed to succeed. Callus ordered Davy not to turn up his nose, as he was just lucky. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist asked if the prince had come just for this, after which, he wondered if he was jealous that much. Davy assumed that the prince was well aware of the value of his case. The main character asked if the prince had heard enough about his inferiority. He was sure that at this rate, Callus would never get out from under the queen's skirt. The prince's face was filled with indignation. At that moment, an enraged Callus tried to punch Davy in the face. The prince said that the main character was conceited. Pushing his hand away, Davy noticed that he was the only one who was conceited. Looking at Callus, O said that people were always fawning over him, and therefore he lives in an illusion. Davy pointed out that no one would follow such a misguided worm. The prince's face was filled with rage. Grinning, the main character said that if a person is not smart and has only one spoon, then his ingenuity would save him. Rushing towards Davy, the prince couldn't understand how he dared to insult him. Frozen in one position, the protagonist thought that if the prince was not so smart, then 6 years ago he would not have shot at him. Callus' fist was pointed in Davy's direction. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that as soon as he thought about it, he immediately got angry. After which, Davy bent down, and because of this, the prince promptly flew down. There was a loud rumble within the palace grounds. Looking down at Callus, the protagonist asked if he understood that spitting out such statements as something ordinary, he thereby discredited the honor of His Majesty. Lifting his foot, Davy noted that in any situation, the prince shouts various name-calling. Stopping his foot in front of Callus' face, the protagonist declared that half of the blood flowing in his body belonged to the king of this country. After that, Davy stepped on the lying prince, causing him to start screaming. Callus knelt down and tried to catch his breath. Watching this, Davy asked if he was in pain. Grinning, the main character said that this is why. But suddenly, Davy froze in his thoughts. He didn't think it was appropriate at all. Callus' face was shrouded in fright. Hitting the prince, the main character said that he would get it in return. Callus, dumbfounded, began to yell in pain. Once again, a great wail rang out in the palace. Leaning on his arm, the prince tried to regain his composure. Callus put his hand to the spot of impact and asked what the main character was doing. Grinning, Davy asked if the prince wanted to do it again. Horrified, Callus said they would look again. He stated that the main character's possessions, which he so confidently boasts about, will soon cease to be his. As he watched Callus run away, he noticed that only his heels glittered. Perkirk was surprised that Davy had finished him off with a simple flick. The main character said that this is not just a click. Grinning, Davy said he'd been a little naughty. Von Pollen's face was filled with confusion. She asked the main character to say what he wants, but just try not to smile like that. Taken aback, Davy put a hand to his face. Confused, he couldn't believe it was so strange. He was thinking that this was just another bad habit of his. Watching Callus run, Perkirk asked what Davy had done to him. Looking at the prince, the main character said that he had put the worst curse in the world on him, which even magic cannot remove. Surprised, Von Pollen asked what kind of curse she was talking about. Holding up a finger, Davy informed him that he had done something else. Holding a handkerchief on his arm, the main character stated that he had given Callus a gift. He informed her that they would enjoy the show in the hall tomorrow. A large number of nobles were gathered in the main room of the palace, where the queen was at the head. The dumbfounded man couldn't believe that it took 4 months to cultivate the moon grass. The stranger reported that the profit exceeded the actual expenditure of the kingdom. Standing up from his seat, the guy was sure that this was a sum that could immediately cover the cost of the country's defense. Drawing attention to one of the members of the assembly, the young man said that this is why they should develop the enterprise in order to supplement the capital of each territory. The plot takes us to the kingdom of Ron in the assembly hall. Pondering, the king put a finger to his head. Leaning her head on her hand, Perserk thought that they had completely forgotten about the owner of the enterprise under discussion and were only babbling among themselves. As she watched the meeting, Von Pollen noted that despite Faeltress' absence, she believed that there were power-hungry people among the Call of faction and the aristocracy. Perched on Davy's shoulder, Perkirk wondered what the future held for this country. Smiling, the main character suggested to try the restaurant business next time. He believed that the most profitable businesses were the food and liquor trade. Davy sat down and noted that he was new to the field. Von Pollen thought he was far from perfect himself. Raising his hand, the king asked the meeting participants to stop. At the head of the meeting, he stated that they would first need to reward Prince Davy for bringing such glory to the kingdom. Looking at the main character, he thought that Toto was doing a great job as he was able to handle such a serious matter without any help. Davy folded his hands and said that he was only doing what he had to do. Smiling, Cryan said that the main character's actions can hardly be achieved in a dozen years. Ron asked Davy to say what he wanted as he could give him any reward he wanted. Looking at the huge number of disgruntled faces of the nobility, the main character suggested that any request to him is unlikely to be answered approvingly, referring to an infinite number of excuses. Turning his attention to the king, Davy informed him that this was too great a reward, which was why he didn't have something on his mind right now. He asked Cryans to give him some time to think, after which the king allowed him to do so. Perched on Davy's shoulder, looking pleased, Perkirk thought it was smart. Continuing the meeting, the man said that they needed to support the development of the enterprise for the sake of the country's well-being. Looking at the document, the agency reported that it was limited. Lost in thought, the main character froze in one position. The man believed that since the moon grass brings such income, then they should go for any option. Surprised, Von Pollen reported that they were continuing. Davy noticed that they were acting bolder than he'd expected. After looking at the Duke's mysterious magic amulet, the protagonist informed him that he needed to check something first. Leaning on his cane, Barrietta sauntered to his seat at the meeting. Stopping, the Duke noted that they were all alarmed by the enterprise, after which he asked if they needed to probe everything from the very beginning. Encouraged, the assembly members supported the Duke's idea. Standing in front of his seat, Barrietta suggested that the subject of the current controversy was how to use moongrass to bring additional material aid to the kingdom. The man said that this is so because it is a truly innovative enterprise. Watching all this, Von Pollen noted that Barrietta is extremely influential. Davy agreed wholeheartedly. Continuing his statement, the man said that he was using the company well. Interrupting him, the Duke asked why the members of the assembly did not consider the opinion of Davy, who had made such a huge contribution, but planned how to transfer the enterprise to the state and dispose of it as they saw fit. The dumbfounded members of the assembly fell into a stupor. The Duke asked if their status was higher than that of a member of the royal family. Placing his hands on his cane, Barrietta addressed Marquis Ferrandis. He asked if they could use all of his possessions for the benefit of their country. Hearing this, the Marquis was baffled. Looking at the faces of the dumbfounded nobles, the Duke stated that this was the reason why the decision should be left to the main character. He was sure they had nothing to discuss here. Shocked, Ferrandis noted that he was wrong. Leaping up from Davy's shoulder, Perkirk was surprised to find the Duke helping him. Taken aback, the main character asked if it looked like help. To Davy, it looked like some kind of mockery. Addressing the members of the council, Barrietta said that if the state status is forcibly imposed on the enterprise, it will be considered repression. He was sure that after that, no one would dare to go into business. The Duke glanced at Davy and asked if he agreed with him. Grinning, Davy guessed that wasn't all Barrietta was trying to say. Adjusting his glasses, the Duke asked if it was so noticeable, after which he reported that this is so. The Duke spoke of a more important matter. Barrietta believed that this is why reconciliation is necessary. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that the Duke only pretends to be caring. Reaching under his cloak, Barrietta asked for the assembly's attention. Taking out a letter, the Duke said that it was a message from the High Priest of the sacred land of Balshas. Wary, the protagonist folded his hands. Glancing at Davy, the Duke informed them that they were asking for him to move to the Holy Land to witness the appearance of his stigmata and pass on the title of saint. Slamming his fist on the table, the man said that this is absurd. Pointing his finger at the main character, he stated that he was primarily a prince of this country and not an ordinary lord. The man was amazed at sending Davy to the sacred force. The stranger grinned and turned to the Count of Ronda. He stated that this is a sacred country, emphasizing its sanctity. The stranger explained that it was a country whose influence extended even to empires, and that it was a country in the service of the goddess Priya. He couldn't figure out what the problem was. Indignant, the Count wondered since when the Roan kingdom had become subject to the holy state country. He couldn't understand how this was different from Danny. The stranger noted that this was the first time he had ever seen such a quick-witted person who couldn't see past his nose. Taken aback, Davy was amazed that so much fuss had been made about him. Watching the long argument, the main character noted that the fact of the appearance of the stigmata on it was confirmed. He was surprised that he should go to the Holy Land because of this. Davy wondered what would happen after he was granted the title of saint. The main character suggested that after this, the holy country would take the kingdom under its wing. Barrietta folded up the letter and told Davy to look at the forest, not the tree. The Duke told him that the royal family carries a huge burden of responsibility. Grinning, Barrietta told Davy not to forget that nothing good would happen if you stroked the sacred land against the grain. The protagonist's face was mired in doubt. Placing his hands on the table, the man asked about the future of Hain's land. Smiling, the Duke pointed out that if Davy moved to the Holy Land and became a saint, the territory would be impossible to rule legally. At the same time, smirks appeared on the faces of the nobles. Encouraged, the elder informed them that they needed to quickly appoint a new lord. The happy guy completely agreed with his words, after which he noted that they needed to find a suitable candidate. Hand in hand, a member of the assembly reported that his son had just come of age. Indignant, Pesark said that he was doing some nonsense. Davy grinned and watched with interest. Looking at the Duke, while in his thoughts, the protagonist understood why he could not allow the enterprise to become state-owned. Barrietta said he had something else to say about it. Picturing the vast Hain's land in his mind, the Duke stated that the land is now at a very important stage of development. He believed that this stage can be called the most important. Barrietta was sure that no one could be appointed to such an important position of lordship. Turning to the king, the Duke said that it was for this reason that he dared to recommend the only suitable candidate for this role, which was the second Prince Callus. Grinning, the prince froze in one position. Watching the satisfied Callus, the main character thought that he knew this option. Deep in his thoughts, Davy discussed the post-privatization transfer of the company to Queen Lion's son and her grandson Callus. He was sure that the profits of the enterprise would be appropriated by the Duchy of Barrietta, and he believed that this was his plan. Imagining in his head the image of the prince, behind which stood the Duke and Queen, the main character thought that even if Barrietta beat around the bush, but the essence of his aspirations is not at all different from the aspirations of the aristocrats who initially caused a fuss. At that moment, Davy remembered what Callus had said about him not being one anymore. Getting up from his chair, the main character walked towards the king. The prince grinned and looked at Davy. The main character's face was shrouded in disgust. The prince knelt before the king in a fixed position. The main character watched this process. With confidence on his face, Callus croaked. After which, a deathly silence appeared in the assembly hall. The dumbfounded prince let out a strong cry. The shocked members of the assembly couldn't say a word. Cryan's face was filled with bewilderment. Dumbfounded, the queen began waving her fan rapidly in front of her face. Watching all this, a smirk appeared on Davy's face. In desperation, Callus fell into a stupor. Startled by this, he tried to breathe. After which, a croak came out of his mouth. The bewildered members of the assembly watched the prince cackle. Persic, who was sitting on Davy's shoulder, saw all this and laughed hard. Folding his hands, the main character noted a violent reaction. He thought it was too early. Barrietta, dumbfounded, looked at the prince and asked him what he was doing. The Duke didn't understand what kind of jokes they were. After which, a croak came out of Callus' mouth again. Barrietta's face was filled with surprise. Slamming the table with his fist, the king asked if the prince dared to engage in nonsense in the boardroom. Startled, Callus tried to justify himself. Suddenly, it started cawing again. A barking sound came from the shocked prince's mouth. Furious, Cryan said he didn't want to hear anything. Jumping up from his chair, he ordered the prince to leave. Indignant, the king wondered where all the guards were. Looking at the dumbfounded Callus, he ordered him to be locked up in his chambers immediately. Cryan said that the prince should repent for what he had done until he ordered his release. Startled, Callus tried to protest, but suddenly the cackling sound came out of his mouth again. The angry king put his hand to his face. The barking continued to come from his mouth. Angry, the prince ordered him to be released. But suddenly, his headdress flew off. The members of the congregation watching froze in place. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment appeared on their faces. The main character was amazed that it happened in just a day. Horrified, Von Pollen put her hand to her mouth. With a grin, Davy reminded her of a terrible curse. Looking at the prince, the main character thought about baldness. As Davy continued to watch him, he noticed that Callus was really sunny-faced now. In desperation, the prince leaned his hands on the floor. There were bits of his hair on the floor. Sitting behind the Duke's back, the main character declared that Callus was not yet fit to rule the lands. Horrified, Barrietta turned his gaze to Davy. At that moment, the main character's face was covered in a smile. A huge chandelier was placed on the ceiling of the assembly hall. Folding his hands, the protagonist turned to Barrietta. Grinning, he asked when the position of a duke was superior to that of a king. Perplexed, the Duke asked him what he was talking about, after which Davy noted that he would ask the question differently. Glancing at Bariette, he asked if this country belonged to the Duke. Taken aback, the Duke assumed that Davy had misunderstood him. After showing the letter, Bariette stated that he was acting solely in the interests of the Ron Kingdom, after which the protagonist asked about a message from the sacred land that even the king didn't see from the Duke. Putting a hand to his waist, Davy wondered why Bariette was talking the same nonsense as the members of the meeting. At that moment, the entire nobility fell into a stupor. Enraged, the Duke asked the protagonist to watch his words. Grinning, Davy explained about the existence of an expression that said that the owner is not even thinking of selling the cow and the other is already by the horns. Taken aback, Bariette reminded him that they were currently in the boardroom. He couldn't figure out what that was about. Pointing a finger at the Duke, Davy said that was his decision on the subject matter. Looking at Bariette, he guessed that his plan was to sell a member of the royal family with pride and at the sacred country's first demand. After which, the protagonist wondered if the Duke wanted to take advantage of the situation and monopolize the enterprises of the Haines lands. Alarmed, Bariette said that in his opinion, Davy was no different from other aristocrats. The Duke asked how the main character wanted to solve the problem with the sacred land. Davy asked if they only needed to settle the matter with the country itself. Standing up from his chair, the king wondered if the main character had come up with something. Davy pointed out that there are also people living in the Holy Land. Looking at the magic ball, the main character reported that the high priest is also a human. With a smile, Cryans announced that the connection had been set up. Folding his hands, the youth reported that they had applied to the sacred country's budget management department. Introducing himself as Vicar Bellium, he said that he expected their question. Davy smiled and apologized for contacting him so unexpectedly, after which, the main character asked what decision His Most Illustrious Majesty had come to. The faces of the nobles were shocked. The stunned members of the assembly were surprised by Davy's question. One of the members of the meeting asked, "Really?" Grinning, the main character thought that this is their really. Watching the stunned members of the congregation, Davy pointed out that even if it was a country located in a sacred territory, it would be home to the same people who are also interested in business. Putting his hand on the table, the protagonist thought of a high priest who was a member of the Council of Great Elders, more influential than the king of a small country. Davy noted that he had contacted the ruler of the Holy Land. The vicar said that in such a case, the high priest Moles acted very willfully. Turning to the main character, he noted that in the future this will never happen, because of which he cannot worry. A powerful glow radiated from the connected magic ball. Deep in his thoughts, Davy was confident that no one would oppose him. After which, the nobles gradually began to leave the confines of the meeting hall. The main character said that thanks to Bellium, the meeting ended well. Davy put his hand on the table and complimented him on his excellent work. The vicar was embarrassed to hear this. Somewhat taken aback, Bellium revealed that he hadn't expected the kingdom to decide to send the prince to the Holy Land. He noted that it would be good for them, but in the long run, such a decision would only result in losses. Davy smiled and told him to keep it up. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that he had put his eminence in front of a simple fact. Imagining the image of magical herbs in his head, Davy was sure that if even one of the components in the form of him or Haines land left, then the cultivation of the herb would stop. The main character believed that it is the ruler of the country who needs to know what this is fraught with. After which, the vicar wanted to inform Davy about one thing. Watching the magic ball, the main character reported that he knew it. Davy said that in the next quarter he will prepare a certain volume of goods for the country of Bellium. Smiling, the main character announced that he would cultivate the remaining space on the field and grow additional grass, which he would later sell to Bellium. After which, the vicar thanked him for the favor. Bellium reported that His Majesty had asked to continue selling them impressive volumes. Grinning, Davy thought that this was an incredibly mundane and greedy deal. After which, he noted that he didn't care. Imagining the image of a healing potion in his head, the main character said that if you want special treatment, you need to give something in return. He believed that the enterprise was started initially because of these considerations. Davy was sure that if everyone was stuck in this swamp, then no one would blame anyone there. He really wanted them to come to the swamp, straight to the famous merman. At the end of their conversation, the vicar waved goodbye. Davy leaned back in his chair and said business was easy. A clerk hovering nearby called him a liar. Continuing to think, the main character noted that despite all the difficulties, everything was solved perfectly. Overjoyed, Amy touched the magic ball with her hands. She couldn't believe she was actually seeing him. In desperation, she asked Davy to save her. The chief chamberlain said that a person who will help the prince in the future cannot show such slackness. He put his hand on Amy's head and apologized for looking so unsightly. Smiling, the main character said that he noticed his efforts. Turning his gaze to the magic ball, the chief chamberlain asked how the meeting had gone. Davy said it went off without a hitch. He told me that he had settled all the local issues, after which Davy inquired about the lands and the guests arriving in them. The expansive wasteland was shrouded in many tents set up and bonfires lit. The chief chamberlain reported that everyone was currently staying in a temporary camp. He noted that, as Davy had instructed, they were getting a building permit. The chief chamberlain said that soon buildings will be built in each district. After that, he said that if we talk about landscaping, he considered the sketches left by Davy. The chief chamberlain noted that this will be difficult to implement. Folding his hands, the protagonist suggested that the problem was time. Bisphos reported that this is the case. As he pictured Haynes in his mind, Davy thought that he had saved the dying lands and got rid of the interference of external authorities. The main character understood that this was not even the beginning. He believed that a long-abandoned, backward place technically lacks a lot to improve. Sitting on the chair, Davy estimated that the time required to fill in the gap was between 10 and 20 years. He was sure that money would not solve this problem. Davy noted that they had a lot of money, but nowhere to use it. Leaning on his arm, the main character said that it was his turn to slowly launch a second enterprise. Bisphos was surprised by his words. Looking at the chief chamberlain, Davy said that it would be perfect for the best inventions of the continent. The main character pointed out that this clan is famous for its troublesome stubbornness, but he had an offer that they would never be able to refuse. Bisphos, taken aback, assumed that Davy was talking about. While in his thoughts, the protagonist noted that it was something akin to exchanging corn for diamonds. In Davy's room, Serta's twin swords were standing side by side. Being in his thoughts, the main character thought about small risks, thanks to which there was such a return that it was impossible to find more profitable businesses. On the huge rocks, there were barely noticeable trees standing on the edge. The young man on the horse reported that they would soon enter the Golden Boulder tribe's land. Turning to Davy, he asked him to look carefully at the ground. An image of a map leading them to their destination popped up in the protagonist's mind. The Golden Boulder tribe, a dwarven settlement located in the south of the kingdom. Holding the huge hammer in his hands, the dwarf froze in one position. Dwarves, formerly called dwarves or dwarfs, are between 100 and 130 centimeters tall, but extremely strong physically and very resistant to heat. They are called a kind of iron, and they can quite rightly be considered born masters. The soldiers riding in front of Davy accompanied him on his way to the Golden Boulder. Unlike the now legendary elves, dwarves live on volcanoes or rocky terrain. They even have some contact with people. As the doors closed, the dwarf raised his hand. But because they dislike all other races, they only allow someone of the king's level or his representative to join their tribes. Driving between the rocks, Davy said that this was his demand as a reward for his successful venture. The main character suggested that the aristocracy thought that he was aiming for the position of crown prince. Looking around, Davy noted that he was not interested in a particular position, which is why he boldly made a different choice. After that, the main character reported that he was still not released so easily. In the assembly hall, a man could be heard shouting that the dwarves were incredibly meticulous. Furious, he was sure there was no point in disturbing them. Turning to Davy, the king told him that dwarves were different from humans. Looking at him, Cryans noted that if he just didn't think it through well enough, then any reward. Davy interrupted him and told him not to worry about it. He was sure that at least he wouldn't be chased outside. The nobles standing nearby were furious. Deep in his thoughts, Davy noticed that he could still feel the angry, wary eyes of the nobles all the way to the end. After landing on her horse, Perserk asked what the pathetic worm was going to do this time. Putting her hands on her side, she said that in her eyes it looked like this. Grinning, the main character declared that she had good eyesight. Perserk glanced at Davy and told him that the real purpose of these satellites was to monitor them. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that he felt a little sorry for them. As he continued on his way, Davy told me that he was going to arrange something. Suddenly, the defending dwarf ordered them to stop. Turning his attention to Davy, he asked who he was and where they came from. The main character reported that they came from the kingdom of Ron. After which, Davy asked him to enter the Golden Boulder tribe. Wary, the dwarf said he hadn't heard anything about it. The story introduces the watchmaker Gert. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character told him that he had come with a great offer. Thinking about it, Gert assumed that this was the first prince of the Ron kingdom, Davy. After that, the sentry examined the main character's carts. Folding his hands, the dwarf declared that an agreement was an agreement. Then, he pointed out that the tribe had a big problem right now. Gert didn't think this was a good time to make deals. Hearing this, Davy was baffled. The dwarf said that his job was to open the door, and then he asked the main character to come in. Horse carts stopped at the entrance of the city. Gert asked me to leave them here and then go on foot. Davy's gaze fell on the crane that stood on the edge of the city grounds. The soldiers standing in front of the carriage were actively engaged in a dialogue. In the vastness of the city, a huge waterfall could be seen flowing down. When he reached the building, the young man informed him that the elder was waiting for Davy. Turning around, he asked the main character to be careful. When Davy saw the elder, he turned his attention to the round table. The plot introduces us to the 8th elder of the Golden Boulder village, Golda. Leaning on his arm, he waited for the main character to arrive. Looking around in his thoughts, Davy noticed that the elder was visibly annoyed. The main character was surprised that he was only one. Still thinking, Davy explained that dwarves usually have several elders. Grinning, the protagonist thought that no matter what, he should start with the first move to suppression. Bending down in respect, Davy declared that the Iron God's protection should always accompany the elder. Next, he introduced himself. Putting a hand to his beard, Golda noted that this was surprising. He was saying that Davy knew the rules for greeting dwarves. Taken aback, the main character wondered how he could show discourtesy to the family of outstanding masters. Holding out his hand, the elder informed him that Davy was a man he liked. Golda noted that this was a rare occurrence in recent times and that asked him to sit down. Paying attention to the empty seats, the elder reported that the other old men were busy and he came out as a representative. The main character thanked him for taking the trouble. Placing his hands on the table, Golda asked what exactly had brought the young prince to them. He believed that such deals were usually made outside the village. Davy agreed wholeheartedly. He noted that the regular deal with the kingdom was concluded several months ago. With a grin, the main character announced that he had come with several offers of cooperation. Recalling the image of the cart, Davy said that there is a small sign of sincerity in it. The main character stated that it contained barley beer and meat. Delighted, Golda noted that people who knew etiquette were not so unpleasant. He told Davy how much they liked human barley beer. Being in his thoughts, the main character was happy about this. Placing his hand on the table, the elder stated that their tribe was not in a state to fulfill the protagonist's wishes right now. Taken aback, Davy asked what that meant. Golda said that outsiders don't need to know the whole story. Standing up from his chair, the elder stated that this was all he could say. Golda said that the main character has come a long way, which is why he will allow him to stop for a few days. After that, the elder noted that if they did something, they would immediately be exiled. His face was shrouded in anger. Hearing this, Davy fell into a stupor. Raising his hand, the main character asked his indignant subject to stop. After passing by Davy, Golda announced that he was the first to decline. The main character's face was shrouded in confusion. Concentrating, he applied the information verification technique. Glancing at the elder, he knew the full list of his stats. Looking at the information about Golda, Davy saw that people had not entered the settlement for a very long time, so he feels a little interest and relief. The elder is definitely interested in an etiquette-aware visitor, annoyed at the way I met him. Once again, he wants to participate in the work and learn more about the secondary tempering of the initial spark, called the True Sword Dwarf. Davy's face was blanketed with surprise as he read this. He was interested in the initial spark. The man wondered when that was. Putting his hand to his chin, he explained that he had created something with them. Looking at the sword basics on the table, he noticed that it was quite a long time ago since his skills weren't particularly good back then. The man said that the dwarf's quality was appropriate. Recalling the celebration with the dwarves, he said that they had been so happy together that they had been feasting for several days in a row. He thought it was quite a significant event. The night sky of the city gradually became covered with many stars. Davy wondered if the initial spark was so improbable. Perserk said that for the layman this is so. Leaning on his leg, the protagonist noted that he did not expect to hear this name. Von Pollen reported that Davy had an eloquent look and that he knew something. Looking away, the protagonist assumed that he was called a non-slashing sword. Perserk was surprised to hear this. An image of a man shaking the hand of a dwarf next to him popped up in Davy's mind. The main character revealed that the primordial spark is a sword created by Surt together with the dwarven elders. He considered what might be called a collaboration, organized for the first exchange of human and dwarven experience. Davy reported that the cohesion, progress, and blessing of the blacksmith god was already quite a lot for the sword. The main character noted that he became special thanks to the abilities invested in him. After which, Davy reported that this was all he knew. Raising his fist, the man declared that those dwarves had finished off a week's supply of alcohol. The main character was sure that it was definitely the sword from Surt's memories. Looking at the sword in the cloth, Davy noticed that it could be called a prototype. Von Pollen was surprised to hear this. Picking up the sword, the main character said that it can be considered the initial version of Caldera's. Davy said that even though the direction of application was different, the principle of operation was similar. While looking at the sword, the main character thought about a special method of processing the sword by using mana. Davy reflected on an approach that combines material and non-material principles, from hammer striking to casting. The main character noted that everything is a little different from the basic method. After imagining the sculpture in his head, Davy explained the essence of this approach, which could only be understood by discarding all his previous knowledge. He thought that was why conservative non-human dwarves couldn't possibly do it. Davy supposed that was why they were puzzling over him so much. Stretching, the main character said that it was time for them to move slowly. When he finished stretching, he froze in one position. Recalling the image of Surt's sword, Davy said that for others around him, he visited this place for the sake of technology and hired dwarves to develop the land. After that, the main character noted that his main goal is completely different. There was a huge furnace in one of the dwarven forges. The great furnace was created with the intensification of higher technologies. Wary, Perkirk said that these stubborn people simply couldn't be persuaded to borrow her. The main character noted that this is why they need a plan. Davy asked Von Pollen not to worry about it. The moon shone very brightly in the night sky. Davy said everything would go well. Going to a local pub, the main character saw a lot of resting dwarves. Putting the mug to his mouth, Golda asked why he was here. Davy smiled and noted that the elder had a lot to do. The main character suggested that he was briefly released. After that, Golda said that no matter how important the case is, nothing sensible will come out without proper rest. Putting his hand to his face, the elder noted that Golgotha had chased away all the elders. Sitting down at the table, the main character offered him a drink. Grinning, Davy reported on a rumor that dwarves had very strong alcohol. The main character asked if the elder would share it with him. Alert, the dwarf was startled by Davy's words. The elder believed that the main character was running into trouble. The man raised his mug and spoke to Malcolt. He informed me that Davy was asking for strong alcohol. Approaching the main character, the stranger said that Davy has an extraordinary willpower. He was shocked that the main character decided to compete with Elder Golda. Davy put his hands to his ears and thought he was going to go deaf. Putting the alcohol on the table, Malcolt turned to the main character. Wary, the dwarf said that he was saying this out of great concern. Malcolt had told him that dwarven spirits were not ordinary spirits. He said that this drink is too strong for the human body. After which, Davy glanced at the contents of the mug. Starting to drink, the main character asked if this is what he should be afraid of. When Davy had finished his mug, he said that was the way to really drink it. The dwarves' cheers could be heard all over the pub. Approaching the main character, the elder asked if he was okay. The dwarf was surprised that Davy drank it all in one go. The main character said that he liked their alcohol. A clerk hovering above him asked if he really liked it. As Davy continued to drink, he noticed that it looked like bare alcohol. He thought it tasted awful. Von Pollen's face was full of surprise. While in his thoughts, the main character realized that he still needed to play the role of a drunkard, because dwarves love alcohol and gambling more than anything else in the world. Davy placed the mug on the table and spoke to the eighth elder. After looking at him, the main character offered him a bet. Grinning, Golda accepted the offer. The elder said that they couldn't help but respect a person who could drink. A happy man reported that Golda was paying for a drink. Picking up the mug, he asked Malcolt to bring whatever Davy wanted. Taken aback, the main character said that he was not in business. Golda said that he did not mind a certain bet for the argument. After which, the elder pointed out that right now, he wouldn't be able to fulfill any of the protagonists' requests since they were in an emergency situation. Golda raised a mug of alcohol to his mouth and stated that Davy had a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. He said that if the main character wins, he will fulfill his wish. After which, he noted that if he wins, Davy will leave this place. The elder asked the protagonist not to take this to heart. Golda said that he was glad that a nice person stopped by, but the time was bad. Davy smiled and accepted the eighth elder's terms. Being in his thoughts, the main character was extremely happy that Golda was caught. After hitting their mugs, the guys started their competition. Actions take us to the next day. Annoyed, the eighth elder reported that he had lost. Sitting at the same table with him, Davy asked about the state of his hangover. Golda asked him to speak more slowly as his head was hurting. In his desperation, the eighth elder was amazed that he had lost to a human. Taken aback, the main character said that everything happens in the world. Grinning, Davy thought that because he had reached the limit of his sacred mana power, he basically couldn't get drunk. The clerk hovering next to him called the main character a true fraud. While deep in his thoughts, Davy noted that it still required a certain amount of concentration. Putting a finger to her head, Von Pollen said it was too much. She was surprised that after winning, the main character continued to drink with the other dwarves. Perkirk asked at what point Davy became so addicted to alcohol. Continuing to think, the main character told that all this was because of one of his teachers who taught him the art of the sword. Davy thought of the hero who united the central lands of Muram. An image of a man holding a sword appeared in his mind. The story introduced us to Jeonma Dokjun. While in his thoughts, Davy guessed that in this world, Jeonma was afraid. An image of the woman who had asked him not to drink with Dokjun popped up in his mind. Continuing to think, the main character noticed that even Daphne, being an immoral saint, was shaking her head. Davy reported that Lee Jeonma Dokjun was a heavy alcoholic at the gallery. The main character believed that the problem was that during the training process, drinking with him became commonplace for him. A drunken Yuma asked him about his next move. After pouring out the alcohol, Doc Jun said that in that case, they should have another drink. He grinned and raised the glass to his lips. Yuma stated that once the main character drinks everything, he will teach him. Doc Jun pointed out that if Davy passed out, he would have to run around the gallery 100 times in 100 days. A look of shock appeared on the protagonist's face. The main character only now realized that the most difficult part of learning was drinking with Jianma. Imagining a mug of dwarven booze in his head, Davy declared that their alcohol was for him. Putting his hand to his head because of the intense pain, Golda said that no matter what, an argument is an argument. He asked the main character to say what he wanted. Davy leaned on the table and asked if the original spark was causing them a lot of problems. Taken aback, the 8th Elder assumed that somehow the non-bright one had already blabbed. Raising his hand, Golda told Davy about the problem, which was that the sword that they, the dwarves, kept broke. After hearing this, the main character was confused. The 8th Elder stated that it was a very mystical story. Looking at Davy, Golda reported that the sword was originally passed down from tribe to tribe. He noted that the sword was always kept under close supervision. The 8th Elder said that each tribe vows to protect him as the apple of its eye. Golda reported that in this generation, it was his father who was mainly responsible for the preservation of the sword. Glancing at the photo next to it, the 8th Elder stated that due to the early death of his father, the care of the sword fell on the shoulders of him and his brother, Golgotha. Putting his hand to his face, Davy was surprised that the sword broke at such a time. The 8th Elder asked if it was true that the main character only wanted to know this much. Alert, Golda said that he was asking because it was Davy who was sitting in front of him. He stated that the main character can ask what he wants. In his own thoughts, Davy noted that the dwarves responded with the same good nature to the kindness shown. Recalling the previous evening, the main character reported that he had just had a drink with him, but the benefit was clearly also from the first impression he left. Turning to Golda, Davy said that he had an insignificant blacksmithing technique. After which, the main character asked if he could also take a look at this sword once, out of scientific interest. The dwarves' broken sword was shrouded in a mysterious red mana. The central workshop of the Golden Boulder Dwarf tribe. Davy admired the fact that this place was created by dwarven abilities alone, and Golda mentioned the incredible firepower. Davy and Perkirk heard someone yell angrily at Gold for bringing a human. The elder tried to calm down an angry acquaintance with pale blue hair and a sledgehammer in his hands, but it was useless. Golda said that even though he had anticipated this, the dwarves ended up protesting too much, and Davy even felt ashamed. Suddenly, a voice demanding an explanation was heard, and it belonged to the elder's brother named Golgotha. Golda explained with a heavy sigh that it was a matter of dispute, and Prince Davy was familiar with the art of blacksmithing and only wanted to explore the smithy a little. The blacksmith who had shouted earlier started wailing again, now also pointing out that Golda was drunk. He immediately assured him that he was fine and put his position as an elder on the line to make sure that his fellow members would believe Davy. Golgotha looked half disappointed, half angry. He looked at his younger brother standing next to the smiling man. Golgotha sighed heavily, holding the hammer in his hands. Then, turning around, he told his brother to do whatever he wanted, citing the heavy workload and ordering all the dwarves to return to their seats. When the blacksmith with pale blue hair called out to the senior elder, he didn't finish listening, but said that Golda was also an elder and therefore his decisions must also be considered. Golgotha called out to Davy, who introduced himself. The dwarf said that he would accept the man at his brother's request, but that one foolishness would cost the prince a broken head. Davy gave a calm smile in response, which drew shouts from the blacksmiths. A large sword with a length of 2 meters and a width of 30 centimeters is called a sword, but in fact it is a much larger thing. This sword is called the Unbreakable One because it is difficult to cut. The dwarves were deep in their work, shouting to each other as the iron clattered and the furnaces burned. The sword was damaged by cracks and chips. Perkirk noticed Davy's thoughtful expression and asked what he was looking at so intently. Watching the dwarves huddle around the anvil, the prince concluded that there was nothing they could do about it. Davy mentioned that this sword wasn't completed, hence it wasn't protected from aging, and that was perfectly logical. The sound of metal striking was heard again. The light blue-haired dwarf, seeing that Golgotha was still working, told him to rest for a while. The elder did not move, and his colleague added that this way, indeed, trouble could happen. Ignoring the profanity, Davy concluded that the blacksmiths couldn't do it that way. Suddenly, a deafening shout was heard, drawing the attention of everyone in the blacksmith shop. A blue-bearded dwarf named Tros was laughing at how the Golden Boulder dwarfs ended up breaking the weapon. Tros sneered at Golgotha for breaking such a sacred relic, and expressed his displeasure at the fact that the named elder was put in charge of the sword. Tros demanded to hand over the sword of his tribe, Black Boulder, explaining that the masters from there would do better. The Golden Boulder palaces were angry and shouted that this sword wasn't so easy to repair. Tros pointed out with a sneer that Golgotha hadn't made any progress in a long time. The hammer struck the anvil. Tros, still unable to calm down, told the dwarves with a malicious grin not to desecrate the sacred thing again. Golgotha could barely contain his anger when he heard the impudent guest say that all the elders of other tribes shared this view. Tros stated that they simply couldn't entrust this matter to a tribe with the worst skills. The hammer came up to strike. Tros, not hiding his mocking tone, said that things would have been different if the father of the two brothers, Grand Elder Gord, was still alive. When Golgotha sat up, covered in sweat, Tros looked at him with interest. Golgotha stared at the hammer at his feet in silence. Convinced of his victory, Tros chuckled contentedly and decided that there was nothing else to see. Golgotha's jaw clenched as his amber eyes filled with tears as he listened to Tros express his desire to take the sword. While the other dwarves continued to work, Golgotha sat far away from them, devastated by the words of the black boulder dwarf. Suddenly, the prince's hand took the hammer lying under the elder. Looking at the gun, Davy wanted to ask Golgotha a question. He asked the dwarf if they were masters, and the dwarf was confused by the question. Tros, noticing that Golgotha was talking to a human, roared with laughter and belittled the red dwarf for being a different race in the central workshop. Golda, who was standing behind Davy, asked him to step back and not interfere. The latter, without moving, replied that the master should feel the spirit of each created thing and respect it. Golgod's face twisted in shock as he listened to the human prince's speech. Unexpectedly, Davy slammed his hammer down on the sword. The dwarves who watched the scene turned blue with horror, and the young man came to the conclusion that the weapon was indeed completely unusable. The blacksmiths all shouted at the prince, telling him to stand back and stay out of this, blaming Gold for everything. Ignoring the dwarves' screams, Davy asked the elder if he really wanted to fix things. The man said yes, and then the young man asked why he was acting as if he only cared about the safety of his pride. Golgotha was horrified and surprised, but he remained silent. Davy had said that he had served the village for approximately 3,000 years, and the dwarves couldn't let go of something that had long since ended, wasting their extra energy trying to revive the dead. The prince broke into a shout when he doubted that these dwarves deserved to be called masters, since this was how they treated the value that had become their emotional support. The dwarves looked completely startled when Davy rhetorically asked them how long they'd been acting so low. Davy paused, lost in thought. He marveled at how the best craftsmen didn't see that the thing was already worn out and couldn't be repaired. The thought infuriated the prince. He threw a sword fragment into the furnace fire. The dwarves stood motionless for a moment, aware of what had happened. But a moment later, the workshop was filled with a desperate cry. Each item created by the master must have at least a piece of soul invested in it. A person who ignores this rule does not have the right to be called a master. The words were Surt's, and he had taught Davy to break his skull without mercy when confronted with such a blacksmith. The dwarves surrounded Davy, who was standing by the blazing furnace. They were broken, upset, and lost. Someone started crying. Someone got angry at the prince, armed with a hammer. Davy said he'd done the right thing, considering what they'd done. With a serious expression, the prince ordered the dwarves not to mock the sacred object. It occurred to him that, pride aside, this thing had been created by the named teacher and had nothing to do with Davy personally. As the dwarves wept in despair, the prince declared that there was no one among them who knew the true nature of the sacred object. After all, his life is already extinct, and the dwarves are not even sure that they can recreate it. Davy, raising his voice, denounced the so-called masters, who did not even try because they decided that the task was impossible. The dwarves got even angrier, telling Davy to shut up. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, calming the crowd. It was Golgotha, not at all like the calm and silent self a while ago. Davy looked at the dwarves, who looked grim, and decided that they knew all about it. They knew that the original spark had long since worn out, and there was no point in repairing it anymore. The prince had said that it was impossible to create anything new with these dwarves' techniques, but they had failed to recognize this fact, and they had taught themselves that every item existed only if it was passed down from generation to generation. As Golgotha sat down, hiding his tear-stained eyes behind his hands, Davy concluded that what these dwarves had done was a terrible sin for the masters. With his hands in the pockets of his trousers, the young man stared at the frustrated blacksmiths in silence. Suddenly, Tros, who was standing behind the prince, said that the young man was only taking this matter lightly because it was of a different kind, and that the art of the sacred object even the best palaces couldn't recreate for generations. Tros was angry with Davy for making the best of himself in this workshop, even though he couldn't create any sacred objects. Perkirk hesitantly asked the prince if everything was normal, and he only replied that it was the first time he had met such stubborn people. Davy replied to Tros that he never said he couldn't create a sacred item. The dwarves froze, their mouths hanging open. Golda and Golgotha furrowed their brows, their amber eyes wide. Even Perkirk was taken aback. But some of the dwarves didn't believe Davy and just got angry, thinking that he was bluffing, because a person can't handle what even the masters of this business can't handle. Golda shouted something about the creation of the blacksmith of the Arabian Nights, while Golda tried to calm his brother down. Davy calmly told the dwarves to stop pushing so hard and just start learning. When the young man called the two brothers old men, their faces twisted with resentment and anger, but they did not say anything. Davy picked up the hammer again and hit it with a dull, loud thud. Among all the things Davy learned at the gallery, there is one of the few subjects in which he barely kept up with the teacher. He and Cert worked well together, so the prince's blacksmithing skill was growing at an extremely fast pace, although to such a monstrous master. A small hammer collided with metal. The unfortunate original spark, no different from the prototype Davy created in the gallery many times. Two gray ingots lay nearby. Troz looked at them contentedly, with undisguised interest. The dwarves shouted at Davy that cadmium steel and mithril alloy could not be combined, but the prince did not listen to them. When the dwarves shouted that the young man didn't even know the basic rules, he asked who had forbidden the use of out-of-order items. The dwarves fell silent at the question. Davy said they thought only of the rules, and they made themselves a prisoner in them. The prince believed that there was no need for any order here. Green smoke billowed out of the furnace, and someone was surprised at the color. Davy continued to think, coming to the conclusion that things could change dramatically depending on how well you managed the process, and you could interfere with anything as long as the method of work was correct, even if it's a perverse method for the dwarves. The dwarves watched the forging prince from behind. There was a sigh of relief. On top of the anvil was a dazzling turquoise sword. Davy asked the dwarves how they liked the job. With a cocky grin, the prince noted that it was a piece of cake, and the crowd of dwarves roared with delight. The craftsmen began to look at Davy's creation, recognizing in this weapon what they had so vainly tried to recreate themselves. The prince wasn't surprised by his result, being well aware of whose disciple he was. Perserk whispered that she didn't expect Davy to create a sword without a mana stone, and the prince replied that the dwarves could do the same if they gave up their ways. When the prince said that it was the veins that mattered, Perserk didn't understand him. Davy explained that this is a structure that allows mana to circulate, which is similar to the principle with mana circles embedded in the body. Davy walked over to Elder Golgotha. Then the two of them walked over to the newly forged sword, and the youth explained the details of blacksmithing and mana to the dwarf. Perserk watched the two men's conversation with a warm smile, confident that the young man had successfully won the hearts of these creatures. Davy decided that his role was over. He said that the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights had also worked up to this stage and then turned the work over to the dwarves. When Golgotha exclaimed that their technique wasn't enough to complete, Davy encouraged them to learn it. When Golgotha realized whose technique the prince could use, he opened his mouth in shock and asked the young man to teach the dwarves this skill. Davy agreed, but at some cost, showing the dwarves something hidden in a pink cloth. The dwarves looked at the prince in shock as he held a mysterious object in his hand that spat pink electric sparks. The three dwarves crowded together, admiring the gleaming sword. Perserk expressed her concerns that one day the young man would be caught insulting the shrine, but he was calm because of the stigma attached to him. Golgotha asked the prince what kind of sword he had brought. Davy didn't give him an answer to that question, prompting him to guess for himself, and the elder's face showed shock at the realization. Davy explained that he didn't create the sword, but he will finish it. When Golda asked Poe about the master who created this weapon, Davy calmly informed him that he had died a long time ago. The prince said that it was so long ago that several millennia had already passed. A murmur ran through the crowd of dwarves, and Davy smiled. He was thinking that the sword's effectiveness had increased tenfold from its original setting due to being at rest for a long time. Perserk compared this stat to what is usually given to wines, and Davy explained that it takes a certain amount of time to process weapons with mana. The prince added that the original spark, which he recreated, will also be able to be touched only in a few months, although the difference in processing complexity is noticeable. Davy was wondering how he was going to finish something of this level when Golgotha asked the prince if he had the ingredients to complete it. The young man replied in the negative, putting his hands to his chin as he considered what materials were best to use. Elder Golgotha spoke uncertainly. He said that he would give Davy his workshop in perfect condition as a working space, which surprised the young man. The prince thought that his own workshop is not something that you can just give as payment for new equipment, it is an inviolable territory. Golgotha didn't show his companions any wooden chest, even when they asked. Davy and Perkirk looked completely dazed. Opening the chest, Golgotha prepared a gift for the prince. Perkirk looked surprised to see bones, but Davy said nothing. In fact, the young man was startled as he looked at the bone of an ancient dragon of unknown origin. Golgotha said that it was an heirloom that had been passed down in the family of these dwarves since the time of the first ancestor. The elder shared that he had never met anyone who could handle this thing before, and Davy could no longer hide his admiration for the dragon bone. The prince covered his mouth, lost in thought, when a dwarf called out to him as a mentor. Davy was pleasantly surprised by this treatment, and Perserk noted the rapid change in behavior. The dwarf had offered his own workshop for the prince instead of the elder's, and Golgotha was angry at that. Davy was standing between two shouting dwarves, an awkward smile on his face. The dwarves began vying to offer the prince their treasures and heirlooms. These suggestions were already becoming unbearable, and Davy couldn't bear to listen to them any longer. When the prince asked why the dwarves were taking out all their heirlooms, they said they couldn't use them anyway, and so they could brag that the ingredients of their house were used in the legacy of the Arabian Nights blacksmith. Boxes, barrels, and glass cases contained various glittering gems and metals. Perkirk ironically asked about the lack of resources Davy had mentioned earlier. When the dwarves asked if the prince liked the gift, he smiled and said yes. Vilgoda said that he would like to help the young man with the work, but the masters have their own rules for this. The dwarves announced that they would leave Davy to work in peace while they completed the sacred object according to the prince's instructions. Sparks flew in the air from the fire. Davy's royal robes hung to one side. Having changed into a more comfortable outfit, the guy prepared to work at the anvil. Cert, blindfolded, addressed the girl in the long dress and hat as a young pea-maiden, but she heard other words and was terribly angry. The man tried to justify himself to the young maid of Wakano, but she gritted her teeth in rage and threatened to burn his student Davy right now. A guy standing off to the side was trying to figure out why the fire would fly at him if Cert was to blame. The gallery was created with the ideas of many heroes, in every sense a world close to paradise, in which they called for a rest from suffering in another world. Thanks to this, with the power of Odin, famous for creating dragons, Davy was able to touch the bone of an ancient dragon for the first time in his life. Cert had really exhausted the mage god, causing the girl to shed large tears. Davy then showed her the dragon bone while Cert introduced it as one of the ingredients to create the sacred sword. The Wakano maiden started talking about burning the boy again, while Cert was saying that Davy should be able to handle this bone. Back then, Davy had just raged about why he needed to learn how to handle ancient relics that no longer existed. But bad luck turned to absolute luck, and now this bone has helped Davy finish his weapon. A blue flame appeared in the furnace again. The prince's face was dripping with sweat from the heat. He wanted to cast flame resistance magic, but if there was even a small error in the temperature, he would fail. So Davy decided not to take any chances and continued forging his sword in the midst of the fire and smoke. Perkirk watched with genuine interest from the young man's shoulder. Davy continued to work. Perkirk admired the beauty she saw before her. One of the swords had a color change from dark and blood red to pure ruby, and it was as if its reflection was a blue sword, like a supernova rising into the night sky. Perkirk was smiling proudly. She admired Davy's incredible concentration. Davy's face was already drenched with sweat, and the tips of his hair were dripping. Suddenly, a glow lit up the workshop. The sword crafting was almost complete. It was getting brighter by the second. Davy's black shirt was unbuttoned a few times, revealing his sweaty skin. In front of Davy and Perkirk were two ready-made identical swords, differing from each other only in color scheme. After working hard on the swords in the workshop, Davy found two of Cert's completed creations, blue and red, lying in front of him. Satisfied with the result, the guy in the demoness's company decided that they should give the blades a name. The floating clerk asked if he had something on his mind, to which the young man replied in the affirmative. The girl looked surprised to hear the story that names had come to Davy's mind as soon as he first saw the swords. The main character looked with delight at the shining weapon he had completed. Touching the blue blade, he gave the names. Two bare screens with information about the twin swords flashed in the air. They were named Red and Blue Ribbon. The red ribbon circulates mainly elemental mana and spirit mana, has the power to kill, ignores the resistance of all physical systems, and when used with a second sword, all effects are enhanced. The blue ribbon mainly circulates the forces of elemental spirits and sacred power, kills, cuts everything that does not exist in physical systems, and deals critical damage to demonic creatures. Davy held a red blade in his hands, while Perkirk said in disappointment that he didn't have any talent for naming names. The sword in the boy's hand shone, reflecting the sun's rays. He swung the red ribbon restlessly at the whetstone, while the demoness hovered behind him in disbelief. She looked at him questioningly, not understanding what he was doing. A glittering blue brush brushed past Davy's face as he said the word cut. Its tip was only a few millimeters away from the machine. Davy held the red ribbon at arm's length, and a huge crack appeared on the grindstone, sparkling with lightning. Perkirk flew closer to the tool to assess the damage done by the blade. Now the boy was holding the blue ribbon in his hands, looking at the sword with delight and running his hand along the blade. Numerous blade marks appeared in the room, and a red brush rose into the air. The blue blade was pointed at the anvil. Right at the tip of the sword, small bubbles with cross slits hovered. A flash of bright light lit up the room, and Davy and Perk looked at it questioningly. With a happy expression on his face, the young man noticed that the blade was cutting through the mana around him, and the demoness asked if he was just waving the sword in the air. Looking at the glittering weapon, Davy couldn't believe that it could actually cut through something that didn't exist in the physical world. He now held the blue ribbon parallel to the floor, concluding that he had completed a ruthless task, while Perk hovered to the side. It was night outside, and the door to the dwarf's workshop opened a crack. When a booted foot came out of the passage, several figures were sitting on a bench, slightly illuminated by a lantern. A dwarf with a blue beard that had 4 braids on it opened one eye slightly. The man jumped when he saw Davy coming out, and the guy asked him what he was doing here. The blue-bearded dwarf laughed, explaining that they made sure that no one interfered with the boy's work. The short men concluded that the guy had spent about 4 days in the workshop. Davy was shocked by this information, not listening to the dwarf's concerns during his absence, and the demoness noticed that he was madly obsessed with his work. Also, the girl, breaking into satisfied smiles, added that the sight was quite interesting, after which an expression of shock appeared on the guy's face. Blushing with embarrassment, Davy grabbed the demoness with both hands, asking her to tell him what he was doing. The elders gathered in a circle and looked at the blades with faces full of amazement. While the boy stood off to the side with his arms crossed, the 2 men couldn't contain their admiration as they discussed the swords. Davy noted that the reaction of the dwarven masters when they saw the completed blades was like that of a deep believer after meeting a god. One of the men put his foot on one knee and held his swords carefully, exclaiming that it was not a pity to die now. Davy panicked and tried to stop the dwarves from going too far. He knew that this might have ignited a fire in the masters and started the work of completing the original spark. Several weeks passed, and flames rose into the air. Davy was asking the burly man in the glove to lower the temperature of the fire. Usually, when working with a metal that has a stronger mana bond than Misril, you need to periodically change the temperature of the fire so it will become stronger. When Elder Romney with the pigtailed mustache raised his sword to strike, he asked him not to knock continuously and not set the texture forcibly, but to do it naturally, like the flow of water. The man diligently began to fulfill Davy's wishes, otherwise you were standing next to him and adjusting the force of the blow. The dwarf thanked his mentor as the boy watched with a twinkle in his eye. Davy noticed the enthusiasm that filled all the short men in the workshop. It was a clear day, and the sun was shining on the trees. Standing on a hill overlooking the settlement in the shade of a tall tree, the protagonist stretched and concluded that this was also not bad. With his hands on his hips, the boy was looking softly ahead, and the dwarf behind him was looking at him. The man held out the hand that held the bottle to Davy. The dwarf poured the boy the alcohol that his younger brother had saved, and he appreciated the drink. Narrowing his eyes, the red-haired man announced with a smile that he had come to talk about something else. Davy held up a glass of blue drink that glittered in the sun, wondering why the other man was pausing. The boy remembered what he'd done to the whetstone in the workshop and quickly apologized, burning with shame, only to receive a puzzled look from the dwarf. Sitting in the lotus position with a bottle in his hands, the man shared that he had heard that in addition to completing the legacy of the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights, the mentor asked for help to put the equipment of the lands in order. When he received confirmation of the information, he raised a fist to his chest, saying that dwarves never forget favor or disfavor. Elder Golgotha expressed his willingness to help the astonished boy in any case. Davy had told him that such a task could take a long time, and the dwarf had gravely reminded him that the young man had shown the people a great favor. Under a huge tree, Golgotha swore an oath of loyalty to the boy. Davy looked peaceful, glancing out at the settlement, when the idyll was interrupted by a voice calling for the elder. A short man waved as he walked up the hill, the grass swaying in the wind. Golgotha asked the green-clad dwarf what was wrong as he tried to catch his breath after the climb. The man reported that an intruder had entered the village. These words caused the elder to panic, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead. As the elder held the green-robed man down, something flew towards him rapidly. Davy stepped right in front of Golgotha, batting away the incoming object. When he noticed the small red blade, his eyes widened in horror. The boy saved the elder from the scarlet dagger. Shrill screams could be heard outside the snow-white palace. The maids were shaking with fright, and furniture was overturned all around, an enraged voice cursing Davy. The blonde man was furious at the first prince's return to the palace. The figure stood with its arms outstretched in front of the large window in the sunlight, crowing. Second Prince Callus' eyes glittered menacingly as he screamed with such force that a vein popped out on his cheek. The maids watched the blonde man striding around the room, his face in his hands. A green eye could be seen between his fingers, which opened wide at the thought of the hated guy. Callus noted that the beastly sounds and balding crown of his head appeared after meeting the despicable first prince. Glancing at the trembling maids, the enraged blonde decided that they were also mocking him. He shouted furiously at the terrified girls. One of the maids was grabbed by the guy and dragged by the hair. She screamed and cried. Grinning, the second prince asked if the servants were neglecting him. He put his hands on the girl's throat in an attempt to choke her while saliva flowed from her mouth. The maid started to fall, and a shoe flew off her foot. The guy with a crazy smile sat on top of the girl, continuing to strangle her, and noted that this was the first interesting sight in a long time. Blood began to fall to the floor. Callus was distracted from the torture of the girl's already lifeless body by a stranger holding a dark cloth in his hand. He asked the man who poked his head in at the wrong time who he was, only to get a chuckle. The stranger's eyes shone red as he licked his lips. Throwing what he had been holding onto behind his back, the man noticed that he was late with the introduction. While holding hands, the terrified maids noticed a head on the floor. One of the girls screamed in horror, and the stranger introduced himself as Faith. He bowed respectfully, asking them to remember his name and telling them that they had been very disappointed recently. As Callus stared at the man in disbelief, the maids took advantage of the situation and hurried out of the room. Faze, filled with pleasure, decided to show the second prince which side he was talking about by holding up his index finger. A portal formed above the man, and many bats shot out, while Callus continued to sit on top of the dead maid, his head raised in admiration. Among other things, Shari appeared in the blue light, bound by a thorny vine. Callus recognized the girl as his mother's maid, and she opened her eyes for a moment. The portal began to disappear, and Face bowed to the blonde man with the bald crown, who moved to the sofa. Raising his hand to his face, the man concluded with a sly smile that someone had treated them extremely audaciously. Snapping his fingers, the man said that he could easily cancel such things, adding that it was a gift from the company. Looked down, Callus was covering his mouth to hide his shock. He turned his head at the man, asking who the stranger was, but the man just said it didn't matter. Putting a hand to his chest, a smug face offered to sign a contract. He promised the bewildered blonde to deal with the man he and his mother hate. Callus said through gritted teeth that Davy was stigmatized and that someone was protecting him. He pointed out that the first prince is not an ordinary person, and Face, holding a rose in his hands, retorted with a smile that the hateful guy is still a person. Then Callus noticed that the man spoke as if he wasn't human, and Face squeezed the rose in his hand. He looked back at the boy with satisfaction and added that they would soon find out. The second prince listened in dismay as the man said that he had already dispatched his subordinate. Red light seeped out of the windows as Faith told Callus a story while the petals of a crushed rose fell from his palm. Events are transferred to the dwarven village, where Davy heroically repulsed the red dagger. The boy stood with his palm outstretched, while the green-robed man on his knees lowered his head, and the elder flew back. Davy turned around and saw that the blade had sunk into the ground. Looking at the weapon, Purser concluded that it wasn't a simple dagger. Lifting the blade with his gloved hand, Davy found blood, remembering that there was only one skill capable of this. The boy turned around in displeasure with the dagger in his hand, while the demoness looked at the red blade in surprise. A blue furry paw with long claws stepped on the ground. The roar of a predatory beast rang out, revealing its fangs. A demonic beast with a horn and head resembling a lion appeared on the stone ledge. Davy remembered that the power of activating various sciences with blood is the power of the vampire's blood kai. Both dwarves were sitting on the ground, and the elder panicked and asked if his mentor was okay. The green-robed man then showed Golgot a ferocious monster on a rock ledge. Perkirk was surprised to recognize the creature as a demonic animal, and Davy added with a smile that it also had the highest rank. The predator shot a fierce yellow cat-like gaze at its future prey. After that, the monster began to howl, which caused horror among the men and the guy below. Red magic circles appeared above the demonic beast for aiming purposes. The beast released a powerful stream of energy, directing it at the heroes standing below. The bright beam of light traveled a huge distance, reaching the ground, and created a large gap. The dwarves were thrown back by a massive shockwave. At one point, the elder was surrounded by a blue honeycomb, which surprised him. Focusing on the monster, Davy created energy barrier spheres around the men, protecting them from damage. The enraged beast began to descend towards the guy. A snarl appeared on his face, and his yellow eyes turned red. The young man continued to stare at the demonic creature in surprise, his eyes widening. He was standing with his back to the predator, his head turned toward it. Davy's puzzled expression changed to a sneer. The dwarves woke up lying on the ground. A demonic beast was rushing towards Davy at full speed. The guy didn't even think about escaping. The predator was growling furiously, glaring at the boy. As the beast drew closer, Davy put a hand to his head and grinned. Looking resolutely at the demonic creature, he concluded that it looked pleased and proud. In a fit of rage, the dangerous predator lunged at Davy, opening its fanged mouth wide as the boy strode toward it. Lightning bolts and a red haze appeared all around, which the smiling protagonist recognized as a bloody aura. Perkirk's surprised voice exclaimed that even among vampires, only the higher ones can create it, to which Davy pointed out that this beast has an expert level. The demoness asked the guy to be more careful, explaining that the creature is so dangerous that an ordinary demon is no match for him. The hero at this time raised his leg, leaving a bright trail in the air. He exhaled contentedly as he took a fighting stance. After a kick, the ground collapsed under his boot. A powerful fountain of energy shot out from under the destruction site, sending large chunks of earth flying into the air. The guy, grinning, stood close to the predator and raised his fist to strike, concluding that before him was only an animal that moves instinctively. The monster opened its mouth wide and let out a loud roar. In the next second, the predator flew into the air from a powerful blow, and Davy remained standing with his fist raised, smoke emanating from it. The fallen demonic beast collapsed on its back, and the boy swung back for another blow. The beast lifted its head, revealing a fanged mouth. Reaching into his pocket, Davy watched intently as the predator soared back into the sky. The predator was surprised to see a magic artifact in the guy's hand. The main character held a red handkerchief in his hand, around which a blue circle shone brightly. Davy was grinning and holding a red ribbon in his hand, wanting to try out a new weapon in battle. The magic blue circle was on the sharp tip of the sword. There was a powerful stream of light and lightning flashes as the youth unsheathed the 24th style magic spirit sword, bringing the blade up to attack the roaring beast. The sword flew towards the demonic creature, glittering. Davy delivered a powerful 8-entity annihilation strike, causing Sabertooth many wounds. A strong flash of light filled the entire space, and the last roar of the beast could be heard from it. The blue screen displayed information about Davy's newly created half-storage space, which had a very small area of use, and the twin swords were now stored in this space. During the peak heyday of the central plains of Murim, all the venerable faction officials were as rotten as possible. During this period, Murima experienced problems with trade and starvation. The drunk man with a blush on his face hiccuped as he grabbed the alcohol bottle. When he asked where he'd left off, Davy, who was holding a shot glass on his fingers, shot the other man a sour look, twisting his mouth. The young man said with disappointment that he had no confidence in the gentleman who is a drunkard, who claims that he united Murim with one ball. The long-haired samurai didn't hesitate to drink straight from his throat. This man invented 88 sword styles and left as a legacy a destructive and ferocious art, which later met with the sword art of the hare's god, evolving into an optimal form. Davy wrapped his arms around himself and shivered. The red ribbon shone in the sun, smeared with blood, as the protagonist concluded that the tool makes a person a person. Davy slung the new weapon over his shoulder with a satisfied smile. As he swung the blade, he noted the incredible strength of his brainchild. Dark drops of blood appeared on the ground, and black smoke was coming out of them, and Davy concluded that there were enough Hondens to fight the monster. Pointing at the opponent, the miniature demon queen noticed that the guy hadn't killed the predator yet, to which he replied with a smile that he knew. Red stripes appeared around the main character, turning black at the ends. As the black and red liquid bubbled, Davy realized that the source of immortality was hidden somewhere near the body, and if it was not destroyed, such substances regenerated indefinitely. The guy thought that the beast can be killed in the process of battle, just by wiping it to dust so that there is nothing to regenerate, but in practice this is difficult to implement. Davy then turned to Perkirk, asking if she knew anything about how a mere demonic beast, rather than a high-ranking vampire, could be immortal, and the girl noted the abnormality of its use of blood kai. Looking together with the demoness at the black slush with red veins, the guy with a laugh expressed a desire to test his theory, but there were no ways to do this. The beast survived the impact of the Honden. Since he has immortality of such a high level, he received it from a high-ranking vampire with lord-level rights, and it's not clear what it left behind in such a demonic beast. Looking down at the settlement below, Davy concluded that the circumstances were not the most suitable for him to find out the details. A young man with a cool look took out a blue ribbon. Its blue glow reflected on the hero's hair and eyes. He delivered a powerful blade strike to the regenerating demonic beast, grazing the tree and cutting its branches. The blue sword was sprinkled with the dark blood of the beast. The black liquid was spreading out in a huge puddle on the ground, and Davy was watching intently. Holding the twin swords in his hands, the boy wondered if he had managed to destroy the source, to which Perkirk, after thinking about it, replied that he rather destroyed the main system. Putting the red ribbon on his shoulder, Davy asked the demoness what she was talking about with a puzzled look as she strode up the hilt. It was nearing sunset, and the sky was turning from blue to soft pink, and the sun was sinking. Davy asked if he could kill a god at this level. Looking at the blue ribbon, he couldn't understand what old Surt had put into the sword, which was enhanced by the long sleep and finishing ingredients. Davy stood against the bright sunset sky with a blue blade slung over his shoulder and a red one in his hand, grinning and deciding to postpone thinking about troublesome things for later, and a tree that had been cut down during the attack lay next to him. The guy put a hand to his cheek and broke into a sly smile. There was a tree in front with lush foliage, and the ground was covered in cracks. As a gust of wind blew the paper past Davy's face, Davy stared intently away, concluding that one rat had escaped. The foliage of the strange one was rushing through the air, filled with a glow. The main character swung the blue ribbon, cutting through space and creating an explosive wave. A young man with pointed ears and silver hair appeared in front of Davy, covering himself with his hands, and the prince noted that he should hide himself more carefully. The stranger's eyes widened in shock, his irises glowing red. Davy, looking completely mad, walked right up to the guy, baring his teeth and adding that he had noticed his hair. Deep sighs could be heard in the vast expanse of the wasteland. The young man tried his best to escape from the main character. His face was covered in beads of sweat. The terrified young man thought that he might die. A malicious grin spread across Davy's face. Trying to escape, the young man was sure that if the main character caught him, he would really die. Davy pulled the sword from his back and claimed to see his hair. Waving his arms, the young man continued to run away from him rapidly. Turning around, his face was covered with great fright. Multiple explosions occurred in the wasteland. Suddenly, the youth's body flew out from under a thick cloud of dust. Scared out of his wits, he tried to stand up. Turning around, he fell into a stupor. "You're going to kill me, and you might as well give me some fun," he remarked. Taken aback, the main character wondered if he had to behave so perversely. Dumbfounded, he couldn't tell which side Davy was on. Clenching his fist, he thought about taking this chance quickly. Taking him by the hand, the protagonist asked him what he was doing. Turning around, he couldn't figure out how Davy had managed to do this. Moving away from him, Davy froze in one spot. Smiling, the main character said that you can only leave after paying. Swinging his sword, Davy saw him leave with his mouth full of food. A small wisp of hair flew off the youth's head. While in his thoughts, he was extremely annoyed by the situation. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. In his desperation, the young man didn't know what to do. The man sitting on the throne was surrounded by joyful aristocrats, the proudest and greatest nobleman in our family. Incredibly distant, a treacherous creature with which no human being can compare. An enraged monster appeared in Davy's path. Initially, the main character was going to throw this person into hell and start making fun of him. Davy had expected to be consumed by the fear of just encountering a demonic beast. He had thought that he would only wait humbly for his death until he had had enough of playing. With a smirk on his face, the guy was holding a glass of alcohol in his hands. He was thinking of Mr. Face. Multiple swings of the sword left traces of mana in the air. Dodging the main character's attack, the young man thought that he still made a mistake in his judgment. Davy leapt up and landed a high kick. Strong gusts of wind fluttered the youth's hair. While in his thoughts, he was sure that the main character was abnormal. After Davy's crushing blow, many strong cracks appeared on the ground. He tilted his head and tried to clear his throat. Sitting on the twisted young man, the main character noticed that he calmed down a little. He said he couldn't move. Davy asked him not to resist and to sit still. Horrified, the young man asked what the main character had done with his body. Furious, he couldn't understand how Davy, of the lowest kind, dared to do this. After which, he asked if the main character wanted to die. Davy said he should be grateful that he didn't cut him up right away. The main character said that he wants to clarify something. Clouds of smoke gradually emerged from the ruined soil. The young man said that Davy would not be able to do it. He said that among his fellow tribesmen, he is considered the most persistent. Grinning, the young man noted that the main character will not be able to find out. Davy interrupted him and said that he hadn't expected him to tell him anything. After which, the main character put his hand to his head. Davy told him that he knew perfect magic so that he could find out what was going on in someone else's head. In desperation, the young man declared that such a thing could not exist. Holding his head, Davy noted that he would check it out personally. A look of shock crossed the young man's face. Bending down, the main character used a technique called Shamai Evolution, after which he applied the black magic brand curse. The youth's body was enveloped in streams of mysterious purple mana. Davy used the flame of inquiry. Looking up, the young man began to yell in pain. He said that he was very hot. In desperation, he begged the protagonist to stop it. Grinning, Davy asked him not to be dramatic, since it was fine. The clerk hovering above him noted that he was an enemy, but interrupting her, the main character said that he would not die, asking her not to worry. As Von Pollen watched, she said Davy knew better than to worry. After that, the main character asked if he had to be lenient with someone who wanted to kill him. Tilting her head down, Perkirk agreed with his judgment. Putting his hand to his head, the main character was taken aback. As he watched the screaming youth, he realized that this kindness was of no use at all. Folding his hands, Davy stated that he needed to learn just a little, so he wanted to go through the questions quickly. Rage filled the young man's face. The main character asked who he was. Being beside himself with anger, the young man said that he was not for anything. Davy grinned and asked if he wanted to continue. Prostrating himself, the young man announced that his name was Fredkid. He told the protagonist that he was a Viscount-level aristocrat. Davy pointed out that Fredkid was a middle-level scum, after which the main character assumed that he was his target. The nobleman's face showed great fright. Davy thought it was all because of a vampire maid he'd run into recently. Fredkid, startled, said so. Leaning his hand on his chin, the protagonist thought about the words of an aristocrat who said that he kept his mouth shut well, but in the end he answered so smoothly. Next, Davy asked the next question. Glancing at the noble, he asked how he and the demonic monster got their immortality. Hearing his question, Fredkid fell into a stupor. Watching him, being in his thoughts, the main character noted that he was holding up well. He supposed he needed to push a little more. The aristocrat's face was steeped in hatred. Saliva began to flow out of his mouth, and he also started to let out a roar. Seeing this, Davy fell into a stupor. Fredkid raised his head and declared that he was choosing death. Dumbfounded, the clerk asked him to leave immediately. The aristocrat's body began to swell violently. With tears in his eyes, the aristocrat said that he did not want to do this, turning to Mr. Face. The boys' faces were shocked. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion in the wasteland. The explosion created a huge cloud of black smoke. At that moment, Perserk was talking about destroying an aristocrat, which was quite harsh. Avi said he didn't do it of his own free will. Looking at the remains of Fredkid, the main character was amazed at the amount of information that he managed to learn. Leaning forward a little, Von Pollen assumed it was because of her. Interrupting the clerk, the main character asked her not to worry. He noted that he had intended it. Looking out over the expanse, Davy thought about how someone who casts a curse can sense when the curse they cast has been affected. An image of the nobles having a dialogue appeared in his mind. The main character reported that, in other words, one curse placed on Callus was dispelled. Davy pointed out that more precisely, it was put into suspended animation. Von Pollen fell into a stupor when she heard this. Turning his gaze to the setting sun, the protagonist thought that despite the difficulty of the search, they were able to do it. Davy talked about a patron with the power of immortality. He believed that there was a difficult person behind him. An image of a grinning aristocrat sitting on a throne appeared in his mind. The moon appeared in the night sky of the city. There was a lot of work going on at the dwarven settlement site. One of the residents was engaged in repairing the roof. Looking at the surroundings, Perserk was amazed that just one demonic beast had left behind such effects. Passing by, the main character saw a group of dwarves running somewhere. The 8th elder ordered the dwarf to head north. Davy, watching, was frozen in place. Seeing the main character, Golgotha was glad to see him. Taken aback, the dwarf said that he was ashamed that they were presented in such an obscene way. Davy said it was all right. Smiling, the protagonist asked if Golgotha was injured. The dwarf said he was fine. Looking at the ruined city, Golgotha said that dozens of houses were burned. The dwarf reported that some were slightly wounded. After listening to him, Davy froze in one spot. Grinning, the protagonist assumed that he wanted to say something. Putting a hand on Davy, Golgotha asked him to go inside first. The room where the children were was shrouded in a bright light coming from many candles. The dwarf reported that the guards were on alert. Davy sat down and asked what had happened. Turning to his brother, Golda was confused. An image of a small house with small children running around appeared in his mind. Golgotha said there was nothing special about it. He told Davy that a child from the orphanage had disappeared. The dwarf reported that they had sent out sentries to search. Wary, Golgotha noted that the main character is dangerous to be here. Davy put the document on the table and said that he still wanted to show them something. Holding out the document, the main character asked to accept it. Looking at the elders, the main character reported that there was all the necessary information on the restoration of the shrine. Davy said it would take a long time to complete, after which he added that it was time for him to slowly return. The elders' faces were shocked. After picking up the document, Golgotha asked how they could repay this favor. The main character said that he didn't really need anything. Davy thought that if anyone needed to pay for a favor, it wasn't him. Placing his fingers on the mighty swords, the protagonist declared that he had received enough. As Davy watched, he realized that the demonic beast had snuck in to attack him, not the village. The main character was sure that if he left, the problem itself would disappear. Bowing in respect, Davy apologized for not saying it. Golda said it wouldn't work on them. Golgotha couldn't understand how it was the main character's fault. Davy's face was full of annoyance. Being in his thoughts, the main character believed that perception depends on acceptance. Davy knew that if it had been anyone hostile to him, he would have been blamed for everything. Raising his hand, the protagonist told the dwarves about the situation, after which Davy revealed that he convincingly lied about the demonic beast attacking because of the stigmata on his body. Further, he noted that he was still his target. The confines of the dwarven settlement were bustling with activity. Continuing to think, the main character was afraid that the vampires would decide to take revenge on the village out of anger after his departure. Davy knew he couldn't tear himself apart to control all these little things. Faint gusts of wind blew the leaves of the trees standing in the forest. In the middle of the forest, a small child was crying softly. Suddenly, he saw someone approach him. Davy smiled and held out his hand. While in his thoughts, the main character believed that this was all he could do. Davy then handed the child over to the dwarven settlement. The main character was sure that he needed to get back as soon as possible, for the sake of the safety of the dwarves. A bird circled the morning sky of the city, a feather falling from its body. At the entrance to Hane's land, there was a group of soldiers guarding it. At that moment, one of the soldiers was half asleep. When he saw the group of dwarves, he became wary. After blocking the road, the soldier ordered them to stop. Picking up a spear, he asked who exactly was trying to get to these lands. Davy, on horseback, announced that it was their lord. After seeing the main character, the soldier called him Lord Saint. Taken aback, Davy said he wasn't a saint. Looking at the expansive haze that was shrouded in sunlight, the protagonist reported that he had returned home. Davy noted that as soon as he returned to Haines Land, he had a mountain of work to do. It wasn't until he arrived at Davy's office that the chief chamberlain told him something. The main character told that he received reports while he was in the village of dwarves. Davy noted that during this time, the number of people who want to settle here has exceeded the estimated number. He said that somewhere in the second quarter of the year there will be about 4,000 residents. An image of the houses located in the Haines territory appeared in his mind. The main character noted that this is almost 20 times more than it is now. Davy knew that the sudden increase in population would bring them all sorts of problems. After that, he noted that there was no point in filling his head with them now. Being in his thoughts, the main character was glad that he had acquired reliable assistance. Lifting his head, Davy froze in one position. Standing next to Golda, addressing the main character, said that he had heard that the state of the land is unimaginable. Davy smiled and said it was true. Taking a look at the palm on the protagonist's estate, where he resides, the 8th elder noted his good condition. Encouraged, Golda said that because it was a chance to repay the favor, he asked Davy to leave everything to them. The 8th elder said that he would turn the main character's land into a place that matches the reputation of the continent's representative master. Golda asked him not to refuse. He believed that no matter how excellent a leader was, no one would follow him if he didn't keep an eye on himself. Taken aback, Davy noted that he wasn't refusing. After hugging the 8th elder, the protagonist stated that he had something to add. He supposed the other dwarves might like it, too. The captain of the vigilantes looked puzzled. In his thoughts, he couldn't figure out how Davy had done it again. The vigilante captain's judgments affected dwarves who were barely visible. Mired in his own thoughts, the main character noted, despite the fact that sometimes he catches straining glances full of doubts. Taken aback, Davy wondered who they thought he was. Continuing to think, the main character said that the process of land reconstruction is going smoothly. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky of the city. Sounds were coming from Davy's bedroom. Falling on the bed, the main character declared that it was much easier to fight with a demonic beast. A clerk hovering nearby complimented him on his excellent work. Leaning his face against the pillow, Davy understood why Joseon kings died young. Von Pollen said that the status of a leader implies hard work. Being overjoyed, the main character reported that this bed was very good. Turning to him, Perserk asked him to change his clothes and go to bed normally. After that, Davy told about the rumors, which said that this bed was created by alchemists for the structure of the human body. The main character noted that it was also huge. Due to the gusts of wind, the curtain in his room was slowly fluttering. Davy put his hand on the blanket and froze in one position. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered what it was. There was a mysterious silhouette under the blanket. Suddenly, the creature's eyes glowed bright red. Seeing this, Davy fell into a stupor. A strong shout rang out in the protagonist's palace. The creature under the blanket tried to get out. The dumbfounded protagonist assumed that he had entered the wrong room. Perserk couldn't believe it. Horrified, Davy noticed that it was quiet for a while. Then he wondered if it was starting again. Being in his thoughts, the chief understood that there was no guarantee that the bribe must necessarily be money. An image of the captain of the vigilantes, who was actively engaged in a dialogue with a man, appeared in his head. Continuing to think, Davy noted that for the sake of implementing a land business, sometimes it happens that someone gets into his room. Imagining the image of untold riches, he thought of an illegal question. The morning sun shrouded the city in its rays. The main character was thinking that his system of royalty was deeply rooted in this world, so it wasn't such a rare thing. After that, he noted that everything is different with him. The girl smiled and turned to Davy. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. Grabbing the main character by the clothes, she said that if he would have fun with his friends, even if she had to get out of the gallery. The girl threatened Davy, saying that if something happens, he will not be left with a wet spot. Grabbing his face, she noted that his holy sister always kept her word. While in his thoughts, the protagonist was sure that the warning of the immoral saint was more impressive than it seems. An image of a huge amount of money appeared in his mind. As Davy continued to think, he noticed that while the bribes were already being accepted to the full extent, for some reason it was not revealed who exactly did it. After that, the main character said that in the end everything came to the point that he was penetrated not once or twice, but almost every day. A tearful girl came running out of Davy's room. Being beside herself with rage, the girl shouted various insults in his direction. The main character noted that at least after that he could sleep in peace. Slowly, Davy's hand moved toward the creature under the blanket. At that moment, someone was trying to get out from under the blanket. A little girl with red hair appeared in front of him. When she saw Davy, she froze in place. Putting his hand to his head, the main character fell into a stupor. Davy suggested that this time they were trying to push pity with a child. The hovering clerk thought that was impossible. The outraged protagonist turned to the little girl. Davy looked at her and tried to find out who she was, after which, a smile appeared on her face. After that, the guys froze in one position. Looking at the little girl, Von Pollen said it was dangerous for the heart. The main character's face was filled with hatred. Looking at the little girl, he couldn't believe that these pathetic worms would want to use an innocent child. Davy clenched his fist and called out to Amy. Running into the room, the subordinate waited for his order. Seeing the little girl sitting on the main character's bed, Amy fell into a stupor. Clutching her face, the subordinate wondered what it was. After which, the main character asked her not to say it out loud. Furious, Davy stated that he had definitely ordered no one to be allowed in the bedroom. Stunned, Amy said she hadn't let anyone in. The frightened subordinate asked if the main character had brought her. Davy said that wasn't the case. Folding his hands, the protagonist asked a question that concerned who exactly brought the girl here. Looking at Amy, Davy noticed that he hadn't been taken seriously lately. Running up to the girl, the subordinate asked him for forgiveness. She stated that she should have kept a closer eye on the palace. Looking at the surprised little girl, Amy said that she would find her parents right away. Pointing at Davy, the girl called him Daddy, after which, the main character fell into a stupor. Kicking off the covers, she pushed Amy away from her. Jumping off the bed, she ran towards Davy. Hugging him, the girl's face was wrapped in a smile. While she continued to call him Daddy, the main character was at a loss. Suddenly, the room's door began to shine. Davy's face was filled with confusion. A small blue-haired girl was peeking out from the corner. When Amy saw her, she froze in place. The sun shone down on the leaves of the tree that was located in the vast land of Haines. Trying to catch up with the red-haired girl, Davy's subordinate begged her to stop. Looking at her, Amy told her that she might get hurt if she ran fast. The plot introduced us to the Honden. Hovering next to the main character, Perserk stated that he could have used this feature from the very beginning. Putting her hands behind her back, Von Pollen hoped Davy had already eaten her conscience. Taken aback, the main character asked a question that concerned changing the name. While in his thoughts, he couldn't believe that the sword would suddenly take on a human form. A magic panel appeared in front of his face, notifying him of the current stats of the Hondens. The main character was surprised by the inscription, which spoke about the cute girls, which is why they had to be treated with caution. Davy noted that it wasn't written there by choice. Amy handed her a cookie and asked her to try it. Being at a loss, the main character was shocked by the fact that swords are also eaten. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl touched Davy's feet. Then she tried to lie down. Turning to Jongdon, the main character put his hand on her head. A blush appeared on the girl's face. Jongdon glanced at Davy and called him Daddy. Hearing this, the main character froze with emotion. He was sure that it was really dangerous for the heart. There was a commotion coming from Davy's room. He glanced at the girls and told them that they needed to start with a checkup. Sitting on the couch, the main character asked if he could return to his original appearance. Hearing this, the girls were taken aback. In his own thoughts, Davy was glad that they understood his speech perfectly. Suddenly, the girls began their transformation, after which they turned into swords. Hovering next to the main character, Perserk noticed that all of their true selves were swords. She reported that there was no resistance in the original form. Agreeing with her, Davy noted that such a transformation was natural and instinctively familiar to them. Looking at the sword, the main character reported that the density of power invested in them has become thicker, after which, he wondered if the ego's effectiveness was being exceeded upon awakening. When they were finished, Davy said they were ready to go back. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist suggested that he should first officially announce that he was their guardian. Perserk turned to him and asked if they were Davy's daughters. Taken aback, the main character noted that in this case foster daughters would be more accurate. After that, he asked if Von Pollen was trying to deprive him of his marriage in the future. Perserk wondered if that had been part of the plan in the first place. Sitting on a chair, after the girls begged him to give them a cookie, Davy told them not to eat it as it might cause tooth decay. Seeing Amy at the entrance to the room, the protagonist asked if something had happened. Glancing at Davy, the subordinate informed him that a guest had arrived. The main character was surprised that the guest came without warning. A girl in a red dress was standing at the entrance of the palace. Amy told him that Princess Winry had come to see him. Holding her hat, the princess surveyed the palace grounds. Winry put her hands to her cheeks, almost overcome with emotion. Hugging the girls, the princess asked Davy what kind of children they were. Folding his hands, the main character said that he would take care of them. He noted that in a sense, they are his daughters. Hearing this, Winry froze in surprise. She glanced at Davy and said that every time they met, he was doing something new. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if this was true. Remembering how she had stood on the threshold of the palace, Winry told him that she had been worried when he had told her that he was going to the wasteland. An image of blooming plants appeared in her mind. The princess reported surprise when she heard that Davy had succeeded in selling moongrass. Encouraged, Winry claimed to have seen some dwarves in the village. At that moment, the dwarves were taking a leisurely stroll through the vast Haneslands. The princess noted that they are known for not usually entering the outside world. The main character said that at the moment they are helping him a little. Winry thought it was incredible. Looking at the princess, Davy stated that in this case, he would like to properly receive her, noting the dubious state of the land. After which, the princess asked him not to worry about it. Smiling, Winry said that it was more important for her that the main character looks happy, which made her calm. Startled, Davy froze in place. The clerk on his shoulder noted that he had a lot to do. Being in his thoughts, the main character could not realize that a whole mountain of cases weighed on his shoulders. Looking at Davy, a smile appeared on the girls' faces. The main character was talking about a very true story. Holding onto her hat, Winry suggested they go inside the palace. Davy's face broke into a small smile. Leaning her hands on her apron, Amy asked the escorts to follow her. A lot of people got in her way. Seeing this, Davy was at a loss. On the ceiling of the palace were located luxurious chandeliers. The main character wanted to ask the princess about Varys. Sitting on the couch, Davy guessed that they must have a lot of work to do on their own land. He couldn't understand how Winry had managed to escape. The princess informed me that her brother was too. She told him that the bandits had been quiet lately, and that was why the land itself was quiet. Winry then asked if Davy was too indifferent to them. Taken aback, the main character asked for forgiveness for this. Folding her hands, the princess said that she had come because she had a request for him. Winry fingered her hand and turned to Davy. Looking at the main character, the princess asked if he could use the power of stigmata. Hearing this, Davy was baffled. Winry didn't think it was right to ask him to do this when he had so much to do. In her desperation, the princess said that she could only rely on her father to help her. Fear clouded Winry's face. The main character asked her not to worry and just let him know. Tears welled up in the princess's eyes. Startled, Davy turned to the princess. Winry was saying that she was really sorry. After which, the main character approached her. Night fell in the city. The chief chamberlain, looking at Winry's sleeping form, said that she was overworked. Standing in front of her bed, he assumed that she had suffered too much mental anguish lately. The chief chamberlain believed that she would immediately feel better after a proper rest. While in his thoughts, the protagonist noted that the Ordum lands belonging to Winry and Varys were quite a considerable distance away. Folding his hands, Davy guessed that she had been traveling here for several days straight without rest. He was surprised that she valued her people so much. Sitting on the couch, Winry reported that her close friend was now on the verge of death. She told Davy that the priests and healers had given up. The main character reported that the situation was as follows. He told her that Portna, a guard and close friend of Winry's, had saved her from the poisoned arrow of the bandits by shielding her. While in the pit, the terrified princess watched as her friend was hit by an arrow. Winry rode her horse back to her own land. Davy noted that during the grueling fight with the pursuit, they, on the contrary, fell into a trap. He knew that if Portna hadn't done this, Winry would have been either badly injured or dead. Folding her hands, the princess reported that the Lord Priest had drawn out the poison with a detoxification spell, but after that, dark blue spots appeared all over the tailor's body. The main character believed that this was the main problem. Standing across from Winry's friend, the doctors watched as she lost consciousness. Davy noted that after neutralizing the arrow's poison, strange symptoms appeared. Portna's face was covered with strange spots. The main character told that she was feverish, and dark blue spots began to appear all over her body. He reported that Portna, who coughed up blood at any moment, was gradually getting exhausted. Davy noted that the priests and healers were all trying to help, but she wasn't getting any better. Standing outside the wall, Winry heard some talk about how if they had a high-class priest with the stigmata, they might have saved her. The main character told that when all hope of finding a cure for this unknown disease was almost extinguished, Winry heard the words of a priest treating Portna. It was for this reason that she went to Haines, wanting to grasp at this last straw. In her desperation, the princess didn't know what to do. The main character put his hand on Winry's head, after which, a strong cry could be heard in the palace. The exhausted princess was in bed. Davy put his hand on her forehead and froze in one spot. The main character sat down on a chair and watched her. Hondon walked over to Winry and asked if she was ill. Looking at the girls, Davy said that she would be fine when she slept through. Turning to them, the main character asked them to give the princess a rest. Hondon, who was standing next to the bed, said that you can't get sick. Pointing to the sleeping princess, she said that she would be there. Perserk smiled and complimented her. After that, the guys froze with emotion. After that, the girls lay down next to Winry. Deep in his thoughts, Davy thought about how they had rejected her so much recently. Covering them with a blanket, the main character noted that in another situation he would have stopped them, but being near children, who are practically clots of energy, will help restore strength. Next, Davy touched the sleeping girl's jewelry with his finger. Thinking, the main character watched the view from the window. Outside the window, the moon was shining brightly. The main character talked about dark blue spots and bloody spitting. Von Pollen glanced at Davy and asked why he was wearing that expression. Looking at the sleeping girls, the main character reported that the symptoms were similar. At that moment, Davy was thinking about his intuition. Standing in front of Winry's room, the main character reflected on the cases when he suddenly has a feeling that something is happening without any reason or signs. Davy turned his head and addressed the chief chamberlain. Davy said there was a spy guild in the land. The main character asked him to find the most outstanding and trustworthy among them. Hearing Davy's request, the chief chamberlain accepted his order. Perched on the main character's shoulder, Perserk thought things were getting more complicated. Looking at Davy, she wondered if that would be such a problem. Von Pollen noted that he turns a crisis into a huge profit every time. The main character reported that this is so. Wary, Davy said that the increase in the number of victims is not welcome. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that judging by the symptoms, only one disease comes to mind. Perserk folded her hands and talked about the stains, the bloody coughing, and the weakness. She wondered if such a disease really existed. The main character reported that this is so. Looking out the window, Davy noted that the problem was that the disease shouldn't be on their continent. Continuing to think, the main character said that this is what puts him in a stupor. Sitting on the bench next to Winry, Jongdin swung her legs from side to side. Hondin was running beside them, whistling a tune. The law of causality. Looking out the window, the main character is lost in his thoughts. He was sure that there was no result without a reason. At that moment, he was thinking about how this situation looks from the outside. An image of people having a dialogue with each other appeared in his mind. Davy was thinking about how a person who was poisoned with arrow poison would have strange symptoms after detoxification, and the person would gradually die. The main character noted that the disease is also that the healer is seen for the first time. He was sure it didn't add up. Perserk glanced at Davy and said he didn't look very well. Turning his head, the main character said that there was a lot to think about. Perched on his shoulder, Von Pollen thought that was understandable. Perserk was also very confused about his younger sister's case. In the vast expanse of the wasteland, the wind blew sand across the plains. Davy couldn't figure out how the savages who lived by plundering the royal suburbs even got such a poison. Folding his hands, the main character noted that there are many foggy places, but premature calls cannot be made. He felt that he needed some more information. Hovering next to Davy, Perserk asked if he had summoned a spy from the secret guild to do so. Sitting down, the main character reported that her judgments were correct. Deep in his thoughts, Davy knew that he needed to understand where it all started and where it was going. An image of a woman appeared in his mind, saying that the key to finding a cure for any disease lies in its cause. The main character said that he was one of the first to learn this rule when he was studying medicine. Grinning, Davy talked about how it happened in time. Looking ahead, the main character noted that since he came, then he needs to pass. Surprised, Perserk asked who exactly Davy was saying this to. Raising a finger, the protagonist asked him not to stall for time. His finger was pointing at the shadow next to the cabinet. A stranger appeared in front of him, using a special technique that practically concealed his presence. Davy folded his hands and thought that he looked pretty capable. The stranger reported that he had heard that the main character needed something. Davy held out his hand and said it was true. The main character assumed that the stranger had a lot to do, after which he thanked him for coming. Then Davy asked him to sit down. After the words of the main character, the stranger went in his direction. Directing his gaze at him, Davy asked him to do what was most comfortable for him. While in his thoughts, the main character understood that the stranger was wary because he was able to reveal it. Davy said exactly what he wanted to say. Glancing at the stranger, he stated that he wanted to buy information. The main character noted that he needs as much information as the guild can get. Completely covered by a raincoat, the stranger said that for everything. Davy interrupted him and asked about the need for an appropriate fee, after which the main character stated that he agreed with him. He knew that free cheese only came in a mousetrap. With a tilt of his head, the stranger stated that for enough money, they would even be able to scout out the personal affairs of the closest royal family. He pointed out that if Davy wanted to, they could even get the underwear of the imperial family members. Hearing his words, the main character fell into a stupor. Deep in his thoughts, Davy couldn't understand who was advertising their services like this. Glancing at the stranger, the protagonist asked about the princess of the Palin Empire. Grinning, he asked if it was possible. Disgusted, Perserk couldn't figure out what kind of pointless indulgence Davy had for his mood. Inspired, the main character froze in anticipation of the stranger's answer. Taken aback, he said that for now he also wants to live. With a sigh, Von Pollen said that he was absolutely right. Davy leaned his elbows on the table and said that was enough for him. Giving him a bag of money, the main character said that it was an advance. Davy smiled and told the stranger that his younger sister, Winry, had a girl named Portna. The main character asked him to get him all the information about her recent activities. The plot introduced us to Jack. Watching the magic panel, Davy was shocked to see a girl in front of him. He was extremely surprised that she was a dark elf. Perserk noted that she was masking herself, after which she wondered why Aina Helishana would look like an elf. Turning her head to the side, Aina asked if she needed to find out the girl's background. The main character said that he would be grateful to her if she called it a medical investigation. Davy got up from his chair and asked her if she could handle it. Thinking, Aina froze in one position. She glanced at the table and said she wouldn't accept his money. The gold coins on the table reflected Davy's face. The main character couldn't understand what this meant. He asked her if she would work for free. Aina stated that this was not the case. Looking at Davy, she informed him that the payment would be made after it was completed. Thinking about it, the main character asked what would happen if he didn't pay. With a tilt of her head, Helishana said that even though Davy seems like a regular voluptuary, contrary to what is already known about him, she is offering this deal because she knows that he is not the type of person who doesn't keep promises. Grinning, the protagonist suggested that she wanted to add him to her connections. He thought it was brazen, but not bad. Davy asked if the Aina Guild wanted it. Directing her gaze to the main character, she stated that it was her personal suggestion. Looking at her, Davy thought she knew better. After Aina announced that she was leaving, the main character's room was shrouded in smoke. Grinning, Davy thought that she might have left through the door. Looking at Aina's stats, the main character thought that she is a dark elf and hides her gender. Putting a hand to his chin, Davy wondered if this was the most famous guild in the entire continent. Von Pollen smiled and said that it wasn't just merchants who had a nose for money. Turning to Davy, Perserk asked if he knew the name Helishana. The main character assumed that this was the surname of an elf. Clenching her fist, Von Pollen said there was no connection. Standing on Davy's shoulder, Perserk asked him not to dwell on it. The plot takes us to 2 days later. The sun was scorching across the expanse of Haines. Outraged, Winry said she didn't want it. Looking at Davy, she said she would go too. Putting his hand to his head, the main character said that he was well aware of her condition. He asked her not to try to fool herself with just a little rest. In desperation, the princess tried to object. While in his thoughts, the protagonist believed that due to the urgency of this matter, preparations for a quick departure to Ordom had already been completed. After which, Davy noticed that they didn't even have time to drive off, and it had already started. With his hand on his side, he asked Winry not to be stubborn. The main character told us that you will need to ride for several days to reach the land of Ordom. He noted that the carriage ride will be even slower. His gaze fell on the princess's escorts, who were standing next to the horses. Davy reminded her that they didn't have time to just sit around if they wanted to see a patient as soon as possible. The sun glinted off the glasses of the guy standing next to him. Hand on side, the main character stated that the more Winry behaves like this, the more she will delay everything. In his thoughts, Davy knew that riding a horse took a lot of physical effort. He believed that even if the twins were with her every night, the princess in her current state would not be able to stand the journey any further. Frustrated, Winry averted her gaze. Wary, the protagonist thought that he was not letting go of a bad feeling. Von Pollen suggested that this was the main character's intuition. Davy said so. Raising her hands, the princess said that he could go too. Winry noted that she wasn't weak. Suddenly, a young man approached the guys. He assumed they had some sort of problem. The young man smiled and rested his hand on his chest. Davy was glad to see Yellies. The main character's face reflected a bright light. Yellies tried to find out what was going on. Taken aback, the princess froze in one position. Alert, Davy started thinking about intuition again. Yellies smiled and said he was pleased to meet you. He revealed that he was a level 5 mage. The mage suggested that it might be superfluous, but he added that he was from the Red Tower. Shaking his hand, the main character introduced himself. Davy told him what he'd heard about him. The main character stated that it was an honor for their scruffy lands to host Yellies. Deep in his thoughts, Davy noted that he wasn't interested at all. The main character felt that he had no reason to have a dialogue with him just because of one meeting. Looking at Yellies, Davy thought that regardless of his popularity to the entire continent, he was primarily a representative of the central magic tower located in the heart of the continent. The main character was sure that communication with him would only bring more hassle. Taken aback, the mage didn't realize how sloppy Davy was talking about. Yellies stated that these lands were currently the most resplendent in the entire eastern continent. Smiling, he noted that the way Princess Winry had bragged about him made him want to see him at least once. A blush appeared on the princess' face. In her confusion, Winry couldn't understand why he was saying this in front of Davy. Taken aback, Yellies said that it was impossible otherwise. Hearing this, the main character fell into a stupor. As Davy continued to think, he was sure that Yellies was dangerous. After concentrating the mana in his hand, the protagonist assumed that he needed to kill him. A surprised clerk asked him not to act rashly. Von Pollen then asked if Davy thought it was okay to treat Yellies that way just because he was accompanying his sister. The enraged protagonist stated that this was so. Davy's gaze fell on the restored tower, from which their mana was streaming. The main character told about the rumors that said that Yellies is not only kind-hearted, but also gifted to the point of speechlessness. He noted that the magician has already been recognized as a genius of the magic tower. Davy thought Yellies was a master at that age. The main character noted the good origin of the magician. The main character reflected on his background, security, character, appearance, and even ability. An image of the Yellies' coat of arms appeared in his mind. Davy thought that the magician was the best man of this era, that he had no slack in anything. Continuing to think, the main character believed that the question was his connections with Winry. Folding his hands, Davy asked how the mage knew his little sister. When the princess heard this, she was very indignant. Taken aback, Yellies said that everything was fine. He noted that in the place of the main character, he would also be on guard. Yellies told him that when he was on his way to Hainsland, he had accidentally been escorted by Princess Winry. Holding a fist with concentrated mana behind his back, Davy noticed that the mage had helped his little weak sister. He wondered how he could repay Yellies. Being in his thoughts, the main character was sure that he would deal with him right away. Glancing at Davy, the magician said that this was not the case because in this situation they helped him. Yellies reported that the princess saved him with her magic when he was surrounded by mountain bandits. Hearing this, the main character fell into a stupor. A clerk hovering nearby said that Mog was trying to repay his debt with these words. Yellies smiled and said that in addition to fire, he was only superficially familiar with movement magic. He told Davy that he just had a small mana gate to move the necessary items. Hearing this, Winry was overjoyed. Davy was wary, but he couldn't see why that was so surprising. Inspired, the princess told the main character that in addition to the fact that they are mobile, unlike the large gates that are being installed, Winry noted that even for Magic Tower natives, they are an extremely rare top-level artifact. The princess said that to use it, you need to master the movement spells well from the 5th circle. Winry stated that only top-level mana holders can use this continental-level treasure. The main character was surprised that one of the gates could be in the Red Tower. Yellies glanced at Davy and said it was a coincidence. The wizard noted that he only had them now to avoid damage. Confused, Winry called the mage incredible. She was surprised that he was skilled in 2 types of magic. Hovering next to Davy, Perkirk thought that everything had worked out well for them. Von Pollen noted that long-distance teleportation is difficult for the main character. Davy held out his hand and asked Yellies to take care of him. The mage smiled and agreed with him. After that, the guys shook hands. In front of Davy's palace was a sculpture of a horse, next to which lightning appeared. Suddenly, a heavy rainstorm began to fall on Hain's land. Seeing this, Perkirk was extremely surprised. Hand on side, Davy noted that the atmosphere was chilling. Alert, the main character noticed a strange smell. Putting her hand to her nose, Von Pollen said it smelled like burning a specific protein. Frozen in place, caught in his thoughts, Davy noticed that the smell was very similar to that of burning flesh. An image of the room where the smell was supposed to be coming from popped up in his head. Yellies suggested that attacks have recently resumed. Startled, Winry reported that it had only been a short time since the destruction of the bandit groups, after which, the princess fell into a stupor. As he walked forward, the man was surprised by Winry's presence. He was glad she was back. The main character asked who he was. Smiling, the man revealed that he had been nominated by the Central Office of Diseases as a representative. The story introduced us to Count Rinton. Looking at the princess, the Count declared that she was much more beautiful than anything he had ever heard. He believed that the rumors greatly understated. Winry put her hand on her chest and said that she had an urgent case right now. She asked them to save their small talk for later. After that, the guys were surrounded by Rinton's army. The Count noted that he would also prefer this option. And then, he added that this situation is hopeless. When Yellies saw them, he fell into a stupor. Rinton asked the guys to come with him. Turning his head, the Count reported that the prevention of the Princess Palace by the Holy Kingdom artifact had just been completed. Looking at the surprised kids, Rinton asked them to follow him, after which they headed to the palace. The flames fluttered violently in the wind. Taking a seat, the Count apologized for the fact that members of his Order of Chivalry began to conduct their activities without permission. He asked them to take into account the gravity of the situation. Turning to the Count, the princess informed him that Varys was the Lord of the Lands. She noted that in his absence, all powers are transferred to her. Rinton raised his mug to his lips and said he knew it. The Count knew that it was sheer arrogance to come to them unceremoniously and make demands. Rinton pointed out that, as he said, they are the Central Directorate of Diseases. The Earl believed that Winry must be aware of their rights. When the princess heard this, she was furious. Central Office of Diseases. They received the seals of the 3 emperors dominating the continent. The plot showed us magical creatures that represented different continents. This is a special international organization with special powers. They are present in all corners of the continent and are engaged in gratuitous supplies of medical resources. If compared with the Earth, this is something like a medical volunteer organization that enjoys the support of influential countries. Holding out his hand, the Earl noted that he didn't know if Winry was aware. Rinton said that a severe disease is currently spreading in these lands. The Count said they called it Devil's Blood at the department. Hearing this, the princess fell into a stupor. Rinton told her that it was a malignant disease. He said that the infected person starts to have dark blue spots all over his body, then he starts coughing up blood and then dies. Rinton noted that this disease is also terribly contagious. A memory of her friend popped up in Winry's mind. She was thinking of symptoms that were extremely similar, after which she stated that now was not the time for that. Turning to Davy, she asked him to hurry to the tailor's. As he removed his headdress, the Count noticed that he was a little late in greeting. Rinton told him that he really wanted to see him at least once. The Count noted that Davy had developed a stigmata and he also excelled at cultivating moongrass. Folding his hands, the main character said that it was only a coincidence. The Count was sure that nothing happens in the world without a reason. Rinton smiled and asked if the miracle had its origin in Davy's superiority. The Count assumed that all the famous rising stars were gathered here. Yeli's face was full of excitement. Winry slammed her hand down on the table and spoke to Rinton. With a serious expression on her face, the princess stated that she had an urgent matter to attend to, which forced her to leave first. Winry got up from her chair and tried to call out to the butler. Suddenly, the princess' face was shrouded in surprise. Turning to her, the Count informed her that unfortunately, all the servants of the palace, as well as his knights, are now isolated in quarantine. Hearing this, the princess was filled with indignation. Rinton noted that this was a necessary measure. The Count said that you can get infected with the devil's blood very quickly. Rinton said that if they successfully eradicate it, then the terrible thing can be avoided. The Count noted that even a small infection can lead to irreparable consequences. Davy folded his hands and said that the Count's judgment was fair. Angry Winry said that in her opinion it was a clear abuse of authority. Rinton, who was sitting on a chair, said that this was so. The Count noted that this clause is present in the Agreement of the Union of Countries, which was personally signed by the Queen of Rana. Rinton explained that the transfer of power to a lord in an emergency was a long-standing norm. Hearing this, the princess was confused. Raising his hand, the Count said that unfortunately, this disease is not subject not only to the lower, but also to the higher sacred power. He told her that it was impossible to cure her with them. Rinton added that none of this had any effect. Winry couldn't believe what she was hearing. The Earl smiled and noted that this was the reason they were here. Rinton stood up and asked the boys to rely on him. Alert, he froze in one position. The Count said that they will definitely find a way to complete the treatment. Rinton asked the boys to wait for good news from them. Sitting on the couch, the main character is lost in his thoughts. Due to Count Lenton's quarantine, the castle was completely deserted by the time Davy, Winry, and Illy's arrived in Ordom Land. All the people were confined to the infirmary, which was equipped with a large number of beds, and suffered from pain, infected with the disease Devil's Blood. Perserk was shocked by the picture, and Davy said it was more like holding back the worst course of events than treating them, but despite the brutality, the alternative was rational. The demoness, covering her nose with her hand because of the incessant smell, shared that there was no such disease during her lifetime. Leaving the girl behind in complete disbelief, Davy ventured inside the infirmary to join the infected. With a calm face, he pulled back the translucent curtain next to one of the couches. On the bed lay a red-haired girl covered in dark spots, with a ventilator placed over her face. After reading the sign, the boy realized that he had correctly identified the location of the guard and Winry, Porton's friend. There was a fetid smell coming from the patient, which Perserk still covered her nose with her hand, but without success. Davy recognized it as the scent of dark blue gothered flowers. When the demoness decided to clarify, not understanding what kind of plant she was talking about, the young man corrected himself, answering that in this world flowers are called tostat. The girl said it was the first time she'd ever heard of them, and Davy explained that the rare tostat flowers that only grow in the polar regions are incredibly poisonous. Holding Porton's dark hand, the boy used magic to detect a high temperature and that the disease had reached the brain cells. The patient's skin was as cold as a corpse's, but her insides were burning, and as a result, she was in an extremely unbalanced state. As Davy looked around the infirmary, where the patients were rushing from side to side, he concluded that the symptoms, the course of the disease, and the death rate were terrible, something Winry had already said, but now it was finally confirmed. The guy was completely confused, completely unsure of where this attack came from, and Perkirk was looking at him with concern. Davy thought of a certain virus while saying the name. Trying to repeat what the boy had said, the demoness asked him again, and he explained that he had mentioned the accelerated melting virus. The main character explained with a serious look that this disease was widespread in another world, and the virus was introduced for a specific purpose, so this infection has nothing to do with a cold, cancer, or plague. The process of death is nightmarish, and the contagion is impressive. In a short time, hundreds of people died due to just one outbreak of the disease, and the invention of the drug took 10 years, and during this time 280 million people died. It is said that after the invention of the drug, another 18 million lives were saved. I cast a focused glance at the table with the medical instruments, and Davy decided that I needed to get the antibodies out faster before it was too late. A sharp object appeared in the boy's fingers, giving off a light glow. He held a glowing scalpel, preparing to make an incision. A white-gloved hand grabbed him sharply, and a voice asked him what he was doing. The surgical instrument clattered to the floor next to the portable trolley. While the guys were holding hands, they explained to him that everyone is forbidden to enter the infirmary with infected people except for those involved. Davy was confronted by a furious member of the Central Board of Diseases, Baron Gornio, with long curly hair and a red handkerchief covering his face. The main character introduced himself as the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, and the man, frowning, began to check the information. The Baron looked at the boy seriously, remembering that he had been informed of his arrival, and explained that even the prince was forbidden access to the infirmary. Gornio explained that an infectious disease is now spreading in these lands, and according to the organization, it is transmitted by airborne droplets. Davy sat down on a chair by the sick guard's couch and looked at the man questioningly, his hands folded against his chest. The Baron suddenly remembered that in the infirmary it was necessary to cover the nose and mouth, presenting a dark rag to the face of the astonished guy. Davy put the cloth away and was about to say something when the bewildered man interrupted him, telling him that he knew about the stigmata on the guy's body. The young man looked at the Baron with disbelief when the latter said that the mark was useless here, because even the high priest with high-level sacred power did not help. Davy and Gornio were interrupted by a high-pitched scream, causing both of them to turn toward the source of the sound. A man with darkened skin and saliva coming out of his mouth was kicking violently in bed as several men in white gloves tried to restrain him. Holding the patient's leg, the alarmed Baron demanded to bring painkillers immediately to calm the man down first. A shaven-headed guy in medical clothes was preparing a hypodermic syringe with shaking hands, clearly panicking. Davy frowned and put a hand on his shoulder, trying to stop him, because if you put the medicine out of the bottle, the patient will die. The nurse was perplexed, and the patient's screams continued. Then the main character stretched out his hand, asking for a phone. Behind him, the Baron was furious at Davy's lack of action as he focused on holding the instrument up to the patient. The guy looked stolidly at the suffering man, tearing the fabric on his chest. His lungs bulged out in two huge blisters, as the blood that had clotted due to the virus had accumulated in them. Holding a glass tube in his hand, the guy concluded that if the liquid is not removed now, the man will die instantly. He tested two tumors on his chest, determining that one of them was 8 millimeters below and the other 3 millimeters to the right. Davy closed his eyes, letting out a sigh to get rid of the intense emotions. With a serious face, he activated the sacred incision, and the tube began to glow. With his other hand, he held the infected man's chest, blotting out the pain with his magic. He raised the tube above his head, concentrating on making the incision. 3 doctors in white clothes with masks on their faces watched the process, when suddenly a stream of dark liquid gushed out. The boy's hand carefully held the tube, now filled with blood. Davy kept his eyes on the patient as he performed the procedure that was coming to an end. Gornio was absolutely furious, saying through gritted teeth, "How dare a young man treat a human life like this?" He took the guy by the scruff of the neck and pulled him towards him, menacingly ordering him to stop. His rage was mixed with bewilderment, as the man didn't understand what the guy was doing at all. The Baron wouldn't let go of Davy's perfectly calm demeanor, accusing him that human life was just a toy for him. The tube was still in the patient's lung, clearing away the accumulated blood, and in the background, an enraged Baron was asking for an explanation. The infected person started coughing, and one of the doctors informed Gornio that the patient's pulse had returned to normal. Hearing this, the Baron was absolutely shocked. His hand was still on the red lapels of Davy's suit, and the boy was trying to get as far away from the man's face as possible. Taking something from the doctor, the main character said that he would borrow it. Now in his hand was a test tube with a sample of contaminated blood. Standing over the patient's bed, He informed the doctor that it was now possible to stop the bleeding and sew up the incision, explaining that sedating painkillers would cause the patient to die due to shock during the onset of symptoms. After finishing his speech, Davy hurried out of the infirmary, leaving the patient under the care of several doctors. As he was about to push the door open with his hand, the boy stopped, calling out to Baron Gornio. The curly-haired man looked at him questioningly. Holding a dark cloth in his hands, Davy smilingly reported that a person with a stigmata has a blessing in which they have resistance to common diseases. Then came the question of how such a man could be compared to some high priest, and the eyes of all the doctors, led by the Baron, turned to the speaker. The sky above the snow-white castle was overcast when Davy returned from the infirmary. When the boy arrived at the estate, Illy's smiled and Winry flushed, waiting for her brother. Putting his hand on his side, the main character noted with a slight disappointment that there was no point in raising a daughter, and a confused clerk reminded that the girl was not even his daughter. Davy asked if he had been able to contact Berries, to which he received a reply from his sister sitting on the couch that the situation in the place where he was located was also unstable. When asked how everything went in the infirmary, the young man, with a tired look, sinking into a chair, said that he tried his best. Illy said quietly that he had found out something, drawing the interested Winry's attention to him. Currently, there were 2 officials from the Department of Diseases in the lands, Count Linton and Baron Gornio, and the titles added to their names are only echoes of the past, but now they belong to the Central Department of Diseases. Winry was now looking at the Red Tower mage in disbelief. Yillies explained that the Central Office of Diseases consists of a head, 3 chairmen, and 15 officials. In addition to them, the organization includes many doctors and representatives of the Night Order. Davy compared the title of chairman to that of an emperor, and the red-haired man noted his savvy. While Yillies talked about the head of the organization, the first prince's mind was occupied with thinking about the distinctive features of diseases in this world, concluding that the purpose of creating such a center was clear and constructive. The magician also added with sadness that most of the information about prominent members of the organization was erased along with the destruction of personal files, which shocked Davy. The problem was that the healers had received powers from the 3 emperors and the Union of Countries, so Count Linton's fame was justified. Yillies pointed out that the Ron Kingdom also belongs to the Union, and also that demanding a retrial might incur imperial wrath and stir up unrest in the Union countries. Winry objected to the red-haired wizard, saying that the villagers were scared, but he sadly advised only to wait, since the healers had only recently arrived. The Order of Knights for the Destruction of Prosperity, led by Count Colio, who is the captain of the Knights, was also sent to the Ordum lands. As Winry and Yillies discussed the count who had arrived from the Empire in the east, Davy looked at them in disbelief, having no idea who they were talking about. Sitting down on the sofa next to the princess, the wizard explained that the knight was rumored to have retired a few years ago, but apparently moved here, and it would be a good idea to rely on the order first. Winry said sadly that if she had known this was going to happen, she wouldn't have brought the 2 guys to this dangerous place. Trying to calm her anxiety, Davy put his hand on her arms. Sitting on his knees in front of his sister, the guy assured her with a smile that everything would be fine. Winry then asked her brother if the whole situation was inconveniencing Yillies, turning her head in the maid's direction, but he said no. The red-haired youth, genuinely wanting to help, reassured the princess, kindly informing her that Portna was a mage of the Red Tower, and it was his duty as an elder to come to her aid. Davy raised his head, looking at the boy in disbelief and suspecting a reason other than what the mage had said, and Perkirk had advised him not to rely too much on the abyss. Lanterns were already lit on the street to dispel the darkness of the night, when the demoness asked why the main character did not stay to help in the infirmary, but he considered his presence there meaningless. It was more important to get a test tube of infected blood, which the guy was now holding quite contentedly against the background of the night sky with 2 satellites. From this instance, Davy planned to build an antivirus while there was still time and the disease department was holding back the worst. The demoness listened to the prince in bewilderment, completely ignorant of such terms as vaccine and antibodies. Then the guy decided to explain that this is a common process in medicine, and the Department of Diseases also made several attempts to remove antibodies, but Davy's method goes beyond common sense, and therefore there is a chance to achieve good results. Perkirk, not understanding the question, clarified how the main character plans to create medicines, having only a test tube with blood, while the young man looked away, noticing the appearance of an important guest to whom he had a request. Not far from Davy, space began to distort, and the guy asked the 3rd person present to speak. The head of the secret guild, Jack, emerged from the portal, noticing that he had been discovered again. Davy glared at the mercenary who hid her gender at work and realized that she was displeased. The mercenary gave the guy the information ordered earlier, and he, noting the excellent work, clarified whether she was going to take the money. The guild leader refused the payment again and handed Davy another scroll. She thought that this information could also be useful, and the guy jokingly threatened that if she did not stop this charity, he would fire her. As he examined the scroll, he noticed that the mercenary wasn't acting on the guild's orders. Davy opened the security, flicking off the blue ribbon and one of the pens. Davy silently reviewed the information as the mercenary watched him intently. Davy asked the guildmaster if the information she had obtained was accurate. She said that the secret agent's guarantee is life. Giving Jack a serious red-eyed look, the guy concluded that the girl was telling the truth. After reading the contents of the scroll, Davy said that he had an additional request. The guild leader was ready to listen to it. He began to write a list in his notebook, asking for at least a large part of it, specifying that at least one card of each component was needed. Passing the note into the girl's hands, Davy asked her to write down the payment to the Central Office of Diseases, assuring her that there would be no problems. Pointing a finger at the guild leader, the prince said that this way it will be possible to save many lives, clarifying whether the mercenary is a psychopath who likes to watch the deaths of ordinary people. He asked her to complete this task as quickly as possible and keep the thought in mind that this is a work for good. The girl put her hand to her forehead, accepting the order. The white-arched courtyard was empty now, bathed in cold light. The next day came, and there were shouts of discontent from the castle. Baron Gornio, Count Linton, and Davy were sitting at the tea table, talking excitedly about the latter's admission to treatment. The Baron vehemently expressed his opposition to this idea, operating on the fact that patients are in critical condition and every second counts. The prince, raising the cup to his mouth, phlegmatically recalled yesterday's incident when he was able to save a man in a critical situation. Putting the mug down on a silver platter, Davy thanked the doctors for preventing the situation from getting worse. Crossing his legs, the guy seriously asked if the Central Office of Diseases has a remedy for getting rid of the disease. Linton noticed, grinning, that the young man spoke as if he had one, while Gornio frowned without saying a word. Davy explained that he wasn't going to fight over the feeder and that he thought he had the right to at least make a claim in his younger sister's land. Gornio, his hand clenched into a fist, was about to protest, but Linton interrupted him, agreeing with the prince's words. The Baron hadn't expected this from the Count, and the Count wiped the sweat from his face, asking him to think about the lands in the west that were in the possession of the Conta's empire. In the end, everyone died there, and dozens of the best healers and knights sacrificed their lives. The Count tried to appeal to the Baron's humanity, reminding him that he himself was present in those lands. Linton then asked if the man would continue to cling to his pride under such circumstances, or if he would still give his consent, making Gornio think. As Davy sipped his tea in peace, the Baron finally entered the conversation, deciding to jump at the chance. Gritting his teeth, the man said that pride wasn't necessary right now. The prince's entire attention was focused on the mug of tea. Dusk had fallen on the castle, but no stars were visible yet. In response to concerns about whether everything would be all right, Count Linton, who was standing by the window, turned to the questioner and asked what he was talking about. The captain of the night squad, Count Colio, was standing in front of the man, his eyes lowered to the floor. The knight clarified what he was saying about the first prince of the Ron kingdom, to which Linton replied with a smile that if he failed, the reputation of the Central Office of Diseases would be shaken. Colio shared his concerns with the man sitting in the chair that in any case, there may be doubts about whether their organization is necessary, clarifying why the Count did not refuse the guy, as Baron Gornio did. Holding a glass of sparkling wine, Linton confirmed that Count Colio was absolutely right. However, the man with a soft smile rhetorically asked if everyone would be better off if there was an opportunity to cure the disease. While Colio stood quietly listening to Count Linton, the latter, concentrating on his drink, expressed the hope that the prince would succeed and this would be a common victory. Holding the sparkling wine close to his face, the man carefully examined the glass. Count Colio did not object to Linton, but remained standing in the same position. In the end, he only expressed his understanding of the man's words, and the castle was already plunged into the darkness of the night. The new day at the estate began with exclamations of surprise. As Winry gathered with her brother and the mage, she couldn't get enough of the news that Davy was now officially taking part in the treatment, but the prince remarked that the fact that he had a medical education should be suspicious. The girl was almost crying as she thanked him, and it was clear from her reaction that she trusted him more than she trusted the medical department. Davy was standing in front of the wooden table, one hand on his side, smiling softly. He carefully examined the chemical equipment and measuring instruments provided to create the vaccine. Standing in the middle of the lab, the guy listened to the explanation that the central administration will build the current treatment course according to the prince's opinion. The speaker also asked Davy not to forget one important thing by directing his gaze at himself. Behind the guy, Baron Gornio, with his arms crossed at his chest, menacingly informed the guy that he would watch his work. Frowning, the disgruntled man remembered the saying about a new stone that will definitely displace the old one. The Baron also added that his colleagues consider him not even a stone, but a piece of dirt, not wanting to listen to his opinion. Davy exhaled wearily, not sure what he was tired of. The guy, accompanied by Gornio, approached the bed of a groaning patient wrapped in bandages, saying that when the disease occurs, the body temperature changes uncontrollably and melts the body. At first, you don't notice anything special from the infection or the accelerated melting virus. Also, looking at the patient, Davy noted that it looks like an ordinary viral disease that begins with an incubation period for a certain period of time. The guy held up the patient's bandaged, darkened hand, concluding that the first thing to do was melt the muscles. Then, behind the joints and cartilage, the bones melt all over the body. When Davy raised the sick man's hand, the man said that he was in pain, and the Baron watched what was happening, standing right behind the young man. After the bones, all the organs begin to melt in order, starting with the rectum and ending with the kidneys, and at about this time, fluid from melting is released from all the bodily openings. Davy added that the process manifests itself as dark blue spots, suggesting that this is why the disease is called devil's blood, but the Baron was very shocked by the deep knowledge of the issue. The man became suspicious as he pondered how the newly arrived prince might have secret information about an incurable disease. Davy turned to Gornio and asked him if he knew why the guy was explaining something like that. The Baron froze in amazement, realizing that the prince had already experienced the disease. The young man confirmed his words with a confident smile, noting that in another place the disease is called differently. Gornio didn't know where exactly he was talking about, and Davy decided to move on from the main point. Usually, doctors who encounter this disease come to the conclusion that drugs cannot cure it in any way and it is necessary to at least cut out the source of the disease. Taken aback, the Baron confirmed the boy's words, to which the latter asked if it was possible to find a hearth. Gornio was surprised that the prince even knew that most of the patients died during the operation, and the rare survivors ended up being reinfected by the virus. After a little manipulation by Davy, the patient reported that he felt a little better, and the satisfied guy asked for a little patience. The Baron watched as the young man explained to the infected man that his strong will was needed to save him, and received a thank you in return. Gornio looked back, noticing the mercenary only when Davy, without turning his head, addressed her with a question, and she informed him about the completed delivery of the order. The prince thanked the guild master, asking him to add expenses to the loan, while the Baron wondered where the stranger had come from. The young man, sitting by the bed, informed the people in front of him with a satisfied smile that the first results would be available in 3 days. 3 days later, the tent was visited by visitors. The tailor guard stared at herself in the mirror in amazement, not believing that her skin was recovering so quickly. Winry climbed onto her bed in her shoes and hugged her friend happily, while Yillies just stood there. At a distance, the Baron stared in amazement at the convalescent girl, and Davy was pleased to remind him that the first results appeared exactly 3 days later, just as he had said. Gornio sat down on a chair, still not believing his eyes, because no medicine had ever worked before. He was also amazed that the solution turned out to be in antibodies, with which many specialists work for a long time and without success. The Baron noted with bewilderment that he had spent 3 years searching for an escape from this infection, and it was so easily created. Listening to the man's story, the prince didn't say anything as he awkwardly turned away. When Gornio sadly realized his powerlessness, Davy asked if he wanted to hear an interesting fact. The guy told the doctor that the basis for the vaccine and medicines was a sample of infected blood taken. Taking out a test tube with a dark drop, the prince pointed a needle at it, and the liquid shifted. The man was startled to see this, but Davy said it was too early to be surprised. Then the drop changed color, turning blood red. The Baron could not believe that such a metamorphosis was possible to the naked eye, looking at the test tube in amazement. Davy, surrounded by bottles of colored liquids, explained that the fast-melting virus was a living thing, which surprised the handkerchief that appeared in the air. She sat on the guy's shoulder as he continued his explanation, calling the disease a parasitic-type biological weapon that has the will to survive and strategically attacks the human body. Therefore, to do something, you need to completely suck the energy out of this vile creature. It will require several types of medicinal herbs and several types of poisonous herbs. Leaving the infirmary, Davy gave detailed instructions on the treatment and informed that he had left all the ingredients in the backyard, leaving them for the use of Baron Gornio, who was perplexed by the prince's generosity. A hawk flew over the tent as the guy confirmed the permission to use herbs, knowing that he ordered them in the name of the organization. Someone called out from a white tent with green accents. It belonged to Winry, whose puppy dog eyes shone with delight and admiration at what the Hainslinders called their young lord. The princess was overjoyed to learn that Davy was a saint to the people of the land, and Yillies praised the young man's medical knowledge. Davy turned to Perkirk and said in his mind that he didn't want to hear himself called a saint again, to which the demoness replied that what the Lord could do was a miracle to them. The treatment of the disease went smoothly, for Davy had prepared the medicine in 3 days and the patients were recovering, but the general treatment was entirely entrusted to Baron Gornio. The young man thought about how hard it was to observe good nature at this level, making Perkirk think about good nature. Davy thought of Count Linton, who outwardly gives the impression of an incredibly generous person, but his smile causes a wild deja vu in the young man. Davy shrugged and put it down to intuition, and Perkirk said that judging a person for such baseless reasons can lead to problems. If Count Linton had struck Davy as more of a researcher than a doctor, the hard-nosed Baron Gornio had already demonstrated his selfless concern for his patients. Perhaps that was why the youth was condescending to his rude behavior when he stood behind Davy and watched his every action. The young lord was pulled out of his thoughts by Illies and Winry, who enthusiastically offered their help to Davy. The young man silently looked at the boy and girl with a smile on his face, silently noting their determination. In the end, Davy assigned the two of them to monitor the temperature of all the solutions, because both Winry and Yellies are proficient in Red Tower magic. The young man asked his sister and a new acquaintance to keep the temperature up with fire magic, and he decided to visit Baron Gornio in the infirmary. Davy waved to his assistants and retreated. A yellowish spherical glow radiated from the palms of his hands. Illies, sitting next to Winry, had noticed her liking for her brother aloud, and the girl had confirmed it confidently. With a big smile, the princess said that Davy had been an incredible person for a long time, and Illies caught on to such an unusual time designation in his mind. Winry recalled how Davy had taken care of her and Varys even though they had different mothers, and how energetic Lord Haynes had been as a child. Winry still remembered the story of the sun and moon that her brother had told her years ago. Yellies listened to the girl with a soft smile. Memories and stories about her beloved brother clearly lifted her spirits, adding a blush to her cheeks and stretching her lips in a smile. The two magicians were maintaining the temperature of the liquids in the flasks when Yellies spoke to Winry. He looked at her again, but she was looking straight ahead. Suddenly Yellies broke off and fell silent, leaving the princess bewildered. He asked the girl's permission to leave for a short time, and she, of course, allowed him to do so. Yellies' face contorted with embarrassment as Winry watched the boy leave in amazement. The girl then turned around with a carefree smile, planning to bake cookies for Davy as soon as the situation improved. A green garden, in the center of which stands a white structure with a domed roof. On the porcelain table was a fancy, shiny communication device that two people used to talk about Prince Davy. Illies admired how the young Lord of Haynes' lands had solved such a serious problem for the Department of Diseases in 3 days. Most of all, Illies was surprised by the prince's confidence, not just simple confidence, but the kind of confidence that people who have a lot of experience behind them have. And because of this, the red-haired young mage concluded that he didn't know much about Prince Alron. The man on the other side told Illies that his feelings were true, and the young man said that he really could learn a lot from Davy. When Illies added that he even envied the prince's knowledge and skills, the mage teacher marveled at this. Illies said with a smile that maybe he and Davy could become close friends who didn't have to worry about the age difference and whether the friendship would bring benefits or not. The teacher laughed warmly, noting that Illies had met a very nice man. The man told the student that there are many things in the world that cannot be judged by age, and even a 3-year-old child can learn something. The teacher's face became serious as he changed the subject. He told Yellies that he had learned something about the people responsible for the special project of the Department of Diseases. In general terms, the man told the student the information obtained. The teacher pointed out that Davy was quite a special person, and such a specialist could hardly be found in this era. Illies' blue eyes widened in shock, and a drop of sweat broke out on her forehead. Suddenly, a deafening sound of destructive nature resounded through the garden. Yellies jumped up from the table. Turning his attention to the palace, he saw huge clouds of smoke and bursting flames. He thought of Winry inside the building. The teacher called Yellies through the binding mechanism. The young man didn't answer the man and ran away so fast that he knocked down a chair. When the guy rushed inside the building, he found it hard to breathe amid the flames. Illies called out desperately for Winry as he stalked past them. Sweat broke out on the young man's face, and he clenched his teeth and frowned. Suddenly, the magician took out a magic wand with a precious stone on the end and conjured a ball out of the water. The young man waved his wand, creating a stream of water from the ball in the air. Yellies created a water cyclone that engulfed the burning palace. The fire went out, leaving behind charred furniture and clouds of smoke, among which the red-haired boy was recovering his breath. He continued walking, skirting the burned objects. The youth opened his mouth wide, trying his best to swallow as much oxygen as possible. To his horror, the wizard realized that he hadn't found Winry in the right place. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The prince looked closely, and his face became very tense. Suddenly, Yellies flew up using magic. The young man marveled at the man who had done such a thing. Illies was thinking that Davy, despite his stigmata and erudition, was physically weak, and the mage couldn't afford to involve the prince in this as well. Inwardly, Iles prayed that the princess was okay. When he was high enough, he screamed Winry's name in a high-pitched voice. Two people in white long robes were standing close to each other. Davy, Gornio, and three other people, two of whom were girls dressed as nurses, were surrounded by a huge crowd of knights in armor with white long cloaks. Davy, who was wearing a medical gown, called out to Baron Gornio with a grin. He stood there, staring blankly at the crowd of intruders. Then he turned to the prince without a word, and behind the handkerchief, not a single emotion could be seen on his face. The territory was engulfed by semi-enemy fire. The branches of the trees were red hot. The fire mercilessly burned all living things as a crowd of people in armor with white cloaks looked on. A creature loomed in the flames, and Iles was standing in front of it, his wand outstretched. His gaze was steady and confident. He tried to remember if he had ever used high-rank magic against a human before. Looking at the knights, Iles thought that magic can take a life at any time, and therefore you need to be careful with it. A large stream of fire was coming out of Iles' wand as his face twisted into a hostile expression. He was ready to throw caution to the wind. He didn't see the point of learning magic if it couldn't be used to protect someone at the right moment. Chunks of earth flew into the air from the explosion. It was Iles shielding himself from the approaching knights with smoke. The young mage marveled at the built devices that surpassed his teacher's descriptions. In the distance, someone was looking down at the youth. It was Count Collio, his face contorted with hatred, peeking out from under his white hood. When Iles saw the man, he started shouting, asking for Princess Winry's location. The knights surrounding Davy and the others in the infirmary drew their sharp swords. Baron Gornio was confused by what was happening. One of the knights coldly explained that they were only acting according to orders. He added that Gornio must die here and now and asked Prince Davy to follow the knights. The knight, approaching Gornio, advised him not to waste his strength on resistance. The man's weapon thudded on the ground. In the next second, the knight jumped up, preparing for a crushing blow to the Baron. The man's brows drew together in fear, but he didn't move a single step. The impact left a white streak in its wake. It belonged to Davy, suddenly standing in front of Gornio and protecting him from death. The knight's broken sword bounced into the air. Davy was now standing between the two men, saving one from the other. When Gornio sat down on the floor, even more shocked, Davy asked if the Baron was all right and got an affirmative answer. Earlier, the attacker had shivered when Davy held the sword tightly and said that the knight's order to eliminate affluence annoyed him a little, but he was dumber than he thought. The sword began to crack again from the prince's grip when he said with a grin that he hadn't expected this from the order. Suddenly, Davy's palm opened, emitting magical flashes. Fear mixed with confusion spread across the knight's face. Davy, still wearing his trademark confident smile, placed his hand on the knight's torso, enjoying the sight of the electric flashes. The other knights froze in horror at the sight. The injured man in armor screamed under a veil covering his face. Looking at his charred body, Davy concluded that a man who planned to kill someone must be prepared to die himself. Glancing back at the remaining crowd of warriors with their weapons drawn, Davy ironically asked them if they had the determination to do so. One of the nurses ran over to the seated Baron, who was shaking with shock. Perkirk was about to warn Davy something about the bloodshed in the infirmary, but the young man interrupted her, saying that he did not use blades. Perkirk looked at the young man with disappointment, thinking that she had something else to say, but he was already engrossed in the process, releasing more and more electric waves into the air. A gray haze emanated from the burnt knight. The corpses of charred warriors lay here and there beside Davy. Then the prince called Jack, and the spy was immediately behind the prince. When the young man asked Jack to dispose of the corpses and kill all the people who came in, Jack replied dryly that these services would also be included in the bill. As soon as Davy agreed to this, the spy flew out of the infirmary like a bullet. Davy turned to Baron Gornio, who was surrounded by nurses. The prince, sinking to the floor, advised the man to stay put and focus on the treatment. Returning to a standing position, the young man promised to wipe out these inhumans. Gornio was taken aback by this response, and the cloth on his face couldn't hide the emotion. Suddenly, a strong gust of air blew, causing the Baron's cloak to flutter. He was even more surprised by this turn of events. The people in the infirmary froze, watching the yellow magic flashes. They were getting closer to the knights by the second. In the end, these electric waves wrapped around each of their legs like a vine. In the next second, a massive explosion ripped through the building, nearly knocking Davy off his feet. Perkirk called out to the prince, whose face showed incredible determination and even a certain playfulness. Yellow lightning struck. The tracking magic placed on Winry began to work. In other words, the princess was abducted. Davy cast such a spell on his sister due to the ineffectiveness of defensive magic. Right now, the prince realized that the protection spell would not have worked against the sword, but it was still an omission of the young man. Davy, surrounded by the knights, was on one knee, one hand on the ground, where the magic flashes had almost completely stopped coming from. The warriors quickly noticed that the prince was unarmed, but Davy was only amused by the reaction. He took out a long curved sword, showing the knights that they had made a mistake in their judgment. The sword strikes left streaks in the air. The knights holding their swords tightly tried desperately to resist the young lord. In fact, their confident stance and face veils hid their frightened and dumbfounded faces. Davy's magic swirled around the knights like a snake and struck mercilessly, knocking out gasps of pain from the warriors. Almost all of the knights had fallen, and only one remained standing as his white cape fluttered in the wind. He shivered as he watched what the youth was doing to his companions. A magical snake or rope ran through the knights and strung them on itself, resembling a woman's necklace with beads. There were shouts all around. The only intact knight suspected that something was wrong with Davy's sword. By the time he realized that the sword itself was alive and moving, the prince was already at the man's side. The young man confirmed his guess, and the knight twitched in fright, baring his teeth. Davy explained that the air-splitting technique for the air blast sword art uses their ego. The prince immediately demonstrated the twin swords' abilities to the knight with a sweeping strike. The youth's gaze was cold and hard. Two swords leaped out of his hands and sped forward, reminding him of the dance of two bright stars. The infirmary filled with the screams of wounded knights as Davy mockingly reminded them that they all claimed to be swordmasters from the Imperial Knight Order. Davy told the knights that they were no different from the mercenaries he had met before. The swords, leaving azure and crimson magic trails in the air, resonated with the shouts of the armored warriors. When Perkirk asked why these people were targeting Winry, an ordinary child, Davy said he didn't know the answer to that question. Far more interested in seeing if these people would find excuses for their actions, he rushed forward to one of the knights. The young man once again armed himself with the killer twin swords. Attacking everyone around him, Davy explained to the clerk that the aristocracy is important, and therefore you can't get rid of its members without thinking. Davy added with a satisfied smile that Illy's is an elder of the Red Tower, and he and Winry are part of the royal family, so an attack on such people will not be without investigation, and an attack by barbarians or monsters is the best excuse. Davy thought that in the Ordum lands that Varys and Winry owned, both were possible. When a weary clerk asked what this had to do with Winry's abduction, Davy couldn't answer. The young man seriously considered the question of the demoness, so much so that he did not notice how an armed knight was rushing at him in front of him. Davy suddenly turned on the man, striking him so hard that he jumped into the air. The magic sword cut through the knight's body when the prince said that they would pretend to search for the missing Winry. The knight fell dead, and the swords turned into little twin girls who ran to their creator with innocent smiles in search of affection. When the red-haired girl sat on Davy's neck, Davy concluded that the attackers would have been able to avoid responsibility if they had claimed that they had been attacked during the absence of the Order of Knights. Screams echoed through the rocks and woods. Davy climbed the hill while Perkirk hovered nearby and told the boy her doubts. The demoness folded her hands and drew her brows together, deciding that the knights didn't need Princess Winry to kill them all. Davy stepped firmly on the ground, kicking up dust all around. He and Perkirk peered into a huge hole in the ground where thick branches of trees intertwined everywhere. Human skeletons could be seen submerged in liquids. Several dozen vessels contained figures of different people and were covered with green plants, indicating the long-standing existence of this place. Perkirk stammered out a cry of utter horror, and Davy asked the demon if she remembered the words of the knight squad. He recalled how the knights had ordered him to follow them after they took the head off Baron Gornio's shoulders. Davy said that since they were doing God knows what here anyway, they couldn't help but take the chance to get a high-level mage or stigmata bearer that was so hard to find. There were gasps and coughs that belonged to Yillies. Clearly exhausted from the battle, the youth covered his mouth with one hand and held his wand in the other as the man in front of him praised the young mage's resilience. Count Colio, looking at the young man in front of him with undisguised disdain, asked him why he had come here. Yillies smeared the blood running out of his mouth, answering the man with only one word: protect. Count Colio peppered the boy with questions, first listing Princess Ron Winry, then the people dying on these lands, then Prince Davy, who was just about to be brought in. Yillies was confused, his red brows furrowed, and he was looking at the man with angry eyes through his glasses. Colio asked the young man mockingly if he thought they were really here without any preparation. The blood-smeared Yillies froze in shock when he heard the Count's words that everyone in these lands had already been slaughtered by the Knight Order. Count Colio ignored the mage's stunned expression and drew his weapon. In the next instant, the man mercilessly attacked the guy, piercing his body through with his sword. The young man's gaze froze. It was too late. He fell heavily to the ground. The Count looked down arrogantly at the mortally wounded boy while Yillies' round glasses lay in the distance. Fresh scarlet blood dripped from the tip of the sword as the man told the young mage that he should have run away if he was going to protect even one person. Colio had said that it was necessary to get out of these lands, take at least one other person with them, and run as far as possible. Yillies, sitting on his lap, glared at the Count with devouring hatred. The boy's head sank to the ground as he heard Colio mockingly ask if Class 5 Yillies really thought he was the one who could save everyone around him. When the Count suggested that the young man had feelings for Princess Winry, he couldn't resist insulting the red-haired mage. Hearing these words, Yully's eyes widened in anger. The man with the blonde beard and mustache was smiling widely, so much so that it was almost unnatural. It belonged to the Earl of Linton, who was standing next to the red-upholstered royal chair where Princess Winry sat without a sign of life. Linton, hearing someone yell his name shrilly, turned his gaze to the source of the sound. The same voice tried unsuccessfully to rouse Winry as the Count stroked the girl's cheek and chin with her hand, praising her pretty appearance, which was well worth the attention. When Yully saw the sight, his bloodied face was veined with rage, and his eyes were ready to pop out of their sockets. With his wand ready, the boy rushed forward with a heart-rending cry. He was running toward Linton and Winry. Suddenly, a white-gloved hand caught up with the mage's red head. Count Colio pressed the boy's face into the ground. Yully's lay motionless. Linton, with a bloodthirsty smile, declared that he would find use for the young ones as experimental subjects. The story shows us what Rintent looked like as a child. Linton's real name is Barnishad. The origin of their Ludes, the Kingdom of Medicine, an existence on the eastern continent that was once invaded by the Lindy's Empire. Since childhood, he was a genius who showed the corresponding potential in medicine. The Count's face broke into a grin, but because his nature was too bizarre. In his personal file, there was a record that in the Kingdom of Lewis, he received a disciplinary punishment in the form of a ban on medical activities. In order to invent a cure for a rare disease with a small number of cases, he arbitrarily kidnapped 200 residents and began to experiment on them. Behind the distraught Count was a mountain of corpses. At that time, he was only a baby bird of 12 years old. His table was covered with various potions. He was able to invent a cure, but at the end of the experiment, only 10 people were left alive, and even those were half disabled. The survivors behind bars were holding their heads because of the intense pain. Subsequently, all of them could not live even 3 months. In Linton's hands was a human skeleton. He turned out to be a man capable of doing anything to achieve his goal. They say a man who kills one is a murderer. The killer of 10 people is a serial killer, a maniac who killed 100 people. The man, whose face was covered by a mantle, walked towards the kneeling Count. But the one who took 1,000 lives is called a hero. The Count's robes were bright scarlet, but his actions, his story, no matter how you look at it. Linton's shadow was shrouded in darkness. They describe him only as a demon who killed 1,000 people. Linton grinned, not expecting them to bite so easily. Lying on the ground, Illis tried to address the Count. The magician asked him if he was aware of what he had done. Putting his hand inside his jacket, Linton asked him not to get angry in circumstances where both sides were winning. He believed that the positive is positive and remains. After which, the Count asked if Yullis thought so. Imagining Davy in his mind, Linton said that Davy's death would allow him to take medicine to a new level. Grinning, the Count declared that he would receive his achievements and fame in return. Linton noted that in the meantime, the 5th grade Illies would make a huge contribution to human development, becoming an excellent test subject. The mage's face was filled with hatred. The Count wondered if there could be anything rational in the world. Horrified, Illis called Linton a madman. The Count wiped his face with a handkerchief and thanked him for the compliment. Taking the handkerchief by the tip, Linton ordered Count Colio to deal with the mage. After which, Colio headed towards the injured Yullies. The Count noted that the mage would become more peaceful if 1 or 2 of his limbs were cut off. Linton stated that the main thing was to ensure that the mage didn't die. Illis froze in one spot, alert. Colio wiped his sword with a handkerchief and said that he would do just that. Yully's gaze fell on Winry, who was unconscious. An image of his teacher popped up in his mind. Clenching his hand into a fist, the mage thought of Davy. Behind him, Linton's gleeful laughter could be heard as he swung the Count's sword. The Count said that in the world sometimes there are disasters against which a person can do nothing. Pointing a finger at the mage, Linton said that his mistake was that he had learned about the fact too late. Colio's sword was covered in powerful mana, after which, the Count rushed towards the injured Yullies. In the midst of his thoughts, the magician did not want to be forgiven, calling himself unworthy. After making a lightning strike, the main character claimed that Linton was wrong in calling him a pitiful worm. Colio looked shocked. Davy said that the disaster, which is nothing to oppose, is certainly not called him. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. His hand was covered in a mysterious power. At that moment, Davy used the Demon King Yurg's move, Shattering Fist. After that, the main character continued to deal endless attacks on the graph. When attacking Colio, he used changeable punching. Davy's punches were so fast that the Count couldn't see the movement of his hands. The main character used a hard blow to the solar plexus. Due to the incredible power of Davy's attacks, Colio was knocked down. There were small drops of blood on the floor. Many fallen soldiers lay on the floor of the palace. Seeing this, Gornio fell into a stupor. Turning to Aina, he asked her what she was doing. Tucking her sword behind her shoulder, she declared that she was clearly performing her task. After which, Aina asked him to do his job. Perplexed, the Baron asked if this situation meant anything to her. If not, then what? Aina replied. Glancing at the soldier who was preparing to attack, she asked if he would drop the patients since the knights were causing trouble. Gornio reported that this was not the case. Interrupting the Baron, she asked why he was slowing down. Aina pointed out that Davy had entrusted this to him, which was why he should do his job. Suddenly, her blade stopped a centimeter away from the soldier's face, after which Helishana pierced his chest. Gornio, dumbfounded, was talking about the Knight's squad for the elimination of prosperity. The Baron felt that even Count Collio supported it. Gornio glanced at Aina and said that Davy was in even greater danger. Pointing his hand to the side, the Baron wondered if Helishana should help him. Closing her eyes, Aina asked a rhetorical question that concerned who should be worried about whom. Imagining the image of Collio with countless knights behind him, Helishana noted that they were all masters and above. Aina added that their captain is a very famous swordsman. She said that the main character went up against such people alone, which is why the Baron's reaction was clear to her. Glancing at the agitated Gornio, Aina declared that there was nothing more useless in this world than worrying about Davy. Behind Helishan was a sumptuous chandelier that illuminated the expanse of the palace. With unimaginable power, the main character struck the edge of the Count, after which Collio immediately flew to the side. Linton's face was filled with fright. Looking at the main character, the Count fell into a stupor. Looking at his hand that was shrouded in powerful mana streams while in his thoughts, Davy didn't think about showing the Count a power of this level. Continuing to think, the main character noted that if he knew how this technique was created, he would have received psychological damage. A clerk hovering nearby spoke to Davy. Her gaze fell on the wounded Yellies. Barely raising his head, the mage called out to the prince. The main character was amazed that a mage adds a title even in such a situation. Hearing this, Illies was taken aback. Davy's face broke into a grin. Leaning towards the magician, the main character thanked him for this. Next, he activated the technique, asking the higher powers to borrow their grace. The main character noted that it was a rather unusual prayer. Suddenly, powerful streams of mana shot through Yeli's body. The main character used a 7th grade sacred magic, a technique called Sanctuary. Seeing his healed body, Yeli's fell into a stupor. Davy pointed out that he didn't forget grace. Hearing his words, the mage froze in surprise. Going back, the main character added that he also does not forget insults. Linton froze in place, dumbfounded. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Davy reached the place where the Count was. In just an instant, Linton's hand fell to the ground. Because of this, the Count cried out in great pain. Standing nearby, the protagonist watched Linton moan in pain. Looking at the exhausted Count, the protagonist ordered him to disappear, after which he delivered a crushing blow with his foot. As Davy watched the Count fall off the cliff, he knew that if he didn't, he'd get Vinri's blood all over him. Suddenly, the princess finally regained consciousness. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Turning to Winry, the main character asked if she was safe. Looking around, the princess couldn't figure out where she was. When Winry saw something, she fell into a stupor. With a cry, she announced that Davy was being attacked from behind. Behind the main character was an enraged Collio. Suddenly, the Count's face was covered with a strong holy glow. In her sword form, Hondon blocked Collio's attack. After which, their swords froze in the same position, trying to overcome each other. The shocked Count couldn't believe that there was a magic sword in front of him. Grinning, Davy noted that the swordmaster had attacked from behind. The main character asked if he was ashamed. Next, a fierce battle broke out between Collio and Hondon. Illies saw Davy running and asked if he was alright. Seeing the sword floating in the air, the mage froze in one position. Turning to Yellies, Davy asked him to take care of the princess. He asked him to stay close to Winry so she wouldn't get hurt. Stunned, Yellies couldn't understand what the main character was talking about. He thought they should get out together. Davy unsheathed his blade and told him not to worry. As Davy headed into battle, he noticed that he wasn't as weak as Yellies thought. After which, he appeared in front of an enraged Collio. Wary, the Baron said that it was a dangerous sword for someone as inexperienced as Davy to play with. As he prepared to attack, the Count announced that he would take it. Grinning, the main character noted that this is not a fact. Davy thought they needed to hear his kids' opinions, too. His gaze fell on Linton, who was trembling with fear. The main character believed that Collio first needed to take care of his boss. The Count's face was filled with fear. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Davy threw a dagger at the fleeing Count, asking him where he was going. As he fell to the ground, he began to writhe in pain. After which, the main character rushed towards the dumbfounded Collio. Concentrating, Davy wrapped his hand in a powerful mana flow. With incredible power, the protagonist struck the Count's chest. Blood spurted from Collio's mouth. Because of the unbearable pain, he fell to his knees. The Count froze in one position as he tried to lean on his sword. The main character noted his incredible speed. Davy grinned and said that if the Earl wanted to be a punching bag, then he was happy to do it. after which the main character launched many unimaginably powerful attacks on Coleo's body. Davy's face was brimming with confidence as he delivered the blows. The Count's gaze was shrouded in hatred. Next, the main character struck, piercing the Count through with a stream of mana. Due to the intense pain, Coleo's mouth started to drool. Enraged, the Count ordered him to stop aiming at his solar plexus. Raising his fist, Davy declared that all means were good in battle. He was sure that his main task was to win. Looking at his fist, the protagonist reflected that Coleo's stamina was on par, but he expected more from the swordmaster. Turning her attention to the wounded Count, Perserk said that she had noticed it from the first time she looked at him. Perched on Davy's shoulder, Von Pollen noted that he had failed to push his limits. The main character told that in this world there is no concept of overdose. Looking at the exhausted Count, Davy guessed that he had experienced a similar phenomenon. Hand in hand, the main character said that there was no point in asking Coleo about the reasons for working with someone like Linton. Remembering the mysterious laboratory, Davy told about what he saw on the way here, the transplantation of monster cells into the human body. Wary, the protagonist assumed that the Count decided to help these experiments in order to restore the destroyed body. Enraged, Coleo ordered Davy to shut his mouth. Taken aback, the main character noted that now it is absurd to specify. An image of a city whose borders were covered with a terrible virus appeared in his mind. The main character believed that it was the Count who planted pathogenic bacteria to the barbarians in order to spread the disease in these lands. Davy looked at the wounded Linton and asked if that was the case. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that all this was described in detail in Jack's report. Looking at the Count, Perserk said that was the correct answer. Still thinking, Davy didn't know about the uncertainty of that fact. The main character understood that if they found out about this, then it would not be limited to the dissolution of the research group. An image of the damaged gemstone appeared in his mind. Davy thought it would tarnish the honor of the Central Office of Diseases and also become fodder for other aristocrats. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character noted that it would be an interesting sight without his intervention. Indignant, Von Pollen turned to him. Hovering next to him, Perserk asked him to do everything conscientiously. Davy grinned and asked if it was necessary. In desperation, Linton tried to reach out to Coleo. The enraged Count ordered him to be silent. Coleo was wary, thinking that the source of the main character's power was far from the magic sword. Looking at Davy, the Count noticed that he was at least a master and that he was also proficient in high-level sacred magic. Coleo was sure that such a level was impossible for Davy's age. He found this situation absurd. Continuing to think, the Count assumed that the main character would be the one who would go down in the history of this era. Hand on side, Davy said that he would stop aiming only at the solar plexus. Leaning on his sword, Coleo noted that in that case. As he raised the sword above his head, the Count thought about what would stop him now, before he became even stronger. The tip of Coleo's sword was covered in powerful streams of blue mana. Having cut all the stone blocks in his path, the Count rushed towards the main character. Coleo jumped up and tried to throw a punch from above. Davy grinned, noting that even tarnished gold was still gold. Coleo's face was filled with rage. While in his thoughts, the protagonist knew that he wouldn't be able to block this strike. After which, Davy concentrated all of his strength into his fist. With the help of unimaginable speed, the main character parried the Count's attack. He grinned and stepped behind Coleo. Calling him a kid, the main character noted that he again fell for it. Davy's fist was covered in crushing force. The glow from the protagonist's technique enveloped Coleo's face. At that moment, Davy used the Demon King Jurg's move, Double Fist. Due to the colossal power, the dumbfounded Count flew to the side. Clenching his hands with all his might, the main character applied solar plexus shredding. As a result of the attack, a huge cloud of smoke rose up. Davy grinned and froze in place. In shock, Von Pollen noted that it was too much. Blood gradually began to drip from the Count's mouth. Leaning on his sword, Coleo called Davy a coward. The main character believed that the Count should not say anything since he could not win the battle. Coleo's face was filled with rage. The enraged Count was amazed that he was being pushed back even in basic abilities. He was shocked that he, a former captain of the Imperial Knight Order, had been defeated. Behind Coleo was an emblem. Grabbing his sword with both hands, the Count fell into a stupor. He glanced at Davy and told him that he was indeed there, after which Coleo collapsed unconscious. Turning his attention to the Count, he noticed that he was also rather surprised. The main character said that he beat him so that he could be pulverized. As Davy turned his head, he heard Winry calling out to him excitedly. Running up to the main character, she asked how he was feeling. Davy said he was fine. Taken aback, Yullies noted that he only added to the worries of the main character. The 5th grade mage didn't expect Davy to be so strong, which made him feel very ashamed. Wary, Illies wanted to ask about the medicine that Davy had been entrusted with. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist asked him not to worry about it. He felt that it was his own fault for leaving such a weak defense. Grinning, Davy said that if he had died, the treatment method would have disappeared immediately. The main character was sure that Linton couldn't ignore this. Davy turned to Yellies and asked him to leave first. He really wanted the maids to keep an eye on Winry. The main character said that he would deal with the rest and follow them. The princess' face was filled with excitement. Suddenly, Davy saw that the count had managed to escape. He put his hand on his side and asked them to leave. Raising his hand, Yellies revealed that his mana was now available for immediate pursuit. Davy interrupted and told them to just stand still. A powerful magic seal appeared on the spot where the guys were standing. Surprised, they couldn't figure out what it was. Davy turned his attention to Colio and said that the Red Tower should deal with him. Yellies' face was filled with bewilderment. He was amazed that the main character was even proficient in magic. Davy's face broke into a grin. While in his thoughts, the protagonist believed that the control of some small mana gate that Yellies had, with his mana circle level, could be applied at any time through interference. Davy was very glad that he had taken the precaution of saving it for himself. Smiling, the main character announced the end. A powerful glow appeared in the depths of the cave. Looking at the remnants of blood on the ground, Davy became angry. As he picked up the mighty sword, he noted that it was impolite of the count to leave like this, abandoning someone else's precious child. Raising his sword, the protagonist froze in one position. Angered, Davy was amazed that the count had turned them against him and also dared to drag Winry away. The interior of the cave was shrouded in multiple stone structures. The main character stated that Linton could not hope for an easy death. There were streaks of blood on the dungeon floor. The crippled count was on the steps of the dungeon. Linton turned around and called the main character a monster. Grinning, Davy said that he would see which one of them was the monster. With a swing of his sword, the protagonist sent gusts of mana towards the count. Due to the incredibly powerful glow, Linton covered his face with his hand. Davy froze when he saw something, after which he immediately headed in the direction of the count. A look of confusion crossed Linton's face. Grinning, the count continued to watch the main character head in his direction. Linton pointed a finger at Davy and said he had a trick up his sleeve. Hearing this, the main character was lost in thought. While in his thoughts, he was thinking about the air that had thickened greatly. Watching the grinning count, Davy thought of the barrier that was created by forcibly concentrating huge amounts of mana. The main character could not imagine how much money was spent on this. Pressing a button on the remote, Linton announced that the entertainment was over, calling Davy a man who looked like a monster. Suddenly, the device created by the count was covered with a magic barrier. Perserk turned to Davy and told him that Linton was trying to escape. Taunting the main character, the count declared his victory by stepping on the remote control with his foot. Grinning, Linton told him about the mana gate that was found in the relics. The graph reported being slow, but when running they can send an object out of this dimension. Linton was certain that Davy wouldn't be able to cut through the barrier with his magic sword. The main character's face was filled with disgust. Standing at the edge of the magic barrier, the count announced that he would never leave those who interfered with his research alone. Linton said that one day he would put Davy alive in the testing booth, after which he ordered the main character to look at him. Perserk's face was filled with fright. Pulling down his jacket, the count explained that he had all the medicine Davy had created. He said that he would even steal the main character's belongings. With a distraught look, Linton declared that Davy wouldn't be able to save anyone in the end. And in the future, after you disappear. The count continued. Davy's face was filled with hatred and anger. Leaning his hand against the barrier, the count asked how the main character felt. He pointed out that at least he would be able to listen to Davy one last time. Putting the sword on his shoulder, the protagonist asked if he was finished. He informed him that all this was disgusting to listen to. Grabbing his weapon, Davy readied himself for the attack. He presented himself to the count and wished him a safe journey. Confusion clouded Linton's face. With just a swing of his sword, the protagonist shattered the count's magic barrier. With a look full of hatred, Davy stated that it didn't matter to him whether it was a mana barrier or a gate. In his hand was a blue sword, which had the ability to destroy everything that does not exist in physical systems. Turning his head, the main character said that he always has the ability to catch such a count. Perserk glanced at the fallen Linton and saw that he ended up a disfigured corpse. The main character stated that the count committed an inhuman act, which is why it was a natural outcome. With a displeased expression, Davy reported that he didn't want to let Linton die easily. Hovering beside him, Von Pollen noticed that he still held back. Suddenly, the bowels of the dungeon began to shake violently. Dumbfounded, the clerk couldn't understand what it was. Davy froze in place, looking flustered. Calling the count a pathetic worm, the protagonist suggested that he was trying to erase all the evidence. A huge pool of blood leaked out from under Linton's body. Deep in his thoughts, Davy noted that until the very end, the count was his constant headache. The sound of hooves could be heard across the expanse of the wasteland. The squad leader ordered a search of the area. He asked the 1st and 3rd detachments to arrest Count Linton and Captain Colio. The captain noted that if they resist, Then the soldiers do not need to waste their strength and retreat. Turning to the second squad, he ordered them to find Baron Gornio and protect him. After that, the captain asked the remaining ones to monitor the safety of the residents. With a serious expression on his face, he asked them not to forget that their goal was not a desperate confrontation, but to protect the citizens. Watching the soldiers drive away, the captain asked them to save at least one more person. As he surveyed the area, he reported on the unimaginable state of the land. Seeing the lingering clouds of smoke, the captain noted that even before his departure, everything was not so sad. In his thoughts, Varys noted that a few days after Winry had left for Hainsland, the Office of Diseases had arrived here, headed by Count Linton. A memory of watching the night view from the window, lost in thought, popped up in his head. Varys noted that while waiting for the transfer of some of the Lord's powers and results in accordance with the convention, one suggestion from the later joined Baron Gorney left him with doubts. At that moment, he remembered turning around and seeing the Baron in front of him. Alron was thinking of a sentence that was the possibility of someone intentionally spreading the disease. Suddenly, Varys was called out by one of his subordinates. He asked Alron to pay attention to the fact that a corpse was lying in front of them. Startled, Varys assumed they were all members of the elimination squad. The knights' bodies were covered in strange spots. Horrified, Alron couldn't believe that there were so many of them. After which, he asked a question that related to what had been happening here all along. Rushing forward, Varys noted that he needed to hurry. There is a heavy tension within the palace. Alron immediately went to one of the rooms. Bursting through the door, he turned to Baron Gornio. Gornio fell into a stupor when he saw it. As Varys walked over to the Baron, he heard that he was surprised to see him back. Looking at Alron, Gornio was extremely glad that he was all right. Varys said he was the one who needed to worry. Turning to the Baron, Alron asked him how it all really happened. The room where Gornio was located was crowded with people in protective masks. The Baron told him that Davy had arrived with Mrs. Winry. Alron was surprised by his brother's arrival. The Baron smiled and said that in 3 days the main character had invented a cure. Hearing this, Varys fell into a stupor. Recalling the process of creating the medicine, the Baron noted that he was shocked. He was amazed that Davy had managed to deal with the illness that had caused even their management to give up, as if it were nothing at all. After which, Alron asked about the corpses that were lying outside. Alarmed, Gornio declared that they were the knights of Count Colio. The Baron assumed that they were going to get rid of them after the invention of the medicine. Varys was shocked to hear this. An agitated Alron asked about Winry's condition and where his brother was. Taken aback, Gornio asked him to calm down. Alron said the cure was definitely important, but Winry and his brother were more important to him. Enraged, Varys slammed his hand against the wall, once again asking about their condition. Putting his hand to his head, Alron excitedly informed him that if he was with them. In desperation, Varys stated that if something happened to Winry, something would happen. The princess standing next to him asked what would happen in that case. When Alron saw them, he fell into a stupor. Smiling, Ilys guessed that Varys valued Winry far more than he was letting on. Taken aback, the princess asked why Alron was acting so strangely. But suddenly, there was a powerful earthshake in the palace. The chandeliers began to sway from side to side. Startled, the princess assumed it was an earthquake. A flock of birds flew by in the evening sky. Pushing off from the ground, the main character quickly flew up. Looking around, Davy noted that everything had worked out well. He was glad that he didn't have to waste his nerves and energy. Laughing, the main character talked about everything completely collapsed. Startled, Perkirk asked Davy to look down. Her eyes fell on the monsters running in different directions. Von Pollen reported that they were chimeras. Taken aback, the protagonist assumed that they had escaped. A question popped up in his mind as to where they were going. He was shocked that they were heading for the Ordum lands. The many enraged chimeras continued to run towards the kingdom. Excitedly, Davy noted that it would be difficult to catch them one at a time from the forest. The main character suggested that he should go back and do defense. Davy froze in thought. Looking up at the sky, which was shrouded in gray clouds, he declared that it would work. After that, the main character rushed off. Pushing off from the ground, Davy used the 5th circle magic flight. Hanging in the air, the main character began to observe the crowds of chimeras. Picking up a piece of mana, Davy noted that the humidity in these areas is also suitable. Pointing his hand forward, the protagonist turned to Hondon. Leaning his hand on the tip of his sword, he asked her to borrow some mana. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that since he has no other choice, he will deal with them with his help. Seeing this, Perkirk froze in shock. Davy knew that it was common sense to not properly unleash high-level magic with just the power of the 5th circle. After which, he pointed out that if this level is available, then with his and Hondon's mana, it's quite feasible. Suddenly, a powerful magic seal appeared under Davy's feet. His sword was instantly enveloped in red mana. The main character reported that he uses thundercloud lightning. after which the entire sky was covered with powerful streams of sacred mana. After concentrating, Davy applied area capture, border expansion, and then structure change. Surprised, Berserk noted that she had never seen the language before. She assumed they were runes. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. When he reached the top of the forest, Davy reported that the entire area was behind him. He didn't think he needed to look for runaway chimeras. Magic targets formed on the monsters' heads. The main character was sure that it was enough for him to deal with those who were running behind him. Focusing, the main character prepared to attack. Turning his head in the direction of Von Pollen, he reported that he remembered a thing he wanted to try. Startled, Berserk couldn't understand what Davy was talking about. The main character noted that at least this is not a fire, but a bolt from the blue. A warrior's silhouette was formed in the magic sphere. Grabbing both swords, Davy ordered the chimeras to die, after which he used sudden lightning strike. In the surroundings of the wasteland, the sound of carriage wheels could be clearly heard. Beside her, soldiers were galloping at an unimaginable speed. Swinging his sword, the man struck a nearby enemy. His face was filled with anger. A soldier spoke to Sir Velos. The guy behind him said they couldn't hold out any longer. He believed that at this rate, they would capture them. Looking back, Velos was enraged that the assassins were chasing them relentlessly. A powerful rumble could be heard at the edge of the mountain. Turning his head, Velos could see powerful streams of mana flowing in the thick of the forest. Taken aback, he wondered what was going on. His face was full of excitement. Turning to the coachman, he said that they needed to go to the forest as they had no other options. The soldier couldn't understand why a hail of lightning was coming from the forest. The startled nobles pressed their heads with their hands. Velos said they didn't have time to hesitate. The frightened girl asked everyone for forgiveness, after which they headed towards the multiple explosions. Davy's body was flooded with powerful streams of mana. An excited clerk asked the main character not to overexert himself. She thought that in this state, his brain would soon melt. Turning to Davy, Von Pollen said that it was impossible for a man to control such a force alone. Berserk asked Davy if he imagined how pale he was right now. The main character said that everything was fine with him. Davy pointed out that if it could kill him, he wouldn't be able to make it to the ninth circle. Above the thick forest, a large number of magic seals could be seen. Putting his hand to his head, the main character thought that the mana consumption is not so great, and then noted that his consciousness is very exhausted. Standing on one of the magic seals, Davy reported that he was very seasick. Holding his head, the main character said that if he did not take a break. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the approaching carriage. Seeing this, Davy fell into a stupor. Watching the carriage go by, the main character was confused. Surprised, he couldn't understand what she was doing in a place like this. Von Pollen pointed to the carriage and announced the coat of arms of the imperial family. After that, she noted the presence of platinum color. Berserk assumed they were Imperials. The rushing carriage was surrounded by a large number of assassins. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character told that this is not the Western Kantas, as it is thousands of kilometers away. Davy thought it was either the Palan Empire or the Rhinese Empire, which was located on the eastern continent. Berserk ordered him to ignore it. She said that if a member of the imperial family is being chased here, then the enemy must be serious. Von Pollen believed that if the main character intervenes unnecessarily, he will find himself in a situation much worse than the current one. Hearing this, Davy was lost in thought. There were noises coming from the imperial carriage. Towering over the carriage, the main character tried to figure out who was there. A girl with a pink hat on her head was looking out of the carriage window. Suddenly, Davy felt a flood of mana. Closing his eyes, he thought of the refreshing energy that clears his mind. After imagining a flower in his head, the protagonist stated that it was the fragrance of an elementalist. As Davy watched the carriage drive away, he froze in one spot. After which, he pointed his own in her direction. Suddenly, magical seals began to appear on the ground. Seeing this, Von Pollen fell into a stupor. A huge magic seal formed in the sky. Raising his head, the coachman saw that a massive explosion had occurred behind him. Looking at the scene of the explosion, Davy noticed that his hand just slipped. An angry clerk said that the main character. Davy flew away from her and said he didn't know anything. Suddenly, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. The main character's hair began to flutter violently due to the strong wind currents. As she watched Davy fall, Von Pollen froze in place. From the falling main character, a barely noticeable magic line was formed. A frightened girl was sitting in the corner of the carriage. The man who opened the door spoke to her. With a smile on his face, he reported that they were saved. He told her that they had crossed the border safely. Taking her hand, he noted that they would soon be greeted by the Imperial Order of Chivalry. The stranger at the head of the group said that he did not see Sir Hallis, Sir Rooks, or Sir Hyben. Leaning her hands on her hat, she begged their forgiveness. The girl sitting on her head said that all this was because of her. Dumbfounded subordinates turned to the girl and asked what kind of werewolf was on her head. They thought it was just nonsense. How dare someone belittle your dignity like that? They continued. Velos knelt down and said that the reason for her sadness was his incompetence. The captain thought he deserved to live because of that. The excited girl asked him to stop it. Raising her hands, she realized that she just didn't want him to continue to suffer for her. Addressing her, Velos said that he needed to be brave, if only for the sake of his imperial majesty. Grabbing the hem of her dress, she tried to say something. Encouraged, Velos declared that he swore by the name of Velos, the imperial swordmaster. He said that he would conduct a thorough investigation and certainly extinguish the flames of discontent among their people. Behind Velos were two subordinates, after which the girl thanked the captain for his words. Turning to Velos, the guy asked what kind of lightning it was. Taken aback, the captain said he didn't know. He believed that it was not like a cake phenomenon at all. The captain stated that the main thing in their case was that they survived. Velos believed that if these lightning bolts were subject to someone's will, it was beyond common sense. Thoughtfully, the girl turned her gaze to the setting sun. Putting a hand to his chin, the captain noted that this would instantly turn the ranks of the continent's greatest magicians upside down. The guy standing next to him thought that if anyone was capable of causing such a disaster, it should not be a human, but a magical dragon. Strong gusts of wind blew the girl's hair. Putting her hand to her hair, she said that he had dark hair. The sun's rays shrouded a nearby tree. The girl talked about the shallow and simple, as well as talking about solidity. In the middle of the forest, Davy was lying on the ground. Half asleep, he talked about the scent of dogwood. The sun was breaking through the trees. Wincing, the protagonist tried to open his eyes. Opening them a crack, he saw a clerk standing in front of him. Agitated, Von Pollen was glad that he was awake. Holding a sheet of water in her hands, Perserk asked him to drink first. Davy stood up and thanked her. The main character noted that for the first time in a long time, he really got a good night's sleep. After which, he asked about the time he spent unconscious. Von Pollen smiled and said it couldn't have been more than 2 hours. Looking around, the protagonist assumed that there was no chaos in the Ordum lands. Von Pollen reported that this was the case. Next, Davy lay down on his side and said that in that case, they would go after he got some more sleep. Upon hearing this, Perserk was very indignant. Strong screams could be heard in the thick of the forest. Von Pollen asked the main character to think about the people who are worried about him. Varys turned to Davy, flustered. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist asked when Allround was back. Varys said it was only recently. After that, Ron again turned to the main character. Davy looked puzzled. Varys began to examine him in every possible way. Ron was very glad that Davy wasn't hurt. Putting a hand to his head, Varys asked if the protagonist could imagine how shocked he was when he found out that he was left alone in the Count's domain. Taken aback, Davy thought of Ron's overprotective attitude. Remembering his encounter with Winry and Illy's of the 5th level, Varys told him that he had immediately assembled a rescue team and gone after him. Being in his thoughts, the main character assumed that his brother did not manage to come here. Davy's mind flashed back to the powerful technique he used to defeat the chimeras. Continuing to think, the main character understood that to enter the forest, on the territory of which thousands of lightning strikes, was tantamount to suicide. He thought that, based on Varys' characteristics, enduring even 5 hours was quite an achievement. Flustered, Winry rushed to her brother's side. The princess hugged him and asked if he was hurt. Taken aback, Davy said he was fine. Indignant, Varys asked why Winry had come here. He noted that he had told her to lie down. The angry princess asked not to make her laugh. Winry then asked her how she could have been able to sleep in peace when her brother still didn't come back. Illy smiled and noted that her brother was basking in love. Taken aback, the main character asked if it looked like this. Davy turned to the wizard and asked if anything special had happened since they'd returned with Winry. Yillies reported that everything was in order except that there was devastation everywhere. The area around Haines was bustling with activity. The wizard pointed out that if it wasn't for Davy, there would have been a huge disaster. Yillies stated that as an elder of the magic tower, he felt that everything that had happened was a disgrace. The exasperated mage was talking about a cure. After that, the main character asked if this is what he was talking about. Davy had a small jar of medicine in his hand. Seeing her, the dumbfounded mage asked how he had gotten her. Grinning, the protagonist told him that Linton had hidden it very carefully in his bosom. Turning to Yellies, he asked him not to worry and go inside with him. Davy said that he provided emergency assistance, but then noted that it is impossible to say for sure. The main character believed that it was better for the magician to get proper treatment. The evening came smoothly in the city. In one of the rooms of the palace, the children were actively engaged in a dialogue. Deep in his thoughts, Davy revealed that upon their return to the manor, Varys had told him what had happened. Looking at Allron, the main character noted that he had not heard anything new and everything was as he expected. Davy said that it all started when Count Linton deliberately spread the disease through the bandits, after which, Allron placed a small jar on the table. Looking at it, Davy was talking about the CDC logo. Varys reported that he was found at the main rogue base after a thorough search that took several days. Enraged, Allron revealed that an intruder who had invaded someone else's home had begun to pretend to be the owner. The main character told us that under the pretext that he allegedly wants to cross the disclosure of news about the disease, Varys left the lands and conducted his own investigation in order to acquire evidence. Recalling his meeting with Gornio, Davy noted that initially the Baron was strongly opposed to him doing anything on these lands. Gornio's face was shrouded in excitement. The main character suggested that the Baron was motivated by the fear that he, a third person, would be drawn into all this. Slightly annoyed, Davy felt a little guilty about it. Varys said it was his turn. Turning to the main character, Allron froze in one position. Warily, Varys wondered if he could ask Davy something. After hearing this, the main character agreed. Allron's face was full of excitement. Looking around, Davy guessed that everyone had a lot of questions. Picking up a cup of tea, the main character thought that all this time he was vaguely evading the topic. Deep in his thoughts, Davy didn't know what it would have been like if it had been someone who had been active in the first place. There was a deathly silence in the room. The main character considered it natural that no one would be able to understand what was happening to him until now. Many memories surfaced in his mind, where he first used the sword, defeated Colio, and also created a cure for a terrible disease. As Davy sipped his tea, he wondered if a young man in his early 20s could wield such power. Remembering the princess who picked up the sword before the handle, the main character considered her a real genius. As he continued to think, he noted that even Alina de Palin hadn't been able to cross the threshold of a swordmaster. An image of the wizard appeared in Davy's mind. The main character reflected that Yullies, a former prodigy called the most prominent genius of the continent, is also barely getting close to the title of master. Davy noted that at the time, some 17-year-old boy who had spent a third of his life in a coma had achieved all of this with ease. Mired in his thoughts, the main character froze in one position. Grinning, Davy said that even for him, the only word that could describe it was impossible. The main character noted that just once he decided to stick to this path, which was turned inside out for millennia, an image of him circling the planet appeared in his mind. Angry, Winry ordered him to stop because it looked like an interrogation. Allron thought the princess wanted to know, too. With a serious expression on his face, Yullies said that he was of the same opinion. The mage noted that even though he had seen that superhuman power with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it was real. Looking at Davy, he reported that he was giving off a completely different person's mana. While in his thoughts, the protagonist assumed that Yullies was most interested in this. Holding the cup in front of his face, Davy was glad that they didn't think that the lightning in the forest was also his doing. The clerk hovering nearby thought that this was a level with a completely different source. Putting down his cup, Davy wanted to report on the situation. Hearing this, the boys froze in anticipation. Smiling, the main character said that he tried. After that, the guys were shocked. They couldn't figure out what it meant. Grinning, Davy noted the meaning of what he said. The main character told them that he tried to death during this short period. Leaning on her mug, Von Pollen noted that it wasn't a lie. The main character believed that this was true for a short period. He knew that even a millennium would not be enough to learn all the techniques. An image of a complicated mechanism appeared in his mind. Recalling the training sessions, Davy said he did it from morning till dawn. Being very tired, the main character was getting ready for bed. Davy noted that in his dreams and in reality, he lived only by training. Looking down at his mangled hands, he said that he had tried so hard that he even learned how heroes turn, making a passing goblin laugh. A faint smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Hearing the information about Davy made Varys' face turn pale and sweat-soaked, and an ambiguous chuckle escaped her lips. Davy wasn't surprised when Varys took this as a joke, because it was only natural for everyone around him to think that the prince had only started cultivating after waking up from his coma. Davy closed his eyes with a casual smile, writing off his incredible story that there were many inexplicable things in the world. When Davy clarified that he had achieved all these heights in less than a year, Varys was even more taken aback, frozen in place. Davy brought up the topic of both the normal person's mana emanating from him and the ability to draw a sword from a high-density aura, and the green-haired twins waited for an explanation of this oddity with wide eyes. Davy said nothing, smiling at his siblings. The youth finally began to speak. In the end, however, all he said was that he would tell her everything someday when it was possible, which disappointed Varys. In response, First Prince Allron just continued to smile enigmatically and silently. Davy reflected that he couldn't tell the audience about the gallery right now because they might think it was absurd, and so far only a small amount of information was enough. Perkirk yawned sweetly, leaning on her cup of tea. Davy decided in his mind that it was enough for one person to know the whole truth. The four young men were sitting in the comfortably furnished royal drawing room. Davy was grateful that all three of them had accepted his insistence, even if they sincerely believed that they would get answers to their questions, and the conversation came to an end. They say that every solved problem generates a new unsolvable problem. Davy, with the clerk on his shoulder, was silent, forcing a wide, apologetic smile. He asked her if she was offended, but she just folded her hands and turned away from her creator without a word. Davy held out his hand to his adopted daughter in an attempt to make amends. Hondon ran off, hiding under the covers with her cheeks puffed up with resentment, and Davy blushed at how much the girl looked like a hamster with her cheeks stuffed with sunflower seeds. Realizing that this wasn't the time for this, Davy snapped back to reality. The prince began to play with his embittered daughter, thinking that an ego weapon with mana invested would use force at high speed, and then it would become just as aesthetic. As Hondon gradually became more playful, Davy reflected that for a sword girl who hadn't even been born for a month, the expenditure of borrowed mana was disastrously high. At first Hondon would clap her small hands in joy, but then she would turn away again, resentfully, from the young man who had lost hope. Suddenly, Jongding hugged the girl from behind, asking her sister to stop acting like this. Taking advantage of the moment, Davy pulled out a shortbread with a drop of jam in the center, and both girls froze, looking at the treat. Two pairs of eyes lit up as their hostesses looked at their favorite cookies. Hondon did say she didn't want to eat the treat, and Davy realized that his plan had failed miserably. Thinking that the red-haired girl could tell just how much she really wanted the cookies, Davy noticed how deeply offended Hondon was. The prince's cheeks reddened again as he looked at the girl who wanted to eat her favorite sweet, but couldn't because of resentment. There doesn't seem to be anything else Davy can do. As the two sisters watched, frozen with surprise, the prince began to eat the cookies, dropping crumbs on the floor. As Davy accompanied the meal, he made comments about the delicious taste of the food as the tears started to gather in her eyes. In her eyes, Davy looked like a real devil right now. The clerk who flew in front of the young man's face started wailing and scolding him, but she looked completely surprised by the reaction. Perserk screamed, enraged by the prince's treatment of the child. A purple strand of the demon queen's hair flew past Davy's face. An adult female hand reached out to the two children's ones. Davy stood as still as a mannequin, staring blankly at the clerk and the children. Davy called out to the demoness, who responded casually, glancing sideways at the prince. He was disconcerted to see Condon lying in the arms of Perserk, who had become the size of a normal person. When Davy expressed his bewilderment, the girl replied that there was nothing difficult about some kind of body augmentation, especially for her demonic powers. As he bit into the cookie, the young man assumed that it was something like a kinship between energy bodies. Perserk stroked the top of the girls' heads as they sobbed. When they suddenly called her mom, she froze, blushing scarlet, and Davy's cookie fell out of his hand. Hondon and Jondon rushed to hug the demoness, shouting their parents' names as Davy joked that Perserk had brought the sisters to tears. The prince laughed awkwardly when his adopted daughters shouted that they hated him while not pronouncing some letters. Perserk, like the wise previous demon queen, was very resourceful and began to calm the girls down with a gentle motherly voice. Davy thought that on the continent, demons were considered a great evil that lived in the pages of ancient books, but just looking at the handwriting made you realize that all this was just superstition. Davy watched with a warm smile. When the prince made another attempt to offer his daughter cookies, she turned away, and Perserk said that sometimes she had moments when she wanted to sew up the young man's ruinous mouth. Dejected, Davy took a silent bite of the cookie, which was bitter. In the azure sky, birds flew over the green meadows. A few days later, a full-scale supply of medicines to the inhabitants of the lands began. Of course, it didn't end there, because despite the introduction of a preventive vaccination system, nothing could be done about the bacteria left in the ground. It became known that over 300 people had died due to the events in the Ordom lands. When Jack asked if Prince Davy was offended by this, he replied that with such a deadly disease, it was a great success to limit such losses. Davy reflected that the disease had killed hundreds of millions of people on other continents. If Davy hadn't come here and the disease had spread all over the country through these lands, then half of the eastern continent would have been engulfed in swell, and things would have turned out much worse. That's why Davy didn't understand Linton's plan, and that's why the prince's hundreds of victims are a relief. Jack coldly asked how well the prince knew about the disease. When Davy thoughtfully asked if that would count, too, Jack said he'd put everything on the bill. Princess joked that he hoped he wouldn't have to pay off the spy with organs, and he declined. Davy rested his face on his palm and idly asked what Jack wanted as payment. The spy refused to name his price so early, fearing that Davy might back down, and startled by this response, the prince suggested that Jack go under his wing. The spy gave him a puppy dog look and asked if that was really possible, which made Davy laugh. Davy privately lamented that Jack would first have to peel off his shell to become the prince's subordinate, because Davy didn't care who the spy served or what his background was. Davy was still silent when he noticed something. He opened a drawer in his desk, where a crystal ball shone brightly for communication, but no one was supposed to contact the youth. At the back of the balloon was an image of a terrified Amy. Winry was standing by the carriage with Elise behind her, waving at her brother. Davy turned around when the girl said that everything was ready. A week has passed since then, and as a result of the intensified fight against the virus, most patients were able to get out of bed. Of course, there were some who died among them, but in the end, the Ordom lands quickly revived. The people of the country supported the prince. While being called a saint, he blushed with embarrassment and thought that everything would have been perfect without those pesky praises. Winry, Davy, and Yullies were prepared to take the carriage home for 3 days to replenish their mana. While Winry talked about the beautiful places on the way home, Davy smiled warmly and thought about his own business. Sitting in the carriage and looking out of the window, the young man recalled how initially he joined a serious business precisely for the sake of a measured life. He wanted a far different life from what he had recently, and this pressure tired him. That is why the slow road now will only benefit the prince, allowing him to be lazy to his heart's content. A wide waterfall surrounded by rocks gurgled under a clear sky. They stopped at a waterfall. Davy covered his tired face with his hand. Winry asked her brother if he was comfortable, and he said he was fine. The princess clutched her skirt, agitated as she wondered if Varys would be alright and why he'd sent Winry to Hainceland as well. Elise assumed with a genuine smile that Prince Ordom wanted his little sister to rest somewhere else, but the real reason was different. Davy remembered Varys asking his older brother to look after Winry a while ago. Davy, noticing the gloom on his younger brother's face, asked what was the matter. Varys bowed his head and explained that the reason was that several children were missing from an orphanage in the Ordom lands. He was worried about Winry's reaction to the news. Besides, from Amy's words, Davy knew that something similar was happening in Hainceland. Winry and Yullies were enjoying the scenery from the carriage window. Davy was disappointed by their quick arrival, and Yullies asked if anything was happening in the lands. Forcing an awkward smile, Davy closed his eyes. He replied that a somewhat heavy man had arrived, and Yullies was perplexed. Suddenly the carriage jerked violently. Winry looked out the window. Travelers were blocked by people in red cloaks on horseback and apologized. Yullies looked at the coat of arms with a dazed expression on his face. A black and gold coat of arms with the image of a lion was painted on a red background. Davy didn't even look at the strangers when they apologized again. The captain of these knights, Duras, reported that he and his men were here to escort Davy, Varys, and Winry. The captain greeted Yullies while Davy silently thought about his own business. A week ago, Amy had given the prince some more information, and Davy had marveled at the other girl's quick wit. It was none other than Alina, Caldera's contract worker, who had arrived. A tall glass-paneled building rose above the trees. An arrow shot through the air. It hit the center of the target. The yellow-robed man drew another bowstring. With an indescribable speed, the arrow shot forward. It hit the bull's eye, splitting the previous arrow in two. The second man in a black tailcoat admired the gunslinger. When His Yellow-Robed Majesty asked the crown prince in a tailcoat named Alvos Alrindis to compete, he replied with a shy smile that he would only embarrass himself in a competition with such a master. Emperor Diorth Alrindis became disillusioned with the way the future ruler faked so easily. The man warned the young man that at this rate his future title could be taken away by his other brothers, but Alvos was not afraid. While the tea was being poured, Diort inquired about the crown princess's condition, and Alvos said that he was living in comfort and peace thanks to the emperor. Diort said that a healthy and fit man should first learn to hold on to his family before reaching out to the world. With a smile, the shrewd emperor asked why Alvos had actually come, since he clearly wasn't here for small talk. The young man replied that he had finally received a reply from the Echo Guild, which pleased the emperor. The young man put his father before the choice of what news he wants to hear first, good or uncertain. The man chose the second option. Alvos reported the death of Count Lenton and the arrest of Count Colio because their inhumane deeds had been exposed. The crown prince added that they were conducting secret experiments, deliberately spreading a terrible disease in the Ordom lands, and Diort asked who had killed the counts. When the young man mentioned the name of the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, the man was not surprised at all, but thoughtfully put his hand to his mouth. When Alvos asked his father not to feel guilty about what had happened, he replied with a chuckle that he would not have been able to remain emperor if the news had shocked him. It's time for some good news. Alvos announced the invention of a cure for the demon's blood disease, and the man's face showed interest mixed with tension. When the crown prince mentioned Davy's name again as the creator of the vaccine, the emperor didn't look startled, but he wasn't happy either. Diort asked about the mistakes in the treatment, but Alvos assured him that there were none, and the inhabitants of the Ordom lands were taking turns getting back on their feet. The conversation turned to Prince Ron himself. The emperor deduced that there would definitely be people who would try to get their hands on this youngster. Alvos suggested sending an official invitation to the imperial palace in the near future, and the man approved of the idea. Diort's plan was to promote Davy's marriage to a member of the imperial family, since the youngster already had so many achievements under his belt. A girl in a sumptuous pink dress walked up to the table where the emperor and crown prince were sitting, accompanied by two women in simpler clothes. The girl had long turquoise hair, and on her face was a snow-white mask with black longitudinal stripes under which anxiety was hidden. The girl stammered and started to say something about the Empire's two-headed dragon, but Diort stopped her in mid-sentence. She paused and nodded curtly. The Emperor's face was contorted with anger and displeasure. The masked girl was Aria al-Rindes, the youngest princess of the Rindes family and one of the few beastmen with mixed blood. Beastmen are oppressed in the Rindes Empire, but Aria was an exception as she was a member of the royal family. The looks and disdain she received made her even more withdrawn. It was rumored that she was not of royal descent, and the emperor sternly asked his daughter why she no longer called him father. Aria's voice trembled as she explained her decision by saying that everyone around her was watching and might start talking again about the fact that such an insignificant beast like her was standing next to the head of state. Hearing what the princess called herself, Diort slammed his fist down on the table in a rage that startled the girl. When Alvos, still smiling, asked his grim-faced father if these people should be executed, he ordered them to find out first. Anger surged through the man as he talked about how a man who spread such silly rumors about the royal family should be trampled underfoot so that he could never open his mouth again. And Alvos supported his father. Aria expressed her guilt in a shaky voice. Animal ears popped out from under her hat as she assured her father and brother that they didn't have to take such a step just because of her. But these words did not lessen the anger of Diort and Alvos, who turned their angry gazes on their daughter. In the next instant, their faces changed to gentle ones decorated with soothing smiles. Diort patted Arius on the head, saying that if anyone dared to speak rudely about his daughter, even destroying his entire family would not atone for his sin. Aria hesitantly replied that the emperor's reputation would suffer if he did, and asked him to pretend that he hadn't heard anything she said. The girl put a fist to her chest, asking her father to make a promise, which he did. Diort spoke sternly to his son, and Alvos assured him that he would deal with it quietly. Aria let out a loud cry when she heard those words. Hane's Land. Knights with red cloaks and black armor were gathered at the gate. One of them was standing right in front of the gate, far away from the others. Davy was standing by the window when he closed his eyes and sighed. He thought back to the time he'd thrown everything at Ilan when he'd escaped from the Fepes principality, and concluded that in her place, he would have chased this man down and wrung his neck, even though it would have taken a long time. The prince's thoughts were interrupted by Amy calling out to his majesty. When the maid reported that Princess Elena of the Palan Empire was requesting to meet the prince laughed arrogantly at the wording. When Amy asked if Elen should be brought to the living room, Davy concluded that the existence of this princess could be described as an important person. No matter how fast the Hanes land develops, this place is still not valuable enough for a princess of the continent's most powerful empire to decide to pay a visit. In Davy's eyes, Illy's was an exception, although the prince was sure that the red-haired mage had influence as well. When Davy ordered Amy to refuse Ellen's visit, she froze, surprised by the decision. Amy stood there in silence for a while, and only after a few sentences did Davy reply that she would do as he ordered. The maid made a parting bow. Hongdang's face looked playful, while Zhongdang's face remained as calm as ever. The clerk, who had assumed the size of a normal person, asked Davy if he was afraid of the consequences, but Davy, with a piece of paper in his hands, replied that he had a reason. The demoness only said nothing in response, thoughtfully putting her hand to her head. Later, they came in person and each time Davy refused them, then they got tired and started sending requests for an official reception. Refusal followed refusal. They continued to fool around like children. Because of this, it was hard for Amy because she was in the thick of these events. Davy even heard that the knights were furious, but he declined the request again. Fortunately, they didn't bother to make a fuss. Davy was pleased with how smoothly everything was going. Perkirk looked disapproving, but Davy explained with a big smile that he was going to build up his own price. Perkirk took on its former small size when Davy was quite happy, predicting that the advertising payoff would be big, especially when the information guilds and the top brass were focused on it. Davy lost himself in daydreaming about the rising stock prices of these lands. Perkirk, not understanding Davy at all, asked him why he was so sure if he couldn't predict other people's actions. Davy replied with a grin that Princess Elena would definitely be fine. Davy burst out laughing as he imagined how the rumors about Haines Land would spread all over the continent and everyone would know about it. Suddenly, golden hair flew past the prince's face. They belonged to Elena, who was determined to find the young man. Davy's happy mood faded, and he asked ironically if all the princesses were currently learning to move. Elena hinted to the prince that they needed to talk, and Davy was overcome with uncertainty. The princess clutched at the collar of Davy's coat, shouting at him that there was a lot to discuss. Noticing that the young man wasn't looking at her, the girl became angry and screamed even harder. Perkirk concluded that Davy had become very arrogant all this time. The royal garden was decorated with pink flowers. At the round table, Dior asked Arius if she had anything else to say. The girl tilted her head, starting to speak uncertainly. The emperor gave his daughter a smile, encouraging her to speak her mind. The girl fidgeted with her fingers as she reminded her of an old promise, which meant that when she recovered, her father would allow her to become engaged to her lover. Beneath the mask, a bright blush spread across Aria's cheeks. When Aria asked if that promise still stood, Dior's hand tightened on her cup of tea. The emperor broke the cup, and his face twisted with mixed emotions as he listened to his daughter's words about a certain young man who saved her on the way back to the empire. The girl clasped her hands in a prayer gesture as she said that she wanted to see this man again, even though she didn't even know his name. The emperor was silent for a while, then called out to Alvos. The man asked his son about the main phrase of the Rindes family, and the young man quoted with a familiar smile, "A person who can't even protect himself will never achieve anything." Enraged, Dior hissed that there were bugs in the flower garden. Alvos assured her father that he would thoroughly investigate and bring this pest to the emperor while Aria sat there, her eyes wide with shock. The emirator was completely enraged, jumping up from his chair. A panicked Aria tried to calm her father down. They didn't know yet that this person was the hero who healed the devil's blood. Moreover, he had found the key to breaking Princess Aria's curse. It wouldn't be long before the day they met again. In the distance, the figure of a robot could be seen standing on the ground, its arms outstretched. The golem was furiously making noises. Then, on the screen that was his face, two flashes with rays resembling eyes flashed. A powerful sword strike illuminated the stone walls with a blue glow and sent massive fragments flying into the air. Long red hair fluttered in the wind that whipped up the rocks. The golem flashed its mechanical eyes fiercely, and small fragments of rocks flew past. Fully focused, Princess Elena watched the creature with her yellow eyes while holding a caldeiras in her hands. She exhaled to focus on the attack as much as possible. The princess went down on one knee, lightly swinging her two-handed sword towards the huge metal golem, and a golden trace of the blade was left in the air. After a tentative blow, Elena concluded that the sword was heavy, continuing to hold it up with both hands. Frowning, the girl raised her blade over her shoulder in concentration, preparing to attack the golem in earnest. She used an omnidirectional strike technique, and several golden streaks flew straight at the robot's body, dealing significant damage to it. The red-haired warrior continued to deliver impressive blows one after another. Elena got closer and closer to the robot, and explosions appeared on the creature from each swing of the divine sword. The force of the golem's blows carried him backward, and the floor under his feet scratched and cracked. The princess raised her giant sacred sword that glowed with gold above her head, wanting to finally defeat the metal creature right in front of her. The robot turned on the motors on its legs at full power, heading for Elena. The red-haired girl was taken aback, her yellow eyes widening as they followed the movement of the pile of metal. The golem flashed past quickly, leaving a streak of light in its wake and destroying everything in its path, and the princess leaped into the air before she could dodge. Elena swung the caldeiras, its blade now glowing green, sending up a violent vortex. The robot in front of her was hidden in a rising cloud of dust, sparkling with blue lightning. The shocked girl with beads of sweat on her face opened her mouth wide as she watched this scene and said that it was harsh. When she noticed the trembling in her body, looking at her dark-gloved hand, it was clear that the fight was much harder than expected. Davy was standing off to one side with his arms folded, and Elena was thinking that this was no ordinary golem. The boy looked at the princess with pride as dust and rocks whirled behind him. A huge metal leg appeared out of the shroud behind Ilan, while the girl looked at the main character in confusion. The robot was visible in the dust, red lights on its hull glowing with alarm, emitting rainbow circles. Davy replied that the golem aiming at the bewildered sword princess was the prototype of Megatron. The metal creature started switching to shooting mode, aiming to capture the target, and red balls flew down with great speed. Elena, in a state between intense shock and horror, screamed and asked what was going on as she watched Megatron's ranged attack. She was very indignant, yelling that Davy was crazy for creating such a devilry, and the guy, still standing to the side, burst out laughing. A pile of metal lay on the sand, covered with many electric discharges of blue color. The robot's flat arm, meanwhile, held the exhausted Elena, pressing her hard against the wall and causing the rocks to crack. The girl opened her eyes slightly, frowning and glaring at her opponent with hatred. The entire huge snow-white hall was filled with the girl's displeased exclamation, saying that it was not fair. Davy was laughing as he approached his creation, happily asking if it was a good golem, to which the princess indignantly began to swear at the guy. Noticing, among other things, the automatic barrier, Elena irritably asked what the protagonist even stuffed this robot with, and the latter retorted that heavy armor is common. Then the girl exclaimed that it wasn't fair for a simple golem to have magic of the third circle and higher, asking if Davy was going to create a weapon that could destroy an entire continent, while the guy went close to the creature's leg, praising it for its excellent work. When the prince released Ilan, he explained that he had placed magic crystals in the golem to activate such skills, but the girl, holding her head from exhaustion, said that she did not have the strength to talk. The weary sword princess was approached by Winry and the mage Yellies, and the green-haired girl noted that she had done well. Caldera's, glowing, shrank to the size of a pendant and complained to Davy about a weak mistress, without which the blade itself would definitely have won. To which the guy, putting his hands on his sides, said with a smile that then the experiment would not have worked out. At the moment, everyone was in the main character's personal workshop, and while the golem sparkled, the young man noted Ilan's contribution, adding that there were still a lot of things to fix in the creation. Davy's workshop was located in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, which is currently being built by the dwarves, and it was very bright right now. Until now, the first prince had lived on an estate that had been inhabited for generations by the barons of House Alisad, his mother's line. It was abandoned for a very long time, it would be difficult to repair or rebuild it, so he decided to build a new house for himself. In the future, Debbie plans to live in a newly built grandiose snow-white castle, decorated with green and gold details, with 2 tall towers and classic columns. Looking at the tired princess, the guy mentioned that she was in the midst of this construction, fighting a golem that he designed. Alin started to feel sick, and the mage and Winry around her became very anxious, trying to help, while Davy stood guiltily to the side, watching. When the princess couldn't stand it any longer, the guy rushed to her. It all started with a conversation under the moon a few days earlier. Davy and Alina were sitting at the tea table, having a lively conversation. Picking up the blue cup, the girl noted with displeasure that rumors about them had already spread throughout the Hines lands, and the guy only replied that this was exactly what he wanted. Without saying anything, the princess of the Palin Empire looked at the protagonist with disdain. When the girl concluded that Davy was only making up the price of his land, he happily agreed, praising her quick wit. Threatening her with her fist, Alina asked in displeasure if the guy was too fearless, to which he jokingly replied that he was quite bold. After the guy's words, the girl clicked her tongue contemptuously, expressing annoyance and dissatisfaction. Davy was taken aback by this reaction, and the diminutive demoness smiled and remarked that Alina was indeed quite impulsive at times. Sitting on the guy's shoulder, Perserk added that the girl has a good heart and should not be afraid of her. Then the young man looked at the demon queen and asked again. Looking at the chthonic girl, Davy thought that even though Alina didn't even know she existed, the demoness was still sealed in Caldera's, so she was close to her when she was growing up. The princess cleared her throat, wanting to continue the conversation. Raising her hand to her mouth, she decided to start by thanking him for saving her life earlier. Davy started to refuse, remembering that he'd only ever saved Winry in the first place. Alina raised a long-gloved hand to the brooch at her throat, lowering her gaze. Touching the shining stone on the metal double-headed eagle, the princess noted that Davy had also helped her awaken the power of Caldera's. From the decoration above the table, a glittering divine sword projection emerged, releasing rainbow rays. If Alina is a contractor, then she is literally the master of the blade, but so far she has not been able to awaken it properly. As Davy stared in amazement at the sword materializing, he reflected that there were only 2 possible reasons for such a sudden awakening. The girl who is now reaching for her weapon has become stronger after the incident. Against the background of the sword, a flower girl with blue hair and a white robe appeared in a glow. She pulled her tiny hands towards the main character's collar, not skimping on insults. Caldera's awakened form was cursing at Davy with displeasure, blaming him for her current form. According to another version, it became easier to awaken the ball due to the fact that it was temporarily weakened. Caldera's menacing cry rang out across the estate. The diminutive Caldera's held a bewildered Davy by the front of his shirt, angrily demanding an explanation. She was looking for a familiar demoness, calling her Per. Looking back at Perserk, the prince looked confused as she was right in front of him. Davy sat down in a chair, explaining to the enraged sword incarnation that the demoness had crossed over to him because the stigmata had appeared on him. Caldera screamed, asking if the main character hadn't done anything to her. The girl begged her friend to answer, and Davy looked resentfully at the clinging baby after baseless accusations. He beckoned the demon closer, and she remained silent as Caldera searched frantically for her. Perkirk asked Davy if she could borrow some mana from him, to which Davy happily agreed. The girl put a short-gloved hand to the prince's forehead, which was radiating light in waves. Perkirk kept both hands on Davy's face with her eyes closed, replenishing her mana supply as golden sparks flew around. At the moment when the energy was left behind, the girl opened her eyes. Caldera stared in shock at the blue figure as it appeared, recognizing its features. The purple-haired girl clenched her fists in her own impatience for the welcome encounter with a loved one, looking ahead with her large yellow eyes. Caldera's looked happy as a puppy, raising her eyebrows in a little house of sentimentality. In front of her friend, Perserk was reincarnated in the light of magical sparks, surrounded by butterflies. The little girl reached out her tiny hands. Caldera's was now hugging the demon tightly, leaning on her and not wanting to let go. Caldera's burst into tears with emotion, and the demon queen smiled softly as she glanced at her. Watching the dramatic scene with Davy, Alina wondered what the sword incarnation was doing in the air. The main character explained that Caldera's is currently busy with something important, so it's better to leave her for now, and the sword princess noted that this is the first time she sees her like this. There was a white teapot and pitcher on the wooden table, and Alina was talking to Davy reproachfully. The guy sitting in the chair, spreading his arms to the sides, with a guilty smile agreed to give an answer to any question of the girl. The princess scowled at Davy, asking who he was, and Davy noted the girl's bluntness. The young man casually announced that he was Prince Ron and the legitimate son of the last Queen Alisad, and Alina reacted aggressively to this response, slamming her fist on the table and shouting that she meant something else. She watched the placid Davy in silence. The girl, trying to contain her aggression, lowered her head and put her fists on the table, accepting the answer. The prince looked silly with a smile and round, uncomprehending eyes when Alina said that they still had enough time. The princess gave Davy a sinister look, threatening to slowly get everything out of him, and Davy broke out in a cold sweat of fear. Getting up from her seat, the girl picked up something and loudly put it on the table, putting the interlocutor in bewilderment. Inside the pink wrapper was a blade that could now be seen. Davy was looking at the shining weapon in front of him, and Alina was looking at him, clutching the cloth in her hands. The guy guessed that there was a sword lying on a soft pink piece of cloth in front of him. The main character took a cold weapon in his hand, examining it from the handle to the tip of the blade. Davy noted its heaviness, adding that it would be difficult for ordinary people to handle it because of the weight. Alina, leaning on the table with one hand and holding her waist with the other, said seriously that this was a sword that she usually used. It was perfect for the hare's heavy sword technique. As he continued to hold the massive dark blade, he thought that with the increase in skill level, the sword didn't matter. The red-haired girl, looking directly at Davy, decided to address him directly. She asked the brooding youth to teach her the sword god technique. Leaning on the table with both hands, Alina continued to glare at him, frowning as she waited for his answer. The prince sat proudly in his chair, his sword slung over his shoulders, and smiled to note that he might refuse. The girl resolutely stated that in that case, she would try again. The main character with a malicious smile asked what would happen if he refused again. Then Alina said that she had a way to influence him. The bundle of documents appeared in front of Davy, and he looked very stupid again. The girl held the marriage proposal right in front of the protagonist's face. When the boy sat down to read it in bewilderment, the princess of the Palan Empire explained that the first Prince Ron could ignore this piece of paper, but the royal family would not, adding that she had thrown away all pride by coming here. Davy was reading the document carefully, his eyes moving over the lines, and Alina asked for his opinion. With a wide, triumphant smile, the princess was sitting on a chair, explaining that she could be naughty to the point of melting. Putting on a cute face and raising her hand to her cheek, she asked if the young man was trying to check it out. Davy was pleasantly surprised and confused as he held up the offer. When the young man's cheeks were flushed, Persic asked if he was fluttering, and when the answer was no, she asked him not to try to deceive her. When Alina took back the marriage proposal, she threatened that if Davy continued to avoid her, she would send the document to Ron. The girl also noted that her father allowed her to marry anyone, even a slave. Moreover, the emperor's decision will be positive if his daughter wants to marry the lord of the developing Haines lands of the eastern continent. And the first prince asked with bewilderment to imagine what would happen if his family really accepted the marriage proposal, wondering how low the self-esteem of his interlocutor is. Alina made a sweet face, saying with feigned tenderness that she would not mind marrying such a reliable prince. Looking at the girl's ridiculous game for her own purpose, Davy concluded that she was very reckless. Putting his hands on the princess's shoulder, the young man asked her to stop talking nonsense, trying to get her out as soon as possible. The main character ruffled his red hair and offered to have a more constructive conversation next time with a friendly smile. Alina turned around, fiercely declaring that she wasn't going to give up, revealing the truth about her bad temper and great stubbornness. The girl's hand grabbed the bewildered guy by the jacket, pulling him closer. Alina shouted in Davy's face, telling him to find out which one was more stubborn. From the window, covered by the branches of the trees, you could see a red-haired girl kissing a dark-haired guy. Dusk was gathering over the castle, and night was approaching. Alina was brushing long red strands of hair. She was sitting at the dressing table, looking in the mirror, and a golden star-shaped light appeared next to her. Caldera's noted that she did not expect the hostess to bring a marriage proposal to the meeting with Davy, worrying about the current fiancé of the princess, but she convinced that there would be no problems with him because they were just childhood friends. Alina lowered the wooden comb and explained that the problem was different. Then calderas, floating in the air, asked if this was due to the fact that there was no news from her partner, to which she received an affirmative answer. The princess looked sadly out of the window, saying that she had no choice but to persuade stubborn Davy to teach her at all costs. Night fell on the earth, lighting up the stars in the sky. Alina, dressed in a blue and white dress, was sitting in Davy's office, busily signing a stack of papers with a pen. The window pane glinted in the sunlight as a disgruntled protagonist appeared, asking if the princess wasn't busy. The girl answered in the affirmative, adding that she was here for that very reason. With her hands clasped in a lock and her chin resting on them, Alina playfully reported that people get closer if they spend time together. Trying to find an epithet to describe the princess, Davy noted that it is impossible to convey in words how strong-willed she is, watching what is happening with bewilderment. After the declaration of war under the moon, Felina began to come every day, and it even came to the appearance of a girl at a guy's work. The stubborn redhead was distracted by a scream that shook everything on the table. Winry testily declared that the imperial daughter's actions didn't make any sense, asking who even brings their own work to a stranger's office. Alina replied with a smile that Davy was not a stranger to her, calling him a close friend. The girl also added dreamily that the Imperial Chancellor visits his friend the Count quite often. Winry was angry, not understanding when she became a close friend of her brother. After Yelin's words, the green-haired girl angrily concluded that it was impossible to talk to her. Watching with Davy from the sidelines, Perkirk noticed that Winry was all in the palm of the crafty Imperial daughter's hand. The red-haired girl, lifting the tea to her mouth, sarcastically declared that she was much stronger. Looking at the sofa, she clarified that Yully's was in the study. The Red Tower mage lowered the blue cup onto its saucer, trying to formulate it correctly. He replied with a smile that it wasn't that important, since he and Mr. Davy were pretty good friends, which annoyed Alina, who didn't know how long ago. Yully's gave the protagonist a sly wink, but he didn't understand why the guy was asking him strange questions. Alina had vehemently accused Davy of not wanting to get involved with her under the circumstances. When questioned by the princess, the guy replied with a smile that if he recklessly got close to her, he risked becoming an enemy to many people. A lamp was burning in the room. Alina asked to communicate informally, asking to become friends, and the young man noted what chaos everything had turned into. Looking around the room, Davy noticed that Yully's and the Red Princess were quite close, and Winry was surprised that her brother didn't know, saying that their relationship was quite well known. There were a lot of rumors about the engagement of a mage and a girl, which the green-haired girl found out about after attending several unofficial receptions. With a frown and folded arms, Alina declared that they were just old friends, and Yully's confirmed it. The girl noted with displeasure that she was worried about the future of the Red Tower, since for some reason her elder was cooling off here, to which the magician said that it was not necessary to tell the princess about it. Davy then asked if Yully's really needed to be at the branch that was about to be completed, and Yully's insisted that he really didn't have anything to do. With sparkling eyes, the wizard added that he also had some business with the prince related to magic, and Davy understood that it was about non-verbal spells. Of all the incomprehensible spells shown by the main character, Yully's was only interested in non-verbal ones. Davy gave the mage a small hint that if you used even all the mana circles, the chance of success would only be 10%. But despite this, it is very difficult to pull off something like this. The prince asked Yully's if he had given up, and received a smile and an explanation that it was a compliment for a mage to be called a nerd. Davy breathed a sigh of relief, noting that he was lucky that the elder was understanding and keeping everything a secret from the tower. He glanced at the pleased Yully's and decided that he was truly grateful. The main character was distracted from his thoughts by a voice behind him. Amy appeared in the study, accompanied by two maids, to report that everything the Lord had requested had already been moved to the warehouse. Alina asked who the girl was, and Winry, looking at the princess with disdain, said that this was actually her brother's personal maid. Also, the green-haired girl said that Amy often replaces Davy in this estate, and recently received the title of Baroness. Alina was impressed, but Davy explained that the kingdom was in chaos and he couldn't be too busy, and Amy hurried away, confused. Currently, there were two factions fighting in the royal palace of Ron. On the one hand, the supporters of the monarchy led by Marquis Failgris, and on the other, the Duke of Barrietta representing the aristocracy. Davy decided that he had seen enough of the moves from the sidelines, and now he had to make his move. Yully's asked where the first prince was going, and the first prince asked with a smile if the mage wanted to go with him. Davy suggested that if the alchemists were interested, his friend would be too. Curious Felina asked to take it with her. When the main character agreed, the girl sparkled with happiness. She was running toward Davy, interested in the offer. The sun shone down on the manor tower, and the dwarves greeted their mentor kindly. Davy was pleased to see that the castle was much taller, and one of the smaller men had convinced him that he was scrupulous about his work. The company was surprised to see dwarves on the grounds of the manor. Davy started introducing his companions, starting with Winry's sister. Golda was happy to meet the girl, who is very proud of the mentor. He shook hands with the princess, telling her that Davy had been telling her all about her virtues. The dwarf noted that Winry was a very nice man, which made her very uncomfortable. Davy looked at his remaining companions as he prepared to leave. He introduced the dwarves to the Elder of the Red Tower and the Princess of the Palin Empire. Golda looked at them intently, concluding that they were big shots. After that, the dwarf turned to Davy, saying that he didn't care about the status. Alina and Yeliz felt empty for the first time. Golda sent his mentor greetings from Brother Golgod, informing him that the Holy Sword was almost ready. The new Holy Sword will replace the Primordial Spark, and Davy has given only the base for its creation, leaving the rest to the dwarves. Golda cleared his throat. He offered to give the audience a tour, but Davy graciously declined, explaining that he had come to look at the materials that had been delivered. Golda realized that the mentor had come to the giant warrior, intending to inform the guys about the arrival. A huge metal creature appeared in front of the group, shining in the sunlight. The surprised mage asked Davy what was in front of them, to which the guy replied that it was a guardian. Illy stared at the creature, wondering if it was a golem. Davy just smiled contentedly. Davy looked tiny against the huge metal creature, hands on hips. Golems are usually made from hardened clay or steel, and some countries even use small detachments of these machines in wars. Yullies, impressed by Davy's work, couldn't help but praise the golem, suggesting that it was definitely expensive to create. Davy, hearing these words, only wondered, looking at the grinning clerk, if the amount was really that big. The ancient magic golem that protected the source of the Haines land drought curse was used on this Megatron, and due to processing, it wasn't all that expensive. Landlord Haines smiled smugly with a blush on his cheeks, thinking that for the owner of such a workshop, money wasn't an issue at all. When Perkirk sneered at Davy for being a spendthrift, Davy's excuse was that a man's own workshop was a dream come true. Raising his hand with an outstretched index finger up, the young man began to give loud orders to Megatron, testing his brainchild. Winry and Yellies were overjoyed with the golem's movements and its ability to feed off magic. Alin's face turned red, and she covered her mouth with her hand, looking at the car with wide, shining eyes and exclaiming how the guy managed to create something so grandiose, and he explained that since he had already taken it, it was necessary to do it conscientiously. Davy, noticing the princess' admiration, grinned and asked her what she thought of his work. The young man added that the golem should have been tested by chance, and Alin's face froze in surprise. Davy asked if the girl would accept the challenge, promising that he would grant her one wish if she agreed. Alina agreed immediately, her voice trembling, but she looked rather scared. When the princess warned him that she might break the golem, Davy's eyes widened as he leaned on the huge metal leg. However, the prince then replied with a soft smile that there was nothing wrong with that. The young man assured Alin that she could not hold back, but the princess was hesitant due to the high cost of the golem. Davy replied that it wouldn't be easy to break the creature when the princess was inspecting a future opponent. The young man's confident face contrasted with the girl's displeased face. Her brow furrowed and her lips curled, she looked at Davy seriously. Alina began to tie her long red hair with white ribbons. Making two tails, the princess smiled broadly and announced her readiness, holding a cloth-wrapped blade in her hand. Drawing her two-handed sword, Alina told Davy not to regret her offer while the metal behemoth towered over her. The broadsword bit into the stone floor with an effort, leaving a light glow in the air. At the end of the fight, Alina sat on the floor in a soiled light suit, breathing heavily, sweating profusely and resenting her loss to a tin can. Davy told the princess that she had given him useful information that he could not have found out on his own, and Alina felt deceived. The girl squeezed Davy's hand tightly with a brown-gloved one, reminding him of his promise to do whatever she asked. Davy rubbed his palm and said with an awkward expression that this promise applied to everything except sword training, and Alina nodded in agreement, deciding to think about it. Confused, Illies started to address Davy, but Davy stopped him before he could finish. Illies was shocked by the prince's insight, and Winry consoled the frustrated mage who also wanted to compete with the golem. When Alina asked if Davy plans to make a similar car in the future, Davy answered positively, specifying that the current version is only a prototype. The young man added that he planned to make 5 more samples after the prototype was completed, and these words made Ilin's face reflect thoughtfulness. The prince smiled ambiguously when the girl asked to make 1 golem for her as well. When Davy hinted at the high cost of the mechanism, Alina folded her hands and replied that she was not asking for free. The young man ironically asked if the princess would buy the golem, and she, looking at Davy as if he were a fool, reminded him of her wealth due to her high position. The young man was infuriated by this fact, and while Perserk and Calderas were laughing at him, he told Ilin that it would hurt even the imperial treasury. Davy suddenly raised his voice, almost blowing Ilin away by shouting that golems weren't for sale. The girl was displeased with Davy's shouting, but he returned to his calm tone and asked everyone in the workshop to leave. Night had fallen over Lord Davy's residence. On the table were scrolls of notes and a detailed blueprint. Davy, deep in his work, was pleased with the success of the guardian golem for his land with a peaceful smile. The young man thought with pleasure that the day when the Decepticon battalion will be completed is not far off. Holding the quill in his hand, Davy thought about the problems with his combat data. The prince was satisfied that the golem could stand up to someone as strong as Princess Alina, but he simply couldn't release such a raw specimen. Holding the quill between his nose and lips, Davy was lost in thought. Suddenly, his work was interrupted by a visit from Alina, who was clearly looking for the prince. The girl leaned so close to Davy that his eyes widened and he froze in embarrassment. Looking at the princess, who was beaming with beauty, the young man asked if she had come to talk again. Alina sat down on a chair, explaining her visit casually because of her friendship with Davy and the fact that the chief chamberlain had informed her of the young man's whereabouts. With an embarrassed smile, Davy turned away, telling the princess that he didn't have to agree to her offer of friendship. Kicking her foot in the air, Alina asked directly if there was any reason to refuse. Scratching his head, Davy avoided looking in the girl's direction with a furrowed brow when he realized that there really wasn't a reason. Recently, the prince had seen different facets of Ilan's personality and he liked her sincerity. Covering her cheeks with her fingers, the princess slyly mentioned that Caldera's missed her friend. When Davy abruptly changed the subject and asked her what it was that brought her here so late, she explained in a shaky voice that she had come to talk to the boy. Perserk shrewdly noticed that Alina was lying and couldn't hide her nervousness. Davy didn't understand why the princess felt this way. The information board about Alina said that she was currently feeling anxious and confused. Davy's eyes and Perserk's, with the same expression of dazed surprise, rested on the sentence that revealed Alin's involvement in the last light. Davy thought about it, and Perserk called out to him. The man's only response was a silent smile. Tea was being poured into a blue cup with floral designs. Alina, looking at Davy's workshop, came to the conclusion that Davy had studied golems, and the young man replied that he was thinking of trying ancient magic. Holding the cup in her hands, Alina thought with a slight sense of shame that she couldn't defeat just one golem despite her efforts. Davy, with a teapot in his hands, calmed the girl down, explaining that her loss was due to the monstrous nature of the mechanism, and not to her weakness. The young man thought that it was a great fight, considering that Alina is an expert-level warrior, and not a master whose level Megatron corresponded to. As Davy sipped his tea, he looked at her carefully, noting that there seemed to be more to it than that. Keeping these thoughts to himself, Davy concluded that practice would show results. Suddenly, the prince asked Alina to move out, and she looked confused by the words. Putting on his raincoat, Davy said with a smile that it was perfect weather for a night out. With warmth in his eyes, the young man turned to look at Alin. Outside, a light breeze blew through the green leaves. Alina and Davy were standing opposite each other, both armed. With a stern look on her face, the princess asked if the young man had sworn to teach her. Davy just grinned, putting it down to his desire to see the girl's abilities and the opportunity to relax a little. At these words, the girl was filled with joy, and she shouted that she really wanted it. Perserk marveled at Davy's amazing kindness, but Davy said he was just drawing a line before it really got to him. He owed her a little, after all. Lifting the divine sword closer to her, Alina took a deep breath. Davy, on the other hand, was armed with an ordinary wooden sword. The princess thought that it was theoretically an unequal match, but in reality, there was a significant difference between the young man's skills and hers. Alina was determined not to turn up her nose. Beckoning to the opponent, Davy told her to attack first. Yelan's sword glowed with a blue glow when she said that in that case, they would do without ceremony. Davy was still standing motionless when the princess jumped in his direction, asking the prince to show her the technique. The air was filled with gray smoke, left behind by many bright flashes. Yelan's sword was also smoking. The girl threw her punches with a steady sweep, while Davy blocked them lazily with a smile. It was as if this fight was child's play for him. Alina, on the other hand, looked very serious and focused. She wrapped her hands tightly around the hilt of her sword. Her sword was aimed at the youth's head, and his cocky smile finally faded from his face. Quickly returning to his previous mood, Davy noted the princess's rapid switching between attacks. The youth couldn't help but admire this with the weight of the divine sword, which made him feel sick to look at. Suddenly, Davy's sword took on a fluid form. Yelan's weapon was stopped by a thick stream of water, and the girl was stunned. Her amber eyes widened and her mouth dropped open as she stared at the scene. The water forcefully pushed the princess away, causing her to fly high into the air. The princess landed heavily on the ground, doubled over. Moaning, she rubbed her aching waist, surprised by this decisive blow. Alina was annoyed when Davy ironically pointed out how easy it was for a heavy sword. The shocked princess frantically tried to find the reason why none of her punches reached the prince. Even though she didn't understand what his secret was, she felt that he would still cause her trouble. The only thing that was certain was that Davy had easily dodged the attack and was now standing with his sword slung over his shoulder, waiting. Alina pursed her lips nervously. In the next instant, the girl threw several wide punches at the youth, trying to make it so that he would not have the opportunity to dodge. Davy's shoes slid hard on the ground as he avoided the princess attacks. He was discouraged by these many sweeping punches. The young man was delighted with the incredible onslaught of Alin, whose face even became somewhat cruel, and noted that Megatron could not cope with such a level. Davy concluded that the princess definitely becomes several times stronger with the divine sword in her hands, and in the fight with Megatron, she only lost because she took an ordinary sword. Otherwise, Megatron would have already been smashed to pieces. The fight didn't stop, blow after blow. Davy charged at Alin, who looked a little tired and lost her guard. The youth stepped back a short distance, and a heavy sigh escaped Alin's lips. Davy smiled and asked if the girl was giving up, but the only response was a grunt. The princess shouted that if she was willing to give up so easily, she wouldn't bother the young man with her visits. Alina made another attempt to attack Davy, and their swords locked together. With a look of horror and panic on her face, the princess realized that nothing was working. She clenched her jaw, letting out a strained sigh. Davy could clearly read the annoyance on her face as he fought off Alin's fierce attacks. The girl's face contorted with anger as she leaped up and raised her weapon to strike. The woman's hands held the super heavy sword firmly. Davy stared up at her with dumbfounded eyes, not moving. This impact was so strong that an explosion went off, causing the huge mountain to split apart. Davy, holding his head, was amazed at the crater left in the ground. Perkirk noticed that it was the same technique that the prince had used against the vampire Shari, and Davy was shocked since it had taken him 10 years just to imitate the technique. Alina stood in the center of the crater, her red hair fluttering in the wind. Davy clapped his hands. With outstretched arms, the prince announced the end of the fight, for these two had already caused enough confusion. Alina was not happy with this news, and she broke into a shout, demanding to continue. But when Davy poked the girl in the injured waist with a branch, she jumped up and let out a squeak. The young man stood with his arms crossed and a serious expression on his face, while Alina sank to the ground. The princess didn't want to accept the fact that she would stop without achieving anything. After all, she had spent so much effort on such a possibility. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. When Alina roared out loud, Davy stood there in utter confusion. The young man awkwardly tried to calm the sobbing princess, asking her to stop. Perkirk crossed her arms in displeasure and blamed Davy for making Alin cry. When the young man uncomprehendingly asked if the demoness thought he was guilty, she only hinted at him to be a little more lenient. Davy's brow furrowed and he sighed dejectedly, unable to find any support for his action. Alina was wiping her cheeks, which were wet with tears, when the young man approached her. Elin's hair was blown apart by the massive explosion. Davy, holding a wooden sword, ordered the stunned girl to watch carefully so as not to miss anything. Looking at the back of the prince's head, Alina still couldn't comprehend what was happening. With one hand behind his back, Davy swung the weapon. The wooden sword flashed red. The prince was demonstrating the first heavy sword technique, called beheading a giant, which caused numerous cracks in the ground. There were even scarlet sparks in some of the cracks and in the air. Davy asked if Alina had caught the gist, but Alina didn't say anything, staring at the result of the technique in fascination. The princess recalled that stream of water, because of which the girl did not even have the ability to block it, and she could only hit the same point. Alina asked the youth if the heavy sword was a technique full of weaknesses. Her face darkened as she thought about how this technique had become obsolete and unusable. Tears welled in her eyes again, and Davy held out a hand to her face. In the next second, a loud cry of pain could be heard. Alina rubbed her red forehead as the prince sternly reminded her that he had told her to watch carefully, not understanding how she had come to such conclusions about the heavy sword technique. Alina was surprised when Davy said that there was no fencing technique that was perfect for everyone. The prince added that the same applies to the sword god technique, and said that he would now slowly repeat from the very beginning the actions that Alina is missing out on. The young man swung his sword, telling the princess to concentrate. The girl's gaze was intense and attentive. Davy raised his sword, causing a deafening explosion that sent up a powerful gust of air. Alina watched the young man as he prepared to show her the next step. Davy held the sword almost motionless in his hands. The princess noticed how slow his movements were. Davy then abruptly changed his speed, jerking his weapon with lightning speed. Another explosion erupted, shattering the ground and rocks. Alina was shocked by what she saw, and Davy asked if she could now see the difference between the two blows. As Alina examined the piles of stones, she considered the young man's question. The heavy sword is a force-honed technique that can achieve destructive power with simple movements, and it is well known that its strength varies depending on the weight of the sword. Alina stood looking around the battlefield, wondering how the destructive power of two strikes could be the same. Davy smiled as the princess emotionally said that there was no way a power equal to that of the sword god technique could come out of such a slow and flexible movement. The young man was thinking that the flexible line of impact when using the heavy god sword was completely impossible. Davy tried to explain the technique to Ilan using the cart as an example, asking the girl what she needed to do to make the cart reach maximum speed. The princess replied that the force exerted on the cart would depend directly on its weight, and Davy said that the same was true for a heavy sword. Alina looked confused when Davy got into physics and asked what would happen if you controlled the speed at which the force could reach its maximum. The young man added that it might seem that the heavy sword obeys physical laws, but now they will connect mana to these laws. Alina came to a realization when Davy asked her to imagine that she could adjust the weight of the sword or its acceleration with mana. The prince looked pleased when the girl realized that depending on the level of mana proficiency, you can instantly bring the power of a heavy sword from 0 to 100 if you want to. Davy let out a sigh of relief, closing his eyes and smiling. The princess' face was still frozen in realization as the young man explained that the advantages of the heavy sword were its destructive power and simplicity, but that this technique could end up becoming terribly unstable, concentrating only on destructive power. Davy remembered the lazy old hares, who could easily change the direction of his sword no matter how hard he tried, but he was an exception. Alina stiffened when the prince asked her why the hare's sword art was suddenly all but lost. As the princess gathered her thoughts, Davy already knew that this was the natural result. Everyone was only imitating the sword god technique, so generations later they had already lost their understanding of the essence of the technique, but even in this form, it is still the most destructive. Davy, looking at Alina, who was deep in thought, concluded that it would be difficult for her to fully understand what was being said. But if she can figure out anything, then she will overcome the wall that separates her from the status of a master. Alina broke away from her thoughts and spoke. The girl said she was beginning to understand something, and Davy was glad of that. When the princess thanked Davy, he shrugged and looked away, saying that he hadn't even done anything, and the clerk on his shoulder giggled. Davy paused suddenly, looking away. When the young man told Alina that it seemed to him that something was weighing her down and urging her on, the girl could not hide her amazement. Alina tried to lie with an awkward smile about how Davy was just imagining things, but he told her in a firm voice that they had already come this far and there was no point in hiding anything. Alina fidgeted with her hair as Davy said that instead of keeping it a secret, the logical thing to do would be to talk about the problem while there was still a chance. Davy smiled warmly when Alina noticed his kindness, turning his head away awkwardly. The young man advised the girl not to expect too much, and for now he would only listen to her. Alina hesitantly suggested that the prince be her mate, and silence hung in the air as the two men stared at each other. The wooden sword fell out of Davy's hands with a clatter. This suggestion completely discouraged the young man, and Alina hurried to explain that she needed his strength. Davy, who was blushing, refused, saying that the princess of the strongest country had countless sword masters under her command who would carry out any order she gave. Holding up her hand, Alina explained that she couldn't use their help. Putting her hand to her chest, the princess added that in order to meet the requirements, you must be under 20 years old, so it would be against the rules to apply to them. Davy flushed even more as he thought about the requirements and rules that Alina had mentioned. The action is transferred to the Gallery of Heroes. In the ensemble of ancient columns, a voice was heard, surprised by the request to tell about the past. The long-haired blonde man with the braid crossed his arms over his chest and concluded with a smile that sometimes it wasn't so bad. Raising a finger, the man asked who protects the people. He walked over to Davy, who was sitting there, explaining that whoever these protectors were, they would sooner or later unite, thus creating a state, and this works without exception for all species. The main character listened thoughtfully, saying nothing, and the blonde continued his thoughts, now talking about the main guardians of the continent, protecting its inhabitants from unknown threats. The man with the sharp ears looked at the student slyly, asking if it wasn't better to get rid of threats as unobtrusively as possible. It is for this purpose that there is a knightly order called the Last Light. Apollo, the god of bows, was smugly climbing the pillar, and Davy was thinking about his mentor's surprisingly sincere story, which was also very interesting. Plunged into his memories under the starlight, the protagonist recalled that the order mentioned by Apollo in the Gallery of Heroes had other names, which meant an organization that secretly gets rid of threats to the continent. It could be said that the peace preserved after the demon queen was killed by the sword god hares was the result of these knights' activities. In addition, their duties include nurturing talented heroes such as Alina or Varys. Davy asked with a smile if Princess Palin of the Empire needed an assistant because her trial partner was missing. The girl replied seriously that it was true, adding that she had been looking for him, but to no avail, while Davy was doubtful about the idea, fearing that if he acted as a partner, they would suspect something was wrong. Alina said with annoyance that she had no other way but to find a new person for testing. The clerk on his shoulder happily noticed that everything was falling into place, and Davy, grinning, thought that recruiting a strong and influential person into a secret organization of young people with a future behind them was quite difficult. For the sake of being a member of the Knight Order, the currently confused Alina had been studying and building up her strength all this time. However, the main character still could not understand why the girl was going to such a dangerous and unprofitable business, and at this point she suggested to forget about the partnership. Looking at the guy gratefully, the girl concluded that she had already learned a lot from him, and that was enough. She turned to leave, noting that she wouldn't forget the boy's favor. Perkirk exhaled, noting that a night order fighting the unknown dangers of the world was riskier than the current circumstances. When the demoness said that she was sorry for Ilan, but she should say no, the guy silently clenched his fist. The red-haired princess turned towards the voice in mild bewilderment. Davy had a big smile on his face when he said that her offer wasn't so bad after all. At that moment, when the guy agreed, the girl was completely taken aback, not believing in what was said. The main character repeated his words, deciding to take the test together with the princess, while the clerk was displeased with indignation. Davy gave Ilan hope, promising to help in any way he could. As cumulus clouds drifted across the night sky, he noted that there was something he needed to check first. Standing in front of the girl, the main character asked if he understood correctly that the main task of the order is to hunt rare and dangerous monsters, to which he received a surprise. As Davy revealed more and more information about the secret organization, Ilan was thrown into a stupor. After that, the guy smiled maliciously, realizing that he was right about everything. The guy returned to the manor in the dead of night. He happily flopped down on the bed, noting the profit from training with the princess. Davy closed his eyes and continued to sparkle with happiness when a floating clerk leaned close to him, asking if he was sure of his decision. She gravely stated that being associated with the secret order would impose a certain responsibility on him, which he was even pleased with. He held up his index finger with a sly smile, noting that the right person hadn't shown up yet. Perkirk also tried to convey to Davy that Megatron is not even close to his other achievements, and with its completion there will be problems all over the continent. Getting up on the bed, the guy assured that not much data was collected about its creation. The main character with burning eyes plunged into dreams about the future with the perfect guardian of the lands, which the demoness immediately realized from his appearance. Tired of this conversation with her hand on her forehead, Perkirk asked if it would put the first prince's safety at risk. While Davy was thinking superficially about the chaperone's words, a blue ribbon in the shape of a child came up to him and called him daddy, causing a smile on his face. The guy said that his daughters are the strongest in the world, and therefore nothing will happen to him, poking at the rosy cheek of the girl. Davy patted her head affectionately, adding that he wasn't afraid of any threats after all that he'd been through. He turned his gaze to the silent demoness. The manor was already glowing when the main character concluded that only mythical or demonic monsters that he didn't really believe in could be dangerous. It was a new day, and the sun was shining on the bright green of the garden. And now Davy's thoughts were on Alina, who might have been confused by his flippant acceptance or just plain tired, but she hadn't shown up since the last conversation. It seems that she needed to sort out all the accumulated work. As he thought about leaving, he watched the pigeons out the window and reflected that 2 weeks was so fast and so long at the same time. Exhaling tiredly after being reminded of the meeting, the protagonist concluded that he had no time to rest. Amy was reporting to the lord at the desk in the study about some kind of brawl between two people. The maid clarified what Davy would do, to which he wearily ordered them both to be thrown into the dungeon, thinking about how the new townspeople were behaving badly towards the locals. Despite the fact that the settlers were treated well, the more people arrived in the land, the more problems appeared. Looking down at her notebook, Amy was surprised to learn that the next thing she saw was a conflict between two women about a baby. When the girl read out that they both considered him biological mothers, Davy grudgingly compared the land to Jerusalem, asking her to tell him that he would cut the child in half and give half to each of them, and whoever first refused such a decision was the real mother. Amy asked if the guy was really going to do this, to which he, holding a teapot in his hands, reassured her that it was just a joke, ordering her to contact the Alchemist Association with this problem. The maid went on to say that the merchants wanted to buy a lot of land, to which Davy pointed out that he wasn't a land agent. During the meeting, a maid came into the study. She was accompanied by Vespos, who coughed slightly to attract his master's attention, and the girl in the cap hiccuped. She couldn't help but smile after what she'd done, covering her mouth with her hands and trying to explain herself. The maid bowed to Davy, and the chief chamberlain apologized for not teaching her well. Vespos demanded that the impudent blue-haired girl be escorted out. The main character, exhaling, said that it would be superfluous. Pointing at the old man, Davy asked him not to be so categorical because of a simple laugh. He then asked if the new maidservant in front of him was Yuri. He noted with a smile that the tea was not bad, and the girl was glad that the master liked it. The girl was overjoyed, her manners forgotten, and she stared at the young man with big purple puppy dog eyes, while Vespos coughed on her to remind her of her insubordination. The girl took her leave in confusion, and Davy asked the old man in a puzzled way if he was being too hard on her, to which he replied that it was the duty of the chief chamberlain to train the servants. The guy exhaled, realizing that there was no point in arguing in this situation. A doorway. The maidservant left the study in confusion. The smile returned to her face. The girl wandered down the hall, whistling a tune, and Davy concluded that the maids were talented girls these days. The demoness looked at the protagonist questioningly. There were a lot of small glowing snowflakes floating around his nose, which he had already smelt. Remembering that he had made a contract with elementals, he enjoyed the smell of an elementalist. Davy opened his eyes slightly, still inhaling the pleasant aroma. Thinking about the servant girl with the elf ears, he concluded that it wasn't bad at all. Reaching for the stack of documents, the guy asked Amy to continue voicing the land's problems. Then there was the report from the captain of the Royal Guard, Montmaidal. Davy glanced at the documents and was glad for the shortness of time. As he whiled away the time with his own affairs, he felt that the 2 weeks agreed upon, after which he was scheduled to leave the manor, had passed faster than expected. Rainbow rays fell on the wall of the room filled with plants, and a voice announced luck. In the blue communication balloon, Gornio had told him that Imperial blood had almost been spilled on the Ordum lands, and Davy was just glad to see a familiar face after all this time. While the main character had to go through a lot to return to the Haines lands, the Baron stayed in the Rindes Empire due to the work of the Central Office of Diseases. While sitting at the magic ball, the man asked if Davy remembered that on the day when a storm of bright lightning swept through the forests of the Ordum lands, the carriage of the Rindes imperial family nearby tried to escape from an assassination attempt. What shocked Gornio was that it was the opponents who were hit by the bolts, but the guy sat there speechless, realizing that it was his technique that was being discussed. The Baron was glad that the carriage was still intact. However, due to the mercenaries' bodies being reduced to coals, there was a mess during the investigation. Davy only chuckled as he revealed his secret. He admitted that he guessed that the carriage belonged to the ruling persons, but did not know that the Emperor himself, and such a situation could easily lead to war. Gornio, breaking into a smile, confessed that he had come to the Empire just in time to treat the youngest princess. The Baron said that as soon as he was free, he planned to spread the news of the young man's achievements across the continent, which shocked not only Davy, but also the clerk sitting on his shoulder. Looking at the stacks of books behind the other person, the guy asked him not to bother. Gornio began to argue furiously, shouting from the balloon that the main character had no idea how great discoveries he had made, and Davy tried to calm him down. The guy was very embarrassed, wanting to hush it up, because he didn't need any extra attention. Silence would make it easier to ensure a quiet life in the future, but a baron who takes medicine too seriously wouldn't understand that. The man said that he was looking forward to the next meeting, disconnecting. The balloon on the pillow went out, and Davy grinned. Leaning back in his chair, he concluded that it would be noisy again for a while. A strange glow filtered through the window. Suddenly opening it, Elena appeared on the windowsill, beaming with happiness, towering over the main character. She sweetly informed the boy, who was looking up, that she had come because she had noticed that he was in the middle of a conversation. While it was still night outside, Davy's cry for the guards echoed through the manor. 2 weeks had passed since the main character's consent, and now the princess was in his office, holding his mouth and asking if he was trying to deprive her of her marriage with his trick. The girl was very flushed with embarrassment, removing her hands and indignant that the young man did not answer any of her letters during this time. Perhaps Elena felt strongly obligated, since she bombarded him with all sorts of questions about whether he needed anything. The girl gave Davy one last chance to refuse, while he pondered why it didn't matter to the princess that he wasn't doing it for her. With a smile, the guy decided to clarify whether it was possible to bring just anyone to the secret order and allow them to participate in the test. Elena noted that if that was all he was concerned about, then there was no problem. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl proudly stated that she planned to exercise her right. She explained to the uncomprehending young man that maintaining confidentiality was a fundamental principle of the last life, but the order itself preferred to maintain the organization so that each member had the right to bring one student once in a lifetime. As Davy pondered the princess' words, Perkirk pointed out that the girl was wasting such an important right on him, sarcastically asking if her shoulders ached from the burden of responsibility, to which Davy replied that it was Ilan's problem. Leaving the princess sitting on the dresser, the guy hurried away, concluding that since the question was removed, we can proceed. Holding a Rubik's Cube, Davy asked if he could bring his luggage. When the girl asked what exactly the guy wanted to take, he turned to her, puzzled. The main character with a satisfied smile said that he wants to take Megatron MK2. Shocked, Elena wondered if this was the same Golem Guardian she had fought. Davy didn't understand the reason for this surprise at all, wondering if reduction magic was a common occurrence in this world. And Perkirk concluded from her shoulder that the princess was more likely to be struck by a terrifying weapon in the form of a simple toy. Elena noticed with displeasure that in the company of the main character, Her perception patterns constantly collapse. Holding out her hand to Davy, the princess warned him that she was using a teleportation artifact and asked him to hold on tight so that there wouldn't be any problems. Out of embarrassment, the girl did not look into the eyes of the protagonist, still holding her hand outstretched. He smiled broadly when he noticed this. Davy gently took Elend's fingers, saying that it was very generous of the princess, and she indignantly asked him to stop laughing. The large window where the heroes were standing was abruptly replaced by lush vegetation. Greenish shadows fell on the ground as the pair in the circle moved to this spot. They were currently in the north of the central continent, in a bamboo grove in the north of Pandora. Alina clarified that the journey here takes a month on foot and about a week by carriage, and even overland is not easy to get here because of the barrier. And the guy was surprised to realize how far they are. As the princess calmly walked through the giant roots, she told Davy, who was walking behind her, that she was the Breakthrough Alpha in the Secret Order of Knights, responsible for detecting and eliminating threats that break out of Pandora. The guy, spreading his hands at his sides, clarified whether it was her responsibility to be in this region. Turning around, Alina explained with a smile that by becoming an official member of the Order, she would be able to freely visit other regions. She needed this right, because even for members of the imperial family, there is a restriction on visiting certain places. As Davy watched the princess walk ahead, he wondered if the right and ability to freely visit secret regions was the girl's ultimate goal. Perkirk noted with sadness that the poor girl had lost her mother to a vampire and was now desperately searching for his tracks, and Davy realized why she lost control of herself as soon as she saw the creatures of the night. The girl gravely reported that she needed to pass the test. Walking made her hair stand up, and she started talking about her duty. The guy, seeing the full picture, sadly agreed with Alina. Davy saw clawed gray feet in the shade of the foliage. The girl was shocked, and the guy concluded that they would have to deal with these guys first. The pair were slowly surrounded by a pack of wolves. These ferocious beasts coming out from the depths of the forest were mutants with several pairs of red eyes. The princess warned that even though these animals look small, their fangs and claws are very poisonous. She reached for the double-headed eagle brooch, thinking to activate the Caldera's divine sword, but Davy stopped her. He was blocking the princess' path with a serious expression as she stared at him with big yellow eyes. Alina didn't understand anything, but the guy looked pleased. Holding a cube with a powerful weapon in the form of Megatron, the young man furiously ordered not to dare take away someone else's experimental experience. As he tossed the toy to the bewildered predators, Davy mentally concluded that this was why he had come here. The cube soared into the air, turning blue. The wolves watched with apprehension as the small toy transformed into a huge metal golem that sparkled with blue lightning. The main character said that he had arrived precisely to collect combat information. With an absolute sense of superiority, he ordered Megatron Mk2 to take care of the pack of predators. As Davy watched the huge metal creature striding through the forest, noting that this was the golem's first mission, he ordered it to get rid of all the wolves. Startled, Alina put her hands to her head. A fierce battle between the golem and the monsters was taking place around her. The dumbfounded princess couldn't understand what he was looking at right now. Her eyes fell on the saw, which was doing multiple turns. At that moment, the golem finished activating the weapon, after which Davy's cannon began to mercilessly destroy the monsters. Terrifyingly loud explosions could be heard in the bamboo forest near the northern region. Alina was amazed that the main character did this in 2 weeks. In the midst of the bamboo forest, there were mountains of defeated mutant wolves. Standing next to the monsters she had studied, Alina found herself beginning to feel sorry for them. Grinning, the main character was extremely happy with the result of the chainsaw. He thought the result was incredible. Watching the battle, Davy declared that this was a different conversation. Horrified, the princess noticed that there was no sign of conversation. Pointing her finger at the terrified mutant wolves, Alina asked the protagonist to take a look at them. Pointing his hand forward, Davy ordered Megatron to kill them all. The main character wanted to collect all possible data about them. Taken aback, the princess assumed that he couldn't hear anything. Alina, exasperated, asked if Davy really needed to use such a destructive weapon like this. In the vicinity of the bamboo forest, the sound of carriage wheels could be heard. The princess froze in one position, alert. Surprised, Davy asked if she was all right. The main character tried to find out if something was wrong with the princess. Folding her hands, Alina said that wasn't the point. The enraged princess couldn't figure out what kind of golem it was that was capable of becoming a carriage, as well as expanding the interior space. Turning into a carriage, the golem froze, waiting for further action. At a loss, Alina asked about the price Davy had spent on the golem. Taken aback, the main character noted that you cannot skimp on your hobbies, after which, the princess began to observe him closely. This prince has clearly made a fortune, Perkirk said. Hovering next to Davy, Von Pollen thought that was what Alina's eyes said. A part of the bamboo forest could be seen from the carriage window. While in his thoughts, Davy guessed that if he ordered all of these from the magic tower, the price would really be sky high. After that, he told me that all this stuff was of his own production, which is why it was not so expensive for him. In the air, a stream of mana could be seen spreading everywhere. Looking out the window, Perserk noticed that the flow of mana in this forest was in complete disarray. Putting her hands to her head, Von Pollen said that the deeper they went into the forest, the worse it got for her. Turning to the princess, the main character asked if it was a barrier that is located in the area. Heavy knocks could be heard from the carriage wheels. Leaning on the door, Elena informed him that it was so. The princess reported that in order to hide the base of the breakthrough alpha, a barrier was erected in this forest to prevent detection. She stated that this is the reason why it is difficult to feel the environment there. Taken aback, Elena said that Davy couldn't imagine how confused she was when she first went there. At that moment, she couldn't figure out where the noise was coming from. Looking out of the window, the princess asked what Davy thought about it. She was wondering if the flow of mana in the forest was different from that outside of it. Grinning, the protagonist noted that Elena looked pleased. Leaning on the seat, the princess said that she only found out about this after joining the order. Elena explained that most of the last light groups, including Alpha, erect similar barriers near their bases. She guessed that the Alpha breakthrough barrier covered most of the forest. Hearing this, Davy was lost in thought. After which, he asked about how the members of the order were. Trying to remove something from her hand, Elena said that they do it with this. There was a piece of jewelry on her arm. Surprised, the protagonist asked if she was talking about the ring. At that moment, their path was shrouded by many trees, their leaves blocking out the sunlight. The princess reported that it was an artifact that protects against the impact of the barrier. She pointed out that she didn't know much about magic, revealing rumors that the ring protected the wearer with a special wave. Looking at the ring, Davy found it rather unusual. Elena said that mentors give these rings to their students when they join the order. Surprised, the protagonist asked her again. Above Davy's carriage, in the air, was a man who was watching her intently. The princess noted that we are talking about senior members of the order. Elena said that the last light has a rather peculiar approach to managing an organization. Folding her hands, the princess said that they recruit talented people as children and then raise them, noting that she joined a little late. Suddenly, there was a loud crash outside the carriage, after which, the carriage sank into a huge pit. The two men standing nearby froze in one position. After getting out of the carriage, Elena reported that she was in pain. Putting her hand to her head, she wondered what it was. A man standing on a stone platform, looking at the princess, ordered her to leave. With a serious expression, he turned to Elena. The princess was startled to see Shio standing in front of her. The angry princess asked him what he was doing. Shio stated that he was eliminating the intruder. Folding his hands, he asked her what she was thinking when she brought the stranger here. Furious, Elena noted that Davy was with her. Then he asked if it gave Shio the authority to do such a thing. Taken aback, the main character tried to address the princess. Looking at the enraged Elena, Shio informed her that she had no right to ask him such questions. He said that right now the princess is violating the rules, for violation of which the appropriate punishment is due. Turning towards Shio, the boy reported that there was no one else in the area. Folding his hands, Shio noted that fortunately, Elena wasn't that stupid. He informed the princess that if she had brought anyone else here, they would have executed her on the spot. Enraged, Elena ordered him not to make her laugh. Grabbing her sword, she wondered who he was to punish fellow order members. As he prepared to attack, Shio stated that it was all for the sake of breaking Alpha. The princess' sacred sword was emitting a powerful flow of mana. Elena thought he was overstepping his authority. She informed him that if Shio didn't back down, she would make him pay. The boy's eyes were filled with anger, but suddenly, a bird rose above Shio and alerted them to something. After looking at him, the guy informed about the order received. He told Shio that they were told to go back and bring Elena with the civilian. Turning around, Shio declared that the princess was lucky. Annoyed, the princess apologized to Davy, noting that she did not think that everything would turn out this way. Putting his hand on the head of the princess, the main character said that she tried. When Davy landed on a stone hill, he remarked that it was a spectacular encounter, calling Shio a sinister person. Hearing this, he fell into a stupor. With a smirk, the protagonist stated that Shio needed to be careful since there wouldn't be a next time. Immediately, the soldier's face was shrouded in intense anger. He put his hand on Shio's shoulder and asked him to stop. Wary, he asked him not to forget himself. The boy pointed out that they hadn't joined the order to cross swords with anyone. The man who was leaving Davy was whistling a tune. Above the bamboo forest, the same bird continued to circle. Outside the forest, a part of the palace could be seen. Evening was gradually falling on the city street. As Davy surveyed the surrounding area, he noticed the stunning views sitting on Davy's head. Perkirk said she wanted something like this. The main character noted that despite the fact that the building looks old, it is clearly carefully cared for. Overjoyed, Von Pollen told him that it was a building of architecture from the time when she was alive. Bright sun rays were reflected from the walls of the palace. Turning around, Alina froze in one position. Raising her hand, she said that she would take Davy back to the dorm and report back later. Clenching his hand into a fist, Shio announced that the princess would go with him. Alert, he asked Trev to take Davy to the most remote dorm. Shio ordered him to make sure that the main character stayed under lock and key until the verdict was passed. Trev held out his hand and asked Davy to lend him his hands. Mysterious streams of mana emanated from subordinate Shio's hand. Seeing the shackles on his hands while in his thoughts, Davy assumed it was an illusion. Alina, flustered, turned to Davy. Smiling, the main character asked her not to worry as everything was fine. Fear covered the princess' face. Davy grinned and froze in place. Opening the door to the room, Trev asked the main character to come in. He glanced at Davy, who had just crouched down, and said he'd better sit there quietly. He noted that he would prefer to refrain from using force. Davy's face broke into a small smile. Standing at the exit of the room, Trev said that he did not say this to intimidate, but he could kill the main character with just one word. After which, he asked him not to worry. Alarmed, Trev said that he would not use such a thing against humans without reason. Davy leaned back on the pillow and said that he was already looking forward to it. Lying on the bed, he thought about the fact that this was someone with unique skills. Stretching out his hand to the side, the man said that if you talk to Davy's past life, it will be people with some kind of superpowers. After that, he noted that it was difficult to call them people. Pointing to the image of the dragon, Musaich China noted that they did not originate from humans. Trev sat down in a chair and froze. Turning his gaze downwards, he was lost in his own thoughts. Sounds came from Davy's darkness. As he approached the main character, Shio ordered them to follow him. Wary, he announced that Davy's mentors were waiting for him. Then, the guys arrived at the main building of the palace where negotiations were held. Looking at the faces of the mentors, the protagonist assumed that they were all at the master level and above in terms of skill level. Looking at Alina, one of the mentors reported a second check. Folding his hands, the man claimed that the princess had broken her vow not to bring an outsider to the headquarters without permission, then asking if she admits it. In desperation, Alina tried to object. Interrupting her, the man ordered her to answer a strictly posed question. The princess's face was filled with anger. Standing in front of the mentors, Alina informed them that this was so. Sitting on the sofa, the woman stated that members of the Night Order should be held accountable for their actions, regardless of their status. Next, she asked if the princess recognized what it was. Alina completely agreed with her words. Folding his hands, the stranger noted that in that case, they had nothing more to discuss here. He thought the princess should be disciplined and they would erase Davy's memory. The stranger said that if you resist, you will be executed on the spot. Placing her hands on the wooden counter, the princess asked for the floor. Turning to the mentors, she noted the absolute fact that the rules forbid bringing strangers. After which, she asked if Davy wasn't an outsider. Glancing at the shackled protagonist, the mentor asked what she was talking about. Alina blocked Davy's path and informed him that he had joined the order. The princess stated that she wanted to exercise her right. Sitting on the sofa, the woman said that this privilege is given to each member of the order only once. She wondered if Alina was willing to spend such a valuable right on this person. Turning to her, the princess informed her that this was why she had brought Davy here. Clenching her hands into a fist, the princess said that the mentors were going to disqualify her from the test. Alina was encouraged and noted that she was going to pass it at any cost. The mentor said that the whereabouts of the princess partner are still being investigated. He thought it was too frivolous. The crowds of Secret Order members standing on the floors above were watching the entire scene. Alina noted that her decision was carefully considered. Looking behind the flustered princess, the woman focused her attention on the fact that she was still a student. She couldn't understand who or what Alina could teach. Leaning on the wooden counter, the princess declared that it didn't matter anymore. Turning to Celia, the princess said that it was important that she used her right and that Davy met the requirements. With a serious expression, the princess noted that she knew why her mentor was so wary. Alina told me that the reason for the existence of a breakthrough alpha is to protect humanity, which is why this whole situation was wrong. Shio's face was filled with rage. Outraged, he ordered the princess to watch her tongue. He stated that they couldn't just accept an unfamiliar worm by taking Alina's words for granted. Turning to him, the princess noted that it was no longer up to him to decide. She asked Howl not to be so presumptuous. Enraged, Shio turned to his mentor and said that all this was utter nonsense. Raising his hand, Howl noted that Alin's words seemed logical at first glance, but she made 2 mistakes. After paying attention to Shio whole, the mentor stated that he wasn't allowed to speak. Shio didn't think even they could know if Davy had any sense of duty. After which, Howl noted that they also don't know if the main character has talents or special abilities. The enraged mentor turned back to Shio. Looking at the shackled Davy, Howl stated that he didn't feel any mana at all. Shio said that according to the rules, only those whose abilities have been tested by at least 2 mentors can join the order. Startled, Davy froze in place. And this guy, no matter how you look at it, is just an ordinary person, no more, no less, Howl continued. Outraged, Shio suggested that the main character might be a spy sent to investigate the breakout area. After which, a powerful explosion rang out in the conference hall. After crossing swords with Shio, Alina stated that just because he has a tongue doesn't mean he should use it. The indignant princess remarked that even though he annoyed her, he couldn't let him die as a fellow disciple and asked him to shut up. Grinning, Howl asked if Alina really thought she could stab him. Enraged, Alina ordered him not to infuriate her. Standing on alert, the princess asked if Shio thought he was so special because he was blessed with mana. Alina noted that Howl had made a mistake from the start. With a serious expression on her face, the princess said that she had never said that she would cut him. Her eyes fell on Davy, who smiled. Seeing this, Shio fell into a stupor. His angry mentor ordered him to keep quiet. Hearing this, the guys were taken aback. Leaning on the wooden partition, Celia reported what they were discussing to Alina and Shio. She stated that if they stir up trouble again, they would chase them away. The enraged princess froze in one position. Hovering next to Davy, Perkirk noticed that he was surprisingly patient. Grinning, the main character said that to go to the main course, you need to wait until it is served. Putting a hand to his chin, Fridos guessed that Shio's judgment might be correct. Looking at Davy, he noticed that they didn't know anything about his abilities. Fridos reported that the main character's mana is at least average or below level. Davy smiled faintly at this. Fridos glanced at Alina and asked if she had anything to say about that. Putting his hand to his chest, Depalin said that it guarantees the incredible strength of the main character. Grinning, Fridos asked if she was judging by her own standards. Outraged, Alina turned to her mentor. Fridos noted that, as Shio Hole had said, they didn't see any potential in Davy. The mentor suggested that the main character also does not have a sense of duty. Hearing this, the princess fell into a stupor, after which, Fridos stated that Depalin's request should be refused. The enraged princess clenched her fist. After saying that, the mentor offered to end their meeting, but suddenly Davy raised his hand. A little taken aback, the main character asked them to wait. With a grin, Davy suggested that they get the problem sorted out properly. Trev folded his hands, lost in his own thoughts. The main character noted that first of all, he does not know what is going on here, after which he added that he has no idea what their mission is. Enraged, Shio ordered Davy to watch his tongue. Celia, sitting on the couch, ordered him to stop. Glancing at the main character, she noted that he was right to ask him to continue. Leaning against the wooden counter, Davy wondered how a novice would know about the ultimate purpose of a secret organization whose headquarters were hidden in such a secret location. Then, with a grin, the protagonist suggested that deep down, they want their self-sacrifice to be known to the world. Enraged, Shio called him a pathetic worm. Howl couldn't understand how the main character dared to insult the Night Order. After interrupting him, Celia ordered him to watch his words. Taken aback, Alina put her hand to her head. She thought that the main character only made things worse. Folding his hands, Davy suggested that they usually recruit children with good potential rather than already developed skills, asking if he was right. Putting her hand on her knee, Celia asked if she understood correctly that the main character was saying that he was suitable for this criterion. After which, she asked herself a question that affected her sense of duty in this situation. Davy smiled and said that if Breakthrough Alpha had a noble goal in mind, that feeling would come naturally. Laughing, Sir Boris said that was exactly what it was. Celia was taken aback when she saw this. Leaning on the chair, Telman asked the name of the main character, after which, Davy introduced himself. Grinning, Boris asked if the main character was confident enough that he was talented enough to join Breakthrough Alphas. Davy couldn't see the point of repeating the same thing 100 times. Closing his eyes, the main character expressed the hope that the representatives of the Breakthrough Alpha are not so stupid as to judge the potential only by the amount of mana. Looking at the crowd of dumbfounded members of the Order, Davy said that he still harbored certain hopes and that he did not want to be disappointed because these were just his illusions. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that now he is sincere. A memory of Apollo telling him something popped up in his head. Davy was very impressed by Apollo's stories about the last light when he was in the gallery. The main character believed that it was for this reason that his attitude towards the secret Night Order in absentia was very positive. Taken aback, Boris said that he admits their guilt. He glanced at Davy and asked him to demonstrate how talented he was. Grinning, the main character froze in one position. Putting his hand to his head, Davy noted that if people like Shio, who died were considered talented. Judging a book only by its cover, then a direct comparison between the two of them would give a clear answer. Howl, hearing this, was filled with rage, after which the main character appeared in front of his opponent. Taking out the magic item, Shio informed him that his mentors had ordered him not to go too far, noting that Davy should not expect mercy from him. Surprised, the main character talked about a wand that indicated that Howl was blessed. Davy was very impressed. Taken aback, Berserk wondered about the main character's information verification skill. Overjoyed, Davy said spoilers are fun. Von Pollen fell into a stupor when she heard this. Many members of the Secret Order were waiting for the duel. A girl came up to Alina and asked if everything was going to be alright. She reported that if Davy's mana was really weak, it would be at the level of an ordinary layman. The girl noted that even if the main character is confident in his abilities. Taken aback, the princess said that everything was fine, thanking him for his concern. Looking at Davy, who was ready to fight, Alina noticed that she was more concerned about what he was going to do now. Shio stated that he would let the main character start. Cautiously, Howl noted that he didn't know what a guy without a drop of mana could show them by asking him to go all out. Grinning, Davy took out his cube-sealed golem. Powerful streams of mana radiated from the cube as it fell to the floor. After completing his transformation, Megatron froze in one position. Moving behind Davy, he waited for further instructions. Startled, Shio asked if it was a golem. Howl noted that just as he had said earlier, the main character's mana was weak, and he was shocked that he was relying on a pile of metal and such tricks. Grinning, Davy ordered Megatron to accept the order, asking him to get out a saw. After which, the golem reported accepting the order. Startled, Alina froze in one position. With a malicious smile on his face, the protagonist asked if Shio would like to cool down and chat for a while. The terrified princess reported that despite Davy's actions, he was not allowed to kill. With unimaginable speed, Megatron charged in. His powerful thrust sent torrents of wind that fluttered Alina's hair. The dumbfounded princess fell into a stupor. As Howl prepared to attack, a great deal of excitement enveloped him. Sacred mana was radiating from his wand. After pointing it towards Davy, Shio used light. A lot of magic projectiles immediately flew at the main character. Davy was baffled when he saw them. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on the main character's face. With lightning speed, Megatron blocked all the projectiles flying towards Davy with his body. Putting his hands on his side, the protagonist noted that he was struck by Shio's command of just one word. Looking at the terrified Howl, he wondered what the mana-blessed protagonist thought was very cool. Putting his hand to his face, Shio couldn't understand what Davy was saying. Concentrating, Howl held out his wand and prepared to attack. Those blessed with mana are extremely valuable mages. It usually takes a very long spell to cast magic, but they are a special case. The gemstone in Howl's wand was shrouded in a lot of sun glare. Those blessed with mana can cast spells of a halved form. In other words, casting is simplified without any additional effort. After preparing to attack, Shio used the frost technique. Moreover, since such a mage is synchronized with the So's mana at a certain level, his spells are more than twice as effective. Somewhat similar to the state of assimilation, when you can sense even the faintest mana flows and can resonate with it. Looking up, Davy noted that in his experience, Howl was a cut above the closet mages of the magic towers. Putting her hand to her cheek, Berserk wondered if Shio Yulli's was any weaker. Taken aback, the main character reported that it would be very unfortunate if he were better than the Elder. The chainsaw that was attached to Megatron was making loud noises. Watching the fight, Davy noted that exposure to cold slows down the response of the automatic protection system. He believed that he needed to address its effectiveness. After making a note in the notebook, the main character said that at best the engine is good, but the power distribution suffers. Shio froze in an agitated position. Angered, he wondered why the main character was so calm. With a wave of his wand, Howl cast Crash. Drawing a projectile from the magic circle, Shio activated the ice necklace. As he continued to write, Davy asked a question that concerned the golem's defense test. Pointing at Howl, the protagonist ordered Megatron to make a moderate attack. Overflowing with magical power, the golem reported the completion of its target capture. When Megatron got his bearings, he announced a counterattack. Shio was startled into a stupor, after which, the golem charged at him again. Many ice blocks appeared on Megatron's body. The golem's chainsaw struggled to cut through the newly formed ice. Enraged, Shio called him insane. Falling to the floor, Howl claimed that the golem had tried to kill him. Looking at him, Davy asked him not to be a weakling. The main character asked if Howl behaves like this during a life and death battle with the enemy. The agitated girl turned to Boris and asked if they should stop them. Dumbfounded, the girl declared that this golem was extremely strong. Looking at the ice-bound Megatron, she said that she couldn't even figure out if it really was a golem. The girl asked what kind of unheard of weapon it was, after which Boris asked them to calm down. Inspired, the guy said that this is very strong. Turning to Alina, he asked if Davy was some famous golem mage. Hearing this, the princess fell into a stupor. Being in her thoughts, Elena noted that the main character is a monster who, if he wanted to, could not leave a stone unturned here just in the process of playing with dolls. Looking at Megatron, she stated that the problem was the doll, which was a complete anomaly. When the princess tried to answer him, she was a little taken aback. Folding his hands, Fritos noticed that the golem in front of them was indeed quite good. He believed that the movements were very different from those of ordinary golems. Agreeing, Celia added that considering how little mana he had, if Davy became a golem mage, he would be able to control them even with a small reserve. Watching the main character, the mentor noticed that he relies too much on the golem while remaining defenseless. She thought this was evidence of a clear lack of experience. Fritos was sure that there was no place to gain experience in this age. Folding his hands, Boris suggested that this problem could be solved with proper training. Telman believed that the ability to create and control golems certainly deserves a pass. Looking at Davy, Boris noted that if he wasn't training, he could be of great help and support in scouting. In her thoughts, Elena was sure that this misunderstanding was taking too long. Megatron couldn't move, frozen by the ice. Celia noticed him and assumed he was finished. Fritos believed that the golem mage hadn't considered the state of the golem itself, which should be nothing more than the mage's hands and feet. From the ice blocks, Megatron's machinery could be heard grinding. Looking at Shio, who landed on the floor, Celia said that the golem really deserves to be admired. At the tip of his weapon, the remnants of mana could be seen. After which, the mentor noted that Howl had found a strategy. Trying to catch his breath, Shio froze in one position. Looking at the block of ice that enveloped the golem, Celia estimated that Howl was gradually freezing the joint parts of the golem. She noted that no matter how versatile the golem was, it was useless when frozen from the inside out. The mentor was sure that this was the reason why one had to be especially careful with ice magic. Looking at the pleased Shio, Celia noticed that he carefully concealed his tactics. The mentor thought that this was a commendable skill, which consisted of orientation on the battlefield. Grinning, Howl declared that Davy's golem had finally calmed down. He believed that the protagonist's Megatron wouldn't be able to move anymore. Holding the ice shell in his hand, Shio informed Davy that he could take his time and write everything down carefully. Looking at the main character, he stated that this was the difference in strength between him and someone who only had golems. Climbing up the wooden partition, Davy said he didn't even know if it was worth checking out. Putting a piece of board on his shoulder, the main character froze in one position. Chuckling, Shio noticed that the main character remained arrogant until the end. Rushing to Davy's side, Howl declared that victory would only come when he finally overwhelmed him. After which, the main character prepared for a retaliatory attack. The boys' swords clashed in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Shio's cannon destroyed Davy's stick. After a lightning-fast lunge, Howl froze, waiting for further action. A piece of the main character's board hung in the air, completely wrapped in ice. Next, Davy decided to take a look at the rest of his weapons. Suddenly, Howl was behind him, ready to strike. Taking Elena by the hand, the frightened woman said that he should be stopped. While watching the duel, the princess asked who she was talking about. The agitated woman reported that she was talking about. With unimaginable speed, the protagonist managed to parry Howl's powerful lunge. Seeing this, Shio fell into a stupor. Grinning, Davy ordered him to attack. The sword in Howl's hand began to shake. With a tremendous amount of power, the protagonist slapped Shio across the face. There were sparks of light in his eyes. Grinning, Davy asked if something was wrong. After which, he struck Howl's head again. A part of the wooden board that the main character was carrying flew off from his head. Taken aback, Davy put his hand to his head because of the unpleasant pain. Looking at Howl, who was defeated, the main character asked if he had won. The shocked members of the secret guild said that this was unthinkable. Looking at Shio lying on the floor, Elena reported deja vu. The woman asked if she had said anything. While in her thoughts, the princess noted that she had seen this scene somewhere before. Seeing the way Davy stood up after the fight ended, Fritos noted the improbability of what he saw. Folding his hands, he wondered if he was lucky. Fritos thought it was better that way. Boris, who was standing next to him, laughed hard. After that, Telman told about a saying that says that luck is also a skill. Directing his gaze in Davy's direction, Boris stated that a promise was a promise, adding that he recognized Davy's skills. Thelman assumed that Shio Hole was lazy and training. Enraged, Shio tried to stand up. Thelman hoped that Howl had learned his lesson and would now attend more classes. Outraged, Shio declared that it was pointless. Pointing a finger at Davy, Howl asked if they could see his level of swordsmanship. Shio was sure that the main character had won because of the golem's power, adding something that he couldn't understand at all. Angry, Elena said Howl was being terrible, after which she asked if the person who created it had forgotten. Enraged, the princess noted that the golem lords were providing support from the rear. In disbelief, Elena asked if Shio thought that the appearance of the golem lord on the battlefield was already unfair. She thought that Howl should have fought only the golem properly. Glancing at Shio's indignant expression, Alina guessed that he had decided to use Davy as bait to buy time at the first sign of danger. Fritos clapped his hands and ordered them to stop. Folding his hands, he declared that Alina was right. Leaning against the wooden partition, Fritos asked what the 8th clause of the fortified alpha rules stated. Taken aback, Shio said that it says that knights should always try their best and learn to accept both victories and defeats. Enraged, Fritos ordered him to stop acting like this if he knew it. Alina turned to Davy, who came up and praised him for the work he had done. Looking at the main character, Howl said that he was just lucky. Enraged, Shio noted that Davy would have been a corpse if it wasn't for his luck. The princess scoffed as she chased Howl away. Putting her hand to her head, Alina noticed that Shio was not smart, asking why Davy was acting the same way. I would have pretended to be a good girl, but no, I had to make fun of it. The princess continued indignantly. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she had said anything. The princess's face was filled with bewilderment. In her thoughts, Alina assumed that he was pretending to be ignorant. Thinking further, the princess noted that if she didn't know him personally, she would have thought it was just luck. Frozen in one position, Alina revealed that she only saw her for a second. A memory of the duel between Davy and Shio popped up in her mind. The princess thought of the creepy grin on the main character's face. An image of Davy's terrifying face appeared in her mind. Putting her hands behind her back, Alina noticed that now everything was clear and understandable. The princess was wondering how the meeting was going about her position. Turning to the main character, she waited for his answer. Turning around, Davy noted that he didn't think there would be any problems with that. Sacred Sword stated that he was a vile person who could completely destroy his opponent even by concealing his powers. Taken aback, the princess said that Davy was not evil, but his actions were akin to the devil. Looking at the piece of wood, Alina noticed that swordsmanship had no ranks, but it was the worst act of swordsmanship. In one of the rooms of the palace, a lamp shrouded in a flood of mana could be seen. Boris reported that 7 were in favor and 3 were against. Talman noted that he also gave his consent. He folded his hands and said that they had decided to recognize Davy as part of the order as a result of the meeting. Boris found it absurd to demand any skills from the Golem Lord. Talman noted that despite this, the main character fought well. Boris set down his glass and greeted Davy with the order. Looking at the glass, the main character assumed that it was an unusual alcohol. The alcohol in the glass glinted off the light. Davy reported the ban. Laughing, Thelman noted that the main character is an alchemist, which is why he was not surprised by this. Looking at the main character, Boris said that he was very smart. Afterward, he asked if Davy had heard anything from Alina. Smiling, the main character said that it was just his guess. While deep in his thoughts, Davy revealed that there were traces of mana left inside the glass. Folding his hands, Thelman noted that the princess had brought a good person to them. After that, Boris said that it is very important to take someone who is on the same level or even higher as him as an apprentice. Suddenly, he saw Davy empty his glass of alcohol. Surprised, Thelman noted that the main character drank without even asking what was there. Davy said it didn't taste any different. Wiping the remnants from his face, the main character said that someone had to feel the ground. Perched on his shoulder, Perk noticed that Davy's tongue was hanging loose. While in his thoughts, the main character reported that the ban will not affect a mage who has reached the level of assimilation in any way. After asking for forgiveness, Davy stated that nothing would happen to him even if he drank it. Looking at the empty glass, Boris said that in this case, he needs to confirm everything. Turning his gaze to Davy, Thelman asked if he bowed to keep the secrets of the fortified alpha. Grinning, the protagonist asked if that was why he was drinking. Boris stated that this is so. Davy smiled and said he was here to help a friend, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested in the last moment. The main character stated that to be more precise, it was in the demonic spirits of monsters. Surprised, Boris noted that he had the feeling Davy knew about the fortified alpha. Continuing to think, the main character felt that Thelman had more than just a feeling. As Boris placed the magic item on the table, he was glad that it wasn't a lie. Thelman told him that this is an artifact that recognizes lies. Picking it up, the main character began to carefully examine it. Grinning, Boris noted that there was no need to worry about Davy's safety anymore. After that, Thelman suggested that we finish for today. It was deep into the night on the city street. Boris said that starting tomorrow, the main character needs to follow the student Alina in everything. A small flock of birds flew over the morning sky. The princess went to Davy and asked him to take it. Alina said that now it will not be affected in any way by the barrier in the forest or teleportation magic. With an interested look, the main character began to study the ring in every possible way. The princess noted that he would have to return it, which is why he needs to be more careful. Davy glanced at Alina and asked if their rings were similar. Putting her hands on her side, the princess stated that it was, but his ring was of a lower rank. Alina noted that if the main character wants to become an official member, then he will have to get approval from his superiors, adding that this is not so difficult. Delighted, the princess announced that she had received a fake assistant. Taken aback, Davy asked what would happen if he decided to leave. Frustrated, Alina asked if he wanted to do it now. Putting her hands on his shoulders, the angry princess asked him if he would do that. Davy, taken aback, said she was annoying. Calming down, Alina put her hand to her forehead. Pointing a finger to the side, the princess informed them that they had to go. The teacher said that the sooner you start training, the better, Alina added. After hearing this, the main character was confused. Glancing at Davy, who looked surprised, the princess informed him that all the students were going through regular comprehensive training sessions. Alina noted that this was one of the reasons why she returned. The main character was amazed that in the outside world, the princess is doing her duty and here she is training. Smiling, Alina explained that the basics are taught by special teachers, and complex training is a practical form of training that promotes overall group cooperation and sustainability. In his thoughts, Davy noted that she was indeed a diligent princess. Putting his hands on his side, the main character said that it sounds interesting. Closing her eyes, Alina said that the training is not difficult, but to achieve your goals, you really need to go through it. Looking around the guild, the princess noticed that everyone was friendly. Alina stated that she could safely give up her status as a member of the imperial family and live here. Davy was frozen in place, lost in thought. Turning around, the princess was taken aback. Her gaze fell on the main character, who stood rooted to the spot. Davy smiled and asked her to go first. Hearing this, the princess fell into a stupor. The main character said that he would soon catch up with her. Surprised, Alina agreed with him. Turning around, the princess asked him not to be late. Davy, who was smiling, started waving at the princess as she walked away. The main character's back was shrouded in mysterious mana. Its streams spread throughout the county. As Davy turned around, he heard someone saying that with just a golem, it was dangerous. After that, the main character leaned against the wall that separated him from the talking mentors. Perkirk turned excitedly to Davy. Putting his finger to his mouth, the protagonist asked her to be quiet. Looking at the wary mentors, he suggested that she listen to them for a while. After finishing his surveillance, Davy headed towards the warming up Alina. Noticing him, the princess noticed that he had arrived just in time. The enraged Holy Sword asked where he was. Grinning, the protagonist remarked that it didn't matter. Alina glanced at him and asked about the strange expression on his face. Turning around, Davy wondered if something had happened to him. From what she saw, the princess fell into a stupor. Putting his hands on his side, the main character asked why she got up, suggesting that she go to the training session. Taken aback, Holy Sword noticed that Davy looked like a villain plotting something. Looking at the main character, Alina wondered about what had happened. Holding out his hand, Frido stated that based on the efficiency and quality of Davy's golems, he had a promising future ahead of him. Turning to Celia, he asked her if she thought something was wrong. The mentor reported that when the main character was fighting Shio, his movements were at best like a beginner's. Boris put his hand to his chin and said that it would be dangerous for Davy to accompany Alina on a practice test in this state. Next to them, Celia informed them that Davy needed more proper training. She stated that at least to continue, the main character needs to learn how to fight monsters. Hovering next to Davy, Perkirk was surprised at what they were talking about. While in his thoughts, the protagonist noted that by humiliating Shio, he only lost the teacher's faith in him and not the other way around. Watching the training ground, Boris said Davy was very ambitious. Continuing to think, the protagonist assumed that they didn't understand what effect a golem mage could have on a huge battle. Once he was ready for practice, Davy decided that he had no choice but to show them. Grinning, the main character noted that this time he would be more tactful and show them everything clearly. Davy's strong laughter could be heard on the training field. Taken aback, Alina said that today he was a little scary. The girl's surprised cry could be heard on the training ground. A girl stuck to the ground asked Lindsay to help her. When she tried to stand up, she noticed that it was very sticky. Looking around, she couldn't figure out where the thing had come from in the first place. In the vast expanse of the bamboo forest, the endless explosions once again resumed. Alina came running and said that regardless of the situation, this golem is very dangerous. Outraged, the princess said she couldn't take it anymore. Alina said that as soon as the training session was over, she would immediately destroy it. She was sure that the outside world should never see it. Standing in front of the golem, Davy noted that if the princess could do it, then please. Grinning, the main character declared an easy victory. Davy reported that even though the enemy was new, he made minimal effort. The joyful protagonist noted that he could still see the surprised faces of these old teachers. An image of his mentors looking at his construction in shock appeared in his mind. The main character believed that they would no longer be able to say that it was doubtful. Alina said that she felt sorry for the students who became scapegoats. Watching the multiple volleys, Davy suggested that the princess concentrate. He informed her that there was a squad that was trying to escape for 2 hours. After which, Alina accepted his order. Being in his thoughts, the main character stated that a true alchemist can control the situation from the outside. Davy noted that despite the speed, it was efficient and stable. He believed that this was how alchemists fought. The main character suggested that she call it a great experience. All over the area, residual clouds of smoke could be seen from the golem's volleys. The princess asked them to stop as the training session was over. A large bird was circling above the secret guild palace. After entering inside, the main character slowly walked forward. Putting his hands to his hips, Davy thought of the saying that rolling stone replaces lying stone. Continuing to think, the main character noted that this time he did not just change, but completely destroyed the old stone. Davy grinned and said that sparks were flying from Alina. The main character understood that for the sake of their common interests, they would have to endure such a massacre. Annoyed, the princess noted that this was a routine exercise. She couldn't understand why Davy had to go so far. Putting his hands to his head, the main character thought that it was necessary to do this in order to collect data for Megatron. Alina believed that everything could have been done better. Davy reported that he had already achieved his goal. His gaze fell on the angry disciples of the secret guild. The main character told me that because of this, many students became very jealous. Davy noted that apart from the conversation and the money, he didn't really care. Suddenly, he saw a hand raised high. Overjoyed, the woman began to call the guys to her. The main character said that unlike his expectations, not everyone behaved like this. The princess' gaze fell on the joyous Lindsay Pale. Paula noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Holding Alina's hands, Lindsay asked about the situation in the outside world. Paula said that the princess brought along an amazing partner. Turning to the main character, she asked for his name. Davy smiled and introduced himself. Paula said she was happy to meet him. After that, she introduced the main character to the twins, whose names were Sure Renda and Fender Renda. Shire waved when she saw Davy. Pointing a finger at the guy who was about to start eating, Lindsay said his name was Heg. We're the same age, so is it okay for me to speak so informally? Paula asked. Davy said she could do whatever she wanted if she liked it that way. Next, she asked the main character to sit down with them. Perched on his shoulder, Von Pollen noticed that she was very sociable. Perkirk guessed that Lindsay didn't work out much during her training sessions. Looking at Alina, who was taken aback, Paula said that Alina wasn't in too much of a hurry. The princess explained that she didn't have much to do in the outside world, and especially in the Haines lands. Paula noted that Alina was a knight-errant after all. Lindsay glanced at Davy and guessed that he was also a knight-errant. Hearing this, the main character fell into a stupor. With a smile, Heg told him that it referred to knights who made connections in the world. He reported that knights-errant gather information and bring supplies while traveling in the outside world. A coat of arms that represented knights-errant appeared in Heg's mind. He noted that at the same time, knights who are cut off from the outside world in order to protect and equip both this place and controlled territories are called fixed knights. Renda said that was what she wanted to explain. Turning to Davy, she asked him what he did in the outside world. Sure believed that because the main character had a surname, he was a nobleman. After which, she asked if he was of royal blood. Grinning, Alina noted that despite Davy's appearance, he was a prince, adding that he was also a lord. Delighted, Renda said that she would never have thought that she would see the prince in person. Calling Davy amazing, Shire asked if he made the golem himself. She said that the main character would not be able to imagine her surprise when those magic projectiles fell out of nowhere. Sitting at the dinner table, Davy thought about what he'd done in training and wondered why she hadn't already grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Watching the students' conversation, the main character noted that she just accepted it and honestly recognized the power to its full extent. A girl standing next to him called the students weirdos. Hearing this, Alina was taken aback. Grinning, the girl asked if she thought Davy shouldn't stare like that. A student sitting next to her noticed that she was even a little scared. Picking up her fork, she said it was still nicer here than anywhere else. The girl completely agreed with her words. Hearing this, Shio's face became extremely angry. Alina leaned her elbows on the table and said that Howl was a solid knight to the core. She thought that was why he didn't like people who were knights errant. The princess noted that this is why there are no feuds between the fixed and the wandering. Outraged, Davy said it was all weird. A huge lamp glowed over the dining table. Alina told him that the reason why the Lion Force Alpha still exists as a part of the last moment is because there are two realms. The princess wondered if they really didn't understand this. Alina believed that even racism implies some kind of logic. Grinning, the main character noted the accuracy of this analogy. Beside her, Frendir suggested that they liked to whisper. Elated, Lindsay declared that something was definitely going on between them. Grinning, she noted that Alina had never talked about Davy before. After glancing at the princess, Lindsay asked about their relationship. Hearing this, Alina was very embarrassed. Surprised, the main character wondered why the princess was looking at him like that. When Lindsay asked what the relationship was between Davy and Eileen, the two of them looked perplexed as they sat on adjacent chairs. While the princess was gathering her thoughts, the guy was already thinking in his mind that their first meeting had ended with his victory in the Principality of Felstein, after which the enraged girl followed him, wanting to punish him. Thinking about the answer, Elena became covered in drops of sweat. Satisfied, Davy was still hovering in his thoughts, and Purser coughed displeasantly, trying to bring him out of this state. The princess timidly began her answer, overcome with excitement. When she called the guy a friend with whom she shared secrets, he looked back at her dumbfounded, expecting to hear anything but such words, and Lindsay looked very pleased. Ilan's cheeks turned red from extreme embarrassment. A nun with long green hair under a scarf appeared behind the girl, declaring that friendship between a man and a woman does not exist. Lucia sparkled with joy at the sight of Ilan, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Shining in the rays of the sun, the priest suggested that everything was happening by the grace of the first Saint Daphne, which threw the red-haired princess into a stupor. While Davy looked at Lucia in bewilderment, asking why the woman was not praying to Priya, Lindsay explained in a whisper that she was a fan of the saint to the core. The long-haired priest remembered all of Daphne's accomplishments and talked about them every step of the way, and the problem was that she did it too often. Lucia closed her eyes in trepidation and smiled, getting to know the newly arrived student. She also introduced her partner Paladin Filder, a phlegmatic blonde standing behind her. The priest attacked Davy, reacting overly emotionally to the acquaintance, which made the guy recoil, and then the woman came to her senses, offering to tell about the achievements of Saint Daphne. The protagonist concluded with a nervous smile that he had seen Ilan's obsession with the sword god many times, but this obsession surpassed everything. Lucia was more obsessed than any fanatic during the stories about her favorite saint, clasping her hands around Davy. While saliva flew into the guy's face during an enthusiastic speech, he thought about what Daphne really was like. Of all the children in the gallery, she was the main bully, starting fights at every turn. As the fanatical Lucia sat on her knees right on the table, ranting about the heroine of her life, Davy, who knew the saint personally, mentally added funny comments. While the guy was struggling to restrain his desire to tell the whole truth, Purser was encouraging him from her shoulder, not allowing him to break the silence. The restless priest wanted to start a new thread of the story, but she was interrupted by an apologetic guy who put his hand on the woman's head. Paladin, with an apologetic look, threw Lucia over his shoulder, awkwardly making excuses in front of everyone, and she unsuccessfully tried to break free. Lindsay and Davy, watching from the sidelines, felt incredibly sorry for the guy who worshipped Saint Priya and was forced to endure such behavior from his partner. The main character looked after Lucia contemptuously, dissatisfied with the words about the impossibility of friendship between a man and a woman. Amid the din in the dining room, a call was made to Lindsay. Elena decided to ask a student of the order why there is such a strange atmosphere in knighthood. She noted that teachers do not often take responsibility when an outsider is in the knightly ranks, adding that someone who likes to interfere with Shio does not count, while Davy asked with a puzzled look whether he was called an outsider. Another figure joined the conversation, whose boots now remained motionless. The red-haired stranger suggested with a grin that someone had touched the transcendental whorehound. Alicia Patrick, who was a noblewoman from the Palace Empire, bowed courteously to the princess, greeting her. Dissatisfied Elena, exhaling, asked not to point out her high status here. Alicia enthusiastically explained the general mood by the fact that the authorities had come to the conclusion that spies had appeared in the knighthood, provoking a split. One of the twins with pink hair, dissatisfied with the girl's frivolity, reminded that such information should remain secret from the cadets. To this, Alicia objected that it was rather strange to keep publicly known information secret, which discouraged the sisters. The red-haired noblewoman turned to Davy, seeking his support with a smile. Alicia, touched by the sight of the guy, said that she never thought that she could meet a prince in the order. The main character happily asked if the girl knew him, to which he received an affirmative answer, as well as the fact that there are not many people on the eastern continent who have not heard of him. Looking at his new acquaintance from the Palace Empire, Davy concluded that she seemed like a good person, but next to her the guy had a feeling of déjà vu. While Alicia held her hands together, the young man tried to express his strange feelings towards her. He asked the pleased noblewoman if she was going to tell him something, and he hit the nail on the head. When the girl began to approach sharply, the guy was taken aback by surprise. She slowly began to find the right words. Taking out a bright green piece of paper, flushed with embarrassment in front of her idol, Alicia asked Davy to leave an autograph with her name. Davy, blushing, involuntarily realized that he was dealing with a fan. Alicia continued to pull the piece of paper towards the guy, calling him her idol. While the girl waited quietly, the guy was embarrassed to realize that this place, despite all his expectations, was full of unusual people. Examining the canteen building from the inside, the main character was worried that it would be difficult for him to adapt to such an environment. The darkness of night fell on the land, which was only slightly diluted by torches on white arches. There was a burning candle on the table, and behind it one could see several bottles of different shapes. A girl with long red hair was sitting in a spacious library when a dark boot stepped onto the floor. Nilifuel, wearing glasses and a medical gown, turned towards the voice behind her. Face appeared in front of her in colorful clothes, breaking into a soft smile. The girl rose from her chair and walked towards the man, simultaneously asking what brought him here from the entertainment district. Hearing about Shari's victory, Face replied with a thoughtful look that she still got nothing in the fight with the man. The man explained that at the moment the vampire is in his lands, trying her best, and he is just waiting for the right moment, which will come soon, leaving the interlocutor in bewilderment. When she noticed Face's ominous face, she clarified what he was going to do. Milfuel curiously asked whether her interlocutor was scared by the thought that someday all his work would turn to dust, and he only mentioned the girl's bad habits. He decided to find out what made the researcher come to such a cold place, and she told about the monster that was causing a stir in the northern region. Turning away from his interlocutor and paying attention to something else, Face recognized the treasure that was hidden on the lower floor of the ruins. In front of him was a structure with a floating crystal with a ring of gold around it, encased in stone, called the Machine God. Nilifuel said that this was the heart of a golem, capable of continuous growth, and she needed to open it to study it in more detail, but with her powers this was not possible. The man's hand turned red and became very tense as he activated his claws. In one fell swoop, he created a powerful shock wave that hit the structure. The next moment, Face was holding an unusually shaped stone with leaves in his hand, shocking the girl behind her. Turning his gaze to the structure, the man said that it would be fun. He winked at Milife with a malicious smile, asking her not to do what she wanted. Long strands of hair floated in the water, surrounded by bubbles. Looking at the capsule with the body inside, Face wondered if the girl inside had died. Snow-white feathers could be seen among the air bubbles. Walking away in the opposite direction from the girl with wings in a huge vessel, the man concluded that the researcher, as usual, was attracted to problems, and she, flashing her glasses, rudely ordered him to get lost. Events took place on the estate of the Lord of the Lands of Haines during the dead of night. Davy arrived there immediately after the end of the noisy ceremony, starting the development of a new weapon, Megatron. Noticing the shine of the metal of the drill, Perserk tiredly turned her gaze to the guy while he was serenely wondering if there was a difference with the previous one. The hand pulled back the arrow. Davy observed the Order's experimental students preparing to attack, whom he took to test the new weapon in action. A powerful blow, concentrated in a beam of light, was directed at the robot. Afterwards, the robot came out completely undamaged, lifting up a chainsaw and a drill. The sight of this giant caused genuine panic among his opponents. Alina, behind, noted with displeasure that Davy, filled with gloating, was indeed a very vile person. When the girls, trying to catch their breath after a difficult fight with a golem, sat exhausted on the sand and called the guy bad for not listening to their requests to be easier, he calmly replied that in this case it will not be training. Another pair of volunteers from the balcony happily waited for their turn, not yet understanding what awaited them. The gloom on Davy's face changed to friendliness as he addressed the guys. 2 weeks have passed since the main character became a student. The guy reflected that, having met other people, he had changed a little, which was expressed in sympathy for people who communicated with him as with a friend. Watching his new acquaintances fool around, Davy realized that this kind of experience was similar to the first time in a past and current life, as well as in a gallery. The young man looked at his guests with rapture. While Shur and Heg played with the huge robot, he admitted to himself that he liked the people with whom he had spent so little time. The events of the last month brought Davy thoughts of his school years. The guy looked at Perserk, asking her not to look at him like that, and memories of a past reality arose in his head, where in elementary school he couldn't feel what school life was like. This was due to the fact that the young man spent the entire time from the beginning of his admission until his death in the hospital. Shur confidently exclaimed that today you can count on them, because for this day she and her partner Heg, standing behind her with a red Labries, had prepared a lot. The girl stated that they had already gotten used to the golem's attacks, so it would not be easy for him, to which the guy replied with a smile that he was looking forward to seeing it. Davy ordered Megatron to launch a 15-0 attack, to which his teammates reacted with pleasant surprise. His signature ominous smile appeared on the protagonist's face, which did not bode well. Jubilant against the backdrop of skeletal mermaids in a purple haze, Davy deciphered the attack as darkness, deadly death, devastating destruction. Shur and Heg were disappointed with this decoding, expecting something good. Perserk reproached the main character for the terrible choice of names, asking the displeasedly side-eyed guy why he continues to do this. A voice was heard throughout the estate, signaling the beginning of the battle, but as soon as news arrived that new ruins had been discovered, the sparring was over. On a clear day, there was silence in the territory of Pandora, where the base of the fortified Alphas was located. As everyone knew, the place to be explored this time was an unknown ruin. Boris reminded of the dangers that could lead to death. He looked from the balcony at the assembled students, explaining that they could rely on their partner. Lindsay and one of the twins were in good spirits. Looking around at those gathered, Davy dissatisfiedly concluded that they looked as if they were going not to an event, but to a picnic. Clouds floated across the blue sky, and Persic asked the guy not to be so sarcastic. Only for a moment did the main character think so, and the situation changed a little, causing him great surprise. He stopped, looking around the entrance to the labyrinth. Lindsay, jokingly nudging Davy with her elbow, asked if it was his first time in such a place. When the girl said encouragingly that the others also didn't have much experience, the guy was embarrassed. For Persic, the sights brought back memories. She noticed similarities to the ruins in the Haines lands. As he stood in line, Davy wondered if there might still be ruins somewhere. A long stone corridor opened before those entering. Captivated by curiosity, the main character set out to secretly test his guesses. Looking around the high arches, the guy looked forward to amazing things. Davy was lost in dreams about the creation of Megatron, and the girl nearby clarified that there were only 3 guards in this place. Fan Alicia appeared in front of the prince. While talking nicely to her, the guy felt burdened. Looking at the girl, Princess Alina asked in surprise if they would go to the 3rd floor, to which she received an affirmative answer. The areas to explore the ruins for the next few days were the 1st and 2nd floors. Alina and Alicia began to think that there must be many dangers on the 3rd floor. The noblewoman confided that there were no monsters there at all. When Davy heard this, Persic noted that he looked pathetic. Alicia added that there are no living organisms on the top floor. The guy assumed that there were golems there, not even suspecting that the body of a girl with wings was hidden there. In the end, the girl stated that the territory had not been explored, and Alina was surprised at such awareness. Alicia was overjoyed, hoping that she had helped the prince, who was now smiling softly. I received confirmation of my guesses. The fan beamed with happiness. Davy didn't take his eyes off his assistant. He felt sorry for the girl because of her simplicity, and the guy was also bothered by Ilan's unkind glance in her direction. Turning away from the ladies, the guy breathed out a sigh of relief. His thoughts were occupied only by the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. The main character walked faster when he was ordered not to leave the line. Then he did not yet know what troubles his carelessness could lead to. On the 1st floor there was nothing but the most ordinary monsters. Even if the monsters are serious, defeating them in pairs will not be difficult even on the 2nd floor. But on the 3rd floor there will be golems, as well as places where the selection group will not be able to attack. There may also be runes that control the climate. Davy speculated that if this was true, then the labyrinths of Pandora resembled frozen lands on Earth. This is a place that appeared in a rather strange way. The guy finally heard a scream. He came out of his reverie, slightly taken aback. Lindsay, Heg, and the twin were perplexed at the sight of the golem. Megatron stood at the very epicenter of the explosion, where his owner had left him. Lindsay couldn't say exactly who this monster was. Boris suddenly approached and praised Davy for his courage. However, the mentor noted that it is better to participate in sparring in sync with a partner, and the guy looked back at Ilan, who looked irritated. Boris concluded that the golem was much stronger and more maneuverable than it was before, to which Davy replied with a smile that the alchemist must fight with his brain. The mentor agreed, but added that one should not give up physical training, and the young man grimaced with displeasure. The man explained that if the golem could not be used, then he would have to fight on his own. When Davy said he had to make sure nothing happened, Boris smiled, proudly noting his student's talent. He began to rant on important topics, and meanwhile the main character cast a satisfied look at him. The people in the background fought the monster as a team using swords. The demoness asked from the shoulder if the guy had any reason to take his place in the order seriously, which he confirmed. While Boris reprimanded the students, Davy concluded that he simply wanted to enjoy his current role. Persic called out to the prince, causing him to turn his head. The demon queen asked if the guy would like to be part of the group. After all, for him, experiencing a sense of community and affection was a completely new experience. Davy concluded that Persic was right, and he had not felt calm for a very long time. Looking at the guys around, the guy admitted that he would like to experience it for as long as possible. The demoness reminded him that with great power comes great responsibility, saving him from regrets. Davy was serious about taking the responsible step if the boys were in danger. Looking at the glowing star in front of his face, the young man admitted that even a golem has limits. Clenching his fist, he concluded that he would be ready to show his true strength with the creations of Jeongdan and Hondan without hesitation. Even if the guys start to look differently, Davy has no thoughts of leaving them. Persic closed her eyes and nodded in understanding. The demoness concluded that since the guy said it, then it will be so, and he was frightened by how well the companion knew him. After the first, the detachment easily cleared the 2nd floor. Later a dangerous creature appeared on the 3rd, but the advanced detachment arrived in time and quickly destroyed it. This time Alina did a good job acting as support, and Davy handed her a flask of water. The girl gave the young man an irritated look. The princess, looking at his soft smile, asked if he was happy. The heroes sat down on a bench. Alina began to drink, noticing what he liked about the order, where at first he only helped his partner, but now he looks like he's coping on his own. The girl looked gloomily at her interlocutor when he replied that he was not complaining. The princess noticed with displeasure that sometimes Davy looked like an old grandfather who had survived hundreds of years, which made the guy shiver. He tried to hide his panic behind a stupid smile. The girl noted that bringing the main character into the knightly order was a good idea, even if she partially forced him. The words were heard throughout the room where the giant golem stood. The hooded student pointed to a place so that Boris would pay attention to him. The guy asked the mentor, standing in the middle of the corridor, if it seemed to him that something had changed in the maze. A stunned Davy grabbed Ilan's hand, confusing her. While everything around was trembling and shaking, Boris furiously demanded everyone to gather and be on alert. The frightened Perserk noticed that this was the same method as from the labyrinth in the territory of Hein's land. The red-haired girl with a wand in her hand looked up in panic. In a structure like this maze, if someone accidentally touched something that shouldn't be touched, something terrible could happen. All the walls shook, and the stone gargoyle's eyes glowed blue. Holding the ball, teacher Celia panicked greatly, and Boris asked her to shut up. The ground began to collapse under the feet of those gathered. The students looked scared and shocked. A huge hole appeared in the floor, and Shio and the priestess Lucia fell there, accompanied by screams as they fell. The leg in brown moved from its place, and a light formed under it. Alina looked back at her interlocutor and did not even have time to say his name. Davy rushed away from the spot at the speed of light, wanting to come to the rescue. While the girl called out to him, the prince wasted no time in activating Megatron. The guy ordered the golem to protect everyone, and Alina stood in shock, raising her head. Davy climbed up, jumping along the ledges. He looked down at the princess, asking him to stop. Rapid fall down. Davy flew down, extending his hand towards the two falling members of the knighthood, and used 7th circle gravity magic. Snow-white streams enveloped the young man. He landed on the ground, resting his hands on it. A cough escaped the guy's mouth. He covered his mouth with his hand, and Perserk called out to the prince in a panic. When the frightened demoness began to wail about the fact that Davy could not yet use magic beyond the 5th circle, he only ironically asked with a smug grin whether it was scary. Perserk was still on edge, but Davy tried to calm her down, saying that she was exaggerating. The demoness noticed the circles of symbols above the top of the prince's head, wondering in shock when he managed to increase the circle, and Davy explained that this was temporary. The young man said that Shio, although he behaves extremely rudely, shows himself when danger arises, and this temporary effect on Davy will soon disappear. Looking at Shio and Lucia sprawled on the ground, the young man concluded that first he needed to cure these guys. Davy squeezed the blue-haired boy's shoulder with both hands. He groaned, but the prince coldly declared that he should not exaggerate. Shio's right arm was bandaged and hung motionless, fixed, while he sat and listened to Davy's words that, thanks to his help, there would be no problems with movement. The prince raised his head up, coming to the conclusion that they had fallen from a height of more than 100 meters, and if Davy had been a little late, there would have been blood all around. The awakened priest asked the prince if he had saved them, but Shio, sitting on the floor, answered her instead of Davy. Shio's eyebrows furrowed tensely when he heard Davy use reverse gravity magic. The prince quickly changed the subject to the fact that these three should get up, but Shio's lips curled in irritation. When the wounded magician asked why Davy saved him, bewilderment mixed with hostility appeared on the prince's face. Shio wanted to repeat his question, but Davy interrupted him, chalking up the brute's rescue to the fact that he was just a bonus. The magician angrily clenched his hand into a fist, not finding any sense in it all. Lucia's glassy face did not express a single emotion, and Davy's face showed slight bewilderment when Shio said that he felt almost no mana in the prince, and because of this he could not understand where the prince got such abilities. The priest did not listen to the dialogue between the two young men at all, being interested only in the first saint. Hondon shone in Davy's palm with a crimson glow, while the prince advised Shio not to believe in what he himself considered to be the truth. The prince raised his sword in front of him, telling the magician that since he uses it as he sees it, then Davy can use it too. Blinding red flashes flickered in the air, throwing huge chunks of earth into the air. Shio stood up and watched Davy with suspicion, doubting whether he really held the aura sword in his hands. With a confident grin, the prince turned around, asking the magician if he still believed that Davy had weak mana. Shio trembled with anger as he listened to the prince's speech. Then Davy turned around, saying that they didn't have time for this now because the maze kept changing, and if this continued, they could very well be crushed between the walls into a dried triggerfish. Lucia rushed towards Davy while Shio moved at a leisurely pace. Labyrinth underground, 3rd floor. The priest clasped her hands to her chest in fear, and Davy cursed as he peeked around the corner. They saw a whole crowd of golem guards. When Perserk noticed the excitement on the prince's face, he became embarrassed and covered with a bright blush. Davy came to the conclusion that he couldn't just leave a perfectly presented dish, and the demoness advised him not to overdo it. Armed with the swords Honden and Kondon, Davy rushed into battle. The first blows were struck against the enemies. Davy's eyes glowed red as he leapt towards the head of the golem. Davy was already fully immersed in the atmosphere of battle, using a blood magic attack and a heavy sword. The young man placed his palms on the golem, delivering a powerful compound strike with energy. Fragments of the machines flew in the air, cut off by the prince's attacks. Shio silently watched the fight with his mouth open in shock, while Lucia did not hide her admiration, widening her blue eyes in delight. Davy grabbed the blue crystal from the golem when he suddenly cursed. Suddenly the prince returned to the ground, landing on shaky legs and breathing heavily. Davy's face was dripping with sweat as he put his hand to his sore head, and Perserk began to scold him for using so much force. Davy told the demoness that it was worth it to now recover. The prince was about to return to the fight when suddenly the priestess Lucia loudly called out to him. When Davy asked why the girl was not in the rear, she replied that she was a cleric and asked to be given the opportunity to use restoration magic. In response, Davy only awkwardly scratched his head and said that he himself is capable of using holy magic, but Lucia did not back down, convincing the prince that he must feel for himself the difference between what he does for himself and what others do for him. While Lucia was still trying to get Davy to heal him, Shio intervened to ask a question. Davy made it known that he was ready to listen to the magician, and he, turning his yellow eyes to the side, began to speak after a short pause. While Lucia was treating Davy, Shio asked the prince why he showed such ridiculous movements earlier, if in fact he was so talented that he forged the aura swords himself. When Davy clarified whether the magician meant drunken movements, he looked at the prince skeptically, and the young man explained that this was a drunken fighting style. Davy explained that this is a technique in which in the eyes of others everything looks like this. The word is a ridiculous sword technique, thanks to which the beginner wins. Ignoring Lucia's childish amazement at the existence of such a fighting style, Davy said with a smirk that he did it on purpose to make Shio feel disgraced. Shio's face was puzzled and embarrassed as Davy laughed and talked about how easy it was to deceive others in the art of combat. Shio, overcome with anger, jumped up and cursed loudly while Davy remained completely calm. When Shio asked why the prince didn't use his magic in training, he replied that it didn't matter if the level was the same. When Davy added that if the golem was destroyed, it would also show magic, the dumbfounded Shio asked if Davy was really human. The prince did not answer, turning to the priestess with the same smile. Davy advised Lucia to remember that no matter how perfect a person looks on the outside, she never knows what is inside. Seeing the misunderstanding on the girl's face, Davy, grimacing with embarrassment, thought that he still couldn't tell her. The prince wondered to himself if this was not how the vassal who served the king of donkeys felt. The dark room had tall shelves filled with books. The trio looked around the empty room until Davy concluded that this was the last room. Suddenly the prince's gaze stopped on something. In a huge glass vessel he saw a humanoid creature with large wings and long hair. Indignant screams were heard in the dark room. The students and teachers from the knighthood argued because the elders did not want to take the younger ones with them on the quest. The white-haired youth clenched his fists angrily and furrowed his brows as the girl with the short black haircut told him that only official knights could go down, and besides, the changes in the structure had made the ruins more dangerous. Belina sat on the floor, her head buried in her bent knees. They called out to her, and the girl raised her face, full of devastation and loss. Shura and Fendir approached the princess, concerned about her condition. The twins were delighted when they heard that now Alina does not see a big problem in the situation, although at first she was confused. Alina listened with a warm smile as the girls talked about that the teacher had already gone in search of people, among whom was Shio, praising his skills as opposed to his character. Lindsay frowned thoughtfully when Heg stated that when it came to strength, Davy was the best student. In response, there were indignant exclamations that the golem was here, reminding the red-haired youth that Davy was the master of golems. The chainsaw buzzed eerily in the air. The golem mercilessly cut the huge ant in half. Lindsay and Heg became nervous looking at this spectacle, remembering that this golem was the strongest. Alina sat away from the rest of the students, wondering how they would react if they found out that the golem master was actually a sword master. The princess's face took on a worried look again as she silently asked Davy to come back soon. Davy froze, his eyes wide in shock. Looking at the anthropomorphic creature in the huge test tube, Davy was reminded that homunculi are another extreme branch of alchemy associated with the study of golems, and this is the level of the philosopher's stone that everyone wants to make. Davy then turned around, paying attention to the thing to the side. Surrounded by a metal ring, the divine mechanism in the form of a turquoise crystal with the image of gears emitted a bright glow. Davy's eyebrows rose when he saw this. Suddenly the library was filled with his enthusiastic cry, to which Shio turned around. Lucia also turned around with interest, looking at the prince admiring the divine mechanism. When Davy pressed himself against the protective glass enclosing the crystal, almost drooling, Perserk said she was also surprised. Davy was delighted with the perfect golem core, a heart with an artificial ego, which was the only successful result of his mentor Eva's alchemy. However, Davy didn't understand what this divine mechanism was doing in such a place. There are many things in the world that are difficult to understand. The concept of Manhwa alchemy is a divine force called divine will, that is, its equivalent. It's like the abyss of the demon queen Perserk. And among this is a limitless power that is called perfect, although it cannot be like that, the living heart of an evolving golem, which has the essence of striving for the end of the pinnacle of alchemy. The mechanical heart, the divine machine, is an object that cannot exist according to conventional knowledge. When Davy exclaimed that he wanted to take the core for himself, Shio reacted with skepticism, and Lucia laughed, calling the prince's behavior innocent. When Perserk urged Davy to place his palms on the mechanism, he replied that he would try to inject mana first. When a flickering cyan window appeared above, Davy looked at it in surprise, asking if the information was written in an ancient language. Reading the text, Davy learned that the preparation of communication and configuration of the divine machine had been completed. Reading further, the prince found out that the homunculus is called the messenger of God, White Wing, and is in a state of lethargy, completed preparations for a heart transplant. Davy concluded that this was madness and drew his blue sword. Waving Condon, the young man decided to repent with a grin, and in the next moment, he struck a slashing blow at the dome of the divine mechanism. Lucia was stunned that it couldn't be destroyed even with an aura sword, but Davy remained calm, concluding that the glass was a bit strong. The prince thought about using Jondon so as not to damage the core, but since it turned out that way, he decided to do it differently and took out Hondon. Davy separated the priestess from the mechanism, asking her to move away. In his thoughts, the young man asked Hondon not to destroy the contents, and she asked her father to trust her. Then Davy attacked the dome with a sweeping blow. Rejoicing at his success, the prince picked up a blue spherical core from the ground. When Perserk said that this was a simple and crude method, Davy replied with a relaxed smile that it was also the easiest. Water poured out of the broken huge vessel, and with it a creature with wings. When Davy picked up the homunculus in his jacket, Shio and Lucia became worried and asked if the young man wanted to take him. Davy responded positively, adding that the owner is the one who picked it up, and that Lucia would not have received the homunculus even if she had asked. In response, the priest only laughed when suddenly black fingers reached out to her face. Milfuel, squeezing her hands around the neck of the gasping Lucia, coldly noted Davy's good efforts. The girl's long nail pressed into the priestess's carotid artery when the newcomer demanded the prince give everything. Davy, with a stony expression on his face and a sleeping homunculus in his hands, listened as Milfuel watched as the prince cut the vessel. In response, Davy ironically asked if vampires now eat on the go. Milifay ignored his taunts, demanding that he hand over important research material that she could not extract. A magic wand with a blue crystal tip waved in the air. Shio, sitting in the distance, took the scientist by surprise by pointing his magical weapon at her. Milifay did not move while ice shards flew towards her. When the red-haired girl raised just one hand, Shio's attack dissipated and was reflected in the form of a purple wave. Shio flew back with a grunt as Milfuel declared that killing was not her favorite pastime. The scientist introduced her name to Davy, asking the same from the prince. When the young man said his name, Milfuel opened her eyes wide, asking if it was the same Davy all wrong. When the prince asked if he was famous among vampires, the girl replied that he was not, she just heard it from Faith. Davy remembered that blonde vampire, realizing that he had said the same thing, and Milfuel confirmed that it was Faith who intended to kill the young man. When the mad scientist asked why Davy was here to protect the house, the prince did not understand her, silently noting how difficult it was to talk to this woman. In response, the vampire said that Face was going to drown Davy's house in fire. Davy just let out a short laugh when he heard those words. The floor under the prince's feet cracked from the tension. The young man's eyes lit up with madness when he threatened that if Face pokes his head into someone else's house, he will have big problems. Davy added that in the territory of the feud there is someone who can destroy the vampire with absolute force. Davy remembered the face of that new maid named Yuri. Milfuel was not at all frightened by Davy's threats, and she, as if nothing had happened, asked if he was going to give her what he had taken, and Davy realized that there was nothing in the scientist's head except thoughts about this. When Milfuel began to blackmail Davy with Lucia's death, she screamed that although she did not know what it was, the prince could not give it to the vampire. Milfuel rudely ordered the priest to shut up, squeezing her hand tighter on her throat. The vampire seriously stated that she would keep her word and would not take Lucia's life. To this Davy responded only with a grin and a question of what would happen if he refused. With a sigh, Milfuel replied that in that case nothing could be done. Raising a hand with long claws over Lucia's face, the vampire said that then she would kill everyone and take everything. Suddenly a golden ray hit the girl's nails. Taken by surprise, the vampire retreated and the freed Lucia collapsed to the ground. While the scientist pressed her wounded palm to her chest, the priest wasted no time and ran towards Davy. The girl hid behind the prince with a tense face as Jeongdon and Hondon appeared in the air. Davy looked unsurprised when the vampire expressed her amazement at the prince's skills. Still rubbing her fingers, Milfuel coldly said that Davy was strange because people who had not experienced the complete change could not use the aura sword. A red glow appeared in the air as the scientist declared that the young man was interesting. Milfuel fell into complete madness, obsessed with the desire to study Davy, who at that moment found out that the vampire was 223 years old and a half-breed. The prince continued to read information about the girl, where it was written that she was currently overcome by uncontrollable curiosity. Davy marveled at Milfuel's special characteristics until Perserk and Lucia were nearly blown away by a gust of air. The prince concluded that Milfuel was the result of a mixture of human and vampire blood, and that this girl was definitely not alright in her head. Ignoring the crazed scientist, Davy looked at the homunculus. She lay peacefully and motionless in his arms, covered with his jacket. Veins stood out on Millefe's face as she demanded that the homunculus be handed over right now. Not listening to the vampire's threat, Davy took the blue ball and brought it to the girl. The library lit up. The core inserted into the homunculus's chest glowed dazzlingly while Davy taunted Milfuel. The scientist flew into a rage, screaming deafeningly. The light from the connection between the core and the homunculus was so bright and powerful that everything around began to be blown away by air currents. The homunculus, whose legs were wrapped in thin bandages, soared into the air. Her wings began to open. A snow-white halo appeared above his head. The girl's eyes opened in which numbers were visible instead of the pupils and irises. Davy and Perserk were surprised to hear that the homunculus was called Luna. The blue-haired girl's wings were gone, although she was still floating in the air. Opening her eyes, which had become normal, she looked at those present with indifference. Davy looked at the little homunculus in front of him with surprise and caution. Luna extended her hand to the prince, signaling the launch of the accession. She placed her fingers on Davy's neck, memorizing the owner's DNA. The homunculus then declared a data error, demanding a data update. Luna extended her open palm towards the young man, beginning the connection. When a slightly worried Davy asked what would happen this time, she replied that it would be an attempt at contact with the mucous membrane. Davy froze as the homunculus poked his finger into his nostril. Lucia turned blue in shock and covered her face with her hands as Luna announced that her attempt at communication had failed. Milfuel, blushing with admiration, listened as Luna spoke about the second option, initiating contact with the oral mucosa. Davy covered his mouth with his hand and exclaimed indignantly, and the homunculus pulled his hand back with incomprehension on his face. When Luna explained to the owner that she needed direct contact with his mucous membrane to collect the necessary data, Davy turned blue with horror. The enraged prince did not understand why the girl was putting the same fingers in her mouth that she had previously put in her nose. Lung's lips stretched into an unnatural smile, and she announced with a joyful chuckle that the collection of the requested data had been completed. The girl took a step towards Milefe, designating her as the target for eliminating the owner. When Luna stated that her military weapon would destroy the vampire, she asked with a crazy smile and interest if this girl was going to fight her. Milfuel expressed her desire to explore the moon, and she interpreted these words in more detail for Davy, but he indicated with a grin that there was no need for this. Luna looked at her owner with a puppy dog look, and he asked if she wanted to take action. When Davy doubted the girl, she frowned and sternly said that according to her analysis, she would win. The prince decided that this sounded convincing and ordered Luna to demonstrate his skills. Milfuel looked completely calm and even interested, admiring the girl and calling her over to help her with additional data. Luna replied dryly that she was only following Davy's orders. The girl raised her palms in front of her, voicing her intention to destroy the vampire. A shimmering weapon resembling a turret appeared behind Luna. Perserk's mouth fell open in shock, and Davy also admired the homunculus's abilities. The girl's palms glowed azure as she established contact with the turret behind her. Milfuel became nervous when she heard that when attacks hit, she had a 21% chance of being destroyed, but the chance of being destroyed was expected to increase with continuous hits. An expression of determination and confidence appeared on Luna's face. The girl announced the launch, and a blue beam shot from the turret, emitting electrical charges. Trying to wake up, Shio heard someone calling him. Excited Lucia was glad that he woke up. Crouching next to Howl, Shellman asked if he could move. Lucia stated that they had no time to rest. Looking at Shio, she informed him that he needed to dodge quickly. Putting his hand to his head, Howl was taken aback, not understanding what she was trying to tell him. A powerful salvo was fired from the barrel of the Megatron. From the force of the volley, the entire third floor was covered in bright light. A powerful explosion was heard behind the students. Horrified, Shio asked a question that touched on the chaos happening there. Seeing something, Howl fell into a stupor. A bright light appeared in front of the children's faces, enveloping the entire space. The tip of Davy's sword shimmered with powerful red mana. Standing across the students, the main character managed to block the projectile flying towards them. The projectile that flew to the side exploded. Smirking, Davy asked if they were okay. Frightened, Shio tried to find out from him what was happening. Seeing the homunculus, Howl fell into a stupor, after which, the main character asked him to calm down, adding that he was on their side. Next, Shio asked where exactly Davy was going. The protagonist's gaze fell on the hand in which he held one of the twins' swords. Taken aback, Davy noted that the recoil was not easy. Looking at the moon, which was on alert, the main character thought about the power of Megatron, which was over 90%. Davy believed that when taken into account its constant power, it was an incomparable performance. Lost in his thoughts, the protagonist was surprised that the Deus Ex Machina would be so powerful. Continuing to observe the moon, Persic reported that not only the heart, but also the golem's execution itself was unusual. Davy noted that it is not for nothing that they are compared to the Philosopher's Stone. Looking at the destroyed floor, the main character said that it was like the magic of the second half of the fourth and fifth circles. He reported a destructive force that suppresses all forces below the level of a master. Seeing how Millefuel landed on the wooden cabinet, Davy noted that his opponent was unsuitable. Looking at the puzzled moon, the protagonist stated that he did not know if there was anything special about this light beam, adding that hitting the half-vampire would not be so easy. A grin appeared on Millefuel's face. Turning his back, Davy assumed it was due to lack of experience. In the main character's hand, part of a blue sword was visible. The half-vampire noted that there was no way to prevent her from interfering in a one-on-one fight. After which, parrying Davy's attacks, Millefeuille rushed towards him. A strong explosion was heard in the room of the third labyrinth. Observing the multiple flames that engulfed the room, the half-vampire noted serious firepower. Overjoyed, she declared that she wanted more and more to get the moon. The main character believed that Millefuel's interest was normal. Concentrated, Davy put out his leg to carry out the attack. Finding himself behind the half-vampire, the main character said that this thing was definitely his. Seeing him, Millefeuille fell into a stupor. Smirking, Davy said that she needed to learn to look around. Appearing before the stunned half-vampire, the main character used a super-fast sword step. With a lightning-fast swing of his sword, Davy activated the Azure Moonlight Sword. After the attack inflicted by the main character, blood began to flow from the half-vampire's body. Putting her hand to her side, Millefuelle said that she was in pain. Taken aback, she noted that she had made a mistake. Looking at Davy's blue sword, the half-vampire stated that it was very dangerous for her. Kneeling in severe pain, Millefuelle thought that he was destroying immortality. The shocked half-vampire reported strong interest, adding that she wanted to explore it. Confused, Davy was amazed that she was still talking about it. Clearing her throat, Millefeuille reported a Deus Ex Machina and a strange man with a sword that destroys immortality. Angry, the main character folded his hands. The half-vampire stated that she did not want to leave them. Leaning on her hands, Millefuelle noted that she also did not want to die. Hiding under the influence of technology, the half-vampire said goodbye to the surprised students. Folding his hands, Davy noted that she had not chosen a goal, but a life. Von Pollen believed this was a wise decision. Approaching the main character, Shio asked if it was all over. Turning his head, Davy said that for now, that was the case. Frightened, Howl tried to find out about the half-vampire by asking if she would return. The main character assumed that this was so. Looking around, Davy declared that it was time for them to get out of there too. Having noticed the embarrassed moon, the main character was taken aback. Confused, he assumed she was upset. Holding Davy's hand, Luna asked if they needed to go up. The main character said that this is so. Persic reported that because he himself eliminated the enemy, Luna was upset. Turning to Davy, Luna asked if she could destroy the ceiling, after which the main character wondered if she could do it. Looking at the ceiling, Davy noted that if it was destroyed at random, it would collapse, which is why she needed to make a careful passage. Hearing this, Luna began to analyze her actions. Reporting a miscalculation error, she noted that she was unable to determine the composition of the structure. The students standing nearby fell into a stupor. Next, the moon performed the following analysis, which consisted of measuring force. Having finished it, she told about the error in the measurement. With her hands out in front, Luna began to create a connection. Having formed a mechanical golem, she reported that communication had been established. Studying the parts of the mechanism, Luna began selecting a high-temperature beam. Alerted, she informed Davy of the danger, asking him to stand behind her. While watching the creation process, the main character asked if she could make a hole with it. Luna said that with the help of the aura sword, she will be able to cut through the ceiling, noting that it will be difficult to make a way there. Continuing the formation process, she declared that 2 failures were unacceptable. Luna stated that the ultra-high heat beam was equal to 50% of her power, adding that after use, most of her system would shut down. Turning to Davy, she reported the need for her restoration. Putting his hand on his side, the main character asked a rhetorical question, which was related to the fact that he could throw it away. Looking at the moon, Davy reported that restoring it would not be difficult, noting that it wouldn't take much. Turning her head towards her creation, Luna reported the possibility of emitting an ultra-high heat ray. Seeing something, Davy's assistant froze in one position. Looking at the unimaginable power she had created, Luna communicated her appreciation. Drawing attention to the hole made in the ceiling, Davy praised Luna for the excellent result. At that moment, powerful streams of mana emanated from the hands of the protagonist's assistant. While in his thoughts, Davy noted that she had shown persistence in this matter. Taken aback, the protagonist assumed that because of his intervention in the battle, Luna decided to certainly complete this task. Sitting on Davy's shoulder, Berserk believed that he had developed the power of the abyss to read minds. The excited protagonist said that she imagined it. From the hole made in the ceiling came the remains of mana, which sparkled strongly. Looking around, Davy asked if anyone was injured. The guys standing nearby reported that this was not so. Looking at them, the main character noted that to raise them they would need to use flight magic. Continuing to think, Davy believed that if you use flight magic alone, then it is normal, which cannot be said about the students of the secret guild. Reaching out his hand, Shio declared that they would be fine, asking Lucia to grab onto it. After which, the guys took off from the ground. Shocked, Shellman wondered about Howl's 4th circle magic. Floating Shio stated that he hid the 1st circle, noting that he did not tell anyone about it. Next, the students of the secret guild headed towards the hole made by the moon. Watching them, the main character wondered if Howl was some kind of martial artist. Kneeling down, Davy informed Luna that they would go too, after which, the main character picked up his assistant in his arms. Suddenly, surprised, Davy froze in one position. Because of the raised moon, the main character almost fell off his feet. Watching his assistant, in his thoughts, Davy noted that when he first held her, she was not so heavy. Turning to the main character, Luna said that her weight is heavy for a person. Looking at his assistant, Davy stated that it was so. Hearing this, Luna's face was filled with bewilderment. While in the hands of the protagonist, his assistant informed him that she had identified a malfunction in the emotional connection. She told him about the heating in the emotional circuit, adding that it was rated as anger. After asking Luna to wait, Davy asked why she was an angry golem, adding what she really was. After which, the main character asked her to stop calling him master. Looking at the approaching exit, his assistant reported a connection detection error by sending a request. Confused, Davy stated that he did not like the concept of her subordination, noting that he was committed to the proper formation of the company. Hearing this, Luna was taken aback. The surprised assistant asked him about the correct name. The main character was confused when he heard this expression. Berserk, hovering nearby, said that this way of thinking reminded her of different kinds. Confused, Davy asked what she was talking about. Looking at the moon, the main character asked to call him Davy. The assistant's face was filled with delight. While in the arms of the main character, Luna reported a recording of a temporary appeal. Excited, Lindsay said that can't wait any longer. She was sure that something had happened at the bottom of the maze. Raising her hand, Celia asked her to stop. The mentor wondered if they had ended this conversation. Looking at the alarmed students, Celia asked them to stop standing next to the hole. A strange magical pattern appeared on the floor of the labyrinth. The frightened guy suggested that the hole was getting bigger. Taken aback, Celia asked them not to worry, adding that she would protect them. Great fear was visible on the faces of the students. Looking at the hole that appeared, the mentor froze in one position. Looking at the approaching exit, Luna reported an analysis of the data, noting that it was found that Davy could rise faster. After which, the assistant announced the discovery of irrational use of child labor, adding that she had a low opinion about it. While in his thoughts, the main character said that at that moment he was speechless. Looking at Luna, Davy noted that she was older than him, asking how much older. The aide reported that her emotional connection was overheated, adding that she rated it as very angry. Next, a shocked Davy asked Luna to stop. Celia's face was filled with shock. Suddenly, in front of the students, a powerful explosion occurred. Enraged, Luna thrust her leg forward to carry out the attack. Looking at her, the main character asked her to stop, asking her not to take it to heart. Seeing this, the students of the secret order fell into a stupor. Indignant, Alina wondered what the main character had done this time. As she watched, an angry Luna struck a stunned Davy. A bird circled above the daytime sky of Haines. The glare of the sun reflected on the walls of the secret order. The main character reported that, as a result, the exploration of the ruins was completed quickly and without casualties. At that moment, a group of students were holding the injured members of the organization on a stretcher. Davy revealed that several members of the secret organization sent ahead to scout the third floor of the ruins had become casualties, noting that everyone was glad that the trainees, who were the future of the order, remained unharmed. The main character stated that upon completion of all events it was necessary to analyze the situation. An image of Shellman standing behind him appeared in his head. Lost in his thoughts, Davy reported that Lucia and Shio, who were involved in this matter, were summoned to the top of the nightly order. The main character believed that given what happened, this should have happened. The daylight rays of the sun were shining through the windows of the room. Davy stated that he did not have time for even one answer because he was in a hurry to get to Haines. On a wooden table lay a letter written by someone. The letter indicated that he would return after he caught the traitor on his land. The main character was sure that this would turn out to be something bad for him, adding that he knew it. Davy noted that, fortunately or not, he was only a probationary student, because of which he had a chance to get out. Looking at the emblem of the secret organization, Boris said that he was embarrassed by the situation. Putting his hands behind his back, Tellman said that Davy was a very talented and intelligent student, adding that he was also a lord. The plot takes us to Reinfos, which was the meeting room of the 5 Knight Commanders. Taken aback, Boris said that a detailed report can be obtained through Alina, therefore, having interrupted him, the 3rd commander of the Knights asked him to stop. Leaning on his arm, he suggested that Davy had no aspirations to become a knight-errant at all. The 3rd commander of the Knights noted that they also do not want to have irresponsible people in the ranks of the Wandering Knights, adding that the inhabitants of the feud are not 1 or 2 people, but 1,000 lives. Raising his hand, he stated that at least they could understand this, after which, the 3rd commander of the Knights asked to close this issue. Hearing this, Boris was taken aback. Placing his glass on the table, the man reported rumors that Davy was the best student among several generations, asking if it was true. Smiling, Tellman said that this was so. Boris reported that it had only been a month since he joined them, noting that Davy was the best among the available students. Boris suggested that the main character is not inferior even to the regular knights. Smirking, the man stated that he was sure of it. Putting his hand to his face, the 5th Knight commander felt a little sorry as he wanted to see Davy in person. Laughing, Tellman said that as soon as the main character returns, he will definitely present him to the Knight Commander Counters. The 5th Knight Commander said that he was looking forward to this. A brightly shining sun could be seen above the palace. Putting his finger on his ear, the main character wondered if someone was talking about him. Perserk, hovering nearby, was amazed that Davy made a fuss and left, noting that he couldn't be so quiet. Looking at his hand, the main character stated that despite all this, he received consent. Sitting under a tree, Davy reflected that a week had passed since he returned to the lands of Haines. Memories of how he fought the half-vampire surfaced in his head. Continuing to think, the main character noted that at first he thought of returning at the moment when Alina passed the exam. Davy thought that this was being taken lightly by Milfia's words that she said in the ruins. The main character noted that he was actually attacked by a vampire from the Yellow Rock clan. Davy said that there had been bad relations with them since the time of the Felcity Duchy, adding that there was very little information to exterminate them all. Taken aback, the member of the secret organization said that he was very ashamed. An image of a palace appeared in his head, the expanses of which were covered with drops of blood. The main character said that the royal family received a message that a major incident will happen soon. Davy folded his hands and was lost in thought. Closing his eyes, he stated that he felt that the end of his filial piety is not far off because he has done his duty. A worried Von Pollen watched him. Looking at the currents of wind blowing Davy's cloak, she turned to him. Heading towards the main character, Alina reported that it took longer than she thought. Turning to her, Davy stated that it was. He believed that they would have to fight off these mosquitoes with a fly swatter. Hearing this, the princess fell into a stupor. Looking around the expanses of the academy, the main character wondered whether it was unnecessary worry or just a smart enemy. He noted that there had been no vampire attack yet, adding that despite this, he could not relax. The main character's gaze fell on the princess. While in his thoughts, Davy said that when Alina found out that a vampire was involved in the incident this time, she quit her job or something like that and decided to help him. Surprised, the princess asked what else Davy had created. Turning his attention to Megatron, the main character said that he had been working on it and a few other improvements. Continuing to think, Davy noted that some pretty interesting guys came out with materials and labor. With her hands on her side, Alina stated that he made the drill first, asking if he now wanted to make them fly. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if it was what others thought. Delighted, Davy wondered if the princess thought he couldn't do it. Looking at the snow-white wings, the main character spoke about the place of a reliable successor. Landing on the ground, Luna said that this invention was highly appreciated by her. Looking at Davy's assistant, Alina noted that there was something worse. Examining the princess, the main character thought that her skills were certainly not weak, noting that she was the master of the sword. Davy believed that if Alina used Calderus rather than a regular sword, then Megatron or other golems would not be strong opponents for her. Looking at the taken aback Luna, the main character noted that she is a biological golem, which is like the peak of alchemy. Recalling the duel between his assistant and Alina, Davy reported that the princess, armed with Calderus, was defeated in just 3 minutes. Sitting on the protagonist's shoulder, Perserk theorized that his reason for creating so many golems was his greed. With folded hands, Alina asked to omit Megatron upgrades or the creation of new golems. Looking at her, Perserk asked if the main character thought that she said this on purpose. Davy's assistant's legs were completely bandaged. Alina suggested that Luna felt pleasure when she branded someone with shame publicly. The main character noted that this princess can say whatever she wants, wondering what the problem is. Excited Alina reported about the clothes. Hearing this, Davy was confused. Looking at Luna, the princess guessed that she considered metal parts to be largely less effective than biological gloves. Davy's assistant stated that the opposite is true, adding that this fabric protection has a wide range of gratifying effects. Taken aback, the main character believed that the things he dressed Lena in would have suited someone her age. He was surprised that she mistook them for protective equipment. Davy noted that if we take the culture of this region as a basis, then Alina considers the design strange. Approaching the moon, the main character said that it was the most ordinary outfit that he could find. Indignant, the princess asked where this was a normal outfit. Luna stated that she thinks Alina is strange. The assistant reported that, based on the objective information received, Davy's abilities are assessed as being ahead of modern technology. Hearing this, the main character praised her for her words. Far from the guys, a female silhouette could be seen running towards them. After which, she turned to Davy. Turning around, the guys fell into a stupor. Their gaze fell on the frightened Winry, who reported a group of monsters. With a scream, Sister Davy notified them that a group of monsters had been discovered. Remembering the sinister faces of the creatures, Winry stated that there were more than 5,000 of them. Holding a magical artifact in her hand, Alina said that it was she who discovered the group in this direction. Crowds of angry monsters headed to the vast lands of Haines. The princess assumed that they were hiding along the ridge in order to attack unexpectedly. Clutching his head, Davy was amazed at the number of evil creatures approaching. Looking at the area with monsters, Alina reported that Winry's words were true, and there were about 5,000 of them, noting that there were no vampires among them. Remembering the countless army of monsters, the princess reported that the canyon would soon come. Looking through the binoculars, Davy found it amusing that the monsters moved strategically, and the top of the food chain, the predators, moved along with the others as a unit. Perserk, hovering next to him, suggested that someone was controlling them. Lowering his binoculars, Davy reported that this was so. Seeing a stranger towering over the army of monsters, the main character assumed that it was him. Frightened Winry, turning to the main character, asked if everything would be fine, noting that there was not a single soldier. Looking at the frenzied army, Davy noted that it was unusual for monsters to gather and move in such a manner. The main character believed that if they found out about them, unnecessary panic would begin. An agitated Ullys declared that there were too many of them. The magician believed that his strength might not be enough, asking to be allowed to help. An excited Winry said that she would help too. The main character noted that they do not need to take a step forward. Hearing this, the guys fell into a stupor. Their gaze fell on the magic cube, from which Megatron would later appear. Looking at the magical artifact, Davy asked the moon to begin. The night sky of the city enveloped the expanses of the luxurious palace. The story takes us to the Haines estate on the day of arrival. Sitting on a chair, Luna reported on her existing abilities, noting that her abilities are again assessed as intervention and interpretation. The main character said that in any case, she is connected to all the golems of the Decepticon group. With folded hands, Davy's assistant said that she found the alien body uncomfortable. Indignant, the main character suggested that in this way Luna was trying to say that his technique was bad. Smirking, Perserk asked if that was true. Davy's room contained many different potions and books. Lost in his thoughts, the protagonist reported that the first thing he did after returning to the estate was analyze the moon, noting that at the end of the analysis, the discovery of a species called white-winged became known. Looking at his assistant, Davy stated that it was unknown why the ancients made the white-winged golem Luna, noting that this type of golem had special abilities that went beyond common sense. An image of a floating girl appeared in his head, her hands pointing towards a huge finger. The main character said that in addition, there is a God-given mental network to which golems can connect their consciousness, noting that the moon only had faint traces of this ability, which is why she could use it. Davy was confident that he had the opportunity to improve this. The protagonist's gaze fell on the magic panel, which notified him of his assistant's abilities. Davy noted that he decided to use the network differently. Standing on a rocky hill, Luna declared that she was ready to carry out orders. Concentrating, she used the Decepticon group activation. At the same moment, Davy's powerful creations began to function behind her. The guys who saw this fell into a stupor. Winry, stunned, assumed it was Megatron. Ollie's noted that this was a little different. Grinning, the main character said that his judgment that snipers like to be secretive turned out to be true. Activating the magic panel, Luna used sniper mode. Concentrating, the assistant announced the transfer of coordinates. Megatron standing nearby announced his acceptance of the command. Putting his mechanical weapon forward, Elderbrain announced the completion of fixing the coordinates. Smiling, Davy asked Luna about the other golems. The assistant reported that they were located in suitable places. Luna said she thinks highly of the receivers. Closing his eyes, the main character asked her to do as she wanted. Firing a powerful volley, the golem announced the use of blade tactics. Standing on a stone eminence, Luna conveyed the order to her successor. A huge sniper rifle was located on a small hill. After which, the assistant ordered the golem to open fire. Next, a crushing shot was fired. The stunned guys watched all this. Smirking, Davy suggested that they go to the moon. Looking at the guys, he announced his desire to watch how his assistant led. At that moment, there was a fierce battle during which many monsters were defeated. Standing next to Luna, he watched the incessant shots. The main character stated that in order to increase firepower, it was necessary to enchant most of the magic. Davy noted that in order to carry out this plan, most of his mana was used up, and the effectiveness of his speed was reduced. The main character believed that a lot had improved there. Watching the unimaginably powerful volleys, Winry wondered what it was. Stunned, Julius could not understand what Davy had created. Looking at the cloud of smoke that formed as a result of the shots, Mage stated that it was not firepower, after which he suggested that it was electrical voltage. Further, he clarified that it was a combination of many types of magic. Turning his gaze to Davy, Ullies asked if this was even possible. Winry wondered if it was just a car. The main character said that they can use weapons that people cannot use, noting that in this situation their magic is simply used. The magician believed that common sense contradicted this. Davy noted that common sense, in any case, is always lost. Wary, Luna reported that many monsters had not been identified. The assistant announced a decision in which she would take part in the war. Looking at Luna, Davy said that she could go out and play for fun. After which, the assistant's hands were covered with powerful streams of mana. Having prepared for battle, Luna announced the choice of close combat and the type of weapon, which was called a lightsaber. Pushing off from the ground, the assistant announced her decision to rise higher. Stunned, Yulis could not believe his eyes, asking what was happening now. The magician was amazed that she collected all her mana and concentrated it into the sword. Putting her hands to her face, Winry fell into a stupor. Looking at his assistant, Davy noted that he also did not know what to think about her. Powerful explosions were heard across the vast wasteland. The protagonist reported that thus, this emergency situation in the territory that no one else knew about was resolved somewhat disappointingly. In the vastness of the city, the sounds of someone trying to catch their breath were heard. Leaning against the wall, the guy froze in one position. Surprised, the girl asked who he was. Looking at the frightened guy, she reported that there was a noise outside the castle, asking if it was his doing. Beside himself with rage, he ordered her to die. At that moment, he rushed at the stunned girl. Suddenly, someone hit him with a powerful magical technique. The frightened girl fell into a stupor. The magical liquid turned to Undyne. The bones of the defeated guy turned black. Wary, the girl assumed that it was another vampire. She believed that her master had made a very annoying enemy. The evening sky of Haines gradually became covered with clouds. Davy's voice was heard from the palace window, saying that he needed a red magic stone. Events take place on a peaceful day. The main character, sitting on a chair, is lost in his thoughts. He reflected that after the attack by vampires and demonic monsters, a week had passed without additional attacks. His gaze fell on the glare of the sun that was reflected in the window of his room. Davy reported hoping for at least a little clue from the defenders, noting that the vampire monsters were completely unstoppable, which is why they simply waited. Winry asked if the protagonist meant Red Moon when he spoke of the red magic stone. Turning to Davy, she asked if the red moon was a gem used by aristocrats as jewelry. With his hands folded, the protagonist announced that it was, noting that he wanted to get his hands on one, then adding that it doesn't work out very well. Visualizing in his head an image of a red magic stone, also called the moon, Davy revealed that it was a special gemstone that was brighter than a ruby. The main character noted that all his worries recently were related to returning to this. Holding the book in her hands, Alina asked if Davy had found someone to whom he wanted to give this jewelry. The main character asked a question that was related to why he would give the material to someone else. Leaning his head on his hands, Davy informs him that he is going to create a mana stone with his help. Recalling the golems that were created, the protagonist stated that he was going to try to develop something that could be mass-produced. Davy believed that he would not be able to create items that could quickly increase the effectiveness of a mana stone using Surtur's mana production process. An image of a precious stone that shimmered in the rays of the sun appeared in his head. Davy noted that as a master he has a lot to be proud of, and he does not want to create a golem with an ordinary mana stone. This is how the main character came to the conclusion that he needed a mana stone. After which, Davy reported a problem, which was that he had already used all the mana stones at his disposal. Frustrated, the protagonist noted that if he had the materials, the production process would only be a matter of time. Encouraged, Ulys asked Davy to show him the process. The main character reported a problem, which was that he did not have the red magic stone that he needed most. With her hands folded, the princess revealed that red moons were in great demand among aristocrats, causing the demand to be incredibly high. Turning to Alina, Davy asked if she could think of any way to get one gem. Lost in thought, the princess froze in one position. Angry, the main character said that it was useless. Hearing this, Alina fell into a stupor. The angry princess asked if Davy understood that red moons, like all other mana stones, can only appear under very rare and special conditions. Alina said that he could not get it simply because of that he has a lot of money. Shielding Winry with his hand, Ulys said that this could be dangerous. The princess asked if the main character knew how influential aristocrats were in high society who were lucky enough to get the red moon. Davy thought that these words were arrogant on Alina's part. The angry princess asked if Davy thought he could have anything just because he was rich, calling him a foolish worm. An excited Ulys suggested that the guys stop arguing, asking what they thought about going to the party and just looking for the stone themselves. The magician said that there would soon be a party at the Rindy's palace, asking if Davy had received an invitation. Hearing this, the main character was taken aback. Turning to Winry, Davy asked if she knew about this. Raising a finger, she said that most of the Empire's parties usually had at least one or two royal families present. After which, Winry noted that the worm Carlos would come from the kingdom of Ron. She suggested that many ladies were vying for a partnership spot with him. Remembering the spell placed on him, Davy considered it a huge relief if no one messed with him. Smiling, Winry announced her desire to attend one of these parties, noting that she was alone in the royal palace. After which, the main character asked if he had an invitation. Hearing this, his sister fell into a stupor. Taking it in his hands, Ulys said that it was all crumpled up. Davy said that despite this, it is still an invitation, which he believes is important. Alina, standing nearby, was amazed that the main character received it in person. Ulys noted that Davy's personality aside, he is a fairly well-known figure in the Eastern continent. Smirking, the protagonist assumed that they had sent him to see if he would actually come. Excited, Winry rushed towards her brother. With her hands folded, Ilina reported rumors that they would be auctioning off rare stones for Rindy's party guests, noting that they were incredibly rare. Delighted, the main character said that he really should come. Turning to Winry, he asked if she wanted to visit the palace. Overjoyed, his sister reported that this was so. After which, Davy invited the guys to go shopping. Indignant, Alina could not believe that there were such people in the world. Slowly, the princess put the spoon into the plate of food. Next, she directed the spoon to her mouth. The youngest princess of the Rindy's empire, Arya al-Rindy's. Holding the cutlery in her hand, the princess was lost in her thoughts. The only hybrid in the imperial family, for more than 3 years she could not eat with anyone because they were afraid of becoming her food. While the princess was walking, she was accompanied by a woman. With the exception of a few maids, no one had ever seen her naked face. To think that a precious member of the imperial family could be treated like this is horrifying. But for the princess it was already something with which she had long been familiar. The princess's hands were bandaged with a huge layer of bandages. Because of this, some believed that the princess had a terrible and cruel illness. Arya's entire face was covered with a mask. The name of this disease, which appeared when the girl was 13, is Devil's Blood. Another name is Melting Acceleration Virus. The princess's body was enveloped in mysterious red mana. Although many people in the world did not know, it is a terrible disease for which there is no cure. Stricken by a disease that could kill her at any moment, she was unable to make sudden movements. However, the princess's symptoms were different from those of other sufferers of the disease. This was because if she got rid of the moles that appeared on her skin, she could live like all normal people. On the princess's head was a large pink hat. Even so, the princess's position as a hybrid in an imperial family that still held great contempt for hybrids was dire. Therefore, the princess always wore a mask and gloves. She never took off her dress, which covered her entire body, and spent 2 years in church to receive treatment for her illness. The princess's gaze fell on the huge palace, which was shrouded in the sun's rays. Stretching out his hand to administer the drug, the princess asked if he really thought that she could be cured. Smiling, he said that it was so. Baron stated that this method of treatment saved the lives of many people in the Ordom territory, noting that the majority were cured and each of them was able to recover. How happy should the princess be to hear these words? Arya was a princess with very simple dreams. Rejoicing, she put her hands to her face, which were covered with a mask. All she dreamed of from a young age was to meet someone who could love her and to whom she could show off her beauty. The princess's gaze was directed at Devi soaring in the sky. In particular, she was looking for a black magician who smelled of the forest, who appeared in front of her as she walked back from the church. Of course, it is simply impossible to find someone with such a modest description. The silhouettes of the main character and the princess were distortedly visible in the shadows. Even if she had searched even longer and harder, she would not have found him, because her body was so terrifying that it would make anyone close their eyes in horror. Putting her hand to her chest, she watched Devi walk away into the distance. Despite this, she wanted to find out who he was. Looking at Arya's folded hands, Gornio stated that she would definitely get better. Smiling, the Baron said that soon there would be a coming of age and a big party in her honor. After which, he asked her to leave this matter to him, noting that he would make sure that she could go to the party without this mask. Hearing this, the princess was taken aback. Turning her head towards Gornio, she said that she was very grateful to him. However, despite the assurances of Baron Gornio, Arya was unable to escape from her personal hell, who was strangling her. In her room there were many syringes for injection. Raising his hand with the letter, Devi said that everything was done. While in his thoughts, the main character said that he had made a decision, despite the fact that it was a little late. With his hands on the table, Devi asked Daimi to send a letter to the Rindy's imperial palace. Continuing his thoughts, the main character was confident that his date would be his younger sister Winry, noting that siblings were quite often paired up at the banquet. After which, Devi's subordinate left his office. Sitting on the main character's shoulder, Perserk stated that today was a rather dull day. Smiling, Devi asked if it was nice and calm here, adding that despite this, he was worried. The main character was thinking about the day when he decided to attend the Rindy's Empire banquet. Devi noted that Elena seemed to know this when she took Winry into the Palin Empire. Indignant, the princess asked if the main character knew how many things a lady needed to prepare for a large party. Lost in his thoughts, Devi noted that this was what Elena said. Sitting at the table, he reflected on the fact that he had left the preparations for the banquet to the princess and Yeliz, deciding to meet them in the capital. Raising her hand, Luna announced that she had a question. Looking at Devi, she stated that they had to find the enemy leader. The protagonist's assistant came to the conclusion that they needed to discuss how to respond. Devi noted that if that was the case, then everything was fine. Smiling, he reported the thought that had come to him. Frozen in place, Luna stated that she did not understand anything, asking for a detailed explanation. With folded hands, Devi reported that it was just in time. Seeing the open door, the main character asked the man to enter. A subordinate appeared before him and brought him tea. Heading towards Devi, she said that she would serve him tea. Smiling, the main character thanked her for doing this every day. Turning to her, Devi asked if her name was Yuri, as he wasn't too sure. After which, he again thanked her for her hard work last time. The main character said that while he is away, he leaves his possessions in the hands of Yuri. Hearing this, she fell into a stupor. Yuri wondered why he was asking for a simple subordinate like her. Raising the cup to her mouth, Devi informed her that she just needed to do what she knew how to do. Wary, Yuri noted that she thought that the main character would stay here because he needed something. After the words of his subordinate, Devi was taken aback. Looking at the cup, the main character turned to Yuri, asking what she used to brew this tea. Devi reported that he had noticed this before, noting that the taste was completely unique and pleasant. The main character expressed his desire to include it in one of their products. Excited, Yuri asked if it was true. Looking at the pleased Devi, she told him that it was her own invention, adding that she brewed it using cricket wings. After which, the tea flew out of the main character's mouth. Hearing this, Devi fell into a stupor. The fact is that Yuri is the high elf of Urina. Although Devi was well aware of both this and the fact that she was the one who defeated the vampire attacker, it still took him a while to realize that she was very creative with her tea. Perplexed, Devi's subordinate folded her hands. A bright gem was visible in the snow-white gate, which shimmered in the rays of the sun. The action takes us to the gates of Mana in the capital of the Rindy's Empire. At the entrance of the gate, many nobles were gathered, waiting to enter. Unlike the Ron Kingdom, a small country on the eastern continent, the Third Empire actively used the Mana Gate for teleportation. Most territories have huge mana gates, which are maintained by experienced magicians. In the vastness of the kingdom, a fountain was visible, surrounded by a lot of vegetation. Lost in his thoughts, the protagonist reported that thanks to this, it did not take much time to arrive at the capital of the Rhinese Empire from the territory of Haines. Looking around, Davy noted the beauty of the city. Perserk, hovering nearby, couldn't believe what she saw. She was amazed that the northern countries of the eastern continent had advanced so far in their development. Standing next to her, Davy asked if this was her first time in the Rhinese Empire. Smiling, Von Pollen said that all this was because of the divine sword of the lady, the founder, who never left Palinska Empire. Turning his attention to the moon, the main character asked if she remembered something. Davy's assistant said she came to the conclusion that everything was new. Pointing her finger forward, Luna said that based on this, she demanded an explanation for this new information. Pointing to the food, the assistant stated that based on the current analysis, there was a strange smell that stimulated the olfactory senses and quickly affected emotional connections, noting that this would lead to fatal mistakes in subsequent battles. Handing the food to his assistant, Davy said that if she wanted to eat, she just needed to say so. Smiling, the man said that the reaction of the protagonist's sister was quite charming. Turning to them, he asked if they had come to the Festival of Brothers and Sisters. Looking at the stunned man, Luna declared that she was Davy's property. Hearing this, the seller fell into a stupor. Wary, he assumed that she was a subordinate of the protagonist. Looking at the shocked Davy, the seller said that it would be better for him if he did not directly say that she was his subordinate, adding that this was especially true for this country. Taken aback, Davy revealed that Luna was his little sister, asking the seller not to misunderstand him as her personality was quite strange. After which, the seller apologized for the inconvenience. Smiling, he said that since he lives in the Empire, there are many things which he does not like in those who have subordinates. Turning to Davy, he asked if he had heard correctly, adding that he should not talk about things that could cause misunderstandings. Surprised, Luna said that she could not understand, suggesting that the one in power was this. Covering her mouth with his hand, the main character stated his request not to say such things. As Davy walked away from the food stall, he thought that they would show disgust towards the beastman race, but would show disdain for human trafficking. He thought the passage was quite ironic. Settling off, Davy revealed the red and blue flag after that, and the four of them explored the capital of Rhindes. While walking around the capital, the guys tried many delicacies and also watched a street circus perform. Continuing to think, the main character noted that there were few of them due to boundless curiosity, but it had been a long time since he spent time with his family. With happy faces, the girls hugged Davy. The main character's gaze fell on a child running nearby, who touched them. Adjusting his headdress, he apologized to them, after which he started running again. Turning to the main character, Luna announced that she had a question. Davy's assistant couldn't understand why he didn't catch him right away. Remembering the child, Luna stated the results of the analysis, which showed that he stole things from the main character. She concluded it was Davy's wallet after examining the size and shape. After listening to her, the main character asked to leave the child alone. Standing behind him, Luna reported the conclusion that he was not a philanthropist. Taken aback, Davy stated that it was for this reason that he asked to be left alone. Smiling, the main character said that people who lack morality must be responsible for their actions. He considered it not important whether he was a child or an adult. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the vastness of the capital. Looking at the frightened child, Davy asked Luna not to kill him. Looking at the assistant, who was holding the stunned man by the throat, the protagonist noted that if she killed, they would attack her without any fear. After which, the assistant quickly agreed. The frightened child could not understand, if the moon was so strong, then why she did not catch him right away. Davy noted that there will always be little worms who control the pickpockets from behind the scenes. The main character believed that instead of hunting them down one by one, it was better to take care of them all at once. Davy's furious assistant stood next to the defeated pickpockets. While in his thoughts, the main character said that we are very mistaken if we think that he was a rich child and a kind-hearted guy who knew nothing about the world. The kneeling bandit begged for mercy. Davy stated that they should take action once they decide who the right target is. Grinning, the main character said that right now he had only broken a few bones, noting that if he catches him doing this again, he won't leave it like that. Carrying a huge bag behind her, Luna reported that it contained the things they had stolen. Davy thought it was nice that they had put it all together. Looking at the countless treasures, he suggested that he should give it to the guards. Suddenly, something fell out of the bag. The guys found themselves in front of a modern telephone. The royal carriage slowly headed towards the lands of the capital. Seeing something, Winry's face filled with joy. Standing on the steps of the palace, she turned to Davy. She was surprised that he was here. Approaching the subordinate, the main character asked how he could find his room. Suddenly, someone called out to Davy. His gaze fell on Alina and Yellis. Turning to them, the main character asked if they had ever done anything like this. The princess said that this was the first time they had seen such a thing. The magician stated that he did too. Hanging his head down, lost in thought, Davy noted that he had expected this. Turning his head towards the guys, the main character said that he was a little tired, which is why he would first go into the room. Taken aback, Alina tried to find out what had happened to him. Looking at Davy leaving, she asked him to explain everything properly. Wary, the main character apologized, adding that he would explain everything later. After which, Davy found himself in his room. Surprised, Perserk asked if this thing was from his past life. The main character said that this is so. His gaze fell on the mobile phone. Looking at it, Davy could not understand how it had fallen into the hands of a local pickpocket, noting that it did not matter. He was sure that he had no place in this world. He was holding the phone in his hands, and the main character said that it wouldn't turn on. As Davy continued to think, he realized that even if he could make a charger from the materials available there, it would be difficult to unlock it. Confused, Von Pollen asked if the protagonist was going to turn it on. Excited, Davy expressed his desire to try this. As he thought about this situation, he believed that either way, there was something he needed to check. An image of a man who was chained to an IV appeared in his head. The protagonist noted that approximately half of his memories of his past life were vague, adding that he could still remember the other half. He was sure that he knew this phone, starting from his intuition. After which, Davy wondered if this was a clue for him. Leaning on the back of the sofa, the main character said that last night he was delivering drawings to craftsmen on the territory of Haines and did not sleep at all. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist noted that if anything positive could come from this, it would be that they could be supplemented by all the materials he had already collected. Davy knew there was nothing he could do now except try to enjoy the party and wait. Holding her dress, Winry asked her brother, "How does she look?" The main character said that his little sister looks the best. Overjoyed, Yellies began clapping his hands. Taken aback, Alina wondered what they would do with these Siskin people. Smirking, the princess said that it was the skill of the subordinates who helped the royal family. Enthused, Davy said it was amazing. He believed that he would have to get them to pay him a little more attention next time. Turning towards Alina, the main character fell into a stupor. With a smirk on her face, the princess stated that Davy has a simple appearance and it really works for him. Indignant, the main character asked if she wanted to say that he was ugly. At that moment, the joyful twins were running around the palace. Seeing them, Winry was very happy. Looking at the happy girls, she asked if they had come to visit their aunt. Seeing them, Alina was taken aback. Smirking, Davy said that it looked like she was seeing them for the first time. Looking at the twins, the main character said that they were his daughters. Hearing this, Elise fell into a stupor. Outside the palace, a questioning cry from the children was heard. The night sky of the capital was shrouded in many small stars. At the party in the palace there were many nobles who were having fun. Taking the invitation in his hands, the man greeted Alina de Palin and Yellies. After which, he greeted Davy Allron and Winry Allron, saying that their invitations had been confirmed. Holding her fan to her face, the princess thanked the man for his hard work, asking if the party had started yet. He stated that this was true, noting that the emperor had not yet arrived. While in his thoughts, Davy called Alina a witch. Suddenly, Winry squeezed the main character's hand tightly. Frightened, Allron turned to the main character. Unexcited, Winry reported that she was very nervous. Looking at the solemn celebration, Davy said that she needed to hold her head high, noting that his beautiful sister would definitely not yield to anyone here. Hearing this, Winry tried to say something. Sticking his finger forward, the main character asked her to listen. Wary, Davy declared that if some pathetic worm pestered her, then she needed to know that he, her older brother, would help her, even if he had to declare war. Hearing this, Allron fell into a stupor. Taken aback, she thanked him. Leaning over as a sign of respect, the guy said that his name is Temid and he is the 4th prince of the kingdom of Carton. The enraged man ordered not to jump in line. A crowd of interested nobles surrounded Winry on all sides. Temid asked if he could ask her to dance. The stranger pushing forward said that the princess was beautiful, adding that he was the eldest son of the Duke of Pelade. Smiling, Davy wished Winry a good time. Lost in his thoughts, the main character wondered how much time had passed since the party started. His gaze fell on Yellies, who accompanied Alina. Continuing to think, Davy noted that despite the huge number of people present at the event, it was Alina and Yellies who were among those who received the most attention. Looking at the 5th level magician, the main character understood that he was one of the most eligible bachelors on the continent and a brilliant magician elder of the Magic Tower. Turning his attention to the princess, Davy said that her friend was the Pearl of the Palin Empire, one of the 5 most beautiful women on the continent and a master of the Divine Sword. He thought it would be strange if they did not attract attention. Standing on the top floor, the protagonist noted that there were many people who were so desperate to see their faces that their eyes never left them. Looking out at the crowds of joyful aristocrats, Davy reported that compared to them, thanks to the fact that his face was still completely unknown, he was able to move around calmly. The main character noted the pleasure of being alone. Looking at the glass of alcohol, Davy considered the most amazing moment of Winry, who, despite the fact that she had just been nervous, had become extremely popular. Next to the main character, Perserk was floating in the air. Davy noted that even among the royal family, Winry possessed outstanding beauty and was well received by the imperial family, adding that they all flocked to her like bees to honey. The solemn celebration continued in the banquet hall. Sitting down on the step, Winry reported that she was very tired. "Who knew that I would have to dance so much?" noted a pleased Alron. Suddenly, she heard someone talking about the peasants who had gathered here. The guy heading forward said that it gave him a cramp in his stomach. Indignant, Carlos asked what a person like her was doing at a first-class party like this. Winry looked terrified when Callus accused his stepsister and yelled at her. Callus didn't back down, overcome by the aggression, and Winry screamed in panic. Davy sighed heavily. Callus gripped the terrified Winry's wrist tightly and demanded furiously that she return to the kingdom before something terrible happened to her. Suddenly, the youth was knocked down by a thud and sent flying to the side. Davy caught up with Winry when he said that beating was the best way to deal with crazy people. Davy looked at Callus with a cocky grin, while the prince's hand still bore the marks of the silent wind bullet he had used. Davy ignored the indignation of Callus on the floor, asking his brother if he was going to behave badly in another kingdom. The blonde man's face twisted with anger, a vein popped out under his eye, and he insulted Davy. But the prince ignored him, pointing an obvious finger at the top of his head. On the floor next to Callus was a blonde wig that had fallen from his head. The young man's bald head was revealed, covering the entire upper part of his head. Grabbing the wig in his hands, Callus began to run away quickly, filled with shame and anger at the same time. Others tried to call out to the young man, but he did not stop, demanding to leave him alone. Davy made fun of the way the sun glinted off Callus' bald head, and Perkirk noticed that the earlier curse was still hurting the blonde. Illies and Winry danced gracefully, never taking their eyes off each other. Elena, holding 2 glasses of alcohol in her hands, tried to cheer Davy up with a smile, but he asked her to stop pretending with a sad face. The glasses clinked together when Elena asked if Davy would really let Callus leave so easily, and the prince said no. Davy, with an insanely cruel smile, began to imagine cornering Callus and then forcing him to destroy himself, and Elena thought with a sigh about how Callus had gotten into a fight with a psychopath like Davy. When the princess asked about the small golem with silver hair, the young man replied that he had allowed her to explore the territory at her request. Davy explained his decision to put Luna on one because of her ability to disguise herself, and Elena gave the prince a stern look of disapproval. Ignoring the girl's anger, Davy turned around and changed the subject to the main character of the party, Princess Alia Alrindes, whose name was on the invitation. Davy and Elena were walking down the stairs when the young man asked if the girl had seen the youngest princess of the Rindes Empire, who will come of age this year. After a moment's thought, Elena replied that she had seen Arius before, but it seemed that all these years she had been in a sacred land where such parties were rarely held. Just as Elena was about to assume that even a tiger would come to this party if Davy said so, the young man noticed something in the distance with a surprised look on his face. Aria Alrindes arrived at the palace, accompanied by 2 maids. Her greenish-blue hair was decorated with a pink band with a bow tie. The long dress that completely covered the princess' body was the same color with a bow on the chest. Davy froze with a dazed expression on his face as he looked at this girl. The prince had heard that Aria hid her body due to illness, and in the end, he believed that it was true. Perserk was also surprised to see the same illness and the same person that Baron Gornio had told her about. Looking at the masked princess, Davy didn't understand why she hadn't been cured yet. Elena, covering her face with a blue fan, told Davy that if he could cure the territory of Ordum of this disease, then Aria could help, but the young man replied that he could not. Seeing Elend's expression of incomprehension, Davy explained that he couldn't just walk up to Aria and claim that he would cure her. Davy thought that the princess would simply dismiss it as nonsense, and Elena thought about it, putting a folded fan to her lips. Davy said with a smile that Aria could help, but it would look like pity. But on the other hand, he thought that they couldn't allow such a contagion to exist in this world. While Aria was looking around the party, a man in a black suit approached her. His expression was something between disgust and fear. As he rushed towards the princess, Davy noticed it. He watched his actions with mild bewilderment. When the prince realized the man's intentions, his eyes widened. With an angry growl, the man pounced on Aria, who was standing motionless. The princess, stricken with fear, did not move as a blow aimed at her face flashed in front of her. The man removed the mask from Aria's face, throwing it to the side. The ballroom went dark and someone screamed. The party members tensed as the light disappeared. Someone asked if Aria was okay as she fell to the floor and shivered. It turned out that the one who turned off the light was Davy, who was holding a confused Elena by the waist. The young man raised his hand to Princess Palin's face, apologizing in advance. Davy said that he would leave Ilan to clean up the mess by creating a stun grenade that left a flash with a large area of explosion. As Arya hurried out of the hall, Illy's and Winry, who were covered in a special area of immunity, didn't understand why everyone was acting like this. Panting, Arya tried to run as far away as possible. Her sobs followed her. Tears were falling from the girl's eyes. Suddenly, Arya stepped on the hem of her long dress. The girl fell well under the open night sky. Sitting on the floor, Arya sighed heavily as it was over. Arya was crying, covering her face with her hands. She never took off her mask, even in front of the Emperor, and the only person who saw her face was Baron Gornio, who was responsible for treating the disease. Arya had only one wish: to be cured of her illness, find the man who saved her, and marry him, even if it was a little strange. At first, her father was cold about it, but he sighed and gave a blessing. And even a doctor appeared who claimed that he would cure the girl. But it was all over, and now the tears were falling on the lap of the sobbing princess. Arya's illness was not cured because of her father, who decided that her status should be announced as soon as she arrived at the party. The princess, hiding in the palace like a ghost, couldn't do anything about it. Arya bared her teeth, her crying growing louder as she cursed her face and body. Just as the princess was beginning to think about a way out of her difficult situation, Davy caught up with her and asked if the girl was going to die. Arya turned cautiously toward the voice, hiding her face. Her amber eyes widened as she recognized the familiar scent. Davy asked if the princess needed help. When Davy leaned over and offered Arya his hand, Arya saw the same red eyes she'd seen that day. The damage to a victim whose appearance has been disfigured by a virus that causes respiratory tract infections is beyond imagination, so what would it be like for her to attract the attention of so many people? In fact, Arya's face was much more disfigured than that of a normal victim of this virus, and it was precisely this weakness that the person who tore off her mask was focused on. Davy, holding out Arya's mask, asked if she was in pain. The princess lifted her hands from her face. Quickly, Arya snatched the mask from the prince's hands and held it tightly to her. Davy caught the princess's wrist. The girl tried to run away, but the young man did not let her go. She didn't dare turn to Davy, and he asked her if she was going to continue avoiding him. The girl remained silent for a moment, clenching her hand into a fist. Davy listened intently to the girl's hesitant attempt to say something. Arya suddenly screamed, frustrated to death that even though she was looking for Davy everywhere, she didn't want to face him like this. The girl continued to scream, but then her eyes opened wide behind the mask. Arya was shocked that Davy was looking at her like a normal person, while everyone else was expressing either sympathy or disgust. In response, Davy calmly said that he could cure this terrible disease. The prince asked the girl not to criticize until she tried, and she tensed suspiciously. He asked if Arya would trust him this time. Arya placed her hand in Davy's, apologizing for showing him such an ugly sight. The young man reassured the princess that he had seen many patients with a much uglier appearance. Davy assured that the princess was much more fortunate, because with such a spread of the virus, most people would have already died. Although Arya suffered from this illness due to her spiritual aura and beast-like nature, due to the fact that she had been ill for so long, the medical treatment was no longer effective for her. Davy was quick to convince the victim of failed treatments that his method was founded by his medical technology teacher, who remembered those they couldn't save. No one can be perfect, and this applies even to the woman whom people called God, and thanks to whom the perfect medicine was invented. Davy said with a soft smile that in order for the medicine to work, the princess should not lose hope of recovery for 4 days, and then she will definitely recover. Arya was silent, her emotions hidden behind a mask. The girl took the prince's hands, saying that she would trust him. Even the mask couldn't hide the princess' genuine joy and trust in Davy. Davy's eyes widened. His lips pulled back in a smile, pleased with what he was hearing. The prince put his arm around her and wished her sweet dreams. Davy scooped Arya up in his arms when he heard a concerned exclamation. The young man turned around in alarm. He found himself surrounded by a dozen armed knights. Davy paled, ironically noting how beautiful this moment was. Suddenly, the prince shrank from a massive explosion. Luna sank to the floor, her face completely hidden behind her blue hair. The girl stepped in front of Davy, intending to protect her master, but he sternly demanded that she not aggravate the situation and stepped back. The knights, many of whom were swordsmen, were angry at Davy and worried for Arius, and angrily demanded that the girl be released. He looked around at the guards standing like a wall, wondering which of them was the most experienced. Suddenly, an indignant voice was heard, getting closer with every step. This was the emperor of the Rhindes Empire named Diort, and he was the most skilled swordsman. The man crossed his arms when he saw his daughter in Davy's arms, and the young man apologized for such a first meeting. The prince cautiously but directly asked Diort to recall the knights, saying that the patient's safety should always come first. The knights were infuriated by the stranger's audacity, but the emperor still ordered them to retreat. Dior ordered his subordinates not to wake his sleeping daughter with noise and leave immediately. Under the night sky, Dior and Davy had a one-on-one conversation. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully when he heard Davy's name and asked about the demon blood cure. Davy, holding the princess carefully in his arms, concluded that Baron Gornio was unable to cure Arius of the disease because her body structure was a special case. When the emperor asked if Davy could cure Arius, the young man immediately announced that he had his own conditions. With a friendly smile, the young man promised to cure the princess in 4 days, but in return give him the opportunity to put up one of the exhibits for auction tomorrow. When Davy firmly said that Dior could cut off the prince's head in case of failure as compensation, the man froze in shock. Davy's face was full of determination, but Perkirk was skeptical that the young man was forcing the emperor to put his daughter's life on the line. Davy looked warmly at Arius in his arms, thinking that he needed to weigh the benefits of missing his goal and start treating the princess. Without thinking twice, Dior agreed and, moreover, even asked the prince to cure his sick daughter. The king waved his hand and firmly stated that if the treatment was successful, he would give Davy whatever he wanted and make him an ally of the empire. The emperor's face was seriously thoughtful as he considered Davy an incredible professional who shines with a flame. Wang's stony face contrasted vividly with the prince's excited but joyful face. Somehow, it appeared that Hain's territory was about to receive the empire's protection. The party, which was interrupted by a sudden bright flash, soon continued, but after that day, a rumor spread in the noble circles. A rumor about a prince from a small kingdom who treated Princess Aria's illness. Emperor Dior was sitting at his desk, studying the scroll carefully, when a visitor called out sharply. One of the knights, sweating with excitement, shouted at Dior to do something about Princess Aria not eating for 2 days because of the treatment. Alvarez couldn't calm down that the emperor had trusted Davy so easily, but Dior only calmly replied that his decision remained the same. Alvarez exclaimed indignantly, but the emperor quickly changed the subject. Alvarez paused and pressed a weary hand to his head, regretfully informing the emperor of the lack of evidence, and expressing his opinion that everything was quite conservative. Dior, hearing this information, angrily squeezed the fabric of his clothes. The man's face contorted with cruelty as he gripped the scroll and demanded to find the impudent fool who was trying to frame a member of the Rindes family, namely Aria. Alvarez also reported that they informed the people that the incident was due to a problem with the artifact, but the emperor stopped the subordinate. Alvarez looked puzzled, but Dior ignored him, and as he touched his beard, he realized that it was exactly as Davy had said. An empire that still holds contempt for the animal race, and the resulting clash between conservatives and liberals. Dior realized how quickly Davy had become familiar with the situation in the Rindes Empire. The emperor suddenly asked Alvarez's opinion of Davy, and the knight froze, surprised by the unexpected question. When Alvarez asked the man to clarify his question, Dior asked if the knight had noticed anything strange. The king put his fingers to his face thoughtfully and looked away at the inexhaustible answer. In his mind, Dior likened Davy to a deep, endless abyss from which there was no escape. The man was lost in the memory of his teacher, the strongest swordmaster in the empire at that time, for it was then that he felt something like this. Dior thought that he would not feel the same way when he saw the master again, and was surprised that a young man in his early 22nd should feel the same way. After a long silence, the king let out a chuckle, and Alvarez was startled, waiting for the emperor to say something. Dior guessed that Davy had created the flash of light at last night's party to keep Aria out of trouble. The man chuckled contentedly and thought that he was starting to like the boy. Dior told Alvarez that Davy needed to be watched carefully, hoping inwardly that the young man would create a cure. Aria recalled how she was afraid that Davy would touch her face as his hand slowly approached her. Despite the fact that the girl was asleep, she heard conversations. Aria didn't know who they were talking about, but Davy's voice was quiet and happy. Imagining the princess holding the young man's hand, she thought that his voice made her feel light. On the luxurious 4-poster royal bed, someone gently woke up. Warm sunlight streamed in from the windows. Her fingers found the soft blanket. Aria, dressed in a pink nightgown, felt refreshed. Suddenly a maidservant came into the room, and the princess was startled by the glib voice. Aria quickly went in search of the mask. Burying her bandaged face in the blanket, the princess demanded that the maid bring her a mask. Suddenly, the girl's voice softened noticeably when she recognized the subordinate as Alinda. Aria sat up in bed and asked how long she had been in bed, to which Alinda replied that the princess had been asleep for about 2 days. When Aria noticed how weightless her body was, the maidservant with a kind laugh praised the prince for doing incredible things. Alinda explained to the princess that the person who treated her was Davy Al-Ron, the first prince of the Ron kingdom. Aria pressed her thin, bandaged fingers to her cheeks at the name. The maid's eyes shone with joy, and she covered her reddened cheeks with her hands as she watched the princess' reaction. Alinda said that no one expected such beauty from the princess and that the maid herself was mesmerized when she changed the girl's bandages. When Alinda started saying that Aria's charm couldn't compare to the beauty of the continent's top 5 beauties, the princess thought that she was joking or being too kind. The girl noticed a white envelope on the bedside table, and Alinda explained that it was left by Prince Davy. Aria carefully picked up the envelope, a soft smile spreading across her lips as the maid said that Davy had asked her to give it to the princess when she woke up. Opening the letter, Aria read that Davy had prepared a gift for the princess and was waiting for her at today's banquet. Aria thought back to the smell of cornus fruit coming from the prince, and his words that the ailing princess was fine. The princess remembered Davy continuing to talk to her as if he were sitting next to her and reading her fairy tales. Aria didn't know if she should have any hope, so she called the maid over. When the princess asked Alinda to help remove the bandages, the girl happily replied that she was going to do it now. Sitting on a chair in front of the mirror, Aria expressed her excitement, but Alinda assured the princess that she had nothing to worry about. As she removed the first layer of bandages, Alinda said that Princess Aria would definitely be the center of attention at tonight's party. There was a giggle in the ballroom under the huge chandelier. It was Davy's, which made Winry look a little flustered, while Alina looked annoyed. When the prince was asked why he was absent from yesterday's auction, he, oddly, but sincerely laughing, did not give a comprehensive answer. Leaving the princesses Alina and Winry bewildered, Davy retreated, saying that he would return. Davy asked the man in the black tailcoat to borrow the piano for a moment. Perserk asked in surprise if the prince could play, and he answered yes with a smile, adding that his singing was like a devil's howl. Davy sat down at the piano while Perserk watched the boy with undisguised interest. The doors swung open and a loud announcement was made announcing the arrival of Princess Aria Alrindes. As he prepared to show her the gift, Davy said it would be a tune of mysterious magic that didn't exist in this world. Davy touched the black and white keys when he thought of the piece as a canonical variation. Looking at Princess Aria in a beautiful pink floral dress, and most importantly, the prince thought that the pace would accelerate. Seeing the girl's beautiful face, Davy decided it was time for her to put her nightmares behind her. Shouts of delight filled the room. The glittering ballroom was gracefully decorated, and the music drifted smoothly upward. The one who played this beautiful tune was none other than Davy, sitting at the piano with a soft smile. Winry stared at her older brother in fascination, and Yillies had the pleasant feeling that even Mana responded to music. Alina seemed displeased because of envy for the versatile and talented guy. The black boots stopped next to the hem of a long dark dress decorated with white flowers. It was Emperor Diort himself, frozen in admiration at the sight of his beloved daughter. Seeing her father, Aria, dressed in flowers, turned to him with pleasant excitement. 3 years later, Diort was finally able to see the face of his youngest daughter, and he hugged her tightly out of his overwhelming emotions, concluding that she had suffered for too long. In a dark room with floral patterns and a flower pot, the Emperor declared that he was satisfied with the result. Across from the man sat Davy, who, in response to his parents' sincere gratitude, mentioned the prevention of relapses that might occur even though the princess was completely cured. He handed the governor a package with a prescription, asking him to make sure that Aria would take all the prescribed medications on time for a month, and Diort promised to inform their doctor about this. Hearing this phrase, the main character became alert without saying a word. While the Emperor was carefully reviewing his daughter's prescription, Davy interrupted him, hinting that the doctor should not be trusted with follow-up treatment. Sitting on a chair, the young man tried to explain his point of view to the man, arguing that the conservatives treated Arius unfairly, but he did not believe that they would dare to harm his daughter. Davy, however, continued to insist, which slowly made Diort lose her temper. The guy said that now detractors are given the best opportunity to commit an attempt by poisoning a still fragile girl, and there is a chance that a plan is already being prepared. After the words of the main character, the Emperor visibly frowned, looking menacingly at the interlocutor. He was in doubt about the validity of Davy's guesses, and the guy across from him didn't dare move, holding his gaze steady. Unexpectedly for the main character, Diort burst out laughing, not taking the youngster's advice seriously, but rather as a funny joke. Davy watched the man's reaction in confusion, while also reflecting on his cold attitude towards the power struggle in the Rindes Empire. However, the guy definitely didn't want his charmingly sleeping patient, who had just recovered, to be dragged into such a showdown. The Emperor changed the subject, remembering that the red moon that the young healer had requested was being auctioned off. Diort didn't want to end the deal with such a cheap reward, and when Davy heard about it, he insisted that it was enough, privately calling the man extravagant. Removing the gold ring from his index finger, the grateful ruler declared that the red moon would still be a well-deserved reward for the healing of his daughter Arius. Diort placed the jewel on the table, slightly embarrassing his companion with the gesture. The Emperor asked the boy to take the ring, which is a symbol of power, and Davy, holding the glittering relic, considered his assumption. A birdcage hung symbolically in the room, while Aria's father thanked the young man for giving his daughter his freedom, declaring that his will would be the will of the Emperor of Rindes. Davy listened in shock to the speech, surrounded by the sun's multicolored reflections, holding the ring. Diort turned to the young man with a tempting offer. When the ruler asked the main character to become the personal physician of the imperial family, he refused, looking awkwardly at the interlocutor. The man was surprised by the young man's courage, but calmly accepted the refusal, not going to put pressure on him and rejoicing at the accepted reward. Diort informed the confused guy that no matter how much he refused the award, he would still insist on accepting it. The Emperor gleefully declared that from now on, Rindes would be the first ally of the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, while Davy listened intently. When the award was over, the main character realized that this is not an agreement of the peoples, but an agreement of the people with an individual. Sitting on the throne, surrounded by the glare of the sun, Diort added that in addition to the help mentioned 3 times, the Rindes Empire will continue to be an ally of the guy who took the man's word seriously. Davy was very panicked about the number of awards, which were many even to thank for the treatment of the imperial daughter, but Perkirk saw it only as love for the child. In the end, the guy even rejoiced, accepting all the honors that he didn't even expect. Lately, he'd been worried about the smug face. Continuing the conversation in the dark room with the flowers, Davy decided not to bother and immediately make a request. Against the backdrop of the elegant interior, it was obvious that his hands were trembling. After talking to Diort, Davy wandered down the palace corridor with a demoness and a blue-haired girl with a halo and a white dress, discussing the Emperor's qualities. Luna announced with a touch of enthusiasm that she wanted to continue her research, which surprised the main character very much. Davy decided to take care of the food, giving the girl the opportunity to eat plenty of delicious dishes. The guy stopped with his arms crossed, intending to confirm something, and Guileless Moon asked for a detailed explanation from him. A pink shoe with a bow firmly stepped on the floor. In the hallway, Aria's doll, surrounded by blue flowers, was dragging someone out with her full dress spread out. Davy was taken aback when he saw her, and managed to cover his mouth with his hand and use 5th circle invisibility magic. He panicked a lot when he heard that Aria could smell him. He looked at Perk in silence, and Perk expressed surprise at the sensitivity of the beastmen's olfactory organs. Aria tried her best to prove to Elind that the man was here, but Elind did not listen to the young lady at all and convinced her otherwise. A tear fell to the floor when the princess said that she had just met him. The upset girl's eyes were wet, because she didn't even have time to say goodbye to the savior, and the maid stretched out her hands to her, reminding her that it was time to drink medicine. Aria said she wanted to see her father, which confused Olinda. The princess, in a pink outfit, full of determination, said that she was going to ask him to meet this man again. With that, Aria ran down the long hallway, urging Elind's assistant on. Watching this scene, Davy noticed with a smile that the cat-eared girl was the real daughter of the Emperor, and the moon turned its gaze on the owner. When the bewildered winged companion asked the reason for not wanting to see Princess Rindes, the guy put it all down to sounding the alarm intuition. Luna was very surprised, not taking her eyes off the young man when he admitted that he was terrible by nature. Opening the large windows, Davy glanced at the girl, suggesting that they go home, because here their work was already completed. Illuminated by the sun's rays, the boy happily guessed that the items he picked up must have already arrived in the territory of the Heinz lands. Glancing at his phone and book, the protagonist decided that now was a good time to check them out. The sight of these items brought back memories of how they had been obtained in revenge for theft. However, it was very unexpected for him to encounter an item directly related to him. This thing was from another, mundane world where the guy had previously existed. His mentor from the Gallery of Heroes, Daphne, didn't worship God, but there was something else she believed in. The saint was convinced that there is no consequence without a cause, and there is no such thing as a coincidence, which was very suitable in the situation with the found phone. Sitting on the couch, looking at the object in detail, Davy thought that if the object came to this world from another dimension, then this is not fun. While the phone was charging from the block, the guy thought about interdimensional transfer. Holding the Earth communication device in his hands, Davy was surprised not just by how the phone got to this world, but to him. Confused, the young man took the item off the charger, and Perkirk asked if it was possible to turn it on right now, to which she received an affirmative answer with a small caveat that it would probably hang. Holding down the power button, Davy didn't fully understand why everything worked like this. For a second, the main character froze in shock when the phone screen lit up. A red stigmata appeared on his back as the communication device vibrated. Davy stared at the screen in disbelief, while the demoness covered her ears. Shocked, the clerk clarified the source of such noise, to which the guy asked to calm down, read the inscription on the screen. He decided whether to answer the call, stating that someone was waiting for the right moment to make it. Eventually, Davy picked up the phone and the familiar hell rang through the room. Music drifted from a musical instrument set against the blue sky. The statue of an angel blew a trumpet, announcing the appearance of a person. Davy stood across from her, his mouth twisting at the unpleasant sounds. He found himself in an unusual place where a stairway led to heaven. As he scanned the area, holding his head, he finally had an epiphany about the appearance of the phone and the call. Looking around at the gray columns and arches, Davy decided that there was no better way to contact him than to show him something from a previous life. As he continued to look around, the protagonist decided that it was like the place where he first encountered divine powers. He was about to step out from behind a huge pillar when translucent wings appeared in the air. A few feathers fluttered past the astonished face. In front of him, a completely white angel figure in a blue glow appeared in the distance, heading straight for the hero. The tall creature was now standing very close to the startled Davy. A huge white hand with long nails reached out to the boy's head, making him look rather agitated. A hand came down gently, harmlessly, on her dark hair. A bright glow below eye level caught Davy's attention. In his hands was a small box containing what looked like a smaller version of the galaxy. The guy looked at the resulting object with bewilderment, from which rays of light emanated. The main character's feet held him firmly on the ground, and sparkling sparks were floating around. Then Davy lost his balance with a scream and fell backwards. The couch was overturned, the guy was sitting on the floor, trying to recover, and the demoness in the air was very worried about the fall. Beads of sweat rolled down the young man's face, and his eyes were covered with his hands as a worried clerk tried to find out if everything was all right. Without a word, he handed the girl a small box with unusual contents. Davy said that he had gone so far as to become possessed, and his eternal companion did not stop looking at him excitedly. The guy sprawled on the floor, exhausted, noting that with Daphne's help, he had made a perfect contact, different from that in the state of the soul. When Purser called out to the young man in concern, he said that he needed to take a nap. Holding up his index finger, he added that after that time, he would have to wait another 10 hours. The girl allowed him to sleep as much as he liked, and in the meantime there was an unusual box lying on the floor. It was getting late, and the sky above the Imperial Palace was already slowly darkening after sunset. Davy stretched, feeling completely refreshed after sleeping on the floor. When the guy woke up, he found that the cell phone taken from the thieves was nowhere to be found. He still had the magic artifact that gave him the ability to resurrect once. Looking at the box lantern along with the handkerchief, Davy decided that this thing would do a good job as a nightlight. He examined the thing from all sides, holding it very close to his face and pondering its power. Realizing that there was a divine dream with a gift at the end, the guy couldn't believe that he was so supported. After putting on his robes, he went out onto the balcony, already knowing how to use the magic artifact. He needs a forced transformation, like a caterpillar that will turn into a butterfly. Due to the stigmata received in the Felsty Kingdom, there is a high risk of not undergoing metamorphosis. Davy is able to draw the aura Fireblade, but he can't get the power he achieved in the corridor, so this opportunity was perfect. Purser excitedly warned that the adventure her companion was trying to achieve was too dangerous, and was told that this was why the extra life was needed. But even the main character was afraid, because this theory was not invented by him, but by one of the mentors from the gallery named Odin. It was 2 months in the sky, and Davy decided philosophically that whatever the outcome, there was death. Enthusiastically watching the night sky, the guy decided that he needed to try everything out because the situation is conducive to this. The ideal place for his experiments, he chose the Pandora region, where there are many otherworldly creatures, and also there will be no problems with the rarefied force. Purser began to dissuade, noting that Alina would be against it if she found out that the main character didn't care. The demoness, after a futile attempt, concluded that Davy was very stubborn. Transformation is also essentially the destruction of the physical body and its reconstruction. The guy was looking at the sky, where the sun now symbolically appeared along with the 2 months, marking death and resurrection. After the divine dream, the main character stayed in the Rhindan Empire for 2 more days. While Arya tried her best to persuade her father to meet with the guy, he avoided the princess in every possible way because of the feeling that Diort, who was obsessed with his daughter, would not leave her alone later. Besides, Elise and Valin weren't around, as they were going to the meeting in the Magic Tower, and after that, they were going straight back to Heinz Manor. Although the 2 of them stuck to Davy, they were still an elder of the Red Tower and a princess of the Empire, so they also had their own concerns. Events are transferred to a grand castle in the Haines lands, where Davy, Winry, and Luna have already returned 2 weeks ago. He hadn't been idle all this time, accepting wooden boxes of supplies. The main character, pleasantly surprised, reported that there were many more of them than he had ordered, and the dwarf behind him boasted about the strength of his people. Golda also told them that Amy was paying them well for their work, and Davy began to inspect the blue steel blade. The short man suggested that the weapon had been sent from a black stone, adding that it was quite easy to practice, but it required great skill from the owner. The second item on Davy's list, who was now shouldering his sword, was a dwarf-made weapon. The entire contents of the crates were not exactly a successful invention, but even failures have value, especially those marked made by dwarves. If Davy put the swords up for sale, he could sell out all the copies. Any mercenary or knight will go to great lengths to obtain such weapons, which will make the Lord of the Haines lands rich, but these buyers are not the most important ones based on his intentions. As Davy hunkered down and picked at the box, the dwarf pointed out that with so many weapons, you could even start a war, but immediately dismissed the idea because people don't like such things. Holding a wooden box in his hands, the Lord said with a smile that due to the huge demand, the blades would be sold out quickly. High-ranking officials were meeting at a long black table with candles and flowers. Princess Alina has finally returned to the Order of Knights on Pandora. While the students dined at the long table and the chaplain rejoiced at the arrival of the girl looked very depressed, leaning her head on the table. There was talk of marriage and arranged marriage everywhere, so she had to settle everything before returning. The princess was indignant when she was bombarded with questions about Davy from her friends. She was unpleasantly surprised to find herself caring more for him than for her old friend. But Lucia and Alicia didn't see anything wrong in looking for their pet. When Alina looked around at the people gathered in the dining hall, she couldn't find Theo Hole, and they explained to her that Strog was busy with the trip. Hag and the twin told rumors about the mission that the supernatural was involved. Drooping, the commander concluded that if something went wrong, it would be her second failure, and Lucia began to reassure her. Alina watched the women with relief and a small laugh. Across the way, Lindsay asked the princess with a smirk if she was worried about Davy. While the guys asked about the abilities of the absent friend, Alina awkwardly concluded that the guy's incredible abilities are already known here. He was proficient in sacred and elemental magic, had the level of a professional swordsman, and the knowledge of an alchemist that most knights don't have. When Alina was asked if she knew anything about her friend, she froze in confusion, not saying a word. While everyone at the table was clamoring for information, the girl was baffled. The princess scowled at Lindsay, who was leaning over her, and said that she shouldn't know that. The white walls of the dining room had never seen such a tedious meal. It was a clear day above the knight's tower. Davy, standing by the door in a pale robe, turned questioningly. On the top floor of the ancient knight's castle, a man with red hair asked if something was bothering the youth, but the latter only replied that his ear was itching. Davy concluded that his golem was hungry when Luna, looking tired, announced the need for vital energy. The owner promised the girl to catch and cook a wild animal already on the street, and she did not hesitate to note his disgusting culinary abilities. Boris looked at the main character seriously, asking the disciple to get ready before meeting the head knight. As Davy and Moon walked forward to the entrance, he thought it was okay to be nervous. He looked curiously at the meeting place. There was some interference from the blue canvas table, but a few human figures could still be seen. Davy counted about 3 or 4 people, and Boris hurried away. The place of negotiations had quite a strong influence, capable of distorting the space around. One of the negotiators stated that he could not attend in person, to which he received a reply that this did not concern his interlocutor. All 4 figures now turned to Davy, who was standing at the table, noting his strangeness. Noticing Luna next to the guy, the crowd assumed that she was a golem discovered in an ancient historical place. The reason the meeting was taking place was to hear Davy talk about the day the girl with the wings was found. The guy with a serious attitude said that most likely a research team had already visited the site of the find, since everyone here knew so much. He told me about the vampire he'd met there. Melfail's target was probably the girl sleeping in the lowest part of this place. Davy also mentioned that he tried to kill the vampire. The boy looked at the crowd, dutifully waiting for their decision about the moon. One of them in interference put his hands on the table and turned to the guy. The hooded man with the mustache decided to speak directly. He demanded that Davy give them the golem he found. Guy and Luna were speechless as they continued to listen. Another person joined the conversation, saying that there was very little information about the real danger. After that incident, the boys had returned to the manor as fugitives, and it was only to be expected that the order would be worried. At the meeting, Yana Devi explicitly stated that he refused to give up the money. This greatly angered the high-ranking knights at the table. In response to the objection, the guy stubbornly snapped that he would not accept any of them. Then one of the interlocutors with displeasure asked Davy to reflect on which side would eventually lose. At the exit of the room, the sound of the door closing was heard. Davy and Luna left the meeting. Hovering next to Davy, Perkirk was glad that it was over without any difficulties. Davy said it was a predictable outcome. The main character looked at the puzzled Luna and said that among those guys there would not be such an expert on golems like him. With his hand on Luna's head, Davy noted in his thoughts that there was something that was bothering him. Davy recalled turning to the man's projection to find out how much the Night Order knew about the ruins. The projections of the men's faces changed. One of them said he couldn't be sure. Davy listened in silence, his face serious. The man said that the official border within which the attack could occur was the 3rd level, noting that if you go further, there could be problems with human resources. Thoughtfully, Davy replied that he understood everything. The main character was looking at the office door. Davy noted in his mind that the man was a good liar. There were many trees on the stone hill. The plot takes us to the official examination area of the Night Order, which was the inner area of Pandora's territory. Boris, being on the hill, said that despite the fact that this was an area that was mostly cleared for the exam, this is still Pandora's territory. Then he asked the students to be careful. Telman noted that they are all the future of the Night Order and each of them is precious. I stare at Davy County, lost in thought. Rays of sunlight fell on the frozen tree. The main character continued the idea that the inner region of Pandora is really in permafrost. Davy also noted that the difference between this place and where they set up an ambush is like heaven and earth. Alina, who was flustered, asked if Hyagu didn't feel that the surroundings were somewhat chaotic. Folding his hands, he assumed that it was because of the incident at the ruins, adding that all these transcendental movements had happened unnoticed. Encouraged, Alicia pointed out that if this was the case, they had nothing to worry about, adding that there wouldn't be 2 or 3 times as many graduates on this exam who would defend them. She went on to say that it wasn't the blizzard season, so there was nothing that could be a problem. Taken aback, Alina asked where she got all this information from. The morning sky was gradually covered with clouds. The princess said that security is a good thing anyway. Continuing, she said that she wanted to see them safely at the next meeting for further instructions. The students agreed with her. Alina said goodbye to the group of students. Opening the scroll, the princess informed them that their first challenge was to gather supplies and deliver them to a nearby location as quickly as possible. Alina smiled and encouraged them, saying that even if they didn't hide their supplies like they did in a treasure hunt, the group should have kept their cool and made a sensible assessment of the situation. Luna reckoned that they added more obstacles instead. Alina grabbed the scroll and asked them not to worry, saying that she would take the most difficult part, adding that after all, it was her exam. The princess jumped off the cliff, stating that she would lead the way, asking the group to follow her. Folding his hands, Davy noted that he could trust her. Seeing the shining snowflakes, the main character was taken aback. Davy's gaze fell on a branch shuddering in the snow. Many snowflakes were falling from the sky. The main character said that he can declare that the time is not right for this. Hearing this, Alina fell into a stupor. Behind them, they saw a huge Megatron. Turning to Luna, Davy asked her to finish this as quickly as possible, adding that first they needed to find a place where they could get out of the cold. Golem reported that the order was received. Watching Megatron, Alina froze in one position. Angry, Alina asked what Davy was doing. The main character replied that he would listen to all the complaints later. Davy reported a blizzard approaching and asked the group to go with him. The princess's face was filled with bewilderment. A heavy snowstorm developed at the cave entrance. The group lit a bonfire. The princess was sitting by the fire, trying to keep warm. Putting on a raincoat, the main character noted that everything is worse than he thought. Alina found it reassuring, however, that they'd managed to gather supplies before the blizzard hit full force. Alina said that they were lucky. Exhaling, he asked if they really seemed happy to the princess right now. Surprised, Alina asked if he really predicted the weather, and then assumed that it was with the help of magic. Davy said it was a spirit. An image of a spirit appeared in the protagonist's mind. Continuing his thought, the main character noted that the spirit is most sensitive to changes in nature and the environment, adding that this is the same as before an earthquake. Animals and insects run away and fly away first. Powerful gusts of wind enveloped the snow-covered branches of trees. At that moment, Davy was thinking that in this icy territory, the spirits were trembling from the cold. After which, he wondered if this meant that the weather was about to change. Shivering from the cold, Alina realized that even in her winter coat and next to the fire, it was still cold. She asked how they were supposed to handle a blizzard like this. The main character suggested that the fact is that the princess's coat is cheap. Outraged, Alina asked if he knew how much it cost. The princess added that one such item could be worth more than 300 gold pieces. Grinning, Davy noted that corruption is something that is everywhere. The main character asked the princess to take off her coat. Hearing this, Alina was very embarrassed. Davy said he wanted to use some magic and again asked for a coat. Sparks were coming from the fire in the cave. The princess pointed out that if this was what she was thinking, Davy should tell her right away. The main character asked why she was mad at him. The plot moves us forward a couple of minutes. Overjoyed, Alina cried out, "Wow!" Wrapped completely in her coat, she noticed that it was very warm now. Davy smiled and said that all he had done was tear his coat apart and make a new one. Sitting by the fire, the main character said that the loop would stop tomorrow at dawn, adding that they would have to wait out that night in a cave. Alina noted that it felt like they were just going camping. After that, the main character asked if the princess had regained consciousness. Smiling, Alina said that this was so, and continued, she noted that sometimes she understands that happiness is in small things. Davy asked her if she liked it. Plunged into the shadow of the fire, the protagonist noted that some things do not seem so bad to them. He asked if it was true that they had been up to their ears in business lately. Davy pointed out that if she was trying to get close to him in this way, he wouldn't be able to resist. Hearing this, the princess fell into a stupor. Glancing at the cave entrance, Davy reported that a blizzard was raging, noting that it was just the two of them. Grinning, the protagonist noted that the princess was not too vigilant. Dumbfounded, Alina asked what was going on with Davy. Looking down on the terrified princess, Davy said that everything was wonderful and he was going to release what he had been holding back until now. Alina blushed and said that it was stupid, adding that if he dared to come closer, she would cut him into pieces. Davy said she could do whatever she wanted, if she could. Grinning, the main character pointed his hands in the direction of the princess. Alina reminded that they are still passing the exam, adding that if something strange happens, the teachers will be there. Davy interrupted and said that he didn't think anyone would be watching them in this weather. The frightened princess asked if Luna was here. Flustered, Alina asked why Davy was acting like this. He replied that he had been waiting for this day. Closing her eyes, the princess asked him not to be like that, noting that they were just friends. Putting his hands on the princess' shoulders, Davy said that it didn't matter right now. Squeezing Alina's shoulders tighter, the protagonist asked her not to worry. He stated that she just needed to show her back. After which, strange screams came from the cave. The sound spread throughout the area. The man walking slowly forward froze in one position. A blue hand could be seen from the tent's exit. Shio huddled in a corner of the tent, terrified. Howl's face was shrouded in fear. An image of an enraged monster appeared in his mind. After gathering, Shio told Trav that they would all be killed if they continued to do nothing, adding that he and Trav needed to split up. Frowning, Trav told Howl to go see the captain on the way, adding that he would go see Master Morris. When Trav saw the bodies lying on the ground, he said that they should report the situation immediately. Shio handed Trav a red potion that gave off a green light, adding that it was very important for them to stay alive. Trav's face changed to a very serious expression. He looked at the potion in his hands and asked Howl to be careful. The glow from the potion made Travis wary. Encouraged, Shio walked out of the tent and said, "Let's go." Many flakes of snow fell on the snow-covered trees. The dark cloak shuddered, sending flakes of snow flying. A group of people in dark cloaks were looking at the captain who was standing on the high ground. The captain, with a straight face, asked if there were any miscalculations. The group replied that there were no miscalculations. It was reported that they had set up an extensive range barrier and were beginning to lure in the Beyonder Shander. The corpses of the people were illuminated by a red-blue light. The group added that the initial border control was successful. One of the knights asked the captain if this was exactly correct. The captain replied that it wasn't much to use students as sacrifices, adding that it was a necessary sacrifice. The snow-white snow became bloody. The captain continued his speech, saying that with the help of their blood, they would be able to control the Beyonder and they would be able to move one step closer to Pandora. The captain looked at the startled knight and asked them not to make a mistake. Turning around, the captain added that he had put the future of an entire chivalry on the line. The plot introduced us to the captain of the Knights of the 5th rank, Harald. The group of knights cried out, "That's right." Several explosions rang out under the captain's feet. An unknown figure wearing a white cloak that gave off a purple glow appeared behind Harald. She asked the captain if there were any talented students among them, adding that maybe they could be useful. With a smirk, Harald replied that there was no one there but inexperienced brats who could only lead to the failure of their plan. The unknown man continued to listen to the captain's speech. Harold added that if something really goes wrong, he will personally deal with it. Fine snow covered the captain's feet and cloak. Grinning, Harold offered to see how long they could hold the otherworldly creature. Davy pressed his knuckles on Alina's back, and then she asked him to wait. Smiling, the main character asked the princess to be patient for a while. Davy continued to massage the screaming Alina. In his mind's eye, he realized that she was definitely different from Boris, continuing to think that men had such strong muscles that women only succumbed to that strength. Alina, reddened, screamed at the massage of the main character. Davy continued to stretch the princess back with great enthusiasm. Blue eyes emerged from the shadows of the fire. An indignant Luna said that this scene is very inappropriate. Releasing Alina, Davy's confused gaze fell on the moon. The main character's assistant suggested that he should stop fooling around. Davy said there was nothing he could do about it, adding that sometimes his hands wouldn't work properly under the influence of magic. The princess fell asleep by the fire. The main character exhaled and waved his hand. A clerk hovering nearby asked Davy if he was that nervous. Grinning, the protagonist replied that they would have to deal with a transcendent being, and there was no choice. Davy's eyes fell on the sleeping princess. The main character reflected that this might excite Alina a little, adding that the test is definitely getting harder now, which may affect him. Bright sparks of fire flew against the rocks. The main character said that the name really has a similarity. Sitting next to a burning bonfire, Davy reported that there were people with special abilities in heaven. The main character added that among them was an old man named Shane Script, who came from another world. In Dave's mind, the image of a man standing in front of a multitude of monsters appeared. Davy continued the story, adding that being born a commoner, he had the ability to summon highly advanced beasts. In the main character's mind, the image of a black beast with fiery mana appeared. The main character added that one of these beasts that he had summoned and made a pact with was a beast named Chandramine, which meant Lord of the Lands. After thinking about it, Perserk said that this is no longer just a joke nickname, but a real naming convention. Davy said there were two others. In addition, he noted that the summoner usually has the ability to make a contract with one beast, but Shane was able to make it with three. Perserk asked what highly developed beast meant. The main character thought about it and said that it is difficult to explain. After imagining a picture of incandescent magma in his head, Davy said that it is a life form that develops by destroying enemies and borrowing their strength, and changes depending on the conditions and environment. The main character added that apparently such a beast originates, being the size of a worm. Davy smiled and waved his hands as he continued his story. The main character stated that he kills enemies, improves and becomes full-fledged as a biological species. Davy added that even though it is a cruel little creature with no fundamental principles, it is constantly evolving and therefore troublesome to deal with. Surprised, Perserk asked if such a beast was strong. Davy explained that it was about the rank of Grand Master, adding that the rank was about Heavenly Hero. In the memoirs of the main character, a picture appeared of how he was abandoned in a forest filled with such creatures, as he tells Perserk. Adding to that, he was told that the best way to gain invaluable experience was to fight them. Startled, Perserk asks if this means that Beyond Chandra is a certain one. Interrupting her, the main character said that she imagined it a little differently. The main character presented a forest area from which a blue glow emanated. He added that the Chandra mine he knows would have turned not only Pandora, but the entire northern region into a whole demonic region. In Davy's mind, the worm would never have been happy with a space of this size. The main character's voice could be heard coming from the cave entrance. He stated that, roughly speaking, Chandra mine is a fire dragon. Davy added that if he were here, this place would have already turned into the consequences of a volcanic eruption. Perserk continued to sit on the rock, surprised. Perserk asked if she could ask the main character a question. Smiling, the hero allowed her to ask a question. Davy and Perserk were silhouetted in the firelight. Perserk asked a question about the heaven where the main character was located and who was the strongest hero there. From the memories of the main character, a picture of the gallery surfaced under a purple sky. Davy stood between the tall pillars and asked who was the most powerful one there. In his mind, he noted that this happened as soon as he got there. He had an image of angry heroes' mentors. Davy pointed out that this was where it all started. In the thoughts of the main character, a picture of how he stands against the background of bright streams of mana appeared. After that, Davy's memories were filled with a picture of bright rays of light shooting from everywhere in the sky. He said he didn't want to think about it again. The main character hid under the blanket that Perserk was trying to tear off. Von Paulin asked who had won. Davy said he didn't know, and he wanted her to ask Davy. There were many snow-covered trees in the surrounding forest. Indignant, Boris asked if the guy wanted to say that the Lord is moving to the test site. The frightened student said that this is not all, adding that the people who were assigned to ensure the safety of students stopped contacting. Thelman was furious. The guy asked Boris to calm down. Thelman asked a rhetorical question, which concerned the fact that in such a situation he could not be calm. Turning around, Boris looked at the elder and said that the children were still inside, adding that he could not believe that they were attacked by the Lord, considering that this made no sense. The elder informed them that they needed to hurry up and find a solution. The elder looked at the dumbfounded Boris, saying that it was extremely unpleasant for him to admit this, noting that now we should just wait. Interrupting him, Boris wondered how he could say something so reckless. Putting his hand to his head, the elder asked if Tellman had a plan to save them. Boris reported that the barrier laid in the Forest of Trials was not created by a demonic beast. The vast expanse of the winter forest was shrouded in streams of purple mana. The elder asked me not to tell him anything. An image of people covered in flames appeared in the elder's mind. He stated that it was created by human hands, noting that the forces of the knights who shared their joys and sorrows were also used. The agitated elder stated that their target was Lord Chandra, adding that he was sure that this target could have been influenced by outsiders. Running his foot along the ground, the elder noted that they mentioned the existence of certain spies. He was amazed that they could be the cause of their problems at such a busy time. Looking at the students' study of the area, the elder said that they should first get rid of this unknown obstacle, noting that if they do something wrong, certain difficulties may arise. The elder thought that for now, the best solution would be to find a way to restrict the sovereign's movements and immediately evacuate all the knights and apprentices. Boris clenched his fist and said that he understood everything. Enraged, Telman began to leave the elder, saying that he would act independently. Indignant, the elder tried to call out to him. Boris said that the very existence of this barrier suggests that the caster is somewhere nearby. Boris was furious and said he would find him and kill him. The elder, taken aback, continued to listen to Boris's speech. Telman said that no one will touch his students, adding that there will be no failure a second time. He swore that no one would get hurt. Surprised, the guys looked at the explosion created by Boris. The elder said that everything was fine and asked to leave him alone. The elder continued to stare after Telman and sighed. The elder looked at the tent shrouded in the wind and was indignant as to why excessive greed had led to the wrath of not only the overlord, but also themselves. The plot tells us that Chandra is the overlord, one of the kings of the Pandora region, who revealed his power last. Unlike the other kings, this earth dragon's cry, which was quiet, was unexpectedly loud. A flock of birds flew over the thick forest. Multiple volleys were fired from the golem's muzzle. Megatron's projectiles reached the monsters. Standing on a stone hill, Alina informed Davy that there would be 3 monsters on his way. Sitting on Megatron, the main character said that this idea will be an analog of a beehive. While still in his thoughts, Davy noted that the second test was to capture the blue trolls. The main character added that they were mid-level monsters that lived at the entrance of the Forest of Trials. Davy continued to stare at the fleeing monsters, noting that their bodies and skills were generally weaker and worse than those of ordinary trolls, noting that due to their excellent regeneration ability, the knights used them as materials for healing potions. The cries of trolls could be heard in the vast expanse of the battlefield. Davy put the test tube back in the box and told Alina that it was enough. After looking at the main character, Alina stated that they still have half a day ahead of them, noting that this time can be used usefully to get more points. Holding up a box of test tubes, Davy said there was no need to overdo it, adding that it was better to recuperate during this time. Sulking, Alina said that then her second test would be finished there, noting that it seemed to her that it should not have been so simple. The princess had a mental image of Fieldra and Lucia running away from a crowd of monsters. The princess stated that she is betting that other couples are still fighting. Davy chuckled and noted that it could be seen. Alina continued to stare at the main character, saying that in any case, his ability to track down objects was truly commendable. The princess asked if Davy had ever hunted before, noting that this was why he had no difficulties now. Grinning, the main character said that in such a case she would be successful if she first starved for about a month. During the process of creating the technique, Davy revealed that his first celestial teacher was an expert in survival, asking that when Hercules left him in the forest, what could he have done as a 6-year-old child? A memory popped up in his mind where he was desperately fighting off wild beasts. He added that because he fought like a madman to survive, he became very skilled at such things. Remembering how the main character roasts meat on the fire, he wondered if the scorpion has poison. Davy noted that as long as he didn't die from it, everything would turn into protein in his body. Surprised, Alina looked at the main character's back, asking why he had been starving for almost a month. Taken aback, Davy said it wasn't a pleasant memory and asked me not to talk about it. Grinning, the princess couldn't believe that the main character's coma lasted for 6 years. Hearing Alina's words, Davy was at a loss. The princess assumed that he was in a different place while everyone was making up lies about his coma. The main character thought about why Alina uses her mind for other purposes. While in his thoughts, he noted that some children are also like that. Looking at the area, the main character suggested leaving empty conversations and moving to the next location. The princess asked him why he was trying to change the subject. Streams of mana could be seen in the sky. Outraged, Alina swore that the main character was hiding something. Davy interrupted and asked her to wait. Seeing the mana flows, the main character covered Alina's face with his hand. Looking at what was happening, a clerk hovering nearby said that it was somehow strange. Davy asked if it was the right barrier. Alina was holding onto the main character's cloak. Davy said the barrier looked suspiciously familiar. Turning around, the frightened princess called out to the main character. Their eyes fell on how a huge stream of mani flows on the ground. They found many dead knights. The frightened princess asked what it was. Holding the hand of one of the corpses, the main character said that they were knights, noting that they were killed not so long ago. Davy watched with a frown. In his mind, he was thinking about how it was possible to gather them all here and deal with them. Alina held one of the knights, called out to the main character and reported that there was a survivor there. The surviving knight took out a knife. The princess looked at Davy, stating that the knight was still breathing. He He swung his hand to slap Ilin's face. Luna suddenly appeared and pushed the knight with the knife away from Alina. Luna turned around and reported that it was a bouncing blow. Davy stood next to the stunned princess and said it was cruel. Davy was surprised and felt the mana flow behind him. He could feel several armed knights hiding in the thick of the forest. The main character stated that there is no point in pretending that they are not here and that they just came out. Davy looked at the terrified Alina and grabbed the blue cube. The princess said she couldn't believe it. The main character asked Alina to find students and bring golems. An image of all the students appeared in Alina's mind. In her mind, she reasoned about what if all the knights were dead and that there was no guarantee that the students would be safe. Alina climbed on top of Megatron and asked Davy to be careful no matter what happened. Adding to her speech, Alina said that if the main character feels danger, then he needs to run away. Grinning, Davy asked if a princess should say such things. Turning around, the main character suggested that they should start cleaning up. Luna stood still and asked Davy for permission to use the new equipment. The main character replied that everything depends on her. A long steel crowbar appeared in front of Davy's face. He looked at the moon in disbelief and asked if it was her equipment. The main character's assistant held a crowbar behind her head and replied that she had seen many powerful swords in all the time of Sir Davy's life. Berserk, sitting on the main character's shoulder, noted that Luna had come to the conclusion that the crowbar was the strongest. Taken aback by what he saw, Davy asked Von Pollen not to look at him like that. With lightning speed, the moon pushed off from the ground and took off, with the words that it had gained access to climb. A powerful explosion was heard in the snowy area. The main character put his hand to the knight's throat, telling him not to move. Davy held the knight by the throat and told the crowd not to move, noting that if anyone moved, the guy he was holding would be in trouble. A clerk hovering nearby looked at what was happening and asked if it was a hostage situation. The main character replied with a grin that he needed time for Alina to escape. Luna calmly approached Davy, saying that she found the new method of retention very effective. Surprised, Davy said that Luna didn't need to do anything of the sort. Still holding the knight by the neck, Davy turned to him to ask if they were Lion Power Alpha Knights. The captured knight asked rhetorically if the main character seriously thinks that this question will be answered. Davy noted with a chuckle that they all said that at first, adding that they all suddenly had a sense of self-worth. Turning into a mysterious entity, Davy continued his thought that they would be beaten to a pulp. The main character used the true fire Samaji technique. Davy continued his technique and cast the black magic curse seal and used it absorb. The main character finished the technique by applying the flame of inquiry. The knight screamed at the technique used on him. Von Pollen turned to a grinning Davy to ask if this was the same skill he'd used on the vampire who'd attacked Yellowstone Village. Davy and Luna stared at the startled knight. Davy told the knight to try to hold out, noting that the vampire couldn't even hold out for 5 minutes. The frightened knight cried out that he would tell them everything. The main character's hand was shrouded in mana streams and he said that he would ask again and that he would be answered properly. Wrapped in mana, Davy stood around the many knights. The main character asked if they were Alpha Lion Power Knights. In his thoughts, Davy noted that the knights' enemies are monsters, not people. Adding to his thought, he noted that the knights have a goal to protect the world from unknown threats. Davy's eyes fell on the knights and he wondered if these mysterious knights had committed an attack. He noted that there were 2 possible scenarios regarding this matter. In the head of the main character, a picture of the castle of Alpha Lion Power appeared and he wondered if an internal uprising could have broken out there, as a result of which there was a division into 2 parts. Adding to his thought, Davy noted that the presence of some good reasons could have served as an attack on other knights. Davy said that in any case, he needed to determine whether these enemies were from here or from another area. The knight lying in front of the protagonist said that it was them. A cut appeared on Davy's surprised face and he said that this would not work. A strong flow of mana sliced through the prone knight. The main character managed to bounce back from the impact that occurred. Davy looked up and saw that he was being asked if he was a student. The man sheathed his sword and noted that this was the first time he had seen the main character in person. He was standing with his back to the main character, and his sword was wrapped in a stream of mana. Harold turned around and said that this was no longer the main character's concern. Turning around, the captain addressed the knights and gave the order to move back, noting that they needed to proceed as originally planned. Davy looked up at the man and said that everything was just being confirmed. He wiped the blood from his face and declared that Harold was the alpha of the lion's power. The main character looked at the smiling man and assumed that there were people living there. Startled, the captain was surprised that Davy recognized him. The man looked at the main character and said that Davy should not be nervous, adding that at the moment he respects the main character. A smiling Harold held out his hand to Davy and asked what he thought about it, adding that he wanted to know if the main character was willing to go over to his side. A wary assistant of the main character with a crowbar in her hand stood next to Davy, stating that a strong energy was detected. She noted that at the slightest approach to the object will start the process of neutralization. Grinning, Davy said they should at least give him a chance to explain. The captain grinned thoughtfully. The princess was moving at high speed on Megatron. Harold said that first of all he wants to thank the main character for sending the student Alina de Palin away. The captain noted that she is talented, but her character does not meet their requirements a little. Davy said he could understand that. The captain looked down from the cliff and asked if the main character knew which part of all the territories was discovered by the Alpha Knights of the Lion Force. Davy replied that he had heard that all the way to the central region. Harold shifted his gaze to the main character and reported that he was wrong, noting that they hadn't managed to reach the central region yet. The main character was surprised by what he heard. A picture of a rocky area with strong gusts of wind appeared in the captain's mind. The captain replied that it was true, saying that the further they moved into the region, the stronger the demons became. Harold continued his thought by adding that given their strength, the Pandora region seemed too mysterious to them. The captain added that they were able to secure the necessary access only thanks to the sacrifice of the knights. Harold looked at Davy and added that they weren't even able to capture all the monsters. The captain had a picture from his memories that showed a huge number of monsters. He continued his speech by noting that there are kings all over Pandora who rule over their specific regions, adding that the ruler of the central region, the Beyonder Chandra mine, is one of them. Harold looked at Davy, who was frowning, and asked if he understood now. The captain noted that if things continue like this, the knights will never be able to penetrate beyond the Pandora region, adding that an unthinkable number of knights will simply die. He said it was their thoughts. Startled, Perkirk looked at Davy and asked why people had to die from fighting demonic creatures. The main character responded by saying that this is happening to violate the fundamental principles. Harold smiled and asked why they couldn't force them to fight each other, adding what Davy would do if he were in his place. In his mind's eye, he imagined the demon Chandra mine. The captain stated that if they couldn't tame the Beyonder Chandra mine, the king of demonic creatures, this monster, being close to calamity, would do everything for them. Harold clenched his hand into a fist, picturing it in front of him. The captain informed them that the knights would no longer have to die, and they would be able to reclaim the entire Pandora region. The main character shrugged and asked if there was a rough plan to tame Chandra mine. A smiling Harold replied that there was definitely a plan, noting that to some extent they had already succeeded in subduing it. Caton added that even though it doesn't work exactly stably, they accepted even this result. Harold smirked and stated that this was the reason why he had a similar offer for the main character, adding that people wouldn't have to sacrifice anything anymore. The captain suggested that we rewrite the history of chivalry together. Davy frowned and asked if that was why they were killing knights there. Davy concentrated the bright mana in his sword and said that he had something to think about. The main character raised his hand above his head, continuing to concentrate mana, and said that the prerequisite is not the development and reconquest of magical lands, but the protection of humanity from unknown threats that come from there. In Davy's mind, a picture of the coat of arms splitting appeared. Davy asked when the ancient oath had become so devalued. The main character took the sword that was emitting a red glow in his hand and stated that the roles of host and guest were reversed. Continuing, the protagonist asked how they could be bothered with the knights' sacrifices while massively killing them by the dozens, even though they are their own. Davy asked if they knew what double standards were. Harold grabbed his sword, which was emitting a blue glow. The captain said he was sorry to hear this, adding that given his wisdom, he thought Davy would understand their grandiose intentions. The main character waved his hand and smiled, adding that he was making it clear that this was not the reason why he was turning them down. Davy grinned as he held the sword in front of his face, claiming that they were the ones who attacked him, noting that if they had stuck the blade in his face, they should have apologized first. The main character continued his speech, adding that beyond is his goal and this is not something that should concern them. The blade of the sword reflected Harold's smirk. The captain asked mockingly if that was his goal. Harold held out his sword and said that he was really sorry to hear that, adding that there was nothing he could do and Davy would have to die there. The main character said with a grin that the captain should fight as if his life depended on it. Harold chuckled and stated that it looked like it was, noting that he thought the main character was just a strange boy. To complete his speech, the captain said that Davy had not just an ordinary blade, but a real sword. Harold's sword started to get covered in blue mana. The captain added that he would say a few words to the main character before he died. Harold looked at Davy and asked if he wasn't curious about how they subdued the Beyonder Chandra. The main character chuckled at what he heard. Davy held out his sword and declared that he already knew. The main character used the splitting blow, cutting through the wall. He saw the frightened face of Trav. Davy's sword was next to the head of a startled Trav, who asked how he did it. Interrupting, the protagonist stated that he had said from the very beginning that mages were quite peculiar. Davy added that, to be precise, it's the ability to numb the senses, although maybe Trav didn't know that. The main character with an outstretched hand said that he guarantees Trav that all madness will cease to exist. Davy saw a massive explosion. Right below the main character, a huge monster burst out of the ground. Davy asked what about the encounter with the Beyond Chandra itself. The main character spat out blood from his mouth. His gaze fell on the shape of the monster hidden behind a raised cloud of dust. Trav was standing right behind the demon's tail, frowning. From behind the rocks, the sounds that the main character was making could be heard. Next to Davy was Luna, who screamed his name. Dumbfounded, Perserk asked if it was a transcendent. Interrupting her, the main character replied that not quite. Wiping his face, Davy noted, "The demon is so strong, it's not a mistake to call it a transcendent." The head of a huge monster was visible around the forest thicket. Davy clutched his knee with a sigh. The clerk behind her stated that she thought that if there was a transcendent, it would be a demonic spirit that would grow stronger with age. Von Pollen's gaze fell on the startled moon. Perserk also stated that she didn't expect to see the demon here. An image of a man and a monster wrapped in red mana appeared in Davy's mind. The main character added that Chandraminia was originally Shane's summoning beast from the Hall of Heroes, noting that since it wasn't in this world, he thought that Chandraminia couldn't exist here, adding that this became a reality. The main character stood up while wiping his mouth and stated that they had no choice but to accept this. Davy's gaze fell on the demon that was right in front of them. Davy turned to him and asked if Monster had come all the way. In his mind, the main character noted that apparently this is an alter ego that came out of the body of Chandraminia. Adding, Davy noted that even so, his condition is quite apocalyptic and is at a catastrophic level. Harold approached the main character who was exuding mana from his hand and asked if it was a holy power. The captain was surprised that Davy was still alive after being hit by a transcendent. Grinning, the main character said that they would regret it. Davy added that Chandraminia's vulnerability was absurdly absurd. Frowning, Harold said that he didn't understand what the main character was talking about. The captain turned to Trav and ordered Davy killed. Trav pointed his hands at the protagonist and accepted the order. As he left, the man turned around and said that he really thought highly of Davy. In addition, Harold stated that it was unfortunate, but the main character left him no choice. The captain said that he expressed his condolences in advance and said goodbye. Looking at Harold's back, Davy stated that he could say whatever the captain wanted. Davy turned around and saw a bright glow behind him. Looking ahead, Luna asked the main character for permission to pursue the enemy. The main character was greatly surprised by the glow that reached his face. His gaze fell on the demon that was concentrating mana streams in its mouth. The impact made by the demon could be seen all over the area. After the impact, there was a huge explosion which shattered trees. Trav covered his face with his hands in the raised dust. Trav covered his face with his hands and squinted ahead. On either side of Trav were huge ice flows and a half-destroyed mountain. The main character's blood was visible on the floor. Davy stated that, as expected, the demon is incredible. Davy was smiling as he covered the wound from the severed arm. Perserk, hovering nearby, asked why he didn't block the blow with the blue flag. The wounded protagonist replied that not every force is omnipotent. Luna was holding onto the main character's cloak. Davy stated that he could definitely block his breath with a blue flag, saying that if he did, his mana would be depleted. Davy looked down from the cliff at the huge demon and stated that he knew it would happen sooner or later, adding that as soon as he realized it, it was already too late, so there was no point in straining. Taken aback, Perserk asked what they should do then. Surprised, Davy joked that they should run. Von Pollen asked, looking at the ruined mountain behind her. The main character said that he was joking. Davy grabbed the blue mana-emitting sword and said that they shouldn't do that even when they have the chance. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he was originally going to look for a transcendent after Alina's exam. Davy looked ahead with a smile and continued to think, noting that even if it was only a remnant of his true power, there was no reason for him to refuse when the monster was right in front of him. Standing next to the demon's head, Trav asked what was going on. The main character waved his finger. Holding the sword, Davy stated that he would first eat this transcendent demon Chandra. Swinging his fist, he noted that this is the most important lesson he learned from the King of Survival. Davy swiped at the monster's scales and continued the thought that there is nothing that a human can't devour. The protagonist looked at the monster with the mana-shrouded sword, noting that the only question was whether the body would be able to withstand it. A heavy blow of red mana passed through the dragon's neck. As he fell, Davy noted that even if it was just a part of his alter ego, he was still a transcendent, adding that he still contained the colossal power of Chandraminia. The dragon screamed after being hit, and Davy wondered if it was the last of its true strength, adding that there was a delicious meal in front of it, noting that they thought it would just leave. After the demon's fall, a huge cloud of dust rose up. The main character continued the thought by saying that the transcendent body of Chandra, the king of the central zone of Pandora, and he is interested in what it will turn out for him, medicine or poison. Thick steam began to rise from the demon's body. Davy noted that he understands that this is only a small part of his power, but it is still incredible. Trav started coughing up blood that got on his arm. Trav stared at his bloody hand in disbelief. The main character, who was sitting on a rock, chuckled at Trav and said that it seemed quite hard for him. Wiping his mouth, Trav replied that he just didn't calculate the time, but it won't happen again. Grinning, Davy said that this was a lie, noting that he didn't know if his black magic was working now, but it would be useless in a few days. To this statement, Trav replied that his black magic is not weak. Grinning, the main character said that he did not say that she was weak. Trav turned at the sound behind him, adding, Davy said that it's just that this monster is strong. The main character's gaze fell on the demon and he noted that this is the only opportunity. Standing up, the main character stated that as long as the demon absorbed Trav's black magic, he should use this chance. The main character raised his hand, which gave off a glow. A bright light appeared around Davy. Davy made a request to Freya, who looks down on all creation. The hero in his thoughts noted that the most effective means is sacred magic. Davy lowered his hand to the blue flag to borrow some strength. Continuing his speech, he asked Freya to stop this creature from walking in the dark, adding that what he was asking for was Freya's power. Trav stared in awe at the power that enveloped Davy. Golden wings appeared on the main character's back and he turned to Freya and said that he wanted to make a good deal by doing some good deeds. The clerk behind her looked at Davy and said she didn't think she'd witness another stupid plea. Wrapped in golden mana, the protagonist noted that the prayer wasn't as effective as Caldera's, but it didn't matter. Looking ahead, Davy reported that the preparations were complete. The protagonist's gaze fell on the demon's paw, which was flying towards him. Davy crossed his swords and parried the blow. Using instant combined strike, the main character concentrated the golden mana in the sword. Davy was outraged that a sword that didn't even have the shape of a normal sword could attack at all. Crossing swords in front of him, the main character, wrapped in mana, used the power of the divine sword and used the technique using a double airstrike. Davy unleashed the sacred piercing double light with a powerful burst of mana. Trav and Luna looked on, dumbfounded. The main character repelled the demon's head with a powerful blow. Davy clenched his bloody hand into a fist. After landing, the main character stated that he felt a disgusting smell. Holding a stone that gave off a dark glow, Davy's gaze fell on Von Pollen floating nearby. Perserk asked if the main character was really going to eat it. Davy grinned and said that was exactly what he was going to do. Taken aback, the protagonist heard a powerful explosion behind him. Davy turned, startled. When the main character stopped, he saw that the demon was preparing a powerful volley behind him. A startled Davy was covered in a blue glow. A powerful blow from the monster rang out in the area. As he crouched down, he noticed that his blood was on the floor again. Wiping his mouth, the trainee knight reported that he had used too much of his power. Standing next to the demon, Trav added that, however, the mission was completed. Surrounded by clouds of dust, the trainee knight stated that they now needed to move on to the next stage. The plot introduces us in more detail to the leading trainee knight, Trav. The plot tells us that the life of a trainee knight was always simple, noting that he received orders and carried them out. Trav stared at the darkness that surrounded him. In addition, we are told that the trainee knight grew up receiving orders, and as he grew older, he began to fully understand them, so it never occurred to him to consider any other option than to follow these orders. Looking at the red potion, the plot reports that something went wrong this time. Trav looked on, bloodied. The plot states that the trainee knight did not devote himself to this work in order to kill his fellow countrymen in this way. Snow had risen and was shrouding the forest floor. The moon was standing in front of Trav. The trainee knight asked what she was doing there, noting that her master was dead and there wasn't even a trace of him left. The main character's assistant calmly turned around and looked at Trav. Luna held out her hand and said she disagreed. The forward-looking assistant said she didn't believe Davy was dead. The surprised trainee knight asked why she wasn't doing anything then. As Trav continued his speech, he asked if Luna hated him. Turning around, the assistant replied that she could only assume such responsibility on the orders of the main character, noting that exceeding her authority was wrong. Trav looked at Luna's calm face and noted in his mind that the main character was dead, adding that she just didn't want to admit it. The trainee knight climbed on top of the monster's head and noted in his mind that it was very stupid. Trav looked upset and said that all these deaths didn't matter. The trainee knight's gaze fell on the thick forest shrouded in wind currents. After completing that, the trainee knight pointed out that it didn't matter to either him or Luna. Alina was taken aback. She was looking at the forest landscape and called out to the main character. Sitting on Megatron, the princess noticed that someone stretched out his hand and called her. Alina saw the students standing in front of her. The princess jumped off the robot and ran towards the students, saying that there was no time right now and they needed to hurry. Lindsay said they would be meeting there now. Alina saw Alicia holding a crystal ball in her hands. Patrick explained that it was Theo Hull's balloon, noting that there was little time, but they were able to contact Boris. Alicia looked at the terrified Alina and stated that it was obviously a trap and the exams were now suspended. Shur screamed in fright that the Beyonder Beast had already appeared. Patrick put her hand on the frightened student's shoulder and asked her to calm down. Encouraged, Alicia hugged Shire and stated that there was still hope for the best, noting that since the princess was safe, Davy would soon be at their side. Upset, Alina said that the main character stayed there. The princess looked at the crowd of dumbfounded students and stated that Alicia was right, adding that there was indeed an ambush and all the high-ranked knights had died. Complimenting her speech, the princess said that they need to save themselves or hold out until help arrives. Alina was standing next to a huge Megatron and in her thoughts noted that given the main character's powers, they should be safe. Continuing her thoughts, the princess noticed that if the transcendent Chandra is able to act actively, then the situation changes dramatically. Dammer grabbed the princess by the shoulders and shouted that they couldn't do anything without Davy. An excited student asked to call the main character there, noting that no one else would protect them. Lindsay interrupted by asking Dammer a rhetorical question about whether Davy was his security guard. The disciple stated that they were all crazy, remarking that they didn't realize what the current situation was, adding that even high-ranked knights were killed. Still holding the terrified princess by the shoulders, Dammer said he didn't want to die. A staff was waved behind the disciple. Dammer stated that he did not want to die without doing something in this life. The girls looked on, dumbfounded. Falling to the ground, the disciple asked for forgiveness. After bowing, the knight stated that Dammer was not experienced and asked not to be too angry with him. Surrounded by the crowd, the girls could hear voices telling them to think about what to do without Davy. Alina stood with a straight face. The princess drew her sword in front of the students, telling them that the main character was currently fighting enemies. Looking at the stolen Lindsay and Alyssa, Alina reported that it would be difficult for the Beyonder to find them if they hid properly. The princess, holding a sword in her hands, jumped on Megatron, saying that they were going to hold out until the teachers arrived. An unknown person appeared behind Alina. The princess sensed a man behind her and noted in her mind that things were very bad. There was an explosion near Megatron. Unexpectedly, the king of the 5th rank knights appeared, crushing the invincible golem with a single blow. Georg with a scar on his nose looked pleased, marveling at the picture in front of him. Alina, who had come to Megatron to collect the boys, was now surrounded by a cloud of dust and a pile of broken metal that sparkled with lightning and was once a golem. The knight honestly stated that he was delighted with the guy's talent. But for him, such an easy victory over the perfect creation of a famous prince was rather unfortunate. The crowd of Knight Squad disciples were absolutely shocked by the captain's treacherous behavior, not knowing how to react. The villain, with a crowd of subordinates in a purple haze, decided to start over, pathetically offering the youngsters to prove their worth. Georg's subordinates surrounded the helpless students with hidden faces, scaring them just by looking at them, while Georg informed them that he only needed a few guys for his work. Alina was furious, telling the cheeky man that those people had been saved thanks to Davy, but the pompous man told her that her partner had been killed by the otherworldly Chandra a few minutes ago. The girl could not believe the words of the scoundrel, considering them a lie, but he continued, with pleasure, saying that the guy did not leave a trace because of the fiery breath of the dragon. When the man gloated that the students' business was really bad, because Davy was their only hope of winning, Alicia looked anxiously at the annoyed Alin. As Georg walked away, surrounded by his subordinates, Lynxie wondered about the captain's piety. The blue-haired girl in the crowd was in disbelief, not believing that a devious man could frame the elders for the sake of his goals. She had naively assumed that the knight captain would never hurt them, and the knight paused for a moment and decided to ask something. Georg asked if the young members of the Knight Order were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of all humanity and the glory of the knights, to which he received a strong affirmative answer from one of the twins. However, the girl considered the captain's cruel actions extremely wrong and also did not understand why Davy died. Turning to the crowd, Georg smilingly justified all his decisions with a great goal. He told me about a student of Teb, Shander's former teacher, who was now unable to control Shander with his power, so the help of the youngsters was needed. The commander gave the guys the choice to stay alive if 5 volunteers volunteered to sacrifice themselves. Georg, with a nonchalant smile, encouraged those who decided to go to their deaths, declaring that their sacrifice would be immortalized in the memory of the people. The captain ended his speech with an oath, and Alina gritted her teeth in intense anger, unable to accept such bullying. Unable to withstand the pressure of rage, the girl touched the brooch, materialized a divine sword, and a powerful stream of light fell on her. The enraged girl reported that the man had violated the basic rule of knights by holding the blade tightly in his hands. The princess said emphatically that, to begin with, everyone would only reject this sordid offer of self-sacrifice. Closing his eyes, Georg was disappointed to see that Alina really didn't fit in with his team. Remaining unconcerned, the commander ordered his subordinates to capture the disciples. The same angry crowd ran to the opponents. Heg and the twin looked more serious than ever, preparing for a real battle. Alicia, who was sitting with Lindsay near the tree, turned around when she heard the princess' voice. Alina was furious, cutting down the attackers in one fell swoop. She tightened her grip on her heavy two-handed sword, not planning to stop. With another powerful blow from the divine sword, the girl struck several opponents at once, and severed limbs flew into the air. Dark red splotches splattered the ground. The princess, having finished her attack, now stood on the deserted battlefield with her legs knocked out, her heavy sword lowered. Gaor watched the one-sided fight from the sidelines, quipping that he was impressed with how the girl managed to hold on for so long. When the princess turned around at the impudent man's words, he applauded her attempts to fight instead of cowardly escaping. Grinning with anger, Alina said through gritted teeth that the man was making a huge mistake. Without moving, the captain said that he never forgot traitors. The girl was determined to kill the enemy because of her overwhelming anger. The man replied sarcastically that he was looking forward to it. The girl charged straight towards the knight captain at full speed, raising her blade in mid-flight to attack. The princess quickly activated the heavy-duty sword, gripping the weapon with both hands and pointing it straight at her target. At the end of the weapon, mana began to accumulate with a blue glow. Rushing towards Gaor at full speed, the girl also used the power of the Great Mountain Collision. At the last second, the man smugly held out his sword to defend against the blow, remembering what Myron had heard about the girl's genius abilities. Looking at Gaor with undisguised disdain, the girl told him through gritted teeth to shut up. The knight continued to annoy a girl, adding that she lacked experience. When the sword disappeared from the hands of the shocked Alina, the man maliciously noted that the reality is not so simple. The disarmed girl was immediately grabbed by the shoulder, forcefully putting her face down. Two of Gaor's subordinates were now pinning her to the ground, not allowing her to get up as he sauntered over to the captive princess. The man abruptly unsheathed his sword, drawing the sharp blade across the girl's back. When a pool of blood appeared near her, the girl swore with a tremor in her voice that she would kill him. Ilan's eyes were streaming with tears and her teeth were clenched in pain, but she added that she would deal with the offender no matter what, and he only carelessly replied that it would be fun. Gaor held a glittering sword and looked down at the captive, intending to send her after Davy if she wanted to, but one of his subordinates objected to him. The hooded man revealed that the princess is a descendant of the sword god, who is blessed with spirits, and that she is the one who has the most of this holy blood. A subordinate surrounded by blue mana was treacherously approaching the girl lying on the ground, noting that she would become an outstanding dark knight. Gaor at this point changed his categorical decision, deciding that the girl would not die in vain, but would live to help a great cause. The knight captain was standing so close to the victim that the enraged girl managed to spit directly in his face, demanding that the war criminal get away from her. With a sardonic smile, the girl said that Davy would bury the scoundrel anyway. Carefully wiping away his saliva and bending over the girl as low as possible, the man calmly asked her why she had such great hopes for the dead man. The girl, not hiding the mockery of her hated interlocutor, replied that even if her partner was at the bottom of hell, he would still get out of there as if nothing had happened. Towering over his victim, Gaor said with cold haughtiness that these were her last pathetic words, and the subordinate put a hand with oozing blue mana to the girl's head, causing her to scream. Her friends Lindsay and Heg couldn't help but cry as they watched their friend's torture. When the captain gave the order to bring the psychic sisters safely, the Shire and Fender twins were also captured by the Dark Knights, struggling to fight back. Gaor glumly asked the subordinate behind his back how things were going with Shadra, to which the latter replied that a lot of golems were obstructing his movement. The man also reported that there were no problems with the monster itself, but they could not cope with metal creatures, to which the knight captain grinned, stating that Davy caused problems even after death. The phrase that this boy is a terrible person was carried through the snow-covered area. In the distance, a moon with a halo and wings could be seen silhouetted on a rock. An angelic-looking creature sat on a slope, with mountains rising in the background. Luna lowered her hand, adjusting the white hem of her skirt. Loyal to her master, the girl now stood with her twin blades Hondin and Kondin in her hands, her gaze fixed on the distance. Near it, a cluster of golden magic sparks began to appear above the surface of the ground and a huge amount of energy was released. The moon was unable to measure the unimaginably large amount of energy concentrated in this place, and the outline of human feet could be seen in the light. Noticing the familiar dark hair that fluttered from the swirling wind, Luna recognized Sir Davy, whose survival ability was now at its maximum. A naked protagonist materialized out of the bright golden light. He was holding a vanishing divine gift in his hand, having successfully used up this resurrection ability. Stretching his reborn body, the boy was glad that he was able to start all over again at the right moment, and Luna looked questioningly at the owner. When the girl described Sir Davy's appearance as attractive when analyzing body changes, he frowned in confusion, not understanding how she got such useless knowledge about men. While Luna was holding the Hongdang and Zhongdang swords in her arms, something was shot at the protagonist with a scream, causing him to fall to the ground. It was Perserk, who was now snapping at a confused Davy, shouting that she was afraid to die. Luna stood with a red and blue blade at the side, watching carefully. The girl's blue eyes were now focused below the boy's waist, and she appreciated his cockiness. However, she noted that the size is ridiculously small, which made a disgruntled Davy feel gender-based harassment. Luna claimed that she sensed a dangerous virus transmitted by visual contact, and covered her eyes with her blades in embarrassment, which confused the guy as well. After breaking the spatial canvas with magic, the main character hoped that his plan would work. There was still room in the empty area of magic space, which made Davy very happy. As he took out his clothes from the magic storeroom and pulled on his pants, he noticed that even the magic spaces had evaporated. A gust of wind blew the edges of the black robe into the air. The demoness, noticing the boy's file, asked what he was drinking. Holding the green bottle in his hand, Davy licked his lips with pleasure as they asked him what kind of elixir he had drunk. The clerk demanded an explanation after seeing the magical green sparks, to which the guy explained that he received it as a gift and did not have exact information about the origin of the drink. Opening the gap in space, Davy moved the twin blades there, taking them from Long, and Perkirk began to resent. The main character looked at the divine spear Longinus found with an expression of absolute happiness. In the information screen, the guy saw that the weapon can take as many as 3 forms: the divine cross, the spear of death, and the saber of the green dragon. In this form, the spear increases Davy's divine power. Luna stared at the weapon in fascination, unable to examine the metal elements, and received information from the owner that it was made of helixium, which has a higher conductivity than orichalcum. Such a gift was given to Davy by the great Empress Astrea, reaching the status of a great spear master. A stream of purple magical energy could be felt around the spear. The protagonist holding it was surprised to see the incredible amount of mana surging through his body. Touching his chest, he concluded that his mana and death power would reach the 8th magic circle. As the amount of mana increased, his damaged circle slowly began to move in the blood, creating some sort of rings. Davy reflected that the spear hadn't gone anywhere since he'd lost it. The metal cross, glowing blue, began to transform, destroying its former form. The main character now had a bamboo stick in his hands, and he called it the best lethal weapon. Watching the departing master, Angelica determined that the Beyonder Chandra and the successor were facing off against each other, clarifying the damage caused, but Davy was still interested in the condition of the students. The answer was that all survived. However, Luna noted that the guy's partner was seriously injured, while the picture of Ilan's torture flew before her eyes, and another person was also injured. The girl's blue irises reflected the figures of the Dark Knights as she concluded that a catastrophe was possible soon. Davy thanked Lune for his good work. Framing a bright stream of light with his fingers, the main character said that it was up to him next, asking the angel to deliver his orders to the detachments. With a bamboo stick slung over his shoulder, the boy smiled and decided that it was necessary to protect the students before he arrived. With that, Davy shot up into the air, leaving behind a small vortex that began to blow away the moon in a powerful wave. Flying barefoot over the snowy forest, the boy was delighted that he no longer even needed to fly on his own, because everything is done by a spear. Davy liked the height very much, and Perkirk grudgingly remarked that it was only liked by both women and idiots, which made the guy laugh. Holding the bamboo stick on his shoulder, the youth raised his hand to his forehead, looking for his target. Next, he activated the second form of Longinus, and the spear glowed green, surrounded by streams of energy. The lightning caused a maximum concentration of deaths, and the stick ignited in the air above Davy, flooding the space with a flash of bright light, while Perkirk watched in bewilderment. The boy raised his hand to his forehead again, looking at where the monster was heading. The transcendent Chandra rushing through the snow-covered forest was discovered. Concentrating his energy, Davy gloated as he prepared to throw several powerful punches at the monster, a spear burning in the sky and lightning thundering. The main character raised his hand to the divine weapon, intending to spread that power everywhere. Davy released the spear, and it flew along with a strong stream of energy, heading straight for Shander. The monster only noticed the flash that illuminated its face. A powerful strike immediately struck the giant lizard, sending a green ray through its scaly neck. After that, a blinding flash spread across the entire area. A strong wave from the impact reached all the way to the members of the Dark Squad. Captain Georg was being hailed by one of his subordinates through the heavy stream as he sat leaning on his sword in concentration. He looked up at the sky in shock, just as he had been told. He, along with the other knights, watched the scene of a huge monster flying into the air and being hit by a divine spear, not knowing what exactly they were looking at. The bamboo stick pierced through the scales of the Beyonder Shander, slicing through its flesh with a strong glow. Dark blood flowed from the monster's mouth as the wound sparkled with bright lightning. The impact knocked Shander off his feet in a powerful torrent, taking him far away from where he was standing. Davy, who was barefoot, had a bird's eye view of the violent explosion that followed his attack. He stared in glee at the damage done to the monster, sharing his joy with the silent demoness on his shoulder. The clerk listened to the guy's exclamations and noted with a shocked look that he clearly had a good eye. Davy descended from the heavens to earth, appearing like a bolt of lightning due to the massive amount of bright energy. The boy spoke directly to the knight captain while his 2 subordinates who had captured the twins stood in a stupor, indignant. He looked around the battlefield, where several piles of metal that had been his golems in the past were lying. The young man asked Luna for information about the state of the Decepticons, and she gave out that 3 of them were almost incapable of fighting. Also, the angel with the blue halo noted that a mechanical search is needed, adding that Megatron and the shooter received significant damage, but are still combat ready. Treb was lying unconscious next to one of the robots, and Davy had ordered the recovery of his creatures, intending to use the help of a novice. The moon took the order and fluttered up into the sky, and the boy watched her go as feathers flew from her wings. The main character was distracted from this sight by a dissatisfied voice, and he turned around questioningly. Captain Gaor was standing in front of him, furious and unwilling to see that this youngster was still alive. Relieved that he had met the main enemy, Davy indignantly reported that he had used a very valuable artifact to resurrect. He threatened the bewildered man, saying that he should pay all the damage. Hag and Alicia, seeing a live friend, could not contain their emotions and began to shout with happiness. While Gaor was trying to figure out how Davy had survived, remembering that he had received the report of his death, Davy was being sarcastic in front of him. The resurrected boy's wide smile never left his face at the Dark Knight's words. He claimed that this was the reason why he was able to recover a huge part of his abilities, which greatly angered Gaor. The man noticed the glow and tensed, not expecting anything good. Davy activated the Silent Wind Sylph of Trees ability, taking down the hated opponent with a powerful blow. The knight was shocked by the youth's monstrous strength, widening his eyes in realization as he flew. It swept past the subordinates, and the powerful current from the impact grazed some of them as well. As a result, the entire Dark Knight squad looked back at the captain, who was leaning far back. As Gaor was being hailed by his terrified subordinates, he started coughing up blood. At this moment, Davy had a sword in his hand, and a stream of purple mana was also approaching. The blades lying nearby, wrapped in energy, began to shift. Soon, the swords of the warriors began to come out of their scabbards with the power of energy, heading for one place. All the melee weapons were now concentrated around Davy, gathered with his mana. All the swords soared into the air, glowing, shocking both the Dark Squad and the familiar students. The main character, about to make a powerful attack with the help of blades that rose into the sky, maliciously began to talk about the weather forecast. As the Dark Knights looked up, Davy said that heavy rain was coming soon. Climbing up to the blades, the guy with a malicious smile activated the Air Blast sword technique skill, offering to make an attempt to dodge. There was also a change in the shape of the sword to Divine Thousand Petals when the attack started. The blades fell to the ground in a hail, repeatedly hitting the opponents. Sisters Shur and Fendir, seeing the effects of the attack on their attackers, huddled together in fear. When the clerk sitting on the main character's shoulder curiously asked if it was a shadow skill, Davy replied with a smile that she could consider it a ruthless killing technique. As the blades continued to fly from the sky, the young man said that it was his style to arrange a mass murder instead of killing on the sly. The Dark Knight squad was slaughtered, but Captain Gaor was not hit, as he was carried away and slammed into a rock. Looking at one of the swords with a white ribbon sticking out of the ground, the man asked if it was an air blast technique. He asked a satisfied Davy standing in front of him with a red ribbon on his back what his rank was, receiving the answer apprentice. The protagonist sarcastically remarked that the King of Knights should have known about this, which annoyed him greatly. Gaor shouted furiously, unable to stand the youth's audacity, declaring that he couldn't have reached such a high level. Clenching his hand in exasperation, the captain said that such a person should not have been accepted into the ranks of the knights. Davy blithely suggested that the enraged Gaor should think differently. Looking at the stricken knights, the protagonist wondered if it would not be better to take it instead of the unfinished beyond Shandor to conquer the Pandora region. Looking down at Gaor with disdain, Davy, sword in hand, concluded that the captain understood everything after seeing the outcome. By the time the red blade was raised over the man, it was too late to regret it. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. Gaor asked if Davy's power had crushed Shandor, and Shandor replied indignantly that he could have thought of something more original for the last words. The knight captain looked at the guy with round eyes, not understanding what he was saying. At this moment, the blade of the blade left a thin cut on her neck. Davy stood gravely over the enemy, his weapon slung over his shoulder. Perserk assumed that Gaor had certain circumstances, otherwise his decision was stupid. He thought about it when she asked him if the Night King had done something different with another option. Looking at the holes in the mantle, Davy decided that there was a low probability that Shandor could be controlled. He was standing with his sword at the ready, and behind him were the snow-capped mountains of the Pandora region. Casting a glance into the distance, the protagonist concluded that in any case, the Dark Knights were defeated. The sky was darkening over the white peaks as evening approached, and Davy and Perkirk continued to talk about Gaor's actions. Davy turned around with a sword in his hand when someone called out loudly. Sure, Renda, clasping her hands to her chest in a burst of joy, even thanked the young man for being alive. When the girl noticed that Davy's height had changed, he put it down to a jump in height with an innocent smile. Suddenly Davy noticed Alicia, who was sitting far away from everyone else who had gathered to greet the returning prince. Alicia was sitting next to Alina, who was lying lifeless on the floor, covered in burns and abrasions. While Alicia tried unsuccessfully to bring Alin to his senses, while Davy froze like a stone, looking anxiously at the princess lying on the ground. Alicia wept in frustration as she explained to Davy that the black magician had done this to Alin and then disappeared. The young man pushed the upset girl away from Alin, taking a seat next to the princess. Perkirk's mouth dropped open in shock, and Davy concluded that the girl was half alive and half dead. Looking at Alina's pale face, Davy deduced that she was still holding on thanks to her mana and wondered if they had tried to make a dark night out of her while she was still alive. Davy said Calderas must be here somewhere. Lindsay, unable to contain her excitement, asked Davy about Princess Palin's condition. The prince placed 2 fingers on Yiling's forehead, asking the panicked students to be quiet. Black and purple smoke appeared around the princess' body and below it, and the students were shocked by the sight of dark magic. Lindsay and Shire's faces filled with horror, but Davy concluded that it wasn't too late. Davy, noticing the terrified students, thought he understood their surprise because there was still a negative view of magic, even though it was a known power. As Davy stared at the princess, he decided that students shouldn't be stupid enough to miss an opportunity just because they were afraid. The twins, Renda and Lindsay, were watching the scene without moving when Davy told them to be afraid not of the power itself, but of the person who possesses it. The young man added that stupid things eventually make people regret. Davy believed that having a sacred power didn't necessarily mean that its owners were good. In the prince's memories, the Lord of Death, Roias, appeared, who sacrificed himself and saved millions of people with the help of supposedly terrible dark magic. When Alicia asked in a shaky voice where Davy, as the owner of the stigmata, got the mana of immortality, Davy smiled broadly and pressed his hand to his chin. Davy asked the girl, as she always did, to believe him, and Alicia's face lit up with hope, while Lindsay and Heg's faces turned to stone. A purple haze enveloped Yelin's body. Davy even stuck out the tip of his tongue from the effort, and Perkirk expressed her feelings that Alin was lucky to be unconscious now and avoid this incredible pain. Davy thought that if he tried to help the princess with holy powers, she would become a bomb in the flesh and turn everything into a royal mess. Davy reflected that the holy powers and mana of immortality did not prevail over each other, but were opposite forces. Traces of dark magic radiated from Davy's fingers, and the space around him filled with black smoke, and the young man announced that everything was ready. Although her skin was less pale and her hair was still gray, Davy assured her that Alina would be back to normal after a rest. When Alicia threw herself into Alin's arms, Davy, with a warm smile, asked the girl to leave the princess just to rest, since he had restored her natural healing abilities. Lindsay noticed something and turned around. Davy's arm shot up in front of him in an attack. The youth caused a massive and deafening explosion. The disciples fell to the ground and screamed in fear. The explosion sent up smoke and dust, which Lindsay shielded her nose and mouth with her hand. One of the students called out to Davy, but he didn't turn around, just armed himself with a spear and said with a grin that he had something to finish. The huge green lizard-like monster stomped on the ground as its predatory eyes glowed fiercely. The creature let out a high-pitched roar, sweeping everything in front of it in a torrent of sound. The students were stunned with horror when they realized that they were looking at a Beyonder monster. Davy took up a combat stance with a playful grin and explained to the guys that Chandramine has the highest regeneration ability of her family. The zombie dragon, as this monster is called, rushed up. Alicia, who was hugging Ilin, looked at Chandramine with confusion and horror on her face. Davy told Alicia to take Alina and run to safety, and the red-haired girl took the boy's order with lightning speed as she took off. Alicia stared intently at the unconscious Alin. Davy's weapon was streaked with green from where he'd gripped it. The divine spear Longinus took on a third form, which was called the Green Dragon Saber. Ready for a fight with a huge lizard, Davy announced that it was a rematch. Terrified students ran past the prince, who was standing motionless in a fighting stance, looking for a safe place. Davy and Perkirk's faces lit up with courage and determination as the young man promised to do everything quickly. Chandra let out a deafening roar, and the first round of the fight began. Davy soared high into the air, matching the furious creature's snout. The space was blinded by a bright flash as the prince used the astray move with the universal divine spear. Huge shards of rock abruptly rained down. A thin layer of white snow lay on the bare, thin branches of the tree. The student, with his hand on the trunk, loudly called out to the commander Boris. The man, hearing about the signs left by other students, decided to take the trail. Turning to the crowd of young men in black robes, Boris began giving orders to various groups. The man with long brown hair warned the commander to be even more careful in a situation where the seal had disappeared so suddenly. Boris turned away and looked up with a strained expression. There, magical light was pouring out of the sky. The man's thick brows lowered, and a drop of sweat appeared on his cheek from stress. Boris strode forward, driven by a desire to find out what was happening there now. Suddenly, the students shouted happily, informing the commander that they had found their comrades. While the students were taking care of each other, Boris froze with a puzzled and shocked face. He was struck by a huge hole in the rock, the freshness of which was indicated by the smoke still emanating from the surface of the broken stones. Someone spoke sternly to Boris, ordering him to report on the situation. The man, rolling a small blue ball in his fingers, introduced himself as Leader 1, Boris Talman. When Boris calmly announced that the situation was settled, the man in the center of the table, covered in a gray cloak, jumped up from his chair and angrily slammed his hands on the table. When the man asked about Chandra and the traitor Harold, Boris became visibly nervous and hesitated. When the red-haired man suggested that the two of them were finished, the cloaked man took it as a joke and got angry. He angrily demanded a proper explanation from Boris, since Chandra and Harold are far from weak opponents. In response, Boris only suggested that this person come and look at the place left after the battle for himself. In the middle of the forest, a loud sound of stomach cleansing could be heard. Scarlet blood spread across the white snow as someone complained of a stomach ache. Perkirk, irritably telling Davy to stand still, put her small blue-lit hands on the boy. Davy was sitting in a hollow in the ground when he concluded that he had made a mistake and had only regained half of his strength. With a wide smile, the young man concluded that it was not superfluous to try. Davy's fingers touched the transparent surface. Davy froze in amazement, staring at the information table in front of him. This table was about him, and there were a lot of new items in it. With a laugh, Davy noticed that the princess ancestor had trained that ridiculously strong scoundrel. As a result, the traitor Harold died, and the forest became quiet and peaceful again, the silence of which was broken only by the murmur of a waterfall. All of Harold's followers except Treb were executed, and the transcendent Chandra was stopped thanks to Davy. Although the official members of the order suffered significant losses, the students were saved, with the exception of one. Shio was lying lifeless on the ground, his face covered by a cloth. As Lucia sobbed, Davy thought calmly that the Order of the Breakthrough Alva owed him a huge debt. Even if he was just an apprentice to them, no one else could have done it. The wind was blowing outside. Princess Elena finally woke up and faintly opened her golden eyes. Davy, who was reading a book on a chair, was glad when the girl woke up. When the prince inquired about Ilin's condition with a smile, Ilin covered her face with her hand and said that she felt absolutely disgusting. The prince informed the girl that she was at the order's base. Covering her reddened face with her fingers, Elena stole a glance at Davy. Looking at the young man unharmed, Elena thought of Harold talking nonsense about how he managed to finish off the prince. Elena began to stretch her limbs and reported that she felt a strange energy entering her body, and Davy said that the girl could return to the continent after a full recovery. Suddenly, the princess jumped up from the bed, throwing herself on the young man's neck in a tight embrace. Tears of happiness rolled down her cheeks at the fact that Davy was all right. The princess said that she was uneasy that time, despite the fact that the young man is very strong. When Elena expressed her feelings, Davy broke into a warm smile and put his arm around the girl's waist. Although Elena and Yillies constantly called Davy a madman and a monster, even he couldn't defeat the half-formed Chandra mine in the end. Davy closed his eyes, enjoying the embrace with Elin. The girl smiled softly, covered in a slight blush. Suddenly, the young man began to knead the princess's back, displeased, telling her that during all this time her muscles had become completely flabby. The princess's shrill cry rang out from the order's base. Angry at Davy, Elena jumped back on the bed, but the young man calmly reacted to this behavior, reminding the girl that she almost died. When Davy turned around and started to open the door, the girl indignantly asked where he was going. The young man replied that it was time for him to go back since everything was finished, and Elena was surprised, not knowing how to interpret the last sentence. The girl asked about the transcendent Chandra, and Davy smiled when he realized that Elena was still not up to date. Having chosen the right wording, Davy proudly announced that he had sent the monster on its way. Elena's eyes widened in disbelief. When the princess heard about Shio Hall's death, her face changed dramatically. The image of a frightened Shur flashed across the girl's face. When Elena asked about the circumstances of the young man's death, Davy crossed his arms and said that he arrived at the scene when it was already too late. Perkirk asked if there was any way to save Shio, and Davy confirmed it. The prince said that because of this, he would have to sacrifice a couple of years of his life and a chance that might never come again. Davy didn't feel happy or sad about Shio's death, but as a doctor, it was unpleasant to watch a patient die from wounds. Davy told her that he was going to return to Hainsland, and also advised Elena not to come to the kingdom of Ron, and the princess fell into shock. Davy explained that the girl had been told to recuperate at home and also that a major rift was brewing in the Ron Kingdom. Alina listened with bemusement to Davy's suggestions that the princess' prolonged absence from her homeland might cause bad rumors. The Ron Kingdom has been involved in vampire-related matters several times already. There were several cases of orphans being abducted from orphanages as well as a monster attack on Haynes Land. And despite the fact that Alina, who has a burning hatred for vampires, greatly helped in this, her further participation in this should be avoided. Watching the pigeons outside the window, Davy decided he'd waited long enough. The king has already lost his chance to fix everything. Alina grabbed at Davy's clothes. He stood with his arms crossed as the girl thanked him. Alina lowered her eyelids in embarrassment and expressed her concern that something might happen to the prince. Davy looked at the princess thoughtfully. A small smile curved his lips. The young man also thanked the princess. The meeting room of the Order of Alpha Knights of Lion Power. The man with the mustache introduced Davy to those around him as the Prince of the Ron Kingdom, who was in a coma and had received the stigmata that gave him such abilities in medicine. Women and men sat around the table, trying to figure out if Davy's disciple was a punishment or a gift from heaven. Celia said with a positive smile that although the prince wasn't the most righteous person, he was definitely on their side. The man leaned on his hand with a tired look on his face, reminding them that Davy wasn't their main concern right now, unlike the humans who were trying to destroy them all. Celia agreed, and the man added that they should focus on finding the traitors in the order who betrayed her and Captain Harold. A blue flag with the golden coat of arms of chivalry hung on the wall. The 5 mentors came to the conclusion that they would face a very different outcome if the traitor knew Alpha's lion powers and could resist them. The man with the mustache said that he would try to get answers from the black magician Treb, whom they had obtained. Right now, this young man was sitting in a solitary prison cell. Celia added that they had to accept the obvious facts. What she meant by that was that Davy's student was entitled to a reward in a separate position for his great contribution. When Celia was asked about Davy's current whereabouts, she put her hand to her mouth thoughtfully and said that he was going to be taking a vacation in the dorms for a while. Suddenly, the door to the study was flung open and a man in a gray robe ran in, excitedly announcing an urgent report. As soon as the intruder uttered the name of Davy's student, the tutors became very tense, worried about the young man's condition. In response, the man only showed a folded piece of paper, saying that the prince left a single letter and disappeared. Celia darted over to the man and began opening the letter impatiently. It said Davy was canceling his knighthood application. There was a brief silence in the room, and all that was clear was that Davy was capable of surprising people in the nick of time. The territory of Haynes Land. Davy was sitting at his desk in his office when Amy, Montmado, and the opera chamberlain arrived. Amy and the chief chamberlain waited patiently for their master's instructions. Davy laced his fingers together. Raising his hands to his face, the prince said with a smile that he wanted to finish something that should have been finished long ago. Amy and Vernal both froze in surprise, and when the chamberlain asked what Davy meant, the young man replied that the man already understood it. Luna watched the conversation with a blank expression on her face. Davy said that they should support the independence of the Haynesland territory regardless of what happens in the future. The prince ordered Monmido to go to the designated place and meet the people, and the man's face contorted with a terrible panic. Davy sighed, remembering Monmido's constant misgivings about whatever the reason. Suddenly, Jack appeared in the room, announcing that he had fulfilled the young man's request. The mercenary said that the abducted and missing people were seen in Voltias in the Goras of the Duchy of Barrietta. When Davy asked for more details, Jack admitted that this is the maximum beyond his authority. However, the spy added that after that, among the corpses that floated out of the stream, there were those that completely lacked blood. Davy laughed at how these people really didn't live up to expectations, and Monmido panicked, not understanding what was going on. Ignoring the man, Davy ordered Jack to keep them updated on what was happening. The young man stood up, saying that he was going straight to the palace. Monmido cautioned fearfully that Davy wouldn't be able to use the Mana Gate at this time. Light blue sparks began to glow under Davy's feet. With a smile, the young man told everyone to follow orders, because now everyone is busy with business. Leaving his dumbfounded subordinates, Davy said that he would return. Jack asked rhetorically when the boy had learned to do this. Palace of the Ron Kingdom. Davy and Luna were walking down the hall. Luna refused to stay in the territory, expressing her desire to accompany the youth wherever he went. When Davy asked the golem to keep its pace down, the golem stared at him in disbelief. The prince met a man in a tailcoat, surprised by an unexpected visit, and 2 maids. When Davy called for the door to be opened, the man stammered that the prince couldn't enter without an invitation at the moment. The young man frowned, repeating the order sternly. The subordinates were seriously startled by the prince's creepy tone. Suddenly, a voice was heard outside the door. He told the man and the maids to do as Davy said. The door opened a crack, shedding a streak of light on the prince's face. A man was sitting in the distance. It was the head of the Ron Kingdom, dressed in loose beige-green clothing. Davy knelt before his father, who noted how long it had been since the two of them had met. The young man apologized for the intrusion, but the king didn't want to hear these formal greetings when they met. When Davy said that a vassal should show proper respect, the man closed his eyes and replied that this was not necessary for a father-son conversation. Davy remained on his knees, informing the king that he had attended the opening night of Arya al-Rindes, the youngest daughter in the Rindes Empire. When the man suggested that Davy had met Callus there as well, the young man stood up and didn't deny it. The man put his hand to his forehead in annoyance, complaining about the brat who couldn't find some maturity and finally live in the real world. Davy looked at his father seriously and said that he probably didn't know why the young man had to find him here in the dead of night and uninvited. The man bowed his head and said nothing. Davy stared at him searchingly. In an attempt to ease the tension, the king began tapping his finger on the bed. He sternly asked Davy if he was thinking of ending it. Sitting in his bedchamber, Cryan said that he didn't have long to live. With a sad look on his face, he asked if Davy could listen to his father's last request to stop. Being at a loss, the main character was struck by the words about the last request. Clenching his fist, Davy wondered who exactly had said that. Looking at his father, the main character asked him to listen. Cautiously, Davy assumed that Cryans had forgotten that he hadn't yet repented of all his sins. The main character asked him not to try to find a better way to die. Outraged, Davy stated that Cryans had no right to die without his permission, noting that even if he did so, he would bring him back to life again. Leaning on the bed, the king tried to address Davy. Interrupting him, the main character said that he founded this country, adding that his mother was killed in this territory and did not care about him. Furious, Davy was amazed that after all this, his father would want to say that now he just wants to run away from everything. Looking at Cryans, who was taken aback, the main character believed that no matter what, he could not die without settling everything. Raising his head, Davy's father reported what he had heard about what had happened in the Rindes Empire. Cryans stated that even though he is a terrible father who can't protect him, he noted that Davy was still born to be a great man. Recalling the performance of the main character, his father noticed that he has excellent ingenuity and leadership qualities that help manage people. Leaning on his arm, Cryans said that was all. Taking Davy's hands, he stated that he had been given the Stigata and important information of the Sacred Codex, noting that thanks to his incredible knowledge of medicine, he had achieved unimaginable success in healing the princess. The protagonist's father believed that his son's authority gained in the Rindes Empire was beneficial. Grab Davy's arm and tell him that if he wants it, the position will be his. Looking at the main character, Cryans noted that the one who chose the difficult path of the king cannot make all the decisions on his own, adding that the same thing happened with him. With a disgusted look on his face, Davy said that was just an excuse. The king's face was full of annoyance. The main character believed that the king should protect too much of everyone in a given life. After saying that, Davy froze in one position. Looking around the vast expanse of his bedchamber, Cryans asked if the main character knew how many inhabitants there were in this country. The king revealed that the population consists of less than 5 million. 1, 2, tens and thousands of people are the creators of these millions, Cryans continued. He then asked if Davy understood the message he was trying to convey. Horrified, he said that the king's decision alone was putting the lives of 5 million people on the line. With a tilt of his head, Cryans said that this was the reason why the king should not accept them hastily, noting that he should deliberately postpone difficult situations for more careful consideration. Glancing at the main character, he stated that this was why he needed to put all his fears aside now, adding that if he could follow in his footsteps, even if the sword brought him death, he would accept it with a smile. Angered, Davy said it wouldn't happen. Removing his hand, the protagonist asked if he had told Cryans about this from the beginning. Sitting on the floor, Davy's father spoke to him. After looking at him, the main character asked to be allowed to take the position of an investigator. Heading for the exit, Davy announced that he would deal with a group of aristocrats. Turning around, the protagonist assumed that Cryans still didn't know about it. Going to his father, Davy informed him that the Duchy of Variety had long since joined forces with the vampires and was turning its citizens into victims. After which, he asked if Cryans was aware of this. Hearing this, the king fell into a stupor. Turning his head in Davy's direction, he asked what that meant. Putting his hand on his side, the main character said that the first one was Queen Rides, noting that she might not know the whole truth, but despite this, she supported them. Recalling Carlos, Davy said that he did not know, but continued to aggravate the situation. The main character asked a rhetorical question that related to the fact that with all this, Cryans should protect their side, asking if this is the way of the king. Looking at his dumbfounded father, Davy asked if the king should stand his ground and ignore the fact that hundreds and thousands of people were being killed for the sake of those 5 million. Enraged, Davy declared that in a kingdom like this, which his younger brother Varys should inherit, he would rather die than sit and watch in silence as some pathetic worms set up their own rules there. Glancing at the agitated Cryans, the protagonist informed him that if he still made a decision, he would need to send a royal decree to Haynes' territory, adding that that would be all. After that, Davy asked him not to get involved in this case. The main character noted that if suddenly Cryans thought to use the power of the neighboring Rindy's empire to solve problems, then he can leave this thought forever right now. Hearing this, the king froze in one position. Davy was sure that his father would not find a way out of the situation by this method, adding that he would only give these pathetic worms a chance to escape. The dim light from the candles surrounded the entire room. The main character asked if Cryans really thinks that he will continue to just watch what is happening. Davy said that he would fix everything with his own hands, even if he had to commit high treason to do so. Indignant, Cryans called out to the main character. Angered, Davy said he would do whatever he had to. The main character stated that he, being Davy Allron, who was once his child, is actually like that. Cryans' face was filled with bewilderment. Luna was sitting on the windowsill, waiting for Davy. His assistant froze in place, lost in her own thoughts. Being in his thoughts, the main character told that in the end, neither King Cryans nor Marquis Piltris, who have power over the society of aristocrats, will not be engaged in this. Heading for the exit, Davy stated that he was the only one who should end this, noting that he had regained his strength for this very purpose. The morning rays of the sun slowly enveloped the expanse of Haynes land. Continuing to think, the main character wondered if Cryans had decided that his stubbornness could be broken. Looking at the document, the main character said that a week after the declaration of war, the post of chief investigator was finally occupied by him. An image of the queen appeared in his mind, her fan covering her face. While in his thoughts, Davy noted that regardless of the past relationship between his mother, King Cryans, and also Queen Rhines, the current batch of nobles had already crossed the line. Davy stated that in the end, Cryans had no choice, noting that otherwise he would have had to use the most drastic method. The clerk floating next to him noted that even if this was the case, then based on the truth that the main character told him, he would no longer be able to ignore such a thing, adding that as a result, this is a serious crime. As Davy sat in his office, he thought about how he, as someone who had obtained the position of senior investigator, had gone to the Palace Night Order. After presenting himself to the multiple army, the main character informed them of something. Davy revealed that he had been assigned 50 knights of the order to perform his duties, noting that they were only of the original class. The main character stated that it was enough for him only their helping hands. The night sky of the city was gradually shrouded in clouds. The story takes us to the mountains of the Duchy of Varietta on its territory. After Davy kicked down the door, the man asked who was coming. He put his hands on his side and introduced himself. The man bowed his head and greeted Davy. Looking up, the protagonist asked if it was an abandoned warehouse. The guy standing next to him said that this is so. Opening the door of the huge room, the guy said that initially it was a storage area for products for the Duke, which were delivered from other territories, noting that now they will only continue funding a little. Looking around, Davy said he saw it. The excited guy asked if he could find out the reason that brought the main character to such a small territory. Davy then asked him what he thought. Hearing this, the guy fell into a stupor. Pulling out his gun, the main character suggested that he had already spread the news about his appointment as an investigator, adding that he hoped that he would remember it well. A huge streak of mysterious mana appeared from Davy's sword swing. Seeing something, the main character fell into a stupor. Looking at the sword covered in powerful mana streams, the protagonist suggested that the guy paid too much attention to traps, noting that he should also try to find out who his opponent was in general. With just a flick of his finger, Davy activated the defensive techniques on the Night Army. The main character was sure that those pathetic worms would notice that the trap was broken. Turning to his army, Davy ordered them to quickly rescue all the survivors. Frozen in one position, the protagonist wondered what he should do with the guy, noting that he knew exactly what was happening below. After that, the guy tried to justify himself. Davy interrupted, noting that he was still pretending and lying to him. The dumbfounded guy begged to be killed. Smiling, the main character said that this is exactly what he will do. With lightning speed, Davy decapitated the guy next to him. There were drops of blood on the tip of the sword's tip. The main character stated that he wanted to die, noting that he fulfilled his wish, calling it excellent. Sheathing his sword, Davy told him not to get too upset since he hadn't even started. On the floor of the warehouse, blood slowly began to spread. Due to the powerful shock wave, the two strangers fell to the ground. As they headed toward Davy, the knights reported that they had found survivors, noting that there were about 30 of them. With his hands on his side, the protagonist asked to be moved to the sanctuary and use an improved purification magic, adding that he would pay for it. Luna turned to Davy and reported on the current situation. Looking at the magic artifact, the protagonist asked about the amount of damage done. Observing an unimaginably powerful fire, the main character's assistant reported that according to her information, only military weapons were used, noting that she did not observe serious damage. Looking at the women injured in the fire, Luna reported that they would be delivered as ordered soon. After hearing this, the main character praised her for her good work, adding that the last shrine had just been vacated, so the assistant could take people away right now. Scratching the floor with its claws, the monster insulted people in every possible way. Enraged, he declared that their great leader would tear the humans to shreds, calling them pathetic creatures. Taken aback, Davy was surprised that the only people they captured were just two low-ranking vampires. The clerk hovering next to him guessed that there weren't any higher-ranked vampires here, noting that they might have already escaped. The main character was sure that even if they tried to get some details out of them, they wouldn't tell them the whole truth due to certain prohibitions. Davy's mind flashed back to the memory of the technique he'd applied to one of the monsters. The main character noted that from the vampire's point of view, it is quite natural to kill people who are only prey. After hearing this, the monsters' faces were filled with shock. Davy said he forgave the two of them. Overjoyed, the vampires asked to be released. Grinning, the main character noted that he did not know what his sweet daughter would think about this. The holy sword in Davy's hand was overflowing with powerful mana. The stunned vampires didn't understand what that meant. At the same time, the main character hit them with a powerful punch, causing them to scream. Seeing the severed vampire heads reflected in the sword's reflection, Davy guessed that Red Flag couldn't forgive them. Going further, the main character ordered the knights to collect all the bodies. Overjoyed, Hondon asked if she had done well. Grinning, Davy announced that they would hang the vampire heads in the capital square. Looking at the dumbfounded knights, he noted that they would also write all the crimes they had committed on their bodies and hang them naked for everyone to see. The protagonist believed that since vampires were used to living as they pleased, they would definitely fight back fiercely. A bright moon shrouded the city's night sky. Davy wondered if they should force the others to enter the battlefield. In the gallows, the heads of dumbfounded vampires were visible. The enraged man waited for the mighty mace of God to fall on the prince. The outraged citizens of Haines wanted him executed at the entrance to the palace. After breaking the plate, Carlos expressed all sorts of dissatisfaction with this situation. Clenching his fist, the prince wondered how these pathetic humans could demand his execution. Clutching his head, Carlos said it was all Face's fault. He believed that if there hadn't been so much publicity about this case, then nothing would have happened. Face froze in thought. Grinning, he assumed that Davy knew very well about their plans, who are aristocrats. With a malicious expression on his face, he stated that he was someone who would like nothing more than to tear the main character's body apart as quickly as possible and suck out all of his human blood until it was completely saturated. After which, Face could be heard snickering maliciously. Hearing this, Carlos fell into a stupor. Turning to Face, the prince asked him what he intended to do. Leaning over, he informed them that all they had to do was deal with a parasite that had forgotten its place. Wary, Face declared that the jokes were over now. His gaze was directed in the direction of the frightened Carlos was shrouded in incredible anger. On the floor of the room was a vase that was covered with broken glass. The plot takes us to the aristocratic coalition, an estate for secret meetings. Strong shouts rang out in the vast expanse of the palace. The outraged nobleman couldn't believe the vampire's presence. He leaned his elbows on the table and spoke to Barletta. He asked if His Highness wanted to say that something so absurd had happened without their knowledge. As Barletta watched over his cup of tea, he thought that in the end, the whole incident had turned out to be a serious one. The Duke of Barletta is not an illiterate man. Under the dim lighting of the palace, two unknown men could be seen heading forward. While in his thoughts, the Duke was thinking about the unknown man who has been following Callus everywhere lately. He thought of a strange existence that didn't bother to hide its own energy, unlike the subordinate who was by his daughter's side. Leaning on his cane, Barletta was lost in thought. When he found out later that he was a vampire, he accepted him anyway, because he said he would help Callus. A bloody web enveloped the Haines lands. Even though there was the problem of having to feed him people's blood, the death of a few people wouldn't cause any problems to his reputation. Considering the vampire's overwhelming power, this was nothing short of an investment. Bowing his head, the silhouette of the main character who appeared before the king. In the looming future, even if the heir to the throne wasn't Callus but Prince Davy, everything could be resolved if they borrowed the vampire's power. After all, relations between the monarchist and aristocratic factions had now reached a point of no return. Setting the mug down, the Duke asked them if they were afraid now. Looking at the stunned aristocrats, Barletta declared that now everyone present here is participating in a grand plan. After which, the Duke asked if they thought they could leave the monarchist faction just because they weren't happy with the plan. Leaning on his hands, the Duke said that they were just doing what they were supposed to do. Barletta noted that if they know that war will happen regardless of what happens next, he asked if they should take measures to ensure their unequivocal victory. The Duke asked to count the newly elected. Leaning on the table, The man accepted his order, after which Barletta asked about the progress of military supplies. Taking the document in hand, the man said that the delivery of a large number of weapons had just been successfully completed, noting that among them there were new products of the dwarves. The Duke had a feeling that they were really desperate for money, so they sold the items very cheaply, adding that they accordingly profited from it. Putting his hand to his chin, the elder asked where they had brought them from. The man said that the delivery was made from the territory of Haines. He laughed and called Davy stupid. He was sure that the main character would be killed by what his people sold. Hearing this, the Duke fell into a stupor. Getting up from his seat, he asked the man to wait, asking him to repeat where they bought the weapon from. He was amazed that this had happened in Haines' territory. Grinning, the man noted that they didn't have any reason to worry. He stated that these copies are much more advanced in terms of strength and sharpness compared to other swords. The man believed that thanks to this, they were able to complete their training completely. Angry, Barletta thought that there was no way Prince Davy would just let something like this happen. Holding his head, the Duke noted that it looked as if they were secretly helping the rebellion. Taken aback, the elder asked if Barletta had any problems. In his thoughts, the Duke was sure that this was a trap. The terrified Barletta believed that they couldn't retreat in this situation. The faces of the nobles were filled with bewilderment. The Marquis's silhouette appeared in the Duke's mind. Thinking further, Barletta noted that from the moment the corruption report fell into Piltry's hands, it was already obvious that a civil war would break out. Flustered, the Duke reflected that depending on the outcome, everything that followed her would be decided. Clenching his fists, Barletta noted that it will also be known who will stand to the last. The flags of the kingdom were raised above the overcast sky of the city. The story takes us a month later. Standing at the head of the army, the Duke gave the army an order. The sparks of civil war were ignited when Duke Barletta's entourage led a revolt of high-ranking aristocrats. The rebel forces had 3 armies, including swordmasters and most of the vampires belonging to the aristocratic faction. The Duke's countless troops were heading into battle. A huge number of people gathered, as the Duke held half of the military power in his hands. In comparison, the battle forces of the monarchist factions only numbered 10,000 soldiers and Marquis Piltrus. Watching the many knights, the Marquis froze in one position. Those 10,000 were barely recruited from the young men of the kingdom who were angry at that aristocratic faction that colluded with the vampires. This was clearly a disadvantageous situation for the monarchist faction. A temporary camp was set up in the middle of the sandy wasteland. Upon entering the ward, the knight reported that everything was ready. After adjusting his armor, the main character was happy about it. A small smile spread across Davy's face, or so it seemed. After leaving the ward, the main character ordered the army to go into battle. Raising their spears, Davy's army set off. 500 soldiers were sent to Haines' territory. The knights in the ranks of the army carried a flag with them. Only 500 soldiers to fight in the civil war against as many as 10,000. On top of that, due to the fact that some emigrated after developing the territory and became royal guards, few were conscripted into the army. The main character slowly climbed the stairs. As Davy walked up to his troops, he froze in one spot. Due to the number of new soldiers, they thought of the territory's head, Davy, as a prince who didn't show his face. A faint smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Davy turned to his troops and said he was glad to see them all. Listening carefully to him, the knights appeared on alert. The main character said that he knows about the frustration of many due to his neglect of territories, noting that he is grateful that all of them gathered here. An image of Carlos and Face appeared in his mind, their faces wreathed in a grin. Davy stated that in addition to this, the nobles who are destroying this nation have rebelled, adding that they have a total of 30,000 soldiers, 1 swordmaster, and other helpers. Alerted, the main character said that at this very moment they are using his power, using innocent people as a shield and infiltrating the kingdom. Looking at the knights, Davy noted that some of them might be wondering why they should fight for a kingdom that had done nothing for them, or whether they should risk their lives at all. Raising his hand, the knight asked what it meant. Outraged, he declared that they were in debt to the patron saint, and that was why they would follow him. Encouraged, the army reported that if the patron saint told them to die, they would gladly bend even into the fire. They asked the protagonist to use their power as he pleased. The man screamed that his life was in Davy's hands, calling him a patron saint. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered who had said the last word. Davy reflected on religious fanatics, noting that he wasn't even baptized. Turning to the troops, the main character suggested that some of them think this way. The army exclaimed that this was not the case, adding that they believed in a patron saint. After which, Davy asked them to say it again. Looking at the joyful knights, the main character noted that it was up to them to believe him or not. Further, Davy said that he was going to clarify one thing. Clenching his fist, the protagonist stated that they were not going there to save the kingdom. An image of Callus popped up in his mind. Davy said that, to be honest, he hates the current royal family very much, adding that he would not mind destroying them. The main character believed that he couldn't leave the kingdom in the hands of pathetic worms. With a serious expression, Davy stated that the reason they were preparing their swords for battle was the foundation of their good as well. Leaning on a wooden partition, the protagonist said that this civil war is becoming a struggle for their families and for themselves. An image of his brother and the family members that he truly hates appeared in his mind. Davy revealed that he was doing this for Varys, who would become the future king. After which, he added that he also does it for the sake of ending ill-fated cases. As they prepared for battle, the army struck their spears on the ground. Looking at his huge army, Davy said that, as before, he gave them all his word. In Courage, the main character said that without a doubt, he can say that they are all residents of the Haynes territory. Davy noted that he, in turn, as the head of this territory, will never abandon them and will always be their defender. Raising his hand, the protagonist stated that the only thing they needed to do was gather their strength. From the point of view of protecting citizens, the option of sacrificing many people for him never existed, because this is a grandiose act from the very beginning. Thinking hard, Davy turned his gaze into the distance. The main character ordered all the soldiers to prepare their weapons, noting that they were going to start a large-scale sweep. Raising their weapons, Davy's troops were greatly encouraged. The city's night sky was shrouded in faint stars. The plot takes us to the Verbat Fortress. On its territory there were many towers for the night watch. Verbat Fortress is located in the middle of the main road between the Kingdom of Ron and the Duchy of Barletta. It has huge walls more than 30 meters wide, and its existence dates back to before the appearance of the Kingdom of Ron. On one of the watchtowers, there was a group of Grey Knights. It never allowed outsiders to enter its territory and was even called an indomitable fortress. Jumping up from his seat, the fortress guard started calling the nobles names in every possible way. Clutching his face, he wondered how this could have happened to him. Paying attention to him, the elder asked where he came from. The guardian reported that he was dragged out of Luce's territory. He was amazed at the number of conscripts in the army. From the watchtower, he could be heard shouting his displeasure. The elder said that he was from the territory of Alras. Horrified, the guardian assumed that the elder had experienced a truly terrible battle. In his desperation, the guardian was amazed that he needed the pitiful worms that had tortured him to death. The elder believed that nothing could be done about this, noting that because of the refusal to take part in this, not a couple of people were killed at all. The dumbfounded knight couldn't understand how it worked. The elder reported rumors that the imperial family had left the castle and fled. He considered this to be expected, since the difference in the number of soldiers is 3 times greater. Standing next to the excited guard, the knight stated that they saw nobles already celebrating their victory down below. The shocked guardian thought it was crazy. He wondered if there was someone outside who could break through the defenses of this castle wall. The elder reported that it would take 53rd level mages to destroy the gate, which is the weakest point. He estimated that it would take half a day to make a dent with a battering ram. The elder noted that the guardian knew this very well. Throwing his weapon on the floor, the guard was furious. Taken aback, the elder tried to calm him down. Holding his head, he wondered what the guardian would do if someone saw it. Suddenly, he turned around because of a sound. Wary, the guy asked if something had happened. The puzzled elder reported that he had imagined something wrong. Outraged, the guardian stated that he really wants someone to come there and destroy the wall, adding that thanks to this, he will be able to escape. Grinning, Davy said he could do it. Startled, the guard fell to the floor. The dumbfounded guard tried to find out who was in front of him. Smiling, the protagonist thanked them for their hard work. Hearing this, the frontline guards fell into a stupor. Once outside the tower, the guard froze in one position. When he touched the floor, he couldn't understand what had happened to him. After which, Davy jumped down, heading for the entrance. Surprised, the elder asked how the main character jumped from such a height. Moving to the door, Davy announced that it was him, noting that they were going to start preparing for an attack soon. Powerful streams of mana emanated from the protagonist's sacred sword. Davy spoke about a saying that says a real man doesn't look back at explosions. Suddenly, he swung his sword sharply, after which, a powerful explosion was heard within the towers. There was a huge hole in the wall. Grinning, the main character froze in one position. The inspired army rushed to the attack. The dumbfounded guards watched on, noting that the gate had been destroyed. Pointing his hand to the side, Davy stated that the soldier's target was the commanding nobility. The main character said that there will be no forgiveness for the innocent who surrender, or those who resist or show hostility. Grinning, Davy added that those who attack back will be shown the real underworld. At that moment, he used holy magic on his troops. Pointing his hand at them, Davy activated God's blessing. An enthusiastic army rushed to the attack, praising the patron saint. This brisk behavior is driven by confidence in the impenetrability of the wall. There were 5,000 soldiers defending the Verbat fortress. Davy's army surrounded the startled guards. Most of them were forcibly conscripted citizens, so the raid was easy. And it was for this reason that the indomitable fortress fell within 2 hours. Gradually, the sun began to rise in the Haines lands. Next to the ruined towers, the happy shouts of Davy's army could be heard. Looking around, the knight couldn't believe that the prince had actually done this. Holding the letter in his hands, the main character said that it was written about the request to return due to the fact that they had already broken through the wall's defenses. Getting down on his knees, the man began to beg Davy for mercy. Folding his hands, the protagonist turned to Count Ritos. Davy claimed that the count made money by secretly selling the kingdom's military supplies and used Duke Barletta's power to hide this fact. The main character noted that due to a lack of funds, Ritos put a heavy burden on the shoulders of citizens. The terrified count assumed that he had committed a sin worthy of death. Picking up the sacred sword, Davy stated that in that case, Ritos should die. Sitting on a horse, one of the knights of the main character's army was lost in his thoughts. While still in his thoughts, he revealed that regardless of their good perspective analysis in that battle, they couldn't win. Imagining the image of Barletta in his mind, the knight noted that they had predicted the nobles' revolt. After which, he said that he was surprisingly even more upset that Davy added fuel to the fire. He couldn't believe that such a result was possible with just 500 soldiers from Haines' territory. Looking at the startled nobles, the main character ordered the next one to approach. His face was filled with anger and dislike. The knight remarked that it was truly excellent, turning to Davy. On his knees, the Marquis declared that he was giving up, begging the protagonist to give him the right to meet the prisoners. Davy slapped him across the face and ordered him to be quiet. Taken aback, the soldier wondered if it was even possible to leave the main character in such a mood. He was amazed that only a day and a half had passed. An image of the captured territories appeared in Davy's mind. The main character told that in this short period of time, half of the fortress that once defended the Duchy of Barletta fell. Standing in front of the horse, the knight asked if the Marquis was even listening. Taken aback, he apologized. Strong gusts of wind blew the leaves that had fallen from the tree. Slamming his hand down on the table, Barletta wondered if it made any sense at all. Looking at the excited nobles, he couldn't understand what they had done that 5 fortresses were conquered by just 500 soldiers in 4 days. Leaning a hand on his chin, the man suggested that they had neglected Prince Davy's divine power too much. The stranger sitting across from him asked if he called it divinity. Taken aback, the man wondered if it wasn't her, then what was it? The Duke's face was filled with anger. While in his own thoughts, Barletta noted that this was their way of thinking about it. As he continued to think, the Duke understood that based on the fact that the supreme powers that the Holy Nation's father used were on par with the great mage sorcery, adding that this was the reason for the fall of the Verbat fortress. An image of a man appeared in his mind, appearing against the background of an unimaginably powerful explosion. After which, he wondered how the soldier's movement speed could be explained. After entering the meeting hall, the knight declared an emergency. Looking at the dumbfounded nobles, he informed them that one of their last fortifications was only the mountain fortress of Yalis. Hearing this, the man fell into a stupor. The knight thought that in this case it would be better to be attacked. The Duke's face was filled with rage. With a hand on his shoulder, Marquis Angers declared that he would try to stop them. Glancing at the excited nobles, the Marquis noted that despite Davy's abilities that exceeded their expectations, he was a swordsman, adding that he wouldn't be so easy to defeat. Inja asked them to move towards the royal palace while he tried to hold up the main character, noting that if they used the roads that were still preserved, they would be able to move forward without any problems. Encouraged, Callus declared that he would kill Davy with his own hands. In desperation, Barletta asked the prince not to plan anything like this. His face was filled with doubt. Warily, Barletta asked if there was something Faye should do. Looking at the Duke standing in the corner, he noted that if the Duke had the slightest sense of guilt, then he should share his opinion. Barletta believed that the reason for everything that was happening now was his request for help. At that moment, Face's eye was enveloped in a mysterious red aura. Grinning, the Duke froze in one position. Suddenly, he pointed his hand at Barletta's dumbfounded face. Seeing this, the nobles fell into a stupor. Barletta hung in midair and called Face a pathetic worm. Armed, the knights tried to find out what he was doing, assuming that he was a traitor. Looking at Face, Callus ordered Barletta to be released immediately. Watching the Duke, who was trying to clear his throat, Faith guessed that the Duke still hadn't realized that he wasn't his subordinate. An angry Duke called him a scumbag. With a grin, Face said that Tom should not be mistaken in calling the Duke a pathetic person. Powerful streams of purple mana began to radiate from his body. Faze claimed that the Duke had no right to command him, noting that Callus was the only one who could give him an assignment. Looking at the excited prince, he stated that they would soon hear good news, saying that he would personally kill Davy. Hiding from public view, Faze said that when he returned, they would be obliged to present him with an appropriate reward. Looking at the weapon box, the main character's subordinate reported that it was the last one for today. Leaning on the wooden box, he noticed that they had collected all the weapons of their subordinate enemies as Davy had ordered. Praising him for his work, the main character said that he would take care of the rest himself. Overjoyed, Davy assumed that if he sold it all again, he would be able to get twice the original amount. Hovering beside him, Perserk noted that this was to be expected, even from the moment when Class B weapons were suddenly banned and sold to the Barletta Duchy. Looking at the boxes of weapons, Von Pollen suggested that it was easy to make money from them. Being in his thoughts, the main character noted that this is not so, adding that this is a war. Still thinking, Davy said that it was a battle, after all, which it was even a shame to call a war, which was unleashed right in front of his eyes. Hovering nearby, Von Pollen pointed out that the guys weren't stupid at all, saying that they were going to stop Davy with all their might and move towards the palace, remembering the vampire. Imagining the image of a hand hanging over the aristocrats in her head, Perserk said that they are cunning, noting that they especially like to play on the weak points of their opponents. The main character said that he knows this. Looking at his hand, Davy noticed that he still had half of his holy power and mana left. The main character said that then he did not control the use of his powers, since such a serious case requires sacrifices, adding that now he has a chance to test some of his capabilities. Agitated, Von Pollen wondered if everything would be alright. Davy smiled and said it was true. Once on the road, the main character assumed that they were also almost at their limit. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Ange and Face, who was standing next to him. Standing in the middle of the road, the Marquis said Davy couldn't go any further. Folding his hands, the main character assumed that he decided to neglect his title. Wary, Ange asked if Davy expected loyalty and respect from someone who was part of this rebellion. The main character said that this is true. Grinning, Davy remarked that the Marquis was wasting his talent, adding that there were so few swordsmen in this country. After which, the protagonist assumed that the pathetic nobles were originally those who were used to committing atrocities. Ange became angry and said that a knight was only one who followed the orders of his master. Looking at the Marquis, the main character suggested that he has the opportunity to stop doing everything unquestioningly. Wary, Ange said that he accepted this power and praised it. With a look of disgust in his eyes, Davy asked if the Marquis would have said the same thing if he was a commoner. Looking at the main character, Ange said that this is so, noting that even if he was born a subordinate, he would still get used to this world structure. Being in his thoughts, the main character told that this is the real problem of a person, noting a firm belief in his ruler. An image of the Marquis appeared in his mind. Thinking further, Davy noted that on the one hand, Ange was a man of undying loyalty, adding that he would eventually side with the Duke of Barletta. The main character believed that the Marquis thoughts coincided with what the nobles claimed. Ange said that talking about it only drains their strength. Grinning, Davy informed them that they would see it. When the main character saw Face crouching on a stone hillock, he said that he was what they call muzzle or something. Davy suggested that this was their first meeting, noting that in his opinion, fearlessly sowing someone else's spell is not so easy, adding that he has certain skills. Grinning, Face asked the protagonist to continue being arrogant, calling him a pathetic worm. Getting to his feet, the vampire declared that he would soon burn Davy's nest to the ground. In the Haines Kingdom, powerful streams of mana could be seen flowing from the vampire's techniques. Flustered, Winry turned her gaze to the window. Illy's walked over to her and asked if she was worried. Putting her hands on her chest, the princess said that this was so, noting that Davy, as always, was overdoing it. Winry knew he wasn't as weak as he used to be, but she still couldn't stop worrying. The mage's face was filled with doubt. Illy's held out his hand to Winry and suggested that she go out for a walk. The mage supposed that in that case, she would feel better once she was a little more relaxed. Illy's glanced out the window and said that if Davy found out that she was so nervous, he would be very upset when he got back. Hearing this, Winry thought the mage was right. Suddenly, the palace's window was blown up by a powerful technique. Seeing this, the princess fell into a stupor. A huge cloud of smoke enveloped the expanse of the palace. Looking at Face as he landed, Davy assumed they'd done something in Haines' territory. Grinning, the vampire said that he just wanted the main character to understand what the anger of the nobility means. Face noted that if Davy thinks that their previous actions are all they can do, then he will be in for a big surprise, since this was just a warm-up. Davy grinned and asked if that was true. He was surprised that taking control of 5,000 monsters and sending them to Haines' territory was a warm-up for them. Grinning, the main character said that in any case, it doesn't matter. Davy asked them if they understood that it wasn't him who was suffering, but them. Looking at the dumbfounded Marquis, the main character noted that even after their short-sightedness fell into all his traps. He asked them if they still thought they could beat him. Grinning, the main character asked how the red-haired vampire was doing, noting that she was a real pro at escaping, asking if they had heard what she was saying. Davy said that she said that if you break into someone else's house uninvited, you will get in a lot of trouble. The ground shook violently under Davy's feet, after which, the enraged vampire charged towards him. With a wicked grin on his face, Face claimed that Davy misunderstood everything. He asked if the main character really thought that one senior elf could stop 5 top-ranked vampires. At that moment, Davy's subordinate headed to the palace. Shock covered her face. Watching the fire in the palace, she froze in one position. Face said it was too presumptuous and too brave. Powerful explosions could be heard on the battlefield. As the vampire made many lunges, he found himself looking forward to it. Grabbing Davy's sword, Face said that he would simply crush it, noting that then he would suck all the blood from those people who are so dear to him right in front of his eyes. Grinning, the main character called him a sucker, after which Davy hit him with an unimaginably powerful punch. Due to the shockwave, the vampire was sent flying to the side. Looking at the main character, a dumbfounded Face asked why he was so relaxed. Davy noted that the vampire was wrong about 2 things. Grinning, the main character said that it was not he who would die here, but Face. Placing the sacred weapon on his shoulder, Davy asked if Faith thought any of his subordinates would encounter vampires on his territory, noting that it really made him look forward to it. Being at a loss, the vampire couldn't understand what the main character was talking about. Grinning, Davy said he was making a point. An image of a bouquet lying on a table in one of the rooms of the palace appeared in his mind. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist said that he wanted him to give him his promise, noting that this was not just diplomacy between the 2 countries, but a deal between His Majesty and him. Davy noted that their deal should not cause any pressure or political problems between the countries. Dorrit waited in anticipation for the protagonist's suggestion. Placing his hands on the table, Davy informed him of his plan. The frightened children waited for help. Davy asked Alrandes to lend him the sword masters that belonged to the Empire. Shock enveloped the mage's face. After apologizing, the sword masters assumed that they were a little late. Bellows smiled and noted that even in this territory, the old men were able to have some fun. The swordmaster was amazed that he had become lazy when it came to defending the Savior's territory. On the borders of Hain's palace, many angry vampires appeared, letting out a wild wail. Closing his eyes, Marquis Heshon noted that these monsters had already been captured elsewhere. Across from him, the swordmaster had expected this. Bellows turned to the Marquis and suggested that they begin the mission entrusted to them by His Majesty. Heshon pointed out that they should hurry. Excited, Illies wondered why these wonderful people were there. Suddenly, there was a powerful burst of energy in the sky. The main character asked what Faith thought of silver weapons and 10 warriors with swordmaster ranks and even higher. Grinning, Davy asked if that sounded great. Enraged, the vampire called him a pathetic worm. With lightning speed, Ange attacked the main character from behind. Davy leaped away from the attack and froze on the stone platform. Putting his hand to his face, the main character called it a good thing. Taken aback, the Marquis apologized to Face. His sword was only a centimeter away from the dumbfounded vampire's body. Grinning, Davy asked if they could tell him something. The main character reported that vampires at the age of 3,000 years do much worse than Face. While in his thoughts, Davy noted that he tried his best. Looking at the enraged Face, the main character said that he only says this because he does not fully understand it. Alarmed, the Marquis asked the vampire to calm down. As he continued to think, Davy was sure that this was the best way to deal with the vampire. Rushing towards the main character, Face screamed that he would kill him. Reflecting on this situation, the main character said that the best solution is to make the vampire lose his temper so that his actions become predictable. Grabbing the sacred weapon with both hands, Davy prepared for battle. As suddenly, Face stumbled on one of the traps of the main character, after which, from the shockwave, he flew to the side. Dumbfounded, the vampire fell into a stupor. In his thoughts, Davy noted that he really knows how to use the valuable knowledge that he received from the sword god. A huge cloud of smoke rose up on the battlefield. When the vampire saw Ange looking flustered, he ordered him to run away. Approaching Face, the Marquis said that now is not the time for jokes, adding that they need to work together. Ange thought they needed to calm down. After interrupting him, Face told him not to even think about calling him by his first name, calling him an insignificant person. Looking at the dumbfounded Ange, Face said that he was only trying to restrain him when all he could do was monitor his actions. Enraged, the Marquis noted that it was all very exhausting. Looking at the main character who appeared before them with the sacred blades, Ange never thought that he would reach such a level of swordsmanship. At that moment, Davy was watching everything that was happening. Face grinned and said he'd find something useful for him. With a malicious look, the vampire pointed out that this wasn't something he could show here, adding that it would definitely demonstrate the true strength of the vampire nobility, and that they should all be afraid of them. Hearing this, the Marquis fell into a stupor. An enraged Face rushed towards Angier. As a result of the attack, the Marquis cried out in pain. Horrified by what he saw, the main character turned away. Hovering nearby, Von Pollen called it disgusting. Face's hands were covered in the Marquis's fresh blood. Wiping his mouth, the vampire noted that despite the terrible taste of blood, Angie's resilience was something to be given due credit for. Suddenly, the shocked vampire froze in one position. Seeing how his hand was overflowing with powerful mana streams, Face called it excellent. At the moment when wings appeared from his back, the vampire ordered the main character to look carefully. When Face finished his transformation, he said that Davy would soon regret letting him drink blood. Watching the mocking vampire, the protagonist assumed that the vampire was transforming to fight him. A clerk hovering nearby suggested that this was the case. Von Pollen looked at Davy and asked him what he was going to do. After preparing for battle, the protagonist summoned sacred weapons. Concentrating, he directed his powerful attack towards the enraged vampire. Davy thought it was a good idea to attack the enemy during his transformation. Upon hearing this, Berserk fell into a stupor. The protagonist's unimaginably powerful attack pushed the dumbfounded vampire away. Face's eyes widened in bewilderment. Davy kicked off the ground and headed for the vampire hanging in the air. Grinning, the protagonist asked if Face thought he should just watch him transform. The excited vampire froze in one position. Davy's colossally powerful punch left a mark in the mountain. After landing on the ground, the main character watched a huge cloud of smoke rise as a result of his lunge. Putting a hand to his face, Davy noted that the vampire had flown far enough. Taken aback, Berserk said that the main character has absolutely no patience and polite manners. Davy smiled and said that this was true, noting that they were not required in relation to Face. Leaning against a rock, the vampire tried to clear his throat. Enraged, he called Davy a coward. Face stated that he was going to show him something more impressive than just a pathetic transformation, asking him what he would say to that. Grinning, the main character was lost in his thoughts. With a wicked smile on his face, the vampire informed him that Davy couldn't kill him anyway. Looking at the blue sword, the vampire noticed that despite its quality, it was truly deadly. Face was sure that with this level of power, the main character wouldn't be able to take away his immortality. Turning to Davy, Jongdon reported that she could do it. Smiling, the main character noted that his blue ribbon can do a lot. Glancing at the Kondon, Davy noted that the vampire underestimated the blue ribbon, adding that it hadn't even shown its true strength yet. Looking at the angry Face, the main character said that he was amazed by his ability to regenerate, as it attracts more attention than his entire person. After saying that, Davy noted that it was nothing. Grinning, the main character stated that no matter how invincible the vampire is, Davy leaned over and asked him if he felt any pain. Face froze, dumbfounded. Forming a great magic in his hand, the protagonist prepared to attack. As he tried to pull out the sacred sword, the vampire noticed that he couldn't pull it out. His shocked gaze fell on Davy's hand, which activated level 5 sacred magic. Hitting Face in the face, the main character used divine cannon. After which, the vampire screamed in intense pain. Looking at the startled Face, Davy said, "Well, something like that." Leaning his hand back against the vampire's face, the main character used sacred magic of the 6th level. Looking at the dumbfounded Face, Davy activated the divine cannon. Looking at the vampire's battered face, the protagonist noted that this was still not enough. Grabbing the exhausted Face, Davy used level 7 sacred magic, activating the divine cannon. After applying the level 8 sacred magic, advanced divine cannon, a powerful explosion was heard in Haynes' territory. The vampire screamed in pain as he was on his last legs. Davy, standing next to him, watched it all. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Face's bloodied face, after which, the distraught vampire laughed out loud. Grinning, he asked if that was all Davy was capable of, calling him a pathetic weakling. The enraged vampire asked if he really thought that high-level sacred magic could stop his transformation. Taken aback, the main character froze in one position. Spreading his wings, Faith ordered Davy to look at his body, which was still transforming. Looking at the main character, the vampire stated that when the transformation is completed, all his attempts will become null and void. Looking at his hand, Davy asked if Face knew he still wasn't done fighting him. Hearing this, the terrified vampire fell into a stupor. After concentrating a powerful stream of sacred mana, the protagonist declared that he still had some dessert left, using sacred magic of the 9th level. Face gave a startled cry of surprise. Leveling a powerful technique at the vampire, Davy activated God's Finger. With a shudder, the ground on the battlefield was covered with many cracks. The shocked vampire's face was completely enveloped in holy mana. Davy fired a powerful salvo at Face and used the Great Divine Cannon. A glowing yellow feather swirled in the air outside the window. People watched this golden rain with admiration and childish joy. The news of the defeat of the Swordmaster, as well as the vampire Face, caused a great resonance in the rebel camp. After that, the royal army on horseback quickly moved forward with Davy. The lives of most of the rebel units hung in the balance, and many soldiers were afraid and nervous. Since they were blocked by the enemy on both sides, that would result in either capitulation or their destruction. The ducal palace of Barrieta, the last rebel base. The tower rose in the midst of the smoke. A man with long hair rushed into the duke's office, who was calmly looking out of the window, and began to report the situation on the battlefield in a panic. The duke was still looking out of the window, which reflected the raging flames, when a subordinate arrived and advised him to run immediately. When he called out to the duke, he grinned angrily and asked where they were going. A moment later, in a fit of rage, Barrieta knocked over the table and shouted loudly that this land and this kingdom should belong to him. The subordinate even fell to the floor, fearfully calling out to the duke, who was struggling to catch his breath. Barrieta leaned his elbows on the back of the sofa and covered his confused face with a broad hand. He was thinking that even without the power of the vampires, they should have won without difficulty, given the sheer number of their soldiers and the war supplies they received. Suddenly, Barrieta was so startled by something that he fell to the floor. With a horrified look on his face, the man froze motionless. The wide office doors opened a crack into an unlit hallway. Rhythmic footsteps could be heard in the darkness. Barrieta and his subordinate looked fearfully at the human figure that appeared in the doorway. There was a hint of surprise in her tone. Davy was surprised that Barrieta hadn't run away yet, while the man was thinking that it was because of the prince that everything had gone wrong. Barrieta rose from the floor, his face contorted with a mixture of fear and hatred for the boy. Clenching his jaw, the man hissed that Davy should never have come out of his coma. The young man crossed his arms with a casual smile and replied that Barrieta had one last chance. However, the young man said that it was really shameful, and the duke was reminded of something. The man was lost in the memory of talking to Davy, who had talked about the proverb about a flower that can hold its beauty for no more than 10 days. The prince speculated that Barrieta was trying to kick him out of Hainsland, using the stigmata as an excuse, and then put Callus on the throne. Barrieta listened intently to Davy's every word, but remained silent. Then the prince smiled maliciously and expressed his hope that the duke would take care of his flower. That day might actually have been the day Prince Davy predicted the state of affairs. The prince, hands in his pockets, moved closer to Barrieta. Callus bared his teeth like a dog as he looked at Davy. The blonde snapped his bow into action, shouting insults at his stepbrother with uncontrollable anger. The young man turned lazily to Callus, saying that they had started the whole mess, not Davy. With a serious expression, the prince declared that their idiocy had brought the kingdom to the state it is in now. When Davy mentioned the arrow that had been shot at him a few years ago, a child with blonde hair peeked out of the doorway. With the blade in his hands and a high-pitched squeal, he ran towards Davy, ready to attack. Davy only punched Benedict in the stomach, but it was enough to make the boy drop the knife and fly into the air. Callus, full of anger and fear at the same time, was still holding the bow with the arrow drawn. The Duke of Barrieta stood weakly on his feet, leaning on the back of the sofa. Benedict was sprawled on the floor, and Davy's foot pinned him down. Davy warned with disdain that these three and their followers would not be allowed to die peacefully. Callus's hand trembled with the suppressed urge to let go of the bowstring. In the next instant, the blond man screamed, wishing Davy dead with particular ferocity. The arrow darted toward the black-haired youth, pinning Benedict to the floor. Davy's red eyes flicked to the arrow just as it was closing in on him. The prince's lips parted in a wicked grin, and he made a gesture with his palm. Suddenly, Callus flew back, and a dark jet spurted from somewhere in his face. Callus stared at Davy, his green eye wide and dumbfounded. Smoke drifted from the boy's fingers as he quipped that Callus was relying on his bow but couldn't aim properly. Davy had concluded that this was a useless use of a weapon, when suddenly Callus screamed fiercely, overcome by the pain in his eye. His shout could be heard all over the Duke's Tower, Royal Palace of Ron, the outer tower of the palace. Water dripped from the ceiling in silence. In a dark room with a single window near the ceiling, a woman was sitting on a bed. Suddenly, someone else entered the room. Queen Linz looked back at the newcomer, clearly not happy about his visit. The woman's face looked very frazzled and aged as she noted the king's cheeky behavior. The man looking at his wife didn't look much younger or more cheerful. The king stopped a meter away from Linz and spoke to her. In a soft voice, Cryans called out to his wife. She waved her fist and screamed that she didn't want to hear anything more, especially from His Majesty. Clutching the sheets, Linz decided that she would never have fallen in love with Cryans if she had known how things would turn out. The king said nothing sullenly as his hands went to the hilt of the sword at his belt. The man apologized to Linz as he drew his weapon. Cryans concluded that there was no way he could stop someone who would drive the queen to despair. Cryans, with a piteous frown, begged Linz to come with him. When the man said that he needed to apologize to Alsaid, the queen pursed her lips in displeasure, looking away. The suggestion made her feel angry, and she clenched her teeth. Linz jumped out of bed, shouting to Cryans that she hated both him and Alsaid. Linz resentfully recalled how no one thought about her feelings at the moment when Alcide drank this poison right in front of her. The woman screamed that she still felt resentment and anger in her heart as she recalled the image of the former queen's corpse in front of her. Cryans looked terrified with a sword in his hand, while his wife did not stop and asked who would release her from this indignation and anger. Filled with anger, Linz pressed her hand to her chest as she thought of two possible ways to free her traitor and part-time assassin, Alcide, and King Cryans. When another option came to the queen's mind, her voice trailed off abruptly, and her palm trembled. Linz thought of the Duke of Bariette, her father, with a look of fear and horror on her face. The king was silent, looking fearfully at his wife. Her lips parted in a malicious chuckle. Cryans looked completely confused as Linz started shaking and laughing. The queen laughed wildly throughout the room. A drop of sweat trickled down Cryans' cheek from overexertion, while Linz admitted through laughter that she hated everyone here. The woman took a step forward, remembering that Cryans had betrayed her and Alcide, and Linz's father had brutally murdered her mother right in front of her. When the woman came close to the king, she said that they had gone too far. Cryans froze in panic, his eyes boring into Linz in silence. The queen gripped the blade of her sword with her slender fingers, smearing it with her own blood, and wondered what would have happened if Alcide hadn't drunk the poison. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks from her emerald eyes as she raised the blade to her chest with a faint smile. When Linz concluded that without her hatred, the lives of the people around her would have been different, Cryans cautiously called out to the queen with a look of incomprehension on his face. But she didn't respond, instead silently stabbing herself with a huge sword with a spray of scarlet blood. The bloody sword clattered to the floor. Standing barefoot on the stone floor, Linz asked if he wanted her to apologize. The woman raised her hand, saying that she refused. Linz's hand rested gently on Cryans' shoulder as she said that her only hope was her sons in the midst of this world that had become hell. Linz told the king that she would wait for him in hell. Terrified, Cryans frantically called out his wife's name. She fell to the floor, looking up at the king with a faint smile. Crimson blood pooled on the floor. The sound of raindrops outside the window drowned out Cryans' scream. Heavy gray clouds filled the entire sky. A downpour washed over the kingdom of Ron. The uprising, which seemed to shake the country for years, was crushed by the surrender of the remaining troops. Subsequently, most of the nobles, including Bariette, Callus, and Benedict, were captured by the angry townspeople and beaten up, then sent to the royal palace. Ron Royal Palace, an underground prison. Callus, wrapped in bandages, screamed hatefully at Davy from behind bars that he would kill him, but Davy didn't take the threat seriously. When Davy made fun of his stepbrother's bald head, the latter clung to the bars furiously, offended by the prince's bullying. Davy gravely stated that Callus wasn't fully aware of what was happening yet. Blondino's face was frozen in fear when the prince told him that they would soon be enslaved to work in the mines, and Callus would work for the rest of his life without ever seeing the light of day again. When Callus laughed, not believing that his older brother had the authority to do something like this, Davy proudly straightened his back, put his hands on his hips, and replied that he was actually capable of it. When Callus heard about the royal decree, his mouth opened in fear and shock, and sweat broke out. Davy told the prisoner that the decision had been made at a court hearing, where many people were sitting at long white tables, and Cryans was at the head of the central table. Benedict sat in silence on the prison bed, while Callus listened with an expression of utter confusion that he, as well as all the members of the royal family and nobles who took part in the rebellion, would lose their title and wealth to become slaves. Davy sneeringly asked Callus about a place called Heiaji, where all the culprits would be sent to work for the rest of their lives. The prince reminded Callus that he was the one who sent a couple of people there, and the blonde's lips trembled and his eyes widened. Davy closed his eyes with a smile and thought that, while he didn't like the institution of slavery very much, he found this method acceptable for revenge purposes. The young man told the blonde that he was just a criminal who started the uprising, and nothing more. Callus repeated what he'd just heard, offended. Still holding on to the bars, he knelt down, exhausted, and considered Davy's words. Callus didn't want to admit it. Forcing a smile, the blonde changed tack and tried to gently persuade the first prince of Ron. Callus suddenly remembered that Davy was his brother and immediately used that fact as an argument. Unable to pretend to be polite any longer, Callus broke into a shout, asking Davy if he was really going to send his blood relative and part-time younger brother to a place as awful as Heiaji. The blonde man, gripping the bars in a death grip, was frantically shouting at his older brother that he had made a mistake and was very stupid. When Callus begged Davy to look at him, Davy coldly remarked that the blonde was doing a good job. When the next second the prince turned and started to walk away, saying that he didn't know Callus, the prisoner screamed after his older brother. Callus's scream echoed down the corridor of the underground prison. Davy went down the stairs leading out of the dungeon. Duke Barietta, surrounded by guards, looked at the young man with a puckered face. Barietta sarcastically congratulated the prince on the success of the case, and Davy ignored the irony and replied that it had all come quite easily to him. The Duke smiled, acknowledging that this was as it should have been. As Davy listened in bewilderment to the Duke's monologue, the guards ordered the man to stop talking. Davy waved the guards to a halt, and Barrietta said that now it was the young man's turn. The man frowned and said that the prince still didn't fully understand this world, and the kingdom that had lost its former way of life was doomed to collapse. Davy listened stony-faced as Barrietta talked about how the prince used the citizens as soldiers, drawing out their hatred for the nobles, thus creating a crack in the wall standing between the nobles and the commoners. The Duke mentioned that Cryans had done the same thing in his youth, but Barrietta had intervened to protect the country, and Davy chuckled at the last sentence. Barrietta frowned and asked if Davy understood why nobles were born to be nobles and commoners were born to be commoners. The Duke went on to mention the creation of the class system, which still functions today, and this was the real reason. Davy was silent, his eyes hidden behind his bangs. Suddenly, the young man sighed, lowering his head. Looking at Barrietta with a grin, Davy expressed his confidence that the old swordmaster thought the same. The young man told the Duke that his task was not to protect the country, but only to preserve and strengthen the title given to him from birth. Davy walked over to the Duke and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. The young man concluded that when the monarchy goes too far, then ordinary tyranny begins, and that Barrietta is like Hitler. When Davy added that the Duke would never know who it was, the man's face twisted in confusion. Davy left, leaving Barrietta alone with the guards. Under a large tree, there was a man wearing white and green clothes that fluttered in the wind. Davy approached the Marquess of Fail Trees. The leaves floated on the soft currents of air. The man listened intently to what the prince thought would be a happy ending to his revenge. A smile lit up the young man's face as he concluded that he was happy. The Marquess froze in surprise, and Davy jokingly asked if the man had expected to hear that it was all pointless. The prince recalled how after going to heaven, he began training with Hercules, the king of the survivors, and only because of this was he able to survive this hellish experience. Back then, Davy kept thinking that he had unfinished business. The little prince thought that if he could gain power and live again, then this training was just a warm-up. Even though it had been a long time, that was what helped Davy pull himself together. Failtrees cautiously called out to the young man, who said without turning around that he knew he might be doing something wrong. The Marquis said Davy's decision was still the right one, because they had crossed every possible border and this country had been in turmoil for decades. The young man turned around when Failtrees said that no one dared challenge Davy's decision. Perker caressed Davy's embarrassed face with her small hand, praising him for his good work. The prince couldn't help but smile stupidly and blush. The blue sky spread out over the green trees. Ron Kingdom, the king's bedchamber. Davy greeted his father as he sat on the bed. With a frustrated look, he announced that everything was fine. Cryans called to his son, who was standing at a distance. The man informed the prince that the queen had died. Perserk was the first to react, expressing her excitement at the news. After a brief pause, Davy scratched the back of his head, telling the king that he probably expected a specific reaction from his son. He shielded his eyes as he confessed to Cryans that he hated Callus, Benedict, and Queenlands more than anything else in the world. The king looked at the young man with concern when he gave him a hint about who would be next on the list. When Davy aggressively asked how he should take the news, Cryans replied that the only correct decision on the part of the man was to send her away. Frowning and looking down, the king said that he had to do it because of the queen's cruel, absurd, and wrong actions, and Davy shouted that he should have let it out. The young man was furious that he tried to understand his parents' problems every time, and Cryans calmly replied that this was also a promise that he and Davy's mother had made. This was the only promise that Queen Linz kept, even when she found herself in such a situation against her will. When Cryans suggested that his son forget it, he clenched his fists angrily. While Perserk tried to calm the young man down, she thought that neither parent nor child can be at enmity with each other. Looking worriedly at Cryans, the demoness was worried about what would happen to the two of them. Perkirk wondered who was right in their reasoning. Davy said through gritted teeth that his younger brother Varys would be the new heir to the throne. Cryans looked confused, but Davy continued to talk and added that at the moment he wanted his father to solve a lot of problems that currently exist. Cryans started to say something, but Davy just held out his hand gracefully. A greenish magical light spilled out from his open palm as the prince used the highest ranked healing magic. Surrounded by a magical glow, the king stared dumbfounded at his son, who had ordered his father to work for 10 years. Davy's red eyes turned amber as he told Cryans to ensure the safety of the kingdom and build a decent foundation of power so that Varys could lead the people freely. Davy wanted his little brother to be able to step up and become a wise and great king in the future. After recovering King Cryans from the effects of the poison, Davy gave him 10 years so that Varys could step forward and become a great and wise ruler in the future. He gravely demanded that his father create a reliable system for his brother in which he would only have to sit on the throne and be the rightful monarch. The cured Cryans in bed with a bewilderment to clarify whether these actions are revenge, and the guy decided to rely on the conscience of the old man. Holding onto the golden door handle, the protagonist paused for a moment to clarify something. He turned around and warned the acting king that if the situation was repeated, other methods would be used. Davy also clarified that Cryon should not create a difficult path for his fourth son, and the bewildered man only called out to the guy. Davy was standing at the entrance, his back to his father, his face serious, and the sun was shining on his scowling face. The doors to King Ron's dark blue chambers slammed shut as the boy left. Standing contentedly under the tree, the first prince reflected on the audacity of his move, realizing that on this day he had officially declared his right and his power by inheritance. As he watched the sun-drenched light castle, he concluded that this was the perfect escape plan. Hein's territory was attacked while Davy was busy putting down the rebellion. But since it was carefully prepared, there were no problems, especially when Amy's wonderful assistant was around. An Imperial swordmaster armed with real weapons, a golem, Luna with a squad of Decepticons, and a woman disguised as a servant were truly a powerful military force. Many other factors can't be ignored, but as a result, all the vampires were killed while trying to escape. Landlord Hines shook hands with Knight Velos, thanking him for his good work, but he only replied that his party was following Imperial orders. The swordmaster confessed that he had long wanted to meet the first Prince of Ron, which greatly surprised the young man. With a big smile, the Imperial Knight put his hand to his heart, expressing his gratitude for the cure of Aria's illness, which caused the girl to risk dying. Perched on Davy's shoulder, Perkirk recognized the man as a knight of the Imperial Princess Rindes, and although the boy was surprised, he also remembered the man. Looking at this nice and sincere man, the Lord wished that there were more such people in his lands. When the demoness reported that there were already so many talented people in Hines, the protagonist awkwardly replied that he knew. He gave the example of Illy's, who explained with a clever air that everyone knew about the heroic deeds of Sir Boris in his youth. Sitting across from Winry and the wizard on the couch, Davy guessed that the man had suddenly become so famous, and the red-haired boy realized that his friend was completely ignorant of such things. The Red Tower Elder said with a smile that the meeting would have been more natural if he had been present, but he had to go to work at the time, and Winry assured him that his brother was extremely polite. The girl and the guy, sitting on the sofa opposite, began to make fun of Davy, and Davy turned away in embarrassment, saying that a courtesy from a famous person puts pressure on him. Then Perserk, leaning directly into the guy's ear, asked if the heroes of paradise were not even more famous, and this puzzled him. He recalled his legendary mentors who proudly claimed to be the heroes of the era. Davy rather saw them as local fools whose behavior was completely out of keeping with their titles. A man with a green bowler hat on his head walked into the living room where the three of them were sitting. The dwarf turned to his patron, telling him that the repairs after the attack were completed and he no longer needed to work in the bedroom, and the young man noted the excellent and fast work. Later in the conversation with Golda, Davy put his hand on the table and decided to focus on the territory, which the man with the pigtailed beard perceived as a desire to look at the construction of residential areas. The boy exclaimed that he would finally be able to use one of the items, and Yullies and Winry sat in disbelief. As magic sparks appeared from Davy's clenched fist, his sister clarified what the guy was talking about. In his palm of the palm was a man-made magic crystal made from a red moon. Water poured like a waterfall into the stone bed of the city's artificial river. The three of them walked along the curb above the pond in the Hines dungeon, and the guests marveled at the views. Davy stopped at the waterfall and said with satisfaction that despite the lack of funds for land management, he decided to create a living environment with three conditions necessary for life: food, clothing, and shelter. As Winry stared curiously at her reflection in the artificial river, the boy noted that water was also the most important factor. Public wells used by commoners often lead to accidents, resulting in water pollution and infections. That was why Davy, as Lord of the Lands, thought of the water structure, which greatly surprised Winry and Yullies. Glancing at one of the blocks, the wizard noticed a magic circle symbol there. He touched the engraving, saying with surprise that this was the first time he had ever seen the sign in a square, and Davy said that Golda was responsible for the drawings. Yullies turned to his friend and asked curiously if it was really possible to use it. To the magician's speculations, the main character, without hiding a smile, replied that the activation period can last up to 6 months, depending on the effectiveness of the magic circle. Touching the symbol, the guy also reported that half of them are interconnected magic, so there's no need for even 500 energy sources. Leaving Yullies behind, Davy explained that the place where all this was possible was in the control room. He led the guests to the system that monitors the work of the magic circle, surprising them even more. The main character activated a crystal in a gray rectangular tube. LLSY wondered in anticipation what Davy was going to show them this time. He asked the couple to step back a little, staying close to the activated control system. The outline of a magic circle appeared against the bright lightning. Blue light filled the space. After that, a stream of crystal clear water flowed out. Yillies was already on the street, watching the fountain, which was crowded with local children. Sitting on the bench next to Winry, he said that he also wanted to do this, and the princess agreed with him. Still reeling from the amazing excursion, the girl wondered if it was even possible for a very talented brother to do such a thing. Yillies was also impressed, and when Winry was puzzled, he replied that Davy was the continent's greatest magician. A maid crept up behind the two of them, assuming that they had seen something unimaginable in the dungeon. Amy politely asked the boys if they wanted tea. They attacked the girl who had known the main character the longest, asking if he had always been like this. Amy thought back to the first time they'd met, when she'd been startled to find Davy standing with his arms outstretched by the open window, fresh out of his coma. The maid smiled thoughtfully, raising her index finger in the air, and began to choose the right words. Looking at the fountain and the children frolicking nearby, the girl said that all the actions of the guy so far have brought benefits. For this reason, she thinks that everything will turn out well in the future. Yillies was surprised to find that His Highness was someone who always presented some interesting things. Davy's first confidante, beaming with joy, said that this was why it was easier for her to trust him in everything he did. Amy continued to stand in front of the shop, chatting pleasantly with the others, who were very impressed with the tour of Winry and Yillies. A tap surrounded by foliage let out a stream of clear water shining in the sun. Local residents gathered at the unusual structure were pleasantly surprised by its ease of use and the presence of temperature regulation. Amy happily informed the crowd that Davy would install faucets on the house for every resident, which made them incredibly happy. One of those gathered in the square exclaimed that he had witnessed a real miracle, when clean water will appear in all the houses. The guy with the beard reacted with disbelief to this news, not believing that such a design would be free for commoners, and was already about to calculate the price. Amy interrupted his thoughts by pointing out that the installation was completely free, but only 10 silver coins would be charged per month to prevent excessive water use. The girl was very happy to hear the exclamations of pleasantly surprised residents. When the maid quoted Davy's words verbatim about working hard after receiving Social Security, but no one in the crowd knew what that security meant. Events are transferred to the estate of Davy Castle, towering against the blue sky. It was discussed that this measure largely solves the problem with the irrigation system. Vespos had reported to Davy that a lot of money had been spent on it, and the project would only be profitable in the long run, but his master was in no hurry to make a profit. The young lord asked Amy, who was standing in the background of busy schedules, what happened to the goods that were bought from merchant Alawi, to which she replied that they were stored in warehouses. Davy was happy to say that now it would finally be possible to asphalt the dirt roads that are a source of dust, and ordered the guards to be brought in for this work. After the report, the subordinates left, and the guy was left alone in his office. A handwriting on his shoulder suggested that a terrible problem in this area would soon be solved, and Davy thought that climate control was damaging the surrounding area. After these thoughts, he began to dream that it would be ideal to have several confessors for a complete idol. After pondering this question, the demoness revealed that the elves specialized in this area, but it was quite difficult to persuade them. He was about to say something else, but when he looked at Long, Hongden, and Jongden sleeping on the couch, he stopped. Angelica opened her eyes slightly when she heard a commotion in the room. Jack, who was still semi-transparent, appeared on the background of the board with graphs. The fully materialized mercenary wordlessly walked towards the master as he asked what had happened. Davy was surprised when the woman who hid her real identity arrived to say something. The young man broke into a smile, assuming that it would finally be a question of payment. He asked the mercenary if that was what she had come to talk about. On the information screen, it was still the same information about her being a woman and a dark elf. Davy asked Jack if she had a younger or older sister, which caught her off guard. The elf replied that it didn't matter. The main character decided to ask such a question based on the real name of the mercenary Helishan, which was also his servant elf. When Jack got to the point, Davy interrupted her, happily asking who had brought him the book of fairy tales. The guy started leafing through it ostentatiously, and the mercenary explained that it was a novel about a love affair with an elf, which Winry apparently left behind. When the main character was outraged by the content, the robed girl calmly explained that it was a bestseller among noble ladies, clarifying whether there was not the existence of magical pointy-eared creatures. Davy watched Jack with a sly expression, knowing what people thought when it came to such works. Glancing at the book, he began his provocation. Davy told the mercenary standing in front of him that he hated the elven race in order to get her to react. Laughing, he said that his negative feelings are so strong that he wants to yell at the pointy-eared creatures when they meet. Even though Jack's face was hidden behind a mask, it was obvious how much she was frowning. Davy paused, still watching the girl, trying to get the truth out of her about her identity. Shocked by this rudeness, Perserk noticed that the mercenary was very tense. Davy turned to the demoness with a malicious look, assuring her that he was telling the truth because he didn't like the shape of the elf's ears, and she asked in surprise if this was the only reason. Jack asked why the young lord hated these creatures so fiercely, and a look of sadness crossed his face. He told the story of when a pointy-eared Casanova stole his first love. That bastard was the blonde archer Apollo, who was an elf by race. After that, Davy's ideas about these magical creatures were completely destroyed because of this vulgar old man. And the first love of the main character was the irresistible Lady of Death Ruias. He recalled that he had witnessed the two of them heading to the bedroom when he went to look for the purple-haired girl. But due to magic training, he couldn't think clearly for a few days. And then night fell over the Gallery of Heroes, and a month and a huge planet appeared in the sky. Then Davy would sit on the bed with a blanket over his head and burn with anger. No, he was just a 10-year-old crying boy in paradise, realizing that he was a child compared to millennials. But it still completely destroyed the protagonist's innocence. After Davy collected his thoughts, he went straight to Daphne and told her, and she started violently beating up the fornicator Apollo, yelling at him. After hearing this story, Perserk asked the young lord in bewilderment, is he just a child? The latter, still holding a grudge against the archer from the Gallery of Heroes, sighed heavily, showing his displeasure at the demoness remark. The girl slapped Davy right across the cheek, calling him a dumbass. As he rubbed the spot where he'd been hit, he gave a nervous laugh and apologized to the puzzled mercenary for being too emotional. The main character returned to the topic that Jack was going to talk about. She abruptly announced that she had urgent business to attend to, and vanished before Davy could even stop her. Perserk asked the guy why he was doing this, to which he replied in confusion that he only wanted to tease the guest, not suspecting that he would just run away. The demoness looked at the protagonist curiously with her big red eyes when he said that he was sure of one thing. With a snide smile, he stated that Jack, who is Aina Helishana, wanted to say something about elves. It was a clear day, and there were shouts from the houses. Happy children frolicked in the fresh air, playing catch-up. Canal pipes were added to the newly built blocks, so that both hot and cold water could be drawn freely, and all this was not without the merit of the dwarves. The Haines area had gone from a small village with run-down houses to a well-maintained area with new homes that couldn't be seen even in the capital. A light breeze rustled the bright leaves. Davy sat under a tree, enjoying the peace, eating a sandwich while the sun warmed his feet. Someone crept up behind the shop, admiring one of the busiest areas on the continent. The young lord with crumbs at his lips turned questioningly towards the voice as he chewed on a sandwich. In front of him was the very owner of the Red Mage Tower, Sage Harrison Barlstia, who wanted to sit down next to him. While Perserk was admiring the appearance of an unexpected person, Davy dropped his sandwich in surprise, resenting the way the old man had crept up. Harrison said that he had seen a lot of territories, but in none of them did he see such a rush of life. The sage said that in his youth he loved adventures, recalling old times with pleasure, and the main character imagined this picture. The owner of the Red Tower told the guy about the talented ruler of this territory, asking the interlocutor if he had heard about such a thing that put him in an awkward position. Perserk, grinning, jokingly whispered to Davy, who knows these people in high positions. The old man offered to play a game, since he and the young man met by the will of fate, which caused him a little bewilderment. Harrison explained that he wanted to play the famous game of the Farron Empire called Elder, and the protagonist realized that it was a board game similar to chess. When the sage asked if his young companion knew how to play, he replied with a broad smile that he roughly understood what was being said. Closing his eyes, the older man noticed that he liked the guy, offering to choose a variant of the rules. When Davy was presented with the choice of playing by the rules of the East or the Central region, he did not hesitate to specify whether it was possible to use the Hermatin method. Harrison was surprised by the choice of such an old trick, but in fact it was the only method of the game known to the main character. Hermatin's method was used in the era when Saint Daphne was alive, so it was quite popular, and the guy learned it from the heroes in paradise. The sage took out a magic chessboard that was emitting a blue glow. Davy was surprised when the other person told him that it was an old game board used by great nobles, and that the guy would get it as a gift for winning the game. Rubbing his white beard, Harrison happily gave the young man the first move. The man said that the pawn, king, and con are important, asking who the main character will take first. Davy hummed a tune to himself with a smile as he considered his move. The leaves swayed slightly in the breeze. Davy and Harrison were sitting on a bench in the warm sunshine, playing Elder. The sage clarified what the young man thinks about magic, deciding to make a pawn move. The owner of the Red Tower boasted that he was a master of the Seventh Circle, speaking in the third person. When he said that Harrison Barlstia would soon reach the 8th lap, Perserk was confused, realizing that he was talking about himself, and Davy asked to play along with him. When you become a master of the 7th circle, you see through the foundations of this world, and when the magician was on the 8th circle, he found only emptiness. The sage asked the young man if it was important to reach the 8th and 9th circles, which are perfection. Making a night move, the guy blithely said that he had never seen the limits of magic. However, he assumed that the sage was not a magician, which puzzled the old man. Davy, with an intelligent air, began to say that magic is the study of processes that physics does not concern, and there is no end to this training. After asking Harrison to look up at the sky, he began to wonder what the sun was. The magician was shocked by the knowledge of the interlocutor, and the latter continued to talk with pleasure about what the earth looks like. By saying that people were just guests who didn't know many things, Davy had put the sage in a stupor and he couldn't say anything against it. Then the main character with a smile drew a parallel with magic, stating that the higher you go, the more heights open up. While sitting on the bench, the boy asked the old man if mages were primarily interested in getting circles or exploring. Davy thought that perfection existed, but it was impossible to approach it, but he denied the existence of the limit of magic. Touching the horse figure with his finger, the main character appreciated the game very well. He happily informed Harrison that he would be back soon to pick up the board. The sage looked at the youth with a puzzled face. A green leaf from a tree landed on the chessboard between the pieces. As Davy walked away from the shop, he realized that it was all very well to argue about things you didn't really understand. Seeing the young man off, the magician said with a smile that he was ashamed for the first time in his life at such an advanced age. Yildiz called out to the foreman, who was sitting alone on the bench. The red-haired guy made a big fuss, not waiting for the owner to arrive, and the latter tried to calm down the subordinate. Nervously, Yildiz asked Harrison if he had arrived to meet Davy. Turning away from the other person, the sage went deep in thought, deciding that it was worth learning from the young ones. The old man glanced at the board, blaming himself for losing in 5 moves, as he relied on his regular wins in the game. Harrison said he was done, asking Prince Davy to hand over the board he'd won, and put a hand on the shoulder of a shocked Yildiz. Leaving the guy with no answers, he started walking away saying that he would like to play again. Under the swaying leaves, Yildiz's voice rang out, calling out to the master of Kransoy Tower. The dark-haired guy burst out laughing. Perkirk remarked that Davy was in a good mood, and Davy said that this victory was the first time he had enjoyed it in a long time. Competing with the crazy heroes from the gallery, the guy could barely win. The demoness was pleased to note that Davy and Harrison seemed to know everything about each other, but their conversation about magic was quite interesting. A mage could reach the 8th circle on another magical continent, Atrelia, but here on Thion he simply has no competition to help him grow. Perkirk was curious about Davy's space, and Davy asked with a smile if she was referring to the transcendent level. The main character sadly recalled how he lost 3 magic items at once in the battle with Chandra, but if he could, he would increase his strength and put up a barrier. The guy decided to activate the information screen to clarify what the problem was. It said that Davy had 1 chance left to get a top-ranked item out of space. As Davy cursed at the god, the demoness looked at him with a puzzled expression. Davy looked up at the sky and grinned as he realized exactly how they were going to make a deal with him. The plot shows us a shining mirror and tells us that the powers of information verification were the only way to talk to the gods. Freya, whose existence raises some questions, used these powers. A projection appeared in front of Davy's face. Additionally, we are informed that Freya has requested a trade in conjunction with a commitment called Leading Index. On the projection, a headline appeared about a proposal for previous events, and the first item was to release the spirit that destroys the Great Forest. In his mind, the protagonist noted that if he failed, there would be no punishment, but if he succeeded, he would definitely be rewarded. Davy went on to say that if they had read Daphne's interpretation, it would have looked something like this. A surprised clerk said that if this is the Great Forest. Interrupting, the main character noted that this is an elven forest, to which they went for a young moonflower. A picture of deer in the woods popped up in Davy's mind. He stated that it was necessary to search the forest thoroughly to summon the spirit, adding that the damage was serious and the search was suspended. Curious about this, Von Pollen asked if it was true that summoning the spirit was a very difficult job. Frowning, the protagonist replied that this was not entirely true. Continuing, Davy noticed that the process is extremely unusual, so it makes him very nervous. Taken aback, Perserk noted that the nobles would go berserk when they saw the main character. Hovering nearby, Von Pollen stated that she doubted the subspace that connects to the real world. Davy smiled and asked if the reason for her volition was that it wasn't related to his physical body, but to his soul. Thoughtfully, Perserk continued to listen to the main character's speech. Davy reported that they will face a big change in balance. In her thoughts, Von Pollen noted that there is no smoke without fire, noting that the fact that the protagonist was able to return to the real world through the corridor meant that he had to do something there to make a deal with God. Perkirk's mind flashed to Davy walking through the white space. In her mind, Von Pollen imagined a huge monster. Still thinking, she replied that Chandra's clone was an incarnation of another world in the middle of Pandora's territory. Taken aback, the clerk called out to the main character. As they descended the stairs, Davy offered to think more positively, asking what they could do. Continuing, the main character remarked that it was true that they needed a spirit to develop territories. Von Pollen watched as Davy reached into the gap in space. She said she would like to see it. Interrupting, the main character asked her to forget about it now. Davy's hand was emitting a bright green glow. Opening the fist in the main character's hand, you could see the Spirit King's sphere. The main character said that they need something that can help in this situation. The plot takes us to a lighted room in which someone was heard laughing. Luna was poked in the cheeks as she ate the cookies. Sitting between the twins, the assistant reported that she had identified the weight gain process and advised herself to stop. Looking at this picture, Davy said with a grin that he liked it better because the moon is sitting still. After thinking about it, the assistant reported that she used too much energy, noting that she decided to reduce the number of useless movements. Holding the treat in her hand, Luna waved her hand, stating that she currently needed an extra power supply. The main character asked what kind of cookies she puts in her mouth. Having stuffed her cheeks, the assistant said that she has highly efficient energy reserves, so additional power sources are required. Davy was taken aback by the impudence. Supreme Chancellor Vernal entered the office. The main character looked at the Chancellor and asked what brought him there. Vernal asked for forgiveness and asked if he could give Davy some advice. The main character allowed it. The High Chancellor laid a long list on Davy's desk, telling him that it listed everyone currently working in the territory. Vernal continued, offering to give some time off to those who are still working tirelessly. Thinking about it, the main character began to read the list. Davy sighed as he read the list. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face. Davy began to write down the information intensively, saying that it was really a great decision because they didn't even have a rest. The main character showed a list in which the names of workers were underlined with a request that those whose names he highlighted in this list should be sent first for the weekend. The Chancellor picked up the list, still listening to Davy's instructions. Continuing, the main character ordered that the remaining part of the workers be given a weekend off after returning to work of those who left first. Davy added that they will definitely give everyone time to rest. Continuing, the main character said that Vernal will need to pay a decent amount to the workers for their expenses. Outraged, the Chancellor reported the children. Taken aback, the Supreme Chancellor stated that there were several people on this list who had only recently been hired, citing Servant Yuri as an example. Davy smiled and said that they were from the village, saying that he wanted to encourage them a little so that they could adapt more easily. The main character added that he is embarrassed in front of other employees, but asks them to show a little attention. Vernal said he hadn't even thought about it. Listening to their conversation, Perserk smirked and noted in her mind that this wasn't true. Wiping away his tears, the Supreme Chancellor declared that he had seen His Highness in a new light. Von Pollen, who was sitting on the main character's shoulder, asked if they were going to send the elven lady back. In her mind's eye, Perserk noted that she was expecting a guest, which meant that the owner of the house should be there. A picture of the maid popped up in Von Pollen's mind and she said that she could do everything in her power if she had someone to make decisions with her. The main character said with a sneer that he was simply delighted with the clerk, noting that she was developing an insidious plan in front of the touched Chancellor. The plot takes us 2 days after the new workers were sent to their hometowns. A flock of sparrows flew by in the clear sky. The main character was moving in an unknown direction. Under the blue sky, Davy and his team headed forward. In his thoughts, he noted that he was waiting for this to happen, so he took the moon and left the castle. The plot takes us to a dense great forest, which was a destination that was far away from the territory. The plot tells that because of its steep terrain and the presence of monsters in this place, people do not happen at all. The main character clutched his head. Holding their heads, Davy and the assistant walked through the forest shrouded in dark mana. The main character asked if the destruction was really even greater than it was. Luna stated that she doubted this, noting that it does not detect any sensory responses. Looking at Davy holding his nose, the assistant said that he had a problem with his sense of smell. The main character replied that the moon does not have the ability to interact with spirits. Encouraged, the main character's assistant noted that she has an impressive computing memory, which is much better than Davy's. The main character was outraged by this statement. Confused, Luna reported that in the match with her in Elder, his score is 35 wins and 43 losses from 78 games. Taken aback, the main character replied that of course he is the one who has 43 losses. Looking at Davy's confused expression, the assistant stated that this was a low rate. The main character thought about the fact that he can't stand up to someone who looks like a super calculator. Davy also noted that he got 35 wins because he cheated her. In the memories of the main character, a picture surfaced of how he deceives the moon during the game of Elder. Davy's eyes fell on the deciduous trees and said that the assistant was very smart, adding that she was a wonderful evolution. Luna noted that the main character is gorgeous. As they stopped, Davy and the assistant noticed something in front of them. A high cliff appeared before their eyes. After looking at it, the main character declared that it was here. As they approached the gate leading to the elven forest, Davy noticed that they had finally arrived. Touching the gate, the main character said that these gates change their shape and location in order to protect the village, although they don't seem to have anything special. Von Pollen hovering nearby reminded them that they had managed to enter them quietly last time. Grinning, the protagonist replied that it was because they had the key to the locked door. Rolling up his sleeves, Davy reminded them that they needed to find all the nobles. The main character suggested, just knock. Luna gravely reported that the noble elf tribe was a stubborn race. Davy smiled and said that was true, noting that the assistant was doing a good job. Swinging at the gate, which was emitting a bright light, the main character asked the team to get ready so as not to fall. In his mind, he noticed that he was going to use his power to destroy the gate. After hitting the goal, Davy used the Demon King's destructive strike technique. Shrouded in mana, the protagonist stated that this knock would be louder. After hitting the second time, he used the crown kick. A massive explosion rang out in the thick of the forest, sending up a cloud of dust. A shout could be heard in the woods that Davy had come to deliver the good news. Sunlight fell on the green treetops. The elf called out to Miss Yuria. The two elves looked at her and were glad that she was finally here. Yuria asked if they were all right. The girl was surrounded by elves to find out how her journey went. Smiling, Yuria said that the trip was really exciting, adding that it was not for the sake of souvenirs. The plot introduces us to the elf guardian of the Moon Forest Milia and the resident of the Moon Forest Verdit. Milia said that you need to be careful with people, noting that if Yuria disguises herself as a person, then her beauty is still impossible to hide. Verdit said that was true, adding that he had heard that humans were disgusting creatures. Adding, a resident of the Moon Forest stated that people buy and sell people like them. Enthusiastic Miss Yuria said that of course she cannot say that all people are good, adding that on the other hand, they are not all evil. In her memories, a picture of a busy city appeared. She reported that there was a prince in the place where she was. Yuri said that his status among people is high, but he does everything possible for people lower in his position. Davy's face appeared in her mind's eye. She said that even through the lens of the elves, he is a decent person. Surprised, Verdit asked if there really was such a person. Miss Yuria replied that this is true, noting that not all people are like that, stating that they are different. An elf with a staff approached the girl and called out to her. The elder declared that all people are disgusting. The elder looked at Yuria and said with a serious look that it would be very unpleasant if she forgot why the elves turned their backs on the world for 300 years and hid the traces of their lives. Adding, he said that even if they needed a way to save the forest, her decision would still remain stupid and dangerous. The elder asked her if she had forgotten what her mother used to do. Furious, Milia asked Kandai to watch his expressions. After continuing the discussion, the elf guardian screamed that Miss Yuria had used the blessing of spirits so she wouldn't be followed. Indignant, Kondi asked if they really thought that the blessing would work forever, adding that this is why the young people are so frivolous now. Milia asked indignantly what he had said. Placing her hand on the elf guardian's shoulder, she asked him to stop, adding that it was the will of the spirit god and the world tree. The elder stated that it was because they went against the will of the world tree. Kandai told me to stop being stubborn and ask the world tree for forgiveness. Miss Yuria was taken aback by these words. There was a heavy thud behind the elves. Davy's voice could be heard all over the area, begging for forgiveness and saying that he had come to deliver good news. Clouds of dust rose around the forest. Next to the ruins, the chief was standing with his companions. Davy reported that they completely destroyed the gate. While in the fog, Perserk asked if this was too much. The main character replied with a satisfied look that everything was fine. An arrow was flying towards Davy. The moon deflected the flying arrow with lightning speed. After looking at the fallen arrow, the protagonist repeated that he had come to deliver good news, adding that he had revealed his intentions. Luna covered Davy with her arms and warned him that there were many people out there who were going to kill, asking if they could be attacked. The main character replied with a grin that they didn't come there to fight and they should just wait. Davy looked at the elves who were hiding behind the foliage. The main character called out to them and asked them to take him to their village. With his back to the elves, Davy stated that he needed to talk to their leader. The main character turned around with a grin and asked the elf to inform the leader about this. Continuing, Davy reported that his employer had arrived. Many armed elves were looking at the main character from all sides. The outraged elves approached the girl and informed her that they had brought him. The enraged elf screamed for Davy to get to his knees. Miss Yuria stopped the elf and said that everything was fine. She asked to remove the blindfold from the main character's eyes, after which she fell to the ground. Smiling, Miss Yuria dismissed that it was a little strange for her to greet Davy in such a way. The main character stood next to Luna and asked if her journey was fun. Exhaling, Yuria stated that she already knew that the main character knew who she was. She asked if Davy's personal business had brought him there. Yuria's gaze fell on the enraged elder with the staff, and she noticed that the main character appeared there in a completely different way, not like before. Davy said he'd done his best this time. Holding up his bound hands, Davy asked if they were going to keep him bound any longer, noting that he was the landowner's employer. The main character asked if Miss Yuria knew that she was there illegally. The elder shouted at Davy to be quiet, noting that he would kill him if he didn't. Miss Yuria asked the Konde elder to stop. Konde was looking at the dialogue between Milia and Yuria, who was asking an elf guardian to escort a human to her house. Seeing this, the elder indignantly called out to the girl. Miss Yuria looked at the disgruntled face of the Konde elder and said that everything was under control, adding that she didn't know how other people were doing, but she trusted Davy. The open roof of Yuri's house was covered with a shawl. She put down a cup of tea. The main character sitting at the table frowned and asked if Miss Yuria had brewed crickets again. With a chuckle, she replied that she just decided to try it. Many elves were sitting at the table. Yuria continued her speech and added that this tea is made from mucosal secretions that have been fermented for a long time. In addition, she said that it is incredibly delicious and also useful for the skin and hair. Exhaling, Davy took a cup of tea and said that it wasn't that he couldn't drink it, but that he just preferred slightly different drinks. The main character noted that his stomach is trained in the corridor of heroes, adding that he is much stronger than they think. The elves at the table looked on in disgust as Davy sipped his tea. The main character stated that the tea is very good and helps the flow of mana. Miss Yuria said that the effect is good, but no one wants to drink it. The Kandi elder was watching the tea party and slapped the table. Davy asked for this tea next time, noting that cricket wings were too much for him. Standing up from the table, the elder cried out that he couldn't bear to hear this anymore, noting that the fact that she was communicating with this dangerous species like this made it seem like Miss Yuria was completely out of her mind. He pointed a finger at Davy and gave the order to capture him and lock him in jail. The elder said that they would kill him as soon as they found out how he found this place. Miss Yuria looked at Konde and asked him to stop it. Clenching his hand into a fist, the Kandi elder asked if Lai hadn't realized how serious the situation was. Adding to his speech, the elder said that because of her rash actions, the local elves are in danger. The elder's face changed from furious to frightened. He looked at Miss Yuria, who was beside herself with rage. She asked him to stop. She smiled broadly and asked me to stop making her talk. Davy, who was drinking tea, noticed that she had a lot of charisma. In his thoughts, the main character noted that it should be correct that the leader of Yuri is a representative of the elves. Miss Yuria turned her gaze to Davy with a smile, saying that their conversation was interrupted. The main character left a cup of tea on the table. She asked me to tell the main character why they came here. Looking out the window, Davy said that he believed they needed his help to clear the forest of blight. The main character started stroking the deer. Miss Yuria stated that this was true, noting that they needed his ability to get close to spirits, which the elves do not possess to such an extent. Davy smiled and asked if it was necessary to summon a spirit of the highest rank. She replied that in order to clear the forest of corruption, they needed a spirit of this caliber. Sitting at the table, Yuria said that it was impossible to do this alone. She added that this is why, to get help from the main character, she came to Hein's territory. Davy was lost in thought when he heard this. Stroking the edge of the cup, the protagonist suggested that they stop beating around the bush. Miss Yuria asked him what he meant. Grinning, Davy extended his hand and declared ready to make an offer and clear the forest. In addition, the main character said that in return, he wants them to officially become residents of the territory of Heinz. Frowning, Yuria said that it meant the same thing as with dwarves. When Davy heard this, he said that she was well informed. Ms. Yuria said that Golda is a big customer of her specialty teas. Taken aback, Davy pretended not to hear it. Sitting at the table surrounded by elves, Yuria said that she would refuse such an offer, noting that she still needed the help of the main character. Davy's cup was empty, and he could hear that Yuria was ready to settle in a different way instead. The main character was sitting across from her. Davy looked at the happy Yuri and noted in his mind that he expected her to refuse, but still accepted this answer. The main character sitting opposite crossed his arms. Hovering behind her, Perk thought that this wasn't going to work anyway. Listening carefully to Yuria, the elder leaned on the table. Von Pollen noted in her mind that the elders were making a fuss as usual, adding to her point that Yuria still had her own opinion. Perserk's gaze fell on the indignant Konde, and she noted that this showed Yuri's influence among the elders. Von Pollen said she didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. The roof of the house was surrounded by clusters of clouds. Dark mana could be seen on the ground next to Davy's foot. The plot takes us to the infestation zone of the lunar forest. The main character asked if the infection starts here. Miss Yuria replied that he was right. Davy stared at the bald trees wrapped in mana. In his thoughts, he noted that the spirits in this place seemed to have infected the forest with some kind of disease. Passing through the infected forest, the forest could be heard asking for help. Davy said that infection is like an error in the system, which occurs when several equalities overlap each other. Davy and Yuri looked at the mana-shrouded forest and reported that everything was spreading faster than he thought. Thinking about it, the main character put his hand to his chin and said that he knows that the existence of a high elf alone is able to clear the forest, noting that maybe he does not know about something. Surprised, Miss Yuria asked how Davy knew that. The main character noted that he also knows that her surname Helishana means one who serves God or divinity. In his mind, Davy noticed that he also knew that he and Jack weren't related, even though they shared the same last name. A picture of the world tree popped up in the protagonist's mind, with the outline of the elves behind it. Adding to his point, Davy noted that the names of elves do not indicate their ancestry, but their rank or position. Taken aback, Yuria looked at the main character. Perplexed, she reported that she had been punished, and her power of clearing the forest had been frozen by the world tree. A voice came through the branches of the trees. There was a spirit in the tree who was in agony and asked for help. Davy touched the spirit and asked if it hurt so much. Taken aback, the spirit asked how a human could see them. The main character gravely asked how much time had passed. Miss Yuria replied that it hadn't been that long. They were looking at the infected area. She said that at first the infection was so small that self-cleaning could occur. Davy interrupted her to say that the spread had finally taken off. Yuria replied that it was true. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that it is quite logical that someone had a hand in this. Davy went on to say that when elves live in the forest, the spirits gather together and the forest's powers grow stronger. In the imagination of the main character, a picture of a city surrounded by light spirits appeared. In his mind, Davy stated that the abnormal spread of natural energy could lead to forest diseases, noting that this is a problem that elves have always faced. Davy imagined Yuri's hands being illuminated by a bright green glow. Adding to the thought, he noted that this was the reason why the high elf was taking the lead in clearing the forest. The main character stated that it is so ridiculous that the world tree, which is supposed to protect the spirits, literally sits on the sidelines and watches as the spirits become infected and die. Miss Yuria looked at Davy's back. The main character asked if the world tree is located in the west. Looking at Davy, she asked if he was an elf by any chance and how he knew that. The main character said that he was waiting for an answer. Turning her gaze to the side, Yuria replied that it was located in the west in the sanctuary of the divine tree. She continued her speech by saying that this place used to be a realm of greenery and tranquility, but interrupting her, Davy said that when she got the chance, she would tell the tree that she would cut down the tree as soon as she saw it. The main character held the spirit of death in his hands. Davy looked at the infected spirit in his hands and said that a crazy tree could have so disfigured the earth. In his thoughts, he noticed that the divine tree that had forgotten its duty had no value. Taken aback, Yuria looked at the main character. A grin spread across her face. Looking at Davy, she said that he really is a very confident person. Crossing his arms, the protagonist replied that it was true. Turning around, Yuria asked if she was wrong. Looking at Miss Yuria's back, Davy suggested that it might be worth looking at things from a different angle. In his thoughts, the main character noted that from an objective point of view, the leader puts dozens or hundreds of elves in danger for his own personal reasons. Perplexed, she asked what had happened. A picture of the world tree appeared in her mind. Yuria said that she refused a partner for marriage, which was chosen for her by the world tree, adding that for this reason she was punished. Complementing her point, she noted that soon there were many consequences of various disagreements with the tree in this forest, adding that in the end everything went too far. Miss Yuria touched the tree trunk and said that this was her last chance. Looking at the tree, she informed them that if their plan didn't work, she was already thinking of sending the civilians back to the divine tree. Davy looked at the disappointed Yuri and asked what about her. Holding onto a tree, she declared that her home was here. A picture of a forest shrouded in flames appeared in her mind. She said that if the forest is so polluted that it can no longer be cleaned by available means, then according to the covenant, she will burn her soul to clean it. A clerk hovering behind called out to the main character. In his thoughts, Davy noted that such a decision would help save the forest. Davy's gaze fell on the spirit that was emitting black mana. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noticed that this means that Yuri and other spirits in the forest will simply cease to exist. In his mind, Davy emphasized that the penalty for refusing to marry someone chosen by the tree was fundamentally wrong. The main character put the infected spirit in his bosom and asked if he could find out exactly why she refused that partner. Clenching her hand into a fist, Yuria said that she couldn't give much to the Reverend of the Divine Tree. Imagining a picture of her running away from a love bond in her head, the main character got the idea that this is a love triangle, just like in dreams. Yuria said that the man had treated her sister terribly and finally banished her from the bosom of nature. Continuing, she said that she hadn't seen her sister since. The indignant clerk pointed a finger at Davy and said he'd better think about it. Grinning, Yuria said that she couldn't forgive that man. There was a meeting in the elven settlement where an elder was asked what they should do. There were many elves sitting around the round table. One of the elves stated that not only Miss Iana, but Miss Yuria also has a power that hasn't been shown for hundreds of years. The elder replied that this was true, and this was the reason why this forest, which should have already been dead, lasted for another 20 years. From behind the table, someone shouted that they needed to do something. The elf, who was beside himself with rage, reported that Miss Yuria was about to summon a top-ranked spirit, noting that she would ask for help from that pathetic human being. The Kandi elder was listening to an argument between two elves, one of whom stated that the main character really has the ability to communicate with spirits. The second elf replied that it was extremely unlikely, but there was a chance that Miss Yuria might even succeed. Interrupting the discussion, the elder asked that no one be bothered. With a smirk, the elder stated that if she really succeeded, then they could just adjust their plans accordingly. Continuing his speech, Kandi said that the impact will only be greater if the attempts made are futile, noting that then they will take a step forward. The elder presented a picture of Davy hanging from a tree trunk. He said that they will publicly execute the main character, adding that after that they will drag Yuria Kalashana back to the divine tree. Kandi asked if it was a wonderful plan. The elf quizzically said that if Miss Yuria was right, Davy didn't look like an ordinary person, noting that there was a good chance that even before they could do anything about it, he would. After interrupting, the elder placed a chest on the round table from which a glow emanated. He wondered if they should at least set up a trap. After opening the chest, a crystal ball that gave off a strong glow could be seen from it. Kandi explained that it was a sealing stone that contained the power of an ancient spirit. In the elder's mind, a picture appeared of how in the forest area, this stone exudes streams of light mana that illuminates the entire area. He stated that this treasure is used to increase the power of spirits, but on the other hand, it can also suppress both mana power and divine power. Kandi grinned and looked at the surrounding elves. The elder said that a sealed person, even if they were a master of some rank, would never be able to withstand the great elven power. The elves continued to sit at the table and listen to each other. Kandi asked them to pay more attention, noting that all they had to do was grab Yuria and place her next to the holy divine tree. The elder's gaze fell on the stone in which he was reflected. Adding to his speech, he said that they should do it as quickly as possible. The disgruntled stares of the elves on the street fell on Davy. The main character carried in his hands a pot containing an infected tree. In his thoughts, Davy noticed that he was getting sharp glances. Berserk, who was sitting on the main character's shoulder, said that this place is still beautiful. Davy replied that this small piece of land was the only place where they could summon a top-ranked spirit. While walking across the bridge, Von Pollen asked if it was very important for the main character. Davy replied that it was very important for him to find out what kind of spirit would pop out of there. The main character noted that even the same spirits of low rank have a difference between them if you take into account the similarity and uncleanness. In Davy's mind, the Spirit King was an exception. The main character put the pot on the ground. Davy could hear the spirit talking about how much it was hurting. The main character asked the tree to wait a little longer. Davy raised his hand to the spirit. The spirit said it would try to trust the man. A bright glow appeared around the main character's arm, after which he applied the sacred magic purification of the 5th rank. Sitting on Davy's head, Perkirk reported that there was no reaction. Confused, the protagonist suggested that the last stages of contamination could not be cured with sacred magic. Davy called out to Verdit, who was watching. He asked if he was interested in sacred magic, noting that he had been looking at it for so long. The blushing forest dweller told the main character not to laugh at him, adding that he was a non-entity and a mid-rank human mage. Grinning, Davy told her to stop pretending. Standing on a hill, the main character asked if Verdit had a spirit with which he made a contract. The Moonwood dweller replied that he had a contract with a mid-rank spirit named Undyne. Davy asked Verdit to summon a spirit under the pretense that he needed to check something out. A resident of the Moon Forest summoned a water spirit, after which the main character asked to try to clean this tree with the help of the power of his spirit, adding that he should use as much power as he can. Confused, Verdit asked why he was doing this. Davy said it was just to check something out. Undyne lit up the tree with streams of blue mana. The tree began to fill with spirit mana. The stump began to emit dark mana. The main character and a resident of the Moon Forest were looking at a tree shrouded in dark energy. Thinking about it, Davy raised a hand to his chin and said that the contamination absorbs a lot of life force. Confused, Verdit asked what that meant. The main character looked at the surprised resident of the forest and asked if there were any people from the village who were missing or died. Verdit asked why he would find out. The main character said that it was important and asked his question again. Verdit looked at Davy and said that there were fewer accidents recently, adding that he had heard that there was someone the patrol encountered monsters invading their lands. The main character asked if he had heard it and if there were any. Davy looked at the windmill and asked where the bodies were. A resident of the Moon Forest replied that apparently they were burned on the spot and returned to nature. The main character asked if that was what the conservative elf said. Indignant, Verdict clenched his hand into a fist and asked what Davy meant by that. The main character crossed his arms and said that it wasn't what he was thinking. Davy noted in his mind that the contamination spreads quickly after absorbing the life force. The protagonist's gaze fell on a potted tree that was illuminated by the orange evening light. Davy reflected that even without checking, it was obvious where the life force was coming from. The main character illuminated the tree with a lantern, from which a blue glow emanated. After examining the tree, Davy noticed that there were 7 sources of contamination on it. The main character grabbed the lantern cover and noticed that in the meantime, he destroyed the existing barrier and sent the spirit's mana to the source of pollution to block the flow for a while. Davy went on to say that this was the equivalent of stopping water from flowing through a crack in a dam with electrical tape. The main character hung a lantern on a rope to a tree. He said that at this rate, it will take 2 months and, if necessary, another 15 days. Davy noted that there wasn't much time left before this place turned into a forest of death. Looking up, a red moon was visible in front of the protagonist's face. The plot takes us 2 days ahead and shows the settlement of elves. The main character in his thoughts reported that after 2 days the elves began to ignore his existence and left him alone. Davy took a deep breath. The main character was lying in a hammock that was suspended from a tree and declared that the weather was good. Davy fell into a reverie and noticed that the elves must have decided that it would be quite a headache if they paid attention to him and were hostile when he wasn't doing anything. The twins were eating lollipops. From behind the bushes, the main character was being watched by small elves. Davy, who was lying down, noticed a clerk in front of his face, who informed him that there were children there. The main character saw children looking at candy from behind bushes. Davy stated that he knew that even though he was human, they would be very interested to see him because he was so beautiful. Interrupting, Von Pollen said that they were looking at the candy that the main character gave to the girls. Davy said he knew that. Taking the candy in his hands, the main character went to the bushes and offered them to the children. Startled, the little elves ran away from Davy, screaming. Frowning at what he saw, the protagonist thanked them for the lesson. Continuing to hold the candy in his hands, with a frustrated look, the main character declared that he had failed. The kid in the raincoat tugged at Davy's vest. The elf held out his hand to the main character. Davy offered him a candy bar. From what he saw, the elf hid behind a tree. Crouching down, the child asked if the main character was a human. Looking at the confused elf, Davy replied that he was a human. The child took the candy from the main character and began to bite it. In his thoughts, Davy noted that the child was clumsy. The main character turned to the elf with the words that he should not bite the lollipop, but lick it. Surprised, the child said that it was very tasty. Happy, Davy said he was glad to hear it and asked what the elf's name was. Continuing to lick the candy, the elf replied that his name was Mew. Mayu looked at the main character's satisfied face and called him uncle. Davy and the child sat down on a boulder. The main character asked Mew to call him brother, not uncle. Hearing this, the child called Davy Mr. The main character kept looking at Mew and said that he could call him whatever he wanted. Getting up from the boulder, the child said that he would show Davy the treasure. The sun shone through the dense foliage of the trees. Mayu ran up to the boulder and asked the protagonist to sit on it. Davy looked at the child and said he didn't know there was such a place within the village. Mayu held out her hands, which held a glittering stone. The child cried out that it was his treasure. Upon seeing this, the protagonist noted that it was a spirit stone. Holding the stone in her hands, a happy Mew said that it sparkles, noting that it was given to her by his mother. The clerk sitting on Davy's shoulder said that if a child shows him their treasures, it means that they like him. A happy Von Pollen asked me to tell her that the main character is jealous, adding that children really like it when people are very surprised at the sight of treasures. Davy wondered if that was true. Sitting down on a rock, the main character screamed that it was amazing and he was jealous. Indignant, Von Pollen said that even a monkey could do better. Confused, Davy said there was nothing he could do about it. The main character and his companion looked at the happy child who screamed that it worked. Mew grabbed Davy's arm, claiming that he was now his secret friend. The happy child continued to hold the main character's hand, saying that before going to heaven, his mother told him that there are people who can be trusted. Surprised by what he heard, Davy continued to listen to Mew's speech. She stated that Mr. is a good person because he is warm, asking that the main character be his friend. Mew sighed and held her head. She said it was very hot, and Davy and Von Pollen were very surprised. Their eyes fell on the child's ears. Mayu took off her cloak, after which the main character asked if she was a half-human. Taken aback by what she saw, Perserk asked how they had been hiding for 300 years. Davy noted in his mind that he was the one with the blood of a human and an elf flowing through his body. The protagonist's gaze fell on the happy Mew, after which he continued his thought that such people are called half-elves. With a wave of her hands, Mew asked if Davy was her new secret friend. Exhaling, the main character said that they were friends with her. Musing, Mayu noted that in the village they say that you can't be friends with her, adding that she is a half-elf and she has no right to make friends. Indignant, the main character asked about who said this. Blushing, Mayu said that it was the creepy and grumpy grandfather who said it. Confused, Mew said it was true, and Grumpy Grandpa said it was a sin to hang out with a half-elf, so Timmy and Ellie apologize and don't play with her. An indignant clerk said that now it is impossible to say exactly which gender is more disgusting. The main character said that they do not need to hide their friendship. Surprised, Mayu reminded me that my grandfather had told me not to be friends with her. With a frown, Davy said that Grandpa was wrong. Thinking about it, the child reported that she does not know how to think about complex things. Encouraged, Mayu asked if this meant that the main character would be her friend. Davy replied with confidence that he would be her friend. The happy child stretched out his clenched fists in front of him. Mayu's face changed abruptly and she sighed. Lowering her hands, she said that the main character would be scolded if they saw her with her. Davy put his hand on Mew's head and said that he would scold them harder. A genuine smile appeared on Mayu's face. Being overjoyed, she cried out that the main character was her real friend and not a secret one. The main character looked at the happy Mew with a smile. She asked him his name. The hero introduced himself as Davy Alron. The twins watched from behind a rock. Hondon ran over to Mew and offered him a lollipop. The child thanked one of the twins. Watching this, Perserk said with a smile that they were telling the truth, that it was easy for children to be friends. Rising, the main character said that in honor of the fact that they became friends, he can show him the spirit. Surprised, Mayu said that the spirit is a little friend. Taken aback, Von Pollen asked if everything would go well. After looking at the handwriting, Davy stated that he had everything he needed, noting that summoning a small spirit wouldn't be a problem. The main character used a stick to draw a circle for the summoning ritual and asked Mayu to stand and do whatever he said. Davy extended a hand radiating green mana towards the child's back. Mayu was enveloped by a stream of mana, and then the main character began to cast a spell. Taken aback, the child asked what kind of powerful will. Thinking about who to summon, Davy finished the spell and asked Mew what spirit she wanted to see. Turning around, she stated that she wanted to see the little earth spirit. The main character asked her again if she wanted to see the dwarf. The girl screamed that she wanted to see Noah and ordered him to appear. Taken aback, Davy noticed in his mind that the girl had said something to Noah, knowing that Noah was the Spirit King. Looking at the treetops, the protagonist stated that Noah was busy right now, so they wouldn't be able to see him yet, adding that he would call him a little later. Outraged, Mew said Davy was a liar. In his thoughts, the main character noted that the summoning of spirits is performed sequentially. An image of a forest spirit appeared in Davy's mind, and he continued his thought by saying that first you need to summon a low-rank spirit, adding that after it adapts, you can summon a medium-rank spirit. Finishing his reasoning, the main character remarked that after a mid-rank spirit adapts, you can summon a high-level spirit. After finishing the thought, the hero noticed that despite the fact that there is a difference in the duration of adaptation of the contract spirit and its abilities, this rule is practically not violated. A low-ranked dwarf spirit appeared on the ground. Grabbing the dwarf in his arms, the child asked the spirit to be his friend. Looking at what was happening, Von Pollen noticed that no one would have thought that an elf who hadn't even completed the first stage of development would be able to make a contract with a spirit, stating that the main character had done another amazing thing. Davy went to Mew and told her that if she wanted to summon a dwarf, she could just put her hands on the spirit stone and say his name so that she could see him at any time. The child cried out that he now had many friends. Mayu hugged Blue Eye and Reddy and said that she was good, so Mom and Dad sent her friends from heaven. Distraught, Perkirk said that Mew had been lonely all along. Behind Davy, he could hear someone approaching. Turning around, the main character saw Yuri and said that she was here. Holding the basket of food in her hands, she looked at Davy happily. Children were playing among the trees. Looking at what was happening, Yuri noticed that it had been a long time since she had seen this child having fun. The main character asked the question about whether young elves should receive full protection. Grinning, Yuria said that she did not see any reason for this. Crouching on a boulder, she reported that half-elves have a tendency to suppress, usually not as serious as in this case. Yuri's mother noted that Mayu's mother is an ordinary elf and her father was a human. Complimenting her speech, she said that her mother was an elf guardian who often went to the forest to transport things or send messages. In Yuri's mind, a picture of the tree fragments lying on the ground appeared. She said that once, when the child's mother was returning home from one of her errands, she was attacked by a monster and she almost died. The image of the wounded elf lying in front of the man's feet came to mind. Yuri said that then she met him. Leaning over the wounded elf, Mew's father saved her from death. Yuria sat under the trees and said that normally she could live among people, but it seems that the small village where they lived was raided by bandits. Yuria added that Mayu and her mother barely managed to escape to the sacred forest. The main character asked about the girl's father. Davy frowned and said the answer was obvious enough. Yuria calmly said that the problems occurred after. A picture of my mother shielding Mew from the dark mana flashed through my mind. Adding to her speech, she said that the girl's mother, who had left the forest, made connections with people and even had a child with one of them, could not escape the punishment of the angry world tree. Yuria noted that the only thing she was able to do was hide innocent Mew. A picture of a human village appeared in my mind. This stated that most of the people living in this forest are tired of the outdated views and tyranny of the world tree. She added that if they lived in this place, Maya would be able to adapt easily and live there in peace. Davy asked if the local elders were responsible. A scowling Yuria explained that the world tree had sent 3 elders to keep an eye on her. Kelishana said the conservatives of this forest have less support. The main character listened to Yuri's story with interest. Helishana said that there are elves who also listen to them. The world tree supports them. Complimenting, Yuria said that even if she crossed the line a little, the world tree would immediately step in. Crossing her palms, she stated that she was barely able to stop the elders who wanted to kill Mayo. Then Kelishana said that after that, they built a residence outside the village so that she could not live among others. Davy asked if they were afraid of the world tree's punishment. She smiled and said that the world tree was a thorn in the side of the elves of this forest and that they were traitors to humans. Kelishana noted that, however, there is no reason for her to send troops for the takeover. After imagining Mayu standing behind the other elves, Yuria said that everyone was just playing along with her until she could summon a top-ranked spirit. A picture of the terrified elves came to mind. Helishana said that the villagers know that Mayu has to live alone, but they are just afraid. Looking at the fruit basket, Yuria said that they are very kind people who try to help Mew unnoticed, behind everyone else's back. Helishana said with a smile that this is the opinion of people. She said it was time to talk about herself. Getting on one knee, Yuria turned to the main character. Closing her eyes, Helishana asked for help. Davy said he was fishing now. Surprised, Yuria looked up at the main character. Davy said he needed bait. He looked at the surprised Helishana and offered to join him. Davy grinned at her. In his thoughts, Ott noted that he was confident that he could catch a lot of fish in one go. Sunlight shone through the trees. A few days later, in a clearing where the elves were crowded, a huge magic circle was drawn. Yuri's ritual to summon spirits of the highest rank was about to begin. The pointy-eared girl drew a magic circle passed down by the ancient elves, and also received help in the form of providing spiritual kinship and mana, which she lacked. They were transmitted by 6 elders, 5 of the most talented spiritualists, as well as the main character. A barefoot girl with a bracelet on her leg was now walking on the ground towards the ritual. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and she also had an ornament on her head. Yuria, carrying a large wooden staff, entered the magic circle, along the perimeter of which stood several elf assistants. The girl raised the rod high to the sky without taking her eyes off it, and the stones on it sparkled in the light of the sun's rays. Yuria made graceful movements in the air, leaving circles in space from her touch. After performing these ritual actions, she brought up the staff, which shone more and more, filling with magical energy. The elves in the crowd exclaimed in surprise as the spirits of nature conveyed their blessing. The head of the settlement in a wedding dress and with swaying long hair moved away from the crowd. Bringing a magical staff emitting bright light, Yuria began to whisper the oath of emergence. As the secret words were uttered, the gathered pointy-eared creatures looked more and more amazed at what was happening. Davy watched the process with a serious look, without saying a word, and Perserk noticed with concern that everything was not going very smoothly. Yuri, who communicated with the spirit, did not have enough mana, so communication was not ideal. The main problem was that the forest was consumed by contamination, and the place to activate spiritual energy must be the purest in order to summon a high-rank spirit. A beautiful elf in a snow-white outfit with a flower behind her ear continued to pronounce a ritual speech with her eyes closed. Finishing, the girl asked the spirits to appear before those who wished to see them, and a water ball appeared above the staff. The top-rank spirit water dragon Elistra quickly soared into the air, leaving behind a powerful stream of water. The townsfolk were pleasantly shocked to see the successful outcome of the ritual. While the crowd was admiring the sight of a top-ranking spirit, the dragon's head was approaching the head of the elven settlement. Yuria looked at the creature with joy, realizing that she had succeeded in summoning it, and drops of water were flying around. The girl was brought out of this state by a scream behind her, signaling a big problem. A young elf with a long blonde tail said in a panic that the contamination had crossed the border and was now quickly spreading inside. Other pointy-eared creatures from the crowd began to angrily shout at the messenger, reporting that in this place there was a huge amount of the purest spiritual energy in the entire forest. Elder Kandai joined the conversation, leaning on her staff as she walked. The old elf with an evil smile spoke about the child, who inherited dirty human blood and stayed in the village for too long. The crowd, who noticed the blue uniform on the squad of warriors, was shocked by the presence of the most ancient guards of the divine tree. Yuria, with her veil flowing, knelt down, clinging to her staff. Baring her teeth, she cast a hostile glance at the elder when he concluded that the ritual to summon a spirit of the highest rank was completed. Kandai gloatingly shouted to the assembled people that the price for unsuccessfully summoning a spirit of the highest rank was great. Covering Yuri's fallen powerlessness with his figure, he announced with a wide smile that the leader was in critical condition, and from that moment on, all power passed to the chief elder. The girl with blue hair, trying to get up, angrily asked why the old man did this to Mew. Kandai arrogantly replied that the child, who inherited the disgusting disease, went to the source of contamination and fell into the swamp, killing himself with his own curiosity. When the elder reported that after this the contamination was suddenly activated, Yuria screamed heart-rendingly that this was impossible. When the girl said that Mew always listens to adults, the old man condescendingly asked if the interlocutor considered his words a lie. Kondi, looking down at Yuri, began to scold the young elf for disrespecting her elders, which infuriated her. The elder gloatingly ordered the girl to abandon this forest and force all civilians to return to the divine tree, because nothing could be changed, but she flatly refused. An ancient guard approached the enraged Milia when Kandai, noting that all power was in his hands, was indignant at the insubordination of the young people. The old man turned the crowd's attention to the leader Yuri, blaming him for the fall of the forest to the bottom. Continuing to escalate the situation, Kandai listed all the mistakes of the young girl, including cooperation with a person, an unsuccessful summoning of a high-ranking spirit, as well as a half-elf girl who remained to live in the settlement and caused this situation. The elder said imperiously that if the guard and the leader did not obey orders, then he would have to use force. Then he turned, pointing his finger at Davy in disgust. He stood silently with a serious face, listening to the elder's decision to execute him and return Yuri to the divine tree. After these words, a malicious smile appeared on the guy's face. He said that there was a fishing line firmly attached everywhere, leaving Kandai perplexed. The young man asked the approaching old man if he knew about this. Davy, surrounded by cobwebs, said with a wicked smile that the place where Kandai was currently standing was within his attack range. He, hearing these words, widened his green eyes in fear. The next moment the old man was flying back, carried by the bright light, and the main character didn't even move. A strand of hair fell from the old elf's head, and Davy said the catchphrase that his hand slipped. Kandai, with a trickle of blood on his face, struck by the attack, stood on one knee, holding his staff. He bared his teeth viciously as red drops ran down his chin, and took out the sealing stone. The elder furiously threw a mojic artifact emitting a blue glow towards the perplexed guy. A round stone stopped on the ground, making a sound. Dark streams of energy appeared inside the crystal, and it began to glow purple. Black mana crawled out in powerful waves, rushing towards the main character. Kandai, with a bloody stain on his face, screamed furiously, urging the ancient guards to quickly kill Davy because the barrier would not hold forever. The guy, absorbed in the dark haze, began to approach someone dressed in a robe. Noticing a glove on the warrior's hand that suppressed mana and divine power, the main character realized that he was well prepared. The elf with his face covered took out a dagger, ready to attack the man. His eyes widened in amazement at the sight of something he had not expected to find. When the guard blocked the spiritual mana, Davy sarcastically watched what the pointy-eared creature would do next. Opening the spatial portal, the main character happily stated that this only increased his spiritual energy. He took out the sphere of the Spirit King, sparkling with bright rays. When the artifact in the young man's hand opened, a huge lightning bolt appeared from it, shooting into the sky. The influence of the primordial life and source of nature bestowed by the Spirit King's essence is incomprehensible to man. Bright lightning emanating from the sphere sparkled above Davy's dark crown. The guy watched the artifact work, remaining silent. With hope in his eyes, he decided to forcefully summon a spirit of the highest rank, since all spirits are under the subordination of their king. When the main character gave the artifact an order, the guard watching this became very frightened. Holding the blade in his hands, he realized with horror that his strength had disappeared. A light barrier appeared in front of Davy, throwing the divine tree warrior away from the guy. Kandai looked warily at the disgusting man who had used such a powerful technique. Struck by the Spirit King's essence, the knight was thrown back onto the rocks as his green cloak rose into the air. Yuria, surrounded by drops of water, was still sitting in the clearing, exhausted, holding onto her staff. Placing his hand on the exhausted blue-haired elf's shoulder, Davy gave an order to the Spirit King. The guy asked him to stop, and all the water around the settlement leader disappeared, leaving bright blue sparks. The main character, surrounded by the magical energy of the colors of the rainbow, looked at Yuri with ecstasy. Without removing his hand from her shoulder, he thanked the girl, allowing her to rest after such hard work. While the guy held the elf's head in the center of the forest clearing, she entrusted everything else to him. An angry old man appeared behind Davy, disgustingly asking what was happening. When the young man turned to Kandai, who has existed since the beginning of time, he looked at the hero in panic. When Devi said that the flow of the earth, firmly established in accordance with the oath, had become too restless, the crowd of elves gaped in surprise. Even Perserk was amazed by the guy's speech, looking at him with round eyes. To summon a spirit king, 3 things are needed: contact with a spirit of the highest rank, merging with it, and, finally, pure will. What the main character received from the leader of the elves, Yuri, who was now lying unconscious in the clearing, was her desire for the help of the spirits. Addressing the king of spirits, the young man intended to wear his name on his back and fulfill his promises in accordance with the oath. The name of the spirit Noah, who is the source of the earth, was bestowed by a powerful will. The crowd of locals were incredibly shocked when Devi dared to say the name of the spirit king. Condi, covered in cold sweat and shaking with horror, asked with a note of indignation what the guy was talking about. The figure of the protagonist, bathed in bright light, was now turned directly to the people as well as to the insolent elder. Kandai continued to scream heart-rendingly, not believing that some pathetic person could really summon the king of spirits. He called the human race sinful, carefully observing the actions of the main character, surrounded by magical sparks. When the guy said that the elder was wrong, he looked up at him in bewilderment. Now the old man crawled helplessly inside the magic circle, wanting to take control of the situation. He touched the ancient drawings and inscriptions on the ground with his hand, and they glowed red, beginning to activate. I don't understand anything. Kandai clarified whether this is some kind of new magic. Devi asked to look carefully. He hooked the spirit king in an unusual way, merging his will with his own. For the ritual, the main character said that he needed the power of the spirit king, and in return he would wait for his presence. The mighty king of the spirits of the earth, Noah, began to appear from the magic circle, growing like a rock in front of the main character. Small debris fell from the huge stone spirit. Kandai, being in the magic circle, raised his head up, shocked by what was happening. He looked at the creature that appeared, unable to believe his eyes. Even among the high elves, Yuri's water attribute spirit and her spiritual affinity are very high level, and if she fills in the missing parts, then she will be able to freely summon a top-rank spirit. It was for this reason that the elder even crossed the line, pollution into the forest, in order to deprive the girl of such an ability. The old elf's plan was perfect, but ultimately something went wrong since the king of the earth spirits now stood before him. It seemed that it didn't matter to Devi whether the forest was spreading contamination or not, because in any case he summoned the greatest earth giant with glowing yellow eyes. The people in the crowd all raised their heads up, looking very shocked at what was happening. The great forest began its cleansing of contamination, and now there were completely healthy flowers. Devi raised his hand to his forehead and exhaled tiredly, concluding that the thing in front of him was so slow. He looked at the calmly stony face, demanding a deal from Noah. The great spirit of the earth smelled the scent of a purebred elf, but realized that this was not an elf. When the deity said that Devi did not have a pure will, and the merger with lower spirits was not carried out properly, the guy, looking away, replied that it was his own fault that he had been fooled. The main character warned his stone interlocutor not to even think of running, pointing to the chains of the magic circle. Noah loudly cursed the mistress of spirits and, confident that she was not from this world, asked the guy how he knew this vile magic. Devi, pointing to himself with a smile, noted that he was this woman's student, which outraged the stone creature. Devi asked with a smile whether the spirit of the earth agreed to this deal, to which he replied that he had no choice. The young man said that the king of spirits, bound in chains, would not be able to return until he concluded a contract. Noah agreed displeasedly, annoyed that the guy had basely deceived and summoned him, but he himself fell for it. Uriana from the Gallery of Heroes, who managed to summon all 13 spirit kings through deception, came to mind. When Noah asked what the owner wanted, he asked to fulfill the first requirement right now. The main character with an insidious expression on his face asked to get rid of all the enemies. When the guards of the divine tree looked at the stone creature with fear, he asked to leave only the surprised old man alive. After the order, Noah immediately complied with the owner's request. The crowd of ordinary people could not bear such a disgusting sight. In the forest clearing, bloody corpses of warriors were now strewn everywhere. Devi's second requirement, but not least, was that the forest be completely cleared of contamination. The guy with a satisfied face clarified that to the ground he should have felt the will of one of the elves during the call. He asked to remove the curse and recoil from the leader of the village, who was still unconscious. Noah, seeing such a curse, declared that the tree of the world had gone completely mad. Devi did not doubt this one bit, looking at poor Yuri, who had suffered to the fullest. The blue-haired girl finally opened her eyes. This greatly pleased the two elves who had been monitoring her condition all this time. After awakening, the leader of the settlement first took a piece of soil in her hands, feeling the change. The delighted Milia and Verdit asked the lady to turn back, rejoicing that they were saved. The surprised girl listened to the advice of her assistants. Noticing the powerful spirit, the girl understood the joy of the elves next to her. Many beautiful flowers grew in the clearing around them. The assistants admitted that Yuria was right in bringing a man to cleanse the forest. Milia and Verdit became worried about the settlement leader's reaction. Tears flowed down the elf's face, but not from grief, but from relief. Surrounded by flowers, the trio sat in an embrace. The Spirit King raised his huge hand, and blue light with sparks began to emanate from the ground. Davy couldn't stand still, his knees were shaking and buckling. Perserk excitedly asked if everything was okay, to which the guy responded displeasedly that Noah had used up too much of his energy. Turning to the spirit, the young man could not believe it that he is so petty and vindictive. Yuria, walking through the forest clearing with bare feet, headed towards the great deity and man who had helped the elves. Noticing the approaching girl, the exhausted protagonist, leaning on a tree, was glad that she had woken up. The head of the elves turned with gratitude to Noah and Davy, who together cleared the forest of the scourge. Yuria nodded humbly after the message that she would now not be able to summon spirits for a long time. While the girl was communicating with the saviors, angelic white wings appeared nearby. The moon was furiously approaching the old man lying on the ground. She informed the elder that it was time for punishment. Kandai, surrounded by a crowd, burst into an indignant cry, not believing that a fallen man could help the elves. Amid heart-rending cries about the impossibility of summoning the spirit, Davy and Yuri discussed the presence of all the evidence. Extending her hand with her index finger with a serious look, Luna stated that it was very multifunctional. The leader came close to Kandai, looking down at the pitiful old man who so wanted to gain power. He looked scared, expecting a worse fate. The elf accused him of accelerating the spread of contamination of the forest in order to fulfill the order given by the righteous of the sacred tree, and also left an innocent child, which greatly shocked the gathered crowd. Kandai, not wanting to admit guilt, furiously shouted in defense that he had been framed. Then Luna, standing behind him, began to repeat his order. The dissatisfied old man turned around upon hearing these words. The whole clearing heard a quotation of Kandai's phrase that calling a spirit in the middle of a polluted forest would be impossible even for Yuri Hellishan. Next, the crowd learned of a conversation regarding the fate of poor half-blood Mew. The elder was stubborn and adamant, having a hard heart. The gathered elves could not contain their anger at the terrible old man, who covered up his actions by justifying himself with the will of the sacred tree. Mew, who lay unconscious, was instilled with Yuri's guilt and not with the tree of the world and its righteous man. After this, the insidious elder used the magic of the water element. The crowd was furious at what they heard. Davy and Yuria stood sternly above the pathetic old man, and the crowd furiously exclaimed what this villain had done. Luna said that the video recording function was great, and the guy put his hand on her head, praising her subordinate. Yuria calmly walked towards Kondi, causing him to panic. She asked if this vile traitor would say anything else. When the girl heard the previous record, an evil grin appeared on her face. Yuria lost her temper, screaming at the old man for almost killing poor Mew. She pulled the elder's jacket, and he screamed that all this would not have happened if the girl had obeyed the will of the tree. He declared directly to the angry elf's face that she had betrayed the divine tree. The old man continued to scream while Yuria glared furiously at him, holding him by his clothes. The crowd watched silently from the sidelines. The girl pushed the elder, clarifying whether it all started because of the tree of the world. After this, the leader of the settlement said loudly that in this case, the inhabitants of the lunar forest would no longer recognize him. She informed the perplexed Kandai that she also rejected all customs associated with the tree of the world. From this moment on, Yuri's independence was proclaimed as a forest settlement. In a sense, words tantamount to a declaration of war fell from her lips. Elder Kandai sat dumbfounded on the grass, looking at the confident and unshakable girl. The old man's face was full of shock and horror at the words that Yuria spoke. The elf touched her turquoise hair with her fingers and gave Kandai an innocent smile. The smile faded from the girl's face when the elder accused Yuri that she was going to disregard ancient customs and unite with the vile fallen race. Davy chuckled maliciously, and Luna carefully watched the dialogue when Yuria was rudely shut up by Kandai. The girl became seriously angry and, clenching her hand into a fist, shouted that the elves were betrayed by Kandai and the tree of the world, and that there was a very old custom called the protection of young elves. The enraged elf asked Kandai what harm Mew had done to him, who only lived alone without friends in this world. Yuria screamed that Mew was so lonely that she was not afraid to get close to the people she was supposed to be wary of. The other elves, standing at a distance, listened as Yuria, frustrated by the feeling of injustice for Mew, continued to scream deafeningly at the elder. When the girl rudely asked whether Kandai had the experience and knowledge to call people selfish and terrible, the elder, stuttering, began to say something about elven laws. When Yuria responded by announcing that in this case she did not want to be either an elf or a believer, the elves from the crowd grimaced, concluding that this was somewhat harsh for the tree of the world. Closing her eyes and calming down, Yuria said that in the future the elves of the lunar forest will develop cooperation with the kingdom of Haines, whose ruler is a human, Prince Davy. When the elf asked the crowd if there were anyone willing to express their disagreement, the elves only froze in stunned silence, unable to answer. But a moment later, Milia and Verdit shouted with joyful smiles that they would follow Mrs. Yuri's decision. The other elves looked angry and upset, feeling ashamed of what they had once done to Mew. The next second, the crowd roared as one that they had followed Yuri because they did not like those who constantly insisted on observing customs. Behind the stony face of the elf, Kandai's confused face was visible, while the elves shouted that they would rather follow the people than the tree of the world. When Perserk noted how wonderful Yuri is, Davy replied with a satisfied smile that he did not expect the elf to accept his proposal so quickly. Looking at how nicely the elves were talking with Yuri, Davy came to the conclusion that this could not but please him. Yuria, with a cloak on her shoulders, almost broke down the door, loudly called out to Mew. The child was sleeping peacefully on a bed in the middle of a cozy room filled with flowers. Davy put his hand to the girl's forehead. Yuria covered her eyes with her hands as the prince and Luna concluded that Mew had lost a lot of life energy and could have lost even more if she had been rescued later. Yuria sat down at the head of the bed and worriedly took Mew's hand while Davy said that there was magic that could replenish the required amount and that the girl needed to rest. While Yuria hid her tear-stained face in her hands, Davy raised his hand over Mew's face and thought that she might be a little offended by the young man when she grows up. Tears gathered in the elf's eyes and she intertwined her hands while she blamed herself for waiting, turning a blind eye to the fact that Mew was in danger, only to capture those traitors. Davy looked at Yuri carefully and seriously as she quietly apologized to the half-elf. The child slowly opened his violet eyes. When Mew asked why the older sister was crying, the shocked Yuria froze with tears in her eyes and Mew's hand in her palms. The elf gently stroked the childish palm of the smiling girl with her fingers. While Luna and Davy silently watched the dialogue, Yuria knelt by the bed and apologized to the girl. Mew wiped the tears from Yuri's face, reminding her of how she constantly stroked the girl's back when she cried. The half-elf laughed warmly. Mew then pulled Yuri into a tight, warm hug, telling her that she truly loved her big sister. When Perserk, blowing her nose into a handkerchief, could not stop sobbing, Davy marveled at the sensitivity of the former demon queen, but she only responded by calling the young man heartless. When the prince asked Mew if she wanted to see Noah, the girl's eyes shone with joy. The girl, with her arms outstretched, ran barefoot towards the huge spirit. Davy watched with a smile as Mew invited Noah to become her friend, and the spirit saw her pure soul in the girl. When Noah extended a stone palm towards the child, Davy playfully complained about discrimination, which is why he immediately received a slap in the face from Perserk. Mew was full of admiration and delight. Sitting on the top of the spirit, the girl threw her arms up, enjoying the view. When Davy, with his hands on his hips, asked Noah not to go far and not to waste too much of the young man's mana, the spirit only briefly indicated that he would not listen to the prince. Without turning around, Noah stated that his master could not influence his strength in any way and was simply indignant. Plants with yellow petals bloomed under the clear azure sky. Noah, having completed his tasks, returned Mew to Earth, whose eyes sparkled with happiness like two stars. When Davy, due to the pain in his neck from looking up, asked Noah to appear in a smaller form next time, he noticed that the prince had no signs of a pact with another spirit. Noah added that Davy could still summon him, and the prince explained with a smile that it was thanks to the essence of the Spirit King that the Spirit Mistress gave him. While Mew was talking to Luna, Yuria expressed her surprise that such a thing existed in the world, an emotion shared by Davy. Yuri concluded that it was a good idea to use it this time, and the prince, closing his eyes, did not deny it. However, the young man privately came to the conclusion that out of the 13 Spirit Kings, 12 were in his spatial pocket. Seeing the confusion on Yuri's face, Davy decided not to tell the girl about this. The sun setting behind the horizon painted the sky behind it in purple lilac shades. Mew, Yuria, and Davy looked at the sunset with smiles, thinking that now the elves were truly independent of the world tree. When Yuria called Davy a savior, he felt awkward and immediately turned around. The young man saw Mew and Yuri breaking into a smile when the adult elf asked if the prince would protect them. Perserk reacted skeptically, and Davy blushed and could not answer. The prince nevertheless squeezed out the words that everything depended on the elves. A man, a demoness, and 2 elves walked under a purple sky through a field of flowers. Moonlight Forest, Yuri's house. On the table in a small wooden box lay a purple glass ball, the sphere of an unknown ancient spirit that Elder Kandai had previously thrown at Davy. The prince, with folded hands, listened carefully to Yuri's suggestions that this thing was capable of forcibly displacing the entire enemy force through spiritual mana. Davy agreed that Kandai may have planned to contain the prince's power and took the artifact. There was a dark, ominous aura inside and around the ball, and a malevolent voice could be heard laughing and wishing for chaos and ruin. Frightened, Davy quickly threw the ball into the corner of the room, and Yuria followed it with bewilderment. The artifact remained unharmed even after such a blow, and the young man asked the elf what she knew about the types of spirits. Yuria answered the prince that, among the 4 main attributes of spirits, together with light and dark, she entered into a contract with the light spirit and the water spirit. Davy closed his eyes and concluded that it was chaos. When Yuria crouched down and carefully lifted the purple ball, the young man explained to her that someone had sealed a living spirit of the highest rank of the attribute of destruction, that is, chaos, into this sphere. The girl, doubting the existence of such spirits, approached Davy, and he, lazily resting his face on his palm, explained that there were 13 species in total. Yuria was frightened and tensed when the prince warned the elf that one day the idiot and her might be released from this sphere in her hands, so the girl must take care of the sphere. Davy said that Yuria would understand why the young man called the spirit that way when she herself was again able to summon high-ranking spirits and hurt him. Holding the purple ball in her palms, Yuria felt a little nervous. The uprising of conservatives in the elven village of the Lunar Forest ended in a matter of minutes. With the Spirit King's summons and the terrible casualties among the guards, the remaining elders lost any desire to fight and submitted unconditionally. When Davy was walking past a kind of market, one of the elves persistently offered the young man to treat himself to calla fruit, convincing him that they could purify the prince's blood. When Davy tried to refuse, the elves did not listen and replied with smiles that the inhabitants of their forest would never forget the prince's kindness, especially the salvation of Lady Yuri. Suddenly the faces of the elves darkened sharply when they said that Yuria told them that the forest had been poisoned by conservatives all this time. Elder Kandai's method was simple. After repeatedly covering up the disappearances of forest residents as accidents and publicizing them, they threw new dead people to the source of infection. An adult elf with short blonde hair began to cry as she remembered how the conservatives tricked her and told her that her daughter was eaten by a monster, but in reality she was killed because of Kandai. A considerable number of elves had already gathered around Davy with a basket of fruit in his hands, when one of them apologized to the prince for having once been afraid of him because of the human race. When the elf thanked Davy for his help in carrying out his revenge, the prince became embarrassed, smiled awkwardly and babbled that he had actually done nothing. When the elves rejoiced at Davy's modesty and started talking among themselves about the fact that people, it turns out, are not such sinners and selfish people, the prince made a displeased face and thought that this was actually true. The elves smiled gratefully when they said that without Davy's help everyone would have been dead long ago. The young elf with a blue pendant on his chest clenched his fist angrily as he informed everyone that Elder Kandai was going to kill all of his relatives after he took Yuri to the sacred tree. Davy, listening to all these stories from the elves, felt uneasy about becoming the hero of this village. And Elder Kandai, who tore off his mask and showed his enmity in front of everyone, ended up in prison. Davy exhaled heavily and lowered his hands with the basket when he thought that after the execution of Kandai and his followers, the village had become completely restless. The families of the victims wanted the scoundrels to get what they deserved, and most residents agreed and even insisted on executing any conservatives who intended to kill them. Mew slept quietly on Yuri's lap while she stroked the girl's green hair. Davy, taking a bite of an apple, asked the elf what she was thinking. When the young man lying on the tree told Yuri to kill them all, she, looking ahead with a slight smile, replied that this would make her feel better in her soul. Davy closed his eyes in irritation and said that pardon is only given in cases where it is possible. Throwing a piece of fruit on the ground, the prince added that if the elf gave a chance to idiots with contradictory views, they would come and attack them again. Meanwhile, Elder Kandai, imprisoned, like a madman, repeats only that he did nothing wrong. The crazy old man shouted that all the sacrifices were for the greater good. Yuria told Davy that she would follow his words, and the young man jumped from the tree to the ground. Looking at the elf, the prince told the girl that it is good to be ready to give everything you have, but you must not forget the price of what you ask. Yuria's eyes widened in surprise, and Davy explained that the elves had become the people of the kingdom of Haines and not its slaves. When the young man again insisted that Yuria kill the conservatives, the girl noted the prince's inflexibility. Standing away from Yuri and Mew, Davy concluded that intimidation is a dangerous way to rule, but power without order can be razed to the ground. When Davy advised Yuri to remember that laws must be enforced, otherwise the situation would worsen, the young man thought that this was the reason for his refusal to take the throne as king in the kingdom of Ron. Yuria, smiling guiltily and lowering her head, replied that she had behaved stupidly in front of the prince, who was younger than her. Davy smiled and wondered if this was really true. Davy and Yuria continued talking when Mew woke up and rubbed her eyes sleepily. Yuria asked the young man what she should do about the barrier, but he did not understand what she meant. Davy felt ashamed when he realized that this was the very barrier he had destroyed. When Yuria, holding Mew in her arms, made a puppy dog look and asked if the young man would take responsibility for the barrier, he turned away to hide his embarrassment and came to the conclusion that he was still weak for such a thing. Davy asked Yuri to wait impatiently for the barrier to be restored, and hope appeared in the elf's eyes. Armed with a divine spear, the prince declared that he would create an even better one. Perserk squealed with delight as she looked at the weapon, but Davy paid no attention to the demoness. When the young man told Yuri that he would not create an impassable barrier, but some other one, she fell into confusion. Davy even blushed as he imagined various protective magic circles, shrines, and barriers. There was a look of concern on Yuri's face as she suggested that she had gotten it all wrong, but Davy put on a goofy smile and replied that she had gotten it right. When the prince explained that the elf could choose any barrier and the young man would put it up today, but she needed to hurry, her face was distorted with anxiety. Leaving Mew with Davy, Yuri ran away saying that she needed to convene a council. There was a visitor on Haynes' property. The wind blew through the forest in the night. A man in armor with a light cloak. He stepped over roots that had sprouted in the ground. The man approached the intertwined huge branches. The man got down on one knee, greeting someone named La Forchelle. On a throne among the branches sat a woman whom the man called the Mother of the Earth, with long white hair, elven ears, and an elegant dress. The woman looked arrogantly at the visitor. When I asked him how it went, he apologized and said that the mission had failed. After La Forchella heard that Mira had died, she began to nervously tap her fingers on the throne. The man explained that Elder Kandai blindly relied on the power of the ancient spirit sphere, and the man, in turn, seized control of its power and summoned the Spirit King. The elf laughed and, covering her mouth with her hand, concluded that everything she had seen so far turned out to be true. La Forchella explained that she saw a monster, which, in theory, shouldn't exist, and she was glad that this monster did not notice the man's presence and thanks to this, allowed him to live. The elf bowed his head and guiltily admitted that, probably, his presence was not kept a secret, but he was still allowed to leave. The woman became furious at these words, and the elf sitting on one knee even raised his head. When the Mother of the Earth rose from the throne and decided to leave them alone for now, a subordinate asked if she would create another detachment of enslavers. La Forchella, whose blonde hair was decorated with flowers, replied that one day they would all return sooner or later and realized that they were in her hands. The man respectfully took into account the words of the Tree of the World. Haynes Lands, Davy Mansion. Golda and Golgota joyfully greeted the returning Lord Davy Allron. When Golgota noticed that Davy had done business again, the young man laughed awkwardly, but then changed the subject and asked why the dwarves had come at all. Golgota hugged his younger brother and replied that he had come to pick up gold for a while because the gnomes were soon having a mining festival. Davy and Perserk listened with interest about this holiday, where first the dwarves present gifts to the god of iron and then have fun all day long. When the young man asked whether all the tribes were going to the holiday, Golgota answered in the negative with a smile, which pleased the Lord. When the young man suggested that the gnomes hold a festival here, Golda and Golgota became noticeably nervous and tense. Blue lightning flashed. Davy pulled out a spear, which Perserk immediately rushed at and said that he had just the right tool for this. Proudly, the young man announced that he was going to establish a portal between the village of the Golden Boulder and the lands of Haynes, but the portal would be different from the usual Mana Gate and would not let anyone through. Davy thought that conflicts might well break out due to the fact that in the lands of Haynes there are few dwarves compared to people, and they have not yet really settled down. When the insightful Golgota quietly clarified whether Davy had planned all this in order to ease the tension between the peoples, the young man put on an innocent smile and replied that the public would be told that the festival was arranged for all workers who work hard. Davy's goal was to create a place where dwarves, humans, and even elves could all live together in peace and harmony. The issue with the elves remains unresolved, because, despite the renunciation of the power of the World Tree, many elves still doubt what they should do next. But Davy soon heard news that dispelled all these doubts. 2 weeks after returning from the forest, a rumor began to circulate that elves had been seen in the western part of the continent. Davy was asked if he had heard any recent rumors. Ulys and Winry were excited by rumors that here in the west, someone had seen creatures resembling elves. Winry doubted a little, remembering that there were only a couple of mentions of elves in ancient manuscripts. Without participating in the conversation between the magician and the younger sister, Davy and Perserk calmly looked at the books on the shelf. The prince took a book called The Mad King in Search of the Elves. Golgota, proudly folding his hands and closing his eyes, answered Ulys that his father told him about the existence of elves. Golgota told the girl and the boy, beaming with admiration and delight, about how in the old days the dwarves often met with the elves during various conflicts, for they were then at great enmity. Winry and Ulys begged the dwarf to tell him something else, but he, laughing at the excitement of the young people, replied that he himself had not seen elves in person. Golgota added that dwarves and elves had many differences in the past, concluding his short story about the race. Luna, covered in bruises and leaves, came and informed Davy of the arrival of a guest. The girl plopped down exhaustedly on her face in a chair, saying that she had a hard job, and that Condon and Hondon's endurance greatly exceeded her computing abilities. Winry looked worriedly at the golem without words. Golgota offered Luna something to eat, and Davy, looking at the exhausted girl, just laughed and joyfully praised her. Suddenly the young man remembered how Luna said that someone had come to him. Someone carefully entered the room. Yuria said with a smile that she still remembered that she also had a responsibility. The faces of Winry, Yellies, Gold and Golgod reflected undisguised admiration as they openly admired the real elf. Mew threw herself into Davy's arms and he gently placed his hand on the top of the girl's head. When the young man noticed that Mew had gained weight, she blushed and began to deny this fact. While Mew was talking about her news, Winry, as if she had realized something, glared at Davy with horror and he smiled awkwardly, not understanding what his sister had in mind. Yuria, smiling friendly, said that she had come to report on how the elves eventually decided to deal with Elder Kandai and his henchmen. The girl also mentioned that the streets on the way here were quite busy. When Davy attributed the citizens' revival to the fact that Yuria first took a short vacation and then disappeared for a month, Winry, Yullies and Golda simultaneously froze like statues as the puzzle slowly came together in their heads. Yuria turned to Elder Golda, asking if he missed her signature tea, and his eyebrows even raised in surprise. Placing her palm to her chest, the girl decided to introduce herself properly and said that her name was Yuria Helishana, and that she was a high elf and the leader of the Lunar Forest. When Yuria said that she might be known as a maid working there under the same name, Winry and Yellies simultaneously opened their mouths, amazed at what they heard. While playing with Mew, Davy confirmed the fact that he was going to organize a festival together with the dwarves. When the elf said that the inhabitants of the Lunar Forest would also take part, Davy was stunned and frozen. Yuria added with a smile that the elves are also soon planning their own holiday, a festival of spirits, which will be a good opportunity for the forest inhabitants to relax a little after all the hardships. Suddenly a wide, hairy hand hit the table. Golgoda, grinning arrogantly, shouted that after all, the dwarves were the first to propose the idea of the festival. Golgoda, making a face, called the elves herbivorous creatures who were clearly no match for the dwarves in fun. Putting on a fake friendly smile, Yuria slyly hinted at the lack of intelligence of the dwarves and added that the elves had their own various types of entertainment. Winry and Yellies felt very uncomfortable watching the cold exchange between the elf and the dwarf. Golgoda decisively declared that it was their miners' festival that would receive the most honor and publicity in this union of three nations. In response, Yuria could not contain her mocking laugh and said that their spirit festival is famous for its extraordinary beauty. Perserk, looking at the quarrel, came to the conclusion that these two had a real competition here. Suddenly Davy sharply called out to the elf and dwarf. Just a moment ago, the creatures, carried away by the argument, now looked awkward and embarrassed. Davy, ignoring Golgod and Yuri's apologies, asked the two if they knew why humans occupied the largest part of the continent. When the prince was asked what he was getting at, his lips curved into a malicious and cruel smile, and he replied that people are very greedy and calculating. Looking arrogantly at Yuri and Golgod and crossing his arms, Davy declared that it was the people who would win this battle for recognition. When Perserk summed up that the young man was again focused on profit and was trying to spur the spirit of their rivalry, Davy casually replied that tourism was a fairly lucrative field. The prince came to the conclusion that this festival would be as grand as possible and everyone, no matter where they were from, could enjoy it. When Davy suggested making a bet, Perserk sighed heavily and said that she would probably end up in trouble again. The demoness was not at ease. This is how the second season ends. The plot takes us to the imperial castle of Rindes. An enthusiastic cry was heard from the castle that someone had fallen in love. The plot introduces us to Arya Rindes, who asked Katarina to stop teasing her. The girl touched Arya's cheek and said that the princess was as red as a tomato. The plot introduces us to Archduchess Katarina Carabella, nicknamed the Fiery Fox. Katarina asked how Arya managed to hide such a cute face from her for so long. The Archduchess hugged the princess, shouting that her skin was as smooth as glass, noting that it was not in vain that people were buzzing about her throughout the empire. Adding to her enthusiastic cries, Katarina said that all the cream of society were literally gathering in line just to look at Arya. The embarrassed princess said that she was ticklish and asked Katarina to let her go. The Archduchess held the blushing Arya's cheeks, saying that she could make such an expression. Smiling, Katarina said that she was very happy for the princess. Arya called out to the Archduchess. Thoughtful, Katarina asked if it turned out that he simply stole Arya's heart and then simply ran away. The princess screamed in surprise. The Archduchess noticed that she was talking about Devi Alron, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron. Katarina stated that she was grateful that the protagonist was able to heal the princess when she gave up, adding that she was a little worried about his personality. A blushing Arya stated that this was not true at all. Taken aback, the Archduchess asked how this happened. The embarrassed princess said that she had fallen in love with Devi even before the healing. In Arya's memories, a picture surfaced of how she was watching Devi soaring in the air from the window. The dumbfounded princess screamed that this was much more important. Katarina looked at Arya's face. Before her eyes was an embarrassed princess. The Archduchess noted in her thoughts that she was a cutie. Katarina noticed that she would like to take Arya for herself. The Archduchess put her hand on the princess's head and noted that she could see that she loved the main character. Continuing her speech, Katerina said that she knew one way to conquer any man and offered to tell her. The Archduchess saw how the princess was shining and asked herself, what kind of guy is there since Arya is shining so much? The joyful princess asked if such a method really existed. Raising her finger up, Katerina asked the princess to listen to her carefully. Smiling, the Archduchess said that, apparently, the prince is a completely caring person, or he is actually a calculating scoundrel. Katerina noticed that there could only be one of two things. Adding, the Archduchess noted that given Arya's character, if they wait until she gets close to the main character in a natural way, they will have time to turn gray. The image of the enraged Emperor Dorit Alrindes appeared in Katerina's thoughts. In her thoughts, the Archduchess emphasized that we should not forget about the Emperor, who adores his daughter so much that he would never approve of a marriage with a foreigner. Katerina said that the princess should use a method that is guaranteed to speed up the development of their relationship. Stunned, Arya asked what kind of method this was, adding that she would do anything. With a pale face, the princess heard that the Archduchess proposed starting an uprising. Arya asked what Katerina said. Stretching her arms forward, the Archduchess said with an intimidating look that the princess should pounce on Davy and spend time together. Katerina noted that it would be better if Arya got pregnant in the process. The frightened princess continued to listen to the Archduchess's plan. Katerina noted that if she carries the child of the protagonist, then he will definitely not turn his back on her, adding that he will not be able to do this, as she is the imperial daughter. Katerina abruptly placed her hands on Arya's shoulders and addressed her. Holding the princess by the shoulders, the Archduchess said with a grin that love is not the main thing and there is nothing shameful in spending time together, noting that all living beings strive for intimacy. The Archduchess said that the princess was already beautiful and if it were her will, she would already be. Interrupting, Arya indignantly called out to Katerina. The Archduchess continued to look at the embarrassed princess. The plot tells us more about Katerina, adding that she is one of the strongest warriors of the Rhinese Empire, a respected Archduchess nicknamed the Fiery Fox. Arya asked Katerina to stop. The plot noted that her light-hearted advice was beyond Arya's understanding. The plot takes us to Davy's office, who had no idea that someone was targeting his innocence. Sitting at the table between Yuria and Golgotha, the main character suggested making a bet. Davy looked at what was happening with a smile. The plot explains to us that he was focused on expanding the scope of the friendly festival. Sipping her tea, Yuria grinned. She turned her gaze to the busy protagonist and stated that by putting Monica on the line, it was clear that he knew a lot about betting. Continuing to take notes, Davy said that it was not for her to talk about this, noting that Yuria was gambling on spiritual tears, which are very significant to the elves. She put the cup on the saucer and said that a lot was at stake and she needed to act as decisively as possible. The main character turned his gaze to Yuria and asked if this was connected with the World Tree. Smirking, she noted that he was right and asked if Davy had already heard the news. Lost in thought, the main character crossed his arms and said that the tree was going to come out of isolation and show itself to the whole world. Adding, Davy noted that it quickly began to act and it seemed to him that this would happen later. Yuria remembered her teacher Maddie's and said that he was monitoring the situation from the inside, adding that if something happened, he would definitely report. Smiling, Yuria stated that in any case, the World Tree should adopt some kind of tree, emphasizing that the elves throughout the continent would follow it. She guessed that they would reveal themselves at worst in a few months. Smirking, Davy noted that she, in turn, wanted to overtake them. Crossing her palms, Yuria said that she had heard that, according to human concepts, primacy plays an important role. She noticed that the grander the festival, the better their debut would be. Yuria asked if the main character would help with this. Smiling, Davy said that of course he would help them. Ilanu opened the windows behind the main character. Standing on the windowsill, the princess called out to the main character. Encouraged, Alina announced that she had important news. The main character asked in bewilderment if she had been taught how to use the door. The princess grinned and said that they were friends. Alina screamed that she had heard about all the incidents that happened in Ron, adding that Davy knows how to surprise. The stunned protagonist said that everything was fine and he had figured it out. Davy looked at the surprised princess and asked what important news she was talking about. Coming down from the window, Alina asked the main character not to be too surprised, adding that her father told her about this. An enthusiastic Alina asked if Davy had heard that elves had been seen in the west, emphasizing that apparently the rumors were true. The stunned protagonist pretended to be surprised. The princess looked at Davy in bewilderment and asked why he had such a weak reaction. Placing herself on the table, Alina cried out about whether this surprised the main character, noting that elves are noble creatures from fairy tales. Adding, the princess stated that Calderas also confirmed their existence, but for her it was still amazing. Elena looked at the surprised Davy and reminded him that he himself wanted to establish harmony on his lands between all possible races. The princess emphasized that he should be grateful to her for presenting such significant information. Satisfied, Elena stated that as a result of this, the main character can teach her a new heavy sword technique, noting that even the smallest thing will do. By extending his finger, the main character said that he did not really need such information. Turning around, the princess saw Yuria sitting on the sofa and drinking tea. Miss Yuria looked at the dumbfounded princess and noted that it was lovely. Surprised, Elena screamed that this couldn't happen. The princess questioned the smug Davy about how this was possible, asking what he did. The main character's gaze fell on the princess, who had fallen to the floor. Davy said she was just in time. The princess got goosebumps and called out to the main character. Davy extended his hand to the frightened Elena. Smirking, the protagonist stated that she would be an ideal victim to popularize his festival. Taken aback, the princess asked again about what kind of victim she would become. A sound could be heard from the castle. The story noted that in Hines that day passed peacefully and calmly. The princess took the sword out of its sheath. The frightened princess extended the blade in front of her and ordered the main character not to approach her. Without showing it, the main character said that the others might think that he wanted to eat Elena. Embarrassed, Elena asked him to stop joking, noting the fact that he forgot how they spent the night with him in the cave. Putting his hand out in front of him, Davy asked what happened this time. Holding the sword in front of her, the princess screamed for him to stop making fun of him, adding that she had never felt such pain. Complimenting Elena, she emphasized the fact that the main character did not stop even at the moment when she screamed that she was in pain. Davy noted that she liked everything afterwards. Yuria was embarrassed by what she heard. Confused, the elf noted that this was a little strange. Yuria asked if Mr. Eurus, the elder of the Red Tower, was not Elena's fiancé. She noticed that they spent the night together and asked if she cheated. The dumbfounded princess said that she was mistaken and nothing like that had happened. Confused as to whether Yuria was somehow right, he was then hit by Berserk. The princess cried out that this was unpleasant for her. Smiling, Yuria stated that they had not yet reached that stage. She looked at the embarrassed Davy and Elena and noted that she felt like she was making fun of them. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he would consider that he did not hear this. An enraged Elena held her fist out in front of her and said that she didn't understand why she thought that, noting that she and Davy didn't have that close of a relationship. Taken aback, Yuria asked that if they did not have such a close relationship, then why did she secretly visit the main character, climbing through the window? The princess cried out that it was because they were friends. Grinning, Yuria stated that there could be no friendship between boys and girls. Stunned, Elena asked if elves always mock elves. Smirking, Davy stated that Yuria seemed to enjoy tormenting the princess. The main character asked to stop there. Davy said that he would need Elena's help with the festival. Turning around, the upset princess said that she felt as if he only found her when he needed her. Sitting down on the table, Elena began to read the paper about the Heights Joint Festival. Spreading his hands, Davy said that he needed something, noting that only she could help him get this thing. The main character emphasized that she occupies an influential position in the Palan Empire. Covering her face with a piece of paper, the princess asked a rhetorical question about whether she was his personal financier. The main character said that he would reimburse everything. Elena spread her hands and said that there was no problem. Davy called her a sword master. Surprised, Elena ran up to the main character. Davy asked if his assumption that she wanted to become one was correct. The main character's gaze fell on the happy princess and he declared that if she helps him, he will give her support, thanks to which she can become a sword master. In his thoughts, Davy noted the fact that even if he did not help her, she herself would soon achieve her goal and nothing would stop her. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that he could use her until she herself found out about it. Standing on Davy's shoulder, Von Pollen called him a crook. Putting her fist to her mouth, Elena stated that the main character had misunderstood her. She asked if he thought she would agree to something like that. The inspired princess said that she was his friend and therefore there were no barriers for her. She looked at Davy's satisfied face and asked him to just tell him what she had to do. In his thoughts, the main character noted that no one can resist the desire of another. After looking at the recordings, Davy said that it was cunning. The plot takes us to an elven village, to the entrance to the lunar forest. The plot tells us that one day, when preparations for the joint were in full swing, they were remaking a trap in the lunar forest, but did not postpone their task for long due to a meeting with the residents. Joyful Von Pollen said that this day has come. Having hugged the main character's staff, Berserk asked to look at this most beautiful invention, adding that it was impossible to be so magnificent. Davy looked at the pleased Von Pollen and asked if she was losing her face. The plot showed us the rod of Odin, the god of magic, a divine tip. The protagonist noted that the Oriarcan seal is made of adamantium, adding that it is made from the bone of an ancient dragon, pure mithril and coated with a magical elixir. Davy snatched the staff from Von Pollen's hands. She asked about what magic was contained in it. Smiling, the main character said that what she heard would make her drool, adding that it was a very expensive thing. Davy walked over to Yuria, who was hugged by Mew. She asked if the main character was sure that he could be used like this. Yuria noted that large magic circles must be placed around the center of the trap. Davy asked if he needed to cover the entire forest. Surprised, Yuria and Mew stood in the thick of the forest. The main character asked them to just wait and watch. Davy clapped his hands hard. Pink mana appeared around the staff. The 8th circle of spatial magic appeared on Earth. The main character used the technique of individual space. The runes on the ground glowed with a golden light, after which Davy used great protective magic. Raising his hand above his head, the main character created a great illusion. Holding his hands in front of him, surrounded by mana, Davy called out to Noah. The main character asked the spirit to spread spiritual energy. Noah said that he would fulfill the owner's request. Davy's gaze fell on the surprised Yuria, after which he said that in a place where spiritual energy is located, there is nothing better than relying on the Spirit King. Adding, the main character stated that the trap will independently distribute energy and maintain it almost continuously. Taken aback, Yuria noticed streams of golden mana. She noticed how a golden wing appeared. Davy said it was by the great will of God. The main character acquired golden wings, from which strong energy emanated. He used 9th level sacred magic, creating the Die Shrine technique. Davy continued his phrase and said that he should add sacred magic. Stunned, Yuria said that she felt incredible strength. Hovering behind the joyful Davy, Von Pollen said that he was the only person in this world who could safely use 9th level sacred magic. Berserk, seeing what was happening, frowned. Their gaze fell on a small trap emitting light mana. Yuri, who sat down next to the energy source, asked if it was too small. Von Pollen supported her and said that not only animals, but also people would not be able to penetrate through it. Smiling, Davy stated that if he had made the trap bigger, there would have been no point in it. Turning around, Von Pollen asked what would be the point of a trap protecting the forest if it was so small. Waving his staff, the main character asked if she knew another name for it. The red staff on the wand began to emit bright light. Yuria asked what it was. Davy stated that its second name is Goblin Rod. The staff enveloped the area in light energy, after which the protagonist said that he denies common sense, noting that to some extent the staff surpasses the power of the divine sword, Kaldara's. Stretching his staff over the trap, Davy asked if it would be much better if he stretched the trap so that it covered the entire forest. The main character ordered the trap to increase right now. A bright white glow came from it. The plot takes us to the Imperial Palace of Palin, in which Alina gives the order to send the stone in 5 days to the territory of Hines in the Kingdom of Ron. The knights accepted the princess's order. Alina looked at the glowing stone in her hands and stated that Davy ordered the annoying thing. The princess clutched the stone in her hand and noted that if she could truly become a sword master with this thing, then in her opinion, it was a low price. After which the princess was called by Amadeus Di Palin. Turning around, Alina saw her brother. The plot introduces us to the current crown prince of the empire, Amadeus Di Palin. The princess approached her brother and asked if his inspection of the surrounding area was finished. Smiling, Amadeus replied that he had finished his work and asked what Alina was doing in the palace. The princess replied that she had stopped by to fulfill her friend's request. Alina's brother understood who she was talking about, after which she said that he was now holding a festival. The second prince called out to the princess. The plot introduces us to the second prince, Sullivan Di Palin. He asked if Alina had forgotten about the palace rules. Amadeus asked what kind of rudeness towards the crown prince was this. Alina was taken aback by what she saw. Dispersing in different directions, Sullivan noted that the palace walls also have ears. He added that the elder brother should be careful first. Angry, Amadeus heard Sullivan say that he had heard that they would need to explore the south. Turning around, the second prince noted that he hoped that Amadeus would return safely. Sullivan walked confidently along the bright corridor of the palace. Amadeus wondered if it was a threat. Alina stuck her tongue out at Sullivan and said that the second prince was very evil. With his hand on the princess's head, Amadeus asked her not to treat him so badly. Alina turned around and looked at the crown prince. Smiling, Amadeus suggested that after he finished exploring the surroundings, they should go together to the Hines territory, noting that he just wanted to see his sister's friend. Looking at the surprised Alina, he said that he was interested in how he was able to win the heart of their sister. Taken aback, the princess declared that there was nothing of the kind. Amadeus pretended to believe her. Through the windows of the castle one could see the dialogue between Alina and the crown prince. Amadeus stated that he would look forward to his meeting with Davy. The roof of the castle was shrouded in sunset. The princess asked to return safely to her brother. The plot told us that with this peace reigned in the Palin Empire. The plot takes us to the castle of the protagonist, in which the chancellor addressed him, saying that a package from Alina had arrived. In his thoughts, Davy noticed that the Palin Empire was rich in these raw materials, which could not be found in other kingdoms. The main character stood next to the unloaded boxes and looked at the many boxes. In thought, he noted that he barely managed to get it. Davy said the package arrived quickly. Opening the box, it contained black ore. Thoughtful, Davy said that the substance that he managed to get through the princess was called explosive stone. The protagonist continued his point by saying that it is currently being used as mines in the ongoing civil war, noting that because of this there are problems with exporting it from the Palin Empire. Taking the stone in his hand, Davy began to examine it. He noticed that this stone used to be called equality. A piece of ore was illuminated by sunlight. The main character emphasized that it does not matter in whose hands this stone ends up, be it an elderly person or a war veteran, the outcome will always remain the same, adding that the stone still remains a dangerous weapon. Davy's mind flashed to a picture of coats of arms from all over the continent. The main character, continuing his thought, stated that the weapons of the Palin Empire are known throughout the continent, noting that this is why the Palin Empire is considered the strongest, despite the absence of powerful magicians and sword masters. Davy presented a crest that gave off a golden glow. The main character noted that their research in the field of weapons has advanced greatly thanks to the current head of the empire. A man approached Davy with a crowd of people behind him. He said that he had brought the gifted as he had asked. The main character said it was great. In his thoughts, Davy noted that they would now speed up their preparations. The protagonist's gaze fell on the flag, which was fluttering from the gusts of wind. He offered to show everyone what they had. The plot tells us that the month flew by in an instant. Before us appeared a picture of many carts arriving in the capital of the kingdom of Alron, crossing the bridge. Supreme Chancellor Vernal reported that Davy's guesses were correct, adding that rumors spread quickly and the number of guests doubled. From the window one could see a large number of people walking around the kingdom. Vernal stated that dozens of aristocrats from their kingdom had arrived, adding that hundreds of other prominent families from neighboring states had also arrived. The Chancellor, looking at the main character, said, in addition, a large number of free mercenaries had arrived. Standing at the window, Davy crossed his arms and asked if it was because of the reputation of the Gnome Mining Festival. In his head, the protagonist noted that the festival was held for 4 days and 3 nights, adding that 4 days before the festival began, guests had already begun to arrive. Vernal said that so many people had never been in the capital of Ron. Looking down, Davy stated that it should be so. Leaning on the table, the main character said that such an opportunity rarely comes, suggesting that Vernal should not take a walk. The unperturbed Chancellor noted that it was much more important that little Amy did her best. From the window one could see the maid conducting a dialogue with Elder Golgotha and Yuria. The Chancellor asked that if not now, then when Amy could be freed. Davy thanked Vernal for his concern and noted that he felt like he was really neglecting the maid. The Chancellor looked at the main character and said that although he often scolds her, she is still a brilliant girl, adding that she is the joy of an old man whose days are numbered. Putting his hand to her chest, Vernal stated that she has been very tired lately due to the fact that she has too much work. Davy sat down at the chair and said that it would be good if that was the case, noting that he respected his choice. In addition, the main character asked the Chancellor not to forget to work hard in the remaining time. Pointing his finger upward, Davy said it would be bad if the festival organizer didn't know what was going on. Vernal accepted the protagonist's order. While waiting, Alina leafed through the pages of the book. Placing the book on her lap, the princess asked if the main character was planning to go for a walk. Averting his gaze, Davy declared that he had to go. In the open drawer of the desk lay a bare mask. The main character said that he could not disobey the advice he had just given to Chamberlain. Taken aback, the princess asked why Davy needed a mask. Having put a mask on his face, the main character declared that from now on he is not Davy, but David. Alina, who was watching this, noted that it was funny. The indignant princess asked if a pumpkin would become a watermelon if it was painted green and striped, adding that this was ridiculous. Alina asked if she needed to do something. Approaching the window, the princess asked to be released. Frowning, the main character said that it depends on how she behaves. Standing on the windowsill, Alina said that in any case, she would not regret anything. The princess and Davy walked through the streets of the busy city. The man held out his hand with a piece of meat. The main character and Alina began to eat it. The girl's leg was visible behind the couple. A crowd of people watched the elf. The princess and Davy approached the dwarf. He suggested playing them a game. Taking off his mask, the main character announced that he was making a bet. Having lost, Davy walked away from the gnome's stall. Covering his face with his hands, the main character asked what he just did. Perserk noted that this is faulty human nature, which forces people to fall back on the same rake. The sparkling crown was covered with glass. Davy and the princess arrived to Galgod, who greeted them. Nudged Davy with her hand, Alina noted that it seemed to her that this mask was useless against the gnomes. The dwarf declared that they had arrived on time and called for them to follow him. The main character followed Galgod. Pointing his hand forward, the dwarf said that their goldsmith did his best. Black armor with gold accents appeared before Davy's eyes. Surprised, the main character asked what it was. Interrupting Goggold, he said that this was the creation of Thor. The dwarf imagined the image of a guy standing against the backdrop of flames. He asked if Davy remembered that guy from Blackstone Village. Waving his finger upward, Goggold noted that he was not sure that he had told his tribe everything, but they had sent them such a creation. Looking at the gnome, the main character said that it seemed to him that it was made differently, adding that he was indeed from the village of Blackstone. Goggold laughed and said that, as expected, Davy's look was excellent. The main character suggested showing one of his creations next time. The dwarf accepted Davy's offer. Elena's gaze fell on the dagger with a golden handle. The princess asked if it was for sale. Taken aback, the main character approached the stand and asked if this blade was for beauty. Indignantly, Davy asked why the master of the sacred sword needed something like that. Elena replied that she would like to give it to her brother. The main character started talking about her brother. Interrupting, the princess explained that she wanted to give it to Crown Prince Palin. Putting her hand to her chin, she thought that this sword would be a wonderful decoration. Smirking, Davy said that it was unexpected, but now she was acting like a real princess. Frowning, Elena said that she was a princess. The main character asked if Elena gets along well with the crown prince. Looking away, the princess said that not really. Looking at the main character, Elena said that he was in the same situation, adding that she was called the apple of her eye, but not everyone in the royal family liked her. Turning away, the princess began to look at other stands. Thulgoda extended his hand and called out to Davy. In his hand was a small box. The dwarf stated that this was what the protagonist requested, noting that they repeatedly heated it over high heat for 152 hours and then cooled it down. Grabbing his face, he asked if Davy wanted to give it to this sweet princess. Taken aback, Davy repeated the question. Elder Golgoda chuckled and said that they say that relationships between young people quickly flare up. Elena looked at one of the stands with delight. The dwarf noted that when he was young, he had to fight with other guys to win the heart of his wife. Davy noted that it was funny. The princess called out to the main character, saying that they had examined everything and asked what he was doing there. Quickly hiding the box behind his back, Davy said that he was not doing anything. Elena took the protagonist's hand and said that they still needed to explore many places. Holding Davy's hand, the princess turned around and called to him. The main character's gaze fell on the way his hand was being held. After seeing this, Davy grinned. He asked Elena to run slower. Davy and the princess ran off to explore other places. The man's foot stepped towards the cliff. He stated that they had arrived. People in cloaks looked from the cliff at the city where the holiday reigned. One of them said that this is the place. Unidentified hooded people observed the situation in the capital. Enthusiastic Elena, dressed in a lush blue dress, screamed in surprise. She walked to the edge of the balcony, saying that she could see the whole kingdom. Looking at the city shrouded in lights, the princess said that she did not think that there was such a place in the palace. Continuing, she asked why there was no one there. Davy, standing behind her, said that it was for his personal use. Looking at his pocket watch, the main character said that the time had come. The princess asked if the time had come. Squeezing the watch in his hand, Davy said that it was time to take advantage of what he asked her to get. Turning around, she asked if he was talking about the explosive stone. Crossing her arms, she revealed that she only agreed to this request because of his promise to help her become a sword master, but she still didn't understand. Elena thought about whether the main character would use an explosive substance at the festival. Leaning on the balcony, the princess asked how he was going to use the explosive stone. Davy looked at the city burning with lights and asked what she meant. Luna waved her flag at the Megatrons. The main character said that he was going to blow them up. A bright flash flew over the city. The entire capital was enveloped in the glow of fireworks. Enthusiastic residents watched the lights. The entire city watched as colorful lights exploded in the sky. The princess watched the radiance with delight. There were many colored lights in front of her face. Elena said that it was very beautiful. The happy princess said that she never thought that the blast stone could be used like this. Davy noted that he used more than just rocks. The main character extended his hand, which contained a box. Elena's gaze fell on the sparkling pendant in the hands of the protagonist. Davy told her, noting that it would help circulate mana. Elena held the pendant in front of her face. The main character noted that this is not an ordinary sapphire, but a very rare one. Indignantly, the princess asked why he was giving her this little thing. Davy said it was a small bribe. Smiling, the main character noted in his thoughts that he plans to use it in the future, so he will stay with her for safekeeping. Turning her back to Davy, Elena asked why he was standing and not going to put it on her. The main character said that she should ask her boyfriend about this. Angry, the princess asked Davy to stop clowning around. Elena asked a rhetorical question that related to the fact that the main character wants her to ask her boyfriend to put a pendant on her that was given to someone else. Davy took the ends of the pendant and said that she was right. Having fastened the pendant, the main character said that Alina would be a wonderful person if she were not such a psychopath. Davy added that such a restless girl was not his type. Confused, the princess said that such a psychopath as the main character was also not her type. Looking at the burning lights in the sky, Alina said that recently the royal court has been trying to find her a mate, but she will definitely refuse Davy. The main character thanked her for caring about him. Alina exhaled in bewilderment. Her gaze fell on the smiling Davy, after which she said that's it. The princess's face turned red, after which she continued, what if a suitable match was not found for her? Alina turned to the main character, and fireworks exploded around them. Finishing the sentence, she stated that he would. Suddenly the princess screamed in surprise. She looked at the ring on her hand, which was emitting a bright light. Alina said that this scares her. The princess grabbed the ring and declared that she had received a message from home. Alina apologized to Davy. Having interrupted her, the main character invited her to go. Turning around, Davy said that he also had something to do. The princess looked at the main character in bewilderment. The city streets continued to be shrouded in fireworks. Alina said that there was still time before the festival and offered to inspect everything tomorrow together with Winry. Moving away from the edge of the balcony, Davy waved his hand. Lowering his hand, the main character noted that those guys had greatly spoiled such a wonderful day. A landscape of rocky terrain appeared before Davy. He said that he must uproot the tree of the world. Suddenly there was a bright flash. Aisha crossed her swords and jumped away from the blow. She looked forward furiously, holding her swords in front of her. In front of her were faces hidden behind hoods. The elves simultaneously attacked Aisha. Many bright explosions were heard around the forest. Bouncing off the blow again, she slid along the ground. As she stood up, she heard that she was ordered to move. The elves stated that they did not want to kill unnecessarily. She said she was giving it up. Aisha called one of the elves an ancient guardian. She added that she couldn't miss them. With two blades outstretched in front of her, Aisha declared that if they got close, she would have no choice but to kill them. One of the elves was surprised by this statement. Looking at her, he stated that he was wondering where his daughter had run away to. The unknown person added that his daughter was here. Having removed the hood, the image of a long-haired elf appeared before his eyes. The plot introduces the physical form of the tree of the world, called Yggdrasil. Taken aback, Aisha declared that she was human. Grinning, Yggdrasil stated that she was talking nonsense. Hearing her name, Aisha fell into a stupor. The physical form of the world tree stated that she wondered why she and her sister had wounded his heart. Aisha screamed, asking the tree not to be so two-faced. She looked at Yggdrasil's smug face. Aisha stated that it was all her fault, noting that because of him and the Holy Tree of Peace, her sister thought she was dead. Stunned, Aisha asked why she was there. Grinning, Yggdrasil said that he was simply curious, noting that she was simply delighted with the man who took her daughters. Spreading her hands, the physical form of the tree said that she was in a good mood today and asked Aisha to get out of the way. Yggdrasil added that even if she left her nest, she is still a child of the forest. There was an explosion near the world tree. She said that she did not want Helishana to take risks because of any person. Jumping straight onto Yggdrasil, Aisha said that she refused it, noting that she would not allow a finger to lay a finger on it. Many hands grabbed Helishana's cloak. Aisha was pushed to the ground and held by her head. The world tree said it was not too late. Sitting down next to Helishana, Yggdrasil said that she could not do anything about Aisha's sinfulness. Adding to her speech, the tree said that if she realized her wrongdoing and returned to their side. Interrupting, Aisha asked about her offense. As Helishana lay on the ground, she noted that being with Davy had taught her something. She emphasized that although he is a cunning person, he has true skill and faith. Aisha noticed that he was completely different. Helishana's gaze fell on the pleased physical form of the world tree. Giving the finger to Yggdrasil, Aisha stated that she was therefore refusing her offer. A powerful flow of energy was heard in front of Helishana. Clouds of dust rose in the thick of the forest from a strong explosion. A powerful explosion raised a hurricane, sweeping small stones into its currents. Aina stood on the ground as her cloak blew in the wind. The spy, squeezing her shoulder, turned around and hoped with hatred that they were all dead. The girl took an uncertain step forward, thinking that she had dealt with the enemies as quickly as she could. Suddenly a long sword appeared in the air. The weapon pierced Ain right through the back, and scarlet blood shot out from her body. The spy's face twisted in pain. She thought that she should warn others that the Tree of Peace was here. The sword that pierced Aina broke the pendant on her neck. The elf took the weapon out of the girl's body and looked down at her with disgust. Aina was lying on the ground, pressing her face into hers. Her fingers trembled weakly. The mercenary turned over on her side through the pain, and the ground under her was covered with a pool of crimson blood. When the man asked what to do with Aina now, Yggdrasil ordered her to be left here. The woman told her subordinates not to kill her daughter, and they laid down their arms. Yggdrasil looked at the wounded mercenary, remembering how Aina Helishana used to be revered as the most gifted child of the divine tree. When Aina put her hand under her face, Yggdrasil thought that 30 years had passed since the spy turned away from the forest and became a dark elf. When the dark elf opened her eyes with hatred, the woman noticed that her daughter's gaze was still the same as before. Yggdrasil turned around and walked away from Ain, saying that she and her subordinates needed to continue their journey. Suddenly, the surrounding forest landscape changed into a dark purple space, which was caused by the use of the 8th circle of dark magic. While the elves were panicking, someone's voice said that they had heard that the eyes of the dark elves change color depending on the feelings they experience. The crowd became even more excited at this voice, but Yggdrasil listened silently with a gloomy expression on her face as this voice said that she was indeed very stubborn. Suddenly it was heard that someone, drawing a red sword, kindly wanted to meet the uninvited guests of the festival. The elf with long blonde hair was knocked down. A crowd of elves armed themselves with swords and surrounded the mother of the divine tree, desperately trying to protect her. The elves looked around the ground in search of the enemy who had attacked them, but he was sitting on a tree above them. They angrily demanded that the stranger reveal himself, and Davy slowly pulled the bear mask from his face, revealing a sly grin. Standing at the very top of the tree with a mask and a sparkling Honda, the young man maliciously asked if elves like haunted houses. A heartbreaking scream echoed over the forest. The immobilized bodies of the elves lay on the ground when Davy turned his attention to one of them. When the prince addressed the spy as Aina, not Jack, she cowered in fear and misunderstanding of how Davy got such information. As the young man carefully took the girl in his arms, he noted that it was the first time he had seen a dark spirit with a destructive nature try so desperately to protect its master. When the spirit squealed at Davy not to touch Ain, he threw the creature away from him with his finger and irritably replied that it was definitely not he who should get out of here. Davy leaned closer to the elf, and the clearing was illuminated with a golden glow. The wounds on Ain's body healed thanks to Davy giving her first aid. Suddenly, Yggdrasil appeared behind the young man, who with a crazy smile noted the prince's unpredictability and added that she would not want to see the death of her own child. Davy turned to the woman, amused by what Aina called a child. Yggdrasil laughed arrogantly, humiliating people who live only up to 100 years for their inability to comprehend the will of the divine tree, whose life lasts over 1,000 years. However, what really shocked the elf was that Davy, standing in front of her with a smug grin, had gone beyond the limits of human capabilities. When Yggdrasil tried to calm the young man down by saying that she had come just to talk, he could not contain his laughter. The next moment the prince's face darkened, and he said that he was not going to believe that the elf had burst in here just to talk. Davy called Noah, and a huge stone humanoid spirit rose up behind him. When the prince ordered Noah to slam Yggdrasil, the creature's huge palm rose to strike. The elf watched what was happening with a smile. Noah's attack stopped right in front of the woman's face. Yggdrasil, protected by something like an earthen dome, recognized Noah, but the spirit called her crazy. When Davy ordered Noah to move aside, he exclaimed indignantly. Hiding the rolling irritation behind a false smile, the young man asked the spirit not to force him to repeat himself. When Yggdrasil laughed, Davy gave the elf a sideways evil look. Touching her chin, the elf smiled and decided to move on to the most important thing. Yggdrasil tried to find out if Davy knew the reason why she had to break the taboo and come to people, but the young man, looking at the information table, made it clear that he was not very interested. Against the backdrop of a maliciously smiling Yggdrasil, the sign showed only one line, consisting only of question marks. When Perserk explained that Davy, even with the power of a demoness, would not be able to see the characteristics of the world tree, he displeasedly asked if this meant that only power would stop power. The young man suggested that the reason for Yggdrasil's arrival could be some kind of test, but she insisted that Davy still try to guess. As a result, the woman decided to voice the reason herself, and it was Yuria whom Yggdrasil demanded to return back. Davy jokingly noted that Yggdrasil made it look like Davy had kidnapped Yuri. When the world tree asked if Davy knew that the elves were planning to take root here, he coldly replied that he knew much more, she thought. The young man said that Yuria was now a resident of the Haines territory and no one could lay a finger on her, and at these words Yggdrasil's eyebrows and mouth curved downward in disappointment. Then the elf put on a smile and told Davy that, despite his greed, there was something that should never be overlooked. Yggdrasil asked if the young man knew about the existence of the Demon King. The woman with an emotionless face added that 3,000 years ago there was a Demon King who brought chaos and destruction to the entire continent. His name was Perserk, and this absolute evil, which stained the entire continent with blood, is returning. Yggdrasil frowned angrily when she said that no one could stop the awakening of the Demon King, who had been waiting for his resurrection for many years. Davy remained silent. The young man looked at Perserk with a smile, and she confirmed that Yggdrasil was talking about her. A bright green leaf flew through the air behind Davy. Perserk laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes. Davy asked if the demoness really hated everyone that much, but she couldn't stop laughing. Yggdrasil, seeing the young man restraining his laughter, did not understand what was funny. Having calmed down, Davy replied that his answer remained the same, and Yuria was still a resident of Hane's territory. While Perserk was wiping away the tears that had come out from laughter, the prince thought that even if she was resurrected, the demoness had no reason to fight with everyone. Davy snapped his finger, and the elves who had been unconscious before woke up. As they heaved themselves up from the ground, the young man announced that if Yggdrasil wanted to get Yuri, she would first have to defeat the prince. With a sinister grin, Davy concluded that all they could do was fight until they came to an agreement. Yggdrasil coldly asked why Davy did not value time and believed that he could defeat the Demon King. In response, Davy asked with a smile why the elf delayed the negotiations so much if she knew that everything would turn out this way. When Davy rudely asked why she didn't get out of here if she was so afraid, her face twisted with offense. The elves sitting on the ground were dumbfounded by such words addressed to the Tree of the World. They approached her, and she apologized for not being able to convince the human child. Yggdrasil said that, although she had not yet decided whether to kill the young man or not, she was definitely not going to stand and wait for her death and decisively raised her hand to attack. The elves jumped up from the ground and drew their swords. Davy smiled when he was threatened that he would pay for making fun of the elves. Davy wondered if he should compromise. One of the elves screamed in shock, looking at his palms. His weapon was now in the hands of the slyly grinning Davy. When the bald elf was indignant at the presence of an elven sword in the hands of a man, the prince mockingly remarked that the rapier was not exclusively an elven weapon. Taking a step forward, Davy advised the man not to parry the attack. When the young man explained this by saying that in this case the elf would die, he became seriously angry. The elves jumped high, ready to attack the prince who remained on the ground from the air. Davy used the 28th demonic sword technique. The elf's shield hissed as it collided with Davy's rapier. An ambiguous smile was visible under the man's mask. As a thin stream of blood ran down his face, he mockingly asked if that was the extent of Davy's abilities. Commander Solar fell to the ground, throwing up a fountain of blood. Yggdrasil hid behind an earthen dome. Noah advised the elf not to be distracted from the battle. The spirit, angrily looking down at the Tree of the World, announced that it was her opponent. Davy, looking at the two creatures from afar, came to the conclusion that he did not need to watch them. Suddenly, one of the elves decided to take advantage of the fact that the young man was distracted and attacked him. The saber passed a millimeter from the prince's face. With madly burning eyes, the young man attacked the elf and grabbed him tightly by the shoulders. The young elf even turned blue with fear. Davy jumped up with him and gave him a headbutt. Perserk grabbed her head, stunned by the force of the blow. Davy grabbed his enemy by the throat so hard that his eyes widened. The young man used this elf as a human shield, and his head was cut through by an arrow from another elf. The wounded enemy, named Menby, fell lifeless to the ground, face down. The remaining elves were worried and froze. One of the opponents began to run away. Davy picked up a weapon from one of his fallen enemies. The young man took aim with the rapier, saying that the weight of the weapon made it easy to throw. Davy threw his rapier at the fleeing elf, advising him to learn this lesson in his next life. The enemy turned around, and the reflection of the approaching rapier could be seen in his eyes. Fresh blood gushed out. The elf with long blonde hair gathered in a ponytail bared her teeth with surging anger. Her hands were shaking. She couldn't believe what was happening as Davy approached her. The young man stopped in front of the elf, who fell to her knees and silently looked at the prince. Yggdrasil, hiding under an earthen shield, turned to the young man. The woman glared at the prince with hatred. Tears of horror appeared in the eyes of the elf sitting in front of Davy. The young man gave the elf a steely look when she, trembling, shouted that such a monster simply could not exist. Without saying anything, Davy raised his open palm. Placing his hand on the elf's face, the young man said that she would die a painless death. Suddenly, a strong explosion rocked the ground. The trembling elf coughed. Davy, clenching his fists, looked at her with a stony face. When the perplexed Perserk asked the young man why he did not attack, he coldly said to use his authority. The frightened elf was still sitting on the ground, shaking with anxiety. Davy called out to the World Tree, which raised its hand to the sky. With his face twisted with rage, the prince looked at Yggdrasil and asked if she was crazy. In response, the woman just silently looked at the young man with a slight grin. When Davy ordered Perserk to use her power, she began to worry. The young man continued to look at the remaining elf sitting on the ground. Davy came to the conclusion that the World Tree was not stupid while she stood at a distance with a grin. The prince knew that Yggdrasil was well aware that if she came here, her proposal would be rejected, and an attack with such a level of combat forces would only lead to the destruction of combat units. Looking at the elf scared to death, Davy wondered whether Yggdrasil's act was senseless. The elf raised a trembling hand. Davy watched her either with pity or with wariness. The prince clenched his fists in anger when he thought that this was complete recklessness, because they even brought a pregnant woman here. Perserk covered her mouth in shock, and Davy realized that there was definitely a catch to this. The young man quietly called out to the Tree of Peace. She noted the prince's insight with a mocking grin. A powerful explosion occurred in the forest. Davy grabbed Yggdrasil by the thin throat, forcing a cough out of him. The young man pressed the woman into a stone, furiously saying that little elves are convenient to use as protection, and for the tree of the world all elves are its children. Davy was beside himself with indignation that Yggdrasil decided to endanger a life that had not yet been born. Through the grunting, the woman smiled maliciously, giving Davy an ultimatum and offering to return Yuri while there was still time. When the prince immediately refused, Yggdrasil laughed and said that then the relationship between humans and elves would cross a forbidden line. The woman called out to the elf, and she tensed when she heard her name. Penela silently turned to Yggdrasil, and she apologized to the girl. With cruelty in its gaze, the Tree of Life added that it apologized for Penel's death. The sweaty elf girl contorted in horror when Yggdrasil said that she would never forget her sacrifices. Penela took hold of the rapier's hilt. Tears welled up in her eyes and she began to tremble again as she brought the weapon to her throat. Davy asked the girl to stop while Yggdrasil was amusing herself with this situation. The Tree of Life found it quite funny how in the world there were simultaneously those who clearly followed their leader and those, like Yuri, who doubted the intentions of their leader. Penela stabbed herself with the rapier. When the elf, who had taken her own life, fell to the ground, Yggdrasil laughed and declared that victory was hers. Penel's clothes were covered in large stains of scarlet blood. Pressed against the rock, Yggdrasil with an arrogant look said that all these elves were used in order to resist the measured flow of the world. Davy was silent, squeezing his fingers around the woman's throat. The prince reflected that he should have guessed that the Tree of Peace was sending all these soldiers to certain death even when they began the battle, knowing that there was absolutely no chance of victory. When Davy released Yggdrasil and thought that the elves believed her promises to make peace with people, Noah called out to the owner. Looking at the corpses of the elves, Davy suggested that, unhappy with simply hanging out on someone else's land, they resorted to cunning. When the prince asked if these elves thought that after death the avatar could easily return to life, Yggdrasil, sitting on the ground, laughed. The Tree of Life laughed out loud, and Davy thought that only it could open their eyes to the truth. The prince, ignoring Perser calling him, came to the conclusion that for the elves he is now a ruthless killer, enjoying the sight of blood and death, and the Tree of the World is only an unfortunate victim, again betrayed by people. While Davy concluded that it was an interesting scene, the image of the Haines lands consumed by fire appeared in his head. A purple flame lit up in the young man's palm when he decided to invite Yggdrasil to become his guest. Davy's position towards the elves of the divine tree remained unchanged, but he decided, like them, to play dirty. The prince put his hand with the flame to the woman's forehead and told her to come to him, without using anything of his own. Davy squeezed Yggdrasil's face, and it showed fear mixed with pain. The young man declared that when his gaze fell on the true form of the Tree of the World, the day would come when the trunk of the world would be cut down. Through coughing, Yggdrasil answered with a grin that one day, all the elves will come here to kill Davy, and everywhere there are creatures that sympathize with the elves. Smiling madly, the woman doubted that the prince would be able to handle this, especially if all the different races from all over the world suddenly came here and attacked the young man. Ignoring the world tree's threats, Davy coldly asked which she preferred, M or circle. Yggdrasil was perplexed by this question, and the next second an explosion erupted around the two. The woman flew away from the contentedly smiling young man, stunned by the curse. Davy told the horrified Yggdrasil to come to him again with war, if she only dared. Pressing his index finger to the frowning woman's forehead, Davy grinned and declared that he would tear to pieces those who trespassed on his territory. Vessels appeared on Yggdrasil's face from tension as she looked at how Davy's finger pressed to her forehead was washed by magical fluids. The young man with a crazy, cruel smile and look declared that he was going to crush them all. The night sky stretched over the dense forest. A huge snow-white tree could be seen against a light blue background. Among the intertwined thick roots sat a woman with long hair. She coughed and her pale hands trembled. She jumped up and headed towards the lake. Circles appeared on the transparent surface of the water. The trembling naked girl went into the water, indignant about the curse imposed and thinking that if it were not for the pact concluded from the beginning of time, Yggdrasil would have long ago destroyed this land. A smile appeared on the woman's pale face as she said that, despite everything, she had achieved her original goal. Yggdrasil looked up and concluded that while the plan to bring Yuri back had failed, it had successfully united the sacred political factions. The woman thought that now that the free and small factions had united, they would be able to take out their rage on this boy, Davy Allron, and his kingdom of Haines. Yggdrasil thought that, despite all the curses received from the prince, there was no problem in accepting and enduring them with valor. The woman scooped up water in her palm along with a strand of white hair, thinking that all these curses would still dissipate in this lake. Suddenly, Yggdrasil fell into a daze and opened her emerald eyes, looking at the hair in her palms. Several elves in identical uniforms looked in bewilderment at a purple leaf that had fallen from a tree. They were shocked by the sight of leaves and branches raining down from the mother tree. One of the elves urgently warned the others about the state of the world tree and ordered everyone to urgently call the priests so that they could immediately inspect Yggdrasil. The woman in the lake turned around at the screams and heard that elf excitedly ordering others to call on the water spirits for healing spells. Discouraged, Yggdrasil remained motionless in the water. The white robes of the Tree of Peace lay on the ground, and green leaves swirled around in the wind. Perserk noted with concern that if the elves were hostile to him, then some people would be too, to which Davy replied with an insidious smile that they still couldn't do anything for now. Standing with his back to Yggdrasil's clothes, the guy reassured the demoness that it would take at least 6 to remove all the curses he had imposed. The curse that the Lord of Death taught the main character had to be used for protection, but he couldn't wait to use it at least once. Davy cast a sly glance at his constant tiny companion, wanting to see the reaction to the words of the Tree of Life about her resurrection, the same one, after thinking a little, considered most of what was said to be true. After the guy said that his interlocutor would soon be resurrected, Perserk fell into a stupor. The girl enthusiastically decided that she needed to get a physical body, and then the young man realized that he still could not get over his death. Discussions of the news brought by the Tree of Life continued until nightfall. Ceros and Kreas had already appeared in the sky. Night darkness had already fallen on the roofs of the city, but the miners' festival did not subside, and all the streets were illuminated with bright lights. The dark elf Aina woke up after being wounded in an unknown room, watching the night quarters through the window. When she woke up, a visitor immediately visited her, and the girl looked down. None other than the master of the mercenary Davy appeared before her, and she asked how long he had known about her true form, receiving the answer that it had been known from the very beginning. Aina began to thank the savior, but he began to deny it, asking casually whether this would cover their debt. The guy explained that, at the request of the elf, he brought her to a quiet and secluded place, but did not fully understand why the representative of the pointy-eared race was hiding, and meanwhile a contented couple was wandering along the street. While the main character was pondering the plight of the dark elves, Aina angrily asked him to stop asking any questions. Watching the lights of the night city through the window, the mercenary asked not to tell anyone about her real identity because it was not for nothing that she had to disguise herself as a man. Holding the dark elf's broken pendant in his hand, Davy asked if she still had one. The guy began to carefully examine the artifact as Ain told her about how a magician she met in the forest helped her create it, and about using this thing to hide her real mana. After that, he opened a spatial portal, deciding to make the girls a similar decoration. A ring appeared on the elf's finger, and her lilac eyes widened in surprise. Davy happily explained how to use the new artifact, adding that it costs a little mana. The girl timidly tried out the gift, and a black mask began to appear on her face. The young man spoke about the intricacies of the ring, noting a slight discomfort, as well as the fact that it does not hide mana. Returning to her true form, Aina looked at her interlocutor with embarrassment when he noticed that he had already done something for her. Dangling her legs over the edge of the bed, she awkwardly asked whether the owner would listen to her request. The elf gave the guy a piece of an old map, where a small island located in the southern part of the eastern continent was marked. Davy and Perserk looked curiously at the piece of paper that had turned yellow with time, and Aina talked about how in the past the forest was so polluted that now evil spirits live there. The blue-haired girl said that she was only looking for a sign proving that the righteous man of the Tree of the World had betrayed the elves and sought to gain the power of the dead. The elf looked at Davy with puppy eyes as he realized that this was a real fight against the righteous. Having crumpled a piece of the card, the main character asked the shocked girl if it was unpleasant. Aina looked questioningly at the owner, not understanding the reason for his actions. Davy and Perserk looked at each other in bewilderment, not expecting the girl's giggle in response. When the elf tried to say something, stuttering with excitement, her knees began to shake. With a sweet expression on her face and tears in her huge eyes, she asked her interlocutor if he agreed to listen to her. In response to this manipulation, Davy snapped that he had changed his mind, and the girl with pink cheeks, clearing her throat, asked him again. The guy was adamant, casting a contemptuous look at Ain without words, and this made the mercenary tremble. Looking into the information screen, Davy concluded that the elf story about a certain forest leader hiding his sadistic nature was confirmed. A scattering of stars sparkled in the Inkai sky, and the main character with dissatisfaction came to the conclusion that all the elves were a headache, one after another. Morning came, the sun rose over the mountains, its rays touching the high peaks. Stretching on the balcony after sleeping in his pajamas and bare feet, Davy concluded that the festival had been a success. Even the attack of the World Tree last night did not spoil the grand celebration, because no one knew about it. Leaning on the railing, the guy with the demoness on his shoulder thoughtfully looked around his yard, feeling in the depths of his soul the bitter taste of failure. At night, the Lord buried the bodies of the elves who took part in the attack. Now he stood at the grave of the pregnant elf Penella, and it wasn't that he felt very sorry for her, but the death of the child left an unpleasant feeling in his heart. Davy was vehemently opposed to the attackers building graves, believing that there was no need to respect the initiators of the battle, but still provided them with headstones. The guy breathed out a sigh of relief, looking at the civilian graves built from his own convictions. That evening, Alina decided to urgently return to the Palin Empire without leaving a note. Yawning Davy, knowing the spontaneity of the princess, decided that he would see her soon, and Perserk, hanging on his shoulder, said that she wanted to sleep a little more. The rays of the sun illuminated the magnificent estate, and the main character was already looking forward to having a great time with the twins at the festival today. Cuties Hondon and Jeongdon were all gathered, looking forward to having fun. Davy stroked his creatures' heads affectionately, calling the girls adorable and making them sparkle with joy. He glanced at Luna, face down on the pillow, exhausted, asking where Mew was, and she replied that she needed help looking after her 3 children. Raising a white flag, the exhausted nanny reported that Mew was with the elf Yuri. Davy took the twins by the hands, preparing to leave, and in parting he wished Luna a good rest, and she, burying her face in the pillow, raised her thumb. After the incident with Elder Kondi, Yuria did not leave the orphan Mew a single step, wanting to surround her with love and care that she could not give before. The twins left the brooding Davy behind, racing to get to the square. The girls stopped abruptly and turned towards the guy, calling him daddy, and he thought that it would be great to find them a mother to raise their children properly. The pimp Perserk intervened in Davy's thoughts about choosing a mate, advising him to take a closer look at the princess of the Rindes Empire, Arya. The main character cast a thoughtful glance at Perserk, asking what about her as a mother. The demoness, sitting on the guy's shoulder, burst out laughing, saying that she was not interested in guys who were less than 1,000 years old. Walking through the decorated quarters of the city, Davy said that he would look at the girl when she was resurrected, and then they would talk. He said that he would lend Perserk his divine tip, which made him think twice. With sparkling eyes, the interlocutor exclaimed that she liked guys like Davy, and he glanced to the side with displeasure. Hondon sat calmly on the main character's neck while Jeongdon, jumping for joy, tried to attract Dad's attention. An open book fell onto the stone tiles when one of the twins began to clarify whether her parent liked red candies. Davy looked at the source of the sound in surprise, the smile still on his face from his conversation with the child. Standing right in front of him was Princess Arya, shocked by the unexpected meeting, who had secretly arrived at the festival with her retinue. The girl looked embarrassed and puzzled, not understanding how to react, and Archduchess Katharina covered her face with a fan, leaving only yellow eyes round in surprise on view. Davy, surrounded by twins, did not understand at all why princesses appeared in his life one after another. Until this moment, the Lord had not met a single representative of noble or royal blood at the festival, and if he paid attention to everyone, he would not have enough time. The princess standing in front of him with a blush on her cheeks was no different from the others, but her situation was different. Princess Arya's crew had not arrived here because of the festival. It was time for the monthly medical examination of the royal person, and the pimp Perserk still did not let up. The guy invited the princess and his retinue to the estate, and now they were sitting at a table in a room with a large carpet. Arya, drooping a little, sadly suggested that her visit had caused some inconvenience. Davy, sitting opposite, nonchalantly stated that this was not so, explaining that he was simply observing the girl's condition. Then the sadness on Arya's face gave way to slight deceit, and she, folding her arms, rejoiced at the unexpected meeting with her lover and hoped to thank him. Perserk watched with enthusiasm the chemistry between the guy and the girl, noticing that Davy's ears were even red from embarrassment. Justifying the unexpected arrival without warning, the princess said that she wanted to come as soon as possible, and the fiery fox was sitting against the wall, drinking tea. The woman with fiery hair looked innocent, as if she had not initiated this meeting. Davy, suspecting something was wrong, offered the princess some tea with a sly face, saying that it had a wonderful aroma. Having taken a sip, Arya was pleasantly surprised by the taste of the drink, which greatly pleased the maid Yuri who prepared it, who said that it was made from a rare plant of the elven forests. Calmly sipping his tea, Davy was also partial, deciding to recommend it to Elder Golda. Arya asked in confusion about the children who were with the main character at the festival, while the twins, hiding behind the door, eavesdropped on the conversation. The girls came out of their hiding place, heading towards their dad. They both jumped towards Davy, who was sitting on the sofa, which caused great confusion for the princess. The Lord decided to introduce his lovely creatures, who were in his arms, to a guest from the Rindes Empire, Princess Arya. Both girls immediately turned their attention to the animal girl with the ears, and she admiringly admired the twins. However, after this, a question began to form in the princess's head. She awkwardly asked if she could clarify something, observing the warm relationship between the girls and the prince. Clasping her hands in excitement, Arya began to speak hesitantly. When Davy was asked whether the twins were his own daughters, he became displeased and embarrassed, tired of the subject of discussion. When the guy replied that Hondon and Jeongdon were just children whom he was raising, Arya breathed a sigh of relief. The twins ran about their business, receiving a portion of attention, and the main character, without taking his gaze away from the princess, decided that she was interesting. Afterwards, Davy decided to make sure of Aria's condition by asking her to show her back, which embarrassed the timid royal. The princess awkwardly asked the guy to turn away. He looked at her in bewilderment, not seeing the need for it. The girl's cheeks flushed red at the prince's question, and she hesitantly tried to explain to him. The entire face of the timid princess turned pink when she answered that if the young man would look. As he undresses, he will only be embarrassed. Aria felt feverish from excitement in front of her lover, and Katerina, who was watching the flow of the conversation from the side, spat out her tea in surprise. Aria was as red as boiled crayfish, unable to control her embarrassment. Davy, deciding to return the gaze of his timid interlocutor, coughed slightly. Turning away from the emotionally reacting princess, he informed her that she should have simply turned her back to him without taking off her clothes. The embarrassed guy started to tremble after he realized what Aria was thinking, and Perserk, meanwhile, pushed him, dispelling lewd thoughts and reminding him that this was the emperor's daughter. Bright foliage swayed at the window of the room where Davy and Aria were sitting with their retinue. The melting acceleration virus is different from other diseases and can be easily recognized and analyzed using Mana. By conducting a routine scan, you can accurately tell about the development of the disease. Scanning Aria's back, Davy concluded that the Mana made very annoying sounds during this process. During the examination, Perserk was concerned about the girl's current condition, and the young man calmly concluded that the treatment had not yet been completed, but there was definitely no relapse. The guy made a reservation, noticing something strange after his words. He felt an unusual accumulation of energy in the girl's body. Davy tried to understand what was inside Aria's body as she sighed, closing her eyes. The princess and Davy standing above her were reflected in the blue iris. Luna, peeping outside the window without a drop of shame, reported that the visual collection of accurate data was completed, which stunned the princess of the empire, Rindes. The guy scolded the patient for unnecessary movements during the examination, asking her to sit still while the angel brazenly climbed into the window. Frowning at his palm, Davy pondered the foreign energy found in Arius's body, concluding that it was something very old. Looking at the timid girl, the guy assumed that it had been inside since her birth, and the princess, apparently, did not suspect anything. Davy told Aria the good news, making her happy, and Luna, meanwhile, without taking her eyes off her owner, began to explain. The young man approached the angel and began to squeeze her cheeks, and the princess aside said that she had a gift for him. Squinting her eyes in embarrassment, Aria quickly handed her lover a box of chocolates from the famous confectioner. Opening the lid, the girl said that she had made the sweets herself, asking the prince to accept them. Looking at the treat, Davy thought with admiration that all this reminded him of Valentine's Day from a past life, and Luna was already drooling. Suddenly, an idea came to the guy, appearing like a bolt from the blue. He took Aria's hands, thanking her tenderly for the wonderful gift. While the main character was carefully thinking about something in his head, the princess, flushed with embarrassment, could not utter a word. Davy was determined to create a new holiday in this world dedicated to love and sweets. Without letting go of Aria's hand, the guy glanced insidiously at the donated candies, thinking about the work of trends. In his head, he was already happily swimming in gold from the profits received from the holiday. Luna looked questioningly at Davy, whose thoughts were now occupied with the ingenious plan that he could not wait to carry out. The young man laughed insidiously, and Perserk called him a gold lover. The prince continued to stand next to Aria, holding her hands, and this picture caught Luna's gaze. The only thing the guy didn't know was how the decision to introduce a romantic holiday would boomerang in the future. It was a clear day, and Davy was sitting over a cup of tea with a fiery red-haired woman, getting to know the princess's escort, Rindes. She introduced herself as Katerina Carabella, adding that she was one of the greatest duchesses of the Rindes Empire. Davy, smiling broadly, said that he was glad to meet you, lying that he had heard about the merits of his interlocutor, and Perserk silently watched from the side. After the guy's speech, the demoness told him that she had heard about the Duchess when she was in Calderas, and she was known as the strongest warrior of her empire, which greatly surprised him. With a satisfied smile, the Firefox apologized for coming to the Heinz lands without publicity, revealing that she was the one who convinced the princess to make this visit. Looking slyly at Davy, Katerina justified her action by saying that she was very interested in finding out who this prince was that Aria was interested in. When Davy expressed doubts about the princess's sympathy for a prince from a small and distant kingdom, the Duchess was pleasantly surprised by his modesty. She confused the tea-drinking guy by playfully telling her that he was becoming more and more attractive to her. Watching the incomparable woman, Davy felt the danger from her that came from the quartet of psychopaths from the corridor. He shared his wariness with Perserk, knowing that it is better to avoid such women, which puzzled the demoness. Putting his hand to his head, heavy with thoughts, the guy concluded that Katerina was his potential enemy, and the tiny horned girl understood everything. The Duchess was strong, but also reckless and unpredictable, and it was impossible to determine what exactly was on such a woman's mind. The guy was ready to swear that getting involved with his interlocutor was a pain, and the demoness asked whether Katerina, in this case, was an ideal couple for him, receiving a sharply negative answer. Frightened Davy asked the Duchess the reason for her sympathy for him. She seductively said that she had heard about the prince's personality and she was simply interested in seeing him in person, but the guy asked to speak openly, simultaneously noticing the woman's trembling voice. When Katerina mentioned that she needed to convey a message from the crown prince, the protagonist tensed even more, sensing something ominous. The woman unrolled a long scroll with an engagement proposal in front of the prince, causing him to fall into a stupor. Throwing a sly, fox-like glance at her interlocutor, the Duchess said that she and the crown prince agreed on Davy, but the emperor was adamant. The young man looked boredly at the jar of elixir from the central continent, waiting for what would happen next. When Katerina said that the main character should urgently drink it and go on the offensive, he disdainfully threw the bottle away. While the Duchess was aggressively wooing the princess to marry the prince, Davy looked at her with indignation and contempt. Katerina invited the guy to look out the window to admire the beautiful Arya holding a bird on her finger. Katerina dreamily admitted that at the sight of such a picture she herself was often seized by the desire to kidnap the princess and immediately take her to her estate. Wrapping the hand of the guy with the feather, she warned that such a chance was rare, adding that the emperor would never hate his grandchildren. With a determined look, she said that at first Arya's father would grit his teeth in rage, but then he would definitely laugh, offering his help. When Davy's eyes widened in shock, Perserk finally realized what tendencies the guy had previously warned about. Extricating himself, the prince said with a smile that this would be an unprofitable engagement for the royal person, but Katerina began to furiously convince him. The insidious fox asked Davy about other wishes, convincing him that all of them would be fulfilled if he just said them. Tiredly holding his head, the guy closed his eyes. The guy decided to clarify something. He asked if Princess Arya herself was aware of what was happening, which confused the Duchess. Frowning, Davy said that the girl should not be involved in a political marriage unless she herself wants to. Rising from her seat, the woman sadly noted that the rumors turned out to be true. She agreed with her interlocutor's point of view, deciding to take her time and do everything with caution, fueling Davy's curiosity about the rumors about him. Sitting back, Katerina asked the prince to take care of Arya because the sweet girl's thoughts were now occupied only with him. The conversation with the unpredictable woman did not please Davy at all, especially after the offer to become the princess's concubine. When the guy refused such an offer, the Duchess was surprised at his romantic nature. The woman had completely run out of arguments and began to press for pity. After talking in the greenhouse, Katerina apologized for taking up time, and Davy said that it was an honor for him to meet you. The fiery fox asked if this was all, and the main character again fell into a stupor. The woman looked at the prince insidiously, and it was impossible to guess what was going on in her head. For some time the two stood in complete silence while Davy pondered what they wanted from him. Ultimately, he suggested starting by surprising the lady with his deductive abilities. Scratching his head, the guy displeasedly clarified whether he meant a duel. The woman looked very excited, anticipating the fight, when the prince said that he also wanted to see the Duchess's strength. All kinds of spectators gathered in the large amphitheater. Among them one could meet the gnome Elder Golda and the elf Yuri. The magician Yellies and Princess Winry also approached them, amazed at the upcoming duel between Davy and the greatest Duchess of the Empire, Rindes. While discussing the spectacle, Princess Ron was very worried about her older brother. Meanwhile, the twins Hondon and Jeongdon fed Moon all sorts of goodies. Leaning on the railing of the podium, Arya was looking forward to seeing her lover. Davy looked around the hall, noting the huge number of spectators gathered, waiting for an interesting spectacle. Coming closer to the prince, Amy said that she had activated the protective barrier, after which the guy asked the assistant to move away. The girl wished the owner good luck as he unfurled the fan. Taking a graceful pose, the prince froze with a sly face. The Duchess, who came out to meet him, was surprised to notice the fan. Katerina said with a smile that she had heard about Davy using magic, but this was something new. The guy boasted that he had made the fan quite recently, intending to use it to deflect most of his opponent's blows. Throwing off her red cape, the fiery fox noted that she liked the confidence of the protagonist. She lowered her clawed hands to the floor, straining greatly. The woman stood at a low start, ready to attack. She decisively announced that she would start this battle, breaking into a sly smile. When Katerina made a powerful jump, stones rose into the air. The Duchess jumped on the main character with explosive power and asked him to be ready. Leaning against the stone fence, the excited princess declared that she had to somehow stop them. Turning to Davy's startled subordinates, Arya asked if they would stop them. Raising her finger, Yuri noted that she was also worried, adding that she was confident that everything would be fine with the main character. While in doubt, Arya revealed that she knew Prince Davy had strong magic, noting that magic takes time to build up. The princess said that magicians need special artifacts that can help them. Touching the ground, Katarina prepared to strike her first blow. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield, which was accompanied by the frightened screams of the princess. A large cloud of smoke came from the explosion site. Holding her head, the Archduchess wondered what it was. Taken aback, she could not understand what had happened to her. Shocked, Arya froze in one position. Standing behind her, Yuri asked if she was right. Winry, stunned, stated that she did not see anything. An excited Ollie's reported that the main character had done something, noting that he was sure of it. Looking at the grinning Davy, the magician wondered what ultimately happened. Imagining the image of Katarina in his head, the main character said that she was the greatest countess of the Rhindes Empire and the strongest among the sword masters and archmages of the continent, as well as a beast-man warrior who plays a key role in the military power of the country. With lightning speed, the Archduchess moved to the site of their duel. While in his thoughts, Davy noted that her main advantage is that she can quickly break through an enemy's defenses, adding that she is known for her incredible strength that even powerful masters have no time to match in a one-on-one battle. At the sight of the guy's fight, a powerful explosion was heard again. The main character noted that the Archduchess was now lying flat on the ground without even realizing it. In complete shock, Katarina, lying on the ground, could not understand what had just happened. Trying to get up, Carabella asked if Davy had used mana. Looking at the grinning protagonist, Katarina noted that these were not his physical capabilities. The main character said that she has a keen eye. Lost in her thoughts, Carabella noted that no matter how fast Davy was, he couldn't get past her. Heading towards the main character, Katarina stated that this was definitely not mana, adding that it was something really interesting. Davy asked if it was true. Carabella said that it would be wrong for her to say that this was not the case. Looking at the surprised Katarina, the main character stated that she could continue to walk. Taking up the fan, Davy said that there was no point in only defending himself, adding that it was his turn to attack. After which, with lightning speed, the main character rushed towards Carabella. Her face was filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, due to an incredibly powerful blow, Katarina flew to the side. Rising to her feet, she was shocked by what she saw. While in her thoughts, Carabella reported that she could feel the attacks, noting that she could not hit back, which left her in shock. Looking at Davy's fan, shrouded in mana, Katarina said that even hidden black magic leaves a faint trace at the moment of use. Concentrating, the main character prepared to strike again. Continuing her thoughts, Carabella noted that in other words, she could sense all types of magic in this world, such as mana and divine magic. Looking at Davy's hand, she wondered what if his power didn't belong to this world. Katarina was sure that this was so. Smiling, the main character closed his fan. Carabella believed that this magic could only be used by humans. An image of many glares appeared in her head. Katarina realized that it was Taoist magic. Leaning over, Carabella noted that this was something incredible. A little taken aback, she assumed she had been rude to Davy. Looking at her, the main character asked not to hold back his strength, adding that a protective barrier had been activated around the field. Suddenly, Carabella's body was covered with powerful streams of mana. With a malicious grin on her face, Katarina stated that she was taking him at his word. The excited princess headed towards Carabella, asking her to wait. Taking hold of the stone fence, Arya asked her to stop, noting that she had already gone too far. The princess's face was filled with excitement. Turning in her direction, Davy asked her not to approach. Looking at Katarina preparing to attack, the protagonist stated that if the enemy did not give his all during the battle, it would put him in a difficult position, noting that he only egged her on out of interest. An image appeared in his head of many scrolls that hung in the air. While in his thoughts, Davy said that since Taoism does not belong to the local types of magic, he can take advantage of all its capabilities, adding that its power will be limited. The main character believed that the only chance to compare Taoism with other forces was to directly fight someone from this world and prepare well for the upcoming battles. An enraged Katarina rushed at Davy, who had frozen in place. Taken aback, the main character noted that she was very fast. Looking at the angry Carabella, Davy stated that she almost reached the sword's power, adding that if it were in her hands, she would become the goddess of the sword. Having come face to face with her, the main character declared that of all those he had ever met, she was the strongest. With lightning speed, Katarina parried Davy's blow. Her wavy hair blew in the wind. The moment Carabella landed on the ground, the main character couldn't believe that she dodged. Davy, stunned, fell into a stupor. Continuing to think, he noted that she did this without seeing or feeling anything. Observing the incredibly fast Carabella, the protagonist reported that she simply turned away, not knowing that she was being attacked. Davy said that her movements were based on instincts, which scared him very much. Suddenly, Katarina's fist was a centimeter away from the protagonist's face. Grabbing her arm, Davy expertly parried her attack. Seeing this, Carabella fell into a stupor. An image of magical fruits that hung in the branches of a tree appeared in her head. One of the fruits thinned out powerful mana. Opening the fan and holding the fiery branch, the main character activated the flaming hell technique using the blade of the fiery bird. Rushing into battle, Davy reported that the flames of the sacred creature were capable of burning the earth and even swallowing the sun. He was confident that even the Tree of the World, which is resistant to the fire attribute, could not withstand this force. Smirking, Carabella prepared to defend herself. Having prepared himself for a clash with Katarina, the protagonist became interested in which of them would win. The towering flag mounted on the tent fluttered from powerful wind currents. The plot takes us to the southern part of the Palin Empire. Presenting himself before Alina, the knight said that all preparations had been completed. Getting out of bed, the princess headed out. An excited Calderas said that Alina should pull herself together, noting that if it weren't for her, there would be more losses. Looking at the upset princess, the Holy Sword asked not to think of her as a person, asking her to do what her heart dictates. Alina said that this does not change the fact that she must kill people, despite the good of the Calderas. Standing at the sharp slope, the princess wondered what Davy would do if he were here. Alina was sure that he was immediately our way out, without thinking about it at all. Shaking her head, the princess considered it a disgrace for her to think so. Looking at the huge army, Alina turned to the White Birds. The plot introduces us to the princess's personal squad of knights, which were called the White Birds. Standing at the head of the detachment, Alina announced the start of the offensive. The expanses of the Palana lands gradually began to be covered in darkness due to the approaching evening. Katarina's face was filled with intense laughter. Leaning on her hands, she said that she had been trampled like a cockroach. Leaning towards her, the princess wondered why this was so. Laughing, Carabella noted that instead of talking, Arya needs to take care of her since she is in a lot of pain. After which, the princess helped her get up. Looking at the excited guys who approached Davy, Katarina noted that it was exciting, wondering how she could resist. Watching the confused princess, Carabella reflected that there was nothing she could do about the situation, noting that she could only accept it. Slowly, the sun began to sink lower and lower. A man's voice was heard from Katarina's room, asking how her journey had been. Smiling, Carabella noted that it was going better than expected. Looking at her from the magic ball, the man assumed that Davy had managed to attract her attention. Raising her hand, Carabella said she would talk about this another time. After which, she said that she would be safe with the main character. Katarina noted that it would be nice if Davy became their ally. Smirking, the man could not believe that he was hearing such words about such a demanding archduchess like her. He noted that he was a little worried that Katarina would decide to neglect the promise made by His Majesty. Princess Arya has many hidden enemies within the empire. The excited princess was surrounded on all sides by people who were ready to protect her. Duchess Katarina, Crown Prince Albus and Emperor Diort himself. Despite the fact that high-ranking officials of the empire protect it, they have not been able to eradicate hatred towards the beast people. Closing his eyes, Albus thought that it was for this reason that Arya needed someone who could protect her. The story introduces us to the Crown Prince of the Rindes Empire, Albus Al Rindes. Taken aback, Al Rindes noted that Arya would be angry with Katarina if she found out. Albus believed that the princess was pure and kind, and also naive and simple in places. Smirking, Carabella said that she did not intend to drag the princess into all these political problems. Katarina noted that the only thing Arya should indulge in is sincere love. Many of the princess's subordinates were waiting to try on her new dresses. Carabella considered it unimportant whether the princess would become a concubine or an official wife, noting that if she herself wanted it, she would follow any of her decisions. Confused, Arya froze in one position. Slamming her fist on the table, Katarina said that they couldn't pull the cat by the tail and do nothing. She was sure that with the character of the princess and the sluggish Prince Davy, years would pass before they met. Exhaling, Carabella announced the rejection of the protagonist's engagement proposal, adding that she simply presented him with a fait accompli, which is why everything went as expected. Looking at the magic ball, Katarina noted that Davy was very prudent and attentive. Worried, Albus suggested that difficult times awaited Arya. A worried Al Rindes wondered if they had a way out of this situation. Smiling, Katarina noted that nothing could be predicted right away. Wary, she suggested sending a formal engagement proposal to the Ron royal family. Turning to Albus, Carabella suggested that Davy might have a different opinion, adding that the king was unlikely to miss such an opportunity. She was sure that he would definitely approve of this proposal. Al Rindes suggested that she liked the main character. Katarina stated that she didn't just like him, noting that she had never met a person with such incredible power in her life. A memory of her fight with Davy flashed through her mind. Carabella believed that if the main character had not stopped at the last moment, he would not be talking to Albus now. Putting his hand to his chin, Alrandes noted that he had heard these rumors, noting that since she also thinks so. While in his thoughts, he said that beast men warriors try to respect the strong. Katarina reported that the protagonist, without using his usual weapon, which was a sword, showed an obvious difference in his abilities, noting his last attack, which pinned her to the ground. Having said this, out of horror, Carabella grabbed herself by the shoulders. While in his thoughts, Albus was sure that if Davy could defeat the Duchess herself, then they definitely needed him. After which, he wondered where such a person came from. Leaning on the table, Katarina said that she did not want to miss the main character, adding that a person like him could be safely entrusted with the safety of the princess. Frowning, Carabella remembered the blue and red flags, which in her opinion were the problem. She remembered Davy's words about taking care of them as if they were her own children. Smiling, Katarina said that since they were so cute, it didn't matter. Turning his attention to Carabella, Albus asked if everything was okay. Alrandes noted that given the prince's inflexible nature, even if they send an official document, he does not think that it will bring them any fruit. Encouraged, Katarina said that this was why they needed to create this situation. Imagining the image of Davy in her head, Carabella assumed that he was also not indifferent to Arya. The problem, most likely, is his attitude towards her. For him she is nothing more than a cute little sister, said Katarina. Frustrated, Carabella could not understand how Davy could ignore their princess, assuming that he was blind. Albus stated that if something happened to the princess, then Carabella should know that she would not get away with it. Wagging her bushy tail, Katarina wondered how he could say such a thing, adding that she was the Firefox Duchess. Carabella said that she learned from her mother to captivate men's hearts. Hearing this, Alrandes chuckled. Katarina stated that they would drug Davy with potions and lock her in a room, noting that if that didn't help, they would find a gentle way to solve the problem. Hearing this, Albus fell into a stupor. Carabella reported that there is a festival going on now, with many people present. Suddenly, sensing something behind him, Alrandes became wary. Turning to Katarina, he asked if this was true. Wary, she asked what had just happened. After asking her forgiveness, Albus announced that their plan was cancelled. Stunned, Carabella could not believe what she heard. Furious, she asked if Alrandes understood how much effort he and the princess had to put into creating the opportunity. Albus reported that the ambassador of the Palin Empire had just arrived. He assumed that something serious had happened. Hearing this, Carabella fell into a stupor. The night sky of the city was shrouded in many small stars. While in her thoughts, Katarina noted that trouble came from where it was not expected. The smiling elf appeared in front of a tree that was shrouded in mana. Under the quiet and peaceful guidance of the World Tree, the wind of war began to dissipate right now. The Palin Empire fell into chaos in a matter of days due to a small incident that only grew larger over time. Rays of sunlight fell on the city towers. More precisely, this happened in the southern region. Several fortresses, including Hello, are located in the area where there are many small settlements. The plot takes us to the command headquarters of the Palin Empire. The excited members of the meeting were in their seats. Opening the scroll, the man said that according to His Highness's message, the situation on the battlefield was not in their favor. He noted that the only thing they can do now is simply hold the line, adding that they urgently need reinforcements. The frightened aristocrats assumed that the White Birds had been defeated. The stranger wondered who could have done this. The excited man said that these were monsters that no one had ever seen before. He reported that in a few days they had absorbed a large area and, increasing in number, moved north. Rising from his chair, the elder noted that it was just undead, adding that if they come up with a plan, then. After interrupting him, the man stated the problem, which was that the undead acted on their own. Looking at the frightened members of the meeting, he assumed that someone was controlling the undead. Lowering his head, the man said that His Highness the Crown Prince was smart and quick-witted, adding that he was good at both science and tactics. Imagining the image of a smiling prince in his head, he said that he had fallen in battle, which is why the situation is really difficult. Slamming his fists on the table, the young man declared that they could not simply remain idle. Adjusting his glasses, he noted that they had received agreements for help from the Sacred Kingdom and the Tower of Magicians. The plot introduces us to the second prince of the Palin Empire, Sullivan Dai Palin. Looking at the dumbfounded council members, Sullivan announced that the two righteous ones, as well as the 6th and 7th divisions of the Holy Knights, would join them. Delighted, the man said that he was impressed by his foresight. Wary, Dai Palin noted that they had lost his brother. The memory of the prince's fight appeared in his mind. Sullivan said that in this battle, his dear little sister sheds tears as she fights next to the body of her fallen brother. Alina's face was filled with excitement. Dai Palin said they could not allow this to continue. Leaning on the table, Sullivan ordered them to listen to him carefully. With a serious expression on his face, he announced that the battle would not be easy, noting that they should not give up. Dai Palin believed that this was a provocation towards their empire. An angry Sullivan declared that they would destroy them. Standing near the arriving crew, the girl expressed her sincere regrets. Covering her mouth with her hands, Arya, surrounded by mourners, lamented that she had to give up going to the festival with Devi. The prince said understandingly that this was the emperor's order, and the imperial daughter was sad that her father had done this. Leaning out of the window of the carriage at full speed, the girl shouted to her lover that next time they would definitely be able to complete the date. The guy looked in bewilderment at the guest of his lands, who left them as unexpectedly as she had appeared, because he considered this not a date, but a banal show of politeness to a high-ranking official. And so the Haines mining festival came to an end without any problems. Davy looked pleased, because even the duel with Katarina brought results. The main character was able to test Taoist magic, prepared specifically to fight the Tree of the World, and, unfortunately, it turned out to be flawed in the form of little effectiveness. Berserk looked at the guy questioningly, asking if there was a way to fix this. Holding out his hand with green mana with a sly face, Davy answered in the affirmative, informing him that a certain object should be right in front of him. Outside the glowing magic circles was an auxiliary artifact, the value of which had increased due to Taoist magic. There was only one way to obtain this god-level blade, but the communication screen with Freya was empty. She ignored Davy's requests, and Davy concluded with disappointment that the girl only answered when she needed to. The prince's gaze was directed to the sky, where a huge cumulus cloud was located, and he called the goddess Carefree. As a result, the main character had to look for another way to fight the World Tree, and while he was sitting in his office, Vespos and Amy visited him, reporting that the production of weapons was going according to plan. When Davy heard about the beginning of the training of local residents, he said with a thoughtful look that they did not have enough provisions to strengthen the territory with the help of the army. Deciding to prepare for the worst outcome, the guy asked the maid if she had any information about a trading company dealing in provisions. The hopes of the protagonist were destroyed by Amy, who excitedly reported that despite all the persuasion, the company refused to fulfill the order, saying that they were fulfilling an order from the Palin Empire. While trying to find out the reason for the refusal, a figure in a torn black robe appeared in the office. Aina appeared before the heroes, asking to call her Jack after Davy's appeal, and the frightened maid sharply recoiled from the dark elf. The mercenary clarified whether she was able to find out anything about the events taking place on the territory of the Palin Empire. Having received a negative answer, she said that the grain fields in the south of the empire were captured by the dead. Davy was indignant that all the fuss was happening over such a trifle, and Aina noted that with zombies everything is not so simple because they act like real trained fighters, without feeling any pain or weakness. The elf also noticed that the dead pose a huge threat to anyone, but not to the main character, which is why a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The large snow-white windows had indoor plants bathed in sunlight. Aina seriously continued her report, reporting that a detachment of white birds, led by Princess Elena, was also sent there, having the opportunity only to defend themselves. While those gathered in the office exchanged opinions, Davy deepened in thought. If the undead have no intelligence, but you know how to control them, then your troops will be no match. Only one entity is capable of taking control of the dead, being a supreme necromancer with a huge scythe. Davy concluded that it was this bony dead rider who controlled the undead. The prince curiously asked the mercenary how the royal court of the empire was handling the situation, to which the mercenary replied that he had sent requests to other countries. The kingdom of Ron was among those who responded, providing aid in the form of weapons and soldiers, and it was rumored that Prince Varys would lead them. Realizing that Davy had not been told anything about this, he thoughtfully concluded that his father was trying to make his younger brother stronger. The main character tushed displeasedly, realizing what the king could sacrifice for the sake of the country. Looking at the stack of papers on the table, the young man came to the conclusion that someone was deliberately trying to interfere with preparations for the war against the Tree of Peace. By announcing his participation in this battle against the dead, the main character greatly puzzled Amy. An absurd saying was heard from the estate tower in broad daylight. Despite the fact that everyone is accustomed to peace and tranquility, not a single country has been able to ignore this terrible problem. The main grain supplier was captured by the dead, and the plague spread everywhere, and the fall of the empire would entail many new victims. Aware of this terrible problem, they combined all their strength to defeat the common enemy. All three empires gathered in a broken camp with striped tents. Arriving at the site, Davy was surprised to ask the inspired Yillies if there had ever been an event that united all the kingdoms against one problem, placing his hand on the green-robed Lund's head. When the magician noted that it was not easy to gather such power in a short time, Berserk became indignant at human nature, which tries to find benefit even under such difficult circumstances. A voice was heard from a dark tent with exquisite gold fringe and patterns, warmly welcoming the arriving guys. The second prince of the empire, Palin Sullivan, dressed in armor, came out to them, breaking into a smile. Ali shook hands with his old friend, rejoicing at the meeting, albeit in such circumstances, while the prince apologized for such a meager reception. He turned to Davy standing aside, saying that he had heard about him, rejoicing that the man blessed by God was joining the troops. Extending his hand to the main character, Sullivan was glad to finally meet his sister Alina's new friend. Later, the imperial prince's face became distorted with displeasure because of the stubborn girl who vehemently refused to return from the battlefield. Afterwards, Sullivan invited the guys into the tent, saying that warriors from other countries had already gathered there. There were people sitting inside, all of them dressed in white military uniforms. Yellies was the first to enter the room, and all discussions centered around the magician of the Red Tower, who was sent to battle the evil spirits. Afterwards, attention began to shift to Prince Davy, who was unknown to almost none of those present, which undoubtedly pleased the guy. Despite the fact that the name Davy Allron became widely known after the incident in Felstein, not everyone knew what this hero actually looked like. The main character looked with delight at his red-haired friend, rejoicing that he could relax in the shadow of his glory. Suddenly, the eccentric Duchess Katerina appeared in the room, announcing the name of the young man to the whole tent. Davy was surprised that the fiery fox, sparkling with happiness with his ears up, was also there. Hearing the woman's exclamations, the knights began to fuss, fixing curious glances on the two famous personalities whose names had just been mentioned. While the Duchess furiously tugged at the irritated Davy's hand, everyone speculated whether the young man was really the famous prince from Rom. While the guy and the fiery fox were being sarcastic, a figure was approaching them, angrily shouting for the couple to go talk somewhere else, because that's not what everyone had been gathered for. Someone objected that they organized a meeting for the quiet life of their continent, while the cross with the red stone swayed as they walked. An angry saint in a blue robe appeared before Davy and Katerina, kicking them out for inappropriate idle chatter. An angry young girl with blonde hair looked extremely out of place against the backdrop of the knights sitting peacefully on the benches and not paying attention to what was happening. The woman noticed that it seemed that the holy righteous Alice, standing in the middle of the hall with an angry face, had undergone hard times in her life. A fist flew at the startled girl, intending to hit her in the face. The red-haired Duchess jumped onto the table right in front of the righteous woman, sending a powerful shock wave at her, raising dust. A knight with brown hair appeared in front of Alice, declaring that all further antics would be considered official relations of the Rhinese Empire. Katerina grabbed the blade pointed at her right by the blade, boldly informing the protector of the righteous that such a loser as he would not be able to cause a rift between the Empire and the Sacred Kingdom. A dissatisfied grin appeared on the face of the guy dressed in armor. The enraged Katerina threw the insolent knight aside with a strong blow. Looking down with a malicious smile, she told the guy that with such behavior he would lose all allies. The knight, on his knees, bowed his head in shame before the imperious Duchess, eager for an apology for her insolence. Perserk, watching this picture, was very surprised that the woman lost to Davy, with which he could not but agree. No matter what you think of Duchess Katerina, she is one of the strongest on the entire continent. The righteous woman twisted her mouth with dissatisfaction and irritation, trying to overcome her hot-tempered nature. Standing in front of the knight, Alice apologized, reminding him that he should take the current situation more seriously. With a satisfied look, placing her hand on her waist, the fiery fox noticed that then the righteous woman should have removed this arrogant look. When the Duchess sarcastically reported that she was having a hard time holding back the urge to kill, the guy on the floor with the broken sword was horrified. Katerina introduced Davy as the future groom of the Princess of the Rhinese Empire, noting that she felt the same way about him as she did about Arya, to whom she swore allegiance. From embarrassment due to the misunderstandings caused by the reckless Duchess, the main character blushed, and Perserk behind his back mockingly concluded that this was the last nail in his coffin. In the room, a chandelier hung from the very ceiling, illuminating the space with the fire of burning candles. Prince Sullivan himself came out to the crowd, announcing that despite his young years, he had been chosen as an advisor for this battle. While the guy was making his speech, Davy lamented that he got a place next to Katerina, who now looked very peaceful. The Prince of the Palan Empire released information that the number of dead exceeded hundreds of thousands, and the number of victims had increased due to the latest retaliatory strike. The imposingly sitting captain of the punitive detachment of the Empire, Contes, immediately became indignant, sarcastically asking what the Palan Empire had been doing all this time, to which one of the soldiers entered into a verbal altercation with him. Prince Sullivan continued calmly, citing data on the large number of undead that had arrived from the ancient ruins, some of whom were victims. When the information was announced that most of the arriving enemies were originally dead, everyone, including the debaters, was greatly impressed by the terrifying numbers. Sullivan reported to the soldiers that, according to reports, the dead were located near the 7 fortresses, and the White Birds, led by Princess Alina, were holding the defense with all their might. The guy in the white robe slammed his fist on the table, emphatically declaring that there was no point in continuing the battle there, to which the Prince of the Palan Empire agreed with the caveat that if you leave the front line, it will be impossible to hold back the advance. The White Birds, led by Alina, did everything to keep the undead at a distance. Sullivan furiously declared that it was necessary to strike from the rear as quickly as possible to finish off the dead. Afterwards, there was a proposal to split up, which was reasonable, because joining forces would not give anything. Galileo, raising his dagger, enthusiastically announced that the proud punitive squad of the Great Empire would take the lead, and the white-robed magician behind offered help to the blue and green towers, adding that the red tower would provide support with firearms. The Holy Knight next to the righteous man decided that he would go into battle instead of Alice, gathering a separate detachment. Countess Katharina, in turn, did not make any proposals, closing her eyes peacefully. Perserk noticed the fox's silence, and Davy already suspected something was wrong. Then the woman turned to the taken-aback protagonist, asking what he was going to do. Looking at Prince Ron with a devious look, Katarina said that she was very surprised that he had joined the battle. While the Duchess flirted with Davy, pushing him on the shoulder, Sullivan concluded with disappointment that Lord Hines had arrived without an army. The Emperor's son Palin began to look around in search of someone who could look after him, to which the guy assured that there was no need to worry about him. Davy, with a smug look, offered to speak in the front row, not intending to play in the war and wanting to return home as soon as possible. After such a loud statement, discussions of the prince began to spread from all sides, while he was only worried about concerns with the Tree of Life. The Holy Righteous objected to Davy, stating that despite his power, everyone has a most suitable role in the battle. The main character cast a gloomy look at Alice when she revealed his gift of healing to everyone. The girl fiercely expressed the opinion that there are already enough fighters to fight the undead, so the guy should stay in the rear, treating the wounded. When Davy asked if the righteous woman was trying to take full responsibility on herself in this way, she stated that it was the direct duty of the church to fight evil spirits. Giving the prince a condescending look, Alice stated that although he had received God's blessing, this did not make him part of the sacred kingdom. The girl asked the guy to stay in the rear and not get in the way, and he looked at her contemptuously. Then Davy calmly asked if the righteous woman was sure that they could handle it. The necromancer did not look like a simpleton, but the girl behaved too self-confidently. Alice said that when the sacred kingdom unites its forces, even some evil lord is no match for them, asking the interlocutor to continue to watch his words. Davy looked at the blonde with dissatisfaction, while she freely noted the guy's arrogance. He glanced quickly to the side. Smug Alice, not paying any attention to the main character, sarcastically muttered that she had no time to arrange verbal skirmishes. Davy was not going to give in, hurting the ego of the daring, holy righteous woman. He calmly said that he was not joking at all, his red eyes flashing. The girl felt uneasy from such a heavy look from her interlocutor. Ulys held his head awkwardly, worried about the outcome of this conversation. Looking at the knights, Davy concluded that they consider their ability to subjugate evil spirits to be their advantage, but they do not understand the true essence of the dead. Now Alice was shaking with overwhelming anger towards the guy. Sullivan clapped his hands joyfully, adequately appreciating Davy's incredible strength and help in the battle. However, in the end, the Prince of the Palan Empire concluded that the lives of the knights were also precious, so it would be wise to stay in the rear to save them. During these words, the righteous woman raised her head, gloating over the guy. Davy didn't like the idea of a drawn-out war game, because he had absolutely no time for such nonsense. The main character's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly for Sullivan, he agreed to be a doctor in the rear, and the prince began to thank him. Davy, with a dissatisfied look, said that if in the future they came to him with requests for help in the fight against the dead, he would have to apologize for the decision made now. Suddenly the room shook with incredible force. Concerned Perserk, who recognized the breath of death, realized that the undead troops were already close. Davy said with a malicious smile that he was becoming more and more interesting. The countless army of skeletons froze in one position. The undead have no idea what negotiations are. The only thing they can do is follow orders and listen to insults from their boss. An army of monsters was heading towards a powerful stream of light emanating from the depths of the forest. As a result, the battle with them will end only when they are completely destroyed or the one who controls them is eliminated. Standing at the head of the detachment, Sullivan gave the order. Equally important, after the meeting, all the combined troops hurriedly went to the front lines. Many royal knights were dressed in armor. They stood motionless to show everyone their fearlessness, and their eyes glowed as if the warriors intended to immediately smash their enemy to smithereens. Watching them, the main character noted that they are at war with themselves when their enemy is very close. After which, he wondered if this was to be expected. Looking at the unimaginably huge army, Davy said that they believed that by joining forces they could quickly defeat the enemy, so they were sleeping and seeing how to get their rewards. Perserk, hovering nearby, stated that these enemies are not so easy to defeat. A memory of how he felt a strange aura during the meeting surfaced in the protagonist's head. Continuing to think, Davy noted that it usually comes from the one who controls the undead and is called the Breath of Death. The expanses of the mountainous terrain were enveloped in streams of black mana. The protagonist believed that if he could catch it at such a great distance from the battlefield, he assumed that the necromancer's power level was very high. Many knights standing on the confines of the castle froze in one position. Davy thought that if he was right, and the non-necromancer began to act more seriously, then defeat awaited them. With a serious expression on her face, Alina placed a piece of cloth on her head. Floating next to Davy, Von Pollen spoke about rumors that say envy shows the worst side of humans. The main character believed that this was the difference between a true and an ordinary holy righteous man. Turning her horse around, the princess headed off. While in his thoughts, Davy said that everything was clear to him from the title, noting that an ordinary righteous man is just that, ordinary. The main character stated that even though they have a lot of sacred energy, they do not have divine blessings. Smirking, Davy noted that everyone understands why she behaves this way towards him. Perserk, hovering nearby, was surprised that he let her go so easily. The main character reported that his priorities had changed. Hearing this, Von Pollen was taken aback. A magical panel appeared in front of Davy, on which it was written about the salvation of everyone who suffers from the disease. The main character told about this proposal. Seeing 20,000 sick, Perserk was shocked. Davy stated that despite the complexity, the conditions of the task were quite simple. Continuing to think, the protagonist noted that the mission is not limited to helping in battle, but to those who suffer from illness. With a thoughtful expression on her face, Von Pollen carefully began to study the terms of the assignment. Davy assumed that she understood that there was no point in testing tasks with harsh conditions. Standing on his shoulder, Perserk said that this honest offer made her think. Von Pollen noted that she could not say that the task was bad, adding that there was clearly some kind of catch in it. The screams of sick patients could be heard outside the hospital. Seeing the main character, the man asked him to bring painkillers. He was amazed that the scalpel had not yet been sterilized. The man stated that he needed it in order to carry out the operation. Turning to the assistant, the man asked him to move. Being next to the surprised Davy, Perserk noted that, as always, everything was bad in the medical boards. The main character suggested that this place could also be considered a war zone. Looking at the stranger who was performing the operation, Von Pollen believed that because of his clothes, he might be from the medical department of the Sacred Kingdom. Davy noted that the stranger's skills were good, adding that he expected this from a world-class medic. Putting her hand to her face, Perserk stated that she still couldn't trust them. While in his thoughts, Davy shared that trust is very important. With a perplexed look, Luna froze in one position. Continuing to think, the main character said that there are people like Baron Gornio, noting that their deeds cannot be compared with the merits of Count Rington, which are much more significant. The stunned medical workers begged the guy lying on the floor to open his eyes. The medical worker said that he could not die right in his arms. An agitated Perserk suggested that Davy should stop watching and do nothing. The main character believed that they lacked organization. While looking around the hospital grounds, Davy heard many screams that were caused due to severe pain. The main character was confident that if things continued like this, every 7 out of 10 people would die, noting the strange aura of death that filled the room. With tears in his eyes, the medical worker asked the man to be patient, saying that he could survive. Davy, standing next to him, asked him to move away. After examining the man, the main character reported that his heart had stopped. A huge bloody wound was visible on the patient's body. While in his thoughts, Davy revealed that a mutated bacterium had entered his wound, causing him to bleed, noting that he shouldn't die so quickly. Outside the hospital, the screams resumed. The main character suggested that the disease was mutating due to the aura of death. Pointing his hand towards Davy, the stranger asked who he was. Suddenly, the main character applied a shock that spread throughout the patient's entire body. Powerful streams of green mana emanated from Davy's technique. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character was surprised that even this did not bring him to his senses. The stunned stranger asked what he was doing, after which Davy used sacred magic of the 7th level, the light of which enveloped the expanses of the hospital. Using Sanctuary, the room was filled with incredibly bright rays of mana. Well, a piece of sacred aura landed on the sick man's chest. Suddenly, his hand moved. Rejoicing, Perserk reported that the man's heart was beating again. An excited Davy noted that he barely made it. Turning to the excited stranger, the main character asked him to bring more ice. Next, he asked the young man to boil as much cloth as possible. Approaching the employee, Davy asked him to give painkillers to those he told. The indignant stranger again asked who he was. Turning in his direction, Davy announced that he was the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, showing his identification card. The stunned man noted that it was real. The main character hoped that they would not behave thoughtlessly. Hospital staff were shocked that Davy was able to cure the terrible disease, citing rumors that said he had received a divine blessing. An angry Davy asked if they could stop standing around and staring. Raising his hand, the main character declared that one had already died, asking how many more they wanted to lose. After which, medical workers fled on his instructions. Berserk, hovering nearby, noted that she expected this from professionals, adding that they would not have reacted otherwise. Davy's gaze fell on the magic panel. It indicated that he needed to save another 20,000 patients. With his hands folded, the protagonist watched the operational work of the medical staff. Lost in his thoughts, Davy noted that although patients were coming and coming, their numbers were far from what was required, adding that he was glad that the terms of the offer did not specify what disease was being discussed. Standing on the protagonist's shoulder, Von Pollen stated that many people would die from it, noting that during war, even the slightest mistake could claim the lives of thousands of people. An excited Berserk said that while he was with him, she could not just watch from the sidelines. Looking at Davy, Von Pollen noted that if she allowed him to do what he wanted, it would all end in a large number of victims. I know you have another option to deal with everything, right? Continued Berserk. Smiling, Davy said that she was right. Looking at the excited Von Pollen, the main character spoke of a premonition that something terrible would happen in the future. In Davy's head, an image appeared of an ancient clock that was moving slowly. While in his thoughts, the main character noted that a premonition comes true when you least expect it. He was amazed at the number of events that happened during the past year. Davy believed that it would be a lie for him to say that this outburst was unexpected for him. Berserk asked if the main character said that in the future they will face problems much more serious than this. Surprised, Von Pollen asked how they could be connected. Folding his hands, Davy noted that he was interested too, adding that they would never know. With an evil grin on his face, the protagonist stated that he would therefore put them in their place before all this began. Hearing this, Von Pollen fell into a stupor. An angry Berserk stated the scary smile on Davy's face. The main character noted that to organize the turmoil, you need to think through everything to the smallest detail. Davy's frightening laughter could be heard across the expanses of the palace. The main character said that this is what he remembered well over the years of his stay in the Gallery of Heroes. Alice sat on her knees in front of the bed and prayed. Crossing OK, the name Davy Alron popped into her head. Bringing the crossed ones to her face, the righteous woman imagined the image of the main character and noted in her thoughts that she could not stand him. A picture of a nun playing with children near the church surfaced in her imagination. Continuing to reflect, Alice noticed that she is the one who faithfully serves God and carries the word of God throughout the sacred kingdom of Balshas. She emphasized the fact that she endured the entire ordeal with a smile on her face. She asked herself why a prince from a small kingdom who has no connection with God. The image of Davy standing in her castle with her hands in her pockets flashed back into her thoughts. Continuing her thoughts, the righteous woman noted that he spent 6 years in a coma and received a blessing. Frowning, she noticed that God, to whom she had given 25 years of her life, had not blessed her, but a completely different person. She stressed that it was not surprising that she was angry. Waving her hand, Alice screamed that she, as a holy righteous person, should not have behaved like that in front of people, but she could not contain her emotions. She wondered why this out-of-nowhere upstart had taken her place. A picture appeared in her head of a midge praying under the rays of the sun. The righteous one noticed that what was even more terrible was that Lena perceived this as the will of her master. She noted that she could not accept this, being in thought. Alice's gaze fell on her cross with gold tips and a red stone in the middle. She turned to Goddess Freya. Raising the cross to her face, she asked the goddess why she did not answer her, although she was faithful to her with all her heart. The knight who entered called out to Alice, who continued to sit on her knees in front of the bed. Turning around, she said that the meeting would begin soon. Clenching her hand lying on the floor into a fist, Alice noticed in her head that she was a holy righteous man. Continuing her thoughts, she noted that she did not need to correct him. A knight in armor walked along the wooden floor. Standing on stage in front of the army of warriors, the righteous woman said that she wanted them all to trust her and follow her instructions. Katerina and Sullivan listened to Alice's speech. The righteous one reported that those who refuse God's providence will. Placing her hand on her chest, Alice continued her speech and cried out that they would deal with her. The gate was enveloped in blue mana that looked like lightning strikes. The main character noticed in his thoughts that since the necromancer began to walk the tightrope, he must reach the very end. Looking at the many dead people, Davy noticed that he would take advantage of this chaos. Standing shrouded in mana among many monsters, the main character continued his thought that this would be in his favor. The frightened Berserk hovered behind Davy. She said that he was not a timid person. Continuing, Von Pollen asked that without knowing exact information about what was happening, he calmly moved to such a place. Berserk began to hit Davy on the head and, screaming, asked if he thought that the world was so simple and no one could defeat him. Frowning, the main character asked what was wrong with her. Davy noted that he simply has something he can rely on. Von Pollen clasped her hands in thought. Continuing, the main character asked her not to worry, noting that if this does not work, then he has a couple of trump cards hidden up his sleeve. Turning his gaze to the horde of the dead, Davy said that in any case, this place can really be considered a city of the dead. Standing on the shoulder of the main character, Perserk began to look around. Von Pollen asked what he was going to do. Smirking, Davy noticed in his thoughts that there was only one thing left. The protagonist's gaze fell on the mountainous area, which was covered with black mana. Davy noted in his thoughts that they needed to lure out this necromancer, who was hiding in the ancient ruins and probably enjoying what was happening, and grind him to powder. The main character said that they would follow one ancient wisdom, capture 7 times and release 7 times. Taken aback, Perserk asked what the main character said. Davy swung the ultimate version of the divine tip, which sent out bright energy in all directions. The main character said that the dead gather around the fire. Davy pointed the end of the staff toward the floor. Hitting the floor with the tip, pink mana began to flow around him in all directions. The main character noticed that the dead always strive for the light that they cannot see underground. The monsters looked at the bright energy that emanated from Davy. The main character declared that he would be their conductor. Looking at what was happening, a grin appeared on Davy's face. The main character extended his hand up. Davy and one of the dead people high-fived each other. The monsters began to sing a song and started dancing. Stunned, Von Pollen looked at what was happening and did not understand what was happening. The main character conducted the dead with his finger. Hondon and Jondon shouted that they would sing this song better. Davy said that next time they would sing together. The monsters stopped and froze. The dead grabbed the shields in their hands, after which the main character announced that they had gained control over them. Standing on Davy's shoulder, Von Pollen called him a scoundrel. The monsters looked attentively at the main character. Sighing, Davy said that first he needed to deal with them. Observing the dead, the main character ordered those who became undead due to the disease sent by the necromancer to go to the right. The main character said that the others need to stay put. Davy snapped his fingers. With a click, the dead were illuminated by light energy. Magic feathers flew around the monsters. The main character explained that this is a calling circle. Davy said that he does not need those who died from this terrible disease. The main character wished them to rest in peace, adding that they would forget about all the terrible memories when they were reborn. Davy noted that he would pray that their next life would be much better. Through the bright mana, the faces of the dead changed to human ones. The main character watched as a strong stream of energy carried the monsters to heaven. Looking up, Davy heard words of gratitude. Covering her mouth with her hand, Perserk noted that it was nice of him, adding that he usually doesn't do that. Smiling, the main character confirmed her words. Davy looked at the remaining dead and stated that he thought everything was ready. Looking at the main character, Von Pollen asked if such a number would be enough, noting that there were very few monsters. Davy said he could intercept more at any time if the current number was not enough. The main character grinned evilly and said that this is not the only place where the dead roam. Perserk was taken aback by Davy's words. The gray forest was in a light fog, which was shrouded in gray clouds. Seeing this landscape, Von Pollen asked about the forest. Looking at the thicket of trees, Perserk noted that there used to be a clearing there, but definitely not a forest. The main character replied that perhaps it was recently created, noting that the trees there are not real. Their gaze fell on the thick branches of the trees. Davy said that if you don't know the fact that they are not real and get close to them, the branches will immediately choke her. Watching the forest, Von Pollen stood on the shoulder of the protagonist. She noted that he was a necromancer of the 7th circle, adding that he possessed broad-spectrum magic, which increased the strength of his abilities. Davy asked if he had them inside, adding that he was a fearless type. Many dead people wandered through the dense forest. The main character and his companion began to move through the forest. Having stepped on the root of one of the trees, the main character heard a voice asking how he dared to do this. Davy fell into a stupor after hearing this. Davy looked at the treetops that surrounded him. The necromancer indignantly asked a rhetorical question about the fact that the main character had the audacity not only to steal his army, but also to break into his place. Thick steam came from the monster's mouth. A young necromancer sat on the throne in front of Davy. Enraged monsters in the guise of wolves looked at the main character. The necromancer asked about how Davy dared. The main character watched as the dead, who were under his control, fought off the wolves. Continuing, the undead asked how he dared to come to him after Davy stole his warriors, noting that he was an amateur necromancer. Monsters were flying over the thick of the forest. The undead noted that the protagonist's ability to subdue was worthy of all praise. The necromancer offered to check her. Smirking, Davy noted that the necromancer had bad manners, reinforcing this by the fact that the undead had a guest, and he did not even show his face. A projection appeared in front of the main character's face. He noted that he needed to quickly deal with the necromancer and return to treating the wounded. There was a report on the projection showing 2,000 out of 20. In his thoughts, Davy noticed that at the moment Luna, reincarnated as him, was monitoring the condition of the wounded. An image appeared in his head of how the assistant in the guise of the main character gave orders. He continued by noting that thanks to the combined efforts of her and others carrying out his commands, He was getting closer to completing his mission. Dead men in armor flew in the sky on dragons. Perserk noticed that there were about 14 dead knights in the sky. Von Pollen stated that this was a significant number. Davy and his companion were surrounded by hordes of monsters. Perserk reported that there are just as many huge monsters. Von Pollen turned to the main character and said that his army would be crushed into powder. Grabbing the sword, Davy declared that he therefore had to even the forces. Swinging his blade, the main character said that before they begin, he will tell the necromancer the purpose of his visit. The undead sat on the throne listening to Davy's speech. The main character stated that he does not know who he is, adding, Davy said that he does not care at all why he is fighting this war. The main character pierced the necromancer with a sword. Holding the hilt of the blade in front of his face, Davy stated that when a necromancer has what he needs, it is a completely different matter. Having fallen to the ground, the undead asked a question about what the main character needed, calling him an attacker. Pulling the sword behind his back, Davy declared that from now on the necromancer would follow his instructions. Having stepped on the undead, the main character ordered to immediately stop this senseless war and turn their attention to him. Davy announced that he would soon find where he was hiding. The necromancer screamed that this was nonsense. A yellow glow emanated from the dead man. The main character said that then green mana began to emanate from Davy, after which he continued his phrase, declaring that he would destroy the undead. Using the 8th level sacred magic, the main character used the divine blessing technique. Huge wings appeared behind Davy's back. The armed skeletons were illuminated by bright energy. The protagonist declared that the will of his allies would become his will. Davy added that his repentance would be their repentance. The knight pierced the dragon with his sword, and the wolf began to howl. The main character noticed that the blessing, which was vital for them, would become the worst damage for them. Suddenly a statue appeared standing next to the cross. Davy used the Daphne style, a 9th level sacred magic. The dead were enveloped in green energy, after which the main character used the repentance technique. The ground beneath the necromancer's feet shook. Taken aback, the undead asked what it was. Smirking, Davy noted that it was too early to be surprised. A green ball of mana appeared above the main character's head. Pointing his finger at him, Davy said that interesting things were yet to come. After using the 8th level attacking sacred magic, a red stream of mana appeared in the sky. Having used the Rod of God, a powerful explosion was heard throughout the forest. The stunned necromancer jumped up from the throne. In the hands of the undead was a human skull. The necromancer screamed for Davy not to use the god rod. A magical cross appeared in the sky, from which streams of energy emanated. The main character asked why no. Reaching out his hand, Davy pointed the god rod. He ordered the undead to immediately crawl out of their hole. The forest was hit by a huge explosion due to Davy's technique. With his palms folded, the main character turned to God and said that he did not need his great power, but only blessings and mercy. Lowering his hands, Davy asked God to look away for just 300 seconds, noting that he would take care of the rest. Shrouded in the mana of the dead, they gained strength, agility, protective armor, and strong bones. Von Pollen, watching from the sidelines, said that Davy was crazy because he talked to God that way. The undead approached the protagonist and asked how a necromancer could use this blasphemous holy magic. Smiling, enveloped in energy, Davy asked if he was really interested. The undead watched the projection of the main character. Davy stated that he could continue to inquire, adding that he would not know anything anyway. The skeleton pierced the wolf's chest with a sword. The necromancer watched as Davy left the battlefield. The undead called the main character a thief, adding, the necromancer said that he would see if Davy could find him. The forest was shrouded in dark mana. The undead noticed that he, the Lord of Death, created this labyrinth. The necromancer noticed that despite the fact that it was partially destroyed, the labyrinth would still be able to absorb the main character. Grabbing the blue sword, Davy asked why he would go through it. The main character made many attacks on the labyrinth. Davy screamed that he could just blow it away. The undead called out to the main character. While in the fog, a grin appeared on Davy's face. A bright flash appeared in the thicket of the forest. The necromancer was struck by a light blow. Davy watched the massive explosion. The undead, shrouded in a cloud of dust, leaned on the destroyed throne. The stunned undead sighed after the blow. The necromancer's gaze fell on Davy. He asked if the main character knew about the race of giants. Holding two swords in his hands, Davy asked if the undead were from this race. The main character replied that he knew, but had never met them in person. Pulling his hand back, the necromancer asked if all the giants had died out. Rising, the undead asked if Davy thought that if he could get there, then he would recognize his strength. He noted that even though the main character got there dishonestly, it still shows his strength. Extending his hand towards Davy, he asked him to tell him his name. Smiling, the main character said that first the necromancer must name his own. The undead agreed with Davy. Waving his hands, the necromancer shouted that his name was Claire. Hearing this, the main character told him to forget about it, noting that he no longer wants to know him. Hearing this, Claire's face showed surprise. Having insulted Davy, the necromancer used the black hole technique, after which the area was enveloped in dark mana. By extending his arm, the main character also used this technique. Claire's technology was destroyed. The necromancer covered his face from strong winds. An enraged Claire screamed that Davy dared not only to steal his army, but also resorted to sacred magic. Continuing, the necromancer asked if the main character could use dark magic of the 7th level without anyone's help. A smirk appeared on Claire's face. He watched as Davy threw out one of his blades. The necromancer stated that this was impossible, noting that someone like the main character could not exist in this world. Davy listened to Claire's speech with a grin. The necromancer said that he found out who the main character really is. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.